The protagonist of today's story is merely an ordinary person. Under normal circumstances in cultivation, one can only contain a single attribute. In the cultivation world, anyone who can absorb two attributes is already hailed as a once-in-100,000-years genius. But our protagonist surpasses that standard by fusing all attributes. This means he can devour everything that exists in the world. When facing flames, he can directly swallow the raging fire. Encountering hardened metal thunder, he still absorbs it with ease. In short, every attribute in the universe can be merged into his body. Without further delay, we officially begin the story. The content has been fully completed. The admin wishes everyone an enjoyable reading experience. On a clear morning, when immortal sunlight blanketed the flourishing eastern city, the scene takes place within the inner courtyard. A young woman with a full figure, fiery red hair, and striking amber eyes appears. The woman in yellow holds a stack of drawings, her face flushed with anger as she scolds the person before her loudly. She shouts that Duong Tran is the one who drew her portrait and secretly sold it in the academy. As soon as she finishes speaking, she raises the drawing as evidence. It is indeed her portrait, only the clothing is drawn far too revealing, and the pose is exceedingly provocative. The young man in black and white robes before her shows no guilt. Instead, he grins mischievously and replies. He says that senior sister is too beautiful, so all the senior and junior brothers adore her portraits. Hearing this, senior sister can only sigh helplessly and gently advise him. She reminds him that he refuses to focus on cultivation. The upcoming inner courtyard exam will expel him if he continues like this. After hearing this, Duong Tran lifts his chin confidently and assures senior sister that his tiger-subduing fist has reached great completion. The inner courtyard exam is nothing to worry about. Nearby disciples who overhear the conversation burst into mocking laughter. One laughs loudly and says, "Ha ha, Duong Tran bragging about tiger-subduing fist. Can you believe it?" Two others join in. One says someone stuck at body tempering first layer for 3 years in the lower courtyard is truly boastful. The other grumbles because he sold senior sister Lai's portrait at an outrageous price. The ridicule instantly darkens Duong Tran's expression. He stands frozen in place. Senior sister Lai suddenly grows interested, pulls a leather whip from her waist, and slowly steps forward saying, "Let me see how far you have trained tiger-subduing fist." The gesture startles Duong Tran. His eyes widen as he stares at the whip. Senior sister Lai tightens the whip, shows no mercy as she presses closer to Duong Tran and urges him to make a move. Overwhelmed by her aura, Duong Tran retreats repeatedly, sweat pouring like rain as he hurriedly explains that he cannot bear to strike a woman. This match should end here. Whip lashes fiercely against the ground. Stones scatter everywhere. Luckily, Duong Tran dodges in time. Otherwise, he might have lost his life. Even then, Duong Tran continues to boast. Though his face is pale without a trace of blood, he repeatedly shouts to stop and declares that his martial soul is extremely terrifying. Once he uses tiger-subduing fist, he cannot hold back. He fears injuring senior sister. Those words leave senior sister Lai and the other two stunned, staring at him with eyes full of disbelief. In the end, they cannot hold back and burst into laughter. Even senior sister Lai, who is usually cold, covers her mouth as she laughs. One person beside her even teases, "Have you heard him rambling?" Senior sister Lai suppresses her laughter, her gaze mocking as she strokes the whip and says, "Duong Tran, you just mentioned martial soul. Do you even understand what a martial soul is?" Duong Tran immediately lifts his nose proudly and replies, "Of course I know." Continues speaking endlessly, explaining that a martial soul is the symbol of a heavenly Tao master, granted extraordinary talent by the heavenly Tao, the favored child of the heavens. Hearing this, senior sister Lai is slightly surprised and nods, saying, "It seems you do understand quite a bit." Amazed, Duong Tran immediately raises his head high, one hand on his hip and one before his chest, arrogantly and proudly declaring himself the great heavenly Tao master. As soon as he finishes speaking, a scornful laugh rings out, causing everyone to turn their heads instinctively. The one laughing is a fellow disciple of Duong Tran, his face cunning and malicious. He mocks that Duong Tran has spent 3 years in the academy with low cultivation, yet dares to call himself a heavenly Tao master. Without hiding his disdain, he grows increasingly excessive, directly calling Duong Tran trash and telling him to wake from his dream. Duong Tran glances at him, his face expressionless, his eyes now completely different from when he faced senior sister. Seeing no reaction, the man becomes bolder and steps forward to provoke him. Demanding Duong Tran summon his martial soul, Duong Tran remains standing still, his expression icy. Senior sister Lai senses the tension and speaks to stop them, saying that is enough. Yet Tu Luong refuses to stop. He immediately forms a stance to summon his martial soul. A mighty giant tiger appears. He confidently says he will teach this boastful trash a lesson on behalf of senior sister. The surrounding disciples who already dislike Duong Tran also join in, One says Tu Luong is already at body tempering second layer peak. Duong Tran is finished this time. Another says who told him to brag. Getting taught a lesson is deserved. Tu Luong advances with the imposing aura, the golden tiger martial soul. With a triumphant expression, he charges straight toward Duong Tran. Duong Tran does not dodge at all. His eyes suddenly turn sharp and cold, fury clearly revealed. Suddenly a thunderous explosion resounds, accompanied by a dazzling golden burst. Tu Luong is blasted far away, the impact so strong that the ground where he lands shatters into pieces. Senior Sister Lai and the others witnessing the scene are horrified, fear evident on their faces as they exclaim this is. Duong Tran steps out from the smoke with an arrogant stance. A vague martial soul appears behind him, red blazing eyes and sharp fangs, red and black aura surging and making everyone tremble. Fastest to react is Senior Sister Lai. She immediately runs toward Duong Tran, who is in a rage, and calls out his name loudly. Duong Tran turns to look at her with indifferent eyes, the violent aura around him gradually weakening. Senior Sister Lai sighs helplessly, closes her eyes, and says she hopes he will soon break through his cultivation, enter the inner courtyard, and not waste the heaven-bestowed talent. Hearing this, Duong Tran instantly switches to a silly expression, scratching his head as he thanks Senior Sister and promises to remember. The two completely ignore Tu Luong still lying unconscious behind them. Those who witness the battle are stunned in disbelief. A few cannot help discussing. One asks, is that truly a martial soul? Another says the pressure was too terrifying. Someone else widens their eyes in doubt that Duong Tran has truly awakened a martial soul. Murmurs make Duong Tran inwardly delighted, his face full of pride as he confidently strides away. Elsewhere, a figure walks leisurely, attracting the gazes of young maidens wherever he goes. According to the girls, whispers, this person is not only genius and handsome to the point everyone dreams of marrying him. He is a tall, fair-skinned, brown-haired young man with outstanding bearing, carrying a great sword on his shoulder, dressed in white and green robes, honored as the strongest in the outer courtyard, Kim Vo Kai. After only a few steps, he sees Duong Tran strutting arrogantly out from the inner courtyard. Coldness on Kim Vo Kai's face instantly disappears, replaced by bright eyes as he happily calls out twice elder brother. Duong Tran hears the call and turns around, recognizing the person before him, then runs over smiling brightly, not forgetting to affectionately rub the other's head. He even grins foolishly and calls him Little Kayet. Witnessing the close brotherhood, the girls who were initially watching Little Kayet cannot help but exclaim in surprise. One wonders how the number one of the outer courtyard has an elder brother who ranks last like Duong Tran. Duong Tran ignores the gossip, drapes an arm over Little Kayet's shoulder and boasts that today he shone brilliantly, scaring those little beasts out of their wits, his martial soul emerging like a true dragon descending. Even Lai Khan Lam had to bow respectfully. Little Kayet hesitantly asks in a low voice whether Senior Sister Lai cast him a flirtatious glance. Asked right at his itch, Duong Tran immediately talks endlessly, blushing as he strokes his chin and paints a fabricated scene. He says Little Kayet was not there. If he had seen Lai Khan Lam's burning gaze, he would understand. If not for others, she would surely have thrown herself into his arms. After speaking, he lowers his voice and sighs, one hand over his chest, blaming himself that this would be unfair to Mo Tayet. Hearing this, Little Kayet laughs happily and reminds him that Mo Tayet still does not know he has awakened a martial soul. They might as well go tell her. Duong Tran simply replies go and runs ahead excitedly. Little Kayet remains behind, smiling gently at his foolish elder brother. The two quickly head toward Vu Mo Tayet's small courtyard. Along the way, Duong Tran hops and hums, while Little Kayet strolls calmly behind. Suddenly an arm stretches out to block their path, accompanied by a shout to stop that startles both as they look at the person before them. Before them stands a girl with an unforgettable appearance, fierce eyes, freckled cheeks, and overly thick lips, creating a look remembered after one glance. Seeing this, Duong Tran steps back and pushes Little Kayet forward to deal with her, even though his younger brother is trembling as well. Little Kayet stammers, his face stiff as he says, Sister Thatch Lu, we came to see Mo Tayet. The girl uses a ferocious expression to intimidate them, causing both to step back in fear, then coldly asks what the matter is. Little Kayet answers seriously that there is something important, while Duong Tran hides behind cautiously. Thatch Lu hears this and indifferently picks her nose, telling them to speak so she can pass the message. Duong Tran finally gathers his courage and steps out, his face scrunched as he shouts that seeking Mo Tayet has nothing to do with her. Move aside. Being shouted at, Thatch Lu's face darkens. She lowers her head to look down from above, then flicks away a lump of mucus, sneering that Duong Tran is not only trash but unbearably stupid. Having his pride struck, Duong Tran feels uncomfortable, His expression turns serious, a low snort escaping his mouth. Thatch Lu crosses her arms disdainfully, turns aside and continues saying Mo Tiat does not wish to be close with him. In this competition, she will certainly enter the inner courtyard. Afterward, they will belong to two different worlds, so it is best not to entangle further. Duong Tran cannot believe those words, his face stern as he questions back angrily, saying that unless he hears it with his own ears, he will never believe it. At that moment, a green-haired girl with a golden hairpin steps out, drawing the attention of the three arguing. Mo Tiat, with her emerald eyes, steps forward, her aura gentle yet carrying an oppressive feeling that makes others short of breath. Vo Kiat can no longer restrain himself. He looks straight at Vu Mo Tiat and asks Mo Tiat, what do you truly mean? Vu Mo Tiat immediately assumes a white lotus demeanor, her fragile figure retreating, tears glistening in her eyes as she softly calls Vo Kiat elder brother. Suddenly, Vu Mo Tiat gathers her courage to look directly at Duong Tran and Vo Kiat and shouts, Tran elder brother, we have grown up. We are no longer as before. In the future, we should keep our distance. After speaking, she breaks into sweat, anxiously waiting for the reaction of the person she has just rejected. Duong Tran fixes Vu Mo Tiat's image deeply in his eyes, his expression aggrieved, yet his voice indifferent as he replies, fine. After speaking, Duong Tran decisively turns and leaves, leaving behind the stunned gazes of Vu Mo Tiat, Little Kiat, and Thatch Lu. Little Kiat also prepares to leave, not forgetting to say, Vu Mo Tiat, I hope you will not regret this in the future. Two brothers leave just like that, while Vu Mo Tiat stands silently watching from behind. Nightfall, Duong Tran sits cultivating on a rock by the lake. Little Kiat sits silently beside him. From Duong Tran's body emanate dark red streams of aura like blazing fire. After a while, above Duong Tran's head appears an ancient tome wrapped in surging flames. Duong Tran opens his eyes to look at the scene before him, unable to hide his shock as he blurts this is. Reaches out and grabs the book floating in midair. Seeing clearly what is in his hand, Duong Tran widens his eyes and exclaims, this is the inheritance of the primordial demonic dragon martial soul, the primordial demonic dragon blood. Turning a page, Duong Tran's finger touches the glowing words heaven-devouring scripture. Reading while contemplating, he realizes that with his current strength, he can only cultivate the first chapter. Thinking so, Duong Tran immediately follows the record, sitting cross-legged with both hands forming a bagua seal. His spirit highly focused as dark red mixed with black power gradually appears around him. Duong Tran's palms close together. Between them, a dazzling golden light instantly erupts. Even the place where Little Kiat sits is stirred by this phenomenon. Kiat panics as the surrounding spiritual energy is drained clean, hurriedly crying out what is happening. Turning his head, he discovers that the spiritual energy is being frantically sucked into Duong Tran, the pulling force so strong that it forms a violent gale. Kiat has to cling tightly to avoid being swept away, inwardly cursing that the spiritual energy of the entire academy is about to be drained by his elder brother. Then Duong Tran's consciousness, dense spiritual energy flutters around his body like countless spirits. Knowledge about heavenly Tao masters surfaces in his mind. Rare single attributes and dual attributes are engraved one by one. For instance, a fire attribute heavenly Tao master can only absorb fire spiritual energy. Other attributes are extremely difficult even to sense. Awakening from the dreamlike state, Duong Tran trembles as he realizes he is an all-attribute heavenly Tao master. He takes a deep breath to calm himself. Ignoring day or night, Duong Tran throws his head back and roars, the sound echoing through the inner and outer courtyards, his face unable to hide his excitement. Kiat uses lightness skill to rush over, seeing Duong Tran still grinning foolishly and asking elder brother what has made you so happy. Duong Tran hugs Kiat tightly, leaving him bewildered, only hearing Duong Tran say, Kiat, in the future elder brother will protect you. Looking around the quiet courtyard, Duong Tran inwardly marvels at the terrifying, devouring power of his martial soul. In such a short time, it has drained all spiritual energy here. Just as he thinks of returning to rest, Duong Tran suddenly narrows his eyes at Kiat and says, Kiat, we are going up the mountain. Kiat asks blankly, up the mountain. Without waiting for an answer, Duong Tran pulls his junior brother along, saying as they walk that this place has no spiritual energy left. Triuka Mountain is more suitable for cultivation. The competition is near, so they must seize time to increase their cultivation. At dawn in a corner of the Triuka Mountain range, Duong Tran has been cultivating all night. Fallen leaves surrounding him proving he has not moved at all. He begins absorbing spiritual energy, along with the sunlight. All the energy is gradually drawn into Duong Tran's body. Kiat watches with a chill down his spine as the aura around Duong Tran becomes so dense that his figure cannot be seen clearly, like a blazing flame flickering. Absorbing solar true flame, a spiritual force of heavenly Tao true master rank. Time quietly passes on Triuka Mountain. Duong Tran's body temperature rises so high that his clothes burn away. Heat waves surge. His eyes turn white like an invincible monster. Tiu Kayat is shocked that in just one day Duong Tran reaches body tempering second layer, something that took him 2 months. Not wanting to be left behind, Tiu Kayat also enters meditation to cultivate as evening falls. Sunset covers Triuka Mountain. Sensing a disturbance, Tiu Kayat, who is cultivating, suddenly opens his eyes. Looking over, he sees only a human-shaped lump of black charcoal. Tiu Kayat cries out in alarm, "What is this?" Rushing closer, Tiu Kayat anxiously calls elder brother, "Do not scare me." At that moment, cracking sounds echo as dirt and stones fall away, revealing a robust body. Duong Tran bursts up from the pile of earth, muscles bulging. Tiu Kayat exclaims in shock that he has reached body tempering third layer. Looking at that solid body, Tiu Kayat thinks that body tempering third layer is the hardest stage that took him 3 months. Yet Duong Tran completes it in less than a day. He can only silently wipe his sweat. Just then Duong Tran's stomach growls loudly, breaking the quiet atmosphere. Duong Tran scratches his head awkwardly and says, "I am hungry." Understanding, Tiu Kayat turns to find food, telling Duong Tran to wait there. He dashes quickly into the deep forest. Before long, Tiu Kayat returns carrying a meal. But what he brings back is a giant bull. He says body tempering first layer should be enough for elder brother to eat. Unconscious bull is thrown heavily to the ground without mercy. Soon the scent of roasted meat spreads. A fragrant roasted bull appears. Duong Tran devours large chunks of meat voraciously. He pays no attention to Tiu Kayat's longing gaze as he watches without being able to eat. In the end, the demonic beast is reduced to a pile of white bones. Duong Tran rubs his belly, his expression still unsatisfied as he says, "Tiu Kayat, it seems I am still hungry." Duong Tran's expression gradually changes. His eyes reveal shock as he mutters, "This is troublesome." Tiu Kayat hurriedly runs over and asks what is wrong. Is there a problem with the martial soul? Duong Tran clutches his stomach, goosebumps rising all over, trembling as he whispers, "Martial soul." Immediately, a black and red aura bursts from his body like a tornado. Surroundings are torn apart, the aura growing stronger and stronger. When everything settles, the area around Duong Tran is completely bare. Grass and trees are burned to ashes. After the outburst, Duong Tran feels better, rubbing his stomach and saying, "I am no longer hungry." Tiu Kayat steps out from behind a rock and softly asks elder brother, "Are you all right?" Inwardly thankful he ran in time. Duong Tran flexes his muscles and smiles, saying, "It is nothing. I feel full of strength." That innocent face leaves Tiu Kayat speechless. Tiu Kayat excitedly praises, "Elder brother, you are amazing. Half a day and you advance 2 realms. Try a punch." Duong Tran clenches his fist and confidently replies, "All right." He walks toward a large tree nearby. Duong Tran lowers his stance, draws his arm back in preparation, takes a deep breath and shouts, "Tiger," subduing first fist. A punch strikes out, accompanied by the phantom of a majestic golden tiger. With a loud explosion, a huge hole is blasted through the trunk, the remaining wood charred and smoking. Looking through the large hole in the trunk, Duong Tran stands upright with imposing aura, dense spiritual energy, still burning like flames, clinging to the arm that threw the punch. Witnessing Duong Tran's new strength, Tiu Kayat is stunned, eyes wide as he exclaims, "Fire, this is fire attribute." Duong Tran withdraws his stance, closes his eyes and takes a deep breath, spiritual energy around him surging in waves. Suddenly from Duong Tran's chest, spiritual energy gathers into an orange bead emitting brilliant red light. Seeing that bead, Duong Tran is extremely shaken, realizing it is fire attribute true chi. Moreover, the fire seed of solar true flame, truly worthy of its name, seizing creation against the heavens. Before long, the sky turns from bright to dark. Tiu Kayat quietly approaches and says it is late, so they should return. Yet Duong Tran remains motionless. After a moment of thought, Duong Tran raises his head to look at Tiu Kayat and says, "Seriously, no. We will find a cave to rest temporarily and continue cultivating." Thus the two wander through the forest of Triuka Mountain. While walking, Duong Tran suddenly stops and turns aside, his strange expression making Tiu Kayat widen his eyes and ask, "Elder brother, what is wrong?" Duong Tran does not answer but rushes forward, using his hand to part the roadside bushes forcefully, revealing a natural waterfall behind. Duong Tran's gaze fixes on the waterfall, an indescribable expression slowly appearing on his face. His cheeks flush red, his mouth opens wide, his pupils shrink to the size of beans. Duong Tran's greedy gaze drops to the pool beneath the waterfall, where a long-haired, fair-skinned young woman with delicate features and alluring figure bathes without a single thread, her beauty even more enchanting in the night. The young woman is completely unaware she is being watched, still bathing carefree under the moonlight and the quiet scenery of Triuka Mountain. Duong Tran shamelessly widens his eyes to stare, drool trailing down. Tiu Kayat curiously steps closer and asks elder brother, what are you looking at? Following Duong Tran's gaze, Tiu Kayat is startled to see the silhouette of a bathing young woman. He nearly cries out, elder brother, this. Before he can finish, Duong Tran covers his mouth, his other hand signaling silence. But the action is quickly noticed. The young woman in the pool turns toward the sound, her eyes cold as she shouts who is there. Space falls silent, only the night wind rustling through leaves. She stands up vigilantly observing her surroundings. The two youths are terrified like children caught in wrongdoing, crouching on the ground afraid to move. Tiu Kayat trembling while Duong Tran is so tense his whole body stiffens. Unwilling to give up, Duong Tran still secretly parts a small gap in the bushes to observe, sweat beading on his forehead. This time the young woman has put on her blue clothes, holding a longsword ready for battle, angrily shouting whoever it is come out. She steps closer to the two hiding figures, the distance shrinking and filling them with extreme fear. Tiu Kayat holds his head low, sweat pouring like rain, Duong Tran even more frightened, eyes wide and body trembling like a kid. Just as they think they are about to be caught, the entire mountain suddenly shakes, fierce winds rising everywhere. The young woman stops at once and thinks it is the Earth Rampage bear. She quickly looks toward the distance as if sensing something. She turns and rushes away. The two youths escaping disaster breathe a sigh of relief. Tiu Kayat tiredly looks at Duong Tran and says the Earth Rampage bear has arrived, so they should run. But Duong Tran calmly replies he has never seen it before and wants to take a look. Tiu Kayat panics and tries to persuade him. An adult Earth Rampage bear usually reaches body tempering 8th layer. Even he cannot defeat it. It is very dangerous. Duong Tran pays no attention, excitedly running ahead and saying that young lady has gone there too. Tiu Kayat can only helplessly follow. Ahead stands a gigantic black bear as large as a small hill, red streaks stretching across its shoulders, each roar shaking heaven and earth. The ferocious bear swings its paw down, its eyes blood red and filled with killing intent. Strike makes the ground explode into a deep crater, rocks and dirt scattering everywhere. The young woman from earlier nimbly dodges the bear's fatal blow. Duong Tran and Tiu Kayat watch from afar. Duong Tran recognizes the bathing girl as Thien Lin Hai. Duong Tran turns to Tiu Kayat, who is watching the battle, and says go over and assist. Tiu Kayat solemnly explains that this Earth Rampage bear is not yet mature, only at body tempering 5th layer, and is already severely injured and near death. Hearing this, Duong Tran glances at the battlefield and nods in understanding. Battle between the Earth Rampage bear and Thien Lin Hai continues. Her movement technique is swift, as if splitting into clones, continuously attacking and leaving the bear covered in wounds. Beneath the bright moonlight, the beast lets out its final roar. It collapses to the ground, lying motionless beside Thien Lin Hai. After defeating her opponent, Thien Lin Hai turns to look at the two onlookers and says, "Are you two still not planning to show yourselves?" Only then do the two step out timidly. Duong Tran grins foolishly in greeting. Tiu Kayat follows behind and politely greets Lin Hai. Lin Hai frowns and asks, "Are you that trash?" She pauses, then corrects herself. "You are Duong Tran, right?" Duong Tran laughs heartily and replies, "It seems you still remember me." Lin Hai lowers her head slightly, her face flushing red as she shyly asks, "Was it you two at the lake just now?" Duong Tran feigns innocence and says he was merely passing by and heard the commotion so he came to look, even praising her fighting posture as beautiful, making Tiu Kayat beside him inwardly disdain that his elder brother is truly thick-skinned. Lin Hai looks at Duong Tran half believing and half doubtful. He then puts on a righteous expression and says she is the goddess in his heart. Lin Hai casts him a disdainful glance, lightning swirling around her body as she says goddess. I remember it was Vixen instead. Duong Tran is left speechless, only managing a vague murmur. Without giving him a chance to explain, Lin Hai turns to inspect the bear's corpse. After a few steps, she turns back to warn Duong Tran, "If I find out you lied to me, you are dead." With that, she walks straight into the dark forest. Duong Tran looks blankly at Tiu Kayat and asks what Vixen means. Tiu Kayat explains that 3 years ago Duong Tran once said Lin Hai would grow up to be a vixen. Only then does Duong Tran remember, regretting that she still recalls it. Tiu Kayat teases that if he marries her, father would be delighted. Hearing that, Duong Tran sighs and calls Tiu Kayat. Then he places his hands on his hips proudly and says at 15 he is already a heavenly Tao master. There are countless beauties in the world. Lin Hai is only a reserve. Such shameless words leave Tiu Kayat unwilling to respond. Time flies. In a blink, an entire month has passed with Duong Tran cultivating on the mountain. Duong Tran and Tiu Kayat finally return to the sect, astonishing an old woman and a nearby child. The two now look like beggars. Tiu Kayat retains some bearing. Duong Tran is tattered and miserable. Long journey leaves them exhausted. Duong Tran complains while walking that heaven-devouring scripture is good in every way, except it keeps burning his clothes. Tiu Kayat consoles him that reaching body-tempering 5th layer in half a month is already heaven-defying. Hearing that, Duong Tran smiles brightly and promises to back up Tiu Kayat in the future. Remembering that the inner courtyard grand exam rules are about to be announced, Tiu Kayat urges him to hurry. Duong Tran immediately drags him back to change clothes. The outer courtyard square, 8 stone pillars and a grand formation are ready, the crowd packed densely. Senior Sister Lai arrives early, leaning against a stone pillar reading a book, indifferent to the surroundings. Duong Tran and Tiu Kayat appear, Duong Tran's robe fluttering impressively. The crowd murmurs endlessly, praising and criticizing whether Duong Tran is a heavenly Tao master or trash. Mocking laughter rings out. Hearing those words, Duong Tran merely lowers his head and walks on silently. The aura around him turns cold. He already has his own plans in mind. Only when he sees Lai Kan Lam does Duong Tran flash a bright smile and call out loudly to Senior Sister. Duong Tran flatters Senior Sister Lai's beauty, making her snort coldly. Lai Kan Lam scolds and asks why Duong Tran has skipped classes for more than half a month. Duong Tran places his hands on his hips proudly and says he went to cultivate. The inner courtyard assessment cannot trouble a heavenly Tao master. Seeing his confidence, Senior Sister Lai only sighs and says fine before falling silent. Lai Kan Lam glances around to check if anyone is eavesdropping, her expression amused. After confirming it is safe, she leans close and softly asks Duong Tran, "Have you reached body tempering 2nd layer yet?" During this, Duong Tran lifts his chin proudly, his eyes gleaming as he slowly states clearly that he has completed bone tempering and now reached body tempering 5th layer. Such an absurd answer makes Senior Sister Lai so furious she nearly explodes, anger almost visible above her head. Lai Kan Lam grits her teeth and calls Duong Tran's name word by word. "I do not want to care about you anymore," Senior Sister Lai says angrily and leaves, leaving Duong Tran bewildered, not understanding what he said wrong. With questions filling his mind, Duong Tran turns to ask Tiu Kayat beside him why Senior Sister is so angry. Could it be she does not believe him? Imvo Kayat is also speechless, puffing his cheeks awkwardly and thinking that anyone would find it hard to believe, jumping from 1st layer to 5th layer in half a month. Who would dare believe it? The atmosphere of the assessment becomes extremely lively. The crucial moment finally arrives. All eyes focus ahead. Silver-haired figure suddenly appears midair, an extraordinary old man who announces the rules of this grand assessment. The inner courtyard exam is divided into 2 stages. The old man hovers in the air, intensifying the pressure. He continues that the first stage allows self-formed teams, 3 people per group entering Triu Ka Mountain to gather spiritual herbs or hunt spirit beasts by any means. His voice turns stern. The prerequisite is survival. If encountering danger, one may call for help. Instructors are stationed around the mountain, but calling for help means elimination. Time limit for this stage is 3 days. The team that gathers more resources scores higher. After 3 days, everyone returns here to assemble. I will announce the 2nd stage content. After hearing the rules, the crowd below raises their hands and cheers in excitement. Senior Sister Lai feels delighted, her face radiant as she walks to Duong Tran and Tiu Kayat, smiling that this rule suits him perfectly. As long as he teams with Vo Kayat and another expert, scoring high will be easy. Facing the proposal, Duong Tran firmly shakes his head in refusal, shocking Lai Kan Lam. He crosses his arms confidently and says he and Tiu Kayat alone can roam Triu Ka Mountain. No need for anyone else. These words anger Lai Kan Lam until her face flushes red. She turns sharply and shouts that he is truly hopeless, then leaves angrily. Tiu Kayat remains calm and softly says Senior Sister truly worries about him, implying Duong Tran should be gentler. Unexpectedly, Duong Tran replies coldly with sarcasm, saying what concern, she only cares about her reward. Soon after, all candidates move toward the foot of Triu Ka Mountain. Duong Tran and Tiu Kayat also arrive. Tiu Kayat asks whether they truly will not find another teammate. Duong Tran ponders and answers they will see the situation. If they meet someone strong enough, they will team up. Otherwise, it will only hinder others. Hearing that, Tiu Kayat nods in agreement, finding the reasoning sound. Suddenly, Tiu Kayat notices something in the distance and tells Duong Tran to look. That is Mo Tayat. Duong Tran glances over. From afar, Mo Tayat smiles beside a young master, the two talking and laughing intimately. Looking closely, the young master in green holding a white fan is Van Trin Min. Tiu Kayat observes and tells Duong Tran that man is the young master of Quang Nguyen Pharmacy, named Van Trin Min, an inner courtyard student of Bok Ho Pavilion. Seeing Mo Tayat makes Duong Tran's expression darken. The air around him grows heavy. He says coldly, ignore him. Whoever he teams with has nothing to do with me. Though he says so, Duong Tran's resentful gaze keeps drifting toward Van Trin Min. After being stared at for too long, Van Trin Min notices them and walks over. He mocks that is this not the #1 genius Kim Vo Kaya, completely ignoring Tiu Kaya. He steps closer and deliberately speaks loudly in provocation, with Mo Tayat beside him, then sneers at Duong Tran that teeming with trash like you will surely fail the assessment. At this point, Tiu Kayat can no longer endure it, his face cold with killing intent, as he replies that it has nothing to do with them. And Trin Min smiles strangely, his eyes flashing as he pretends goodwill, saying he is merely offering a reminder. After speaking, he drapes an arm over Mo Tayat and leaves, tossing back a fake wish of good luck. Duong Tran's mood worsens, his face so indifferent that Tiu Kayat wants to comfort him but refrains. Surrounding crowd adds fuel to the fire, saying even if Kim Vo Kayat is strong, teaming with Duong Tran means few will join. Lacking members and dragging trash, they will surely fail. As night falls over Triuka Mountain, all candidates scatter to hunt spiritual herbs and beasts. At this moment, Duong Tran faces a giant bear, dozens of times larger than him. It roars, creating shockwaves that sweep everything around. Yet Duong Tran stands still, only his robe fluttering in the strong wind. The enraged bear strikes down like thunder from above toward Duong Tran. Even so, he does not dodge, clenching his fist as spiritual power gathers into raging flames. Duong Tran leaps forward and punches straight into the bear's chest. In an instant, the spirit beast collapses motionless. After defeating it, Duong Tran dusts off his hands as if nothing happened, narrowing his eyes at Tiu Kayat and telling him to quickly collect the spoils. Tiu Kayat drags a large sack over while breathing heavily, saying his speed is even faster than mine. With one move, he killed the Earth Rampage bear. Praised, Duong Tran beams with joy, walking and chatting, as he proudly says to let elder brother handle everything in the future and heads to the next target. Before they go far, a group of candidates suddenly rush past excitedly, leaving the two brothers puzzled. Tiu Kayat guesses something has happened. Duong Tran eagerly pulls him along to take a look. Mid-air, a purple vortex suddenly appears accompanied by resounding thunder. The phenomenon instantly attracts numerous candidates gathering below, pointing and discussing. Someone recognizes it as a heaven and earth anomaly, each appearance signaling a divine miracle. Duong Tran's eyes shine brightly as he mutters, could a divine miracle truly be appearing? Afar in the starry night sky, two streaks of light rush over simultaneously. They are two examiners arriving to inspect the situation. One observes for a moment, then turns toward the candidates below. One in blue says this is not a divine miracle, but an electric vein triggering celestial phenomena. The one in green adds that this electric vein is special and may produce rare treasures. He orders everyone to disperse and continue the assessment because this phenomenon is dangerous. Carelessness may cost lives, making everyone leave reluctantly. Some curse in disappointment as they leave. Only Duong Tran remains staring at the phenomenon. Looking up at the anomaly, Duong Tran feels a grand idea stirring, wondering whether heaven-devouring scripture that comprehends all things could help him understand the mysteries of lightning. Thinking so, he slowly closes his eyes to sense the surrounding spiritual energy. Under intense focus, the spiritual power condenses into specks of light. Duong Tran's body emanates dark red spiritual energy like blood threads, slowly spreading to connect with the lightning above. Suddenly, a massive bolt of lightning strikes straight down onto Duong Tran, causing him to cry out in pain. Two examiners notice the abnormality, their expressions changing as they shout that this is bad. At this moment, Duong Tran stands motionless, his body charred black from the strike, lightning still coursing along his frame, smoke rising with the stench of burnt flesh. He collapses to his knees, bracing himself with both hands, his white eyes flickering with faint arcs of electricity. Within Duong Tran's chest, the lightning begins to gather, forming an increasingly distinct shape. Seeing this, Tiu Kayat panics and rushes over, calling elder brother repeatedly. Duong Tran already lying motionless on the ground. The two senior examiners finally teleport to Duong Tran's side. Tiu Kayat turns over Duong Tran's unconscious body, white smoke still rising. One senior grasps his wrist to check his pulse. The other remarks that the boy is truly unlucky to be struck by lightning. The one checking the pulse adds that fortunately his life is tough, and he still retains a breath. Stroking his white beard, he looks at Duong Tran in Tiu Kayat's arms and reassures him that the lad is not dead. Taking him to Elder Thien for treatment will suffice. After speaking, the senior lifts Duong Tran onto his back to lead. Tiu Kayat anxiously calls out saying that is his elder brother and begs to follow. Senior only glances at him and tells Tiu Kayat to return down the mountain with peace of mind. Nothing will happen. Kim Vo Kayat still refuses to leave, worry filling his eyes as he asks what about their assessment. Two seniors say no more, channeling their energy to fly into the sky, leaving only the words continue the assessment. He will wake tomorrow. The next morning, at a small house nestled among lush green hills, Duong Tran slowly opens his eyes, wounds still marking his face. He sits up groggily, his face weary as he wonders where this is, clearly remembering being struck by lightning. He places a hand on his chest. He is startled as small purple bolts of lightning shoot from it. Immediately he sits cross-legged to circulate his energy. Around him not only fire spiritual energy, but also thunder spiritual energy fills the air. A second beat appears, leaving him stunned as he wonders. Could this be heavenly thunder true chi? Duong Tran gapes with wide eyes in disbelief, inwardly marveling that heaven-devouring scripture must have absorbed all the heavenly lightning yesterday and transformed it into heavenly thunder true chi. Recalling the moment he was struck still sends a chill through Duong Tran. Yet immediately after he leaps onto the bed in excitement, shouting that this time he is truly invincible under heaven. After celebrating, Duong Tran suddenly realizes the place he is in is completely unfamiliar. He looks around and wonders where exactly this is. After some thought, Duong Tran decides to open the door and step outside to observe. Before him appears a simple wooden house and a spacious, tranquil courtyard. Looking another way, Duong Tran sees a young woman sitting and painting, her smooth white shoulders and long flowing hair making him momentarily dazed. Just as he intends to approach to view the painting, Duong Tran suddenly stops, eyes widening as the painting radiates brilliant golden spiritual energy. He thinks such strong fluctuations must mean a formation master. In Duong Tran's understanding, a formation master is a noble branch profession of heavenly Tao masters, highly revered. Across the heavenly master continent, every formation master is certainly a heavenly Tao master. Yet not every heavenly Tao master reaches the realm of formation master. The formation patterns carved by a formation master possess various powerful supportive effects, extremely useful in cultivation or battle, even able to merge into weapons and armor to enhance power. As he approaches closer, Duong Tran's eyes widen upon recognizing the young woman as Thien Lin Hai, a single question echoing in his mind, why is it her? At the same time, the girl seems to sense someone standing behind. Thien Lin Hai glances back over her shoulder. She smiles gently and says, "You have awakened." Beneath the clear sky and soft breeze, her exquisite beauty becomes even more striking. Duong Tran stammers, pointing at Thien Lin Hai suspiciously and asking Vixen, "Could it be you are a heavenly Tao master?" Question immediately irritates Thien Lin Hai. She frowns at Duong Tran and says word by word, "So what if I am?" While the two argue, a figure slowly approaches from afar. It is Thien Ba Quang. His long white hair and immortal bearing make him stand out. His jade-green eyes smile at Duong Tran as he gently asks whether he can sense the soul power fluctuations of the person beside him. Duong Tran does not conceal his ability, answering naturally that of course he can. Then he turns to the stone table where a household beast carving with formation diagram rests, placing his hand upon it and narrowing his eyes as he tells Thien Ba Quang that this formation pattern carries would attribute inclined to defense and heaviness. Seeing Duong Tran not only sense but deeply understand the formation pattern, Thien Ba Quang asks again in surprise, "You can sense it too?" Duong Tran nods helplessly and says yes. After confirming, Thien Ba Quang's lips curl into a gentle smile as he asks Duong Tran whether he wishes to learn the path of formations. Before he can finish, Duong Tran drops to his knees swiftly, the decisive action startling even Thien Ba Quang. For Thien Ba Quang, Duong Tran clasps his hands respectfully and loudly pays homage as master, then skillfully kowtows repeatedly according to proper rites. Thien Lin Hai beside them can no longer endure and leaps up pointing at Duong Tran, angrily telling her father that he is a scoundrel unworthy to be taken as disciple, while Duong Tran kneels smugly. Thien Ba Quang regains his composure, looks down at Duong Tran, and slowly says, "To be my disciple, you must remember one thing. Never be mediocre. Within 5 years, if you achieve nothing, you will be expelled." Duong Tran remains kneeling, hands clasped as he asks doubtfully what counts as achievement. Thien Ba Quang lifts his head to the blue sky and calmly utters 4 words that shock the listener, fame shaking the eastern lands. Those 4 words alone make Duong Tran's eyes widen in disbelief, inwardly shouting that this is no different from a joke. Within 5 years, his name must shake all eastern lands. Thinking of the vastness of the eastern lands, Duong Tran breaks into cold sweat. He has not even explored small Triu Ka City, while eastern lands is immense with Thien Nam district, only one of 108 districts. Seeing Duong Tran hesitate, Thien Ba Quang's face darkens as he narrows his eyes and asks, "Is there difficulty?" Duong Tran immediately smiles brightly and says none, inwardly thinking he will first learn formations then decide. 5 years is still long, so taking a gamble is fine. Thien Lin Hai knows she cannot interfere, and can only watch Duong Tran formally become her father's disciple. After accepting him, Thien Ba Kwong pulls Duong Tran up smiling that he will temporarily remain at Chiu Ka Martial Academy. How much he learns depends on fate, making Duong Tran overjoyed. Duong Tran clasps his hands and bows in reply. Thien Ba Kwong laughs and says no need for excessive courtesy in the future. Sincerity is enough, reminding him he is still in the inner courtyard assessment and should finish it first. After speaking, he turns to his daughter with an innocent look, ordering Thien Lin Hai to send Duong Tran away, making her extremely displeased. Though unhappy, Thien Lin Hai still leads Duong Tran away. At the door, Duong Tran turns back, teasing that he never expected her to be a heavenly Tao master hidden so well, making her coldly reply that it has nothing to do with him. Duong Tran shamelessly continues asking whether her cultivation has reached body tempering 6th layer. Thien Lin Hai irritably answers the same phrase, that it has nothing to do with him. Duong Tran even flatters that her hair bun looks prettier. Before he can finish, the wooden door slams shut with an angry shout from inside that it has nothing to do with him. Returning to the assessment at Triu Ka Mountain Range, it is now the morning of the 2nd day. A spirit wolf with blazing red eyes and sharp fangs growls fiercely. Tiu Kayat stands opposite, eyes intensely focused without a single opening. After a roar, the wolf lunges at Tiu Kayat. The sword in his hand flashes as Tiu Kayat swings, forming a perfect sword arc that sends the wolf flying. Duong Tran returns just in time to witness this and applauds, praising that Tiu Kayat's swordsmanship grows ever more refined. Seeing Duong Tran, Tiu Kayat immediately sheathes his sword and runs over asking if elder brother is all right. Duong Tran points a thumb at himself and laughs proudly, saying, "How could a mere bolt of heavenly lightning kill me?" Tiu Kayat smiles, saying he knew elder brother would be fine, and suggests continuing the hunt. The two resume completing the assessment around Triu Ka Mountain. Finally, the 3-day assessment ends. All candidates return to the original hall to submit spoils. And Trin Min and Mo Tiat come again to provoke. He mocks, asking whether in the end no one teamed with them, and receives only disdainful looks. Duong Tran does not bother, turning his head coldly, saying just wait and see. And Trin Min laughs mockingly, calling Duong Tran trash, saying killing a few spirit beasts makes him arrogant. Mo Tiat covers her mouth and laughs, darkening Duong Tran's expression. From above, the senior examiner appears loudly ordering teams to submit their spoils. He declares that any team collecting at least 3 spiritual herbs or killing 3 spirit beasts will pass preliminaries. The greater the number, the richer the reward. Hearing this, Van Trin Min lifts his chin, ordering go, an arm around Mo Tiat's waist. Behind him, a burly subordinate carrying a sack replies, "Yes, boss." The group steps forward before the examiner and kneels, opening the sack to display their spoils. After inspection, the examiner loudly announces that the team of Van Trin Min, Mo Tiat, and Tran Tiu killed 7 spirit beasts, obtained 1 spiritual herb, and passed. And Trin Min smugly glances sideways at Duong Tran, asking how about that trash. Mo Tiat lifts her chin arrogantly. Duong Tran is not angered but yawns lazily, calling Tiu Kayat to present theirs. Tiu Kayat immediately turns to fetch it. Van Trin Min sneers, waiting to see them embarrassed. From behind the stone pillar, Tiu Kayat struggles to drag out an enormous sack, stunning everyone present. Mo Tiat, Van Trin Min, and the surrounding candidates all stare wide-eyed, minds filled with questions. Someone blurts out how many spirit beasts and herbs could such a large sack contain. Another suspects it is fake. Though their faces darken, Van Trin Min and Mo Tiat still refuse to believe. He snorts coldly, saying it is mere show. Tiu Kayat exerts all his strength, placing the sack in the center, a heavy thud sounding with dust rising. The senior examiner sweats slightly, pointing and ordering the sack to be opened. Tiu Kayat immediately opens it without delay. The sight inside shocks all candidates, each crying out as if struck by lightning. And Trin Min reacts most violently, his face pale as he shouts, "How is this possible? A mountain of spirit beasts and rare spiritual herbs lies clearly before everyone." Even the examiner, seeing this for the first time, is flustered, turning to ask his colleague to verify again. The assigned person steps forward carefully, counting each spirit beast and herb. Duong Tran crosses his arms with a delighted smirk, while Van Trin Min keeps muttering in disbelief. After verification, the examiner loudly announces that the team of Duong Tran and Kim Vo Kayat killed 90 spirit beasts, obtained 5 spiritual herbs, and officially passed. During the result, Van Trin Min grits his teeth in hatred, wondering how they could kill 90 spirit beasts in 3 days. The examiner waves for Duong Tran's team to step back while praising them and hoping they perform well in the next round. The two leave proudly, Duong Tran smiling as he asks Tiu Kayat what reward the academy will give for such huge spoils. Tiu Kayat calmly replies he does not know, but fortunately elder brother kept a few herbs. From afar, senior sister, Lai rushes over asking Duong Tran in disbelief how they killed so many spirit beasts. Duong Tran again becomes arrogant, crossing his arms saying, "Senior sister, I told you I am a great heavenly Tao master with unfathomable strength." Icon Lam does not believe at all, thinking Duong Tran weak, and that it was all Kim Vo Kiat's credit. The criticism leaves Duong Tran stunned, while Tiu Kiat can only smile bitterly without explaining. Lycon Lam places a hand on Duong Tran's shoulder, kindly saying passing the first round is already good. The next round cannot form teams, so he must strive alone. Duong Tran raises his thumb, confidently replying to senior sister Lai that she can rest assured. Everything is under control. Icon Lam leaves while smiling and humming. Before disappearing, she turns to tease Duong Tran that more than half of those 90 kills were handled by him. Duong Tran does not bother, letting out a soft breath and patting Vo Kiat's shoulder, calmly saying these trivial matters can be ignored. Focus on finishing the next assessment. A sudden thought flashes through Vo Kiat's mind, and he becomes excited, clenching his fist with a sly grin as he says, "Elder brother, in the next round just unleash your full strength and open their eyes." Catching sight of Motiat's familiar figure in the distance, Duong Tran's expression darkens and his gaze turns cold. He replies lightly to Tiu Kiat, "That suits me well." From above, the examiner announces that the first round has ended. Those who passed must return tomorrow for the second round. Family members may attend to watch. Everyone is expected to perform well. After hearing the announcement, Tiu Kiat turns to Duong Tran, who stands absent-minded and curiously asks, "Elder brother, do you think father will come to watch this time?" Duong Tran rests his hands behind his head and sighs, replying in a weary tone, "With his temperament, it is hard to say." Tiu Kiat looks equally dejected, brows drooping as he gazes at the sky and laments how good it would be if father came. The two brothers sigh together. Duong Tran waves his hand, saying, "Stop dreaming. Grandfather will not come either. Have you ever seen him step out the door?" Hearing that, Tiu Kiat laughs to comfort himself and says, "Elder brother, as long as we pass the inner courtyard assessment, father will surely be happy." Duong Tran closes his eyes briefly in thought and replies yes. Once inside the inner courtyard, he can access techniques and martial skills. Yet inwardly he calculates that he already has primordial demonic dragon art, but lacks martial skills. He must find a suitable one there. Next morning, when the inner courtyard assessment officially begins, the arena is already crowded early. The area for family members is just as noisy and lively. Tiu Kiat suddenly widens his eyes and points, saying, "Elder brother, look, father has arrived." Duong Tran immediately looks over. On the stands, Duong Chin Engip stands like a mountain, muscular with a rough butcher-like appearance, his masculine aura overwhelming even his sons. The two brothers immediately use lightness skill to rush before Duong Chin Engip and respectfully call father. Seeing them so flustered, Duong Chin Engip becomes angry and scolds loudly that they are still rash as ever. "Listen carefully. If you fail to enter the inner courtyard this time, I will sever ties." His booming voice heard by all. The two brothers are both frightened and embarrassed, especially as their father misuses an idiom in public. Duong Tran inwardly thinks this is humiliating. That idiom is not used that way. Tiu Kiat steps forward and bows respectfully to Duong Chin Engip. Duong Chin Engip crosses his arms and laughs proudly, saying, "Tiu Kiat brings honor to me. I heard you have reached body tempering 6th layer and dominate the outer courtyard. Good, I like it." Hearing this, Tiu Kiat turns pale and thinks, where did father hear such nonsense? When did he dominate the outer courtyard? Duong Chin Engip's joy suddenly pauses. He snorts and mutters, "All right." Turns to Duong Tran, gripping the railing and shouting, "Why did you offend Tiu Kiat? She is the daughter-in-law I have chosen." His words shock the brothers. Those words fluster Duong Tran, who instinctively glances toward Mo Kiat nearby. On the stands, Vu Kim hears his daughter mentioned and angrily points at Duong Chin Engip, shouting, "When did my daughter become your daughter-in-law?" This moment, both Duong Tran and Mo Kiat are placed in an awkward situation. The two are caught between advancing and retreating, unsure how to explain. Murmurs fill the stands. Some say Duong Tran stayed at body tempering 1st layer for 3 years yet dreams of Vu Mo Kiat. Others argue her martial talent is high, and she has reached body tempering 3rd layer. She will surely enter the inner courtyard. Duong Tran stands silently listening to the accusations. Some mock that rumors say he awakened a martial soul, but who knows if true. Others laugh that even with a martial soul, he is still trash after 3 years. Duong Chin Engip hears everything clearly. Some whisper that heavenly Tao cultivation is easy, that Duong Tran is probably just good at deception. Unable to bear it, Duong Chin Engip roars for them to get lost and prepare for the exam, outwardly scolding his sons but actually driving away the gossipers. Watching his sons leave, Duong Chin Engip wonders why Duong Tran is still at body tempering 1st layer. He placed all hopes on him, and now sees him distant from Tiu Tai. What happened? It is time for the assessment. The examiner stands on a high stone platform and reads that today is the official entrance test consisting of 3 rounds. Those who pass will enter the inner courtyard. Tiu Kayat sighs, saying they worked hard for first place only to find it was just a preliminary test. Duong Tran smiles, faintly saying it does not matter. Just continue taking first place. The examiner continues that the academy will tally total results and select the top 10 for rewards. First place will receive a potential dragon pill. All students' eyes light up, and they shout potential dragon pill. Legend says the potential dragon pill is golden with a coiling dragon shape, refined by a grand alchemist from sub-dragon inner core. Its tyrannical medicinal power tempers the body, increases strength, and may even break through body tempering. On the stands, people marvel at the generosity of the inner courtyard. Duong Chin Engip wipes sweat, saying they are truly lavish. The examiner gestures for silence and says besides the potential dragon pill for first place, second and third will receive consolidating origin pill. Ranks 4 to 10 will share 10 minor spirit pills. Hearing consolidating origin pill, Duong Tran becomes interested. His eyes gleam as he calculates that at body tempering 5th layer he needs time to reach 6th, but with this pill it will differ. Thinking so, Duong Tran grows more determined, clenching his fists and vowing to obtain the consolidating origin pill. Suddenly the scene becomes restless. Candidates gather toward one direction. Someone shouts, "Look, Thien Lin Hai has arrived." Duong Tran nearby is startled. Indeed, Thien Lin Hai appears, her beauty drawing all gazes. Behind her follows a tall, slender man, Quan Min Hao, recognized as 2 top outer courtyard geniuses. Whispers continue. Some say even Kim Vo Kayat is slightly inferior to them. Truly a talented pair. Min Hao grows more proud while Thien Lin Hai calmly scans the crowd as if searching. Men around whisper that Quan Min Hao only has talent and does not match Thien Lin Hai, who is beautiful and strong. Others nod in agreement. Thien Lin Hai suddenly walks toward Duong Tran, startling him and making him a thorn in the eyes of many men. The devouring gazes make Duong Tran shiver. He greets Lin Hai with a smile, saying, "Vixen, half a day apart, and you miss me as if 3 autumns passed." Being called that, Thien Lin Hai is not angry but smiles charmingly, covering her mouth and saying, "You are truly shameless." Behind her, Min Hao angrily rushes forward, shouting at Duong Tran to get away from Lin Hai, surprising both. As if an evil idea arises, Duong Tran reveals a wicked smile, steps forward and wraps an arm around Thien Lin Hai's shoulder, boldly saying, "We are mutually in love. What does it have to do with you?" Making Min Hao turn pale with rage. Onlookers gather instantly, whispering that Min Hao admires Thien Lin Hai but is always rejected. This will be interesting. Others question why she stands with Duong Tran, each word driving Min Hao mad. Before conflict erupts, the examiner announces the first round is strength testing. Use full power to strike the force pillar. Each glow equals 100 jin. Reach the required level to pass. Quan Min Hao sneers and provocatively raises his little finger at Duong Tran, saying at least 1,000 jin counts. "I think you can barely reach 100. Better withdraw to avoid humiliation." Duong Tran sticks out his tongue and makes a face, laughing that it has nothing to do with you. This young master will go if he wishes. After speaking, he pulls down his eyelids and sticks out his tongue, making Min Hao grind his teeth, saying, "You are hopeless." Above, the examiner declares the assessment officially begins. Candidates line up to test strength, most striking around 450 jin, failing and leaving dejected. Thien Lin Hai and Duong Tran calmly wait. Those behind pray or complain. Some say the first round is already hard. Others reply the inner courtyard is never easy. Entering changes fate. A few candidates barely pass after 3 strikes and jump in joy. Duong Tran thinks 500 jin is not hard for the first round, but the next 2 will be difficult. The inner courtyard is indeed not easy. The examiner announces 1,100 jin valid. Before the pillar stands a tall youth in red robes. This is Tudu Bin of the Tudu family, born with divine strength and cultivating great strength tendon art. Reaching 1,000 jin is common. Some say the Tudu family is the richest in Triu Ka, and he has endless pills. From afar, Duong Tran leans toward Thien Lin Hai with a teasing tone. Says, "Vixen, listen. Tudu been soaked in medicinal baths for 3 years, yet barely exceeds 1,000 jin, truly wasting great strength tendon art." Hearing this, Thien Lin Hai pushes his hand off her shoulder and smiles, saying, "Really? I only smell jealousy. If you have ability later, strike over 1,000 jin for me to see." Duong Tran places his hands on his hips with a sly face, saying, "Do not believe. Then let us wager." Thien Lin Hai casts a charming glance, revealing her white shoulder, and smiles like a fox, saying, "If you fail to strike over 1,000 jin, strip and run a lap around Triu Ka City. Dare you?" Huge condition makes Duong Tran sweat and stammer. Seeing this, Thien Lin Hai grows more provocative. Duong Tran feigns innocence, asking what if I win, inwardly laughing at the opportunity. Lin Hai believes she is certain to win, and snorts, asking if you win, what do you want? Idea flashes. Duong Tran smiles brightly, saying if I win you must kiss me once. Seeing his confident, wicked smile, Lin Hai feels uneasy, wondering why he seems so confident. She reassures herself he is only bluffing. Finally, Lin Hai nods and agrees. It is Min Hao's turn. One of the two outer courtyard geniuses, all eyes focus on him. Seeing his confidence, people whisper that if he uses mountain-crushing palm, he might reach 1,500 jin. Min Hao places his fist on the pillar and begins channeling energy. Whispers grow louder. 1,500 jin, unbelievable. Spiritual energy gradually radiates from Min Hao's mouth, becoming denser with time. The onlookers widen their eyes in shock. Someone gasps and shouts that Quan Min Hao has reached body-tempering 6th layer. Duong Tran watches from afar, his expression serious yet inwardly assessing that this man indeed has some strength. Quan Min Hao draws his fist back for momentum, takes a deep breath, spiritual energy around him so dense it nearly covers half his body. He unleashes mountain-crushing palm directly at the pillar. A mountain phantom appears behind him. Sparks burst at impact and shockwaves scatter dust. Flames fade and the pillar cools. The result slowly appears. The examiner cannot believe his eyes and adjusts his glasses. The crowd stands stunned with mouths agape. The result is 1550 jin. After displaying overwhelming power, Min Hao dusts his hands and sneers coldly at Duong Tran, asking if he sees the gap. Unfortunately, Duong Tran ignores him, turning innocently to Lin Hai, saying, Vixen, see if that fool is provoking you. Later, remember to deal with him, making Min Hao nearly explode with rage. The examiner then calls Kim Vo Kayat, one of the 3 top outer courtyard talents. Tiu Kayat calmly steps onto the testing ground. Passing Duong Tran, Tiu Kayat whispers whether to use full strength. Duong Tran smiles confidently, saying, strike with all your power and let them witness your strength. Standing before the pillar, Vo Kayat pauses briefly. He begins channeling energy, waves of spiritual power swirling like a storm. The crowd gasps again. Someone shouts that Kim Vo Kayat is already at the peak of body-tempering 6th layer. Even Min Hao sweats, thinking he improved too fast. Like a silver flash, Tiu Kayat charges and punches, his sharp eyes unwavering. Deep boom sounds as his fist hits the pillar. Golden light bursts brilliantly from the pillar, too bright to look at. The arena falls into eerie silence, all eyes fixed on the pillar, some rubbing their eyes wondering if it malfunctioned. Number 2050 Jin appears clearly on the pillar, below showing valid. Beneath his fluttering white robe, Kim Vo Kayat looks like an immortal descending, extraordinary in bearing. Faced with that astonishing achievement, the crowd buzzed with discussion. Some claimed Kim Vo Kayat was even stronger than Quan Min Hao. Others said Min Hao had already been surpassed. These words reached Min Hao's ears and made him furious, yet he could only swallow his anger. On the stands, the father of he and Tiu Kayat beamed with pride, standing tall as he pointed and laughed loudly, boasting that was my son, stirring endless envy from those beside him. Vu Kim looked at the scene with disdain, secretly cursing that this achievement had nothing to do with that man. It was all thanks to the old master's guidance. Down on the field, he wore the same smug expression as his father, smiling until his eyes nearly disappeared. Not stopping there, he turned to the crowd, raised both hands to the sky and shouted for them to cheer, declaring that was your king. In others' eyes, he looked no different from a mad troublemaker. Lin Hai, standing beside him, shot him a look of disgust and said, what does this have to do with you? But he continued cheering excitedly without pause. Hearing that, he placed a hand over his chest, his face full of pride as he said, Fox Spirit, do you not know that Tiu Kayat has today because of the efforts of an elder brother like me? Those shameless words were too much for Lin Hai. She merely snorted coldly and turned her face away, unwilling to listen further. While the two bickered, the people around them continued discussing. A young man remarked that of the 3 outer court experts, 2 had already finished. Only Lin Hai remained. Not keeping everyone waiting, it was now Lin Hai Jia Sun Thai's turn. Her peerless beauty and soaring aura made nearly every man present unable to look away. He stepped forward from behind and placed a hand on Lin Hai's shoulder, teasing that Fox Spirit, it seems it is your turn. That intimate gesture made the surrounding men glare at he with reddened eyes. Lin Hai stepped before the strength-measuring pillar, each footstep leaving a thin layer of frost over the ground. Blue spiritual energy poured from her body, gathering around her like twisting azure flames. Closer she moved to the pillar, the stronger Lin Hai's presence became. The entire audience held its breath to see how the outer court genius would perform. She calmly threw a straight punch at the pillar. It looked gentle, yet the impact exploded loudly. Blue shockwaves surged outward in all directions. Lin Hai withdrew her hand and stepped back several paces to await the result. The examiner looked up and loudly announced, 1450 Jin. qualified and passed. As soon as the result was declared, the men who admired Lin Hai felt both regret and anger. Some shouted that it was lower than Quan Min Hao. My goddess should be first. Hearing that, he folded his arms and pouted, saying, what do you know? Inwardly, he thought Lin Hai was not strong in raw power. Cultivation was her advantage. If she reached the 6th level, her punch would surpass Min Hao. As soon as Thien Lin Hai left the field, the examiner called his name. He happily whistled and skipped forward. His confidence made Thien Lin Hai uneasy. She could not understand how he could remain so calm. Her anxiety grew stronger. Her expression turned increasingly unpleasant. She could not help thinking, could it be that this fellow truly wanted her to kiss him? Yet she shook her head to dispel the thought, consoling herself that it was impossible. He would certainly fail. Standing before the strength-measuring pillar, he did not strike immediately. Instead, he performed a series of strange motions, rolling his shoulders, swaying his hips, stretching his legs to warm up. That baffling behavior made those who had looked down on him burst into laughter. Some pointed and laughed at what he was doing. Before the laughter faded, a change occurred around him. Streams of spiritual energy gathered from all directions and slowly enveloped his body. Those who had just mocked him immediately turned pale, eyes wide in shock. Someone stammered, what is happening? Only those at bone tempering and above can mobilize spiritual energy throughout the body. Van Trin Min, who already disliked, he grew even more irritated, gripping his fan tightly and gritting his teeth as he said, what exactly is going on? Was he not only at the 1st level of body tempering? Vu Mo Tiat beside him was equally stunned. Lin Hai's brows shot up in anger, heat rising within her as she cursed inwardly that this scoundrel truly deceived her. Now it was too late to regret. Quan Min Hao stood frozen, sweat pouring down like rain. He could not believe he was at the 5th level of body tempering. Min Hao shut his eyes to calm himself, though his expression betrayed him. He thought that even at the 5th level he was still inferior to him. Surely it was drug stimulation. The power of his punch would be nothing but a joke. On the platform, his eyes brimmed with confidence in victory. He smiled and unleashed a full-force punch. His fist carried the ferocious phantom of a golden tiger as it slammed into the pillar. The ground trembled, dust filled the arena. Only blazing fire attribute spiritual energy shone brightly. Light on the strength-measuring pillar surged continuously, the number climbing without any sign of stopping. The entire venue was stunned. The examiner stammered as he announced 1750 Jin, qualified and passed. Van Trin Min's face darkened like charcoal, clenching his fists as he said, strength alone means nothing. In real combat you may not defeat me. Vu Mo Tiat beside him widened her eyes and whispered he. Seeing the result, he excitedly turned to Thien Lin Hai, pointing at the pillar and loudly calling for her to look. But the spot where Lin Hai had stood was already empty. She had fled so quickly that even he was stunned. He asked blankly, where did she go? Realizing Lin Hai had run away after losing the bet, he did not rush to chase her. He simply smiled smugly and said, you may escape the 1st day, but not the 15th. By then, Thien Lin Hai had run far away, dashing through the forest while angrily cursing he as a fraud. She swore she would never kiss him. He walked toward Kim Vo Kiat with a radiant and proud expression. Those who had once scorned him still stood in shock, mouths agape as they watched him. Senior Sister Lai, who had watched from beginning to end, was also astonished. Yet suspicion lingered in her eyes as she murmured that half a month ago, he was only at the 1st level of body tempering. How could he now be at the 5th? Stroking her chin, Senior Sister Lai carefully observed he, thinking to herself that this person was indeed extraordinary. After everyone completed the strength test, those who met the standard were called together to hear the announcement. The examiner declared the 1st round ended. Those qualified would participate in the 2nd round tomorrow morning. The candidates departed one after another, each returning home to prepare for the next day. That afternoon, at the residence of the 2 brothers He and Kim Vo Kiat. Once they returned, and no prying eyes remained, Tiu Kiat leapt onto the bed and rolled around comfortably before asking his elder brother what the 2nd round would test tomorrow. He sat down on a chair, eyes resolute as he clenched his fist and said he was not certain, but by usual practice it would likely be combat assessment. If it came to fighting, then be honest. If you see someone displeasing, then fight properly. Tiu Kiat sat up straight, looking at He with doubt as he asked whether tomorrow she would come to watch. He fell silent for a long time. He let out a familiar sigh, his face gloomy as he answered yes. At the same time, in a luxurious tavern within Chiuka City, Quan Min Hao's father Quan Tu was drinking with his son and meeting an acquaintance. He smiled and said, Senior brother Nguyen, it has been long since we met. I did not expect your cultivation to reach such heights. Sitting opposite was an old man with a face full of fierce scars. As he drained his cup and listened, according to Quan Tu, he was Nguyen Man, Pavilion Master of White Tiger, one of the 4 great Pavilion Masters of the inner court of Chiu Ka Martial Academy. Nguyen Man closed his eyes and sipped his wine, slowly saying, time passes quickly. It feels like only yesterday we cultivated together in the inner court. Quan Tu laughed heartily and said, "Senior brother Nguyen, when Min Hao enters the inner court in the future, I hope you will look after him." Slightly drunk, Nguyen Man's face flushed red as he laughed and replied, "Junior brother, rest assured. With Min Hao's talent, there is no need to worry." Before he could finish speaking, Quan Tu called for Min Hao to quickly pay respects to his master. Min Hao reacted in shock. He immediately knelt down, his knees striking the floor heavily, clasping his hands respectfully toward Nguyen Man as he loudly declared, "Min Hao pays respects to master." Min Hao repeatedly kowtowed, continuously proclaiming his name, greatly pleasing Nguyen Man, who reached out to help him up. Min Hao stood to the side serving wine. Quan Tu turned to Nguyen Man and probed that he heard he would be an examiner in the third round this time. Min Hao hesitated beside them. Nguyen Man immediately understood Quan Tu's implication. He raised his cup and drained it before smiling and saying, "Junior brother, rest assured. With Min Hao's outstanding outer court talent, the first place of this examination will surely be his." Naturally, the hidden dragon pill will also hardly escape Min Hao's grasp. Early the next morning, the second round assessment was about to begin. The atmosphere had been lively since dawn. Father of He and Vo Kiat could not restrain himself from repeatedly patting his two sons. The gesture meant encouragement, but was a bit heavy-handed, laughing as he struck their shoulders, and said they had brought him great honor. Duong Chin Engi proudly raised a finger and announced that the old master had instructed that after the exam they could return home for a few days. He must miss the two of them greatly. During they could go home, Tiu Kiat's eyes lit up as he cheered in delight that it was wonderful. By contrast, he standing beside him felt somewhat uneasy, a trace of worry flickering across his face as he shivered slightly. Duong Chin Engi sternly conveyed the old master's words that at any time they must keep a trump card in reserve. He and Tiu Kiat listened attentively and memorized every instruction. The senior examiner appeared, began gathering everyone, and announced that the second round of the inner court assessment officially began. Its content was testing the heart. Hearing the words "testing the heart," the candidates below immediately became restless and confused, each looking around without understanding what it meant. The senior examiner leisurely raised his hand high. Not far from his palm, a golden ring of light appeared. Continued channeling energy. The light from that ring grew ever more brilliant. From the ring suddenly descended a vertical pillar of light, spreading into a cone that covered the ground. Sight left the nearby candidates stunned in amazement. The examiner continued, "All students enter the heart tempering array one by one. Remember to hold fast to your true heart. Pass 5 trials and you are considered qualified." His narrowed eyes warned that the difficulty was not small. Candidates quickly entered the heart tempering array. He and Tiu Kiat also stepped inside one after another. Upon entering the array, he was transported to a strange forest, leaving him momentarily stunned and unsure what had happened. As he turned his head to observe his surroundings, countless bizarre sounds suddenly echoed from all directions. Before he appeared a horde of ferocious spirit beasts charging forward. Lions, giant bears, pythons, honey badgers, their momentum terrifying. He calmly realized it was all an illusion. He closed his eyes and circulated his technique, leisurely shouting that it was merely a mirage, disperse at once. As expected, the herd of spirit beasts instantly shattered into fragments of phantom light. Voice rang out from the void announcing the first trial passed. He stood in midair with a smug smile and said it was only a small matter. Second trial was a chaotic battlefield of weapons, yet he swiftly dispelled it as well and passed smoothly. The third trial targeted greed for wealth. Jewels and gold piled up before him. He did not even spare them a glance, strolling with hands behind his head straight into the fourth trial. Opening the door before him, he muttered in boredom that the difficulty was only this, then stepped directly into the glow behind it. Suddenly he froze, his face flushed red, eyes wide in shock, his whole body trembling without any cold. For him was the trial of desire. Lai Khan Lam and Thien Lin Hai stood waiting. Teasing words echoed, yet he heard nothing. His gaze locked onto their scantily clad figures and seductive stances. Outside, everyone focused intently on the purple glow to follow the progress of the assessment. At the entrance of the heart-tempering array, every few minutes several candidates were expelled. They fell from above to the ground in unconscious states. Each time someone fell out, the examiner calmly declared them unqualified. The heart-testing round also drew the pavilion masters of the inner court Azure Dragon Pavilion and Thien Ba Kwong to observe. The Azure Dragon Pavilion Master looked at he with satisfaction and praised to Thien Ba Kwong that this disciple's martial heart was extremely steadfast. Thien Ba Kwong modestly shook his head and replied that he was still immature, a good seedling but needing polish. It was too early to speak of his future. Meanwhile, the other candidates still struggled in the trials. Quan Min Hao was still battling spirit beasts in the first trial. Not realizing it was an illusion, Thien Ba Quang lamented that without a firm martial heart, high cultivation was useless. Those words inadvertently suited Thien Lin Hai, who at this moment was engrossed in admiring herself in a golden mirror found among the treasures of the third trial. Hearing that, the Azure Dragon Pavilion Master greatly admired him and turned to praise that the senior's insight was truly profound. After chatting for a while, the two continued observing the assessment progress. Seeing that Kim Vo Kiat and Quan Min Hao had passed the third trial, only he seemed to encounter trouble. Within the illusion, his mind spun, his face burning red, saliva dribbling as his whole body felt engulfed in flames. The phantom of Lai Kan Lam appeared provocatively, seductive as she pressed close, her reddened eyes calling he to practice swordplay, making it hard for him to remain calm. Struggling to preserve the last shred of reason, he turned his face away and shouted, "No, you are fake." The illusion grew bolder. Lai Kan Lam pressed close, caressing his face and whispering about dual cultivation, causing his mind to waver violently. His entire body seemed ablaze, his pupils darting wildly as he stammered and thought that this time he was truly finished. The scene shifted into a warm pink bed. Lai Kan Lam pulled Duong Tran down onto it, leaving him flustered and unsure how to resist. Lai Kan Lam winked seductively like a fox spirit, mist swirling as her red garments gradually dissolved. She drew Duong Tran closer by the collar to kiss him, his eyes now filled only with infatuation, reason completely gone. At that very moment, pain surged up from his dantian. The two pills within his body erupted with power and pulled Duong Tran back to his senses just in time. Opening his eyes, Duong Tran turned pale, cold sweat pouring down as he realized everything had been an illusion. He swung his hand and seized the face of Lai Kan Lam's phantom. Though a trace of regret lingered, Duong Tran still circulated his energy decisively and shouted that she was fake before shattering the phantom. Just as he sat down and let out a breath of relief, the next trial immediately descended. Thien Lin Hai in a short bodice pressed close, holding his hand and speaking softly that Tran Ka, you lost the bet. Today you may do whatever you wish. A violent shock exploded within Duong Tran's mind, making him widen his eyes. Duong Tran could not help gripping Thien Lin Hai's hand tightly, his face flushed red and his eyes filled with desire. Outside, Thien Ba Quang's expression turned extremely grim, killing intent clearly revealed in his eyes. The Azure Dragon Pavilion Master hurriedly tried to smooth things over, saying that young blood ran hot and being bewitched by beauty was normal. Yet Thien Ba Quang's face remained unpleasant. Within the illusion, Duong Tran's lips were only an inch away from Thien Lin Hai's. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, as if realizing something. Duong Tran forcefully pushed Thien Lin Hai back, stepping away himself as he shouted for her to wait. Phantom of Thien Lin Hai shed aggrieved tears like a fragile white lotus, and asked whether Tran Ka did not like her. Without hesitation, Duong Tran circulated his energy and formed a seal at his dantian, executing the heaven-reaching scripture. Surging green spiritual power enveloped him. The phantom of Thien Lin Hai began to crack, and it completely shattered into fragments of void. A voice announced the fourth trial passed. Duong Tran spread his arms and exhaled heavily in exhaustion. Quan Min Hao had also just opened the door of the fourth trial and stepped inside. Within stood Thien Lin Hai and two other women dressed as dancers, moving gracefully. Min Hao revealed a wicked smile and tugged his collar aside as if already prepared. He shouted and unleashed a move. From his chest, a golden orb was revealed that shattered all the phantoms. The announcement sounded that the fourth trial was passed. Min Hao tucked the orb back into his clothes and smiled to himself that the formation pattern given by his master was indeed formidable. First place would surely be his. On the other side, Duong Tran stood before a stone bridge. Beneath it, waters filled with white bones made him shudder. Skeletons rose up, skulls flying from all directions toward Duong Tran. His already foul mood worsened. Duong Tran roared that even the fox spirit and senior sister could not shake him. "You are mere trash." His spiritual power erupted and swept everything away. The phantoms instantly vanished. Duong Tran strode forward proudly as the announcement of the fifth trial passed echoed. Outside, Thien Ba Quang saw that display and was extremely satisfied, smiling with pride. The Azure Dragon Pavilion Master also smiled and praised that Duong Tran's martial heart was rare even within the inner core. Thien Ba Quang calmly replied that this was only a basic heart tempering array. Passing the intermediate level would be worth mentioning. Hearing that, the Azure Dragon Pavilion Master broke into a cold sweat and forced a smile in agreement, inwardly lamenting that the intermediate heart-tempering array was so terrifying that even he would struggle to pass it. After passing the fifth trial, Duong Tran was brought to the array core. Above his head appeared a green formation engraved with a dragon. He observed intently and wondered whether this was a formation tool restraining the heart-tempering array. Thought flashed through his mind. Duong Tran sat cross-legged to cultivate, telling himself to see whether he could comprehend the heart-tempering array. Thien Ba Quang observed from beginning to end, and could only sigh in admiration. This boy truly had bold courage, not yet grasping basic formation patterns, yet already seeking to uncover the mysteries of the heart-tempering array. Within the array core, more and more formation rings appeared above Duong Tran, their intricate vastness leaving him astonished and excited as he regarded it as a rare opportunity to learn. Outside the inner court grounds, the crowd waited anxiously for the first person to emerge. Suddenly, countless golden lights appeared in the sky. Cheers erupted as Quan Min Hao was the first to step out of the heart-tempering array. He descended with a wicked smile that drew exclamations that he was indeed the first to pass the assessment. The other candidates were also expelled one after another from the heart-testing circle. Second place was Kim Vo Kayat, followed by Thien Lin Hai. As expected, the top 3 positions all fell to the 3 outer court geniuses. The remaining people were slightly slower, but still completed the trial one after another and exited the array. Kim Vo Kayat stood observing for a long while, yet still did not see Duong Tran. He began to grow anxious, unease gradually appearing on his face as he wondered what had happened to his elder brother. After waiting a while longer, the heart-tempering array showed no major changes, only continuously emitting faint golden light, occasionally flashing a few small sparks. Just when everyone nearly believed Duong Tran had failed, from the center of the heart-tempering array's light, he finally appeared, descending majestically from above within a dazzling radiance. The onlookers revealed disdain upon seeing Duong Tran. Some mocked that the last one was indeed Duong Tran. Others beside them sneered in reply, but at least he had still passed the assessment. The moment Tiu Kayat saw Duong Tran, he hurried over and placed a hand on his forehead to check him, asking anxiously whether his elder brother was all right and why he had taken so long. Seeing Tiu Kayat so flustered, Duong Tran brushed his hand aside, leisurely leaned close to cover his mouth and whisper while his other hand subtly signaled, smiling as he said, "Tiu Kayat, we have struck it rich, truly struck it rich." Tiu Kayat grew even more confused upon hearing that. He looked at Duong Tran and asked what he meant by striking it rich. Duong Tran lightly patted his shoulder and firmly replied that they would talk about it later. Everyone took turns discussing noisily, turning the scene into chaos like a shattered marketplace. In the end, the examiner had to step in to suppress them. He turned and walked away while raising his hand to signal the crowd, announcing that the third round would take place inside the inner court. Those qualified should follow him. The others were also ordered to move accordingly. All the candidates who met the standard headed together toward a pagoda. Before their eyes stood a massive towering pagoda, each floor roofed with sharp black tiles at the 4 corners. The white body trimmed with dark red lines gave off an imposing aura. In front of the tower, White Tiger Pavilion Master Nguyen Man was already waiting, one hand on his hip and the other pointing at the tower behind him as he said this was the 4 Spirits Tower, the treasured artifact of Triuka Martial Academy. Each floor contained a grand formation arranged by array masters. The third round was to enter the tower, and he would be the chief examiner. The group of Duong Tran, Thien Lin Hai, Kim Vo Kayat, and Quan Min Hao stood at the front listening attentively. The White Tiger Pavilion Master continued that only the lowest 5 floors were open. Passing the first floor qualified one for the ordinary inner court, but to compete for the top 10 one had to climb higher. Quan Min Hao smiled smugly upon hearing this, confident because of his backing, thinking that no matter how others tried, the leading position would only belong to him. After finishing his words, the Pavilion Master loudly announced the start of the assessment. The heavy doors of the 4 Spirits Tower opened with friction against the ground, stirring up dust. Behind the doors was a dense black curtain. Duong Tran stepped toward the entrance, carefully placing his hand on the black curtain, and saw streaks of golden light spreading like ripples. Gathering his courage to step through, Duong Tran found himself standing in a lush green forest. The familiar scenery made him pause in brief confusion. From a nearby tree branch, a figure suddenly swooped down. Thinking it was a formidable expert, he found it was only a clumsy thug. That man landed with a ferocious face, holding a broadsword and pointing at Duong Tran while shouting threats. Seeing Duong Tran standing still without expression, that man raised his weapon and charged forward, roaring for him to accept death. Duong Tran felt helpless at the sight, curling his lips as he thought the fellow was too weak, merely body tempering 2nd level. Without wasting any effort, Duong Tran casually threw a punch, directly sending both the man and his blade flying into the air, easily passing the 1st floor. On the 2nd floor, what greeted Duong Tran was a gigantic shadow wolf at the peak of body tempering 3rd level, its crimson eyes blazing as it lunged fiercely. But whether wolf or dog, it was still just a beast. Before it could even act, Duong Tran knocked it into a miserable howl with a single punch. Outside the tower, the progress of climbing was constantly announced. A round light spot swiftly shot up to the 3rd floor, stirring the crowd. The senior examiners were astonished at the speed. Someone asked who had reached the third floor. Another replied it must be Quan Min Hao, since the Quan Sun Min family was extraordinary, and he possessed a steady temperament. Min Ba Quang, standing beside the White Tiger Pavilion master, nodded in praise, remarking that the youth surnamed Quan was indeed a rare genius, making Nguyen Man agree even more. Nguyen Man laughed heartily while stroking his beard, saying most candidates were still struggling on the first floor. Charging straight to the third showed Quan Min Hao was far superior. Inside the tower, Quan Min Hao was battling a spirit beast. Although struck by 3 vicious blows in succession, he did not dodge. Instead, he revealed a mysterious smile. From his torn robe burst a golden light. Light shot straight out, precisely targeting the shadow wolf. The terrifying power immediately blasted the spirit beast away. Quan Min Hao adjusted his clothes in satisfaction, smiling smugly as he thought that with the yellow rank low-grade inner armor bestowed by his master, this stage was truly too easy. Inside the tower, 2 more light spots rushed up to the third floor. The crowd erupted in cheers again. Someone wiped sweat and exclaimed how fast. It must be Thien Lin Hai and Kim Vo Kayat. Only they could keep up with Quan Min Hao. Inside the third floor, the space was entirely different. An ancient-styled chamber with 2 wooden armored mannequins placed in the center. As Duong Tran pushed the door open and stepped in, the 2 mannequins immediately activated. Wrapped in black aura, the mannequins lit up. One wielding a spear attacked from the left, the other with a blade struck from the right. Their swift coordination forced Duong Tran to dodge as the slash smashed the ground and scattered stone fragments. Duong Tran could not hide his tension, thinking their speed might be body-tempering 4th-level mannequins. Before he could catch his breath, the spear-wielding mannequin attacked again, forcing him to leap aside. Duong Tran realized their coordination was even harder to handle than body-tempering 5th level. He flipped backward, one hand bracing the ground in a guarded stance. Spiritual energy circulated swiftly as he silently recited the mantra of the heaven-devouring scripture. The 2 mannequins pressed forward again with fierce momentum, their power not to be underestimated. After circulating the technique, Duong Tran widened his eyes to observe and discovered he had caught up with their movement trajectories. Without hesitation, he seized the moment as the mannequins lunged and threw a direct punch. The punch force pierced the armor. A phantom golden tiger exploded forth, smashing the 2 mannequins into each other and destroying them outright. After passing the third floor, Duong Tran clenched his fists in excitement, feeling the spiritual energy around him, and thinking that his vision and reflexes had clearly improved after circulating the heaven-devouring scripture. Advancing to the 4th floor, what awaited him were 2 colossal earth berserk bears like mountains, their roars violent as Duong Tran appeared tiny before them. He stood observing, eyelids lowered, sweat seeping out as he thought 2 body-tempering 5th-level berserk bears were truly troublesome. Outside the tower, when the light reached the 4th floor, the crowd stirred. Some cheered that Quan Min Hao was formidable. Others doubted whether it was truly him. That statement was immediately refuted. If not Quan Min Hao, then who? Lai Kan Lam, watching nearby, also wondered whether it could be Duong Tran. Each time golden light shot from the tower, it meant a candidate was eliminated. Those who fell lightly were battered. Those severely became crippled and unconscious. The examiner, standing beside a fallen candidate, calmly said that anyone who had not passed the 1st floor was already eliminated. Those not yet out had passed. Another senior sighed that too many were eliminated. This assessment had fewer than 200 people, far less than the previous cohort. The senior stroked his beard and smiled, saying although fewer in number, the quality was very high. Quite a few true geniuses, considered the best batch in 10 years. White Tiger Pavilion Master Nguyen Man sternly reminded that candidates must know their limits. If they were left crippled, then even entering the inner court would be useless. After an hour, almost all candidates had exited the tower. A senior reported to the White Tiger Pavilion Master that 5 people had yet to appear. Before he finished speaking, a loud explosion came from the 3rd floor. Golden light flashed and flung a red-robed man outside. He was Tu Dao Bin, defeated on the 3rd floor, falling to the ground in a miserable state, yet managing to brace himself to survive. The crowd immediately discussed the harshness of the ancient tower, not expecting even Tu Dao Bin to fail the 3rd floor, making everyone anxious. Someone said that meant 4 remained: Quan Min Hao, Kim Vo Kayat, Thien Lin Hai, and 1 more. Who could it be? Looking around in doubt. After checking, everyone was shocked to realize the one not yet out was Duong Tran. Truly Duong Tran. Umo Tayat stood watching as if turned to stone, eyes wide at the tower in disbelief, murmuring that Brother Tran had become this strong. Another light appeared. Thien Lin Hai completed the assessment and landed lightly without injury. her graceful figure like a fairy. She descended elegantly, her whole body radiant, drawing every gaze. Someone asked in awe and fear how she could do it. On the fourth floor, Duong Tran was still fiercely battling the two Earth Berserk bears, one punch striking their arms yet causing no harm. Instead, he was counterattacked, fortunately blocking with his arm yet still sent flying far away. Defending while observing, Duong Tran inwardly lamented that the beast's skin was hard as steel. Realizing prolonging the fight was disadvantageous, his eyes grew serious, lowering his hand as he said it was time to use his trump card. Spiritual energy condensed around him. Duong Tran rushed forward and threw a punch carrying a vortex of fire spiritual energy straight into the Berserk bear, smoke rising from the impact. The Berserk bear was immediately engulfed in a sea of flames, screaming miserably. It fell to the ground, turning into a charred mass. Duong Tran was startled by the power, thinking the solar true chi was indeed domineering. After thinking that, he turned to look at the remaining trembling Berserk bear. Duong Tran revealed a wicked smile, clenching his fist and cursing inwardly that it had chased him happily before and now it should die. At the same time, on another fourth floor, Quan Min Hao was battered miserably by two Berserk bears, his body sent flying. He fell to the ground covered in wounds, one eye swollen, his armor nearly shattered, grinding his teeth as he thought the fourth floor was too strong but the top position should still be his. Outside the tower, a sudden shout rang out that someone had reached the fifth floor, a light spot shooting up from the fourth floor. Before the shock faded, another light spot followed to the fifth floor, the crowd shaken in disbelief. Bin Ko Hien Vo, Pavilion Master, stroked his beard in satisfaction and turned to praise Nguyen Man that someone had reached the fifth floor. Nguyen Man smiled proudly and replied, "Not bad." Reaching the fifth floor proved Quan Min Hao was still the #1 genius. Pavilion Master Bin Ko only gave a faint smile, closing his eyes and asking again if it was Quan Min Hao. Nguyen Man crossed his arms irritably and retorted that if not Quan Min Hao, then who else? Pavilion Master Bin Ko calmly replied that it was hard to say. Nguyen Man confidently lifted his chin and challenged whether he dared to bet. Pavilion Master Bin Ko opened his cold golden eyes to look at Nguyen Man and asked how he wished to bet. Nguyen Man smiled smugly and said, "If I win, then your cloud-rising sword belongs to me." Bin Ko stroked his beard and agreed. "But if you lose, then your blood-drinking blade must change owner," the two confronting each other without yielding. The light suddenly flared again, signaling that two figures appeared simultaneously on the fifth floor. Nguyen Man was equally stunned. He observed closely, then could not help sighing with emotion, blurting that those two truly were Kim Vo Kai. On the fourth floor, Quang Min Hao was still risking his life battling the two Earth Berserk bears, though his body was covered in wounds and his protective armor gradually cracking. Poured all his strength into a mountain mean palm, striking straight at the spirit beast eyes, hoping to inflict some damage on the monster before him. Pavilion Master Nguyen Man flew into a rage at the attitude of the two brothers, his spiritual energy erupting into the head of a gigantic flaming lion. He roared that he would revoke Kim Vo Kiat title of second place, instantly stripping his top 3 position. Kim Vo Kiat, who was usually calm and gentle, could no longer endure. His face darkened as deep green aura nearly turned black spread out, his gaze icy as he ground his teeth and uttered one word, "You." Vo Kiat angrily intended to step forward to challenge Nguyen Man, killing intent filling his face. Fortunately, Duong Tran promptly grabbed his shoulder and said in a low voice, "Tiu Kiat, we are not his opponents now." Seeing this, Nguyen Man grew even more arrogant, standing high above looking down at Vo Kiat, and smugly said that since Kim Vo Kiat was disrespectful to his elder, he would also revoke the next second-place qualification. The second place of Thien Lin Hai originally held by Tu Du Bin as fourth-place explorer. At this point he paused, glaring with a sneer and dragging out each mocking word. "If you refuse to accept the Academy decision, then get out of here." After speaking, Nguyen Man turned and left, brushing past the military pavilion master, leaving the latter silent, only watching with indifferent eyes. When Tran Nguyen Man disappeared, the watching candidates finally burst into discussion. Duong Tran had his inner court qualification revoked, truly miserable. Someone added that it was hard to pass and he was too stubborn. As Duong Tran was about to leave, Lai Kan Lam hurried over from afar, her expression flustered and face filled with worry for him. Lai Kan Lam eyes shimmered as if about to cry, both angry and worried as she scolded that damned brat. "Do you know what trouble you have caused?" In complete contrast, Duong Tran was strangely calm, even smiling foolishly as he teased that senior sister looked beautiful when angry, making Lai Kan Lam angrily shout, "How could you still laugh? Your inner court qualification has been revoked." Was entering not enough. Hearing the words inner court, Duong Tran showed disdain, turning his face away to avoid her gaze, and coldly saying that such an unfair exam meant not entering the inner court was fine. Seeing his indifferent attitude, Lai Khan Lam's face turned red with anger, seeming to steam as she shouted that he was truly an idiot, not wanting to waste words with him. After venting her anger, she gradually calmed, looking straight at Duong Tran and suspiciously asking that half a month ago he was only body tempering first level. How had he reached fifth level now? How did he cultivate? Duong Tran, half jokingly and half seriously, suddenly making a perverted face while speaking, replied that every day he looked at senior sister paintings to cultivate and unknowingly reached fifth level, causing Lai Khan Lam to blush deeply. She immediately flew into fury like a female demon, loudly shouting Duong Tran name. Tense atmosphere was interrupted by a deep voice. A tall man in iron armor with a red cloak stepped forward, calling Duong Tran and Kim Vo Kiat names, making them both stop arguing at once. The one who came was Lai Hoi's son, the general guarding Triu Ka. His appearance startled them both. Duong Tran cried out in alarm, "General, sir," while Lai Khan Lam hurriedly said, "Father, why are you here?" Although Duong Tran often joked around he knew propriety well, he immediately stepped back and bowed. Lai Hoi's son smiled kindly and patted his daughter's head, then said gently that he had come to see these two promising youths. Then he turned to Duong Tran, who was bowing, and slowly said that, although he had been expelled from Triu Ka Martial Academy, if he agreed he could join his Azure Tiger Legion. During the invitation, Duong Tran lowered his head and cupped his hands in thanks, then tactfully declined, saying, "Thank you, General, but this matter required asking his family first." General Lai did not force him upon hearing that. He merely smiled and said that he had performed very well today. The Azure Tiger Legion would always welcome him. After speaking, he led Lai Khan Lam away, not forgetting to tease, laughing loudly that this brat was not bad and could become a son-in-law, making Lai Khan Lam blush and protest that her father was teasing her again. Duong Tran also bowed to see the two of them off. Afterwards, unwilling to remain long in the inner court, Duong Tran turned to look at Kim Vo Kiat. He instructed Tiu Kiat, "The inner court has many resources. Stay and cultivate well. I have my own plans." Duong Tran turned and left. Vo Kiat wanted to call him back but swallowed the words, only asking inwardly, "Brother, where will you go?" Duong Tran smiled confidently, his eyes shining with hope, replying that he was going to find the fox spirit. Hearing that, Vo Kiat could not hide his disdain, helplessly watching his back and saying that at a time like this, he still thought about women. Duong Tran pouted and retorted that he was thinking nonsense. He was going to the fox spirit house. Her father was both his father-in-law and his master. Kim Vo Kiat was full of doubt, as if countless question marks appeared above his head, watching Duong Tran hurry away and wondering since when his brother had a master. Duong Tran left the inner court arena and returned to Thien Ba Quang residence. By then it was night, and the moon hung high, lighting his path home. Just as he was about to push the gate open, he was called out. It was a man in brown-yellow robes with silver hair, calling Duong Tran name in surprise. The one who spoke was White Tiger Pavilion instructor Thich Kong. He looked at him with weary and unfriendly eyes and said that had he not been stripped of inner court qualification, was this a place he could come? Duong Tran shot him an annoyed glance and sneered, asking what he was doing here. This was his master residence. The two words master startled Thich Kong, disbelief on his face, as he stammered to ask whether his master was Thien Ba Quang. But Duong Tran ignored him and continued pushing the gate. Stepping inside, he did not look back, only replying with two words, "Yes, indeed," leaving Thich Kong stunned behind him. After regaining his senses, Thich Kong hurriedly turned and left, thinking no wonder Duong Tran improved so quickly. He had taken the Sword Saint as master. This was serious and must be reported to the pavilion master at once. Entering the courtyard under the moonlight, Duong Tran saw Thien Ba Quang's silhouette and called out, "Master." Thien Ba Quang was sitting on a stone cultivating. Behind him appeared a phantom great sword descending from the sky, strands of golden spiritual energy radiating around, worthy of the title Sword Saint. Duong Tran witnessed that scene in shock, his pupils contracting and sweat pouring as he inwardly sighed at the terrifying pressure. Only then did Thien Ba Quang notice him, stepping forward with a smile and saying he had arrived, while Duong Tran was nearly suffocated by the oppressive aura and had to struggle to stand firm. After steadying his breath, Duong Tran bowed and greeted Master. Thien Ba Quang happily patted the stone table and told him to sit. Duong Tran sat opposite, breathing heavily and wiping sweat, thinking that this master was truly formidable and must be cultivating a high-level sword technique. As if seeing through his thoughts, Thien Ba Quang calmly asked if he wanted to learn. Hearing that, Duong Tran nodded so hard his face nearly twisted, decisively replying that he wanted to. Thien Ba Quang was not surprised, leisurely sipping tea before saying that he wanted to learn. He should keep dreaming. His strength was far from enough. The gentle words were sharp as blades, making Duong Tran face darken as he looked at his master helplessly. Unable to refute, he could only lower his head and sigh in frustration. Thien Ba Quang asked again about the assessment, saying that his mindset during the exam was barely acceptable. Mentioning the inner court made Duong Tran immediately indignant, recounting the entire matter to his master without missing a detail. Beneath the bright full moon of Triuka City, after listening, Thien Ba Quang snorted coldly in displeasure, saying good Nguyen man truly has guts. Seeing his master side with him, Duong Tran grew even angrier, clenching his fists and cursing that he and Tiu Kayat had reached the 5th floor and were stronger than Quang Min Hao. He refused to accept it. Thien Ba Quang closed his eyes in thought, then said that as a teacher to be so rude was a disgrace to the sect. Nguyen man had strayed into the demonic path. Duong Tran slyly raised a finger and said, Master, why not just say a word and expel Nguyen man from the academy? Thien Ba Quang opened his eyes and looked sternly, saying, Brat, you think too simply. I am not a member of the academy and do not use power to oppress others. That is the conduct of a petty man. Do you want to be petty? Duong Tran blushed at the reprimand and hurriedly defended that he was not petty, inwardly cursing that his master was unreliable. Nguyen man was a big shot of the inner court. He could not be beaten nor argued against. Right after, Thien Ba Quang expression turned frightening, his eyes icy and smile sinister, a cold aura spreading as he slowly said that he was his disciple. If that man bullied him, it meant looking down on him. If there was a chance, he must beat him. Duong Tran shuddered at that eerie smile, eyes wide in fear, thinking his master was indeed different. He scratched his head foolishly and probed, Master, then what should I do? Thien Ba Quang withdrew his smile and returned to calmness, closing his eyes and saying that if he refused to accept it, then take it back himself. This world speaks with fists. Duong Tran rubbed his hands and grinned foolishly, asking Master could he stay here to cultivate. Before the words finished, a female voice rang out saying no, making both of them startled and confused. It was Thien Lin Hai stepping out from the room, killing intent blazing as she looked at Thien Ba Quang and ordered that father must not let him stay here. While Thien Ba Quang looked at his daughter indulgently, he pretended to wave his hand to coax her, saying, Lin Hai, he is my disciple. Let him stay temporarily. After all chores in the courtyard need someone to do, in the future give them all to him. Lin Hai reluctantly conceded, but still glared at Duong Tran like a cannon, her expression extremely ugly, while Duong Tran smiled smugly and raised 2 fingers provocatively, making her furious. In the end, she could only swallow her anger and turn back into the room. Duong Tran cheerfully turned to Thien Ba Quang and asked, Master, when will you teach me to inscribe formation patterns? Thien Ba Quang looked up at the starry sky, the breeze stirring his long hair as he replied that inscribing formation scripts was still beyond him. He should finish reading the jade slips in the study first. Hearing that, Duong Tran immediately jumped up excitedly and said he would go look right away. The sound of a door opening rang out. The door swung open, making Duong Tran freeze in place. His face turned pale and sweat broke out, eyes wide at the sight before him as if they might fall out. Before him was a gigantic study packed tightly with neatly arranged books. The books emitted faint light, immortal aura soaring to the heavens, causing Duong Tran mouth to hang open. In the night sky of Triuka Martial Academy, the 4 brightest stars glittered, forming a quadrilateral. Under Thien Ba Quang roof, in the study, Duong Tran began cultivating, sitting cross-legged with martial manuals before him, hands forming Bagua seals as spiritual energy swirled violently around. While in meditation, Thien Lin Hai voice sounded from outside. She laughed and said, Father, there is something delicious tonight. We will have golden jade deer heart soup. At the mention of food, Duong Tran was instantly pulled from cultivation and opened his eyes wide. Then Thien Ba Quang, gentle voice, said golden jade deer was rare. Tonight was fortunate. Unable to resist, Duong Tran opened the door and rushed toward Thien Lin Hai, his eyes fixed on the bowl of soup in her hands, saliva almost dripping from his mouth. Pretended nothing was wrong, flashing a greedy smile at Thien Lin Hai, who was frowning while holding the soup, and asked if the fox spirit had brought soup for him. Thien Lin Hai's face darkened as she shot him an annoyed glance and replied, Dream on. Why was he still here? Did he plan to stay forever? Scolded, Duong Tran was not angry. He grinned and scratched his head innocently, saying Master told him to stay and cultivate well. Was that not allowed? After speaking, he casually mentioned the bet, carefree as he raised his hand and smiled, saying, By the way, fox spirit, should they fulfill our bet? Mentioning the bet immediately changed Thien Lin Hai's expression in shock. She hurriedly shoved the bowl of soup toward Duong Tran. Luckily, he reacted quickly and caught it. After handing over the soup, she angrily turned and left, shouting, Drink it, leaving Duong Tran standing stunned with the bowl in hand. Watching Thien Lin Hai back disappear, Duong Tran scratched his nose in confusion and muttered, Was it not just a kiss? Was she that shy? Without thinking further, he opened the steaming bowl and inhaled deeply, the fragrance instantly filling him as he exclaimed how fragrant it was. The soup was still hot. Duong Tran lifted the bowl, intending to drink it all in one go. As soon as the soup touched his tongue, his eyes lit up. He could not help but marvel at how delicious it was. He scraped it clean to the last drop, so tasty that his mouth opened wide as if to swallow the bowl itself. After drinking, he let out a loud burp, his face satisfied, still gripping the bowl tightly, unwilling to let go. Before he could do anything more, Duong Tran was suddenly blasted backward by an invisible force into the study, his eyes widening in shock. The moment he hit the ground, the study door slammed shut. Thien Ba Quang voice sounding that he must continue cultivating. If he did not finish inscribing the first formation pattern, he could not go out. Duong Tran helplessly looked at the door and sighed, wondering if his master had heard his earlier words. This was clearly making things hard for him. Even so, he returned to his cultivation spot, sighed once, and sat down to continue inscribing formation patterns. Time passed swiftly like the wind. In a blink, Duong Tran had cultivated for half a month at Thien Ba Quang Place. Throughout this time, he did not leave the study, finally achieving results. His hands formed seals before his chest as fire attribute spiritual power gradually manifested. On the ground before him appeared a circular formation pattern. At its center, a flame symbol with countless strange runes, fire spiritual power surging around. Immediately after, an explosion sounded from the core of the formation pattern, the shockwave strong enough to blow away several martial manuals, startling Duong Tran. His eyes shone as he shouted in excitement that he had succeeded. A fire attribute formation pattern. Thien Ba Quang pushed the door open from outside and entered, a profound smile on his face as he said, "Not bad." In only half a month, he had inscribed the first formation pattern. Lin Hai followed him out, jealousy in her eyes as she glanced at Duong Tran, thinking that he was truly that formidable. She had once taken a full month. Thien Ba Quang stood before his daughter and calmly continued, "Good. He could leave the study now. Next, he would learn the gravity formation pattern." In front of Thien Lin Hai, Duong Tran stood and dusted off his robe, happily replying, "Yes, master." Thien Ba Quang turned and left. Duong Tran immediately seized the chance to boast to Thien Lin Hai, laughing and saying how about it Fox Spirit was his talent unrivaled. Thien Lin Hai unwillingly acknowledged it, only snorting lightly that it was barely acceptable. Duong Tran stepped closer, the atmosphere ambiguous as he winked, and said it was time to fulfill the bet. Thien Lin Hai flushed red, angry and shy as she shouted for him to stay away. Wait until he finished learning the gravity formation pattern. After speaking, she hurriedly left the study, not daring to stay longer. Duong Tran stood there thinking about the future, inwardly saying it was only a gravity formation pattern, just wait. Time continued to pass. Another half-month went by and autumn turned to winter, white snow covering Thien Ba Quang residence. One morning, Duong Tran opened the door and stepped into the courtyard, excitedly shouting, "Master, I have succeeded." But as he stopped amid the cold snow, he froze for a few seconds at the sight before him. In midwinter, Thien Lin Hai wore a blue robe playing with the snow, like a plum blossom blooming, stirring the heart. Duong Tran stepped behind her and suddenly spoke, startling her, asking whether this counted as growing old together, referring to the snow on their hair. Thien Ba Quang also came out and looked at the two children, saying they were both up early. Seeing Thien Lin Hai lightly kick Duong Tran, he smiled. In his heart, he thought that youth was truly wonderful. When the two saw Thien Ba Quang, they ran over. Duong Tran blurted out without thinking of the consequences that, "Master, we struggled all night." The shameless words leaving Lin Hai no time to react. Thien Ba Quang smiled, yet his expression darkened, inwardly cursing that the brat was growing more and more arrogant, daring to take advantage of his daughter. It seemed he needed discipline. But before he could act, a golden phantom flashed within his jade-green eyes. Looking up into the sky, all three saw a gigantic golden kimlone bird flapping its wings toward Triu Ka Martial Academy. At the sight, Thien Ba Quang expression turned grave. He said it seemed the academy had encountered trouble. Duong Tran shaded his eyes in astonishment and asked, "Master, what was that thing? It was so huge." Thien Ba Quang slowly explained that it was a Kim lone bird, and on its back were people from Bayen Kin Martial Academy. Duong Tran curiously asked what Bayen Kin Martial Academy was doing here. Thien Ba Quang watched the clouds and snow scatter along its path, and said Bayen Kin and Triu Ka were neighbors. Every 3 years, their academies compared their younger generation, and there was always a wager involved. Duong Tran raised his brows in disdain and said so they had come to challenge. Thien Ba Quang looked at the two youths behind him and said he had heard that Bayen Kin had several outstanding students this time. Duong Tran should take Lin Hai to watch the excitement. Inside Triu Ka Martial Academy, Quan Min Hao was playing chess with Nguyen Man when he heard a loud call to go out and receive guests, making him look up in shock. Quan Min Hao pointed at the sky in alarm, and asked Master what that was. Nguyen Man looked toward the Kim Lone Bird shadow and immediately understood what was about to happen. He stood up and while walking ordered Quan Min Hao to quickly gather all new inner court students. Kim Lone Bird landed on the square, its head raised proudly, its body as large as a building, golden light blazing with soaring spiritual energy. Countless new students and curious onlookers rushed over. Duong Tran shielded and cleared a path for Thien Lin Hai to move forward, ignoring the dissatisfaction of others. Kim Vo Kiat came from another direction and happily called Duong Tran, making him respond with equal brightness. Duong Tran asked Tiu Kiat what had happened. Vo Kiat explained that a giant spirit beast had appeared, so the pavilion masters had summoned the new students. Duong Tran looked at the golden, shimmering Kim Lone Bird and thought inwardly that he wondered when he would have such a mount. Suddenly, a loud voice announced that the pavilion masters had arrived, causing everyone to turn their heads at once. The 3 inner court pavilion masters appeared, led by the Azure Dragon Pavilion Master, followed by Nguyen Man and the Military Pavilion Master, their aura overwhelming. The Azure Dragon Pavilion Master stepped forward and laughed heartily, saying that guests from Bayen Kin had traveled far and must be tired, inviting them into the inner court to rest and asking whether the match could be postponed. From the back of the Kim Lone Bird, a Bayen Kin Pavilion Master jumped down, thin with dark circles under his eyes, releasing red spiritual energy in display as soon as he landed. He laughed and said there was no need. After all, in recent years, Triuka had no outstanding juniors. They could begin right here. The Azure Dragon Pavilion Master grew angry yet still smiled, releasing pressure in response and saying that if so, then let it begin. Bayen Kin Pavilion Master looked slyly and said the rules were as before. 5 disciples from each side, single combat. The winner stays and the loser is eliminated until one side has no one left. Any objections? Seeing the situation unfavorable, Nguyen Man whispered a suggestion to change the rules because Bayen Kin momentum was too strong. The Azure Dragon Pavilion Master laughed and dismissed it, saying his disciples were not weak this time either, and having more people was advantageous. He turned to Bayen Kin and said since they looked down on them, then they would follow their words. As if waiting for that, the Bayen Kin Pavilion Master widened his eyes with a wicked smile and ordered them to come down. Immediately, the Bayen Kin new students leaped down one after another from the Kim Lone Bird back. Each landed with extraordinary bearing like hidden experts. Duong Tran could not help being astonished and even praised that they truly had several geniuses. His words made Thien Lin Hai look at him curiously and asked coldly how he knew. Duong Tran crossed his arms and confidently replied that of course he could sense it. The answer made Lin Hai both disdainful and clicking her tongue. Before going on stage, the Bayen Kin Pavilion Master turned and loudly reminded the new students to remember to hold back, not too light and not too heavy. All the inner court new students of Triuka erupted in anger, especially Quan Min Hao at the front, whose face darkened and gaze seemed to swallow the opponent. Those behind echoed provocations, one taunting and another supporting. Brother Min Hao, later you must teach them a lesson. The Azure Dragon Pavilion Master stepped into the center and waved his hand to announce the start of the exchange competition between the academies, raising his voice that the triennial match between Triuka Martial Academy and Bayen Kin Martial Academy officially began. At the signal, Bayen Kin Martial Academy sent someone first, a youth with hair standing up like a hedgehog, sharp eyes, and a faint smile as he stepped onto the stage. That man cupped his hands and introduced himself. I am So Nhat Min, body tempering 5th level, please advise. His voice filled with showy confidence. On the Triuka side, Nguyen Man crossed his arms and signaled Tu Du Bin, saying in a low voice that he should go first. Tu Du Bin accepted and stepped forward to fight. Walked straight to the central circle, where So Nhat Min was waiting. Tu Du Bin clenched his fists and took his stance, eyes locked on his opponent as he said, Tu Du Bin, body tempering 5th level, please. As his words ended, a mighty golden tiger phantom immediately appeared on the field, with spiritual power condensed by So Nhat Min, man and tiger charging simultaneously. His eyes turned ferocious, and a greedy smile spread as he attacked. The spectators were stunned by So Nhat Min methods, some confused and others shaken upon realizing the strength gap. Someone shouted in disbelief that he was a fire attribute Heavenly Tao Master. Duong Tran beneath the stage was also shocked. He narrowed his eyes and said that the fellow looked ordinary but turned out to be a fire attribute Heavenly Tao Master. The Military Pavilion Master leaned toward the Azure Dragon Pavilion Master and stroked his beard, saying no wonder Bayen Kin Martial Academy had such momentum this year. They seem to have gained several good seeds. The Azure Dragon Pavilion Master did not reply and simply watched. On the stage, So Nhat Min threw a direct punch at Tu Du Bin, fire spiritual power surging with the strike, forcing Tu Du Bin to cross his arms and block with effort. Even though he blocked, Tu Du Bin was still blasted backward, nearly falling off the stage, the white bandage on his left arm scorched black, not allowing his opponent to breathe. So Enhat Min pressed forward with a second punch, eyes full of excitement and lips curled when he saw he dominated with a single move. The opponent rushed in. Tu Du Bin suddenly crouched, one hand on the ground and eyes closed. Everyone thought he had conceded when he abruptly opened his eyes. He formed seals before his chest and shouted great strength Vajra art. Instantly a violent surge of spiritual power erupted from his body. Like lightning, Tu Du Bin charged straight at So Enhat Min with his fist prepared, startling the opponent into a brief pause midair. Their punches struck almost simultaneously, the collision creating terrifying shockwaves, green spiritual power clashing with red like ice and fire battling fiercely without merging. Even giving his all, the gap in strength between the two remained obvious. Tu Du Bin was blasted away again by So Enhat Min punch. He himself could not hide his shock. The military pavilion master watching was stunned and exclaimed that the boy had not even used a martial skill, yet Tu Du Bin had already unleashed great strength Vajra art. Seeing his opponent kneeling and panting, So Enhat Min was extremely smug, sneering and saying, "Let it end." So Enhat Min raised his flaming fist high, his contemptuous gaze like looking at ants, preparing a finishing blow. At that moment, the Azure Dragon Pavilion Master outside grew angry and shouted that it was enough. This round they conceded. After winning, So Enhat Min relaxed his hand, his eyes filled with disdain as he said weak indeed. His words enraged the inner court new students of Triu Ka. They booed and criticized his arrogance, saying it was only one win. Others echoed that he was truly conceited. Duong Tran was also annoyed, his face darkening not because Triu Ka lost, but because someone dared to outshine him. He said irritably that he could not bear it. There was someone more arrogant than him. Lin Hai beside him snorted coldly and said that he was far more arrogant than that man, so why worry? Hearing the comfort, Duong Tran instantly beamed, turning to Thien Lin Hai with eyes closed and grinning as he repeatedly thanked her. Thien Lin Hai could only stare blankly, not understanding whether he had been insulted or praised. Duong Tran moved closer, one hand covering his flushed cheek as he shyly said that he only boasted before outsiders. Before his fox spirit, he was a brick, rolling wherever needed. Thien Lin Hai immediately seized the opening, looking at him dangerously and saying that he had said it himself. Later, when she practiced sword, he would be the post. Hearing that, Duong Tran quickly avoided her ruthless gaze, pretending not to hear to decline tactfully. The match continued. Nguyen Man turned to Quan Min Hao and ordered that in the second round he should go. Receiving the order, Min Hao stepped onto the stage, his unpleasant face wearing a faint smile as he adjusted his sleeves and introduced himself. Quan Min Hao, please advise. So Enhat Min glanced at him and mocked that he was the top of the inner court. He looked ordinary. Duong Tran could not help clutching his stomach and laughing loudly, pointing at Quan Min Hao and saying he was right. Truly nothing special. Thien Lin Hai and those around glared, making him stop laughing. Duong Tran coughed to regain composure, rubbing his chin thoughtfully and saying that if Min Hao fought him, it was hard to say. Quan Min Hao became like a crazed beast, beginning to circulate energy, eyes bloodshot and veins bulging on his forehead. From his body, waves of faint orange spiritual power surged out. In contrast, So Enhat Min simply raised his hand, and spiritual power instantly formed a fierce tiger before him. He sneered and flaunted his advantage. Quan Min Hao stomped heavily and launched straight at his opponent. Yet his lightning-fast strike was easily dodged by So Enhat Min, leaving him stunned. Lin Hai was slightly surprised, noting that the speed was truly fast. Duong Tran widened his eyes and praised that the fat one was agile. Quan Min Hao immediately turned around, preparing to unleash his next move. But all his movements were within the opponent's sight. Then he seemed like a madman, only charging and striking, yet all was useless. So Enhat Min calmly dodged everything and mocked that Min Hao was too slow. Quan Min Hao gradually sensed something wrong, a dangerous intuition surging and causing panic. At that moment, So Enhat Min had appeared behind him without notice, raising a fist condensed with spiritual power to unleash a phantom strike. Punch landed instantly, making Quan Min Hao cry out miserably. He was blasted off the stage, thinking a single punch would send his opponent away. So Enhat Min soon felt something amiss. Although blasted back, Quan Min Hao still struggled to sit up, the inner armor inside exposed clearly for all to see. The Bayen Kin Pavilion Master burst into laughter at the sight, saying that in an academy competition they still wore a spiritual treasure inner armor. Triu Ka was truly impressive. The Azure Dragon Pavilion Master cast an annoyed glance at Nguyen Man, making him sweat and stammer that he did not know he wore that. Embarrassed, the Azure Dragon Pavilion Master shouted loudly and ordered Quan Min Hao to get down immediately. Nhat Min grew even more aggressive, standing on the stage and looking down at Triu Ka, sneering that all Triu Ka Martial Academy had. The remaining 2 or 3 should come up together. The inner court new students choked with anger but could do nothing, standing there with faces flushed purple. The morale of the new students plummeted, everyone gloomy and whispering that one person had won 2 matches in a row. Bayen Kin Martial Academy was truly terrifying this time. Even Quan Min Hao lost. What could they do now? So Nhat Min stood on the stage impatiently, looking down coldly, and saying that if no one else came up then they would be considered to have conceded. Nguyen Man was furious, veins bulging on his forehead as he clenched his fists and shouted how arrogant. Did Triuka Martial Academy truly have no one left? Team Vo Kiat you go. Instantly all eyes turned toward Vo Kiat, who stood there calmly yet with extraordinary bearing. Vo Kiat kept his eyes closed in contemplation, his handsome face making others unable to hide their envy. That indifferent attitude enraged Nguyen Man. He glared and called his name again. Only then did Vo Kiat respond. He stepped forward rubbing his stomach, scratching his head with the other hand as if exhausted, and said, Pavilion Master, yesterday I accidentally injured my meridians while cultivating. My internal injuries are severe. I cannot fight. Nguyen Man and the other pavilion masters were struck as if by lightning, stunned and unable to believe it. The spectators began whispering. Some sympathetic voices said the White Tiger Pavilion Master forcing Kim Vo Kiat to fight was truly difficult, who told him to have once kicked Duong Tran out of the academy. Others believed Vo Kiat was a disciple of Azure Dragon Pavilion, and that the Azure Dragon Pavilion Master should speak. Unable to force him, Nguyen Man suppressed his anger and changed targets, saying, Lin Hai you go. Lin Hai stepped onto the stage lightly. As usual, her beauty left the male new students unable to look away. Duong Tran below the stage cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted, Fox Spirit, keep going. If you cannot win, call me to save you. His crude words making those around uncomfortable, while Thien Lin Hai blushed in embarrassment. Seeing his opponent was a young girl, so Nhat Min began teasing, saying he did not expect Triu Ka Martial Academy to have such a beautiful little sister. Thien Lin Hai remained calm and cold, cupping her hands and introducing herself. Thien Lin Hai, body tempering 5th level, please advise. Nhat Min did not know his limits, his perverse gaze staring at her as he said, what a good name. How about spending one night with me and I will forfeit this match? Duong Tran face turned purple with rage upon hearing that, killing intent surging as he wanted to rush up and kill that man. On the stage, Thien Lin Hai mood turned icy. She looked at the clown before her with emotionless eyes and waved her hand, drawing a stream of blue spiritual power. Beneath So Nhat Min feet, a white formation pattern instantly appeared, a massive snowflake symbol at its center catching him off guard. He could only widen his eyes in panic and shout 2 words, Formation Master. The Bayen Kin Pavilion Masters watching were also astonished, raising their brows and stroking their beards in amazement that Triu Ka Martial Academy even had a formation master. Seeing the formation pattern had not yet activated, so Nhat Min calmed himself and laughed that he thought it was some formidable formation. It was useless, then stomped heavily on it several times. Thien Lin Hai quickly calmed her mind, then lightly swept 2 fingers. A thin streak of light appeared in the air as she intoned solemnly extreme cold formation. Immediately the formation pattern responded. Waves of frigid energy surged upward, startling So Nhat Min. The Bayen Kin Pavilion Masters broke into cold sweat, both worried and furious as they loudly scolded their foolish disciple. So Nhat Min stood within the formation pattern as frost spread from his feet upward, completely powerless to struggle free. In the end, even his terrified face was covered in ice, utterly losing the ability to fight. Thien Lin Hai did not even glance at the frozen man, merely closing her eyes and calmly saying next. Beneath the stage, male disciples who admired her leapt up cheering loudly. Senior sister Lin Hai is too strong. That was beautiful. Amid the roaring cheers, only Kim Vo Kiat and Duong Tran remained calm. Duong Tran smiled proudly and said, See Tiu Kiat, your sister-in-law is impressive. Kim Vo Kiat looked at his brother helplessly and asked, was it not you who said she was only a backup option? Duong Tran hurriedly covered Vo Kiat mouth, signaling silence, whispering nervously, what nonsense. Now the fox spirit is the official sister-in-law. Vo Kiat could only think speechless that perhaps she had not even noticed the 2 brothers. Back on the stage, since So Nhat Min had frozen into a large block of ice, he could not leave on his own and had to be carried down by 2 others. Bayen Kin Martial Academy immediately sent another person to continue the challenge. As soon as this person appeared, the entire audience widened their eyes. On his back he carried a gigantic greatsword, its blade engraved with exquisite golden patterns that were striking. The new youth had looks no less than Vo Kiat, introducing himself as Chu Ban of Bayen Kin Martial Academy, seeking guidance. Lin Hai did not respond. her gaze firm as she raised her hand and drew another streak of light in the air. Beneath Chuban feet an ice formation pattern similar to before appeared. He glanced at it casually. Then he reached back and drew the greatsword from behind him, exerted force and plunged the sword tip into the ground, piercing straight through the formation pattern. Thien Lin Hai eyes turned sharp, this time using both hands to continuously draw countless blazing red lines in the air. Formation pattern beneath Chuban feet quickly shone and changed form. He immediately pulled his sword back up. Chuban leapt forward, gripping the greatsword with both hands and slashing down, killing intent surging as he shouted first sword, skull slaughter. Sword transformed into a streak of light shooting toward Thien Lin Hai, while she was still inscribing a formation pattern and could not dodge despite sensing danger. The Azure Dragon Pavilion Master saw the situation out of control and shouted again, declaring surrender. The blade stopped just before Thien Lin Hai's face, causing her to instinctively close her eyes and raise her hands to shield herself. Chuban withdrew his sword behind his back, looking at Thien Lin Hai with admiration and saying, "A female formation master is truly rare. Would you like to come with me?" Thien Lin Hai released a chilling aura, glaring at him in warning and saying if you had not stopped just now, you would already be dead. Only then did Chuban discover in horror that beneath both their feet, a gigantic red formation pattern had appeared at some unknown time. His face turned pale, sweat seeping out as he thought the formation was terrifying. She was right. Had he not withdrawn his hand, his life would be gone. Thien Lin Hai turned and left, not forgetting to warn him that he should not think himself superior. After speaking, she lifted her head high and stepped off the stage, walking straight toward Duong Tran. She puffed her cheeks and acted coquettishly toward him, making the surrounding atmosphere strange, softly complaining that the man on stage had bullied her. Thien Lin Hai's sudden change left Duong Tran standing stiff, his cheeks slightly flushed in unfamiliarity. Among the inner court pavilion masters, Nguyen Man was drenched in sweat as he said to the Azure Dragon Pavilion Master that above body tempering 5th level only Kim Vo Kiat remained. With no other choice, the Azure Dragon Pavilion Master reluctantly nodded and said let him go. Just as he called Kim Vo Kiat's name, Duong Tran stepped forward to block and raised his hand requesting to fight the next match. Nguyen Man immediately showed displeasure and shouted, "Duong Tran, what are you interfering for?" The Azure Dragon Pavilion Master placed a hand on Nguyen Man's shoulder, causing him to start slightly, then gently said, "Let him try. This one is not weak either. Perhaps he can help Vo Kiat deal with a few more." Then signaled permission for Duong Tran to go up. Nguyen Man, though unwilling, could only snort softly. Duong Tran immediately leapt onto the stage, standing opposite Chuban. Without bothering to introduce himself, he clenched his fists and roared angrily, "That idiot dared bully my Lin Hai. Do not blame me for being rude." Insulted without reason, Chuban's face twisted in fury, wishing to tear Duong Tran into pieces. The spectators looked disappointed, some sighing that once Duong Tran went up it was over, others saying above body tempering 5th level there were only so many, if not him then who. They believed that after Duong Tran fought, Kim Vo Kiat would follow, their spirits lifting as they cheered loudly for Duong Tran. Chuban's expression darkened, his voice threatening as he asked, "Brat, do you want to die?" Duong Tran paid no attention, instead provoking him and replying, "Why say that? Because I scolded you, yet after scolding you I am still alive." After speaking, he hurled a string of crude insults directly at Chuban, cursing without restraint. Chuban's resentment flared upon hearing it. Duong Tran laughed and waved, narrowing his eyes smugly and saying, "See, I am still standing." The extreme provocation made Chuban so angry he nearly spat blood. He said nothing more and immediately gripped his greatsword, charging at full speed, face flushed red with fury. Grinding his teeth, he roared, "Second sword, precision blade." Duong Tran lowered his stance, fists clenched as he circulated the 3,000 scripture. His eyes blazed with fire, spiritual flames surging to form a tide like curtain of fire around his body. Chuban's sword struck. Duong Tran's body instantly split in two, the severed part dissolving into flames that merged with the air. The spectators covered their faces in panic, thinking Duong Tran had died, while sharper eyes shouted for everyone to look carefully. Body split here. Flames elsewhere quickly gathered and gradually condensed into a complete Duong Tran. From behind, Duong Tran with fiery eyes rushed forward and threw a punch at Chuban, who could not react in time. The move Solar Divine Flame was unleashed with full force into the opponent's abdomen, producing a dull explosion. Chuban was blasted away, all strength drained and the greatsword slipping from his hand. Yet Duong Tran still did not stop. As soon as his feet touched the ground, he used the momentum to leap again. Duong Tran mounted directly onto Chuban's body, pressing his shoulders down and forcing him to lie flat, making him cry out in pain. Chuban struggled with his remaining strength, raising his head to say you when he saw Duong Tran's fist raised high. Without hesitation, he punched straight into Chuban's handsome face, twisting it as blood sprayed from his mouth and bones seemed to shatter. Duong Tran continued sitting on him and beating, left and right fists alternating without pause, grumbling angrily that this was for your foul mouth, while Chu Ban beneath could only groan. Bayan Kin Pavilion Masters rushed toward the stage shouting to stop, yelling "Bastard, stop!" Duong Tran glanced innocently at the Pavilion Masters, fists still raining down as blood splattered, replying that he had not admitted defeat yet. Bayan Kin Pavilion Masters were furious to madness, faces dark as thunder as they shouted if his mouth was smashed like that, how could he admit defeat? Indeed, Chu Ban lying below had been beaten into a pig head, using his last breath to raise a hand signaling and stammering for him to stop. Duong Tran laughed awkwardly and scratched his head, opponent blood still on his face as he said sorry. I did not notice his mouth was smashed, so I could not hear. Thien Lin Hai below could not help smiling faintly at the scene. Contrast, the Bayan Kin Pavilion Masters' faces were dark, believing this brat deliberately tortured others. After winning, Duong Tran stood in the center smiling with narrowed eyes, one hand on his waist and the other forming a V sign, enjoying the thunderous cheers. Then he turned toward Bayan Kin, more provocative than before, picking his ear leisurely and signaling for the next person. The vice leader of Bayan Kin turned purple with anger and ordered the person behind to go teach Duong Tran a lesson. That one answered loudly understood. Immediately he displayed his lightness skill, leaping high from below and rushing straight at Duong Tran. Landed at the center of the stage, deliberately releasing white spiritual energy upon touching the ground. With a face full of disdain, he fanned a paper fan and slowly introduced himself. Body tempering 6th level Chuang Sung, please advise. Duong Tran once again used his sharp tongue, hands on hips looking at his opponent with dissatisfaction as he said another body tempering 6th level. Does Bayan Kin Martial Academy have no one stronger? The Bayan Kin Pavilion Masters ground their teeth in fury, faces dark as they cursed inwardly that this brat was truly too arrogant. Below the stage, some spectators began to change their view of Duong Tran. Even a few female students were captivated by his madness and voiced their admiration. On the arena, Zhang Sung had already begun displaying his strength, dense spiritual energy spreading from his body. As he mocked that defeating Chu Ban showed some ability, enough for him to get serious. Crowd immediately erupted when someone recognized that Zhang Sung was also a heavenly Dao master. Spiritual power surged from Zhang Sung and condensed into a massive golden 8 trigrams phantom rotating behind him. Kim Vo Kiat and Thien Lin Hai were both stunned, faces filled with disbelief. That was the formation disc Martial Soul. Vo Kiat turned to her in confusion and asked what the formation disc Martial Soul actually was. Thien Lin Hai broke into a cold sweat, her expression heavy as she explained that the formation disc Martial Soul was a complete forbidden formation, a rare and extremely powerful martial soul. Hearing this, Kim Vo Kiat was alarmed, eyes wide as he looked at the arena and said, carrying a forbidden formation himself, will Big Brother be fine? This moment the entire arena seemed covered by Zhang Sung forbidden formation. Unlike Thien Lin Hai formation patterns, this one was vast and complex, far more dangerous. Duong Tran glanced at the constantly operating formation beneath him, the corner of his lips curling into a cold smile as he thought this forbidden formation was quite interesting. He then closed his eyes, focusing his mind to find a way to break it. He formed hand seals before his chest, and identical formation patterns immediately appeared between his palms and behind his back. Seeing him actively study the formation, Zhang Sung could not help but feel doubtful. Could this fellow also be a formation master? Not giving him time to reverse the situation, Zhang Sung acted at once, waving his fan to alter the formation and proudly declaring that not everyone could break it. All directions within the forbidden formation, countless sharp weapons appeared and shot toward him. Zhang Sung confidently explained that this formation was called Myriad Weapons N. Endless weapons, those trapped inside had no path to survival. The outcome was decided. Remained calm, smiling confidently as he casually asked, was that so? Zhang Sung swept his fan toward him to control the formation, laughing loudly and telling him to enjoy it slowly. Driven by the formation, the weapons shot forward at astonishing speed aimed straight at him. Yet he neither dodged nor looked up. When the hidden weapons came within reach, he leapt like lightning and precisely grabbed 2 throwing knives. While avoiding the other attacks, he flicked his wrist and hurled the 2 knives back toward Zhang Sung. His eyes were filled with confidence, a sly smile appearing as he said the formation eye of this array is not that hard to find. The 2 knives brushed past Zhang Sung and stabbed directly into 2 formation eyes, leaving him shocked and terrified. Single thought repeated in his mind, his face turning pale as his mouth hung open without words. His body stiffened as if struck by lightning. The formation eye shattered and the array collapsed, fragments of spiritual power raining down and forcing him to brace himself. On the other side, he had completed a new ominous black formation pattern, his face full of excitement as he said, now it is my turn. A new formation instantly appeared beneath Zhang Sung's feet, a heavy aura rising violently. Only then did Zhang Sung truly panic, face ashen as he turned toward him and trembled. "Are you also a formation master?" He spun midair coolly, fire spiritual power coiling into a small vortex as he intoned gravity formation. Formation beneath Zhang Sung immediately changed, causing his body to sway and his head to spin. Terrifying gravity pressed down, leaving him unable to move and barely able to maintain balance without collapsing. As he exhausted all strength to stand, despair filled Zhang Sung's face, especially when he saw him charging with a mighty fist, carrying tiger subduing fist. As expected, he struck without mercy, punching straight into his opponent's face and twisting Zhang Sung's features. The terrifying blow sent Zhang Sung flying all the way to the Bayan Kin Pavilion Masters, knocking him unconscious on the spot. Bayan Kin Pavilion Masters stared wide-eyed at him, unable to believe he had broken Zhang Sung's forbidden formation. Their astonishment slowly turned to contemplation. Even they had not expected such a genius to appear in Triuka this year. Quan Minhao, though defeated, had stayed to watch. Now he too was frightened out of his wits, grinding his teeth and wondering how Duong Tran could be so strong. Van Trin Min and Vu Mo Tiat also stood among the crowd. Van Trin Min face ugly as he cursed inwardly upon learning Duong Tran was a formation master, while Vu Mo Tiat pretended innocence and softly called Tran Ka. Those who once doubted him now completely changed their attitude, shouting his name without stop. After defeating 2 opponents in succession, he grew even more confident, raising one finger provocatively and asking whether Bayan Kin had anyone else who dared to come up. Bayan Kin Pavilion Master veins bulged with anger, glancing at the remaining new students and thinking the last 2 were likely no match for him. After some thought, he used a provocation, narrowing his eyes and saying, "Did Triuka Martial Academy only have him fighting?" Amid the falling snow, he crossed his arms and closed his eyes, calmly replying that he alone was enough to sweep them all. Bayan Kin Pavilion Master coldly retorted that this was a team competition between academies. One strong person did not represent the entire academy. Nguyen Man immediately pointed at him, his scarred face filled with rage as he shouted that the rules were set. Would he now refuse to acknowledge them? The Bayan Kin Pavilion Master shamelessly smiled and replied that he was not denying anything, merely stating the truth. Standing amid the argument, he remained calm, sighing and shrugging that in that case they would change fighters. Nguyen Man grew angrier, glaring and shouting that he was not allowed to decide on his own. But he ignored him completely, turning toward the stands and loudly calling Kim Vo Kiat to continue the fight. Kim Vo Kiat immediately responded, leaving his seat beside Thien Lin Hai and stepping onto the arena. As the 2 brothers passed each other, their eyes were filled with trust and pride. Standing on the stage, Kim Vo Kiat looked toward Bayan Kin Martial Academy and said the remaining 2 should come together. Hearing this, the Bayan Kin Pavilion Master face darkened as he ground his teeth, thinking this one was even more arrogant than Duong Tran. He turned and roared without hiding his anger, ordering the 2 new students to rush up together and kill Vo Kiat. Zhang Sung, who had just regained consciousness, held his swollen face and struggled to advise that sending 2 at once was not appropriate. The Bayan Kin Pavilion Master had lost all reason, roaring like a beast and ordering everyone to shut up and immediately kill that arrogant brat. The remaining 2 new students stepped onto the stage, drawing their swords and staring at Kim Vo Kiat cautiously. Vo Kiat slowly raised his hand and drew the sword from his shoulder sheath. His eyes were cold and calm. He swung the sword and planted it into the ground, taking a stance to meet the attack. The 2 unknown opponents instantly coordinated, attacking from left and right with perfect timing. Vo Kiat rose into the air like the wind, sharp eyes seeing through their movements as his sword traced a flawless arc. The 2 Bayan Kin students screamed miserably, their swords shattering as terror filled their eyes at Vo Kiat's overwhelming combat power. Bayan Kin Pavilion Master outside stood agape, as if struck by lightning, unable to believe the sight before him. He stood below and joined the teasing, covering his mouth to shout that Bayan Kin Martial Academy should go back and train more, making Thien Lin Hai laugh until tears fell. Too ashamed to speak further, the Bayan Kin Pavilion Master angrily turned away, ordering everyone to retreat and climbed onto the Phoenix Mount. The group rode the great bird away through the snowy sky, under the stunned gazes of all Triuka new students. When they disappeared, the crowd finally erupted in joyous cheers and rushed onto the arena. Everyone celebrated, lifting Kim Vo Kiat and Duong Tran high in triumph, both unable to hide their delight. The Azure Dragon Pavilion Master and Nguyen Man approached. He smiled brightly and said the academy had once treated Duong Tran unfairly. Now he represented them in removing the punishment and inviting him to join Azure Dragon Pavilion. Already disappointed, Duong Tran face darkened upon hearing this, coldly asking whether there was no other way to speak of the competition matter. The Azure Dragon Pavilion Master was taken aback, the smile on his face turning stiff. He coughed lightly as if thinking and said past matters should be let go. As long as Duong Tran joined Azure Dragon Pavilion, he would compensate appropriately. During this, Duong Tran grew even angrier, coldly asking whether it would simply be brushed aside. Nguyen Man, who already disliked him, interjected with dissatisfaction, saying Duong Tran was only an outer court student and should not think himself the center. The Azure Dragon Pavilion master immediately frowned, glancing at Nguyen Man to tell him to speak less. His eyes at this moment were like a beast stalking prey, tilting his head with a cold smile full of killing intent. Then he calmly cupped his hands to the inner court pavilion masters and said that being expelled from the academy before could be considered his own meddling. His unusual attitude and words left all witnesses staring in astonishment, then pointed toward Kim Vo Kai, declaring that the inner court had always looked down on commoners like the two brothers, thinking themselves noble and unreachable. Therefore, Tiu Kayat would also leave the inner court. After speaking, he ignored the inner court pavilion master's shifting faces and turned to place a hand on Kim Vo Kayat's head, leisurely telling him to leave together. The Azure Dragon Pavilion master did not know what expression to show, only sighing inwardly that the two were too stubborn, while those around were at a loss. Figures of Duong Tran and Kim Vo Kayat gradually faded into the distance. The Azure Dragon Pavilion master suddenly turned to glare at Nguyen Man with eyes sharp as blades, the other pavilion masters doing the same and making him break into cold sweat. Final straw snapped. Nguyen Man's face flushed red with rage as he pointed at the brothers and shouted, were they rebelling? The academy was not a place one could leave at will. Hearing this, the two brothers stopped and turned back, Duong Tran looking puzzled as he asked whether the White Fox Pavilion master had more calculations or intended to personally discipline them. Nguyen Man could not endure any longer and shot into the air toward them, his face ferocious with flames surging around him. Seeing this, both brothers immediately became alert, Kim Vo Kayat hand already on his sword hilt. Nguyen Man rushed forward with overwhelming killing intent, anger reddening the long scar on his face as he threw a fist condensed with spiritual power and roared that they sought death. As they prepared to fight back, Thien Lin Hai suddenly rushed out to stand before them, her face furious as she shouted whether Pavilion Master Nguyen Man truly intended to bully the young. Nguyen Man halted midair, fists clenched with fire aura as he glared at Thien Lin Hai and shouted for her to move aside, saying the two were rebellious and he must kill them. Thien Lin Hai remained unmoving, narrowing her eyes in displeasure and advising him not to harbor dangerous thoughts. Nguyen Man waved his hand and glared at the three, shouting that this was Triu Ka Martial Academy, and even if her father were here, he could not stop him from disciplining students. As soon as the words fell, a voice asked, was that so? Thien Ba Quang had appeared above Nguyen Man at some unknown time, startling him. Thien Ba Quang clasped his hands behind his back, his expression displeased as he slowly descended from above. The Azure Dragon Pavilion Master and the others saw the great figure appear and immediately bowed, calling out Sword Saint. Thien Ba Quang ignored the crowd and only looked at Nguyen Man and the three youths, Nguyen Man hurriedly gesturing in explanation and stammering for the Sword Saint to judge clearly. Before he could finish speaking, the sleeve of Thien Ba Quang moved slightly. The next instant, Nguyen Man was sent flying backward to the ground, his back slamming against the stone floor with a shocking sound. Nguyen Man only felt his whole body as if shattered, his face purple, his eyes bulging as though about to pop out, his mouth managing only a groan. Thien Ba Quang looked at him coldly with utter contempt and said, "What are you? Get lost." Duong Tran stood beside him watching his master act, filled with admiration, clasping his hands before his chest, his eyes sparkling as he praised his master for being so formidable. At this moment, the pavilion master of the Azure Dragon stepped forward with a bow, hurriedly apologizing and asking the Sword Saint to calm his anger, admitting the academy was indeed at fault and would fully compensate Duong Tran. Thien Ba Quang did not even turn his head, merely casting a glance as he asked how they intended to compensate. The pavilion master of the Azure Dragon forced a smile and replied that they would discuss a plan that would satisfy both the academy and Duong Tran. Thien Ba Quang said with a dark expression, "To speak bluntly, my disciple does not necessarily have to cultivate at your academy." Hearing this, the pavilion master of the Azure Dragon forced a laugh, the corners of his mouth twitching as he said he would report clearly to the headmaster and handle Nguyen Man's matter. With everything settled, Thien Ba Quang did not spare the inner court a single glance, stepping directly into the air and calling the three to leave, leaving Duong Tran and Kim Vo Kayat gaping. Seeing this, the pavilion master of the Azure Dragon could only close his eyes and sigh, thinking that the rumors of Thien Ba Quang being gravely injured were clearly unreliable. He opened his eyes to look at Nguyen Man embedded in the ground unconscious, smoke still rising from the impact site, then ordered that they go meet the headmaster. By the time they returned to Thien Ba Kwang's residence, it was already late at night, the moon hidden by clouds, snow blanketing the path in white. Duong Tran gently pushed open the still-lit door and slowly stepped inside. The study, Thien Ba Kwang sat cross-legged before the bookshelf with his eyes closed, waves of orange-crimson spiritual energy radiating from his body. Duong Tran bowed respectfully and said softly, "Master, Xiao Kayat and I have reached the foundation of Tiger Fist. Should we?" He trailed off hesitantly. Thien Ba Kwang opened one eye to examine him and said slowly, "You want to learn martial skills?" Duong Tran's eyes lit up at once, nodding repeatedly with a bright smile as he quickly replied, "Yes, I do." Thien Ba Kwang closed his eyes again and said calmly, "Before reaching the true martial realm, I will not teach you any martial skill." Rejected, Duong Tran pouted and turned away, grumbling inwardly that his master was stingy. Immediately after, he was struck hard on the head, the pain making him wince before he could even clutch it. Thien Ba Kwang explained in a deep voice, "The body-tempering realm is for refining the body and laying the foundation of martial arts. Chasing powerful skills now would only invert the roots and branches." Turned back to the bookshelf and continued, "I originally intended to pass you a cultivation method, but the one you practice is already profound, so never mind." Duong Tran rubbed his head and thought his master was probably referring to the heaven-devouring scripture. Thien Ba Kwang continued that for martial artists, especially heavenly Tao masters, the cultivation method was the key, while martial skills, even in the true martial realm, were not worth excessive effort. After hearing this, Duong Tran understood, bowed in thanks, and withdrew. Next morning the snow had stopped, and before Thien Ba Kwang's residence appeared a white-haired old man in yellow knocking repeatedly at the door. Duong Tran opened the door, and before he could understand what was happening, a large gift wrapped in yellow cloth was stuffed into his hands, which he accepted calmly. Entering the study and opening the package, Duong Tran was immediately stunned to see a brilliant golden light shining from within. Thien Ba Kwang also came over to look, stroking his chin as he admired the rare medicinal herbs, saying there was a solid origin core pill, a hidden dragon pill, and several spiritual medicines. The Triu Ka Martial Academy was quite sincere this time. Hearing this, Duong Tran beamed with delight, holding herbs in one hand and a pill in the other as he said, "Then I will use them right away." Thien Ba Kwang immediately glared in warning. "Before reaching the 7th level of body tempering, you are absolutely not allowed to use pills," startling Duong Tran into crying out. Afterward, he returned to his calm demeanor and told Duong Tran to call Kim Vo Kayat and Thien Lin Hai to go cultivate in the Triu Ka mountain range for a time. Duong Tran, who had been dejected, instantly brightened again, his eyes sparkling as he asked, "Is Thien Lin Hai going too?" Thien Ba Kwang suddenly grew serious and looked at Duong Tran, saying, "Boy Tran, promise me one thing." Duong Tran waited seriously and replied, "Master, please speak." Thien Ba Kwang instructed in a deep voice, "No matter what happens, you must protect Lin Hai well." Duong Tran scratched his head and smiled confidently, saying not to worry. "With me here, the demonic beasts of the Triu Ka mountain range cannot harm Lin Hai." On a beautiful sunny day, Thien Lin Hai and Duong Tran called Kim Vo Kayat, and the three entered the Triu Ka mountain range to cultivate. Thien Ba Kwang watched the backs of his daughter and disciple, lowering his head slightly as he murmured, "The time is almost here." Time passed quickly, and 10 days later on a bright morning in the Triu Ka mountain range. In the forest, Thien Lin Hai held a long staff, her expression gloomy as she could not believe the truth, lamenting that the two were truly abnormal, one at the 7th level of body tempering, one at the 8th level of body tempering. Before her stood Duong Tran at the 7th level of body tempering, smiling as he rubbed his head, and said the fox spirit was almost at the 8th level too, while behind him Kim Vo Kayat at the 8th level of body tempering walked forward calmly. Even after being comforted, Thien Lin Hai was not happier, frowning as she replied that she was still not as fast as the two of them. Duong Tran ran over with a grin to reassure her, saying, "We will protect you," but those words only made Thien Lin Hai more annoyed. She stepped aside, pouting as she said she did not need their protection. Suddenly Duong Tran seemed to notice something, his eyes widening and his brows lifting slightly. Without a word he dashed off, leaving Thien Lin Hai and Kim Vo Kayat staring in confusion. While running, Duong Tran suddenly stopped, his eyes flashing as his mouth fell open in astonishment. He crouched down and reached toward a radiant red 3 lives flower emitting spiritual energy, loudly calling the fox spirit to come see it. Thien Lin Hai hurried over, bent down to examine it closely, then asked in shock how the legendary 3 lives flower could appear here. Kim Vo Kayat also approached curiously and asked what the 3 lives flower was. Thien Lin Hai then recounted the legend, that the empress of the Imperial Dragon Great Emperor had originally been a princess of the Heavenly Charm clan. killed by the enemies of the Divine River clan. In his madness, the Imperial Dragon Great Emperor, though gravely injured, still avenged this hatred. The enemy was slain, but the Empress could not be brought back to life. The Imperial Dragon Great Emperor, in extreme sorrow, used a great divine ability to gather 3 lives flowers from across the world and plant them in a secret realm, creating a sea of blossoms to accompany the Empress, because she had loved this flower most in life. Later, the 3 lives flower became a symbol of enduring love and faith, and as Thien Lin Hai spoke, her admiration was evident. While she was engrossed, Duong Tran stepped behind her, placing a hand over his chest without shame, and declaring this was heaven's will. So why not swear before the 3 lives flower that in this life we will never part? The sudden words made Thien Lin Hai blush, her gaze flustered as she stood frozen. Before she could react, Duong Tran moved like lightning and spread his arms to pull her down to the ground. Even Kim Vo Kiat could not respond in time, standing stiffly as he stared at the scene before him filled with questions. Immediately afterward, Kim Vo Kiat was also unexpectedly grabbed by the collar and dragged down by Duong Tran. Lying on the ground, Thien Lin Hai faced Duong Tran at very close range, his arm around her making her flush red as she shouted, "What are you doing?" Duong Tran leaned even closer, making her more flustered, raising a finger to signal silence before whispering in her ear, just loud enough for the 2 of them to hear, "Someone is coming." Duong Tran, Thien Lin Hai, and Kim Vo Kiat hurriedly hid in a nearby bush, their faces furtive as if they had done something shady, their tense eyes fixed on the source of the disturbance. On the distant path, 2 people approached, the one on the right carrying a sword on his shoulder with a blade of grass in his mouth named Latuan Dan. He glanced at his companion and asked whether there truly was a ruin here or if the information was wrong. The other, named La Hong Vai, replied that since their superior had ordered it, they should check carefully and stop complaining. Latuan Dan looked displeased as he walked, swinging his sword to slash branches at random, frowning and muttering that such a desolate place being called a ruin was ridiculous. La Hong Vai sighed impatiently and said they should just go up ahead to see. If there was nothing, they would return. Just as the 2 were about to turn back, Latuan Dan suddenly noticed something and immediately shouted to signal his companion. It turned out he had seen the 3 lives flower, and he stepped forward to crouch and observe it carefully, wondering why this flower appeared here. After thinking it over, he suddenly stood up and spoke. He said resentfully that he hated these childish, bewitching things most of all, his fierce face raising his sword to slash straight down, intending to destroy the flower. Seeing this, Duong Tran was startled, his expression tense as his gaze locked onto the 3 lives flower. Immediately, he drew the sword from Kim Vo Kiat's back, so fast that Vo Kiat could only stare wide-eyed before reacting. Tuan Dan's blade was only a hand's breadth from the 3 lives flower when Duong Tran timely blocked it, saving the blossom from disaster. Interrupted midway, Latuan Dan was extremely displeased, his face darkening as he looked at Duong Tran and asked what he meant. 2 sides grappled without lowering their weapons, standing still and sizing each other up for a long while, the air taut as a drawn bowstring. Finally, Duong Tran calmly spoke, politely saying, "This brother, forgive us. This flower is a 3 lives flower before which we just swore an oath." Tuan Dan cast a contemptuous glance at Duong Tran, the blade of grass still in his mouth as he replied, "So what?" Duong Tran maintained a friendly smile as he negotiated, hoping the other party would spare the innocent flowers. But Latuan Dan paid no heed, his provocative gaze and arrogant tone sounding as he said, "What are you that you dare question me about cutting a few wild flowers?" Duong Tran had reached his limit, his face darkening and his eyes turning cold as he asked again whether he could not speak properly. Tuan Dan spat out the blade of grass, lowering his head and glaring threateningly as he sneered that it was interesting, a country bumpkin daring to meddle in the Golden Eagle family's affairs. With that, he leaped into the air, viciously swinging his sword down toward Duong Tran. Duong Tran did not retreat at all, immediately raising his sword to block, the 2 blades colliding with a harsh metallic sound. Seeing his strike blocked, Latuan Dan was slightly surprised before mocking that Duong Tran had some ability after all. Duong Tran knocked his sword aside and said angrily that if he did not know manners, then today he would teach him. At this moment, Thien Lin Hai and Kim Vo Kiat also stepped out from the bushes behind, their faces full of displeasure as they looked at the arrogant group. Hearing Duong Tran dare to raise his voice, Latuan Dan flew into a rage, yellow-brown spiritual energy surging around him as he glared at the 3, demanding to see how he would teach him today. Duong Tran replied coldly that if he wanted to know, then watch closely, and after speaking, he tossed the sword back to Kim Vo Kiat behind him. Immediately, he charged forward at such speed that no one could see clearly, only a blur already closing in on the Golden Eagle group. Hong Vai, who had been watching, panicked and shouted a warning for his companion to be careful. Duong Tran had already appeared before Latuan Dan, his face furious as one hand shot straight toward that man's face. His palm descended like the Buddha suppressing Sun Wukong. A loud explosion rang out as Latuan Dan was slammed straight into the ground by Duong Tran's single hand, earth and stones scattering everywhere. Duong Tran sat atop him, his eyes fierce and the corner of his mouth curling in a cold smile as he asked whether this lesson was satisfactory. Seeing his companion in danger, La Hongvai angrily drew his sword and rushed in, shouting that he must be courting death. He charged straight at Duong Tran, moving extremely fast as he thrust his sword forward. But before he could approach, the sword tip was blocked by another blade, a sharp metallic sound ringing out. ManhwaCapped appeared in time to stop him, saying coldly that when others are fighting, do not interfere. La Hongvai frowned at ManhwaCapped, inwardly shocked to realize the other was also at the 8th level of body tempering. ManhwaCapped's gaze was sharp, his talent evident, the sword before his chest enveloped in blue spiritual energy. La Hongvai lowered his sword and said cautiously that he had not expected such a small place to have such a young genius. ManhwaCapped also withdrew his sword and slowly sheathed it over his shoulder, his gaze still wary as he replied that there were many more things he had not expected. On Duong Tran's side, the man pinned to the ground had long since gone completely motionless. Stood up and casually lectured that next time he should speak properly, then left Latuan Dan unconscious on the ground and turned to call Thien Lin Hai and ManhwaCapped to leave. Just as the three were about to go, La Hongvai behind them shouted angrily for them to stop. Duong Tran and ManhwaCapped cast him a glance. La Hongvai roared in fury that after beating a member of the Golden Eagle family, they thought they could leave so easily. Turned around and asked what exactly he wanted. Seizing the momentum, La Hongvai pointed his sword at them and shouted for them to leave their lives behind, that everything had a price. He did not waste words, resting one hand on his hip as he called ManhwaCapped. ManhwaCapped immediately responded that he understood. Blue light flashed around ManhwaCapped and his figure vanished, leaving only Duong Tran standing there. La Hongvai was shocked, his eyes wide and his face filled with panic. Immediately after, a miserable scream echoed through the Triuka forest, startling birds into flight. When the sound subsided, ManhwaCapped had already sheathed his sword, and behind him the two men surnamed Lele sprawled on the ground without movement. Thien Lin Hai was frightened and worried by the scene, hurriedly urging them to leave the Triuka mountain range, because killing members of the Golden Eagle family would bring great trouble. He did not care much, walking with his hands behind his head as he casually asked whether the Golden Eagle family was that formidable. Thien Lin Hai immediately grew tense, her expression serious as she affirmed that the Golden Eagle family was even stronger than the Academy. He shrugged indifferently and said that made it even more necessary to kill them. There was no point keeping two troublemakers alive. ManhwaCapped beside him calmly echoed that it was true, and that they even dared to destroy someone else's token of love. They deserved death. Hearing the mention of the token of love flower, Thien Lin Hai flushed with embarrassment and anger, her face red as she scolded the two for talking nonsense. She turned her back and walked away to hide her shyness, urging them to leave quickly because it was not suitable to stay long. He and ManhwaCapped immediately followed, the three quickly leaving the forest and returning. By noon, the three returned to Thien Ba Quang's residence. Thien Lin Hai pushed the door open to enter. Suddenly she stopped, her eyes widening in astonishment as she looked into the courtyard as if seeing something unbelievable. In the middle of the courtyard stood not Thien Ba Quang, but an old man with his back turned, wearing a wide-brimmed hat and a white robe, shrouded in mystery. Noticing her strange reaction, he stepped forward and placed a hand on her shoulder to look inside, a flicker of worry rising in his heart as he thought the Golden Eagle family had come. The old man turned around, his stern eyes and long beard exuding pressure as he spoke. "Young miss, I have come to take you back." Thien Ba Quang sat nearby drinking tea and said calmly that the time had not yet come. He should leave. The old man was displeased, looking at Thien Ba Quang without fear as he spoke at length that only a few days remained. In the past 3 years, what had the young miss learned? With such good talent, she was only at the 7th level of body tempering, while the disciple he taught was decent. Thien Ba Quang frowned and replied coldly to get lost and return on the first day of the new year. The old man nodded in agreement, saying he would stay in Triuka City for a few more days before stomping his foot and flying away. He hurried over to ask his master, his face flustered as he asked who that old man was and why he wanted to take Lin Hai away. Thien Ba Quang sighed, took a sip of tea, and slowly said that sooner or later he would know, so telling him now was fine. He said sadly that after the new year Lin Hai had to return to her mother's marquee residence, and if he had feelings for her then within 5 years, he must become renowned across the East, something he had once agreed to. Thien Ba Quang continued that he had once been a famed sword saint, but his martial soul had been crippled, leaving him only able to hide in Triuka City. Having Lin Hai by his side for 3 years was already enough. His eyes filled with regret. Hearing this, he was stunned, suddenly realizing something as he widened his eyes and shouted that his master's martial soul had been crippled and asked who had done it. He looked at his master with deep worry and urgently asked who had acted. He would definitely avenge him. Thien Ba Quang smiled kindly and patted Duong Tran's head, saying that although he seemed indifferent on the surface, he had loyalty in his heart. But immediately after, he spoke in a deep voice that his matter had nothing to do with him. What he needed to do was cultivate and increase his strength. He declared seriously that in the future he would not only protect Lin Hai, but also protect his master. Thien Ba Quang still did not reveal who had crippled his martial soul, only advising him that the world was far larger than he imagined, and that he was still far from enough. He refused to yield, gritting his teeth as he loudly responded with stubborn determination that he would definitely become stronger. After speaking, he did not even bid Thien Ba Quang farewell, turning and running straight off. Thien Ba Quang watched his disciple's back fade into the distance and could only sigh helplessly before letting the matter go. Carrying a trace of grievance, he ran to the stone table where Thien Lin Hai was sitting, his eyes holding 1,000 unspoken words yet not knowing how to begin, while she clearly understood but deliberately turned her face away. Standing a short distance away, he took a deep breath and shouted that fox spirit, "We have sworn before the 3 lives flower." In the future, she was not allowed to pay attention to any other man. Had she heard clearly, Thien Lin Hai propped her chin with a weary look. She glanced at him indifferently and slowly replied that he truly was thick-skinned. Beneath a great tree, leaves fluttered in the wind as he stepped before Thien Lin Hai and solemnly presented an item, saying, "Fox spirit, this is the 3 lives flower I have dried. She should keep it as a token. If in the future he was not by her side, then she must still live well." After handing it over, he immediately left like a gust of wind, leaving Thien Lin Hai standing frozen with the flower in her hand. That action truly moved Thien Lin Hai, her face flushing red, her clear eyes like a tranquil lake following his departing figure. Afterward, she lowered her gaze to the package containing the 3 lives flower, her brows knitting slightly as countless tangled emotions rose in her heart. Suddenly, Thien Ba Quang stepped out from behind the tree, casting Thien Lin Hai a teasing glance as he said keeping it as a memento was good. In the future, they might not meet again, his sudden appearance startling her as if she had been caught. Thien Lin Hai looked at her father unnaturally and quickly explained that he spoke nonsense and did not have a single proper sentence. Thien Ba Quang chuckled softly at his daughter and said he felt that boy was very sincere. Every word came from the heart. Hearing this, Thien Lin Hai pouted in rebuttal, saying he was sincere had her father been bewitched by him. Thien Ba Quang smiled meaningfully and said with certainty that he understood Duong Tran's character clearly. After she left, only he would remain by his side. Hearing this, Thien Lin Hai immediately hugged her father's arm tightly, rubbing her cheek against it as she coquettishly said that she was not going anywhere and they would not dare do anything to her. He held his daughter tightly in his arms, his eyes filled with love as he slowly said that a promise once made could not be taken back. Besides, her mother was very lonely. It would be good for her to stay by her side more in the future. He only blamed himself for being incompetent, his fists not strong enough. Thien Lin Hai looked at him with worry, not agreeing yet still gently comforting him. She softly said that in her heart he was always the strongest. Thien Ba Quang's gaze was firm yet his tone gentle. He raised his hand to stroke his daughter's hair and said that on this world there were many people stronger than him. He chuckled lightly with a teasing hint, his probing eyes looking at her as he asked directly what she truly felt about that brat Tran. Caught at the heart of it, Thien Lin Hai flushed red and showed embarrassment before hurriedly denying it. She raised her voice and said what was he saying? That rogue was like that. She could like anyone but could never like him. Thien Ba Quang only smiled, looking at her with mild reproach. If she did not like him, then why was she still clutching the paper bag in her arms? Hearing that, Thien Lin Hai felt both shy and hurt, her face burning red as she flung the stringed bag to the ground. Seeing this, Thien Ba Quang bent down and picked up the bag containing the 3 life flower. He handed the flower back to Thien Lin Hai and gently advised that she was clearly going against her own heart. Duong Tran might not have a glorious background, but his talent was extremely high and his temperament rare. He continued that, as his daughter, he only hoped she would dare to follow the call of her heart. After she took back the paper bag, he turned and left. Hearing her father's words, her face showed difficulty. She let out a soft sigh and looked at the 3 life flower in her hand, wondering whether Duong Tran was truly as good as her father said. Outside, Triuka City remained as peaceful as ever, the evening glow stretching long across red walls and golden-tiled roofs. Suddenly from afar in the sky appeared a gigantic golden eagle, its powerful wings beating as it flew straight toward Triuka City. On the back of the great bird faintly stood 3 figures steady, seemingly 2 men and 1 woman. From above the 3 surveyed the entire Triuka City. One of them spoke disdainfully that this was Triuka City, truly small. Did this place really have relics? Elsewhere, Duong Tran and Kim Vo Kayat also saw the golden eagle circling in the sky. He immediately said to Tiu Kayat that it was likely from the Kim Ung family. Kim Vo Kayat watched with worried eyes and asked if they had come for them. He shaded his eyes to look more closely and calmly replied, probably not. Return home first and observe secretly afterward. On a bright sunny day, before the grand gate of white walls and black tiles, hung a plaque bearing 2 large characters Duong residents. The 2 brothers Duong Tran and Kim Vo Kayat stood before the gate smiling brightly. He joyfully exclaimed that they had finally returned home. 2 stepped in excitedly. He hummed a few tunes while pushing the door open and entering. But before they could step inside, a large figure rushed out from within and crashed straight into them, making their foreheads ring with a heavy thud. The person was Duong Chin Engip, their father. For some reason, he was extremely hurried, drenched in sweat with a bruised nose. Upon seeing them, he said that the 2 brats had returned. Struck hard and dizzy, they rubbed their foreheads. He replied that they had just returned from the academy and asked why their father's nose was like that. Before he could answer, from behind came a female voice filled with killing intent, shouting Duong Chin Engip, stop right there, making him instantly pale as sweat poured down. Shout echoed repeatedly. Duong Chin Engip panicked and turned to flee without caring about his 2 sons who had just returned, leaving the brothers staring at each other blankly. They were still watching their father retreating figure. The sliding door behind gently opened, a hand resting on it emitting a chilling aura that made one wary. The door slid open, revealing a beautiful yet furious woman, blazing red hair and a fiery figure, holding a large wooden stick. She was Leng Ho Mak and Duong Tran mother. Seeing their mother angered, the brothers dared not move rashly, only forcing smiles and softly calling out mother. Hearing her son call, Leng Ho Mak AM recognized them and immediately withdrew her anger, saying that Tran Na Chai and Tiu Kayat had returned. Seeing her temporarily calm, he dared to step forward, with an innocent expression asking softly if father had angered her again. Hearing that she did not answer, only frowning and closing her eyes to take a deep breath, showing she did not wish to speak more. Then Leng Ho Mak AM anxiously grasped Duong Tran's shoulders and asked that she heard they had been expelled from the inner court because Yuan Man bullied them, making him momentarily stunned. But quickly he smiled calmly and replied that mother need not worry. Everything had been resolved. Madam Leng Ho was still uneasy and turned to Kim Vo Kayat to ask again whether his brother matter was truly settled. Kim Vo Kayat smiled calmly and answered that it was resolved. The academy had even compensated them with many cultivation resources. Clear voice echoed, questioning that statement. The speaker was a cute little girl with red eyes and twin braids, Duong Mangvu, Duong Tran younger sister. She ran out and hugged Duong Tran tightly. He smiled happily and stroked her head, asking whether she missed her elder brother. Hearing that, she immediately looked up at him, her big eyes sparkling and cheeks rosy as she smiled, and said she missed him very much, asking him to take her to Mak Huong Pavilion to buy novels. Madam Leng Ho, still holding the wooden stick, sternly forbade her from going, causing Duong Mangvu to freeze. The little girl widened her eyes, tears welling up as she pouted and softly called brother. Seeing that, he smiled and stroked her head to comfort her, saying that he had many and would bring some back next time. Hearing this, Duong Mangvu stopped crying. She kissed Duong Tran on the cheek and repeatedly praised her elder brother as the best. Commotion outside finally brought Duong Keen, the family head, out. He was Duong Tran grandfather, already aged with white hair and beard, walking while stroking his beard. Duong Tran and Kim Vo Kayat saw him and clasped their hands in salute, bowing and calling grandfather together. He did not speak much, only glanced at them and told Duong Tran and Kim Vo Kayat to follow him inside. The brothers said nothing more and immediately obeyed, walking behind the family head back into the house. In the room, Duong family head sat opposite the 2 and slowly said that it seemed their year at the academy had brought each of them their own gains. He opened his eyes and looked sternly at Duong Tran, stroking his beard as he advised that having ambition was good, but arrogance was not. After the new year there might be changes. He hoped he would temper both heart and bones to be firm. Duong Tran slightly furrowed his brows in thought and respectfully replied that grandfather he understood. When it came to Kim Vo Kayat, Duong family head called his name and he clasped his hands and bowed in response. Slowly continued that he had grasped the ultimate section of Ba Hong Thien Ma Quiet, The higher he cultivated this technique, the more suffering he would endure. He must never fall into the demonic abyss. Saying this, he glared to emphasize, making the atmosphere heavy. And there was one more thing. Within the next 3 years, even if he died, he must not reveal his martial soul. ManhwaCapped was greatly shaken after hearing this. Though confused, he still respectfully replied that he remembered. Night fell at Duong residence. Beneath a star-filled sky, 2 lanterns hung on either side of the plaque, shining brightly. Inside the dining room, the Duong family meal unfolded in a striking contrast. At the table, Duong Tran mother shot sharp glances at the father and son trio, while the 3 of them ate and sweated. He tried to pretend nothing was wrong, struggling to quickly finish the bowl of rice in his hand. In contrast, Duong family head happily raised his wine cup and laughed, saying let them drink together to congratulate Tran Nha and Tiu Kayat on breaking through to the 8th level body tempering. Everyone raised their cups in celebration. The family of 6 gathered in a warm atmosphere. Suddenly there was a knock at the door outside. Madam Leng Ho looked at Duong Tran and told him to see who it was. Duong Tran quickly went to the gate and carefully opened it to look. Person outside unexpectedly was Thien Lin Hai. Under the moonlight, her face was flushed, her manner shy in jade-colored embroidered attire. Duong Tran looked at her in shock, eyes wide and mouth agape, the 2 standing frozen, staring at each other without speaking. Thien Lin Hai gently smiled to break the awkward silence, asking what was wrong. Did he not recognize senior sister? Placed his hands on his hips and laughed brightly, half joking that the fox spirit had only been away 3 days and already missed him so much. Thien Lin Hai lowered her eyes, slightly sad, and replied that tomorrow she had to leave and wanted to see Triuka City one last time. After walking, she somehow came here. Duong Tran frowned, then smiled, asking if she wanted to stroll Triuka City with him. Though small, its New Year night scenery was beautiful. Thien Lin Hai turned her face aside, cheeks flushed shyly as she softly said she had not eaten dinner yet. Hearing that, Duong Tran invited her inside to eat, teasing as they walked that he would bring her to meet the elders, making her pinch him hard and remind him to be serious. Duong Tran led Thien Lin Hai into the Duong family dining room. The family dining saw the 2 appear and were stunned, all stopping their chopsticks to look at them. Duong Mangvu, upon seeing Thien Lin Hai, ran over in amazement, her eyes sparkling like stars, as she exclaimed that elder sister was so beautiful. Thien Lin Hai smiled brightly and bent to stroke the little girl head, warmly returning the greeting. Madam Leng Ho pulled out a chair for Thien Lin Hai and smiled, saying she was Tran Nha friend. Please sit down. Thien Lin Hai was arranged to sit between Duong Tran and his mother. Once she was seated, his mother leaned close and softly asked that he had not introduced this young lady to everyone. Duong Tran smiled and introduced that this was his senior sister Lai, also his master beloved daughter named Thien Lin Hai. She also smiled and greeted everyone. Madam Leng Ho beamed and said, good, good. Lin Hai, eat more. Their family warmly welcomed her. Duong Tran father, sitting beside, glanced at the 2 and teased that she was only senior sister, making Madam Leng Ho smile instantly fade. He immediately pinched his thigh hard, signaling him to keep quiet. Pinch made Duong Chin Engip face pale and hair stand on end, gritting his teeth to endure without daring to make a sound. Seeing this scene, Thien Lin Hai could not help laughing. She raised her hand to cover her mouth with a soft smile. Madam Leng Ho boldly raised her wine cup high and smiled, saying loudly, let them all welcome Lin Hai. Everyone clinked cups and loudly welcomed Lin Hai, the sound of cups ringing clear and lively. Outside was the night sky of Triuka City, the bright moon shining as fireflies fluttered everywhere, lights from the bustling streets glowing brilliantly. Duong Tran and Thien Lin Hai walked side by side along the quiet night road, both silent without speaking. Suddenly Duong Tran halted, a trace of surprise flashing in his eyes. Without a word, he suddenly sped forward, leaving Thien Lin Hai unable to react, standing stunned watching him. Under the moonlight of Triuka City, Duong Tran stopped beneath a large tree with brilliant golden leaves standing out in the night. Standing beneath the tree and gazing briefly, he turned and asked whether the fox spirit knew what tree this was. Thien Lin Hai stepped beside him and looked up at the swaying canopy, replying that it was not an ancient maple tree. Duong Tran's face grew solemn with hidden thoughts as he asked whether she understood its meaning. Thien Lin Hai, slightly saddened, softly asked what that meaning was. Beneath the maple tree, Duong Tran looked straight into her eyes and slowly recited that the maple grew in cold lands. Hearts and leaves part yet still rely on each other. Wishing you often pray. This thing resolves longing. As the words ended, Thien Lin Hai eyes brightened, her cheeks flushing as she looked at Duong Tran move. Duong Tran reached out and took Thien Lin Hai's soft hands, lifted her hands and stepped closer. Beneath the maple canopy, the two silently gazed at each other without blinking. At last the awaited moment arrived. Their faces gradually drew close, and they gently closed their eyes. Their lips unconsciously touched. Beneath the maple tree, golden leaves fell softly. Duong Tran and Thien Lin Hai shared a passionate kiss. Afterward, the two fell into an awkward atmosphere, Thien Lin Hai not even daring to raise her head to look at him. Duong Tran blushed and gathered his courage to hold her hand and say, "Lin Hai, I will definitely come to find you." Thien Lin Hai's cheeks flushed red. She turned her face away and softly murmured in agreement. Seeing that, Duong Tran immediately revealed a shameless look, his eyes darting around as he grinned and said, "Lin Hai, under the bright moon and gentle breeze with the ancient air as witness, should we discuss our proper matter now?" Thien Lin Hai kept a serious expression and innocently asked, "What proper matter?" Duong Tran smiled with narrowed eyes showing his teeth, pretending innocence as he replied, "Of course, to bow to heaven and earth and pledge ourselves for life." Upon hearing that, Thien Lin Hai instantly became angry. She stomped hard on Duong Tran's foot, making him jump in pain. She shouted that she would not pay attention to him anymore. After saying that, she turned and left, ignoring Duong Tran, who hopped in pain as he chased after her while calling for her to stop. The night in Trioca City continued on. Above, the stars shimmered below. Fireflies glowed in brilliant swarms. At a large residence, the bright lights inside further highlighted the prosperity of the small city. Inside a room, Kwong Min Hao was bowing and smiling obsequiously, both hands lifting a wine jar to offer to the person opposite him. One sitting before him was a young man with golden hair and brown eyes named Latuan Nhu, the young master of the Golden Eagle clan. His appearance and gaze exuded arrogance. He glanced at Kwong Min Hao and asked whether there was any new news from the Triu Ka mountain range. Kwong Min Hao showed an awkward expression, but still forced a smile, as he replied that there was no confirmed news yet. However, the experts of the Quan clan had likely entered to investigate. Hearing that, Latuan Nhu's face darkened. He gritted his teeth in displeasure and ordered more manpower to be added. He complained that because of the divine relic, he had to spend the new year in this wretched place. If it were fake, then all effort would be wasted. Kwong Min Hao hurriedly reassured him with confidence that the divine relic was very likely real. His master was the pavilion master of White Tiger Pavilion and head of Triu Ka Martial Academy, who had investigated many times. The thunder during the inner court assessment back then had been an omen. Latuan Nhu rekindled some hope after hearing that, and softly said he only hoped it was so. Suddenly, his sharp gaze swept past the window and looked outside. Following that line of sight, he caught sight of Duong Tran walking with Thien Lin Hai on the street. She sulked ahead while Duong Tran awkwardly scratched his head and followed behind, coaxing her. Caught Latuan Nhu's attention was Thien Lin Hai's radiant beauty. In his eyes, she seemed to glow and make 100 flowers pale. He could not restrain himself from standing up and pressing close to the window, eyes wide and mouth agape. His face reddened in shock at the beauty in this small land. Then he turned to Kwong Min Hao in a haughty tone and asked who they were. Kwong Min Hao hurried to his side and narrowed his eyes to look out the window to see the two people in the alley clearly. Recognizing Duong Tran and Thien Lin Hai browsing hairpins at a stall, he inwardly cursed that enemies truly met on a narrow road. He glanced at Latuan Nhu and introduced them, saying that was Duong Tran, a common disciple of Triu Ka who had just been expelled from the academy but was taken as a disciple by Sword Saint Thien Ba Kwong. And that beauty was Thien Lin Hai, daughter of Thien Ba Kwong and the #1 beauty of the academy. After hearing that, Latuan Nhu raised his brows and sneered, saying that Thien Ba Kwong knew a few outdated sword moves yet dared call himself Sword Saint. Truly ridiculous. He continued that Thien Ba Kwong had once been quite famous in Thien Nam, but after his sword martial soul was crippled, he fled to Triu Ka. As he spoke, his smile grew more sinister, leaving Kwong Min Hao shocked with his mouth open. Latuan Nhu's eyes became even more wicked as he slowly said that Thien Lin Hai was indeed the rare beloved daughter of the Don Mok Marquis Mansion, and it was said her martial soul talent defied the heavens. He smiled more and more frighteningly, his whole body revealing improper intentions, saying that meeting such a beauty in Triu Ka on New Year's Eve was a destined encounter that could not be missed, and he must go down to make her acquaintance. Suddenly, a stern, middle-aged voice sounded from behind, warning that Tuan Nhu, the beloved daughter of the Don Mok Marquis Mansion, already had someone, and he should not cause trouble. Tuan Nhu sneered and called that person second uncle, saying he knew his limits and only intended to go down and greet her. Perhaps in the future he might need her help. Without hesitation, he jumped straight from the window to the ground toward Thien Lin Hai, leaving behind the remark that he lacked no women. As soon as he landed, Duong Tran noticed the newcomer. He was slightly surprised while Thien Lin Hai still focused on admiring the hairpins. Tuan Nhu stepped forward and looked at the two with an arrogant expression, loudly calling out, "Miss Lin Hai of the Don Mok Marquis Mansion." Hearing her name called, Thien Lin Hai turned back coldly and asked whether they knew each other. Duong Tran beside her immediately became alert. Latuan Nhu pretended to smile brightly and introduced himself, saying were they not acquainted now. His surname was his name Latuan Nhu. Surely she had heard of him. Queen Lin Hai frowned in displeasure, glanced at him, and bluntly said she had never heard of him. Latuan Nhu refused to give up and stepped closer, extending his hand in invitation, saying that the Golden Eagle clan and the Doan Mok Marquis mansion had considerable ties. On New Year's Eve, he wished to invite her for a talk. His persistence made her even more annoyed as she avoided him with a darkened face. Queen Lin Hai lowered her eyes and coldly refused, saying she was sorry and did not know him. Ignoring him, she turned to Duong Tran, who was suppressing his anger, and said, "Junior brother, let us go." He took Duong Tran's hand and pulled him away, while Duong Tran still glanced at Latuan Nhu, who stood motionless. Latuan Nhu silently watched them, his pupils shrinking like beans, his expression dark and filled with anger. On their side, Duong Tran said with a dark face to Thien Lin Hai that it was his first time seeing someone so self-righteous. Looking at that fake manner made him want to throw a few punches, leaving her only able to look at him helplessly. Thien Lin Hai sighed worriedly and advised that little Tran he could not defeat him right now. Latuan Nhu's cultivation was already at the true martial realm, and he was the young master of the Golden Eagle clan. Even she did not dare provoke him. Duong Tran's expression turned serious as he etched the image of Latuan Nhu and the Golden Eagle clan deeply into his heart. The more he thought, the angrier he became. He gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly that whoever dared set eyes on his Lin Hai would face him regardless of who they were. Duong Tran hurried to Thien Lin Hai's side and awkwardly said, "Fox Spirit, in the future, do not call me Little Tran anymore. That is a name only close people use." Thien Lin Hai glanced at him teasingly and replied that calling him Little Tran was very intimate, and who allowed him to casually call her Fox Spirit. She looked at him with her beautiful face full of charm, making Duong Tran blush as the atmosphere between them became ambiguous. Duong Tran indulged in wishful thinking, closed his eyes and puckered his lips as he leaned closer. The sudden action startled Thien Lin Hai and made her widen her eyes. Blushing, she ran away to avoid him, while Duong Tran still puckered his lips and spread his arms, chasing after her, asking for another kiss. As she ran, she turned back and stuck out her tongue, teasing him to keep dreaming. Behind her, Duong Tran chased with a greedy expression. The two continued chasing each other along the night road of Triu, Ka City, as they headed back. Next morning at Thien Ba Quang's residence, snow still covered the gate roof in white. As agreed, the old man came to take Thien Lin Hai back to Thien Nam. The two rode on the back of a golden eagle. The golden eagle flapped its wings and soared high. Thien Lin Hai stood behind and turned to wave farewell to those below. Golden eagle flew farther and farther away. Duong Tran stood on the ground watching reluctantly until it completely vanished. He remained standing silently without moving and without showing any emotion. Thien Ba Quang walked over from afar and stood beside him, smiling as he offered a few comforting words, then said, "Tran boy, do you want to chase after her? It is all because my daughter bewitched your soul." Duong Tran remained silent. Seeing that, he stopped joking and asked directly, "Tran boy, tell me honestly what you did to my daughter last night." Duong Tran put on a displeased expression and replied provocatively that the rice was already cooked. Thien Ba Quang immediately showed disdain, curling his lips as he looked at Duong Tran, and sarcastically said he truly believed that. Those words made Duong Tran's face darken. He seriously and hurriedly asked his master when they could depart for Thien Nam. Thien Ba Quang opened his tired eyes as if he had not slept for many days, glanced at him, and asked in return what he would do in Thien Nam. The sudden question made Duong Tran stiffen. His mind went blank, filled with question marks. His mouth opened to utter the word go, and then he did not know what to say next. Thien Ba Quang turned his back and closed his eyes. His cold voice, like a bucket of cold water, poured over him, saying, "Go back." With his current cultivation, he was far from qualified to go to Thien Nam. After saying that, he strode back toward the wooden house without turning his head, leaving Duong Tran standing there, his hands clenched tightly and trembling. Watching his master's back disappear, Duong Tran raised his head to look at the falling yellow leaves, his eyes resolute as he silently vowed to reach Thien Nam soon to find Thien Lin Hai. Few days after Thien Lin Hai left, Thien Ba Quang's residence became noticeably quieter. In the courtyard, Thien Ba Quang leisurely sat drinking tea under a tree, while Duong Tran stood nearby intently studying martial skills. Suddenly a violent tremor sounded and made the ground shake, causing Duong Tran to stagger and nearly fall, while Thien Ba Quang calmly sipped his tea. Duong Tran looked at his master in panic with widened eyes and asked loudly why there was an earthquake. Thien Ba Quang looked up at the sky, observing the phenomenon for a long while. His expression gradually grew heavy as he said in a low voice that a great calamity was coming, and in the future Triu, Ka City might not survive. Hearing that, Duong Tran felt as if struck by lightning. His face turned pale as he cried out in alarm at what that meant. Thien Ba Quang looked at him sternly and asked whether he remembered the previous divine relic. The thunder back then had only been a sign of its impending emergence. Duong Tran asked in shock whether the appearance of the divine relic could destroy all of Triu Ka. Qin Ba Kuang tilted his head to look at the sky and said the divine relic itself was an auspicious sign. Triu Ka's destruction would not be due to the relic, but due to humans. As he spoke, his expression grew uglier, his brows tightly furrowed with worry. Recently, too many experts had entered the Triu Ka mountain range wanting to forcibly open the divine relic. Those without fate who forced it would inevitably bring great disaster. After hearing that, Duong Tran fell into thought, hand on his chin, as he wondered whether all this was the Golden Eagle clan scheme. At that moment, Kim Vo Kayat rushed in from outside, pushing the gate open with a loud bang, his face full of fear as he shouted that something big seemed to have happened, and they should hurry home to see. However, Duong Tran remained calm. He refused to return home and reminded him of grandfather's instructions that the academy had long predicted the calamity. So for now, they needed to observe the situation. Qin Ba Kuang wore a pensive expression as he told the two about how years ago he had ventured alone deep into the Triu Ka mountain range and discovered a sealed divine relic inside which even contained a mature divine beast. The two brothers felt goosebumps all over, eyes wide in shock as they exclaimed in unison about a mature divine beast. Qin Ba Kuang continued, deep wrinkles etched on his forehead, that the divine relic was guarded by extremely powerful demonic beasts, even a mature divine beast that made even Purple Mansion realm experts struggle to contend. This tremor was likely caused by those probing who had angered the divine beast. Duong Tran shouted angrily, his dissatisfied gaze at his master as he said the mastermind was very likely the Golden Eagle clan. Last year they had encountered their experts when entering the mountain range. Hearing that, Qin Ba Kuang's face immediately darkened. He gritted his teeth and said word by word that the Golden Eagle clan truly treated human lives like grass, for selfish gain disregarding the lives of Triu Ka. He led Duong Tran and Kim Vo Kayat straight toward the scene, his face furious as he muttered while walking that he must see what tricks they were playing. At the same time, in Triu Ka City, in a crowded building brightly lit, General Lai led his troops inside to question the Golden Eagle clan, pointing at them and loudly demanding whether the disturbance earlier was caused by them and what exactly they were doing in the mountain range. People of the Golden Eagle clan calmly drank tea as if General Lai did not exist. A man glanced at General Lai and casually replied that General Hoi's son, they were hosting a banquet for young Master Lai. If beasts in the mountain range caused trouble, then protecting the city was his responsibility. General Lai gritted his teeth and sneered, his face extremely unpleasant as he said it seemed they also had a part in this. Truly wolf-hearted and dog-lunged, harming the people of Triu Ka. Hearing that, the man's face reddened in anger as he shouted a threat, saying not to think that with the Azure Tiger Legion he could do whatever he wanted. General Lai immediately released his pressure in response, saying coldly not to think he did not know their scheme. He had already spread news across Thien Nam about the divine relic's emergence. Those words made the old man before him change expression. After that, General Lai led his troops away, leaving behind the one called Kuang Tu, grinding his teeth in fury yet unable to act. He crushed the wine cup in his hand, his expression dark as he cursed General Lai for spreading the news. Kuang Tu turned to the person beside him and quietly asked, "Second uncle, what should be done now?" Lacan held a wine cup, his crafty eyes sinking into contemplation. He said in a low voice that news of the divine relic had certainly spread throughout Thien Nam. Not only would experts arrive, but even the royal family might be alerted. After speaking, he stood up decisively and ordered all martial artists in the city to enter the Triu Ka mountain range to clear a path and charge into the divine relic. That ruthless decision left the other two deeply shaken. He believed such an action was truly excessive. It was no different from using human lives to carve a path. Yet in the end, they still complied. Kuang Tu gritted his teeth and nodded in agreement, proposing to summon all martial artists in the city and from the martial residences to storm the mountain together. At this moment, beneath Triu Ka mountain, a large number of soldiers had already gathered. The three master and disciples, Qin Ba Kuang, Duong Tran, and Kim Vo Kayat, also arrived. From afar they saw Lai Kan Lam standing in the midst of the army formation. Duong Tran stepped forward and asked softly, "Senior sister, how is the situation now?" Lai Kan Lam turned and saw Duong Tran. She immediately explained that demonic beasts and spirit beasts were continuously pouring out of the mountain range. The situation was extremely difficult to control. As soon as she finished speaking, from the depths of the forest, a gigantic earth bear charged out, its appearance frenzied and ferocious. With a single swing of its paw, it sent several soldiers flying. The monster broke through the encirclement and roared as it rushed straight toward Duong Tran and Lai Kan Lam, causing her to panic. But before it could get close, it was pierced through the body by a powerful strike. One who acted was Qin Ba Kuang. He resolved the crisis in time for everyone. From streaks of green light, demonic beasts appeared one after another, from giant bears to massive snakes pouring out in succession, exhausting the soldiers. Duong Tran looked at his master anxiously and asked urgently, "Master, with the situation so critical, why have the experts of the academy not arrived yet?" Hearing that, Thien Ba Quang realized something was amiss and muttered angrily that this was not right. The academy should have been the first line of defense. At that very moment, the academy head and the pavilion masters of the inner court hurriedly flew over with panicked expressions. The soldiers fighting were overjoyed when they saw them, shouting that the academy experts had arrived. They were saved. Even the city lord had come. Following their gaze, Han Enhat Kok, the red-haired and composed city lord of Triu Ka, appeared. Behind him were members of the Golden Eagle clan. General Lai's legion also arrived, with imposing momentum. Kim Vo Kiat said joyfully that with so many reinforcements, they would surely be able to block the demonic beasts. But Thien Ba Quang's expression darkened as he observed and shook his head, saying he feared it would not be so simple. Khan Han leapt into the air from among the Golden Eagle clan, wearing a righteous expression as he called for everyone to charge forward. He ordered all to enter the Triu Ka mountain range and exterminate the demonic beasts. Seeing that hypocritical face, Duong Tran felt disgusted. He clenched his fists and inwardly cursed that the Golden Eagle clan indeed harbored ill intentions. General Lai Hoi's son immediately shouted to stop them, demanding that the martial artists hold the defensive line. If demonic beasts entered the city, the consequences would be unimaginable. And Enhat Kok retorted in displeasure, believing that only by striking directly into the mountain could the problem be solved. General Lai fearlessly roared back, openly calling Han Enhat Kok a traitor to Triu Ka, merely someone else's hound. Khan Han in the air angrily dived down to attack. In the blink of an eye, he was already upon General Lai, leaving him no time to evade. Palm strike landed squarely on his chest, causing General Lai to spit blood on the spot. He was blasted to the ground with a loud explosion. The earth shattered and dust filled the air. General Lai stared in disbelief at Khan Han and trembled as he gasped that he was at the Heavenly Union realm. Duong Tran beside him also cried out in shock, "Heavenly Union realm." He stood frozen in the distance as he watched Khan Han beat General Lai unconscious. He never expected the opponent to be at the Heavenly Union realm. The peak of martial cultivation he knew had only 5 levels. First level was the body tempering realm, the basic realm used to train a martial artist's physique. The second was the true martial realm, primarily cultivating true chi that could be released outward. Next was the martial manifestation realm, where true chi condensed and took form based on one's cultivation technique. Before him, Khan Han had not only surpassed the martial manifestation realm, even in Thien Nam he would be considered a mainstream expert. Yet standing at the true pinnacle of martial cultivation was still the Heavenly Union realm, a realm requiring comprehension of the will of heaven and earth. Duong Tran gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. In legend above the Heavenly Union realm was the Purple Mansion realm of great powers, and across the vast eastern lands, it seemed only the Eastern King had reached that level. Khan Han tilted his head, his icy gaze issuing another order. All were to enter the Triu Ka mountain range and exterminate the demonic beasts. Anyone who blocked the way would be killed without mercy. Under such overwhelming pressure, even the academy head did not dare show disrespect. He wiped his sweat and cautiously asked young Master Le for permission to lead the students to fortify the academy, while the pavilion masters and instructors would follow into the mountain to slay demonic beasts. Khan Han glanced over, then turned and nodded in agreement, even feigning courtesy as he thanked the head martial elder for the cooperation. After that, he cast an indifferent gaze at General Lai and coldly asked, "And what about Lai Hoi's son?" General Lai breathed heavily, his eyes filled with indignation as he looked at Khan Han, but the gap in strength left him unable to resist. In the end, he could only concede. Half of the Azure Tiger army would follow into the mountain to kill demonic beasts. The other half would remain to guard Triu Ka City. Khan Han did not wish to linger and merely smiled faintly in response. Lai Hoi's son turned to instruct his daughter to stay and command the defensive forces. Lai Khan Lam anxiously cried out to her father, hoping he would reconsider. On the other side, Khan Han arrogantly waved his hand in signal, a sinister smile evident as he ordered the entire army to enter the mountain and slaughter all demonic beasts. Minhwa followed closely behind Latuan and Hu, his eyes flashing when he spotted Duong Tran. Standing beside Thien Ba Quang, he revealed a vicious smile. Minhwa bowed and requested that Latuan and Hu allow him to bring Duong Tran into the mountain. Latuan and Hu glanced over in confusion and asked who Duong Tran was. Following Quan Minhao's gaze, Latuan and Hu looked toward Duong Tran. Sending a chill down his spine, he sneered and said he remembered now, so it was him. Qin Ba Kuang sensed the scheme and calmly warned that those despicable men should not provoke them. Duong Tran, standing beside him, could only feel helpless. Tuan Nhu put on a fake smile and stepped forward arrogantly, saying Sword Saint such a good opportunity. As a master, would he really stop his disciple from gaining experience? Qin Ba Kuang already despised the Golden Eagle clan and instantly grew furious. Spiritual energy surged around him, veins bulging on his forehead as he asked in a low voice whether he was threatening him. Duong Tran, seeing such terrifying killing intent for the first time, panicked and hurriedly intervened. Master, calm your anger. As young Masterla said, this is a rare chance for training. It would be a pity to miss it. Qin Ba Kuang pondered, feeling Duong Tran's words made sense. Moreover, the divine relic was guarded by a divine beast. The Golden Eagle clan might not necessarily seize it. Thinking this, he withdrew his spiritual power and sneered at the Golden Eagle clan, saying very well he also wished to see with his own eyes how they would seize the divine relic. Lacan Han stood in the air directing, ordering Lai Hoi's son to lead the troops at the front, the others following into the mountain. Knowing he was being treated as a sacrificial pawn, Lai Hoi's son angrily glared at Lacan Han and swallowed his hatred. Seeing that dissatisfied gaze, Lacan Han frowned and snorted coldly from above. With no other choice, Lai Hoi's son led the Azure Tiger army step by step into Triuka Mountain. The Azure Tiger army took the lead. Behind them followed the Golden Eagle clan along with Duong Tran. On the way, they quickly encountered a gigantic boar demonic beast, its tusks easily sweeping down many soldiers. Even so, the Azure Tiger army fought steadfastly, without retreating. In the end, the boar was slain, but the price was too great, too many lives exchanged for a single demonic beast. Duong Tran stood beside Qin Ba Kuang and said worriedly, Master, if this continues, they may be nearly wiped out before reaching the divine relic. Qin Ba Kuang frowned and instructed that the strong were the knife and cutting board while the weak were fish and meat. If one did not wish to be fish, then there was only the path of cultivation. By night on Triuka Mountain, everyone temporarily rested, setting up camp and lighting fires beneath the moonlight. Lai Hoi's son seized the opportunity to find Latuan Nhu and angrily said the Azure Tiger army had suffered heavy losses. In the next battle, they could not continue charging first. Latuan Nhu glanced at him, then turned away, thinking that pressing too hard would backfire. His gaze settled on Duong Tran meditating in the distance, a wicked smile appearing. He turned and feigned goodwill as he told General Lai that tomorrow the Azure Tiger army would go behind. The Academy and City Lord Han's forces would lead. Next morning, the group entered a mountain gorge. Duong Tran, Qin Ba Kuang, and Kim Vo Kiat walking at the front. Duong Tran suddenly stopped and pointed ahead, exclaiming in astonishment for his master to look. Kim Vo Kiat also widened his eyes. Before them stood a stone tower soaring into the clouds, mist swirling around it and radiating a mysterious glow. Behind them, Latuan Nhu shouted joyfully that the divine relic was truly a divine relic. He laughed sinisterly, speculating that inside might be the inheritance of great Emperor Engai Long. Dreamed of obtaining the Emperor's inheritance. Heavenly Union or Purple Mansion would be insignificant. The Golden Eagle clan shaking the world. The thought made him swallow with greed. Duong Tran stood behind his master, curiously observing like a child. Qin Ba Kuang's face grew solemn, worried because he knew the divine beast Killen indeed guarded this place. Tuan Nhu excitedly pointed for Lacan Han to see, saying, Second Uncle, the divine relic was certainly here. In contrast, Lacan Han broke out in sweat and gravely warned that if this was the relic left by great Emperor Engai Long, forcibly opening it would be extremely dangerous. Hearing that, Latuan Nhu became cautious and agreed, deciding to send someone to probe first. His gaze quickly locked onto Duong Tran standing near Qin Ba Kuang. He approached with a false smile, using the excuse that Duong Tran had been the safest along the journey and wanted him to descend the cliff to investigate, making Duong Tran uncomfortable. Qin Ba Kuang immediately stepped in front of his disciple and angrily asked what he had just said. Lacan Han stepped forward to confront the Sword Saint with intimidation, Latuan Nhu standing behind with a smug smile. Qin Ba Kuang erupted with spiritual energy and shouted clearly that he was his disciple. Whether he went or not was his decision. Did they want to force him to act? Lacan Han replied with disdain that if it were his peak years, he might be worth fearing. Now did he even have the qualification? The spiritual energies of both sides collided turbulently, as if a great battle was about to erupt. Seeing the dire situation, Duong Tran rushed out and asked his master to allow him to enter the divine relic. Qin Ba Kuang turned and scolded loudly, Tran boy, have you gone mad? Kim Vo Kiat also ran over to dissuade him, shouting emotionally that no one should go. But Duong Tran ignored them and strode straight toward the divine relic. passing Kim Vo Kayat and asking him to tell grandfather that in the next life he still wished to be his grandson. After saying that, he even winked and smiled confidently, leaving Kim Vo Kayat stunned. That action left Kim Vo Kayat bewildered, unable to comprehend his intention. Thien Ba Kwong shouted in panic, ordering Duong Tran to come back. He continued forward, only turning his head to smile and say that master should trust him this time. As soon as he finished speaking, Duong Tran leapt straight down into the entrance of the divine relic before everyone's eyes. Thien Ba Kwong angrily cursed inwardly that this brat was truly insane. Under everyone's gaze, Duong Tran clung to the cliff wall and descended to the bottom of the divine relic, landing in a vigilant stance. Above, Latuan Nhu and the Golden Eagle clan saw this and laughed smugly, saying there was no danger. Suddenly, the ground behind Duong Tran trembled as a pitch-black head rose up. The eerie sight left him momentarily stunned. A gigantic black killin with red eyes, crimson horns, and sharp fangs roared as it appeared before him. It sprang out of the divine relic, its blazing red eyes sweeping over everyone outside, its entire body shrouded in black aura. Those of weak cultivation who inhaled the black aura immediately spat blood and collapsed, dying miserably. The killin roared with majestic authority as if speaking, "Daring to disturb my slumber, all of you must die." Duong Tran stood at its feet in shock, realizing he was no larger than one of its claws. Killin spewed a stream of black energy that shot straight at Duong Tran. He helplessly raised his hands to block. Immediately after, it opened its fanged maw and lunged forward, intending to swallow him whole. The people outside cried out in alarm, pointing and shouting that Duong Tran had been swallowed alive. Thien Ba Kwong and Kim Vo Kayat screamed his name in despair, witnessing his disciple in danger. Thien Ba Kwong erupted in fury and roared that the Golden Eagle clan had forced his hand, spiritual power surging violently. In his furious eyes, memories of Duong Tran surfaced one after another. "Tran boy, you know nothing at all." He understood clearly that taking Duong Tran as his disciple had never been a mere coincidence. "That night I casually saved someone and unexpectedly discovered you were a rare all-attribute heavenly Tao master with astonishing talent. So I secretly arranged for you to become my disciple. As a master, I was too selfish, placing all my hopes on you, and now it seems I have lost everything." Thinking of this, a sword of spiritual energy condensed above Thien Ba Kwong's head, its aura growing increasingly violent. Seeing this, Lacan Han was instantly horrified. He recognized it as the forcibly condensed martial soul combined with soul light. Countless sword shadows, as if possessing intelligence, shot straight toward Lacan Han, forcing him to flee in panic while cursing whether this madman no longer wanted to live. A chilling killing intent flashed in Thien Ba Kwong's eyes. Sword momentum not only pursued Lacan Han, but also surged toward Latuan Nhu, filling him with terror. Latuan Nhu hurriedly turned to flee for his life, but stumbled over a rock, his body faltering. A sword seized the opportunity and pierced straight through his left chest. Latuan Nhu spat blood and screamed miserably. On the other side, Lacan Han struggled greatly to defend, using spiritual power to form a shield against the sword momentum. Seizing a gap, he formed hand seals and blasted away all the sword shadows, the clash of the two streams of spiritual power producing a heaven-shaking explosion. Lacan Han panted heavily, drenched in sweat. He had not expected that even gravely injured Thien Ba Kwong could unleash such terrifying might. Below the divine relic, Kim Vo Kayat anxiously jumped down to search for Duong Tran to see whether he had truly been swallowed. He hid behind a rock, observing the black killin growling and spewing black aura, his whole body tense. Suddenly, in the depths of darkness, a faint aura flickered. Kim Vo Kayat immediately rejoiced inwardly, shouting that Big Brother was still alive. Though swallowed by the killin, Duong Tran had not died but was teleported elsewhere. He stood beneath a raging waterfall with a brilliant blue sky above. Strange scene left him wide-eyed and open-mouthed, wondering in alarm where this place was. As he stood bewildered, a deep voice echoed above. "Brat, I have finally waited for you." The familiar voice startled Duong Tran. It was the same voice that had called him into the cave before. It was also because of that sound that he had agreed to investigate the stone pillar, only to be swallowed by the killin. Thinking of this, he shook his head and sat down heavily. His gaze suddenly stopped on a lush green forest in the distance, as if discovering something strange. On a tree trunk clung a golden beetle. Duong Tran felt dizzy as if something had entered his body. He clutched his head in shock, not understanding why he had condensed divine sense. In the darkness, a pearl shining like the sun appeared before him, asking whether this gift for their first meeting was satisfactory. Duong Tran jumped in fright and shouted, asking what exactly that floating pearl was. The pearl replied that this was its sea of consciousness. Boundless mountains, forests, rivers, and lakes were actually its sea of consciousness, leaving Duong Tran bewildered as he asked whether it was not too vast. The pearl shone brilliantly and continued, "Brat, the great devourer is not permitted to fear. Otherwise, you will only bring fear to others. The words stunned him. Duong Tran asked foolishly what a devourer was. The question made the pearl flustered, hurriedly covering up and saying it was nothing, it had misspoken. Quickly changed the subject and asked whether anyone remained in the Duong family, causing him to become wary and wonder how the pearl knew his surname was Duong. Before he could answer, it muttered that it would not ask any more since probably few were left, then asked whether he liked swords. Seeing it talking to itself, Duong Tran simply nodded lightly to indicate agreement. The pearl grew delighted and shone more brightly, affirming that since he liked swords it was very good and promising to grant another fortune, filling Duong Tran with anticipation. Brought him to an empty place where only it flew back and forth, leaving him confused about where the fortune was. In a blink, he opened his eyes to see the gigantic black Kilin before him, saying, "Brat, go on. When you grow stronger, remember to bring tribute to honor me." Hearing this, Duong Tran felt as if awakening from a dream, memories surging back. He sprang up, looked at the Kilin, and shouted whether it was him, his expression still dazed. Turning aside, he saw Kim Vo Kiat and Thien Ba Quang, his master in a miserable state leaning against the rock wall, filling him with panic. Duong Tran immediately rushed over and called out Master loudly, his face full of worry. Kim Vo Kiat also cried out loudly for Big Brother. Duong Tran knelt beside his master and anxiously asked who had injured him so severely. Thien Ba Quang, hair disheveled and blood still at his lips, leaned against the wall and smiled reassuringly, saying, "Tran boy, I am not dead yet." Duong Tran gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with hatred as he cursed the Golden Eagle clan as damned. Turned to the Black Kilin and sincerely pleaded whether Senior could kill all those wearing robes embroidered with golden birds. Without further words, the Black Kilin roared and rushed out of the divine relic to seek the Golden Eagle clan. Thien Ba Quang and Kim Vo Kiat had not expected the divine beast to heed Duong Tran's words. Thien Ba Quang struggled to instruct Duong Tran that if the Kilin valued him, he could try to accept the divine relic's inheritance. Only then did Duong Tran realize and think to ask about it. Half an hour later, the Black Kilin descended from the sky with a thunderous crash, dust billowing everywhere. It lifted its head and said it had killed all those bearing the golden bird emblem. Those with evil hearts did not deserve pity. Duong Tran joyfully thanked the divine beast Senior. In the forest of Triuka Mountain, the severely wounded Latuan Nhu hid behind a tree gasping for breath, having luckily changed clothes to escape death. Kim Vo Kiat helped Thien Ba Quang to his feet. Duong Tran gestured in praise of the Black Kilin's heaven-reaching might and asked it to save his master. Black Kilin said preserving his life was not difficult, but his master's martial soul had shattered. To restore it required a supreme treasure containing living soul essence, which it did not possess. Thien Ba Quang sighed and replied that preserving his life was enough. A golden glint suddenly flashed in the Black Kilin's eyes. Light shot straight into Thien Ba Quang's head, causing him to cry out in pain. The Black Kilin said he only needed to sleep and would be fine. Thien Ba Quang fell to the ground unconscious, terrifying the two brothers. After settling his master, Duong Tran's eyes lit up again at the thought of the divine relic. He approached the Black Kilin and asked expectantly whether there was any formidable inheritance within the giant stone. Black Kilin replied in surprise that this was merely a tomb, not a divine relic for outsiders to invade. It laughed strangely and said it had originally intended to drive him away, but since he was too weak he would stay to cultivate for a time, and when leaving it would give a gift. After speaking, it transformed into black smoke and shot straight into Duong Tran, making him widen his eyes. Nothing happened, leaving Duong Tran disappointed and doubting life as he muttered that he had been played. Kim Vo Kiat ran over excitedly, saying the spiritual energy here was abundant and suitable for cultivation. Duong Tran smiled confidently and sat down, replying that how could a place chosen by a divine beast be bad? As soon as he entered meditation, he sensed something unusual and frowned. Within his dantian, besides the fire and lightning crystals, there appeared another martial soul in the shape of a sword entwined by a black dragon. He was astonished to discover that he had awakened a second martial soul, a sword martial soul emitting terrifying energy. Duong Tran's divine sense entered the martial soul world, setting foot upon a barren land. All around were countless swords of bizarre shapes embedded in the ground. Realized his divine sense had entered the black sword martial soul. The swords trembled and emitted red energy that rose into the air and converged. Finally, they formed a red ghostly face in the sky, roaring horrifically. It waved its hand and sent a surge of energy straight toward Duong Tran. The energy entered his body, accompanied by a voice proclaiming itself the 999th successor of the devouring sword martial soul, dominating the myriad realms. Voice continued to crash into his mind, causing Duong Tran to clutch his head in agony, recounting the 13 guardian heaven swords and countless deaths due to poor aptitude, the relentless sound leaving him drenched in sweat as if his head were about to explode. Fortunately, that blazing red source of energy finally dissipated. Duong Tran lowered his hands from his head and stood there gasping heavily, his heart full of doubts as he kept muttering the 4 words devouring sword martial soul. Regaining his composure, Duong Tran began piecing together what he had just heard. He wondered in his heart, the 10 supreme martial souls of the archaic era, the guardian sword martial soul ranked 8. How could this be real? Martial souls were divided into 4 grades: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow. Yet beyond that there existed the 10 supreme martial souls from the archaic era, each containing earth-shattering power. Only the 10,000th successor would be the true master. Was that what the message meant? Thinking of this, he widened his eyes and stared at his trembling hands. Duong Tran continued forward toward a golden sword whose blade twisted like a spiral. He thought again of the most terrifying aspect of the devouring sword martial soul, its ability to store swords. Any swordsman possessing another sword martial soul, no matter how gifted, would be suppressed and die within the sword realm. Since ancient times, no one knew how many swordsmen and heavenly Tao masters had perished in the sword realm, all dying at the hands of successive masters of the devouring sword martial soul. As he reached out toward the blade, he suddenly recalled a rare exception. As long as the host's divine sense was strong enough, and he personally drew the sword martial soul, at that moment Duong Tran pulled the sword from the ground with force. Duong Tran looked at the sword in his hand, waiting to see what kind of sword martial soul he had drawn. Suddenly, the blade, covered in serpent-like scales, emitted waves of spiritual energy. That spiritual force dragged Duong Tran out of the dreamlike realm back to reality. He immediately opened his eyes and circulated his cultivation technique to observe the sword soul. Sure enough, upon the original black sword blade appeared the image of the sword he had just drawn, overlapping and radiating even greater might than before. Seeing the result he had achieved, he could not hide his smug delight, his face beaming with excitement. Sitting in a daze, he suddenly started when he saw Thien Ba Quang approaching from across. Thien Ba Quang came closer with curiosity and teased whether the brat had gained another benefit. Duong Tran grinned broadly and declared he would not tell his master. Thien Ba Quang's face darkened. He looked at Duong Tran helplessly, the words at his lips stuck in his throat. Duong Tran stood straight with hands on his hips and laughed arrogantly, proudly saying he truly felt honored for him. Baffling words made Thien Ba Quang frown, his gaze filled with doubt as he asked why. Duong Tran shamelessly pointed his thumb at himself and boasted that having an invincible disciple like him was something to be proud of. No, he should say son-in-law instead. The moment the words left his mouth, both were stunned. Thien Ba Quang's face turned dark and he sneered coldly, while Kim Vo Kiat inwardly sighed that his brother's skin was growing ever thicker. Thien Ba Quang coldly told Duong Tran a shocking piece of news. He should stop dreaming, because he would never agree to anything between him and Lin Hai. Duong Tran froze as if struck by lightning. He shouted that master must keep his word and not go back on it. Thien Ba Quang looked at him threateningly and said that this brat also knew the words keep promise. Did he even know how they were written? Duong Tran instantly put on a pitiful face and whined that he could not write, begging his master to teach him. Thien Ba Quang ignored him, merely turning his head aside and saying he was hungry. Hearing this, Duong Tran's face twisted as he muttered inwardly that this was the territory of the true Black Sword Emperor. What demonic beast would dare approach? He then cast a meaningful glance at Kim Vo Kiat, as if entrusting him with a heavy duty. Duong Tran spoke in an elder brother's tone, ordering little Kiat to find some food. Kim Vo Kiat obediently responded and quickly went off to search for food. A month later at the Divine Relic area, Duong Tran had advanced greatly. When cultivating, a sword manifested above his head, spinning endlessly. Kim Vo Kiat watched with admiration and said that his brother was about to reach the peak of the lower true martial realm. Thien Ba Quang sat nearby gnawing on a roasted bear leg and coldly remarked that reaching it meant nothing. He had not even comprehended the first move of the soaring sky sword art. This he grew angry, pointing at Duong Tran and scolding that he must have been foolish to accept such a disciple. A simple move not yet mastered, yet he dared dream of marrying Lin Hai. He roughly tossed the bone aside, mouth full of meat, losing all dignity of a sword saint as he said that even a profound rank martial skill like the soaring sky sword art was so hard. How would he train higher ones later? After speaking, he stood and stretched, telling little Kiat he would go look for more food and that the two brothers should continue cultivating. Kim Vo Kiat stared at the pile of white bones on the ground in shock, thinking he had just finished eating. Suddenly, he noticed unusual fluctuations around Duong Tran and hurried to look. Duong Tran's entire aura changed violently. spiritual power erupting so fiercely that nearby rocks were lifted into the air. Another month passed. Duong Tran opened his eyes, crimson flames flickering around him. Thien Ba Quang bit into a large chicken drumstick and said in satisfaction that he had finally succeeded. A divine beast suddenly appeared, black mist swirling at its feet and a strange small creature perched on its head. Its crimson eyes shone as it declared that the place was no longer safe and they should return to the human world. With that, it tossed the small black creature toward Duong Tran. He hurriedly caught it. The divine beast said it was a gift for him and hoped he would treat it well, then vanished into black smoke. After it left, Duong Tran stared at the small creature and sighed inwardly. Such a mighty beast had only given a puppy. He had hoped for a supreme artifact. He held the round black puppy-like creature with tiny mismatched wings and accepted it with a sigh. Thien Ba Quang stroked his chin and observed, coldly stating it was merely a dog with ordinary bloodline that likely could not reach the true martial realm. Duong Tran smiled carefree and said the dog was quite spiritual. It looked at him happily and barked once. Thien Ba Quang did not think so simply. He watched the puppy warily, sensing a terrifying hidden power within. Duong Tran patted the small beast's head and began thinking of a name. ManhwaCapped suggested Little Diamond. Duong Tran immediately showed disgust. The name made him think of strange things and feel uncomfortable. Duong Tran lifted the puppy intending to call it Prosperous Fortune, but ManhwaCapped said every dog in the city was called that and suggested another. Finding it acceptable, Duong Tran decided to name the little pet Little Black. Little Black clearly disliked it and barked twice in protest. Duong Tran tapped its head lightly and scolded it to stop barking. From now on it would be called Little Black. A bump rose on the puppy's head, its round eyes watery and pitiful. The more it cried, the more Duong Tran knocked it again, telling it to stop making noise. The divine beast in the distance silently watched, so angry it wanted to return and bury Duong Tran alive. When the three returned, they froze in shock. Before them lay utter devastation, as if a great calamity had passed. ManhwaCapped lost composure and urged Duong Tran to hurry back to check. Only then did he awaken from his daze. All three rushed forward. Upon arrival, only ruins remained. Duong Tran collapsed to his knees, unable to accept the truth, letting out a cry of anguish. Just then a voice called Tran Boy. He turned to see Vu Thuk. He hurried over and urgently asked about his father. Vu Thuk said his father had left long ago and left a message. When the stars fall and 9 skies blaze, at Thursun they shall meet. Duong Tran unconsciously repeated the words, wondering where Thursun was. ManhwaCapped comforted him, saying it was good that their father was safe. Vu Thuk asked Duong Tran what he planned next and whether he wished to stay at his house. Duong Tran shook his head and asked about the recent situation in Chiu Ka City. Vu Thuk sighed, saying the city was tragic with countless casualties. The official heir colluded with the academy and outside experts to depose the associate mountain general. He sadly added that through unknown means the official heir had seized control of the city, turning it into the domain of the official clan. Duong Tran frowned in anger, repeating the words official clan with killing intent. He turned to ManhwaCapped and said the academy had likely fallen too, and they could not return. ManhwaCapped looked tense. Duong Tran said coldly, Little Capped, we will find the official clan and settle accounts. Thien Ba Quang interrupted. Thien Ba Quang calmly analyzed that 2 months ago some martial cultivators who entered the giant cliff must have survived. If they saw Duong Tran alive, it would cause a stir and link him to the relic inheritance, so it was not suitable to appear now. Duong Tran asked anxiously where they should go then. Thien Ba Quang laughed and said this time they would head to Thien Nam. Duong Tran's eyes lit up with joy. Yes, to Thien Nam to find Lin Hai. Golden sunlight bathed the red-tiled roofs of La Residence in brilliance. In the main hall, a light-haired man sat imposingly. It was Lam Min Veen, with a man and woman at his sides, while Thien Ba Quang and his 2 disciples were seated. Thien Ba Quang spoke toward him. Min Veen, brother, it has been many years since we met. Lam Min Veen merely lifted his tea and sipped without replying. Being ignored, Thien Ba Quang tightened his grip on the hot cup, displeasure rising. After leisurely finishing his tea, Lam Min Veen set it down and said, Ba Quang, brother, surely you did not come only to reminisce. He looked directly at Thien Ba Quang, getting straight to the point. Thien Ba Quang did not beat around the bush, saying Duong Tran and ManhwaCapped were his disciples, and he hoped they could stay temporarily. He paused, then added that his own situation was known. The 2 had decent talent and should not be implicated. At year's end, they could join the martial residence recruitment. A burst of laughter rang out, causing Duong Tran to frown. The one laughing was La Ngak Hon. She sneered that those 2 dared dream of entering the martial residence. Van then said that arranging them at La Residence would harm them. Their clan dared not offend the master of Shadow Assassination Pavilion. Thien Ba Quang grew angry, brows furrowed, asking whether this was their intention. Lam Min Veen's expression darkened as he silently looked away. Duong Tran could not endure it. and said loudly, "Master, we may lack everything but not backbone. Let us go." Both Thien Ba Quang and Kim Vo Kiat looked grim. Thien Ba Quang decisively rose and left, saying coldly that they had troubled them. Lam Min Veen smiled smugly and politely told La Van to see the guests out. Before the three departed, he mocked that perhaps Thien Ba Quang would no longer deserve the title Sword Saint. Lan Gok Hon sneered with disdain, saying the two of them looked to be only at the 9th level body tempering. Wanting to test for the martial academy was truly a joke. Sunset blanketed the white clouds. The sky dyed in shades of orange and gold. Shadows stretched long across the stone road. Duong Tran forced a smile to break the heavy atmosphere, saying Master should find an inn first. He lightly nudged Kim Vo Kiat on the shoulder as a signal. Kim Vo Kiat understood, reluctantly smiling along, saying that was right, Master. Let us rest for a night. Thien Ba Quang let out a soft sigh and said he wanted to leave the city. Duong Tran and Kim Vo Kiat both showed confusion. Clearly they had money for lodging, yet he insisted on leaving the city. Thien Ba Quang explained that he once had a small courtyard at the foot of the mountain. He had not returned for a long time and did not know if it was still usable, so he wanted to check. Duong Tran ran after him with a grin, saying if there was such a good place, why not say so earlier? There was no need to lower their heads and ask others. Night descended among the overlapping mountains and forests. The full moon hung high. The moon shone among countless stars like a bright lamp hanging in the sky. The three stood before the old courtyard, but discovered someone was already living there. Thien Ba Quang signaled for Tiu Kiat to step forward and knock. A little girl opened the door and looked out, asking if the big brothers had also come to look for lodging. Thien Ba Quang called Duong Tran to follow, while his mind was still full of questions. A woman with blazing red hair stepped out, looked at Thien Ba Quang and said coldly, "I thought you were already dead." Thien Ba Quang gave a bitter smile and replied that his life was still intact. Duong Tran immediately understood, secretly laughing to himself. Could this cold beauty be Master's former lover? And she even seemed to have been abandoned. Trace of disdain rose in his heart. So Master was actually a scoundrel in love. A hint of astonishment flashed in Vu Lac's eyes. She asked how he had ended up like this. Even if his martial soul was crippled and his cultivation lost, it should not be this bad. Could it be that Shadow Assassination Tower had acted? Thien Ba Quang calmly explained that he had merely provoked a powerful demonic beast by accident. Keeping his life was already fortunate. He lied because if she knew the truth, she might wipe out the entire Kim Ung family. Only then did Vu Lac notice the two people accompanying Thien Ba Quang. Thien Ba Quang modestly introduced them as his new disciples. Their talent was passable. Duong Tran felt a little displeased. With his peak appearance, he was actually judged by Vu Lac as having a face like a ghost or god. Thien Ba Quang looked at Vu Lac and said it had been many years. Why had she still not let go? He was now a cripple. Thien Nam had many better men. He hoped she would find someone more suitable. Hearing this, Vu Lac clenched her teeth, anger flaring up. She shouted that she had been sullied by someone in Thien Nam who would still dare to marry her. Vu Lac's words stunned the two disciples. They had not expected Master to have such a chaotic past. The two secretly placed a green hat on Master's head. Thien Ba Quang helplessly did not want to explain, only telling Vu Lac to be reasonable. Vu Lac crossed her arms and frowned at him, saying, "Do I need to reason with you, or have you grown old and muddled?" Thien Ba Quang could only endure, 3 parts helpless and 7 parts weary, saying, "Enough. If there is nothing else, I will not disturb you." Vu Lac raged like a vicious woman, shouting that if he dared to leave today, she would break his legs. The next day, Thien Ba Quang sent Kim Vo Kiat into the city to inquire, gave him a pouch of money, and told him to find a flying formation artifact to Nam Thien. Buy 3 tickets for the group. Upon hearing about the flying formation artifact, Duong Tran's eyes lit up. He had never experienced it and was extremely excited. Thien Ba Quang explained that Chiu Ka was tens of thousands of miles from Nam Thien. There were no powerful demonic beasts to carry them, so they had to use a flying formation artifact. Kim Vo Kiat obediently took the money and went to handle it. After a while, he returned happily, holding 3 small tickets and shouting that a flight station had just opened in the city. Tonight, there would be a small flying formation artifact heading to Nam Quan City. Thien Ba Quang took the tickets and decided to depart quietly tonight to avoid prying eyes. The full moon shone brightly in the tranquil sky. 3 wore wide-brimmed hats covering their faces as they headed to the flight station. All 3 saw a small flying formation artifact, no bigger than a palm, activated and lifted into the air. It emitted brilliant golden light and gradually expanded in size. Duong Tran's eyes widened in amazement. Tiu Hack in his arms also opened its eyes wide. He secretly marveled that this was the wondrous use of formation inscriptions, hoping one day he could refine such things himself. Formation airship carrying the 3 shot straight into the sky. Duong Tran asked Master if they were about to meet Lin Hai yet, why he still did not look happy. seeing him remain silent. Thien Ba Kwong said in a low voice that Thien Nam was not easy to survive in. Even wanting to meet Lin Hai was far from simple. Duong Tran blurted out asking if Master had done something wrong and been driven from home. The words made Thien Ba Kwong furious. If his cultivation had not been crippled, Duong Tran would have already been beat. Knowing he had spoken carelessly, Duong Tran quickly changed the topic, asking Master to introduce Thien Nam City to the two disciples who had never seen the world. Thien Ba Kwong slowly said that Thien Nam City was a very good place. After pausing briefly, he continued that noble families stood everywhere there. Many clans with foundations of 1,000 years had produced countless martial geniuses. The struggle for resources was as brutal as the Kim Ung family. He emphasized that for a martial artist, talent alone was not enough. Resources and opportunities were also needed. Otherwise, it was easy to be suppressed by noble families. The two must remember, if there was a chance, they must fight for it. 3 days later, the formation airship crossed mountains and forests and finally arrived at Thien Nam City. Duong Tran could not restrain his excitement and called out for Master to come see. But the other two were indifferent, closing their eyes and continuing to sleep. Only Duong Tran remained excited like a child, standing by the window to look. From above, Thien Nam City appeared and disappeared among the clouds. Tall towers soared, vast lakes and lush green fields spread out. Airship slowly landed on a wide field. Duong Tran hugged Tiu Hak and rushed out first, asking blankly if this was Thien Nam City. In the clear blue sky, countless spirit beasts flew about, making his eyes shine like diamonds, astonished to the point of gaping. Thien Ba Kwong had to pull him away, saying they still needed to go somewhere else first. Duong Tran's excitement had not faded. His bright eyes looked at Master curiously, asking what good place it was. Thien Ba Kwong merely replied calmly, "Just follow me and you will know." Three arrived before a magnificent 7-story tower, layered steps rising straight into the sky. Duong Tran looked up for a long time without seeing the top, unable to resist asking if Lin Hai was here. Thien Ba Kwong looked at his still naive disciple speechless. What was the brat thinking? While Duong Tran silently raised a thumbs up. He raised his thumb with a bright smile, saying Master was truly formidable. The girls here had all been hooked by him and even given birth. Upon hearing this, Thien Ba Kwong was so angry he could not speak, only glancing at him. Duong Tran held the soundly sleeping Tiu Hak and asked in confusion if they openly went in to find Lin Hai what consequences there would be. Thien Ba Kwong explained calmly that first they simply could not get in. Second, if their relationship with Lin Hai was exposed, they might very well be beaten to death. Hearing this, Duong Tran was also startled with fear. He laughed and scratched his head, saying then forget it. Knowing his wife was there was enough. Sooner or later they would invite them with 8 grand sedan chairs. Thien Ba Kwong stood under the brilliant golden sunlight looking at him with a smile, then raised his thumb in approval. "All right, let us go," Thien Ba Kwong urged. "In the future, everything will depend on you yourselves." The three continued toward La Residence. Before the imposing gate stood 2 guards on watch. Seeing someone about to step through, they immediately moved forward to block them. Thien Ba Kwong removed his hat and told them to go inside and announce his arrival. Not long after, La Van walked out happily, saying, "Sword Saint Senior, it has been a long time. My father will come at once to welcome you." The three followed Vu Lac deeper into the inner courtyards. Duong Tran and Kim Vo Kiat could not help but marvel at the elegant scenery here. In the courtyard was an ancient-styled garden with exquisite rockeries and a jade-green pond. Vu Lac instructed Can Ham to arrange resting rooms for the 2 of them. Can Ham was a lovely young girl, chestnut-colored hair and golden eyes like the evening glow, extremely beautiful. Just a gentle smile from her was enough to make the 2 youths blush in awe. He led them both to the rooms that had been prepared. Before Can Ham left, Duong Tran curiously pulled her back and asked about her relationship with Vu Lac. Can Ham did not answer. Her face flushed red and she hurried away. Watching her figure gradually disappear, Duong Tran also felt equally embarrassed. Next morning the sky was high and clear. Golden sunlight shone on the rockeries accompanied by birdsong. Duong Tran yawned and stepped out of the room. He was surprised to see that Thien Ba Kwong had already been standing outside since early morning. Duong Tran walked over teasingly, saying, "Master, after so long apart, you must be as joyful as rain after drought. Why are you up so early, or did you not sleep all night?" Thien Ba Kwong's face immediately darkened. Vu Lac pressed her lips into a smile as she walked over, asking, "Is this truly your disciple?" Duong Tran hurriedly clasped his hands in salute, respectfully greeting, "Good morning, mistress." Hearing this, Vu Lac let out a mocking laugh. Seeing this, Duong Tran grew even more attentive, saying that in Chiu Ka Master thought of her every day, making Vu Lac smile wider and wider. Duong Tran put on a sincere expression, saying, "Mistress may blame me, but please do not blame Master." He spoke endlessly, saying Master liked camellia flower dreams the most, often complaining that he brewed it poorly while showing a nostalgic look. Not noticing Vulak's face had turned dark, while Thien Ba Quang struggled to stop him. Duong Tran finally sensed something was wrong when he saw Vulak trembling with anger. A scorching aura like flames rose around her body. Duong Tran broke into a cold sweat. Could it be that he had said something wrong? Behind him, Thien Ba Quang's face was dark as a demon ready to devour someone. Duong Tran hurriedly explained that he only meant well. Before he could finish speaking, Thien Ba Quang enlarged his figure and roared, "Duong Tran, are you dissatisfied that I am not dead yet?" Duong Tran ran off, shouting while running that the one who tied the bell must untie it. Master should quickly go coax her a little, leaving Thien Ba Quang choking with anger. If looks could kill, he would have died several times already. Duong Tran and Kim Vo Kiat stayed at Triat Kim Courtyard for an entire month. During that time, he cultivated diligently every single day. The sword in his hand traced streak after streak of black energy through the air. The 13 heaven-devouring swords consumed too much true chi, so for now he could only practice from the first stance heaven-devouring, nearly draining all his true essence and forcing Duong Tran to calculate carefully. Kim Vo Kiat came to check on his cultivation progress. Duong Tran sighed and tossed the sword aside, saying his current cultivation was insufficient and he would have to continue later. He suddenly remembered Can Ham. It had been a long time since she appeared. Kim Vo Kiat sheathed his sword and said she was Vulak's niece, a student of Thien Hoi. Vietnam Martial Academy only allowed students to return once a month. While the two were still talking, Vulak appeared. She held Tiu Hak in her arms, stroking it affectionately, the little beast enjoying it openly. Duong Tran secretly judged that Tiu Hak was truly a lustful dog. Thien Ba Quang asked if she had returned and whether there was any news. While letting Tiu Hak drink water, Vulak said it would be quite difficult for the two to enter the martial academy unless a great figure stepped forward. It was best to wait for the regular examination. She covered her mouth with a sly smile and said if he was willing to beg his master or martial uncle, then things would be much easier. Thien Ba Quang sighed and said he no longer had the face to beg. Duong Tran did not understand and proudly said cultivating at Triat Kim Courtyard was already very good. Why bother with Thien Nam Martial Academy? After speaking, he received a disdainful look from Thien Ba Quang. Upon hearing Thien Nam Martial Academy mentioned, Vulak cut in and scolded the brat for comparing Chiu Ka Martial Institute with Thien Nam Martial Academy. She had already heard about his matter. Duong Tran and Kim Vo Kiat became even more confused. The two stared at Vulak with wide eyes. He took a sip of tea and said there were 3 reasons. First, he was involved with the Chiu Ka divine relic. Sooner or later, it would be exposed. If the Kim Ung family learned he was still alive, they would never spare him. Only by entering Thien Nam Martial Academy could his life be preserved. This tiny Triat Kim Courtyard was not strong enough to shelter him. Second, the academy controlled the best cultivation resources in Thien Nam. Most powerful experts came from there. If he wanted to grow strong quickly, the finest path was to enter the academy. When mentioning the third reason, Vulak's expression suddenly turned solemn, her gaze becoming icy. He said in a low voice that Thien Lin Hai was a special student of the Eastern Court, bewitched by an old fox spirit to half her life. Now the little fox spirit caused countless people to seek death. Duong Tran, you are beyond saving. Your ending will be even worse than Thien Ba Quang. Hearing the grave warning, yet learning that Lin Hai was at the academy, Duong Tran's face lit up instead. Quickly turned to Thien Ba Quang and said he must enter the academy. This reaction left Vulak covering her face helplessly. Thien Ba Quang sighed and accepted, saying when Ham Girl returned he would take him to have a look. Duong Tran immediately responded politely again and again. That day at Triat Kim Courtyard the sky was high, and the clouds light, the scenery peaceful. Vulak walked leisurely within her residence. Soon as she reached the door, she encountered Duong Tran running over eagerly, asking mistress whether Tiu Ham would return today. Vulak smiled and replied she had already arranged it. Tomorrow morning he would follow her to tour the academy and remember not to cause trouble. Hearing the long-awaited answer, Duong Tran happily bowed to thank mistress. Suddenly recalling something, Vulak blocked his path and sternly asked about one matter. Duong Tran immediately withdrew his smile and said mistress could ask. She frowned into a V shape, her eyes filled with anger as she asked why Thien Ba Quang had lost all his cultivation. Duong Tran was startled and broke into a cold sweat. Understanding master must have his reasons for hiding it. If Vulak knew the truth, she would likely seek the Kim Ung family desperately. Thinking so he could only lie, his face pale and sweat pouring down, taking all responsibility, and saying that while training in the Chiu Ka mountain range, they encountered an extremely powerful demonic beast. Master saved him and was injured to such an extent. After hearing the answer, Vulak still harbored some doubt. She narrowed her eyes at Duong Tran and asked again, was it truly a demonic beast? But Duong Tran completely avoided that question. immediately changing the topic and asking how master injuries could be healed. Realizing the situation was not simple, Vulak's expression worsened. She replied worriedly that a spiritual treasure capable of protecting and regenerating the soul was needed. Such a treasure was extremely rare. Even the Eastern scholar's royal family might not possess it. For Duong Tran, hearing such an answer was enough. His expression softened as he silently resolved to find the supreme treasure to restore Thien Ba Quang cultivation, no matter what. Next day at the tranquil estate, the air was fresh. Duong Tran and his junior brother followed behind Can Han, their eyes secretly observing her. Suddenly he spoke. Can Han, little sister, tell us about Thien Nam Martial Academy? Hearing Thien Nam Martial Academy mentioned, Can Han turned her head in surprise and cautiously asked what they wanted to hear. Or was it about Thien Lin Hai? Duong Tran and his junior brother immediately grew interested. Upon hearing Thien Lin Hai name, they grinned and said anything related to Thien Nam Martial Academy would do. Can Han recalled matters about Thien Lin Hai and softly said that she was extremely famous at the academy. As soon as she enrolled, she was accepted as a key disciple by a great figure of the Eastern court. Moreover, her peerless beauty quickly made her a storm goddess, admired by countless people. After hearing this, Duong Tran showed a smug look and praised that the fox spirit was truly worthy. His junior brother glanced at him and asked whether he was not afraid she would be taken away. Duong Tran patted his chest confidently and said the two had long secretly pledged themselves for life, the words leaving his junior brother staring in shock. After mentioning Thien Lin Hai, Duong Tran turned to ask what was so special about the Eastern Court. Can Han continued explaining that Thien Nam Martial Academy had 4 courts, East, South, West, and North. Among them, the Eastern Court was the strongest. Having gathered enough information, Duong Tran curled his lips into a meaningful smile. Muttered, Eastern Court, I will remember it well. Walking and chatting, they quickly arrived before the gate of Thien Nam Martial Academy. Can Han stopped and said they had arrived. 2 disciples of Thien Ba Quang were stunned by the sight before them, eyes wide and mouths agape. Thien Nam Martial Academy before them was so magnificent it made one feel breathless. Duong Tran could not help exclaiming that Chiu Ka Martial Institute could not compare at all. Can Han merely smiled at the reaction and said she would lead them inside. Suddenly Duong Tran gaze changed, making Tiu Kayat ask in surprise what was wrong. Duong Tran face darkened as he pointed to the side and said, look over there. It was someone from La Min Vien. Upon seeing Duong Tran, he immediately showed his attitude. Lavan frowned and asked the person behind why they were here. The other side also asked doubtfully whether it was that familiar freeloader. Lavan arrogantly declared that it was merely a useless disciple from a rundown city hundreds of miles away. During this, Duong Tran expression turned terrifying. Killing intent surged out, making Tiu Kayat panic inwardly that his senior brother was enraged. Duong Tran took a deep breath and asked Can Han if he beat that man would there be consequences. Can Han trembled in shock and looked at him. What? Duong Tran continued asking if he beat that man would the academy instructors intervene. Can Han hesitated and replied that the academy did not forbid sparring and even encouraged it, as long as both sides were willing. During this, Duong Tran eyes widened. Can Han hurriedly advised that since they were not students, they should not cause trouble. Duong Tran smiled fiercely and said this rule of the academy was truly humane. He liked it very much. Right before everyone, he loudly provoked, Brat surnamed La, get out here and face death. Today I will teach you that a dog must know to watch its mouth. Crowd looked at Duong Tran, and all thought he was excessively arrogant. Someone coldly cursed inwardly that he was truly a madman ignorant of life and death. Another mocked that previously someone had pitifully begged the La family, looking destitute. The La family was far more noble. Duong Tran had never struck a woman, but this kind of vicious woman, if he did not hit her, he could not swallow his anger. That woman gritted her teeth and shouted whether he wanted to die. Duong Tran sneered and told Tiu Kayat that woman's mouth was crooked. Straighten it for him. Tiu Kayat stepped forward, releasing the aura of the 3rd-level true martial realm. The Jia No beside them immediately told Ngak Hoi to let him handle it. For Tiu Kayat, these small fry could just come together at once. Duong Tran crossed his arms and watched, satisfied at Tiu Kayat's surging killing intent. Can Han had not expected the two who were obedient at Triad Keem Courtyard to cause trouble as soon as they entered the academy. Tiu Ham hurriedly advised that the opponent cultivation all exceeded the 3rd-level true martial realm, and there were martial instructors present. It was best to withdraw. Ignoring the advice, Duong Tran excitedly shouted for Tiu Kayat to fight. According to academy rules, killing was forbidden, but if these 2 outsiders sought death themselves, the academy would not interfere. Tiu Kayat charged first, sneering that these people even hesitated while fighting. One person immediately struck, unleashing flying frost fist with an extremely arrogant posture. Someone exclaimed that he was a heavenly Tao teacher. The academy truly had geniuses, but Duong Tran did not care at all. One punch from Tiu Kayat was enough to take their lives. The opponent rushed forward swift as an arrow, making it hard for onlookers to see clearly. Tiu Kayat frowned and said he had some skill. Immediately afterward, the opponent struck directly at Tiu Kayat's vital point, but the blow was like scratching an itch, completely unable to cause harm. The opponent could not believe it. Flying Frost Fist was ineffective. Tiu Kayat did not retreat half a step. Could it be he had dispelled the Frost True Chi? Taking advantage of the opponent's confusion, Tiu Kayat immediately counterattacked. The opponent was hit head-on, letting out a miserable and bewildered cry. He was sent flying to the ground, lying motionless. Duong Tran mocked that man for not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth, telling Tiu Kayat to straighten his mouth properly. Tiu Kayat showed a guilty expression and said, "Then let me do it again," with more sincerity. That man clutched his mouth and groaned, receiving a free jaw adjustment, yet the pain pierced to the bone. Immediately afterward, he collapsed to the ground, completely losing the ability to resist. The young master of the Law family grew even more displeased at this sight. Everyone began paying attention to Tiu Kayat, not expecting him to be both handsome and so imposing. Some were curious, how could a move like Flying Frost Fist have no effect? How had the Frost True Chi entering his body been dissolved? The young master finally stepped forward. Tiu Kayat had successfully angered him. His aura erupted. He was actually at the 4th level true martial realm. Tiu Kayat had not expected the opponent to be a true heavenly Tao master. Flames surged through the air, the momentum incomparably fierce. That was the innate fire attribute martial soul of the La family. It seemed La Van was truly enraged. Many thought Duong Tran was finished this time. Yet not necessarily. Tiu Kayat had once sent an opponent flying with a single punch. He seemed to still have a hidden trump card, only his cultivation was far lower. Tiu Kayat sneered and provoked that if one alone was not enough, then call them all up. The Law family members stared wide-eyed. He truly was a madman seeking death. La Van aura flared, his eyes filled with confidence and killing intent. Flying cloud palms swept forth with flames rolling straight toward his opponent. La Van was an elite of Galaxy Academy, enough to rank within the top 50. Flying cloud palm was a profound grade martial skill suited to fire. Tiu Kayat was in danger this time. Tiu Kayat sank into a dark force, his eyes becoming unfathomably deep. Suddenly he shifted his stance, Flying cloud palm rushing toward him at extreme speed. Everyone gasped in shock. It was over. This time Tiu Kayat could hardly withstand such a terrifying flying cloud palm seal. People hurriedly shouted reminders, telling him to dodge aside. Yet Tiu Kayat stood firm, directly receiving flying cloud palm. This scene stunned everyone. How could such a thing happen? To confront flying cloud palm head-on like this, his strength was truly frightening. Tiu Kayat was completely uninjured. Instead, he steadily blocked La Van's attack. La Van was furious to the point of madness. Could mere physical strength dissolve his attack? Duong Tran smiled arrogantly. Since breaking through to the true martial realm, Tiu Kayat had cultivated heavenly demon tyrant body. The hardness of his body was beyond these people understanding. Tiu Kayat immediately rushed at the one whose strike had been no more than a scratch to him. Van's face turned pale. This life was practically over. Nothing more to say. He clenched his hand tightly and did not let go, holding it for a long while. He leaned close and whispered a sentence. "Let me treat you to a punch." La Van was blasted away, sprawled on the ground, utterly defeated. Tiu Kayat placed his foot on the disheveled body below. Trouble comes from the mouth. Trouble comes from the mouth. Crowd was horrified. What hidden force was so terrifying? The vicious woman beside him screamed in fury. "Release my brother at once." Tiu Kayat glared and shouted back, "Who was barking just now? Come over and take a punch from this young master. You have talked too much." The vicious woman stood frozen, her bun-like face instantly distorted. Looking again, it had turned from a bun into a flat pancake. He wailed miserably, "As you sow, so shall you reap." Tiu Kayat turned his head and muttered a complaint. In Duong Tran eyes, this group was truly too easy to handle. He even said irritably that merely slapping faces and mouths was meaningless. Everyone secretly speculated who these two were to be so overbearing. Duong Tran loudly mocked, "You naughty brats, go call the elders of your family, truly useless." The two from the Law family were carried away in a miserable state. Ham's sister hurriedly advised that, before things escalated, they should leave. Duong Tran was unwilling. He had not yet found the fox spirit. How could he return? Academy rules originally advocated martial artists dueling. They could not discriminate simply because he was not a student. Ham's sister shook her head. She did not believe this was merely a spar. Tiu Kayat scratched his head and said softly that he had struck a bit too hard just now. Ham's sister explained that the academy did not manage such matters, but La Van was only an ordinary elite of the law court. If it spread to the southern court, there would certainly be experts coming. Even core students might act. If they did not want to be beaten, they should leave quickly. As for the Law family, they could wait there. Duong Tran sneered. So what if elite? So what if core? Very impressive. It seemed Lin Hai was a core student of the Eastern Core. Core students were all heaven-favored sons, entirely not on the same level as La Van. Some had even reached the 9th level true martial realm. Older ones had stepped into the martial surge realm. Hearing this, Duong Tran could not help letting out a cry. He had thought reaching the true martial realm at his age was the limit. He did not expect core students of Thien Nam Martial Academy to reach the 9th level. Duong Tran decided not to return. Master and mistress had said he must tour the academy thoroughly. Ham sister guessed his purpose was to find Thien Lin Hai. Duong Tran did not hide it, but she was a core student of the Eastern Court, in the Eastern Court core area. Outsiders simply could not step into that place. Seeing Duong Tran's surprise, she further explained that those not in the core area absolutely could not enter the core area. Duong Tran ignored it. He would go take a look first, if not possible, then return. Ham sister could only chase after the two. She was uneasy after all. Ahead, magnificent pavilions and towers appeared incomparably splendid. Duong Tran group stepped deeper into the core area. Ham sister cried out in alarm. That was an elite of the Southern Court. La family group ahead pointed and gestured, heading straight toward Duong Tran. Duong Tran leaned close to Ham's sister ear and whispered whether it was still possible to run. He cried out, "Try thinking whether there was still time to cry." Duong Tran sighed, "Then let us stretch our muscles a bit." An elite senior brother asked whether La Van had truly been defeated by this man. La Van gritted his teeth, unable to endure more humiliation. He begged the elite senior brother to teach this man a lesson. The reward would not be lacking. The elite senior brother laughed loudly, a trivial matter. As his words fell, thunder roared violently. The elite senior brother immediately struck to suppress the one who dared be insolent. The La family shouted loudly. Tiu Kayat quickly blocked this senior brother's strike. The attack was so powerful that Tiu Kayat hesitated slightly. Difficulty was evident on his face. He could not be defeated so easily. Seeing this, the elite senior brother sneered. It seemed he had some ability. Then try this move. He immediately prepared to unleash the next strike. At that very moment, Duong Tran rushed forward to block the blow for Tiu Kayat. Counterattacked with extreme speed, a punch clearing the distance with the opponent. That man stood still, coldly watching the incoming strike. His eyes narrowed slightly in vigilance. Two fists collided, power erupting violently. The two La family members were thrown away by the aftershock, while the elite senior brother frowned and stared at Duong Tran. The crowd quickly gathered to watch the commotion. What exactly was happening? Sensing the situation was not good, Duong Tran said that if anything happened, inform Lin Nhai first. He shouted provocatively, the Southern Court elite were only this much. The core were so weak, call them all out for me to fight. Clearly, this young master name is Duong Tran. After speaking, he pulled Tiu Kayat and ran off, leaving Ham's sister standing stunned and unable to react. La Van clenched his teeth and swore that sooner or later he would kill Duong Tran. Scene shifted. Another platform gradually appeared. Nguyen Tiu Tan, Galaxy Demoness, appeared. He pushed the door open and stepped inside. Her face revealed sorrow as she sighed. Lin Hai, can you not live a little more comfortably? It is truly too bitter. Lin Nhai practiced her sword while grumbling. Another tea gathering arranged by some genius senior. She had clearly said beforehand that she would not attend such troublesome tea events. Galaxy Demoness let out a soft sigh. She understood. She knew Lin Nhai temperament was naturally proud. Yet today this young lady mood was especially good. After martial practice, her master had finally agreed to pass on to her barbaric Shu Han, a mid-grade, profound-rank martial skill extremely compatible with her martial soul. Lin Ngai giggled. It seemed the other party position in Master Heart had finally been elevated. Galaxy Demoness happily responded with a soft acknowledgement. She told Lin Nhai about the amusing incident that happened at the Southern Court, making Lin Nhai laugh until she nearly choked. Lin Nhai asked curiously why the Southern Court had become so miserable. Galaxy Demoness said a group of Southern Court elites had been beaten miserably by two brats from outside. It was said they were beaten until they lost all face. Strangely, the two challengers had very low cultivation, at most only at the 3rd level true martial realm. It was truly puzzling. Most geniuses from all directions gathered in the academy. Could the other side be peerless heaven-favored talents from elsewhere? Galaxy Demoness believed the two might have come from another county, visiting Nam Thien for leisure, very likely carrying a considerable background force. It was unclear why those two targeted the Southern Court, and even flaunted their strength demanding to challenge the pillars of the Southern Court. Even Galaxy Demoness was stunned. They were only at the 3rd level true martial realm. No matter how defiant they were, they could not contend equally. Lin Nhai laughed mischievously. That was truly too crazy. Galaxy Demoness added that, when leaving, that man seemed to claim his name was Duong Tran. Hearing that name, Lin Nhai was stunned. She turned to ask Tiu Tan who he was talking about. Tan asked in surprise, could it be that Lin Nhi knew those people? Lin Nhi's cheeks flushed faintly. She touched the mark on her body. She did not expect that person to track her down so quickly. She asked Tan whether only the two of them had come to the martial residence. Tan recalled for a moment, before saying that it seemed there was one more person accompanying them. That was an ordinary student of the South Court, named Can Ham. As soon as Lin Nhi heard this, she immediately wanted to go out. Tan was puzzled. Could it be that she had been completely captivated by someone? On the other side, while Can Ham was half asleep, she heard a knock on the door. She jolted awake. It turned out they had found her. Her fellow disciples asked curiously who that handsome young man earlier was. Ham blushed. She herself did not know their background. The others looked disappointed. Were they not together with her? And Ham could only lower her head, sighing inwardly in self-reproach. After speaking, the two fellow disciples left with faces full of regret. How could that woman attract those two geniuses? Truly infuriating. Just as she closed the door, another knock immediately sounded. Can Ham jumped in fright. What was it this time? She opened the door and shouted that she did not know who they were. The figure before her left, Can Ham utterly astonished. Lin Nhi appeared before her with eyes full of curiosity. Can Ham was stunned. Could this person be? Lin Nhi quickly introduced herself. I am Thien Lin Nhi. Where is Duong Tran now? Can Ham stammered that they were in front of Chayat Kim Veen. Before she could say more, Thien Lin Nhi had already left, casually offering a word of thanks. Can Ham spoke up, offering to lead her there. Chayat Kim Veen appeared elegant, its scenery poetic and refined. The beauty there noticed the two of them and cast a glance over. Can Ham greeted politely, her gaze clearly showing restraint. Beauty looked from Can Ham to Thien Lin Nhi, then sighed softly. He said that she truly resembled her mother. No wonder that man had been so captivated. Lin Nhi bowed to the senior, suddenly recalling that this was her mother's rival from years ago. The woman turned and told Lin Nhi to quickly go in to see her father. Thien Lin Nhi hurried inside. She looked at her father anxiously, asking why his cultivation had become like this. Father stroked his daughter's head and smiled, saying that a beauty of unmatched looks was doomed to misfortune, punished by the heavens for defying them. How could a man fight against heaven? Lin Nhi wiped her tears and told her father to stop joking. Seeing a figure lurking in the distance, he still dared to laugh. Lin Nhi immediately dragged that little thief over and demanded how he had taken care of her father, why they had ended up in Thien Nam. Duong Tran's ear was twisted painfully until he begged for mercy. Lin Nhi refused to let go. Only a madwoman would spare Duong Tran. Lin Nhi's father advised her not to blame that boy. This matter was not his fault. Hearing this, Lin Nhi reluctantly released Duong Tran's ear. Duong Tran promised that he would find a way to treat her father. Lin Nhi angrily asked how he dared to call her Lin Tin. Suddenly, a person descended from behind them. It was a retainer of the Thien family, who had come to invite Lin Nhi back to the residence. Lin Nhi asked what right he had to interfere with where she went. The retainer said that his responsibility was to protect the young lady, and he hoped she would stay away from danger. He looked at Thien Ba Quang and said that daring to return to Thien Nam without keeping the agreement was seeking death. Thien Ba Quang gave a cold smile. His cultivation was already gone. What was there to fear about death? Don Dai Q opened with a punch carrying blazing flames. Before he could strike, a woman's voice rang out, telling Don Dai Q to get out of Chayat Kim Veen. The beauty stood in front of Thien Ba Quang, truly a display of deep affection and loyalty. Don Dai Q fell silent for a moment, then abandoned the intention to attack. Facing Thien Ba Quang, he had not expected that the old man had truly lost all cultivation. Even without cultivation, it was best not to appear in the inner city. If he encountered people from Antayat Lao, there would only be death, and he should also limit contact with Thien Lin Nhi. After finishing, he invited Thien Lin Nhi to return to the residence. She attracted too many gazes. If they did not wish to bring disaster upon Chayat Kim Veen, she should come here less often. Thien Ba Quang also advised his daughter to return. If she wished to grasp her fate, she could only rely on her fists. Duong Tran advised her not to let hatred cloud her will. They still had time to wait. Thien Lin Nhi nodded and made a promise to Duong Tran. After speaking, she returned with Don Dai Q. Duong Tran watched their departing figures with a contemplative gaze. When passively enduring suffering, people are always powerless, longing for strength to break all barriers. Yet obstacles repeat endlessly. What should be done in the end? In such circumstances, most would sink into hatred, frantically increasing their power in hopes of shattering every blockade. But they forgot that personal strength had limits. Even pure power was the same. His master asked what he would do if he were Duong Tran. He shook his head. He himself did not know the answer. His master stroked his head and said that it was all right. This time his master and grandfather wanted to teach him that besides martial force, there was something else that could resolve many troubles, and that was wisdom. One must think carefully, pursuing the pinnacle of the martial path while striving to become a wise and virtuous person. Duong Tran withdrew his gaze and returned to reality with firm resolve. Thien Ba Quang asked whether he felt uncomfortable and helpless. He shook his head and replied that he did not at all. Thien Ba Quang smiled bitterly. The one who felt uncomfortable was not he but himself. He was truly stifled. He even wanted to beat Duong Tran to vent his anger. If there was grievance, then speak it. Otherwise, quickly increase strength. When one's fists were large enough, any monster would fall. Duong Tran calmly drank tea, leaving Thien Ba Quang in disbelief. Could it be that he was angry to that extent? Duong Tran asked Dai Can about the current situation of Thien Nam City and the major forces, including those hostile to his master. Dai Can nodded and said there was no problem. Thien Ba Quang was surprised by this boy's composure. Duong Tran believed that life was like a game of chess. His earlier teachings still remain. Just treat Thien Nam as a vast chessboard filled with demons and monsters. Could the situation be overturned? Charging in blindly to kill was merely reckless behavior, at most like a small pawn that would sooner or later be swallowed. Thien Ba Quang still believed that Duong Tran could overcome this trial, but he himself was not so optimistic. For now, he still wanted to focus on cultivation. Indeed, he had not misjudged. This boy was truly worthy to be a disciple. The next morning, Duong Tran went to find Dai Can to clarify everything. Dai Can handed him a detailed dossier about the forces in Thien Nam and told him to study it slowly. Duong Tran happily thanked his master's wife. Dai Can turned away, not forgetting to encourage him to work hard. Holding the documents in his hand, Duong Tran understood quite a few things. The three strongest forces in the South City were Thien Nam Vo Fu, Don Mok Hao Lao, and An Sat Lao. His master had offended them many times yet still survived, which was truly rare. Now there was also the Kim Ung Jia Tak, which additionally held the position of prefect. This chess game was truly difficult to play. Duong Tran sighed softly. He ate in a heavy mood, finding no appetite. The master asked whether he truly wanted to become a chess player on the board. He replied that playing chess in silence was the conduct of a gentleman. One only needed to observe and not interfere in unnecessary matters. His master ate leisurely and told Duong Tran that since he was mature enough, he should handle it himself. He ate and drank happily, and Dai Can also smiled while having dinner. She said she had heard that the little girl of martial uncle had encountered a scheme in the secret realm of Thien Nam and was poisoned by the deadly Manhwa toxin. Danger was imminent. Why not go and take a look? Thien Ba Quang's eyes widened. The deadly Manhwa toxin. He remembered that martial uncle truly had a daughter, her age similar to Thien Lin Nhi. Deadly Manhwa poison was a toxin of the heavenly realm, let alone Thien Nam. Even in Dong, though, it was difficult to find an antidote. How could such a thing appear in the secret realm? Tiu Kayat curiously asked what the secret realm actually was. Dai Can explained that it was a strange spatial rift, varying in size. Most were barren and desolate, without living beings or treasures. Yet there were also secret realms that gave birth to heavenly treasures, even leaving behind the legacy of powerful experts, extremely rare. The entrance to the Thien Nam secret realm lay within the Vo Fu. This was the reason Vo Fu became the strongest force, and also a great opportunity to step onto the chessboard. The urgent matter was to join Vo Fu and become a core disciple. Deadly poison to others meant death. But with Duong Tran's primordial demonic dragon martial soul, there might still be a way. He told his master that martial granduncle was in trouble. As a junior, he could not fail to visit. He understood that his master intended to speak about seeking an opportunity to join Vo Fu. His master said to first see the situation clearly. Martial granduncle was in turmoil. Joining Vo Fu could not be accomplished overnight. There was no need to trouble anyone. In truth, he wanted to try the Manhwa poison. Perhaps it could be resolved. His master doubted could he truly dispel it. It sounded too vague. Duong Tran affirmed that his martial soul was somewhat special. His master curiously asked what martial soul it was. Tiu Kayat replied that Duong Tran's martial soul was the number one under heaven. His master immediately scolded him for speaking nonsense. In fact, Duong Tran possessed twin martial souls, a serpent-shaped sword soul and the number one martial soul under heaven. His master did not care about the name, only whether he could dispel the poison. Duong Tran said that claiming 7 parts certainty was already modest. 7 parts certainty was enough to attempt it. After all, it was more than half worth the risk. When they arrived, the scene was completely different from before. 3 of them stepped into the inner hall together. The guards stopped them. This was the center of the North Court. Those who were not disciples were not allowed inside. His master took out a token for them to see. Guards were astonished. It was indeed a pass token. Thus they hurriedly opened the door for the 3. The 3 calmly entered the inner hall. This not the renowned holy sword. Meeting you tonight was truly an honor. Thien Ba Quang said to martial uncle. that he sought an audience regarding the poison flower. Martial uncle opened the door wide and invited them inside. As soon as they stepped in, the chaotic scene gradually became clear. The man before them looked haggard, his appearance disheveled. He was Cao Tran-o, the head of the North Court of Vo Fu. He asked in shock who had crippled Thien Ba Quang's cultivation to such a state. Thien Ba Quang recounted the encounter with the demonic beast at San Mok Chiu Ka, escaping with his life, but his martial soul had not recovered, leaving his soul power depleted. Martial uncle fell silent, not expecting it to be so severe. He introduced Duong Tran as his disciple, whose special martial soul could detoxify little junior sister. Martial uncle was startled. A martial soul that could detoxify. He wanted to see Duong Tran's martial soul with his own eyes. Yu Kayat intended to speak the name of the martial soul, but Duong Tran stopped him in time. He only said that his martial soul belonged to a restraining attribute and could counter the poison flower. After speaking, Duong Tran slowly summoned his martial soul. Light enveloped his body. His aura gradually revealed. The martial soul manifested in a deep crimson hue, completely different from before. Blood dragon gradually emerged. Its overwhelming might surged, inspiring awe. Martial uncle felt immense pressure. Though he could not see clearly, he knew it was extraordinary. His master secretly felt disappointed. This boy hid too deeply. Even he had been fooled. Martial uncle asked Duong Tran to try and see whether there was still hope. Even with a high-grade martial soul, the poison flower was extremely hard to dispel, usually leading only to death. Martial uncle rose and led the way. Upon arrival, little junior sister lay within an ice chamber, the poison flaring, leaving her breath faint. Martial uncle could only seal the poison flower into a spirit altar upon her forehead, but it would not last long. Duong Tran stepped forward, saying to let him try once. After speaking, he did not immediately summon his martial soul, but closed his eyes and focused. Lin Enhai's body was weak, invaded by the aura of the martial soul. The martial soul gradually merged into the spirit altar on her forehead. As soon as it was drawn in, martial uncle discovered the seal had tightened, seemingly wanting to stop Duong Tran from continuing. But his master immediately stopped him, telling him not to be hasty and to observe further. Martial uncle's eyes widened. Could it truly be this? Lin Nhai cried out, her spirit altar trembling violently. Duong Tran directly confronted the poison flower. A clear sense of danger surged. The young girl screamed in pain, her spirit altar nearly shattering completely. In the end, her complexion gradually became rosier. Martial uncle was astonished. It actually had an effect. Lin Nhai fell into a coma, but her color had visibly improved. At the same time, Duong Tran also withdrew his martial soul. Martial uncle hurried to his daughter's side, his eyes full of worry. He carefully examined her condition. He profusely thanked Thien Ba Quang. Today he owed a great debt of gratitude. Thien Ba Quang replied that the credit belonged to Duong Tran. It was enough to remember his favor. Martial uncle joyfully embraced the three benefactors, inviting them to stay and drink the heaven essence tea he had long treasured. His master said martial uncle was too courteous. It was good enough that Lin Nhai had kept her life. In the future, she would surely enjoy abundant blessings. Tiu Kayat saw that Duong Tran seemed different and asked about his condition. Duong Tran said he was fine and would recover after some rest. But in the future, unless absolutely necessary, he should not use the primordial demonic dragon martial soul to absorb such dangerous energy, because the consumption was too great. His master said heaven essence tea was a rare item that could strengthen the body and aid recovery, telling him to drink more later. Not long after, the four sat down at the tea table together. Martial uncle personally poured heaven essence tea for the three of them. Duong Tran followed his master's words and quickly drank as much as possible. It truly was good stuff. He even urged Tiu Kayat to drink more. His master angrily scolded, who drank tea like that? It was truly embarrassing. Martial uncle laughed heartily, worthy indeed of Thien Ba Quang's disciple, seeing benefit and never letting go. Thien Ba Quang forced himself to remain composed, repeating twice for proper courtesy. Martial uncle recounted that 3 years ago he had invited the national preceptor to divine Lin Nhai's fate, saying her future was boundless. Recently worried, he had sent word to the royal capital to seek another reading. Fortunately, this time calamity had turned to blessing. Duong Tran was astonished. A heavenly Tao fate master, so such a martial soul truly existed. His master smiled gently. The world was vast and anything could happen. Martial uncle understood his master's meaning. Wanting to bring the two youths into Vo Fu, his master nodded as tacit consent. Martial uncle said the two could enter the North Court. After the incident years ago, their master no longer accepted disciples and devoted himself solely to the sword. The only exception was a little girl named Thien Lin Hai. Thien Ba Quang felt grateful in his heart. His master was truly magnanimous. Duong Tran expressed that he wished to enter the East Court to cultivate the sword path under senior sister. His master immediately rejected it, saying he should not even dream of it, leaving Duong Tran puzzled. Martial uncle nodded, and explained that Duong Tran was not suited for the East Court. Moreover, Vo Fu was very complicated now. He would understand later. Duong Tran replied irritably, "Fine, fine." Martial uncle turned to ask Tiu Kayat what body cultivation art he could practice. Even asked whether he wished to take him as master. With such bright features following him would guarantee a future surrounded by beauties. Duong Tran and his master were both stunned by that sudden proposal. Tiu Kayat fell silent for a moment, then gently nodded. Martial uncle burst into hearty laughter, full of joy. Excellent, truly excellent. Scene made one feel somewhat unaccustomed. Duong Tran only worried that from now on Tiu Kayat would become his martial uncle. His master tapped his head, telling him not to mind status. Cultivating well was what mattered. Being accepted by martial granduncle was Tiu Kayat's fortune. Duong Tran felt wronged, as if only he had lost face. His master glared and asked what he had just said. Duong Tran immediately changed his tone and praised his master's handsome bearing. Martial uncle reminded Duong Tran that he must first become an elite disciple. Only with sufficient performance could he enter the central training area. Duong Tran stammered, feeling as if he was being targeted. His master smiled slyly, saying martial uncle was indeed wise. 3 days later, Duong Tran and Tiu Kayat officially joined the North Court. People whispered everywhere, so that was Duong Tran, only at the second level of true martial realm, yet daring to squeeze into the ranks of elite disciples. Indeed, his appearance was easy to spot among the crowd. Just as rumored, he looked no different from a fool. Duong Tran asked a passerby where the North Court training ground was. The others sneered at him. What training ground? North Court had no separate ground. All 4 courts shared the central arena. It happened they were heading there as well, so they invited him along. Duong Tran gladly agreed. Upon reaching the shared arena, the atmosphere immediately brightened. Duong Tran and Tiu Kayat bade farewell to the 2 senior sisters who had led the way. Before leaving, someone called Duong Tran back to ask a question. Duong Tran asked Tiu Kayat whether Elder Kao was teaching him martial arts. Tiu Kayat nodded in confirmation. He had taught him a very formidable fist technique called Coiling Dragon Fist, and without entering the basics, he was not allowed to rest. Duong Tran curiously asked what kind of fist technique it was. Tiu Kayat did not even know its grade. Duong Tran found it strange and looked around. A group of people approached them, looking extremely familiar. It was La Van and his group, mocking that the 2 even dared to join Vo Fu. Quite bold. Duong Tran gave a cold smile, saying La Van seemed to have forgotten the pain once his mouth healed and wanted to cause trouble again. With your Tiu Kayat, La Van fumed. How could he forget? The vicious woman warned the 2 not to be complacent. Sooner or later someone from the South Court would teach them a lesson. Duong Tran replied it did not matter. Even if they all came together like last time, it would be fine. The vicious woman stomped angrily, telling him to just wait. After speaking, the whole group left in resentment. Duong Tran told Tiu Kayat to ignore them and continue practicing. At that moment, someone approached and asked whether he was Duong Tran. Duong Tran nodded, asking what exactly had happened. The man said he had heard of Duong Tran's prowess and brought a challenge letter, asking whether he dared to fight. Duong Tran held the challenge letter, slightly contemplative, frankly said he had no time for such matters, and casually tossed the letter away. The letter fell to the ground with a swish, driving the opponent into fury. Duong Tran did not bother to care, and turned to leave at once. 10 days later at the training ground, many were discussing that Duong Tran was a coward. Some said he ignored every challenge letter and dared not accept anyone's challenge. Duong Tran felt annoyed and retorted that he was not afraid. If they wanted to fight, they should call someone stronger. At that moment, a voice rang out, making the 2 men flee in haste. Do I have the honor to challenge you? Hearing that voice, Duong Tran's mood changed instantly. He turned around and looked clearly at the opponent. That man was Lahone of the Kim Ung Jiatok. As expected, Duong Tran had no idea who this person was. Lahone grew angry. You do not even know the Kim Ung Jiatok. Duong Tran's expression darkened. The Kim Ung Jiatok. Fine, he accepted Lahone's challenge. The disciples buzzed with excitement. Duong Tran had just entered yet dared to accept a challenge. The 2 had already reached the arena. Everyone eagerly urged one another to hurry and watch. The arena quickly filled with spectators for this match. Cheers for Lahone and Duong Tran rose without cease. The referee spoke. Both sides should negotiate the rules themselves. Lahone sneered, saying he heard Duong Tran was arrogant. Did he dare to fight without rules? The crowd was stunned. A no-rules fight. Duong Tran frowned. He did not fear life or death, but what benefit was there in killing him? He said fighting without rules was fine, but killing would only bring trouble. The Kim Ung Jiatok was domineering. He did not wish to form needless enmity, telling Lahone to be more realistic. Lahone mocked, saying his opponent was cowardly and talkative. Duong Tran laughed coldly, saying to state clearly how he wished to wager. Lahone looked disdainful, Someone like you, how much could you wager? He asked whether he dared to wager 1 low-grade spirit stone. Duong Tran burst into laughter. Even 100 low-grade spirit stones were brought to wager. Was he not afraid of disgracing the Kim Ung Jia top? He was poor, so he only dared to wager a mid-grade yellow rank storage ring. Lahone and the entire audience stared wide-eyed at Duong Tran's wager. Many secretly wondered whether this fellow had gone mad. A mid-grade yellow rank storage ring was extremely rare. Even the Kim Ung Jia Tak might not possess one. If it appeared, it would be enough to make major forces contend. Duong Tran asked coldly whether Lahone did not have a mid-grade ring. Lahone was speechless. Could he admit defeat before everyone? He cursed Duong Tran as a pauper who did not even have such a thing. His time was precious. Stop dawdling and finish the fight so he could leave. Lahone fell silent, inwardly astonished at how Duong Tran could be so wealthy. He immediately turned to ask La Van how many spirit stones he had, and to hand them all over. Before La Van could react, everything was taken. He then turned to the vicious woman and demanded whatever she had left. Everything was stripped clean. Though resentful, they dared not speak. Lahone handed all the wagers to the referee. He said if he could not defeat Duong Tran, he would not take those items back. Duong Tran laughed loudly, borrowing items yet still daring to act fierce. He asked the referee, aside from killing the opponent, anything was allowed. The referee hesitated, saying both sides should agree themselves. Lahone nodded, as long as Duong Tran was not afraid. Duong Tran chuckled, saying this rule was not bad. Referee shouted that in 5 breaths the match would begin. She leapt high into the air, leaving the combat area. Lahone struck first, his cultivation already at the 6th level of true martial realm. The gap was too great. The crowd believed Duong Tran was finished this time. Lacking strength yet daring to provoke, Lahone was courting death. Lahone opened with golden spirit palm, his aura oppressive. Duong Tran still stood in place without moving. Crowd exclaimed. The stance was not bad. Had he finally used his trump card? A deep crimson light flashed, no less mysterious than any other. Lahone sneered. Was that all the ability he had? Suddenly he felt his true chi tightly bound by something. Duong Tran remained standing still, only using mystic hand to control the situation. Lahone suddenly struck and hit him. Duong Tran gritted his teeth and endured the pain. Lahone laughed smugly, thinking Duong Tran was finished. His golden eagle martial soul soared across the arena, its momentum towering. Duong Tran revealed a cold smile. This had been a trap he set from the start. Crowd erupted. What exactly had happened? Duong Tran smiled and asked whether he thought he had hit him. No, it was he who had hit him. His mystic hand had already touched his arm. Lahone panicked, the true chi in his body being completely drained. Duong Tran laughed loudly, calling him a true waste, standing still to be beaten, and now unable even to resist. Lahone began to feel fear. This time he was truly done for. Duong Tran launched an excited attack. Wanting to run now, it was too late. He threw a straight punch at his opponent's face. Lahone screamed miserably as he was blasted backward. He clutched his face and groaned, his features completely distorted. Duong Tran stepped on him and asked whether according to the rules he could cripple him. Lahone begged in panic, pleading not to do so. Duong Tran said he disliked violence and preferred to persuade with reason. Today he would spare him. In the future, if they met, he should step aside. Could he do that? Lahone nodded frantically like a loyal dog, promising to stay far away from him. Everyone was shocked. They had clearly seen Lahone strike Duong Tran's dantian. How was he completely unharmed? Duong Tran gathered all the wagers and called Tiu Kaya, saying today was a windfall. The two of them would go enjoy a good meal. All eyes followed Duong Tran's departing figure. With such strength, he would surely establish himself in this academy. Under the bright sky, Duong Tran and Tiu Kaya happily walked out of the court. Suddenly, Duong Tran's gaze shifted slightly, sensing something was off. Dai Kan was massaging his master, looking no different from a newlywed couple. His master broke into sweat and hurriedly said, "Lack, why are you pinching me?" Dai Kan appeared somewhat stubborn, ignoring his complaints. His master asked whether she could be gentler. The two watching nearby both blushed. After speaking, he turned to scold Duong Tran, saying cultivation required perseverance and patience. Returning after only 2 days in Vo Fu was no different from wasting time and life. Duong Tran laughed blankly, asking what was being wasted. His master told him to go make tea, the type that only moved after being kicked. Dai Kan softly asked Duong Tran whether cultivation was going smoothly. Duong Tran nodded, saying it was indeed a holy land for cultivation. Even the training ground alone was satisfying. Dai Kan encouraged him to strive to enter the core area before year-end, because every year-end the core disciples of the 4 courts would gain a great opportunity. Duong Tran curiously stepped closer and asked what that fortune was. His master pondered briefly before answering, the Thien Nam's secret realm. Duong Tran thought to himself, what was so impressive about that? Dai Kan knew the two had never encountered it before. and began to explain carefully. A secret realm was an unstable space. Most would gradually fade and collapse, with no fixed rules or energy levels. The two fools listened, yet still remained confused. Ican smiled and explained that an energy limit meant a cultivation limit. Beings above a certain realm could not enter. For example, those in the Thien Hop realm could not enter the Thien Nam secret realm. Moreover, if the secret realm was excessively interfered with by allowing warriors to enter and exit, it would collapse faster. Thien Nam secret realm controlled by Vo Fu would open each year-end. Only core disciples of the four courts could enter. Therefore, Duong Tran must work hard. Inside were countless treasures, yet it had never been fully explored. Duong Tran's gaze grew firm. He understood clearly now. The peaceful Kim Veen suddenly saw the appearance of two troublesome figures. Duong Tran pulled Tiu Kayat, intending to leave. The two were quickly driven out of the place. Duong Tran felt unconvinced. Could it be his master feared he would disturb his late life romance? His master ignored him and shouted for him to hurry back to the court to cultivate. Take that one with you and get out of sight, causing trouble all day long. Duong Tran gritted his teeth in anger, yet could do nothing. His master turned his back and slowly walked into the courtyard. Duong Tran and Tiu Kayat returned to Vo Fu. He wondered why he had to bring this thing along. Thinking carefully, bringing it along did not seem bad. Beauties often liked this sort of thing. Playing with it was a familiar pleasure. Two sat down laughing and teasing, petting the little leopard cub. Duong Tran fumed. What nonsense was this? This brat was truly troublesome. At the core area of the North Court, Duong Tran and Tiu Kayat stood before a door. Lin Engai opened the door and happily greeted Tiu Kayat. Duong Tran was stunned. What was going on? Lin Engai looked at Duong Tran and asked who he was. Tiu Kayat introduced him as Duong Tran, the one who had saved her from the poison flower. Lin Nhai sized Duong Tran up. So it was him. Martial Uncle Dai said his face was detestable indeed. Flirting around was not enough, and he even dared to corrupt brother Vo Kai. Duong Tran asked blankly when he had ever flirted. He angrily thought that old man must have slandered him. But looking closely, Lin Nhai seemed rather concerned about Tiu Kayat. Very well, Vo Kayat was so quiet yet had drawn Lin Nhai's attention. Lin Nhai blushed and scolded him for speaking nonsense, telling him not to call her Lin Nhai, but to address her as Martial Anne. Only then did Duong Tran remember she was a generation above him. Duong Tran leaned close to Lin Nhai and said then she should call him junior brother. Lin Nhai looked at the pet on Duong Tran's body, saying the little beast was truly adorable. The pet immediately flared up, saying she was the dog and her whole family were dogs. It was not a dog. Duong Tran asked Lin Nhai whether she found it cute. The pet cursed loudly in anger, causing Duong Tran to suffer collateral scolding. Lin Nhai hugged the pet into her arms, her expression delighted. She asked Duong Tran whether he had defeated Lahone. Duong Tran brushed it off with a smile, asking whether Martial Uncle had told her. Lin Nhai reminded him to cultivate seriously in the coming 3 months, not to grow arrogant for defeating Lahone. In 3 months there would be a task for him. Duong Tran rejoiced. Could it be Martial Uncle had recognized his talent? He patted his chest and promised to cultivate well. Time passed swiftly. 3 months later at the small courtyard of the North Court core area, Duong Tran was training harshly, his aura surging. Sword slash tore through the air, his movement swift as a gallop. Gravel scattered everywhere, the power far from weak. Duong Tran had comprehended 25 strands of sword chi. With 5 more, the Lingshan sword momentum would reach completion. He turned to look at the pet behind him and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Duong Tran asked what it wanted again. Could it be craving spirit stones? Tossed a spirit stone to it. The pet immediately drooled. It gnawed the spirit stone like a dog chewing a bone. Duong Tran sighed. 1 per day, and it had already eaten 15 low-grade spirit stones. At this rate, he would be poor sooner or later. Suddenly, a voice called out Zyro Hai. It was Lin Nhai and Tiu Kayat approaching. Duong Tran beamed, saying they had arrived. Duong Tran suddenly appeared and said the two had been discovered by him. Tiu Kayat greeted happily, while Lin Nhai looked displeased. Zyro Hai dashed toward the two, seeking food with agility. Lin Nhai happily lifted Zyro Hai, asking whether it missed its master. Had your wicked master bullied you again? Duong Tran said if Lin Nhai liked Zyro Hai, she could take it back to the residence for a few days. Lin Nhai happily asked if that was true. Duong Tran nodded firmly. Of course it was true. Lin Nhai teased excitedly. From now on, Zyro Hai can follow Big Sister. Zyro Hai immediately nodded repeatedly upon hearing that. Seeing it so obedient, Lin Nhai was extremely satisfied and even praised it for being well-behaved. Duong Tran had already broken through to the 4th level of true martial realm. He asked Tiu Kayat how far he had reached, telling him not to say he was still immersed in gentle affection without making progress. Tiu Kayat stammered without words. Lin Nhai beside him snorted coldly. Everyone knew the outcome. Vo Kayat was at the 6th level of true martial realm, while Duong Tran was only at the 4th. How could they compare? Lin Nhi felt somewhat indignant on Tiu Kayat's behalf. Duong Tran glanced at Vo Kayat, inwardly thinking this brat was bragging too much. Lin Nhi almost forgot the important matter and hurriedly urged Duong Tran to go quickly. The grand mentors were still waiting. Duong Tran curiously asked where the two of them were going. Vo Kayat explained it was the core area assessment. Duong Tran was about to be accepted as a core disciple of the North Core. Hearing this, Duong Tran suddenly remembered, unable to suppress his joy. The sun stood high, blue fiery light mixed with pale white hues, appearing extraordinarily harmonious. Upon arriving at the North Court, only Duong Tran was allowed to enter. Lin Nhi and Vo Kayat requested to return first. Before leaving, Duong Tran suddenly recalled something and instructed Lin Nhi. Zio Hai had a rather strange appetite. It had to eat spirit stones every day. Lin Nhi had not even asked clearly when Duong Tran had already run off. He had not asked how to feed it, and Vo Kayat did not know Zio Hai could even eat spirit stones. Lin Nhi searched her pouch to see if any spirit stones remained. Sure enough, there was still one. Zio Hai's eyes lit up instantly upon seeing it. Its greedy appearance was obvious, just like a dog starved for days. Nhi smiled brightly and put the spirit stone into its mouth. In the blink of an eye, the spirit stone shattered. Only the crunching sound remained in its mouth. Vo Kayat and Lin Nhi were both stunned at the sight. They did not expect Zio Hai could swallow even a low-grade spirit stone. Nhi turned to ask Vo Kayat where Duong Tran had picked Zio Hai up. Vo Kayat replied awkwardly that it was just picked up, truly just picked up. Nhi did not believe him and continued pressing, asking where it was picked up. Vo Kayat shook his head, truly not remembering and not knowing. Lin Nhi felt a little disappointed and said she would ask Duong Tran directly next time. Perhaps they could even go pick up another one together. On Duong Tran's side, he pushed the door open and entered, frankly stating he had come to participate in the assessment. Before him stood two grand figures like ancient trees, chatting leisurely. One grand mentor clarified Duong Tran's identity, knowing he was only at the 4th level of true martial realm yet capable of fighting beyond his level, which was why he had been summoned for assessment. Rumor had it he defeated Lahone of the South Court with a single move, something they initially found hard to believe. He then summoned attendants to bring out several specially trained individuals. Those carefully selected quickly stepped out, their bearing extremely arrogant. He instructed MangaCapped that Duong Tran was here for assessment. Only a test of strength was needed. He must know his limits. MangaCapped, with his towering physique, looked at Duong Tran, introduced himself as at the 6th level of true martial realm, and requested guidance. Duong Tran curled his lips. Only 6th level of true martial realm, then there was no need for guidance. MangaCapped asked if he intended to forfeit. Even with lower cultivation, fighting beyond one's level gave opportunity. He should not give up easily. Duong Tran picked at his ear, saying he meant MangaCapped alone was not enough. If a few more were added, perhaps there would be some hope. MangaCapped angrily shouted, "Brat, you dare look down on me." The two grand mentors were also surprised by Duong Tran's reply. Duong Tran calmly said that the truth was MangaCapped alone could not defeat him. MangaCapped believed Duong Tran was overly arrogant, and his anger flared instantly. One grand mentor spoke. The 4 Courts Vo Fu was different from other places. To become a core disciple, one must have some pride and dare to display strength. Duong Tran assumed a stance and replied with a cold smile, "If you do not believe it, then come and try." MangaCapped immediately circulated his power, his aura exploding hard as metal and stone. Duong Tran was slightly surprised, not expecting the opponent to be an earth attribute heavenly Dao master. MangaCapped did not hesitate and swiftly charged at Duong Tran. Duong Tran also unleashed his potential and took the initiative to meet the attack. He struck head-on, closing in without giving any chance to evade. MangaCapped never expected his own attack to be so heavily suppressed. During the clash, he was severely injured by Duong Tran's offensive. His momentum greatly weakened. Could not recognize what kind of sword technique Duong Tran was using. A grand mentor exclaimed in shock that it was Ling Shan's sword momentum, already beyond minor completion. Sword cultivators were indeed terrifying. It seemed their North Court had produced another monstrous talent. Yet after several months, he was still only at the 4th level of true martial realm. Not rely on a bit of talent to grow lazy. Duong Tran's little talent was not even a fraction of the 4 Courts Vo Fu. Duong Tran felt slightly tired, inwardly thinking this old man must clash with him by fate. He did not understand what Thien Ba Quang saw in Duong Tran to place him in the North Court core area. From now on, he must follow his arrangements. Duong Tran could only smile awkwardly. He continued, warning that if by year-end Duong Tran's cultivation had not reached the 9th level of true martial realm, he would immediately leave the North Court. Even if reaching 9th level, but Ling Shan's sword momentum had not reached great completion, he would lose qualification to enter the Thien Nam secret realm. Another grand mentor felt the chief was too harsh. Duong Tran was only 4th level, and with just over half a year remaining, even day and night cultivation would make reaching 9th level difficult. Duong Tran secretly cursed that this old cow was clearly forcing him toward death. Next day, everywhere people discussed that Duong Tran had to reach the 9th level of true martial realm before year-end. Everyone thought it unreasonable since he was only at the 4th level. Duong Tran sighed. It seemed the news had spread everywhere. Vo Kiat stepped into the residence, calling out Master with an awkward expression. Chief Kao sipped tea and asked what matter he had. Vo Kiat innocently asked about his elder brother's situation. His master then asked whether he believed his elder brother could reach the 9th level before year-end. Vo Kiat answered without hesitation. Of course it was possible. He nodded. If you could do it, then why would Duong Tran not have hope? Vo Kiat found it reasonable. By year-end, reaching great completion in coiling Dragon Fist was still within reach. Chief Kao added that Vo Kiat had not even begun coiling Dragon Fist, while Duong Tran had long cultivated Ling Shan's sword momentum. Thus, there was even less reason he could not succeed. Vo Kiat eagerly replied that he would go cultivate and not ask further. Chief Kao smiled watching him leave, inwardly thinking he was truly a fool. Turning back to Duong Tran, before him stood an extremely shabby house. As a core area, it arranged such a dilapidated room for Duong Tran. Clearly intentional difficulty. Gravity cultivation ground of the North Court core area was the famed Thien Quan Tower. Duong Tran had never expected Thien Quan Tower could accelerate cultivation so rapidly. Lin Nhi explained that the North Court core Thien Quan Tower far surpassed the gravity grounds of the other 3 courts, not merely by a little, leaving Duong Tran still not fully understanding. He sighed softly. What exactly did that mean? Lin Nhi continued that in terms of body refinement, Thien Quan Tower was a sacred land. Upon hearing this, Duong Tran's eyes shone brightly. He hurried off, not forgetting to thank Lin Nhi. She could not even stop him before he had vanished. Before the towering Thien Quan Tower, Duong Tran stood like a tiny ant. He widened his eyes, completely overwhelmed by the majestic sight. Duong Tran's gaze rested on the notice board mounted on the wall. It was the Thien Quan ranking list, recording who reached which floor and for how long. Rank 97, Kao Chan AC, 6th floor, 31 hours. Duong Tran's mouth fell open. Was that not Chief Kao? And yet only ranked 97. No one on the board had surpassed the 6th floor. Clearly the tower had 9 floors. Could it be the 7th floor required special conditions? He was too lazy to think further and decided to enter first. He only hoped the gravity on the 1st floor was not too terrifying. The moment he stepped in, terrifying gravity pressed down, causing Duong Tran pain so intense he nearly collapsed. This pressure truly suppressed people tyrannically. He hurriedly condensed true chi, struggling against the immense pressure of the 1st floor. After a while he barely stabilized. Duong Tran gasped repeatedly. Looking around, he saw that there were still a few other people inside. In addition, there were quite a few entrances leading to other areas. Only the 1st floor already had such terrifying gravity. It seemed that refining spirit stones here to strengthen true chi would be extremely difficult. After half an hour passed, Duong Tran finally fully adapted. Clearly this place could accelerate cultivation speed, but one had to use true chi to protect the body before refining chi. Almost no one could accomplish that. Duong Tran sneered. This was far too simple for him. With Heavenly Thunder True Chi and Solar True Chi, one for body protection and one for cultivation was enough. He decided to find a stone chamber to verify his guess. At that moment, Duong Tran noticed someone had just left a nearby stone chamber. He did not hesitate and immediately stepped straight into that stone chamber. Curses immediately rang out from outside. That had originally been his stone chamber. Duong Tran was truly courting death. Duong Tran chuckled and waved goodbye as the stone chamber door closed. When it came to acting tough, he had never feared anyone. That man was so furious that he gritted his teeth, only able to watch helplessly as the stone chamber door shut tight. He angrily wondered who exactly dared to snatch his spot. Someone answered that it was Duong Tran, the newcomer who had just passed the assessment and was specially admitted into the core area. He sneered coldly. So it was just a rookie, daring to seize his stone chamber, truly tired of living. After saying that, he sat waiting outside. Everyone silently pitied Duong Tran for being new and not knowing the strict rules of the Thien Quan area. Too reckless, daring to provoke Thatch Fuong. The crowd began betting on how miserably Duong Tran would be beat. Said he had even offended the Institute Master without knowing his place. It seemed he would not remain in the core area for long. Inside the stone chamber, Duong Tran was enduring immense pressure. The gravity inside the stone chamber was another level stronger than outside. Duong Tran circulated his true chi and quickly guided the spirit stone into his body. Spirit stone cracked apart. He focused all his spirit on refining chi. Duong Tran happily realized the refining speed was several times faster than usual. It was truly wonderful. Suddenly, the spirit stone in his hand completely shattered. The black dragon inside Duong Tran seemed to be pierced by a blade, coiled violently as thick black smoke continuously rose. Duong Tran was in extreme pain, not understanding what was happening. He roared in agony, wondering what in the world was going on. Duong Tran clenched his teeth and told himself he had to endure. He roared in pain, forcing himself to complete the refining process. At that moment, his mind was filled with nothing but pain. Once it finally stabilized, Duong Tran immediately checked his sea of consciousness. Inside the sea of consciousness was a hazy red and black mass, utterly chaotic. Duong Tran was puzzled. Could this be the second chapter of the primordial demonic dragon arc? He reached out to touch it, and the strands of black chi immediately gathered into one place. Duong Tran took out the primordial demonic dragon arc. A smug smile appeared on his face. Primordial demonic dragon battle body. A strange dark red ancient tone. Book clearly stated that one must open 36 battle acupoints within the body, all located at crucial positions. When all battle acupoints were opened, the demonic dragon battle body would take shape, its power enough to kill a true dragon with bare hands. Duong Tran was doubtful again. Killing a true dragon with bare hands sounded like a joke. Even a weak true dragon could destroy the entire eastern land. Since the first chapter, heaven-devouring scripture, was already so powerful, the second chapter could not be ordinary. Duong Tran decided to take the risk. The first battle acupoint to be opened was located at his left wrist joint. He tried guiding his strength to the exact position he had just sensed. Immediately, Duong Tran clearly felt the change. First, it was not as painful as imagined, but only a moment later, intense pain struck. Duong Tran lost control and let out several cries. Tried to stay conscious and continued refining chi, silently chanting Buddha in his heart. Finally, it felt easier, as if he had just survived a great calamity. Duong Tran nervously stared at his left wrist. If the battle acupoint failed, would his left hand be crippled and unable to move? Even thinking that, he still gritted his teeth. Having come this far, there was only one path forward. Outside, the one whose stone chamber was taken waited for more than half a day without seeing Duong Tran come out. Even a 6th-level cultivator could only endure that long. He frowned, wondering what Duong Tran was doing inside. Staying in the stone chamber for an entire day, was he really only at the 4th-level cultivation? He continued to wait, determined to see Duong Tran appear. Another half-day passed without any movement. He began to believe Duong Tran had died inside. He knocked on the stone chamber door, wanting to confirm the situation. Could it be something strange? The man was dead, yet the stone chamber still did not open on its own. A senior figure walked over and asked what had happened. What could have happened to cause such tension? He said Duong Tran had been inside for a whole day without coming out. He must have died inside. The senior figure reached out to touch the stone chamber to check the situation. He confirmed there was still life inside. This was truly hard to believe. Duong Tran was only at the 4th level, yet survived an entire day and night. The senior figure believed perhaps his strength was greater than everyone thought. Hearing that, the man could only stand there stunned, wondering what kind of absurd situation this was. He thought Duong Tran was clearly hiding his cultivation. If he was truly at the 7th level of true martial, he should go to the 2nd floor. Why remain on the 1st floor fighting over his stone chamber? It made no sense. At that moment, Duong Tran appeared with a blank expression. He raised his wrist, his face unable to conceal his joy. Unexpectedly, in just one day and night, he had condensed the first battle acupoint. At this moment, he felt no discomfort at all. As long as he circulated his true chi, he could already balance the gravity here. Stomach growled loudly. It was clearly time to replenish energy. Duong Tran opened the door and walked out, preparing to eat. Then he urged, "Come on, let us go." He happily left the stone chamber, his complexion even better than when he first entered. People outside looked at him, with probing gazes mixed with a bit of apprehension. Duong Tran asked directly whether he was dissatisfied with him. If there was anything, just say it. The man was startled and denied it, saying no one had any objections. Duong Tran wondered if he had misheard. The other party laughed loudly and said there was no such thing. Duong Tran left, still half doubtful in his heart, wondering if he had truly misheard. As soon as he left, that man mocked him, saying Duong Tran was pretending to be weak to strike later. Fortunately, he had not been fooled. A table full of rich dishes was quickly laid out before him. Duong Tran realized his appetite had grown larger and larger since his martial soul awakened. After eating, he decided to return and continue cultivating. A while later, Duong Tran appeared again, drawing everyone's attention. Someone curiously asked why he had returned so quickly. Was he planning to snatch another stone chamber? If he was at the 7th level, he should just go upstairs. Duong Tran opened the door under everyone's watchful eyes. He quickly opened the stairway path and went up to the 2nd floor to continue cultivating. The gravity on the 2nd floor was indeed far stronger than on the 1st. Duong Tran circulated his true chi as he stepped upward, silently blaming himself for being too careless. As soon as he set foot on the second floor, he collapsed to the ground, not expecting the gravity to surge so drastically. Strangely, there was not a single person on this entire floor. Duong Tran hesitated. Perhaps it would be better to return to the first floor. He carefully observed his surroundings. Indeed, the space was completely empty. Senior figure stepped out and was extremely shocked upon seeing Duong Tran. Why had he appeared on the second floor? The old man asked while wiping his sweat. The old man said Duong Tran should not be here, meaning he was not capable of appearing on this floor. Was he truly only at the 4th level of the martial realm? How could he possibly reach the 2nd floor? Duong Tran asked again. Was he not allowed to go up to the 2nd floor? The master waved his hand. Of course he did not mean that. He recalled that during the assessment, Duong Tran had said he had never cultivated body techniques. Duong Tran scratched his head and replied that he had only started cultivating body techniques yesterday. After hearing this, the master was stunned. Even his breathing grew heavy. He lowered his head and said perhaps Duong Tran could not endure it. It would be better to return to the 1st floor. Duong Tran immediately went back to the stairs under the master gaze. He quickly returned to that man's stone chamber on the 1st floor. The master went downstairs and asked everyone if they had seen Duong Tran. Someone replied indignantly that Duong Tran had gone back to their stone chamber on the 1st floor again. It was truly outrageous. He coughed lightly and said that was not appropriate, asking them to pass along that he was looking for Duong Tran. Back in the stone chamber, Duong Tran felt that this place was indeed more comfortable. Compared to the 2nd floor, the 1st floor was clearly much more at ease. It seemed that to cultivate calmly on the 2nd floor, he would have to open the 2nd battle acupoint. Duong Tran looked at his hand, his gaze contemplative. He continued trying to open the battle acupoint on his other wrist. Pain struck violently, even stronger than when he opened his left wrist yesterday. Duong Tran could not understand it. Did opening more battle acupoints make the pain even worse? At this rate, even 10 days and 10 nights might not be enough to open the battle acupoint on his right wrist. Duong Tran was confused about the cause. If the difficulty kept increasing like this, would it take 100 years to open all 36 battle acupoints? Suddenly, Duong Tran realized the problem likely lay in his true chi. He focused his mind and mobilized his true chi to open the 2nd battle acupoint. Duong Tran was delighted to find the pain vanished. His guess was indeed correct. Unexpectedly, Heavenly Thunder True Chi was so superior, completely overpowering Solar True Chi when it came to opening battle acupoints. One day later, Duong Tran finally completed the opening of the 2nd battle acupoint. He withdrew his True Chi and quickly entered a focused state. The single punch, power burst forth and shook the surroundings. Duong Tran laughed heartily. This time he was finally qualified to ascend to the 2nd floor. The moment he stepped out of the stone chamber, someone came looking for him. Instructor Hoke Din wanted to see him. It seemed urgent. Duong Tran thought to himself, who was Instructor Hoke? It turned out to be the very person he had met on the 2nd floor earlier. At the martial training hall, Duong Tran walked in slowly. Instructor Hoke was personally guiding the students in martial practice. Duong Tran spoke up and asked, Instructor Hoke, are you looking for me? As soon as he saw Duong Tran, he immediately stopped teaching. His kid aura was much stronger than before. Could it be that he possessed some rare body tempering treasure? He looked at Duong Tran and asked whether he agreed to join under his tutelage for cultivation and become his direct disciple. The people around immediately erupted in whispers. They had not expected the instructor to accept a direct disciple. Duong Tran first thanked the instructor for his kindness, but at present he already had a master. Instructor Hoke did not mind and explained that Duong Tran had just entered the inner court and did not know. In the core academy of the martial residence, one could simultaneously be a direct disciple of multiple instructors. Duong Tran eyes lit up. Such a thing was allowed. His master was rather selfish, both his teacher and future father-in-law. If he angered the old man, his beautiful fiancée would also be hard to keep. Taoist Hoke asked who Duong Tran master was. He answered frankly that it was Thien Ba Quang. Upon hearing this name, Taoist Hoke immediately understood. No wonder he was that man's disciple. Duong Tran sighed and left the residence, his steps somewhat heavy. He returned to the old dilapidated house to continue cultivating. It seemed that opening the 3rd battle acupoint could not be done in a short time. So for now, he should prioritize increasing his cultivation. 5 days later, he finally succeeded in opening the 3rd battle acupoint. His cultivation smoothly broke through to the 5th level of the true martial realm. Duong Tran decided to go check on the little blacks. The martial residence area was extremely quiet at this moment, with only a gentle evening breeze blowing. There were a few people inside. Duong Tran saw them the moment he arrived. Noticed that group. his eyes showing curiosity mixed with surprise. Lin Nhi was the first to come greet Duong Tran, pulling him closer, while he said it was not convenient for him to stay there. Lin Nhi believed that since Duong Tran was Tiu Kayat's older brother, there was nothing inappropriate. The elders of the eastern and southern courts had heard that her father had accepted Tiu Kayat as a direct disciple and came to congratulate. He guessed this was merely an excuse. They surely had other motives. As soon as he entered, Martial Uncle told Duong Tran to greet the representatives of the southern and eastern courts. On one side were Fuck Lam Sun and Quan Vien, representatives of the two courts. Duong Tran stepped forward gently and greeted the representatives one by one. Standing beside Tiu Kayat, he noticed that this kid cultivation had improved again. Martial Uncle sent the youths outside, saying that he and the two vice court masters had matters to discuss. Outside, Duong Tran asked Lin Nhi and Tiu Kayat whether they needed to prepare return gifts. Lin Nhi was surprised, not understanding why Duong Tran suddenly mentioned gifts. Duong Tran said emotionally that seeing the two so close, they would probably hold a ceremony before long. As an older brother, he naturally had to prepare return gifts in advance. During this, Lin Nhi's eyes suddenly lit up. A person walked over from behind and asked about Duong Tran identity. She nodded and said she now understood why Lin Hai was attracted to him, making Duong Tran wonder whether she was an acquaintance of Lin Hai. Duong Tran politely asked how he should address this elder sister. She did not answer, only thinking to herself that she was a fox spirit. She moved close to Duong Tran and said that Lin Hai was not suitable for him. On the contrary, the two of them were a perfect match, asking what he thought. Duong Tran was stunned, unable to believe his ears. He laughed and said, "Beautiful elder sister, you truly know how to joke." Another person came and asked that elder sister whether Duong Tran also knew Lin Hai. She replied that Duong Tran was Lin Hai's father's direct disciple, so it was normal for them to know each other. He suddenly recalled that when Duong Tran spoke with Lin Hai, he had indeed mentioned it a few times. He laughed loudly, making Tiu-san visibly displeased. Lik En Hat Tuan, what did he mean? When he pursued Lin Hai, had she ever given him a glance? Was this move not too lowly? It seemed Duong Tran had encountered a love rival, but the other party was overthinking. The relationship between him and Lin Hai was not so easily divided. En Hat Tuan leaned close to Duong Tran's ear and said that since he was Lin Hai's junior brother, he was also his junior brother, so he would help him. After saying that, he left quickly, leaving Duong Tran standing there in confusion. Over here, the two vice court masters walked over with extremely cheerful expressions. Tiu-san also left. Before leaving, she spoke to Duong Tran. If Tran was free, he should visit the Eastern Court. She would wait for him. Duong Tran pretended to nod in agreement. Yes, he would definitely go. Martial Uncle called Duong Tran to follow him over there. Duong Tran was bewildered, not understanding why things kept happening one after another. Inside, Martial Uncle asked Duong Tran whether he knew why he had summoned him. He shook his head. Martial Uncle said he had heard that he cultivated on the second floor of the Thien Quan Tower. Judging by his physique, he must have practiced some body technique. Duong Tran did not expect the old man to see through him so quickly. He scratched his head and said he had only been cultivating for a short time. Martial Uncle remarked gently that his body was very special. At only the 5th level of true martial, he could already cultivate on the second floor of the Thien Quan Tower. That was barely acceptable. Duong Tran's face darkened. Barely acceptable sounded truly unpleasant. He asked whether Duong Tran thought himself exceptionally talented, that within the four courts core area, he was already enough to suppress his peers. Duong Tran smiled confidently. He indeed could defeat those of the same generation in the martial residence. Martial Uncle said he was very similar to Thien Ba Quang, both confident to the point of arrogance. But he continued to ask whether Duong Tran knew why many martial prodigies died young before they matured. In the Thien Nam secret realm, there is the Shadow Wolf tribe. Whenever the Wolf King dies, the entire pack slaughters one another to fight for the throne. You know why the one who survives to become Wolf King is often not the strongest cub. Duong Tran fell silent. He truly did not know the answer. Martial Uncle slowly recounted that back then he also sat here. Thien Ba Quang sat in Duong Tran's seat. He told that same Shadow Wolf story, but unfortunately he failed to comprehend it, and thus met today end. Duong Tran asked what exactly his master had encountered in those years. Martial Uncle replied that back then, Thien Ba Quang was 100 times more stubborn and arrogant than him. He asked whether he knew that his master still kept a record of Thien Nam martial sect. Duong Tran grew curious. What was that record about? Martial Uncle said Thien Ba Quang was indeed a rare prodigy since the founding of Thien Nam martial residence, the youngest Heaven Union realm cultivator, and an unmatched swordsman. Duong Tran had not expected that ordinary master had once been so glorious. Martial Uncle recounted that Thien Ba Quang relied on his talent and appearance to flirt everywhere in the martial residence. offending Don Mok Mong Hoa. And after crossing the line and still keeping his life, he was already fortunate. Duong Tran was indignant. If his master was unrivaled under heaven, why could he not marry his mistress? Both sides were willing. Was Don Mok Marquis Manor truly so unattainable? Martial Uncle scolded him for being foolish. Some people are born with arrangements. Did he know why Don Mok Marquis Manor insisted on marrying into the Shadow Assassin's Tower Master family? Shadow Assassin's Tower Master liking Don Mok Mong Hoa was secondary. The main reason was that the Marquis Manor did not wish to stand isolated in Thien Nam, but sought alliance with the 13th Prince. Duong Tran fell silent. The kettle before him began to steam. Present Don Mok Marquis Manor has agreed to send Thien Lin Hai to the imperial capital as a concubine of the 13th Prince to continue the marriage alliance. Duong Tran was stunned. What was this? He immediately objected. Lin Hai cannot marry the 13th Prince. She belongs to him. Martial Uncle waved his hand and asked whether he intended to follow Thien Ba Quang path and force matters first. Duong Tran straightened his back, his expression turning solemn. Duong Tran asked Martial Granduncle what kind of person the 13th Prince truly was. He slowly replied that he was a peerless genius, praised as the most outstanding figure of the Eastern Land Kingdom since its founding 1,000 years ago. At only 20, he entered the Heaven Union realm, his monstrous talent surpassing his master by 100-fold, and he is the prince most favored by the emperor. Long designated heir to the throne, now 27 years old, exactly 10 years older than Duong Tran. His cultivation is said to have reached the 9th level peak of the Heaven Union realm, the second strongest in the Eastern land. His appearance not inferior to him, honored as 13th Lord. Duong Tran eyes widened. What kind of monster was this? His heart burned with urgency. Facing 13th Lord now, he had no chance of victory at all. With no other choice, Duong Tran asked Martial Granduncle what he should do. Martial Uncle laughed loudly, praising him for being stronger than Thien Ba Quang back then. At least he knew to endure and ask for guidance. He said although the matter was not completely settled, the overall situation was basically arranged. It was said 13th Lord had replied and would arrange time to come to Thien Nam, wanting to personally meet Lin Hai. With her talent and beauty, did he think that man could refuse? Then Duong Tran sank into thought. Even he was deeply fond of Lin Hai. Martial Granduncle said at present, there were only 3 paths to choose. First, from now on he and Lin Hai would never meet again, and he would completely forget her. Second, endure humiliation and wait until he was strong enough, then seize Lin Hai from 13th Lord hands. Duong Tran shook his head. He could not let Lin Hai fall into 13th Lord hands. At this moment, Martial Uncle mentioned the third choice. That was to flee. Duong Tran eyes lit up. What kind of strange proposal was this? Seeing his expression, Martial Uncle sternly said this path was extremely arduous. One misstep, and both he and Lin Hai would die without burial, even implicating countless others. Did he understand? The more Duong Tran thought, the more tangled he became. Even if they fled, he would have to bring his master and mistress. And also the group like Tiu Kayat. This was not simple at all. Damn it, no matter how difficult, he was compelled to accomplish it. Duong Tran asked Martial Granduncle when 13th Lord would come to Thien Nam. He replied it was expected next year. They still had about a year, but unforeseen changes could not be ruled out. Duong Tran let out a breath. There was still a year. At least he still had time to prepare. Martial Uncle then asked what the first thing he should do was. Duong Tran thought it was to raise his cultivation, yet felt that was not entirely right. Enduring quietly and causing no trouble also seemed wrong. Going to find the fox spirit to cook was even more irrelevant. Martial Uncle angrily scolded him for being hopelessly foolish. The first thing he must do was seek his support. Without him, he was no different from a dead fish. Duong Tran was bewildered. What was this about? He hurriedly begged for help, asking for a sip of water or else he might cry himself to death. Martial Uncle asked whether he truly did not understand the immediate matter. Duong Tran scratched his head with an awkward laugh. He was told to go find Thien Lin Hai. He sighed. Since he had decided to flee, why still go find her? That not alert Don Mok Marquis Manor to their relationship. Martial Uncle sipped tea and said such petty tricks could never fool the Marquis Manor. In their eyes, Duong Tran was like an ant. Did he think they did not know his purpose for entering the martial residence? He sternly said that if he avoided Lin Hai for too long, it would only arouse more suspicion. Did he understand? Only then did Duong Tran fully comprehend. He instructed him to visit her, mainly to see the Grandmaster. These past years, the old man's mood had been poor. He must find a way to let him meet Lin Hai. Duong Tran nodded. If he gained his master's support, then fleeing would have hope. At the same time, Tai Tung and Lin Hai were practicing in the bamboo forest. Lin Hai moved her technique gracefully, her beautiful figure impossible to look away from. Seeing her sorrowful gaze, he was angry that Duong Tran had drawn her so deeply into love. Hoping he would know his limits, Otherwise, even Kao Tran AC could not save him. Just then, someone slowly approached. The red-haired person asked, "It is said this time you chose that girl. She is Thien Ba Quang daughter. Resentment with the Marquis Manor is inevitable." Someone replied that her talent and beauty far surpassed those of the Marquis Manor. Those vulgar painted faces would never catch 13th Lord Eye. The red-haired one sneered, telling the Marquis Manor to beware of this girl. If another Thien Ba Quang appeared, then the Marquis Manor end would come. 13th Lord was inferior even to the Shadow Assassin's Tower Master. The other replied coldly that this matter did not require the Academy Master concerned. Please leave. At the Thien Van Tower, Duong Tran hurried inside. A person in front entered cheerfully. Behind him, Duong Tran followed slowly. Suddenly, a hand was placed on that person's shoulder. Duong Tran immediately flung him backward. This unreasonable fellow was truly detestable. In his heart, he became even more resolute. He must quickly open more battle acupoints. 1 year from now, 13th Lord, he would absolutely not let him snatch Lin Hai away. 10 days later, the tower stood tall and serene. In these 10 days, Duong Tran had opened several more acupoints. Battle acupoints and meridians expanded. A total of 4 battle acupoints had been opened. It was time to visit the Eastern Court. He was brimming with excitement. According to old Kao calculation, Duong Tran could openly go find Lin Hai without fearing the Don Mok Marquis Manor experts. As soon as he arrived, the crowd gathered tightly, the scene chaotic. Duong Tran squeezed into the crowd, greeting others along the way. He widened his eyes. What in the world was happening? Person in front had defeated many in succession, and even mocked Thien Nam martial residents as all empty fame. What kind of geniuses were so weak? A woman with dark red hair and mysterious attire slowly appeared. The crowd was furious. Where did this girl come from to be so arrogant? Yuakoa declared himself at the 5th level of true martial and asked for guidance. He transformed into a massive saber and charged straight at the red-haired woman. The move Vajra-cleaving palm erupted, its power far from small. The woman merely raised one finger and coldly asked, "Was that all?" With a light flick of her finger, Yuakoa was sent flying. It was not merely being pushed back. He was hurled several zhang away, crashing to the ground with life and death unknown. In a single instant, he was defeated, mouth agape before losing consciousness. The woman truly spoke nonsense. She had no sense of restraint. This was clearly the weakest heavenly path she had ever faced. Yuakoa was enraged. The person before him was far too arrogant, utterly insane. Where did she crawl out from? It was unbelievable. No one could believe it. Even the bystanders could no longer stand aside. He had not even finished stating his name before taking a fatal blow. He was blasted to the ground, unconscious, his honor utterly ruined. Crowd fell into silence. Not a single person dared to speak. That woman strode proudly through the crowd. No one dared to stop her. Be that Duong Tran carried the bloodline of the Yifeng royal clan. Clearly that girl was from the direct line of the Yifeng royal clan. Why had she appeared in Thien Na? Over at La Van's side, he was also watching. The moment he saw Duong Tran, his expression changed. He smiled with interest. It seemed there would be a good show to watch. The girl shouted loudly, asking if anyone else dared to step forward and challenge her. La Van covered half his face. Even this person was enough to fight elite disciples. If it reached the core level, they would not last 3 moves. Even Duong Tran of the Northern Court was too lazy to act. Duong Tran paused, silently cursing this traitor. She raised her hand and pointed straight at Duong Tran, calling his name. "Who is it? If you have the guts, then step out." Duong Tran stepped forward and asked whether she had a master. He thought to herself, what did that have to do with him? Duong Tran replied coldly, if he had not been provoked, it would be fine. But since she came seeking trouble, he would have to discipline her on behalf of her master. The woman grew furious, scolding him for not knowing life from death. How could an ant like him be worthy of disciplining her? Before she finished speaking, she immediately attacked, determined to finish Duong Tran. A fiery phoenix blazed in the air, its aura as if it would devour all things. Facing the fiery phoenix, Duong Tran remained calm, not the slightest ripple in his mind. Someone shouted a few times. The real show had finally begun. The blink of an eye, he gently raised his right hand. With a single strike, the fiery phoenix instantly shattered like lightning. Catching her off guard, she could only dodge at the last instant. The woman grew even more furious, shouting for someone to seize him. Soldiers immediately surrounded Duong Tran, yet he stood firm without retreating. He continued screaming, vowing not to let Duong Tran off. Suddenly, a mighty figure appeared in the sky, coldly commanding them to stop. That person was the state preceptor of the Eastern Land, his status supreme. He walked leisurely among the crowd. Duong Tran had long noticed his presence. The state preceptor glanced at Duong Tran with an indifferent gaze. Duong Tran stood still, inwardly assessing that this old man was truly powerful. Following behind the state preceptor was a line of great instructors. Everyone bowed in unison, paying respects to the state preceptor. Duong Tran had not expected to one day meet the Eastern Land state preceptor. the legendary Heaven Fate Master. It was said the state preceptor was extremely mysterious, most valued by the king, his status below 1 and above 10,000. His fame also stemmed from his rare Heaven Fate destiny. To put it bluntly, he truly was a renowned mystic. The woman hurried over and respectfully called him master. She said she wanted this brat and wished him to serve as her attendant. Duong Tran asked in surprise who was Tiu Hong. She snorted coldly several times, not bothering to reply. Tiu Hong was her mount, a noble scarlet sun flying horse. Letting him tend it was already a great blessing. Duong Tran darkened his face, claiming himself as a core disciple of the Northern Court and wishing to ask the state preceptor a question. The state preceptor smiled calmly, telling him to ask. Duong Tran was pleased and immediately sought permission to speak. He quoted a common saying, "To raise without teaching is the father fault. To teach without strictness is the teacher fault." So how should this be explained? Great instructors were all stunned by this direct question. Many secretly thought Duong Tran's courage was truly boundless. Someone shouted asking if he wished to die. Duong Tran directly asked the academy master whether he was her teacher. The state preceptor remained silent, offering no reply. He turned to the woman and told her to apologize together with Duong Tran. Tiu Khan was furious, believing Duong Tran was beneath her and not worthy of an apology. The state preceptor sternly instructed that if one was at fault, one must admit it. A scholar cannot speak without principle. She had yet to see the world and must correct her temperament. Duong Tran remained silent, filled with doubt over what was happening. He took the initiative to apologize, admitting he had offended the state preceptor. Duong Tran left under the gaze of the Eastern Land state preceptor, who remained silent. The state preceptor murmured that young people nowadays were all so arrogant. Bao Chan AC smiled with interest. This boy was truly intriguing. The academy master respectfully greeted the state preceptor, saying it was an honor to meet him. Asking which court he wished to visit, the state preceptor replied he wished to go to the Northern Court to speak with Court Master Cao. Duong Tran departed, finally understanding that in the eyes of nobles, commoners would always be lowly and easily oppressed. Reason did not exist because they lacked qualification. As soon as he stepped into the court, a guard demanded Duong Tran present his pass. Duong Tran grew angry and blurted out a harsh curse. From afar came a call of Duong Tran's name, cold yet very familiar. The woman approaching was Tiu San of the Eastern Court. She stepped close and proactively approached Duong Tran. She sincerely apologized, saying she had arrived late. Duong Tran asked whether she knew where Lin Hai was cultivating. Tiu San pretended not to know who Lin Hai was. Duong Tran sighed inwardly. It seemed he was being teased again. Tiu San leaned close to Duong Tran's ear and whispered that she had prepared the finest crimson cloud wine at Lu Van Pavilion, inviting the young master to choose. Duong Tran felt somewhat helpless, finding this sister in Guyot truly unpredictable. He suddenly remembered there was still an important matter undone. Thought it better for another day. Duong Tran hurriedly left the Eastern Court. Before he had gone far, that familiar figure appeared before him. He was furious, asking what he meant. Did he intend to let her wait in vain? Duong Tran hastily explained that he truly had urgent matters to handle. He wore an awkward expression, his eyes filled with difficulty. Her expression turned coaxing, saying no matter how urgent it was he should spare time for tea, otherwise he would disappoint her sincerity. Or did he look down on this young lady's status? Duong Tran quickly shook his head in denial. Absolutely not. At Lu Van Pavilion, Tiu San eagerly pulled him inside, while Duong Tran dragged his feet unwillingly. The atmosphere inside was ambiguous, making Duong Tran feel uneasy. Before he could react, Tiu San forcefully pushed him inside. He smiled brightly, saying that once he entered her Lu Van Pavilion, he was hers. He was even the first man. Perhaps in the future he would become the master here. Duong Tran gaped, completely unable to understand what was happening. During Guyot, Duong Tran broke into sweat. They had only met twice. No matter how he heard it, this did not sound right. Tiu San gave a mischievous smile, saying she had heard his courage was great. Heavens, what was happening today? Both strange and familiar. She moved closer, gently asking if there was anything about her that dissatisfied him. She would change. Duong Tran broke into a cold sweat. He had heard this woman was Lin Hai good friend. Could she be testing him? He hurriedly waved his hands, saying he only wished to drink tea. Tiu San immediately agreed and personally brewed tea. Two raised their teacups. Tiu San gazed toward Duong Tran full of inscrutable meaning. He showed a look of astonishment, not expecting Duong Tran to possess twin martial souls. Even she could not see through them, truly rare. She introduced herself as Tin Ha Demoness and Guyot Tiu San. That was precisely her martial soul. Her martial soul was a perceiving heart martial soul, specialized in probing the martial souls of others. This man's two martial souls were certainly above low-grade earth rank. Otherwise, her perceiving heart martial soul would have detected them long ago. She must firmly hold on to this man. He invited Duong Tran to drink tea and casually asked about his relationship with Lin Hai. Duong Tran refused, asking whether she intended to be serious. Was she looking down on him? Tiu San pouted, calling him petty. He changed her tone and called him Brother Tran, asking about amusing events in Triu Ka City. Yet Duong Tran still shook his head without speaking. In the end, she truly grew angry, asking whether he was a man at all. Duong Tran admitted he was rustic and unfamiliar with worldly affairs. If he had offended her, he asked forgiveness. As for whether he was a man, Lin Hai could verify it herself. Tiu San was furious to the point of madness, waving him away to find his Lin Hai. Duong Tran did not linger, cupping his hands to thank Sister Ngayat for her hospitality. Sword Bamboo Forest, where Lin Hai often cultivated. Duong Tran stepped inside, feeling this place was extremely unusual. Scenery was truly wondrous. This was the first time he had such a sensation. An indescribable feeling spread through his heart. Echoing sounds drifted to his ears from afar. Duong Tran focused to see what was happening. Lin Hai was practicing martial arts. Her focused and captivating appearance was incomparable. Lang Sun's sword stance. Moreover, 30 strands of sword chi linked in succession. Duong Tran blurted out in surprise, immediately drawing her attention. Lin Hai smiled and asked whether he had missed her. Duong Tran nodded and admitted he had. Of course he had. Fleeting smile crossed the young girl's face. Clearly she was delighted. She teased that someone had gained great fame after entering the martial residence, pursued by many girls. Why still remember her now? Duong Tran cried injustice, saying if his heart held only one flower, how could it contain another? Lin Hai curiously asked why he had come to find her. He scratched his head and said he was looking for Ngayat Tiu San. Lin Hai asked in surprise, who was Sister Ngayat? Duong Tran told her about Tiu San, saying it was thanks to her that he entered the Eastern Court. Truly not an easy place to enter. Lin Hai felt slightly uneasy. Tiu San had a proud temperament and few in the Eastern Court core area caught her eye. Why would she take the initiative to invite Duong Tran? After thinking for a moment, Lin Hai decided to take Duong Tran to meet Thien Enhai. Duong Tran was stunned, asking what she meant. He had heard the Grandmaster devoted himself to the sword and ignored worldly matters, so he asked whether his temperament was approachable. Lin Hai smiled mysteriously, saying that was hard to tell. The two walked deeper into the bamboo forest together. Old Taoist was sitting inside a simple hut, weaving a basket. Tun Vo Enhai saw Lin Hai and said the girl had returned. Duong Tran was startled. Was this the Grandmaster? He looked truly old. Silently gazed at Duong Tran for a long time without speaking. Then the old man let out a faint sigh. This left both of them bewildered. What did shaking his head at their first meeting mean? Lin Hai smiled and introduced that this was Duong Tran, the one she had mentioned before. The old Taoist uttered a few sounds in response. Duong Tran understood and bowed respectfully. He greeted the old Taoist calmly. The old man said there was no need for such courtesy. Thien Ba Quang was no longer his disciple. Those words instantly made the atmosphere heavy. Duong Tran spoke on behalf of his master, saying that back then he had deeply regretted and always remembered the old Taoist. The old Taoist grew angry, saying that man would no regret. Since he had come, then leave, and in the future do not let Duong Tran come here again. This situation left Duong Tran unable to understand what grievance his master had caused in the past. Yet old Kao had said he must gain this person recognition, so he could not leave. Duong Tran stepped forward, advising the old Taoist to calm his anger, promising he would honor him in the future. The old man said in a deep voice that 200 years ago he had obtained fortune in the Vu Thien Nam secret realm, mastering the Prime Minister's secret art, capable of reading fate and foretelling fortune and misfortune. He looked at Duong Tran and said his killing aura was too heavy, great misfortune loomed. Recently there would be bloodshed calamity with life and death uncertain. Did he expect him to bear it in his stead? Lin Hai was shocked. Vo Enhai never joked. Duong Tran truly faced a great calamity. Duong Tran stammered, momentarily not knowing how to respond. This matter could not be taken lightly. Duong Tran asked further. The old Taoist said, although he had little worldly experience, he did not submit to fate. There was no absolute dead end in the world. He would certainly seize a thread of life. Vo Enhai concluded that at this moment, Duong Tran was slightly more resolute than that rebellious disciple. Enhai felt somewhat uneasy, yet in her heart she vaguely sensed it was not wrong. Suddenly a token flew before Duong Tran and Lin Hai. Old Vo Enhai slowly departed without another word, leaving the two standing still without daring to speak. Duong Tran picked up the token, his eyes filled with doubt. What was this? It was the pass to enter the core area of the Eastern Court. Two watched as the door slowly closed, that aged figure gradually disappearing. Lin Hai softly asked Duong Tran whether something had happened. Duong Tran embraced her to reassure her. saying it was nothing, truly nothing. No matter what changes occur, I will never leave you, Duong Tran softly told Lin Hai. At the same time, at the northern court, Courtmaster Cao hurried straight into the inner hall. What was happening? Even the high-ranking officials of the Martial Academy were present. Not only that, even the major forces of Thien Nam City had arrived. A great event had occurred. It was said the state preceptor had personally come. As soon as the Eastern Land state preceptor appeared, everyone immediately bowed respectfully. The state preceptor spoke calmly, telling everyone to sit and talk. Someone cautiously said the state preceptor's visit to Thien Nam was a rare blessing, asking what instructions he had. State preceptor sat leisurely and said he had come to Thien Nam by royal command because of the divine omen at the Triu Ka mountain range, asking whether anyone possessed reliable information. Everyone was startled. If investigated deeply, this would surely involve the La family. Immediately someone knelt to report that half a year ago, upon hearing of the omen, he had secretly entered Triu Ka mountain and witnessed the phenomenon with his own eyes. The divine omen never emerged. Instead, there was an extremely terrifying beast king guarding it, and he barely escaped with his life. At that time, he had seen Duong Tran swallowed by the beast king. Strangely, he survived. He must know some secret regarding the omen. The state preceptor gave a soft sound of surprise, asking who Duong Tran was and where he was now. Courtmaster Cao inwardly cried that this was bad. The situation was too dangerous. That woman widened her eyes. Was not the one who had injured her before named Duong Tran. The state preceptor showed surprise, so it was that boy. Courtmaster Cao replied that among the core disciples of the Northern Court, there was indeed Duong Tran. Moreover, he had some past acquaintance with him. The state preceptor immediately grew interested in this person. The vast Thien Nam, aside from Cao Chan AC, the only one he wished to befriend was that boy. He remarked that Duong Tran carried arrogance and would surely accomplish great deeds in the future, then told Courtmaster Cao to summon him for questioning. Cao Chan AC immediately spoke, saying he would personally bring Duong Tran. At this time, Duong Tran was sitting beside Lin Hai watching her nap. Her beauty was like a fairy from the heavens. The beauty lay not only in the young girl face, but also reflected in the eyes of the infatuated youth. Duong Tran dreamily imagined a romantic scene between him and her, together with the girl in his heart. Seeing this scene, Courtmaster Cao wished he could gouge out his own eyes. This brat was facing great calamity, yet still had the mood to flirt, truly bold beyond measure. He shouted Duong Tran's name twice like thunder. Struck straight into his mind, Duong Tran startled awake. Had old Cao come to find him? He and Lin Hai immediately performed a respectful salute to Cao Chan AC. Cao Chan AC did not waste words and told him to follow at once. Duong Tran let out a cry as the scene before his eyes suddenly changed. For some reason, a sense of unease suddenly rose in his heart. Cao Chan AC used divine sense to transmit his voice, asking him what exactly had happened with the divine relic at Triu Ka mountain. Duong Tran asked in return whether the people from the La family had come looking. Cao Chan AC replied that the La family was nothing. This time it was the national preceptor of Dong Tho acting under the king's order to investigate. Latuan had said he was involved because he had once been swallowed by the beast king. Duong Tran cursed inwardly, that damned Latuan. Could it be that he dared to claim the beast king, found his flesh unpalatable, and spat him out? Cao Chan AC speculated whether Duong Tran had truly been fortunate enough to obtain the inheritance of the divine relic. This boy's heaven-defying luck was real, yet no matter what, he absolutely must not admit to having received the inheritance of the divine relic. He had to deny it firmly. Duong Tran was stunned, not understanding why he had to do that. The two quickly arrived at the main hall in the central area of the North Court. National Preceptor wanted to personally hear Duong Tran's explanation. The others did as well, especially the La family, who were extremely concerned. Duong Tran stepped forward to greet the National Preceptor, his expression calm and composed. The National Preceptor directly asked about him being swallowed by a divine beast at Triu Ka mountain. Duong Tran feigned astonishment, saying what divine relic? If he had been swallowed by a demon beast, how could he still be standing here? Latuan, standing at the side, coldly called out Duong Tran's name. He mocked him for sophistry and asked whether he recognized who he was. Duong Tran replied that this was the young master of the Kim Ung family, renowned far and wide. Yet he clearly remembered that if he had not been forced by him that day, he would not have fallen into danger. If not for his greed for the divine relic and provoking the beast king, Triu Ka City would not have suffered such devastation. Duong Tran etched this hatred deep in his heart. Tuan angrily shouted, saying Duong Tran was spouting nonsense. Duong Tran was unafraid of death. With a bit of investigation, it would be clear that everything he said was the truth. He turned to the national preceptor and said that Ka belonged to the kingdom and its people were also subjects of the crown. He hoped the national preceptor would uphold justice. The entire hall instantly erupted in commotion. Everyone was shocked. The La family could not sit still any longer, claiming Duong Tran was quibbling. He was evading the national preceptor's question. Most likely he had already obtained the inheritance of the divine relic. Duong Tran tilted his head, cursing inwardly what kind of nonsense this was. Had he not already answered the national preceptor's question clearly? The dignified head of the Kim Ung family was actually using power to bully others like this. No matter what, the sins committed at Ka could not be concealed. Crowd increasingly wanted to know the truth of the matter. The La family had not expected Duong Tran to be so difficult to deal with. Someone advised temporarily setting other disputes aside. They demanded Duong Tran clearly explain being swallowed by the Beast King, why he was still alive until now. Duong Tran frowned and muttered about divine relics, where such a thing came from. The so-called divine relic was in fact fabricated by the Kim Ung family. Ka Mountain had nothing except an extremely terrifying fiend. As for the so-called divine relic Latuan mentioned, it was entirely his own imagination. Unexpectedly, the lair of the Beast King had been labeled a divine relic, and even implicated his Ka. Latuan was furious to the point of madness, pointing at Duong Tran and cursing him for blatant lies. The national preceptor raised a hand to signal, wanting to hear Duong Tran continue. Duong Tran calmly went on, saying that day it was Latuan who forced him to charge into the Demon King's lair, forcing him to scout the path in his place. At that time, he had been left with no choice and could only grope forward in the darkness. It was clearly a maze formation. He had never been swallowed by any demon beast. Otherwise, how could he still stand here? The crowd fell silent in thought upon hearing this. It was indeed reasonable. If he had been swallowed, how could he still be alive to confront them? Therefore, if there were still doubts, Duong Tran invited the lords to accompany him to the Ka mountain range. With their presence, the Beast King would not dare act rashly. By then, the truth would be revealed. Naturally, Latuan must go as well. He truly wanted to see whether he could survive if swallowed by a demon beast. Thinking of that terrifying demon beast, Latuan turned pale and immediately said he would not go. The family fell silent. Inviting people there was no different from exposing their own crimes. The national preceptor spoke to conclude, enough. Duong Tran will follow me to Ka. As for Lathin Hone, he needs discipline. Otherwise, retribution will teach him in my stead. Lejiang immediately knelt to thank the national preceptor for his guidance. Dean Kao could not help but be astonished. He had not expected Duong Tran to respond so sharply. Yet with him following the national preceptor of Dong Tho to Ka, it was likely more peril than safety. The national preceptor believed there could be no delay and set out immediately. Soon after, the entire group headed toward the Ka mountain range. The national preceptor stood high above and said something. Suddenly, a fireball condensed in midair. Duong Tran widened his eyes, sensing something approaching. A fiery phoenix rushed over. The scene was incomparably miraculous. A Heaven Union realm demon beast, the flame dragon sparrow. This was the mount of the national preceptor of Dong Tho. He told Duong Tran to climb onto its back. Seeing the three step onto the divine beast one after another, those around could not stop exclaiming in admiration. Duong Tran glanced back and gestured reassuringly. Kao Chan AC laughed and told the boy to be at ease. This kid truly acted swiftly and decisively. The three rode the divine beast and quickly advanced toward their destination. Looking at Duong Tran, that woman could not help but ask a question. She said he only had 5th level true martial realm cultivation. Duong Tran was too lazy to respond, his attitude indifferent. He grew angry and repeatedly demanded to spar with him. The national preceptor stated bluntly that she was not Duong Tran's opponent. He retorted, claiming it had only been a moment of carelessness. Duong Tran thought to himself that this girl was overly pampered, though not unattractive. Between him and the Dich Feng royal clan, there would sooner or later be opposition. The woman urged Duong Tran to stand up and fight to his heart's content, but he found her noisy. She continued to challenge him without pause, clearly combative to the extreme. The national preceptor attempted to use a spell to affect Duong Tran, yet it seemed ineffective. He was astonished. Since obtaining the destiny of a heavenly Tao master, he had never encountered such backlash. Even when divining for the king of Dong, though it only consumed soul power. Left with no choice, he executed a martial general's secret technique. The power of his martial soul surrounded Duong Tran, but was repelled by his destiny. Dragon within let out a roar, seemingly refusing to allow any offense. Duong Tran suddenly awakened and asked who was doing what. He instinctively counterattacked, causing the national preceptor of Dong Tho to be rebounded before he could guard. The national preceptor spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot, utterly unable to react in time. Female disciple panicked upon seeing her master vomit blood and hurriedly asked about his condition. The national preceptor reassured her, saying it was nothing and telling her not to worry too much. He slowly took out a pill and put it into his mouth. Duong Tran completely did not understand what had just happened. The national preceptor said in a deep voice that calculating destiny and encountering such severe backlash, if his soul power had not far exceeded the Heaven Union realm, he might have faced mortal danger. This boy's destiny was too terrifying. Even his martial general's secret technique combined with his soul power could hardly probe it. What exactly was special about him? He then asked directly Duong Tran whether there was anyone else in his family. Duong Tran understood that just now the man had tried to probe him. Unexpectedly, the primordial demon dragon martial soul had retaliated in defense. Duong Tran replied, "National Preceptor, my relatives all died in the previous demon beast siege of the city. I and the Kim Ung family share an irreconcilable hatred." The National Preceptor nodded, recalling that he knew somewhat about the previous Triu Ka incident. The La family had indeed gone too far, yet retribution would come sooner or later. Duong Tran was stunned upon hearing this, not expecting him to show support for his confrontation with the La family. National Preceptor then introduced himself. "My name is Quach the Kai. In the future, do not call me National Preceptor. Just call me Old Uncle Dong Quach." Duong Tran felt slightly flustered and declined. "National Preceptor, I would not dare accept that." Old Quach took out a token and said it was fine. "This is my command token. If you encounter trouble in the future, just use it." Token fell into Duong Tran's hand. Old Quach said that in Dong, though it still held some usefulness, accepting it would not be a loss. Duong Tran thought for a moment before accepting, thanking Old Uncle Dong Quach aloud. In his heart, he calculated that with this command token, the chance of successfully retreating with Old Kao would be much higher. The National Preceptor's female disciple was secretly puzzled why her master would curry favor with such a country bumpkin. The fire sparrow descended into the city. Old Quach proposed using the excuse of an old illness flaring up, needing a few days of rest, temporarily staying in Triuka City. Duong Tran reluctantly agreed, outwardly complying with the arrangement, while inwardly thinking the old man truly planned everything meticulously. Old Quach ordered the purple sparrow to descend. The purple sparrow immediately obeyed and landed. The divine beast's appearance shook the entire city. Someone recognized it as a Heaven Union realm demon beast, and knew at once the visitors were extraordinary. A middle-aged man who knew Duong Tran saw him standing on the purple sparrow's back and stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Could it be he had found a powerful backer? Thinking of the Kim Ung family's backing, the middle-aged man still showed no fear and shouted loudly, daring to oppress the city lord's mansion and look down on Triu Ka as if it had no one. Duong Tran laughed and asked in return where he had oppressed anyone. A young woman standing beside Duong Tran coldly ordered the middle-aged man to kneel. The middle-aged man glared and asked back as if unable to believe his ears. Another young man also recognized Duong Tran and had never liked him. He hot-headedly rushed forward, shouting that he still dared to return to Triu Ka. Searching for him had truly been hard. Duong Tran did not even bother to glance at him. Old Quach decided to teach this ignorant fellow a lesson and coldly ordered his cultivation crippled. Fully armed guard immediately thrust a spear straight at the reckless man. He was struck and sent flying backward, rolling on the ground, the scene leaving everyone stunned. After being called out repeatedly, that man panicked and cried out Ming Kayat. City Lord of Triu Ka flew into a rage and shouted loudly who they were, whether they still respected the king's law, daring to assault someone in broad daylight. He would certainly report to the prefect of Thien Nam to seek justice. Duong Tran let out a cold laugh after hearing this. The king's law? Did he still have the face to mention it? Colluding with the enemy and inviting wolves into the house, causing the people of Triu Ka to suffer. That was inhuman. He pointed straight at the city lord and cursed, ignoring General Chuan Sun's merit in defending the land and stripping him of rank and command. That was unrighteous. For selfish desire, he colluded with the La family and lured the Demon King to the Triu Ka mountain range, causing over 100,000 innocent citizens to die miserably. And in front of the national preceptor and the county princess, he still dared to act violently. That was disloyal. Inhuman, unrighteous, disloyal. Unfilial like him still dared to speak of the king's law, truly shameless. Being cursed as if scalded by boiling water, the city lord was so enraged he spat blood. County princess was also secretly shocked. This boy was truly a fiend, scolding the city lord until he vomited blood on the spot. After that, he immediately turned to seek help, begging the national preceptor and the county princess, saying this man dared to scheme against the two of them and absolutely could not be spared. Hearing this, the city lord of Triuka suddenly came to his senses and hurriedly knelt down. He repeatedly kowtowed and cried injustice, asking the national preceptor and the county princess to judge fairly. News spread quickly, and before long another group rushed over, shouting which person dared to assault someone. There were 3 people, led by a scar-faced old man. First, they had not yet grasped the situation clearly, but when the scar-faced old man saw Duong Tran, he cried out in shock. He was still alive. Duong Tran calmly replied that since he was so noble, was he not supposed to live? Scar-faced old man snorted coldly and secretly signaled his companions. The people beside Duong Tran were not simple. They should observe first. Old Quach said nothing more and directly ordered them seized. The scar-faced old man had no time to react at all. The 3 were immediately suppressed by the guards of the county princess and the national preceptor. Pressed face down to the ground, the scar-faced old man roared on what grounds they were arresting him. Old Quach handed them over to Duong Tran and told him to handle it himself. After that, he left together with the county princess. Duong Tran immediately gained 5 elite subordinates. First thing he did was go to find the city lord of Triuka. Without a word, he kicked him over onto his back. The city lord angrily roared what Duong Tran wanted to do. Duong Tran stepped directly on his stomach. He sneered and asked, was this not the lord of officials? Why was he in such a miserable state? The middle-aged man still intended to resist, but when he saw the 2 imperial soldiers standing behind Duong Tran, he immediately went limp, changed his tone and begged, saying everything was forced by the Kim Ung family. If he did not obey, there was only death. Duong Tran increased the force of his foot, his chest bones cracking. Said coldly that excuse was old. He did not like hearing it come up with another. The scar-faced old man was horrified, not understanding where Duong Tran found the courage to go this far. The 2 guard soldiers also broke into cold sweat. Duong Tran's methods were truly ruthless. Holding the upper hand, Duong Tran continued pressing. Had the city lord not thought of a reason yet? The city lord felt killing intent and screamed inwardly that he must not die. Absolutely must not die. Clutched Duong Tran's leg and begged, young Master Duong, Brother Tran, he was truly wrong. Between them there was no deep hatred. Duong Tran asked indifferently, so according to him he did not deserve death. He cried and kowtowed, repeatedly saying he did not deserve to die. Duong Tran pretended to be magnanimous, saying heaven cherishes life. His crimes did not yet merit death, but he must repent before the people of Triuka. The city lord was originally cowardly. Seeing a chance to live, he immediately kowtowed in thanks. Duong Tran turned and ordered the soldiers to spread word throughout the city. A public trial would be held at the square of the city lord's mansion. The people of Triuka flocked over discussing. Hearing the city lord would be tried, and the one presiding was Duong Tran. A red-haired woman in the crowd felt full of doubt upon hearing the name Duong Tran. She thought to herself he had returned. Did he not know he was being hunted everywhere? Yet before her eyes, Duong Tran stood calmly there, while the city lord knelt to accept his crimes. The people looked at the squad of golden-armored soldiers following behind Duong Tran and buzzed with discussion. The aura was too terrifying. In the red-haired girl's mind, only the 2 words revenge appeared. The woman who knew Duong Tran also appeared in the crowd. Seeing his senior sister, Duong Tran happily stepped forward to greet her. It had been a long time. The red-haired girl was the senior sister, whom Duong Tran had once tightly embraced and teased. Standing beside her father, she felt slightly embarrassed and cleverly asked if he had hugged enough. Duong Tran laughed and said not yet. If senior sister permitted, he could hug her for a lifetime. Red-haired girl helplessly scolded that he was still so roguish. This scene caused another young woman to feel jealousy rising in her heart. Girl in green softly said, Brother Tran, sorry. Could they no longer return to how they were before? Duong Tran respectfully greeted the father of the red-haired girl. The middle-aged general praised Duong Tran as a formidable younger generation. Duong Tran humbly replied that he was merely fulfilling his duty as a person of Triuka. This trial could also be considered reclaiming a bit of justice. Even as the official was being escorted away, Duong Tran still said coldly that one day he would personally behead Latuan to honor Chinese letter souls of Triuka. He proposed that his uncle step forward to take the position of city lord. His prestige was enough to shoulder it. The middle-aged general sighed that he had already become a cripple. He feared he could not bear such responsibility. Duong Tran replied that the position of city lord was an appointed official of the kingdom and unrelated to cultivation. Hearing this, he turned to look at his daughter, deciding to leave the choice to her. She happily said that was wonderful. From now on, with someone guarding Triuka, she felt at ease. Duong Tran turned to the official with a dark expression and demanded he repent before the people, listing at least 10 crimes he had committed. The official trembled outwardly, but inwardly still harbored the intent to survive and wait for revenge. Though unwilling, he still confessed to colluding with the Kim Ung family. The people were enraged upon hearing this, not expecting the official to be so vicious. The scar-faced old man ground his teeth, not expecting the official to confess everything so cleanly. Duong Tran had long known it, yet hearing it with his own ears he was still furious. How could Triuka's beautiful land produce such beasts? Withdrew his foot and kicked hard into the official's stomach. He was sent flying and rolled far away. The official trembled and said he had promised not to kill him. Duong Tran let out a cold laugh. Did he believe his words? Even he himself did not. The official's accomplices were also speared by the soldiers before the eyes of the people. The scar-faced old man wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and glared fiercely at Duong Tran, while Duong Tran coldly continued his declaration. Next, the position of Night Duty City Lord would be directly assumed by General Chuan Sun. Chuan Sun had always been beloved by the people, so this decision quickly gained widespread support. That very day, a heaven-shaking howl suddenly echoed from deep within the forest. People heard it and fled in panic, shouting as they ran that demon beasts had appeared again. Only Duong Tran felt something was wrong. With such a huge disturbance, could it be True and Go Sword Emperor Old Quatch? The commotion was clearly astonishing. Surely super experts were engaged in a fierce battle. Old Quatch grew suspicious and immediately ordered Dong Quatchmin to take 2 men to scout, instructing them not to act rashly and to return at once with any news. Cloud Troop immediately set out in compliance. Chuan Sun silently prayed in his heart, hoping that True and Go Sword Emperor would remain safe. Not long after, the scouting officers returned to report. They said they had seen a peerless expert battling a gigantic Kilin divine beast, both sides at least at Purple Palace Realm, possibly even far beyond. The mere mention of Purple Palace Realm made Old Quatch shudder. He muttered in disbelief. How could Dong, though, produce an expert surpassing Purple Palace Realm? This was utterly unreasonable. Realizing the gravity of the matter, he said in a deep voice that everyone should stay while he would personally go and see. Old Quatch rode the Purple Sparrow and sped toward the source of the phenomenon. Seeing this, Duong Tran requested to follow, hoping the national preceptor would allow him to witness it with his own eyes. Old Quatch tactfully refused, saying Duong Tran was only at 5th level true martial realm and following would be too dangerous. Duong Tran persisted, using the excuse of broadening his horizons and experiencing the bearing of top-tier experts. After a moment of silence, Old Quatch finally sighed and told him to get on. The two sat on the Purple Sparrow and quickly flew toward the battlefield. Upon arrival, both immediately changed expressions at the sight before them. A strange beast with an eagle-like head and a colossal body appeared. It had blood-red eyes, a sharp beak and vast wings, truly the Kilin divine beast described by the officers. When Kilin was struggling to evade streaks of light shooting from a golden tower hovering in midair. The master of the golden tower was a blond young man clad in golden armor, his aura imposing. Old Quatch raised his head to observe carefully. After sensing the aura, he could only exclaim that it was truly terrifying. The blond young man coldly shouted, "True and Go, surrender." The Kilin, who was True and Go, replied that the other party was not yet qualified. The blond young man's gaze darkened as he arrogantly asked why he insisted so stubbornly. True and Go said sternly, "Ku Thin, remember this well. The Thursun lineage would rather die than submit." The young man named Lak Ku Thin changed expression, realizing that True and Go was about to self-detonate. A world-shaking explosion erupted at once. The aftershock reached even the Purple Sparrow, sweeping the two, riding it into the blast. Old Quatch cried out that this was bad. Duong Tran clung tightly to the Purple Sparrow, thinking that True and Go Sword Emperor must have controlled the force. He might as well pretend to faint to observe the situation. He immediately feigned unconsciousness, vaguely recalling the words spoken before parting about Ku Thin Hong and meeting again at Thursun, wondering what those words meant. At that moment, a strange light suddenly flashed at the center of his brow. Voice resounded, "Boy, before dying I leave nothing behind, only the heaven-devouring 13 swords that I comprehended in my lifetime. I hope it will be of use to you. I only comprehended up to the 9th sword, remember well, do not think of avenging me. The Thursun lineage is nearly extinguished. Live well." Duong Tran shed tears, thinking with emotion that True and Go Sword Emperor truly inspired reverence. Ku Thin, he had remembered this name. In his sea of consciousness, the ground split with blue light as True and Go manifested in human form, holding a long sword. He directly demonstrated for Duong Tran the first sword of guarding heaven. The single slash, everything in its path was erased without a trace. Just watching was enough to shake Duong Tran. The power of this sword was utterly terrifying. Feeling that power, he was extremely excited. This was only the first sword. One day he would openly challenge Ku Thin. Old Quatch's voice calling out made Duong Tran awaken from his hazy state. He sat up abruptly to check his body and discovered he was still alive. Old Quach sighed with emotion that both had picked up their lives again. The blond man's cultivation had likely far surpassed Purple Palace realm. Duong Tran stood and bowed in gratitude, thanking the national preceptor for saving his life. Old Quach had yet to recover and merely waved his hand, saying it was nothing. Just a casual act, no need for courtesy. Simply call him Old Uncle. Continued, it seemed that the so-called divine miracle was merely La's delusional fantasy. Even if it had once existed, it had already been taken away by that divine killing beast along with the son of La Thien Hone. Truly foolish to the extreme. After that, Gyul Lao instructed Duong Tran to rest for 3 days before returning to Thien Nam. Duong Tran complied with the arrangement. He returned to his quiet retreat to continue cultivating. The scene of Chan and Go self-detonating still haunted his mind. He speculated that if nothing was amiss, the background of the Duong family was indeed extraordinary, very likely belonging to a force known as Thur Sun. As for where Thur Sun was located, he had absolutely no idea. 3 days passed in silence. Gyul Lao summoned Duong Tran again and advised him that Thien Nam was too small. He might as well follow him to the royal capital, where both resources and opportunities far surpassed this place. Duong Tran hesitated briefly, understanding it was goodwill. Yet because of Lin Hai he had long decided to stand against the Dich Vung royal clan. Their paths were destined to differ. Thus Duong Tran politely replied to Dong Quach Lao Ba that his cultivation was still low. He wished to remain in Thien Nam a while longer. He would certainly visit the royal capital, but at least after reaching the Vo Trung realm. Those words made Gyul Lao reassess Duong Tran in secret. At the academy, the atmosphere had become unusually heavy. Everyone looked dispirited, leaving Duong Tran puzzled. He stepped forward and asked a young girl what had happened to make everyone so dejected. The girl said that recently the Core Combat Academy of the North Court had suffered consecutive crushing defeats, not a single victory. The youth spotted Duong Tran and hurried over, panting as he said that he had finally returned. Seeing his flustered manner, Duong Tran asked what exactly had happened. The youth loudly reported that Kim Vo Kiat and Lu Tu of the East Court had fought at the martial training ground, and the result was severe injuries. The news left Duong Tran stunned on the spot. Inside an old wooden house, a young girl was helping a young man lying face down on the bed, applying medicine while gently telling Vo Kiat that if it hurt, he should call out to feel better. She also advised him not to be so stubborn, yet Vo Kiat refused to listen. At that moment, Duong Tran stepped into the house. The girl was startled and dropped the bowl of medicine onto the ground. Duong Tran joked, asking whether he had arrived at the wrong time and ruined their good moment. The girl blushed and retorted that he should not speak nonsense. She was only applying medicine for Vo Kiat. Duong Tran deliberately teased, nodding and saying yes, applying medicine. He understood it was applying medicine. The girl was so angry she did not bother replying, turning to ask what he intended by sneaking into her house. At this time, Vo Kiat spoke up, telling Duong Tran not to tease Lin Nhi anymore, then asking whether the trip with the national preceptor of Dong Tho had caused any trouble. Duong Tran replied that it was fine. The story was long and he would explain later. Returning to the main point, Duong Tran asked Vo Kiat why he had still gone onto the battle stage to challenge others while gravely injured. Nhi Bat Bin stepped forward to explain, saying it was Lu Tu who had caused trouble. He had blocked the gate of the North Court and directly challenged Duong Tran by name, even insulting senior brother Ba Quang, making Vo Kiat unable to endure it and fight in his place. Duong Tran said he did not know that man and asked about Lu Tu's background. Nhi frowned and said that he did not even know Lu Tu. He was the youngest son of the pavilion master of Ansat Pavilion, relying on some talent to act tyrannically after entering the East Court. Duong Tran widened his eyes in surprise. The son of the pavilion master of Ansat Pavilion. Was Lu Tu truly that formidable? Lin Nhi continued, saying his cultivation was 2 levels higher than Vo Kiat, and he even wore top-grade yellow rank armor, not to mention Vo Kiat. Even lower Vo Trung realm cultivators would find it hard to injure him. Understanding the situation, Duong Tran told Vo Kiat to focus on recovering. As for Lu Tu, he would go meet him. Vo Kiat worriedly tried to dissuade him, saying the opponent was too strong, but Duong Tran reassured him that he would not take risks without confidence. Duong Tran returned to a cultivation area built within the heart of a rocky mountain. Sitting down to calculate, he realized his current cultivation was still too low. The urgent matter was to break through first. At the same time, in another residence, a group of people were solemnly welcoming distinguished guests. The invited guests were the Commandery Princess and National Preceptor Gyul. The head of the residence respectfully said that the National Preceptor's visit was a great honor for the Don Mok residents. Seeing the other party so enthusiastic, Gyul Lao smiled politely and offered a few compliments. He said that if he had not seen it with his own eyes, it would be hard to believe there was such a beautiful young lady in the world. With hidden meaning, Yahello continued that she would surely receive the utmost favor from the 13th Lord. Lin Hai was stunned, thinking to herself what the 13th Lord's favor meant. Could it be that the Marquis residents intended to marry her to him? She did not desire that at all, yet she did not know how to resist. Pink-haired young lady of the Marquis residence thought jealously that without Lin Hai, the position of secondary consort of the 13th Lord would have been hers. When the 13th Lord inherited the throne, she would become the secondary royal consort. How glorious that would be, that detestable woman. The Marquis spoke, telling Lin Hai and the others to go inside. But Lin Hai remained silent. Her uncle could only comfort her, telling her not to be impatient. Everything required careful discussion. He said this was the joint decision of the family heads and elders, blaming himself for failing to protect her and her mother in the past. Now history was repeating itself, urging her not to offend the national preceptor, as there was still time to turn things around. Lin Hai nodded understandingly. Then the Marquis turned to ask the national preceptor, "Do you examine Lin Hai's fate?" Yahello gently replied that he could. He immediately cast a divination technique to observe Lin Hai's fate. After finishing, Yahello fell into puzzled contemplation. His heart trembled. His fate wheel martial soul had not obtained the slightest information. Someone curiously asked the national preceptor what Lin Hai's fate was like. Yahello revealed an awkward expression, not knowing how to answer for a moment. He looked at Lin Hai, thinking he could not see through the martial endowment of this monstrous child. Perhaps her destiny defied the heavens. Yahello hesitated whether to use the martial general's secret technique, combined with his fate wheel martial soul, to forcibly probe to the end. But recalling the lesson from Duong Tran, he considered carefully. If smooth, it would only consume some soul power. Yet if he encountered a soul backlash, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yahello once again carefully observed Lin Hai. The national preceptor's pride surged. He decided to use the secret technique, refusing to believe that in a small Thien Nam another monstrous talent capable of backlash would appear. He gathered all his soul power to examine Lin Hai. Before his eyes appeared an illusory scene. Upon a resplendent throne sat a peerless empress. Empresses gazed shot straight toward Yahello. At that instant, blood burst from Yahello's eyes. The entire Marquis residence cried out in panic, asking whether the national preceptor was all right. Yahello did not respond and immediately rushed outside. Everyone stood frozen, not understanding what had just happened. The Marquis hurried after him, loudly asking what Lin Hai's fate truly was. Yahello only said that heavenly secrets could not be revealed, then gave an order, mounted his purple sparrow and flew away swiftly, striving to steady his mind. In his heart he swore that from now on, he would never again examine anyone's fate. He carried out Yahello's words, beginning to devote full effort to nurturing Lin Hai, directly stating that from now on all necessary cultivation resources would be fully provided by the family. Miss Fa heard this and grew dissatisfied, thinking that heavenly secrets could not be revealed was merely an excuse to marry Lin Hai to the 13th Lord, who would later monopolize the throne of Dong Tho. Duong Tran's side, his mood was rather relaxed. After strolling for a short while, he encountered a group of people looking for trouble. The leader stared at him with a ferocious expression and asked whether he was Duong Tran. He continued mockingly, saying he had heard Duong Tran was the disciple of that useless Tian Ba Quang. Back then, his father had spared Tian Ba Quang's life. Who would have thought he would live until today and even dare to take a disciple? The group behind him immediately echoed, laughing and mocking Duong Tran without cease. Duong Tran frowned and retorted that he was Lu Tu of Ansat Pavilion. Being ugly was not his fault, but using that face to scare people was truly repulsive. Fortunately, he was hungry, otherwise he would have vomited. Lu Tu was so furious that veins bulged on his forehead as he roared that Duong Tran wanted to die. Duong Tran coldly provoked him, asking who he was trying to scare. This was human territory. He should crawl back underground where he belonged. Insulted about his appearance, Lu Tu completely exploded and loudly declared that Duong Tran. He formally initiated a district battle against him. Duong Tran sneered disdainfully, asking what he was. A dog in human skin dared to challenge him. Lu Tu narrowed his eyes and threatened that he knew Tian Ba Quang was at Chiat Kim Institute of Gusun Outer City. If Duong Tran did not want him to encounter trouble, he had better accept, and remember it would be a no-rules duel. Those words struck his vital point. Duong Tran asked in a deep voice whether what he said was true. Lu Tu raised his head proudly and replied that it was of course true. Duong Tran stepped forward without hesitation and said coldly that he should prepare his funeral arrangements. He accepted the no-rules duel, but it must include 20 million spirit stones. Go prepare. Tu thought he had misheard and frowned as he asked what Duong Tran had said. Duong Tran did not explain further, only saying 1 month later at the martial training ground, Stage number 7. After that, Duong Tran went to find an old man who was sitting and weaving bamboo baskets. Glanced around and asked, "Grandmaster, where is Lin Hai?" The old man kept his head lowered as he wove the basket, not responding at all. Duong Tran could only bow respectfully. "Grandmaster, Duong Tran seeks an audience." Only then did the old man speak. "What is it?" Duong Tran scratched his head and smiled ingratiatingly. "Nothing important. He merely came to visit Grandmaster." The old man replied coldly, "I am still well and not dead. You may leave." Seeing that attitude, Duong Tran inwardly complained. This old fellow was truly hard to talk to, shutting him down at once. Returned to the main issue and asked where Lin Hai was. The old man answered curtly, "I do not know." Duong Tran changed his tone and sighed, "Grandmaster, he has run into big trouble." The old man said indifferently, "Handle small matters yourself. For big matters, go find your master." Duong Tran raised his voice and emphasized, "Grandmaster, this time it is enormous trouble." The old man sighed and asked, "Boy, do you believe in reincarnation?" Duong Tran was stunned and asked, "What do you mean, Grandmaster?" The old man mocked himself. "I do not know what karma I created in my past life to owe such a great debt. Originally, only Tian Ba Quang was my creditor. Who would have thought now you are added as well?" Duong Tran found it amusing inwardly. He had not asked for anything. How had he become his creditor? The old man changed the topic and asked whether he had begun learning the Ling Xiao sword art. Duong Tran replied confidently, "Grandmaster, he has cultivated the first sword stance for nearly half a year. Now it has reached near great completion." The old man stood up and said, "Good, show me." Duong Tran immediately assumed a ready stance. He pressed 2 fingers together to mimic a blade, true chi blazing brilliantly. Right after, he swung repeatedly, sword energy spreading in all directions. The old man observed for a while and asked, "Is this how Tian Ba Quang taught you?" Duong Tran asked in surprise, could it be that what he displayed was not the Lingshan sword stance? The old man sternly corrected him, "With such power you dare call it great completion. Do you truly understand the sword?" Casually released a strand of sword energy for Duong Tran to witness. His horizons broadened. Duong Tran could not help but ask himself, was this sword intent? Such might was truly astonishing. What move was that? The old man began to explain, "Boy, to practice the sword, you must first have a sword. Let me ask you, if you held a treasured sword, in one breath could you execute the Lingshan sword stance and slash out 30 strands of sword energy? Only by doing so could it barely count as minor completion. As for great completion, you must fuse with sword intent. That is still far beyond you. You do not even understand the sword yet." Such blunt criticism was hard for Duong Tran to accept. The old man continued, "As for the realm of no sword, it is even farther beyond sword intent. You cannot even walk, yet you wish to fly. What you use is merely finger sword." Duong Tran was left speechless, not knowing how to refute. The old man casually pulled out a bamboo branch. He handed it to Duong Tran and said, "This is your new sword. Use it to practice the Lingshan sword form." Duong Tran held the bamboo branch, feeling somewhat dejected. Could this truly be his new sword? How could a bamboo branch withstand the Lingshan sword stance? Could it endure the Tai Duong Tru Chi? Seeing his grandmaster's meaningful gaze, Duong Tran did not dare voice any objection. Following the instruction, he used the bamboo branch as a medium to execute the Lingshan sword stance. The result left him utterly astonished. Bamboo branch remained unharmed before the Tai Duong Tru Chi, shocking him greatly. What kind of bamboo was this? Bamboo sword, he muttered inwardly. A bamboo sword that could resist Tai Duong Tru Chi. Confidence surged as he continued swinging the sword, yet midway, bamboo branch suddenly trembled on its own, moving chaotically. Duong Tran angrily shouted, "Tian Ba Quang, you call yourself worthy of being a master." Seeing that the guidance was sufficient, the old man turned and left, reminding before departing, "Comprehend it yourself." Though Duong Tran trained until exhausted, his heart now had a clear direction, for after each swing grew more precise, both power and stability increasing markedly. The hard training was not in vain. Duong Tran was quite satisfied with the progress, thinking his grandmaster was truly formidable, merely sharp-tongued. In teaching ability, even 100 Tian Ba Quang could not compare. The old man returned and handed Duong Tran a real sword. The moment Duong Tran took it, he felt something extremely unusual. The sword was far heavier than its appearance suggested. He could barely lift it from the ground, let alone swing it. Thought that having entered the 6th level of the Chan Vo realm and cultivated the ancient demonic dragon battle body, his pure strength surpassed 10,000 jin. Yet he still could not hold this black wooden sword. It was too strange. The old man scoffed disdainfully, useless, unable to hold even a wooden sword steady. Duong Tran wished to argue, but did not know what to say. The old man calmly said, "Your grandmaster is poor and has nothing to give you. I can only make you a wooden sword, but it is the first true sword that belongs to you. If you are not too foolish, perhaps you will use it to comprehend sword intent. Duong Tran understood inwardly that this black wooden sword had no small origin. For with the old man's peak 9th level Thien Hop realm cultivation, it had taken 10 days to suppress and refine it successfully. He instructed that from now on he should use the wooden sword to practice the Ling Shan sword stance. Only when he could proficiently execute 30 strands of sword intent would he be allowed to leave and qualify to cultivate the second Ling Ha sword stance. Duong Tran could not help asking how long it would take to achieve that. He still could not firmly hold the wooden sword even with full effort. Duong Tran was determined to master it, for he had arranged a duel with Lu Tu. Only 10 days remained. He had to seize every moment. Suddenly, the hem of a young girl's dress appeared. It was Lin Hai. Her arrival distracted Duong Tran for an instant, and the weight of the wooden sword dragged him face first to the ground. Seeing that scene, Lin Hai burst into soft laughter. Duong Tran felt a little embarrassed, yet inwardly delighted to see her. Just as he was about to step forward to greet her, a loud shout rang out. No one is allowed to step out of the courtyard. The old man coldly told Lin Hai, "Girl, go practice the sword yourself. If there is nothing, do not come here." Lin Hai obediently listened and turned to leave. Before leaving, she did not forget to turn back and give Duong Tran a charming smile. Duong Tran said angrily, "Old man, you did that on purpose." The old man admitted calmly, "Yes, I did it deliberately. What can you do about it?" Duong Tran truly had no rebuttal, thinking that his master's despicable habits must have been learned from this old fellow, truly detestable. The old man suddenly advised seriously, "To a swordsman the sword is life. Your very life is entrusted to it. Treat it sincerely, and it will be loyal. From now on, no matter when or where, never part from your sword. When you reach the Thien Men realm, engrave array patterns and awaken its spirit." Spirit awakening was a strange and astonishing concept to Duong Tran at this moment. He looked again at the black wooden sword, wondering whether such miraculous material could also undergo spirit awakening. After that, Duong Tran continued tirelessly practicing the sword. Exhausted to the point of collapse, he sat down heavily to rest briefly. The old man sat not far away, leisurely drinking tea while watching him cultivate. He slowly said that the sword was originally a weapon of slaughter. It must be used with caution. Your path of the sword has only just begun. These words may be like music played to a cow, yet I still hope you remember them. Duong Tran leaned his head back, his face full of question. The old man continued. He added that he hoped Duong Tran's sword path would not change in the future, wishing him to condense sword intent and forge an indestructible sword heart. Go. An uneasy feeling rose in Duong Tran's heart. Why did it sound like a farewell? Duong Tran knelt on one knee and solemnly vowed to remember the teaching grace, swearing that sooner or later he would make the name of Ling Shan's sword art resound throughout the world. After that, Duong Tran returned to Lin Enhai's place. Under Lin Enhai's care, Vo Kayat appeared somewhat restrained before Duong Tran. Lin Nhi asked directly whether Duong Tran truly intended to fight a life and death battle with Lu Tu. Duong Tran replied calmly, "A mere Lu Tu is not even worth his notice." Lin Nhi knew persuasion was futile, and only reminded that he had top-grade yellow rank protective treasure. Could Duong Tran break his defense? Duong Tran smiled mysteriously and said she would know when the time came. He thought inwardly of how terrifying the Ling Shan sword stance of Hak Muk Kim was. Even top-grade yellow rank, or perhaps even low-grade profound rank, might not withstand that peerless sword energy. After that, Duong Tran told Lin Hai that when Tiu Kayat returned, she should tell him Duong Tran was looking for him. Duong Tran thought to himself that the remaining 10 days would be used to comprehend V Thien first sword. In Duong Tran's room, he began to meditate and cultivate. Consciousness gradually sank into the sea of awareness. He saw the phantom of Chan and Go wildly dancing his sword. The violent sword energy pressed Duong Tran so that he could not approach. Returning to reality, cold sweat drenched his back. That sword was too terrifying, as if it could destroy heaven and earth. He wondered whether by continuing to comprehend the Phi Thien first sword, at the Chan Vo realm he could condense sword intent. After 1 hour, Duong Tran stopped. He sighed in exhaustion. His spiritual sense was consumed too greatly. He could only endure 1 hour before needing rest. Duong Tran rolled up the blanket, intending to lie down and sleep. He truly fell asleep at once. Drowsily opening his eyes, he saw Vo Kayat standing right in front of him. Duong Tran sat up, yawned, and complained, "What are you doing? You almost scared me to death." Vo Kayat asked, "Brother, why did you agree to a life and death duel with Lu Tu?" Duong Tran replied with a cold smile, "That bastard is seeking death himself. He is merely granting his wish." Vo Kayat asked eagerly, "Brother, are you confident you can defeat him?" Thinking of Lu Tu's background, Vo Kayat said worriedly that if he killed him, the pavilion master of Ansat Pavilion would likely not let it go. Duong Tran smiled slyly. Do you think that old man Guo helped me for nothing all this time? Rest assured, when the time comes, someone will deal with the pavilion master of Ansat Pavilion. During that, Vo Kiat finally felt at ease. Duong Tran changed the subject and asked, by the way, how are things progressing between you and Lin Nha? Vo Kiat replied somewhat gloomily, that girl will not let me touch her. Duong Tran gaped in astonishment. Vo Kiat continued, did you not say before that to win a woman's heart one must first take her body? Duong Tran scratched his head awkwardly. Did he really say that? Seeing Vo Kiat affirm firmly, Duong Tran could only raise his thumb in praise. You are truly something else. Duong Tran slung an arm over his brother's shoulder and advised, Tiu Kiat, this kind of matter must be taken slowly. You cannot rush it. Vo Kiat asked blankly, then what should I do? Duong Tran suggested, start by dating, understand, dating. Vo Kiat pondered seriously over the concept of dating for a long while. After that, Duong Tran sat gazing at his sword while reflecting. According to Elder Kong Tun, this was called knowing the sword, beneficial for condensing sword intent. He stared at the sword for a long time. Gradually, he discerned something. It was the spirit hidden within the sword. Inside a small thatched house, a jet black sword was being tempered by true flame. Black wooden sword in Duong Tran's hand emitted strands of black aura. Those strands gradually coiled into a sphere. Then they rushed straight into Duong Tran's sea of consciousness. There he saw another version of himself. Duong Tran jolted awake in shock. He looked at the black sword again, feeling his spiritual sense had clearly grown stronger. He lowered his head to inspect his martial soul. Then it appeared a sword at the center, like a star with two satellites revolving around it. Duong Tran thought his eyes were playing tricks, wondering whether he had encountered something ghostly. Could a martial soul even change? Or had the martial soul returned to a sword realm? He entered the sea of consciousness again. It was barren, mounds rising unevenly, swords stuck chaotically everywhere. Duong Tran was truly alarmed now. It was indeed bizarre. Something suddenly caught his attention. A familiar sword was embedded at a slant on a mound. He stepped closer to that sword. His hand had just touched the hilt. The sword suddenly trembled violently without cease. Duong Tran's face turned pale at once. He realized this sword soul was a terrifying slaughter path sword soul. Even thinking back sent chills down his spine. If his spiritual sense had not been firm enough, he would likely have been devoured. Duong Tran understood the danger, yet the urge to pull out that black sword still arose within him. Strands of violent black aura gushed from the sword's body. Duong Tran stubbornly reached out to grasp the hilt, poured all his remaining strength into it. At last he seized that icy hilt, and little by little he pulled it out of the mound. After that he slowly opened his eyes. The martial soul space still retained the transformed state from before within the sea of consciousness. Duong Tran had completely subdued that black sword and could summon it at will. This was the slaughter sword soul. What was called slaughter meant it could kill all things. Under the heavens nothing could not be cut. Outside, the candle had long gone out, and the tea had grown cold. Duong Tran stared intently at the slaughter sword soul, unable to suppress a shiver at the terror of this martial soul. He understood that killing intent was akin to sword intent in the sword path, capable of directly attacking the opponent's soul and spiritual sense, thereby causing a violent shock to the enemy's spirit. With the slaughter god protecting him, Duong Tran's strength was greatly reinforced. From now on, he no longer feared the pressure of Thien Hop realm experts. Lu Tu, this time you will find it hard to escape death. Duong Tran left his residence and went for a walk outside. Suddenly, he sensed a strange fluctuation. Instinctively, he stopped, wondering what was happening that made the ancient demonic dragon martial soul react so strongly. With doubt in mind, he stepped inside that place. Behind the counter was a vendor, lazily reading a book. Seeing a customer, the man immediately smiled and greeted, "Young master, welcome. Are you pawning items or buying pledged goods?" Duong Tran asked directly whether they sold pledged goods here. The vendor smiled and said their shop had taken in many rare treasures, even items passed down from ancient times. After speaking, he invited Duong Tran inside to view the goods. He was led to a room resembling a storage warehouse. Inside, items were piled in messy disorder, not arranged neatly at all. Everything was covered in dust, clearly untouched for a long time. Duong Tran half-jokingly asked whether this pile of junk was truly pledged goods for sale. Was he teasing him? The man only laughed awkwardly and said they were all worthless odds and ends. If the young master liked them, he could reward a few spirit stones. Duong Tran did not mind and nodded in agreement. While browsing, he noticed a round stone like a plate with a chipped corner. That stone faintly emitted pale red patterns. Duong Tran picked up the stone and asked what it was. The vendor explained it was pattern iron stone. Used in refining its material could reach low-grade yellow rank. Hearing that, Duong Tran immediately decided to buy it. After selecting a few other miscellaneous items, he brought them to the counter for pricing. The vendor considered and said 10 spirit stones would suffice. Without bargaining, Duong Tran directly handed over 10 spirit stones. He waved his hand and stored all the items into his storage ring. The vendor smiled as he saw him off, wishing the young master a safe journey and hoping he would visit again. After Duong Tran left, the man immediately reported to the shop owner that a genius from Thien Nam Martial Mansion had come to buy some junk, earning 8 spirit stones. From inside came only a short reply, good. Vendor secretly rejoiced, having pocketed 2 spirit stones himself. Behind the half-closed door, it was Ho Alao, who secretly remarked that this young master carried a chaotic aura. His opportunities were not small, having awakened martial intent at the Chan Vo realm, truly not bad. While the transaction seemed pleasant on one side, Duong Tran was 10 times more delighted, thinking today was truly a bargain. 10 spirit stones exchanged for a treasure. When visiting his nominal master, Duong Tran saw Tian Ba Quang conversing with someone. The middle-aged man said, Ba Quang, this time your return to Thien Nam earned considerable merit, not only curing Lin Nha of Ming Hoa poison, but also helping me find a good disciple. Vo Kiat is indeed a rare talent. Continued with disdain, but your other disciple is truly not good. Your judgment is too poor. That Duong Tran is reckless and arrogant with low martial aptitude, truly rotten wood. Tian Ba Quang chimed in, admitting that taking Duong Tran as a disciple was a mistake. He was both rotten wood and a disaster, only regretting that Vo Kiat was too honest and had been led astray by him. Middle-aged man nodded in agreement. Tiu Kiat is good in every aspect, only his personality is too simple. Duong Tran heard all those words, too lazy to even respond. Tian Ba Quang pretended to scold sternly, you brat, since you are back, why are you standing there? Your grand uncle master is here. Hurry and pay respects. The middle-aged man asked coldly, I heard you have been quite famous lately. The entire martial mansion is spreading that you want a life and death duel with Lu Tu. Duong Tran did not answer, casually snatching Tian Ba Quang's teacup and drinking it in one gulp. After finishing, he praised that the tea was excellent. This Dai Hong Yun was much better than Dream Flower tea. Duong Tran set the cup down and explained, Grand Uncle Master, Lu Tu is seeking death himself. Insulting my master was not enough for him. He even dared to injure Tiu Kiat. Without that protective treasure, he would not have been Tiu Kiat's match. Those words pleased the middle-aged man, yet Tian Ba Quang showed clear displeasure. Tian Ba Quang felt aggrieved, but could not say it outright, only cursing inwardly that the brat was becoming ever more slick. The middle-aged man beside him also smiled secretly. Duong Tran continued, Master, Grandmaster asked me to pass along a message to you. He deliberately paused to sip tea, making Tian Ba Quang glare and urge him to speak quickly. Duong Tran sighed and said that Grandmaster told him heaven cherishes life, advising Tian Ba Quang to create less karma. The debt of past life cause and effect had already been repaid. Hearing this, Tian Ba Quang could not hold back his tears, recalling his master of years past. Middle-aged man as Grand Uncle Master asked Duong Tran how confident he was against Lu Tu. Duong Tran replied calmly that he would not dare claim 8 parts, but 9 parts was certain. Both men were stunned by that answer. Tian Ba Quang looked at Duong Tran, momentarily speechless. And Uncle Master pressed further. You are only at the 6th level of Chan Vo realm. What will you rely on to break a top-grade yellow rank defense? Duong Tran gripped the wooden sword tightly and said decisively, I rely on my sword. Tian Ba Quang asked curiously what kind of wooden sword this was. Duong Tran answered that Grandmaster bestowed it upon him. Tian Ba Quang requested to have a look. Duong Tran hurriedly hid the sword behind his back and said it was still being nurtured and could not pass into another swordsman's hands for now. Grand Uncle Master examined the wooden sword closely and was shaken. He voiced his speculation, boy. This is an ancient divine relic. Your Grandmaster and I once risked our lives to seize it, yet in the end it fell into your hands. Duong Tran was also startled. An ancient divine relic? Then what origin did this wooden sword truly have? Grand Uncle Master pondered and said that Duong Tran should return to the martial mansion. Chayat Kim Institute was no ordinary place, and none would dare cause trouble there. Duong Tran complied and thanked Grand Uncle Master, Master and Aunt Can, asking them to take care. The 3 watched his departing back, and all agreed he carried some bearing of a swordsman. The middle-aged man rolled his eyes, and added that at least he had more prospects than many. Aunt Can shared her impression that a familiar killing aura lingered around that Duong youth, truly rather strange. As Duong Tran walked, he suddenly shuddered. Strange object abruptly appeared in his sea of consciousness. He was slightly alarmed, thinking what was happening was that not the shadow escaped sword soul. Why had it rushed straight into his sea of consciousness? If it was already inside, could he control it? Thinking so, he immediately tried. Half of Duong Tran's body was covered by a faint, illusory veil. He found himself within a separate space. It was the state of Shadow Escape Martial Intent. When activated, Shadow Escape Martial Intent made one's figure completely vanish, existing within a double-layered space like an illusion, a dark martial intent found only in legend. Duong Tran rejoiced inwardly. This time he had truly struck it rich, obtaining such heaven-defying martial intent. It seemed heaven was determined to place him on the path of punishing evil and upholding good. One night at the North Court Core District, Duong Tran was sitting in his room when he heard a knock. He opened the door and saw a lively young woman standing outside. She smiled and asked whether she could come in and sit for a while. Duong Tran found it hard to refuse and let her enter. Joked, "Sister Ngayat has graced me personally. I wonder what guidance she brings." Sister Ngayat replied intimately that there was no need for such politeness between them. Before coming, she had asked Lin Hai, who did not mind. What was he afraid of besides? Did men not dream of embracing left and right? Duong Tran felt slightly embarrassed, thinking she was truly a witch. He casually sat on his bed, smiling that the place was not bad. Duong Tran averted his eyes, not daring to look long. Sister Ngayat laughed charmingly. She suddenly acted coquettish and said that in this life and the next, he should not even think of abandoning her. Duong Tran replied gently, "Sister Ngayat." He had already said that his heart held only Lin Hai, and it was full. Moreover, he was of humble origin and truly unworthy. Sister Ngayat moved closer, saying so he was casting her aside. The matter had not even begun, and he was already pushing her away. She would tell Lin Hai when she returned. The warmth pressed against him stirred Duong Tran, yet he forced himself to stay clear-minded. This woman was indeed dangerous. Only then did Sister Ngayat ask the main matter. What was this life and death battle between him and Lu Tu? That man was very strong and sinister, already at the 8th level of Chanvo realm in the East Court Core District. Duong Tran's face darkened as he clenched his fist and said that regardless of that man's previous record, when facing him there was only death. Sister Ngayat said worriedly that he was only at the 6th level of Chanvo realm. The gap was too great. Moreover, Lu Tu possessed a top-grade yellow rank inner armor. It would be hard to injure him. Sister Ngayat leaned closer and whispered that he must not die. He was hers. Duong Tran deliberately kept his distance, thanked her for the concern, and said he was confident in eliminating this scourge for the Martial Mansion. The result would be known in a few days. Such measured composure surprised Sister Ngayat. She could not understand where his confidence came from. He took out an item and handed it to him. This was heavenly silk black armor, a top-grade yellow rank inner armor. Perhaps it would help him stand invincible in this life and death battle. After handing it over, she left at once. Duong Tran sighed that accepting a beauty's favor was hardest among so many talents in the Martial Mansion. Why would Ngayat Tiu Tan take notice of him? It was truly puzzling. After that, Duong Tran took out another object. It was the round stone he had just bought. Placed into his sea of consciousness, it immediately changed. Duong Tran sensed something acting upon the stone. He focused intently on the development. The round stone gradually disintegrated. By the time it shattered completely, Duong Tran had not even reacted. Inside his body, the demonic dragon martial soul was greatly nourished. A new surge of energy spread through all his meridians. Duong Tran could not adapt at once. His heart had been beating normally, but suddenly it swelled violently, felt dizzy, and nearly collapsed. Duong Tran braced himself on the table to steady his body. Could that golden liquid be true dragon blood essence? The table beneath his palm sank deeply with an imprint. Even he was astonished that the stone platform made of iron rock had been crushed by him. Afterward, Duong Tran sat cross-legged on the bed to meditate and regulate his breath. Stabilized, he thought that a single drop of golden liquid had boosted his strength immensely and even opened battle acupoints at both shoulders. The effect was astonishing. Seizing the opportunity, Duong Tran tried channeling force to open more battle acupoints. When he stepped out of the room, the number of opened battle acupoints had reached 10. Duong Tran stretched contentedly. 6 days remained until the duel with Lu Tu. He returned to the old pawn shop to have a look. Though he thought so, when he returned to that place, the entire shop had vanished, leaving only a bare empty space. Duong Tran stared in shock, unable to believe his eyes. The next day was the day of the duel. Vo Kayat and Lin Nhi were both present, anxiously suggesting that Vo Kayat fight in his stead. Duong Tran appeared extremely confident, saying they overestimated Lu Tu. "Let us go." He would tear off that man's head to vent their anger. Hearing that, the two felt more assured and said enthusiastically they would go cheer. The three of them headed together to the arena. Many experts and elders were already seated waiting to watch. One glance was enough to know this duel was far from simple. Upon arrival, they saw a group following behind Lu Tu. The other protagonist of the duel, Lu Tu of Ansat Pavilion, had appeared. He did not hurry onto the stage, but mocked whether he was so eager to die. Duong Tran responded that he had heard the son of the pavilion master of Ansat Pavilion would bleed today. He happened to raise a small beast fond of human blood named Tiu Ha. Lu Tu did not seem to grasp the sarcasm and only sneered that his tongue was indeed sharp, but he would not live much longer. Duong Tran stood on the stage, bowed slightly and sneered, "Short brat. Though he was a country bumpkin he liked to learn, today he would teach you a lesson for free." His gaze brimmed with disdain and resolve as he prepared for the life and death battle about to begin. Suddenly someone from the crowd, watching the match, leaped into the air. At a glance, this person was likely today's referee, because when Lu Tu asked whether it could begin, he appeared. The referee was a middle-aged man, arms crossed before his chest, calmly replying that there was no need to rush. Duong Tran secretly suspected that this match might even be tied to betting among the upper ranks of the four-court martial mansion. Cheers suddenly erupted from the crowd. Hurry look. The first to appear was the pavilion master of Ansat Pavilion, Lu Fa Sat. Right after, another figure who drew attention stepped out. It was the dean of the East Court. Duong Tran recognized him at once. This was the man who had taken the East Court dean position from Elder Kong Tun. Following that, the deans of the other two courts revealed themselves one by one. Finally, Duong Tran's grand uncle master appeared, also the only one who spoke. "Just as I expected, the head of our court is the last to arrive." It seemed supporters from both sides had gathered in large numbers, all here to cheer for this battle. The others merely looked at him, none speaking in response. Duong Tran broke the silence, smiling that the dean had finally arrived. He had been worried that if he beat the little one, the big one might jump out and cause trouble. Grand uncle. His elder, also the North Court dean, replied calmly, "Rest assured, this is the martial mansion in broad daylight. Demons and ghosts would not dare show themselves." Those words inadvertently struck Lu Fa Sat, making his expression turn unpleasant as he frowned slightly. Only then did Lu Tu leap onto the stage and shout loudly, "Duong Tran, get up here and face death." Duong Tran sneered in reply, "I advise you to step down first and instruct your family. Later you may not have the chance." Lu Tu ground his teeth and demanded whether he would fight or not. Duong Tran sighed and jumped onto the stage, saying, "Why rush? Living a little longer is not better. The world is so beautiful." Lu Tu loudly declared that Lu Tu of the East Court Core Academy would battle Duong Tran of the North Court. No rule restrictions, requesting the referee to witness. The referee turned to ask Duong Tran what about him. Thinking of his tight purse, he nodded to accept the battle, but demanded an added condition, an extra 3,000 spirit stones. Lu Tu froze slightly, saying had they not agreed on 2,000. Duong Tran sneered that with a fat sheep before him, did he think he was foolish not to slaughter it? Lu Tu was furious yet gritted his teeth and agreed, "Fine, 3,000 then." Duong Tran suddenly felt a bit regretful, truly a wealthy man. He should have raised the price more. The referee temporarily held both sides' stakes and announced the no-rules duel begin. Lu Tu could not wait and fiercely summoned his martial soul, roaring that he was dead for sure. Lu Tu's martial soul was top-grade yellow rank, and he even generously told Duong Tran to draw his sword. Duong Tran shook his head slightly, looking at that immature child, saying he alone was not worthy of drawing his sword. He had this match firmly in hand, originally intending to let him be the first soul beneath his blade. But now he changed his mind. His blood was too filthy and unworthy. Seeing Duong Tran not take the initiative, Lu Tu decided to charge first. Some spectators who disliked Duong Tran mocked that dying like this was too light. He should be sliced 1,000 times. The brat must be scared senseless. Some covered their eyes, not daring to watch. Even Vo Kiat beside them showed worry. Tiu Tan was present as well, wondering why Thien Lin Hai had not come, while fearing Duong Tran did not understand the viciousness of Black Flow Palm. Just as Sister Ngayat had said, Lu Tu unleashed a venomous palm strike straight at Duong Tran's abdomen. Palm wind left a 4-petaled afterimage upon Duong Tran, yet caused no injury. The entire audience widened their eyes, unable to believe what they saw. Even the dean back stood agape at the scene. Duong Tran stood firm as a mountain and taunted Lu Tu, "Is that all you have?" Lu Tu was also stunned by this sight. Sister Ngayat had not expected that even without wearing the heavenly silk black armor she gave, he could withstand that blow. Duong Tran immediately counterattacked with a casual wave of his hand. Lu Tu hurriedly raised his arm to block. Duong Tran felt slight numbness in his hand, admitting that Turtle's shell was indeed tough. He continued to provoke, "Short brat, did you not eat? Come here. Before sending you to the Yellow Springs, he will play with you well." After all, he once promised to let him understand what despair was. Beanback observed secretly, how could that brat's body be so strong? Taking Black Flow Palm head-on without harm, too unreasonable. It seemed after this match, His body must be studied carefully. Lu Tu had not yet recovered from the shock. No longer dared underestimate his opponent. Not to mention Duong Tran was only 6th level Chan Vo realm. Even an early Vo Trung body cultivator without protective true chi would be severely injured by Black Flow Palm. Lu Tu could not understand the reason, only feeling everything was absurd. Gripping his sword, Lu Tu coldly said that regardless of what strange thing Duong Tran possessed, dying beneath Heartless Sword would be his honor, and Gaiet Tin. No one expected Lu Tu to hold the Heartless Sword. Dean backsighed that even the Heartless Sword had been handed to that brat. Ansat Pavilion truly spared no expense, yet after this battle the sword would change owners. Lu Fa Sat replied coldly that depended on whether that brat survived. Since Duong Tran was his court's disciple, the dean could not stand idly by, just wait and see. Duong Tran's eyes shone brightly at the sight of Heartless Sword, as if seeing gold. He said that early this morning before leaving he heard magpies calling. It turned out they foretold fortune. Lu Tu executed his ultimate skill, Heartless One Strike. Duong Tran faced it head-on, still not drawing his sword, maintaining his punching stance. Sister and Gaiet cried out in shock, Duong Tran, what are you doing? Dean Back could not remain seated and sprang up. Was that brat going to block a sword with bare hands, seeking death? Even Lu Fa Sat was stunned by such provocation. The clash of martial weapons exploded, a shockwave shooting upward. Lu Tu was knocked back by Duong Tran's punch. Duong Tran did not feel well either. Blocking a sword barehanded allowed some killing aura to erode him. That was enough to justify his counterattack. Today he would beat someone to death with his fists. Duong Tran unleashed continuous punches, pounding relentlessly against Lu Tu's defense, causing Lu Tu's face to turn pale with fear. Okayat leaped up excitedly, loudly cheering, brother keep it up, beat him to death. Duong Tran sprang high into the air. He created countless black sword afterimages and shouted, Ling Shan's sword stance. Lu Tu had to endure a storm like barrage of attacks. No matter how solid the defense, it would eventually shatter. Lu Tu suffered a heavy blow, his body thrown backward. Immediately after came a resounding crash. Duong Tran descended from the air onto the stage. As the dust settled, Lu Fa Sat looked in anguish at his fallen son, whose condition might be critical, leaving Dean Back silent. He raised a hand toward Lu Fa Sat's shoulder and smiled. Go up and try, switch places with me. Lu Fa Sat was speechless, furious yet helpless. On the stage, Duong Tran drove Lu Tu into miserable defeat, striking like pounding grain, beating that short man to near death. Lu Tu's bones ached, his face swollen and battered, looking utterly miserable. Duong Tran had no intention of taking Lu Tu's life. After venting enough, he brushed off his hands and said in disappointment that with such little ability he dared show off before him. If he did not die, who would? After finishing the display, Duong Tran left the stage, as if conveniently cleaning up the arena. The spectators stood stunned, thinking he was truly ruthless. After winning, he thought of the prize money and asked where the referee was. Where was his stake? The referee solemnly handed all the wagered spirit stones to Duong Tran. Duong Tran casually stuffed the spirit stones into his storage pouch. Okayat was the first to rush over and congratulate him. Brother, that was amazing. Duong Tran showed little satisfaction. Amazing what? That man was not as fierce as rumored. The fight did not even warm him up. He had not even used his martial soul. Hearing this, Dean Back proposed that later at the thatched cottage he and Duong Tran should spar. Duong Tran scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. Grand Uncle Master, this little strength of his was not worthy of your eyes. Let him return to Chayat Kim Institute first. Another day he would surely seek your guidance. The dean barked irritably, get lost. Spared Duong Tran immediately thanked Grand Uncle Master. Seeing Duong Tran's meaningful smile, Vo Kayat grew curious. Vo Kayat asked what had him so pleased. Duong Tran tossed something to Vo Kayat. Vo Kayat's eyes widened. Was that not Lu Tu's storage ring? Duong Tran laughed slyly. There are quite a few good things inside. Vo Kayat happily accepted this unexpected gift. Two brothers returned together to Tru Yet Kim Veen. As soon as they arrived, they saw Uncle Kwong and Aunt Can had already prepared a table full of wine and meat waiting for them. Ba Kwong seemed to have drunk beforehand, so her spirits were high. She waved and called out, you brat, little Kayat, come here. Today we do not stop until we are drunk. She poured wine for Duong Tran, smiling as she said, it has been 10 years since I last drank like this. As she poured, she asked boldly, tell us the details of today's battle. Vo Kayat eagerly spoke up, Uncle, Aunt Can. Today my brother was incredibly imposing, let me tell you. After listening, Aunt Can looked at Vo Kayat and said, you were not like this before. How come after following your brother through a few battles you have already changed? Vo Kayat blinked in confusion and looked at Ba Kwong. Ba Kwong snorted softly, little Kayat, why are you learning to brag as well? Vo Kayat hurriedly insisted, I am telling the truth. I did not make anything up. Can question, Duong Tran did not even use his martial soul, nor did he draw his sword. How could he so easily defeat La Tu, who wielded the severing emotion sword? Duong Tran immediately corrected him. Little Kayet did not put it right. That battle was extremely perilous. I had to use my ultimate move to barely win. After saying that, he praised himself. The process is not important. What matters is that I won. And as if remembering something, he asked, right, what about the severing emotion sword? Under Ba Kwang's helpless gaze, Duong Tran presented the sword with both hands. Master, this is La Tu severing emotion sword. I offer it to you. Ba Kwang reached out intending to accept it, but then she withdrew her hand and said, Brat, this sword does not suit me. You should keep it. Duong Tran replied seriously, I will definitely find a way to heal master injuries. Treasures may be rare, but sooner or later we will encounter them. This sword is a bit tainted. Please keep it for now. During that, Ba Kwang had no choice but to accept it. 3 rounds of wine passed. Duong Tran began boasting, Master, this time was only a small profit. Before long, I will bring back the head of the Shadow Assassination Tower Master for you as a display. Ba Kwang did not take it seriously. She glanced at him and said, do you think you are about to soar into the sky? He advised sternly, your martial path has only just begun. Why provoke the Shadow Assassination Tower? Your current cultivation is still low. The most important thing is to solidify your foundation. The Heaven South Secret Realm at the end of the year is the key opportunity. Whether you gain anything depends on yourself. Duong Tran listened seriously and cupped his fists. I will remember your teachings. Can Ham stood cold-faced and silent at the doorway. Aunt Ken smiled brightly and called, Ham, you are back. Come in and eat with us. Can Ham looked at Duong Tran with curiosity and asked, Duong Tran, how did you manage that? Caught off guard, Duong Tran was stunned and asked back, Sister Ham, what are you talking about? Can Ham clarified, the battle with La Tu. How could you block the severing emotion sword barehanded without injury and even defeat him? Everyone in the Martial Academy calls you a demon. Both Aunt Can and Ba Kwang were stunned. Aunt Can asked suspiciously, Little Kayet, everything you said before the meal was true. Oh, Kayet nodded firmly. Of course it was true. Aunt Can immediately changed her tone. I told you, Little Kayet would never lie. Under the scrutinizing gazes of the 2 elders, Duong Tran explained, earlier I encountered a fortunate opportunity and learned a legendary body cultivation art. It has a divine ability that increases defense tenfold in an instant. Hem asked curiously, what kind of body technique is that powerful? Duong Tran immediately refused to reveal it. Hem pouted and scoffed, stingy. Ba Kwang secretly guessed that this body technique was likely passed down by that Kilin divine beast. He did not press further. If he would not say it, then so be it. At Sword Bamboo Grove, Lin Hai skipped among the bamboo forest. Lin Hai Master came over and asked, Girl, have you heard any news? Lin Hai said nothing, but the joy on her face said it all. The old man glanced at her. That brat is still alive. Lin Hai exclaimed, Brother Tran won, he won. The old man only shook his head and laughed. Seeing you worry all day, I already said that brat would not die so easily. He added, Girl, now you may go out. Lin Hai asked happily to find Brother Tran. The old man corrected her. What are you thinking? Before coming of age, it is best not to see him. Go back and tell your mother to prepare to leave the Marquis residence. On New Year Eve, enter Mount Ko to reside. Lin Hai lowered her spirits and reluctantly agreed. Night fell over the central district of the North Court. The Vice Academy Master stood under the moon waiting for Duong Tran. He went straight to the point, Brat. You hide well, speak. Duong Tran pretended to be clueless. The Vice Academy Master pressed. Are you still planning to hide it from me? Duong Tran repeated his earlier words. Actually, I once encountered a fortunate opportunity and inherited a body cultivation art. It has a divine ability that increases defense tenfold. The Vice Academy Master sneered, Brat. Do you take me for a fool? Do you think I do not know your Grand Marshal granduncle is the strongest body cultivator in the East? Duong Tran broke out in cold sweat. Knowing this old man was not easy to deceive, changed his explanation. A few days ago, the bloodline within me was accidentally unsealed. My physical strength surged nearly tenfold. The Vice Academy Master pondered the power of bloodline, grasped Duong Tran wrist to examine his physical condition. Through it, he discovered the golden blood that Duong Tran had absorbed. He immediately asked urgently, Brat, is there anyone else left in your family? Duong Tran answered honestly, Grand Marshal granduncle, at present I am the only one left. The Vice Academy Master warned sternly, Little Tran, in the future you must be careful. It is best not to let others know about your bloodline power. That thing is extremely precious. Having received a satisfactory answer, the Vice Academy Master turned and left. Duong Tran thought to himself, it seems before entering the Heaven South Secret Realm, it is best to limit the use of bloodline power. The Grand Square of the Martial Academy. A resounding announcement spread, as usual. Before entering the Heaven South Secret Realm, all core disciples must form their own teams. Lin Hai and Ngayat Tiu Tan were also present at the scene. The East Court Master said, You are all geniuses of Heaven South. I hope after entering the secret realm you can support one another. Opportunities go hand hand in hand with danger. Among you 2 to 3 dozen may remain there forever. Remember, do not be overly greedy, know your limits, try not to venture too deep. The time limit is 20 days. I hope you all gain worthy harvests. When entering the grand formation, time will be sealed. After coming out, each person must submit medicinal herbs worth 500 spirit stones. Duong Tran caught sight of a familiar face, Latuan Nhu. This man had left the martial academy long ago. Why has he appeared here? Latuan Nhu smiled maliciously. Duong Tran, I hope your luck is good enough. Do not run into me the moment you enter. The entrance to the secret realm opened. From within the gate poured out a mystical white mist. Elders stood guard as core disciples lined up to enter. The command, each disciple stepped through the formation gate. Very soon it was Duong Tran group turn. Duong Tran took the initiative to step forward and lead. In a brief instant, he felt heaven and earth spin. The 3 had appeared within a lush and refreshing green forest. As soon as she entered, Lin Engai vigilantly observed the surroundings. She rested her chin on her hand, pondering something. Duong Tran took a deep breath, savoring the rare fresh air. Lin Engai took an item from her pouch. It was a compass, used to determine direction and locate treasures. 3 followed the direction indicated by the compass needle. Not long after, Lin Engai sensed a disturbance from the compass. The compass needle glowed red. Lin Engai exclaimed, "We found it." Duong Tran group arrived at an area overgrown with flowers and grass, brimming with vitality. The 3 were delighted to discover countless treasures, even mid-grade yellow rank medicinal herbs. In Heaven South, low-grade yellow rank treasures were worth only a few spirit stones, but mid-grade yellow rank medicinal herbs were at least 10 times that, worth more than 10 spirit stones. Vo Kayat said, if there are mid-grade yellow rank medicinal herbs in this valley, there must be even more precious resources. And Engai reminded them, you 2 be careful. A treasure land like this often hides danger. Before them stood a large tree laden with bright orange fruits. Vo Kayat immediately recognized it. They are scarlet spirit fruits. Duong Tran also knew clearly scarlet spirit fruit is a high-grade yellow rank medicinal herb. In Heaven South it is worth at least 200 spirit stones. He quickly counted. There were exactly 17 ripe scarlet spirit fruits on the tree. Lin Engai eyes lit up. 20 days in the secret realm. Each of the 3 of us needs a 500 spirit stone treasure to submit to the Martial Academy. Anything extra is ours. These scarlet spirit fruits alone are enough to complete the submission task. Duong Tran nodded in acknowledgement. The Heaven South secret realm is indeed a good place. Lin Engai tugged at his sleeve and told Tiu Kayat to climb up and pick all the scarlet spirit fruits. One scarlet spirit fruit after another fell from the branches. After finishing, Vo Kayat respectfully handed them to his senior brother. In response, he casually stuffed one into his mouth and said, eat it. It will cool you down. Seeing the 2 brothers calmly gnawing on scarlet spirit fruits like ordinary fruit, Lin Engai flared up. Duong Tran, do you know how many spirit stones one scarlet spirit fruit is worth? To calm her down, Vo Kayat invited Lin Engai to eat together. Lin Engai scolded sternly, Tiu Kayat, why are you siding with him? Scarlet spirit fruits contain extremely strong fire attribute spiritual energy. If you eat recklessly without refining it in time, your body will explode and you will die on the spot. It takes at least a full day for the spiritual energy to dissipate. We would have to wait a whole day for him. Vo Kayat had no idea about this danger at all. He said leisurely, Tiu Kayat, do not listen. This girl is just trying to scare people. Engai grew furious. Duong Tran, keep eating then, eat more, do not stop. He thought to himself, this girl already treats herself like the leader. This will not do. I have to set things straight or Tiu Kayat will have a hard time later. Seeing the 2 people closest to him confronting each other, Vo Kayat felt awkward, unable to side with either. He smiled and said, girl, if I eat all the scarlet spirit fruits without delaying our time, do you believe it? Lin Engai snapped, believe your head. If you are capable, then eat them all. He set a condition, if I finish them all in one go and remain safe. From now on you must listen to Tiu Kayat in everything. Agreed. Seeing the advantage on his side, Vo Kayat immediately agreed on Lin Engai's behalf. Lin Engai did not object, but asked, Tiu Kayat, are you not afraid he will really eat them all? Vo Kayat trusted completely. He is my brother. If he says he can do it, then he definitely can. Lin Engai felt both dissatisfied and puzzled by such blind trust. Demonstrated on the spot, devouring all the scarlet spirit fruits in one breath. Lin Engai was so shocked she froze in place. After finishing them all, he said, let us go deeper inside. Lin Engai stammered, unable to speak for a moment. He sensed that the scarlet spirit fruits were indeed powerful. The 2 streams of true chi within him surged greatly. nearly reaching the peak of true martial. He grew even more expectant. The secret realm truly is a good place. Refining spirit stones to increase true chi is far inferior to finding medicinal herbs like scarlet spirit fruits. Lin Engai could not understand why he remained unharmed after eating them. Is he a monster? He suddenly halted, prompting Vo Kayat to ask, "Brother, what is wrong?" His gaze turned sharp and cold, warning that someone was approaching. Engai showed that she did not completely believe his words, but he was absolutely certain because he possessed the technique of releasing divine sense outward. He extended his divine sense and detected the aura of a nearby unfamiliar group. He immediately leapt onto a tree and whispered, "Get up the tree quickly, hide." Then Engai asked doubtfully, "How do you know someone is approaching?" He replied, "I know a secret art. After using it, I can vaguely sense life around me." Then Engai was half believing and half doubtful. Is there really such a miraculous secret art? He signaled everyone to keep silent. The three stood atop the tall canopy, observing the movement below. The young man spoke up. "The map given by the Shadow Assassination Tower Master is indeed real. I did not expect there to truly be a scarlet spirit tree here." He recognized this person as Kokai. That reminded him that a few days ago several core disciples had been forced into the team, and Kokai was one of them. It was said his cultivation had reached the 3rd level of martial surge realm. He was also a single-element heavenly Tao master, extremely difficult to deal with and cruel in temperament. One person in Kokai group pointed at the tree stripped of fruit and said, "Brother Kai, something is wrong. Why does this scarlet spirit tree have no ripe fruit left?" Kokai gritted his teeth and crushed the map in his hand. Someone must have arrived first. I knew the Shadow Assassination Tower Master was not trustworthy. This map must have been distributed to quite a few people. Kokai ordered, "Lai Hong, stay and guard the entrance. The rest follow me inside. They must still be in the valley." Kokai was just about to enter alone. He descended from above. He said coldly, "Kokai, this place already has an owner. If you know what is good for you, then get lost." Upon seeing Duong Tran, Kokai immediately showed joy. He said arrogantly, "In the martial academy, it was inconvenient for me to touch you, but this is the secret realm. If you want to die, then I will reluctantly send you on your way." The other two and he group immediately appeared and stood beside him to support. One from Kokai's side mocked, "Duong Tran, you are truly insane. You probably do not understand how powerful the martial surge realm is." Lin Engai pointed at them and scolded, "You are truly shameless. Treasures belong to those with fate. On what grounds do you seize them? Once we leave the secret realm, I will not let you off." Seeing Lin Engai, Kokai laughed lewdly. "Girl, do you think you still have a chance to leave here?" Lin Engai retreated behind Vo Kayat in fear and whispered, "Tiu Kayat, protect me." He felt it was just the right moment to test his sword. The black wooden sword, freshly tempered, shone brilliantly. He smiled and said, "Kokai, you are fortunate. My sword has just been unsealed." An invisible pressure spread from him, enveloping the surrounding space. Kokai was forced by this aura to stand frozen in place. Vo Kayat could not help but gasp in shock. He thought to himself, before Brother Sword Soul resembled a serpent. Why is it completely different now? Could it have evolved? He shouted loudly, soaring mountain sword momentum. Countless strands of sword chi gathered and condensed into a gigantic sword. Kokai immediately sensed deadly danger. This was precisely the power of soaring mountain sword momentum. Only with martial intent to support it could 30 strands of sword chi merge into one, the strength surging far beyond merely doubling. To prove it, he directly unleashed the move to display its true might. A strand of sword chi pierced straight through Kokai's abdomen. He died on the spot. Those who followed had not even reacted before losing their lives one after another, their heads severed from their necks. The remaining ones were so frightened their limbs went weak, their mouths stammering as they begged for mercy. They hurriedly huddled together. They knelt and pleaded, "Duong Tran, no, young Master Tran. It was all Kokai doing. It has nothing to do with us." Those men trembled as they stole glances at Duong Tran's expression. At this moment in their eyes, Duong Tran was as towering and insurmountable as a mountain. Whether she wanted to or not, Lin Engai began to reassess how terrifying he was. He sheathed his sword and said coldly, "Were you not very arrogant just now? Continue. Are you not martial artists? Summon your martial souls and fight." After witnessing his power, they had completely lost the will to fight, only clinging to his legs and begging for mercy. He said disdainfully, "You have lost the dignity of martial artists. You are not worthy for my black wooden sword to continue its tempering." Thinking they were spared, those men hurriedly kowtowed in thanks to young Master Tran. They secretly withdrew from the place of trouble, thinking who dares say Duong Tran is insane. He is clearly a killing god. He had never intended to let them go. He said coldly, "When did I allow you to leave?" He signaled to Vo Kayat behind him. Killing, intense surging finished them off. The three men, driven into a corner, desperately counterattacked to carve out a path to survive. One of them turned and fled without hesitation. He sneered. He did not intend to let a single fish slip through the net. Streak of sword chi like lightning pierced straight through the fleeing man chest. That man asked resentfully, "Did you not say you would not make a move?" He replied indifferently, "I do not even believe my own words, yet you believed them, truly foolish." Vokayat then returned his sword to its sheath. He said gleefully, "This trip has truly made us rich." He group obtained from those men a pile of spoils like a small mountain. Vokayat suggested, "How about we thoroughly search this valley and take it over?" Lin Engai worried inwardly. Staying near Duong Tran for too long, Vokayat will sooner or later be led astray. He said sternly, "Tiukayat, doing that is not good." Lin Engai let out a sigh of relief. It seems he still has a bit of conscience. He immediately changed his tone. "Robbing sounds unpleasant. We call it carrying out justice on behalf of heaven. People like Ko Kai are calamities. If not eliminated, they will harm many innocent people." Lin Engai was left speechless, feeling that Duong Tran was truly shameless. Vokayat said admiringly, "Brother, reasoning is truly excellent." The more Lin Engai thought about it, the more uneasy she felt, resolving that in the future she must limit Vokayat contact with Duong Tran. As they went deeper, before them appeared a stretch of desolate ruins. Even he did not understand what had happened here. Among the three, only Vokayat seemed at ease, saying the aura here was highly beneficial to his dark true chi. He suggested continuing deeper, inside to take a look. Further they went in, the thicker the white mist became. Vokayat felt that something was not right. He asked Tiukayat, "Did you discover something?" Vokayat replied, "I have not seen anything specific, but the dark energy here is incredibly abundant. Cultivating for one day equals a month outside." He widened his eyes in astonishment at this conclusion. He decided to do something and told the two to step back. Lin Engai and Vokayat obediently moved aside. Lin Engai curiously asked Vokayat what he intended to do, but he only shook his head and told her to watch. He circulated his chi and shouted, "Manifest." The black dragon-shaped martial soul appeared, coiling around his body. It did not stop there. Another mass of black mist spread from his body. Lin Engai was startled, unable to believe it. Does he have two martial souls? The fear in Lin Engai's heart grew stronger. Just what kind of person is Duong Tran? Black aura spread everywhere, seeping through rock crevices and water veins, and extending deep into the ground below. He smiled faintly, found it Tiukayat. He spoke casually, "There is a treasure inside." He threw a punch at the spot where he sensed something unusual. A hidden area was immediately blasted open by him. He reminded the two to be more careful as they followed. Lin Engai feared the darkness and stayed close behind Vokayat. When they reached the end of the cave, they saw a strange tree emitting a gloomy aura. Looking closely, they saw grotesque faces growing all over its trunk, continuously spewing black mist. Lin Engai trembled as she clutched Vokayat clothes tightly. Vokayat stood in front of the tree, soothing her, "Do not be afraid." This was the first time he had seen something so bizarre. What kind of tree is this? Its origin was unclear. The fact that it could simultaneously trigger the primordial demonic dragon martial soul and martial intent meant it was certainly an extremely powerful dark treasure. He turned and asked Tiukayat, "Do you feel anything?" Vokayat swallowed and replied, I want to eat it." He was speechless. "This is a tree. How do you eat it?" Vokayat could not explain, only repeating, "I want to eat it." With no other choice, he encouraged him, "Try it. If you can eat it, then that is good." Vokayat drew out a blade. He swung it with all his strength at the tree trunk. Strangely, the tree was unharmed. Instead, the blade snapped. This scene made him frown. Tiukayat full force strike should weigh at least 30,000 jin. It caused no damage while a low-grade yellow weapon was destroyed. This tree is indeed abnormal. Vokayat muttered awkwardly, "How embarrassing. I cannot even do anything to a small tree." Annoyed, he stepped closer to the trunk, planning to uproot it by force, but even exerting all his strength could not make the tree budge. With no other option, he turned to seek help from him. He briefly considered using the black wooden sword. Image of himself slashing fiercely at the trunk flashed through his mind, but he immediately dismissed the idea. "No, the black wooden sword is my main sword. Old man Gongsun once said it must be the foundation to awaken sword intent." Changing plans, he decided to try circulating the heaven-devouring scripture. He sat cross-legged before the tree trunk. Faces on the tree continued to spew black mist. In front of him, something resembling a fossil gradually condensed. It was riddled with tiny holes, emitting black aura similar to the tree trunk. He recognized this as Nether True Chi. This tree is the legendary Nether Sacred Tree, born from the origin of darkness in the Yellow Springs since ancient times. It could be confirmed that this is indeed a sacred object of the dark attribute. Vokayat asked curiously, "Have you awakened its dark attribute?" He scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. Lin Engai wondered, are not heavenly Tao master attributes innate? Why can Duong Tran at the true martial realm awaken a fire attribute? He explained, "This is only a sapling of the Nether Sacred Tree. No one knows why it appeared in the Heaven South secret realm. Fortunately, it is a sapling. If it were a mature sacred tree, the three of us would have become its nourishment. He told Vokayat that this is a good thing. The sapling contains considerable dark origin, very suitable for cultivating your technique. Absorb it. I believe your heavenly demon true chi and cultivation will greatly increase, perhaps even break through to the martial surge realm. Vokayat obeyed and sat cross-legged beside the nether sacred tree. Closed his eyes tightly. Vokayat remained in meditation beside the sacred tree for 3 days. Finally, the tree was completely absorbed by him. The result, his cultivation rose to the peak 9th level of true martial. The breakthrough left him extremely satisfied. Lin Engai looked at the two brothers with slight exasperation, leaving the two unable to understand what they had done wrong. Vokayat spoke. Lin Engai, there is still plenty of time. I believe the next opportunity will be yours. During that, Lin Engai felt somewhat better. Continuing through the forest, they entered an area shrouded in strange haze. This place looked like a barren desert. Lin Engai recognized it as the 10,000 Poison Wasteland. She recounted, at the end of May last year, I entered the Heaven South secret realm. At that time, this area had the highly toxic underworld flower. I nearly lost my life. He reassured her, do not worry, this time you have us. Let us see what this poisonous wasteland is like. At the center of the 10,000 Poison Wasteland, the three slowed down. Lin Engai held the compass with high vigilance. He and Vokayat also focused their minds. He raised his hand to signal a stop. He stood before a bush and spoke loudly, saying, if you are tired of hiding there, then come out and rest. Drink some water to regain strength. Vokayat trusted he judgment and shouted, who is hiding there, come out at once. Lin Engai was doubtful. Is there really someone in that bush? Why can I not sense it? Seeing the other party remain stubborn, he formed a spark of flame, then threw it straight toward the suspicious bush. Flames quickly flared up fiercely. The hidden group panicked and jumped out shouting, damn it. What kind of fire cannot be extinguished? Even true chi is being burned. One of them cursed secretly, that mad Duong, how did you discover us? Lin Engai introduced, that is Tham Bok Thang, the one who stirs trouble in the West Court, the overlord of the core zone. Tham Bok Thang said arrogantly, that mad Duong, if you know what is good for you, then you may still keep your lives. Facing such insolence, he sneered and asked, and if we do not? Bok Thang replied haughtily, I advise you to behave obediently. He sighed at such immaturity. Even extortion requires skill. You should learn more. Demonstrate, he signaled Tiukayat. Vokayat immediately activated his soul power. Vokayat smiled regretfully and said, take everything off, all of it. If you dare hide anything, then this day next year will be your death anniversary. Bok Thang was stunned. Is this man serious? Is this robbery? He began to consider. The opponent is also at the 9th level of true martial. How dare he be so tough? Could there be reinforcements? Seeing something amiss, he corrected him. Tiukayat, that is not right. How can this be called robbery? Tran Koch Kai clasped his hands in greeting and said, 3 senior brothers are all seasoned veterans, while I am merely someone stepping into this secret realm for the first time. Our VOC residence has always upheld a glorious tradition. Seniors should guide juniors. These past days we have suffered greatly. Nearly 4 days and still empty-handed. Could you lend a bit of assistance? First preaching reason, then revealing killing intent. I am just a country brat, not picky. Weapons, treasures, spiritual herbs, spirit stones, or storage rings, I accept them all. The sudden change of face left the Bok Thang group stunned. Lin Nhi was dumbfounded, never expecting such a situation. That hot-tempered man shouted, are you mocking me? He calmly repeated an old line before letting anyone taste consequences. Do you not want to live in peace? He did not strike directly, instead giving his younger brother another chance to perform. Receiving the signal from his elder brother, Vokayat rushed forward without hesitation. He swung his arm and unleashed coiling dragon fist. Fist winds collided fiercely. Bok Thang roared and called Vokayat ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. The two sides fell into an evenly matched stalemate. Yet in the end, Bok Thang punch strength was slightly inferior. Even he was shocked when he was forced back. Blood boiling, Bok Thang roared, you are dead. He drew his longsword and simultaneously unleashed his signature martial skill, Fire Wolf. It was Bok Thang peak battle state, transforming into a golden wolf in frenzy, fully merging with his main cultivated technique 100 rending form blade. Bok Thang bellowed, fool, open your eyes and see what true martial surge realm power is. First rending blade, Lin Nhi cried out in panic, Tiukayat. Lin Y hurriedly pleaded to him. In this situation, Tiukayat cannot withstand it. Quickly save him. Remained calm, saying there was no need to worry too much. As expected, Vokayat stayed composed, battle intent surging as he unleashed coiling dragon in the heavens. His punch shattered the blade momentum. Bok Thang move was completely broken. Bok Thang began doubting himself. Merely at the 9th level of true martial, yet able to block my first rending blade. His younger brother stared wide-eyed in disbelief. 4 minor realms apart, yet still able to fight big brother evenly. It had to be admitted, This man was truly a rare monstrous talent. He gathered all his martial energy, preparing an even more vicious strike, and said coldly, "But today you must die." The underlings immediately regained confidence. It is over. Boss has used a top-grade yellow-rank treasure weapon. No matter how monstrous the opponent is, he cannot withstand it. Bok Thang shouted arrogantly, "Fool, see it clearly. Once the blade momentum is unleashed, it leaves no path to live." Second rending blade. Everyone saw clearly that Bok Thang was about to slash down with the second rending blade. Okayat remained unmoved. He immediately unleashed Coiling Dragon Shakes the Sky, violent dragon chi roaring behind him. The martial souls of both sides collided violently. Bok Thang was blasted away by the rebound force and fell heavily. The situation instantly reversed. Bok Thang fell into defeat, blood gushing out. Finally, he fainted before the horrified eyes of his underlings. In the eyes of the two remaining men, Vo Kayat, surrounded by black aura, was like an Asura demon. They fled in terror, abandoning Bok Thang lying motionless behind. NHI could not help worrying. Bok Thang is the eldest young master of the Thien Nam Bok family. If he dies in the secret realm like this, once outside, the Bok family will surely take revenge. Only then did Vo Kayat realize the issue, scratching his head and asking Lin Nhi if he had caused trouble, leaving her speechless. He merely smiled faintly. This Bok Thang sought his own death. Even the heavens could not save him. Hearing his elder brother words, Vo Kayat stopped worrying about consequences and said excitedly, "Duong Tran brother, this time we gained quite a few treasures. Shall we divide them?" He replied that time was pressing. That matter could wait. First, they must find a way to leave the poison wasteland. Continuing onward, the group entered a desolate mountain ravine, bones scattered everywhere. With a glance, one could feel the heavy deathly aura. Everyone instinctively heightened vigilance. Lin Hin trembled and clung tightly to Vo Kayat, saying that each time the Heaven South secret realm opened, countless people slaughtered one another. Hearing that, he understood. No wonder the annual death rate was so high. The danger came not only from demonic beasts, but mainly from human hearts. After walking further, Lin Nhi regained spirit and exclaimed excitedly that they had finally escaped. He thoughtfully suggested resting over there. Vo Kayat found large rocks suitable and led everyone to sit. Suddenly, Lin Nhi sensed something unusual, fear rising again. She moved closer to Vo Kayat's side, her hand unconsciously gripping his arm tightly. Suddenly, a worm crawled onto Lin Nhi's leg from nowhere. Already panicked, she was startled even more. She jumped in fright and threw herself into Vo Kayat's arms. Vo Kayat blushed and held her, stammering that Lin Nhi should not be afraid. "I am here." Both realized their intimate posture. Vo Kayat felt a stir, wanting to lean down for a kiss, but Lin Nhi had no such thought. He calmly asked a question that deflated him. "Why does your brother have dual martial souls?" Vo Kayat replied, "Not just dual. I even feel brother has 3 martial souls." Lin Nhi's eyes widened in shock. Since ancient times, who has ever possessed 3 martial souls? At that moment, Vo Kayat suddenly heard footsteps approaching. 2 familiar figures gradually appeared. He immediately recognized who they were. They were Lin Hai, whom he always longed for, and Ngayat Tiu Tan, both looking exhausted and hurried. The moment he saw Lin Hai, his eyes lit up. Lin Hai was equally emotional and rushed to embrace him, leaving Ngayat Tiu Tan standing alone to the side. Before joy could settle, Lin Hai hurriedly shouted, "Run quickly. It is about to catch up," leaving him bewildered, asking what it was. Ngayat Tiu Tan answered it was a devouring heart-poison wolf, an extremely toxic wolf with cultivation at the 9th level of martial surge realm. Hearing that, he also paled. The 9th level of martial surge realm was truly terrifying. Sensing danger, he immediately pulled Lin Hai and shouted to run faster. But the wolf had already chased close behind. He thought to himself, where did this devouring heart-poison wolf come from? Why was it relentlessly hunting Lin Hai? Everyone immediately followed him, not daring to delay. He understood that even at full speed, it would be hard to shake the wolf. If this continued, it would be extremely dangerous. He speculated that Lin Hai or Ngayat Tiu Tan must carry something attracting the wolf, which was why it would not give up. Thinking this, he drew the black wooden sword, infused nether true chi into it, deciding to gamble once. The wolf keenly sensed the killing intent and paused briefly. It lowered its head to sniff, carefully using its sense of smell to probe the surroundings. As night gradually fell, in the end, the 5 and he group escaped safely, shaking off the ferocious wolf. Still finding it strange, he asked Lin Hai. The wolf was clearly wary. Why did it still desperately pursue you? The question made Lin Hai suddenly recall something. She took out an object resembling a horn and handed it to him. Seeing the horn, he asked in surprise, "What demonic beast horn is this to contain such terrifying power?" Lin Hai recounted that she and Tiu Tan were about to leave the 10,000 poison wasteland and approach the secret realm core when they accidentally discovered a stone cave. Tiu Tan added that thinking there was some treasure inside, they only found this white horn. then provoked that vicious wolf. He took the horn and vague information immediately surfaced in his mind. Carefully observed and analyzed it for a long time. He showed difficulty. No wonder the horn contains strange power. Even the heaven-devouring scripture has no effect. Left with no choice, he had to use a harsher method. He summoned the demonic dragon martial soul and breathed dragon fire directly onto the horn. Qiu Tan thought inwardly, combined with the killing intent earlier and this scene. Could it be that he truly possesses two martial souls? The outer shell of the horn gradually peeled away in small fragments. He felt it strange. Previously, when the demonic dragon martial soul used divine abilities, it was sucked into a black hole by recoil. This time it flowed directly into his dantian. The horn in his hand completely disintegrated into ashes. He clearly sensed some transformation occurring within his body. This went far beyond what he had ever speculated. Everyone anxiously asked if he felt anything wrong. He replied that for now there was no problem. After leaving the secret realm, he would find old Q to ask clearly. That man was deeply versed in all kinds of mysterious energies. The whole group stood in silence waiting, no one daring to disturb. He spoke up. It seems we have entered the central region of the secret realm. Does anyone know what this place is? Everyone's eyes turned toward Qiu Tan. She pondered slowly. Qiu Tan replied, I guess this might be the Golden Great Desert. Aside from Qiu Tan, the others did not understand what the Golden Great Desert was. Qiu Tan patiently explained, it is said that within the Golden Great Desert there is a golden divine hall containing a purple mansion opportunity, but no one has found it in 100 years. I only read about it in ancient texts, so I cannot be certain. The group heard an entirely new concept, purple mansion opportunity. According to Lin Nha, in the eastern lands today only the eastern king Dich Vo Fong is a purple mansion cultivator, rumored to be at the 9th level of Heaven Union realm. Breaking through to Purple Mansion is extremely difficult and requires harsh conditions. Unexpectedly, there is such an opportunity here. Hearing about breakthrough realms, he immediately asked Sister Ngaya, what exactly restrains the transition from Heaven Union realm to Purple Mansion? The way he addressed Sister Ngaya sounded natural, yet it made him shiver slightly, as if a sour scent spread through the air. Qiu Tan explained, Body Tempering Realm, True Martial Realm, Martial Surge Realm, and Heaven Union Realm are the first major stages of martial cultivation. After that comes the postnatal rank. Purple Mansion martial artists are all classified as postnatal. He listened with great interest, absorbing new knowledge. Qiu Tan continued, above the postnatal rank is the prenatal rank, and the first realm of the prenatal rank is the Purple Mansion realm. The reason Heaven Union realm struggles to cross into Purple Mansion is because it requires a tremendous transformation from postnatal martial artist to prenatal martial artist. There is an essential difference. Purple Mansion is also called the azure capital of the Purple Mansion. In legend, it is the divine hall of the immortal king of the heavenly realm, and for cultivators it corresponds to the Danshan. He was astonished. Does that mean a Heaven Union cultivator must transform the Danshan to break through into Purple Mansion? Natal martial artists no longer have a Danshan within their bodies. Only the Purple Mansion exists. He did not understand why the Danshan must transform into a Purple Mansion. The answer lies in innate purple chi. Vo Kiat was stunned. He had never heard of innate purple chi. Sister Ngayat replied, obtaining innate purple chi is extremely difficult, and to completely transform the Danshan into a Purple Mansion requires an enormous amount of purple chi. Lin Nha asked curiously how one could obtain innate purple chi. Sister Ngayat said that when a Purple Mansion expert falls, they may leave behind divine traces containing innate purple chi, but this chi is very hard to draw out, requiring exceptional comprehension and compatibility. He suddenly sensed a familiar clue, recalling the white horn earlier that emitted purple chi. Could that have been innate purple chi? Inhai, standing nearby, also speculated that the purple chi earlier might have been innate purple chi, but Brother Tran is only at the 7th level of true martial. How could he trigger it? He muttered in thought, perhaps when the Danshan absorbs enough innate purple chi, all barriers will turn purple. Then the day of transformation will not be far. This thought excited him. Sister Ngayat curiously asked if he was always like this. Lin Nha replied only occasionally. Calming down, he wondered if killing Eastern King Dich Vo Fong would yield enough innate purple chi, but immediately dismissed it, as the opponent was too strong to risk. He suggested continuing deeper into the Golden Great Desert. If they were lucky enough to find the legendary Golden Divine Hall, it would be a great harvest. Vo Kiat grew excited, urging Brother not to rest and to set off quickly. This idea coincided completely with his own calculations. Within the Heaven South secret realm, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. He walked lightly, cautious with every step, closed his eyes, and used a secret technique, establishing a radar-like perception to detect danger. Through it, he discovered numerous demonic beasts around them. He quickly warned, The left side is full of demonic beasts. Quickly change direction to the right. 3 days later, he looked around and asked, could it be that the Golden Great Desert has already appeared? Vo Kayat wondered, was it not said the Golden Great Desert has the Golden Divine Hall? Sister Ngayat thought perhaps it was all unfounded rumor. Lin Nhi looked ahead, seeing only rocky cliffs, feeling they might not have found the Golden Great Desert. Speculated that this might be the edge of the Golden Great Desert. To know the truth, the only way was to proceed directly and verify. The group immediately followed closely behind him. At this moment, the group had reached the foot of that area. People above quickly noticed their arrival. This person immediately informed his companions that someone below intended to come up. The red-haired youth recognized him at once. It was Duong Tran of the North Court, the one who had humiliated the East Court. The oldest in the group was puzzled. How did these 5 reach here? Do they have a map or are they lost? The Golden Great Desert is filled with terrifying beasts. Could they still be alive? His gaze lingered on the backs of the 2 young women and he grew, thinking that even with a map they must have faced danger to reach Divine Valley. They surely carried precious treasures. With killing intent arising, he ordered his companions to withdraw and prepared to slaughter all 5. The first to discover he group hesitated, not entirely agreeing. Leader not only wanted to kill and seize treasures, but also harbored lustful intent. He wanted to keep Ngayat Tiu Tan to satisfy his despicable desires. Though unwilling inwardly, the youth reluctantly obeyed. He stomped heavily on the ground. The rock structure beneath trembled. Loose stones began to fall. He immediately realized something was wrong. Ngayat Tiu Tan looked up and was shocked. He stepped forward and took the initiative to handle the falling rocks. Someone urgently warned him, this time it is serious trouble. Cao Kwang is the adopted son of Academy Master Cao Vo Dich, notorious for cruelty and viciousness. Name's Cao Kwang, and Cao Vo Dich made him slightly startled. He immediately signaled the group, run quickly, head straight into the deepest part of the valley. Cao Kwang was extremely dissatisfied with the youth's hesitant attitude and lack of decisiveness. Thus he ordered the remaining person, enough, I will personally go kill them. The red-haired youth immediately bowed and obeyed. That man Triu Chu put on a righteous facade, even pretending to advise before striking Duong Tran, do not struggle in vain. He carried a large fire blade on his shoulder, imposing and oppressive. The group collectively heightened vigilance at his movement. He reminded coldly, continue deeper into the valley, ignore him. Assessed inwardly that Triu Chu Foundation was strong, facing such a formidable enemy. Compared to Tham Bok Thang at the 4th level of Martial Surge Realm, he was far more terrifying. Moreover, Cao Kwang stood behind him, absolutely not to be confronted head-on. He suddenly spoke to negotiate, wait, Teacher Cao, I have extremely important intelligence. Cao Kwang's curiosity was stirred, so he paused, signaling Triu Chu not to kill yet, to hear what he would say. He maintained composure and said, Teacher Cao, I know a secret that can easily obtain innate purple chi. These words immediately caught Cao Kwang's attention. Cao Kwang was half doubtful. It sounded unbelievable, but if true it would indeed be a great opportunity. He calculated inwardly that if he grasped this method, once his cultivation reached the peak 9th level of Heaven Union Realm, breaking into Purple Mansion would not be far. Cao Kwang roared threateningly, Duong Tran, do you know the consequences of deceiving me? He frankly raised his hand and swore, I dare to swear upon my martial heart. This secret method truly exists. Martial heart oath made Cao Kwang believe more. A martial heart cannot be used to lie. Violation would lead to deviation and death. But the others in Cao Kwang group were completely bewildered. They had never heard of innate purple chi. Seeing Cao Kwang's excitement, he sneered inwardly. I do know how to obtain innate purple chi, but it is an ability tied to my martial soul. Telling you would be useless. Cao Kwang shouted impatiently, speak quickly, do not circle around. He pretended to hesitate to extract the information. Cao Kwang guaranteed that as long as you speak, I will absolutely not touch you. He slightly curled his lips, laughing inwardly. He set a condition. The 5 of you must swear by your martial souls not to harm the 5 of us. Cao Kwang readily agreed, fine. The other 4 raised their hands and swore that in this secret realm, as long as Duong Tran reveals the method to obtain innate purple chi, we will not harm you. After swearing, Cao Kwang asked again, now you can speak, he nodded. He added another condition. We must first find Tiu Kayat and Lin Nhi. Cao Kwang did not expect this man to have so many demands. For the valuable information, he endured it and agreed to enter the valley first before deciding. Thus he temporarily traveled together with Cao Kwang group. He asked Cao Kwang, Teacher Cao, why is this place called Divine Valley? Kwang replied vaguely that divine traces once existed here, hence the name. Hearing of divine traces for the first time, he curiously asked if there was a chance to witness them today. Cao Kwang revealed that for the higher-ups of the martial residence, this divine trace is not a great secret, just that few bother to explore it. Later you can see for yourself. The group behind him were all secretly worried, most obviously Lin Hai. Vo Kayat thought to himself, if it truly came to the final stage, he would ignore his grandfather's warning, even if he had to manifest his martial soul and risk his life. The group moved forward to a place where only a single path remained, built from rough stone. Lin Hai spoke up. There is no road left. Running is not the answer. Even if Duong Tran leaves Divine Valley, he will still be caught. The only option is to fight. Vo Kiat had long prepared himself mentally for this situation. Everyone quickly took their positions, ready for battle, but the scene before their eyes left them all stunned. Duong Tran was actually chatting casually with Cao Kuang's group, leaving everyone confused about what was going on. He stood shoulder to shoulder and asked Cao Kuang, "Teacher Cao, you said there is a golden temple in the valley. Where exactly is it?" Cao Kuang pointed ahead and said, "Is it not right there?" Duong Tran was taken aback, thinking that was only a dilapidated stone house. How could it be the legendary divine relic? Cao Kuang smiled faintly and said, "Whether it is or not, you will know once you step inside." He also told everyone to try together. If anyone comprehended the mystery of the divine relic, it would count as a great fortune. Duong Tran was the first to step inside, suspicion rising in his heart. Could this stone house truly hide a different world within? The moment he fully entered, he immediately felt a terrifying pressure crashing down. Solar true chi within his body erupted automatically. Before Duong Tran appeared a humanoid statue pieced together from countless slabs of stone. Those who followed behind also felt the same oppressive force. The statue emitted a dazzling golden aura. The pressure was so intense that it forced everyone to retreat. Even Duong Tran had to exert himself to remain standing. The others all dropped to their knees. This sword intent was far too imposing. Cao Kuang seemed to have anticipated this, calmly stepping inside and saying, "You have all seen it. Let alone entering, even approaching is difficult." But he did not expect that someone would still remain standing. Cao Kuang steadied himself with his higher cultivation and asked in shock, "How did you manage that?" Duong Tran was the only one standing upright, looking at the statue radiating sword aura and saying, "So this is the true appearance of the Golden Temple." He realized that this statue was the true divine relic, containing extraordinary innate purple chi within. Ignoring Cao Kuang's displeasure at being ignored, Duong Tran calculated that if he manifested the primordial demonic dragon martial soul to devour the purple chi, he would surely be exposed. Duong Tran glanced behind him and made a decision in his heart. He could not let them survive. The more Cao Kuang looked, the more certain he became that this brat definitely carried a great secret. After waiting to his limit, he asked directly, "Duong Tran, this is a divine relic. How exactly can one obtain the innate purple chi?" Duong Tran replied, "Teacher Cao, do not rush, let me try first." He stepped one pace closer to the statue, then circulated the heaven-devouring scripture. Directly observed the truth. Before his eyes appeared the image of a solitary man, standing upon a cliff beneath the blue sky. That man lamented, "I used my sincere heart to worship the heavens, but the heavens are unjust, thus it has come to this." Realizing the injustice of the heavenly Tao, he still dared to defy the heavens. After watching, Duong Tran still did not fully understand its meaning. He murmured softly, "This is." Sword intent materialized in essence. He raised his hand, as if trying to guide the stream of golden purple chi shooting from the statue's brow. His consciousness followed the current of chi, thinking, "I can control it." Cao Kuang had not yet understood what was happening when an invisible force pushed him back. His body was flung away, tumbling and falling flat outside the stone house. Duong Tran was surrounded by the condensed golden aura. Golden aura immediately turned and attacked Cao Kuang. The golden aura pierced straight through Cao Kuang's abdomen. He collapsed on the spot, dying before everyone's horrified eyes. But Duong Tran did not stop. He continued to control that stream of golden aura. With one strike, he wiped out all the remaining members of Cao Kuang's group. Then the golden aura returned to the statue's brow, as if it had never left. From beginning to end, Vo Kiat was astonished by his brother's unfathomable methods. Lin Nhai still found it hard to believe. Was it truly Duong Tran? Yue Tiu Tan grew more and more captivated by Duong Tran's bearing. Truly a monster. The more she looked, the more she liked him. Seeing their strange expressions, Duong Tran asked, "Why are you all looking at me like that? Do you think I unleashed divine might and destroyed Cao Kuang's group?" After witnessing his strength many times, Lin Wai trusted him completely and said, "It must have been you. Tell us. How did you do it? That was incredible." Duong Tran only claimed what was truly his, and absolutely would not admit to what was not. "If I truly had such ability, why would I have fawned and begged Cao Kuang before?" Yue Tiu Tan smiled mischievously and said, "Just treat it as encountering a ghost. Those 5 are dead. The 5 of us can finally have peace." Duong Tran forced a smile and said, "This proves we are all good people. Even evil spirits could not bear to harm us." Lin Hai asked sternly under heavy pressure, "Speak. what exactly happened. Not daring to anger Lin Hai, Duong Tran explained, the statue in this stone house will unleash invisible sword intent at anyone who enters. This is the true divine relic. He even joked that perhaps the statue found him handsome and understood his intent, automatically dealing with Cao Kuang's group. Though she knew this explanation was insufficient, Lin Hai only let out a light breath and said, I believe you. But the honest Vo Kiat unintentionally exposed the lie. Brother, you are wrong. I sensed killing intent on you. It only dissipated when Cao Kuang and the last man died. The girls covered their mouths and laughed quietly at Vo Kiat's bluntness, while Duong Tran's face darkened. Duong Tran knocked his younger brother's head. Damn Zio Kiat, are you missing a brain string? Why are you so honest? Vo Kiat scratched his head and replied, I did not say anything wrong. With no other choice, Duong Tran said, Zio Kiat, go see what treasures Cao Kuang's group left behind. Vo Kiat immediately rushed off enthusiastically to gather the spoils. After collecting them, he reported, brother, it is done. Duong Tran nodded in satisfaction. Good, put them away. Then we will go inside to take another look. Duong Tran shared his experience. After activating the divine relic, there will be invisible sword intent attacking the divine sense. As long as you condense your divine sense to defend, adapt to it. Then split off a strand to sense and comprehend the statue. The group moved closer to the statue together. Immediately, they all had to face the terrifying sword chi shooting force. Except for Duong Tran, the others were violently shaken. Duong Tran suddenly realized his oversight. Zio Kiat and the others would hardly withstand this sword intent with their divine sense. To make up for it, he assisted each person in turn, while Zio Kiat only needed to circulate his cultivation method with full strength. Duong Tran held Lin Nhai in one arm and Yue Tiu Tan in the other, saying, the situation is urgent, please understand. As for Lin Hai, he had no free hand left, so he told her to wrap her arms around his neck. Lin Hai hesitated briefly, but in the end she obeyed, wrapping her arms tightly around Duong Tran's neck. Immediately Duong Tran gathered momentum. Carrying the three girls, he charged straight toward the statue. He closed his eyes and waited for the pressure to descend, till the sensation in his mind felt as if it were split in two, and the golden aura gradually stabilized. The sword chi emitted from the statue also became gentler. The three girls were all panting, exhausted after resisting the golden sword chi. Duong Tran reminded them, this statue contains extremely powerful sword intent. Seize the chance to comprehend it. It will be very useful in the future. The three girls sat cross-legged and began to comprehend the sword chi. Duong Tran pondered, this statue must contain innate purple chi, but if it is completely absorbed, the sword intent may also dissipate. He recalled the shadow of the mysterious man seen through the heaven-devouring scripture. That person's cultivation was likely far beyond the true martial sword emperor. Thinking of this, he decided to try comprehending first. Perhaps there would be some gain. 3 days passed. Duong Tran felt something was wrong. Why had he gained nothing? Asking the others, he found they were no better. Lin Hai asked in surprise, even you could not comprehend it. He stared at Duong Tran for a while. Then she sat beside him and thought, what was absorbed earlier was certainly innate purple chi. This young man clearly holds a heaven-shaking secret. So why has he not used that secret method? He glanced at the others and secretly guessed, perhaps because there are still outsiders here. To create private space for Duong Tran, she tactfully said, this sword intent is too profound. It is hard for us to continue comprehending it. Staying will only waste time. Let us go outside. Vo Kiat sighed and said, it is not that it is difficult, it is impossible. My divine sense was destroyed by the sword intent the moment it touched it. Yue Tiu Tan seemed to think of something. As they were leaving, Vo Kiat accidentally touched the stone forming the stone house. He immediately felt that something was wrong. Wanting to verify it, he pulled out a stone brick. The moment he lifted it, he was startled by its terrifying weight. This stone was unbelievably heavy. He realized what it was. He stammered this is great heavy cold iron. The other two widened their eyes in shock. Great heavy cold iron. Kiat asked Lin Nhai, is great heavy cold iron valuable? Lin Wai replied, it is a legendary treasure. It can forge the embryo of a heaven-grade treasure artifact. Its value is immeasurable, enough to buy an entire city. Hearing that, Vo Kiat looked at the pile of great heavy cold iron, as if seeing a mountain of money before him. Tried to pull out another brick, but even using all his strength, he could not pull it out like the first time. Lin Hai rolled up her sleeves and said, let me try. She lightly pulled one out, leaving Vo Kiat staring in disbelief. Lin Wai intended to take another one, but she discovered that the next brick would not budge easily at all. Finding it interesting, Yue Tiu Tan also tried to pull one out. Her first brick also came out with ease. When it came to the second, even gritting her teeth, she could not pull it out. Duong Tran observed and concluded, "It seems each person can only take one piece of great heavy cold iron." Lin Hai quickly urged everyone to move elsewhere and said, "Tran Ka, stay and study it. We will go outside to see if there are any other treasures." Seeing that Lin Hai understood his intent so well, Duong Tran could not help but sigh. As expected, my wife is still the smartest. Since he could not comprehend the sword intent, he might as well try absorbing the innate purple chi instead. If he used the primordial demonic dragon martial soul, that sword intent would almost certainly dissipate. So he decided to try the slaughtering sword soul first. Unexpectedly, the slaughtering sword soul could not even approach the statue. Even the slaughtering sword soul could not do it. Duong Tran frowned slightly. He immediately changed his mind and tried to summon the guardian sword martial soul. Duong Tran opened a domain. Within it, countless sword shadows were planted densely. This action immediately alarmed a certain existence. Lak Ku Thien was slightly surprised and wondered why his divine soul felt such a tremor. Duong Tran wielded his sword martial soul, merging the innate violet chi drawn from the mysterious statue. Actual development completely deviated from his original calculations. What just happened? How did we get inside already? Hurry and check on Daniel. Inside Duong Tran's dantian, he closed his eyes, sinking into a state of comprehension. Actively guided his consciousness into the sword realm. Duong Tran was bewildered. Everything had vanished. Even the sword intent was gone. What on earth was happening? Just for time, Duong Tran grew anxious. He decided not to hesitate and tried to summon the demonic dragon martial soul first. But this time, he was unable to summon it. At that moment, a strange cracking phenomenon appeared. Duong Tran became increasingly exhilarated. The statue disintegrated at an ever-accelerating speed. Vo Kiat had long sensed the abnormal change. He immediately rushed back into the stone chamber. Vo Kiat shouted loudly, "I." Statue once called a divine relic had now completely vanished, leaving no trace behind. Lin Engai cried out in shock, "Heavens, where is the stone statue? Even the moon statue is gone." Tiu Tan commented vaguely, "It seems it has truly been destroyed." Lin Wai asked softly in curiosity, "Could it be that someone has already gained some benefit?" Half joking and half serious, Tiu Tan probed Duong Tran, "We are on the same team. Hogging it all like this is not very nice." Duong Tran felt awkward. How could he even share it? The innate violet chi had entered his dantian, and the seven void sword intent had disappeared. Kiat tactfully came to his brother's rescue. "It is only a matter of luck. Everyone comprehended the divine relic. Only my brother gained something that proves his fortune is good." Hearing this, Tiu Tan looked at Vo Kiat and secretly smiled with hidden meaning. Only Lin Nhai clearly did not accept this explanation. Following his brother's lead, Duong Tran said, "The mysterious force imprisoning the stone chamber has dissipated. This pile of cold iron belongs to us. Hurry and collect it." Before them were neatly arranged bricks. Duong Tran revealed a sly smile, waved his hand, storing everything into his storage ring, then signaled to the others. Everyone split up to gather the large quantity of heavy cold iron. Not long after, the group had cleared out all the heavy cold iron in the stone house. Duong Tran said cheerfully, "This trip has truly made us rich." And Engai happily agreed. "Truly a huge fortune. Selling this cold iron will bring in an enormous sum." Holding the map in his hand, Vo Kiat said, "I found this in Cao Kuang's storage pouch." Duong Tran glanced at it and immediately recognized it as a map of the southern secret realm. 3 red points were prominently marked on the map. Duong Tran analyzed. The map marks 3 locations: Divine Valley, Corrupted Heart Cave, and Thunder Chi Arena. Divine Valley is where we are standing. It seems the other 2 places also hold great opportunities. According to Tiu Tan, Corrupted Heart Cave has never been a kind place. It is very likely related to the Corrupted Heart Poison Wolf. Lin Hai valued safety above opportunity and advised, "Duong Tran, we have gained enough. If we encounter the Corrupted Heart Poison Wolf again, it will be extremely dangerous. If we do not go there, we can head elsewhere," Duong Tran suggested. "There are still more than 10 days left. We might as well go to the Thunder Chi Arena." But Lin Hai still shook her head. "The Thunder Chi Arena is very dangerous. Grandfather once warned us carefully. We must never approach it." Duong Tran pondered deeply. A place so dangerous that even the old man Gong's son had to warn about must be far from simple. Knowing Duong Tran wanted to explore, Vo Kiat volunteered to go with him, letting Lin Engai and the other 2 stay behind to cultivate. Would that be acceptable? Lin Hai and Lin Nhai immediately objected. Duong Tran was equally resolute. Within the secret realm, danger lurked everywhere. He would absolutely not leave Lin Hai and the others behind. His manner of expression seemed reasonable as well. Vo Kiat realized he had not considered everything thoroughly. What man does not have a taste for adventure? Duong Tran gestured. "Let us go take a look. If it is truly dangerous, then we will withdraw." Lin Engai asked tentatively, "Duong Tran, is your mysterious probing secret technique reliable? How far does it reach?" Duong Tran answered confidently, within a radius of 5 miles. No living being can conceal its aura. Lin Hai doubted he was exaggerating. If nothing could be concealed then, when we entered Divine Valley, why did you not detect Cao Kuang and the others? Duong Tran feigned innocence and replied, you even nitpick about this. Liu Tan asked curiously, what kind of secret technique is it exactly? Duong Tran placed his hands on his hips proudly, the #1 secret technique under heaven. While he was putting on a mysterious air, his younger brother exposed him. Is it not simply the innate ability of the top-ranked martial soul? After confirming their next destination, the group immediately set off. They moved according to the directions on the map. Upon arriving, Duong Tran reminded them, Corrupted Heart Cave lies deepest within the stone forest. Everyone be careful. Duong Tran thought to himself, the yin energy here is truly terrifying. The group was startled when they heard a loud noise not far away. Lin Hai realized that someone was fighting the corrupted heart poison wolf. Hearing this, everyone speculated, could it be that someone has arrived before us? Duong Tran immediately understood. We relied on the map to come here. It seems this map is not the only copy. Duong Tran shrewdly judged, the team ahead must be led by an academy mentor. Ordinary students could not reach this place. With them scouting ahead, we can benefit. Remember to observe carefully. Vo Kiat grew excited. We are about to fill our pockets again. He said we should wait until they are seriously injured or exhausted before making a move to seize the spoils. Duong Tran corrected his attitude and said sternly, robbery is not right. We are decent people. How could we do such a thing? The 3 girls were already used to this atmosphere and simply laughed it off. Duong Tran always walked at the front, repeatedly reminding everyone to be cautious. He assigned, the 4 of you stay here. I will go over to take a look. Tiu Kiat keep watch. Duong Tran concealed himself behind the sharp stone pillars, observing the battlefield ahead. As expected, a group was fiercely battling the corrupted heart poison wolf. Duong Tran noticed something unusual. His eyes narrowed slightly. He clearly saw a familiar face within that group. Duong Tran let out a cold smile. Truly enemies are bound to meet on narrow roads. Latuan Nhu. 5 of them were all experts of the martial insect realm. Latuan Nhu gritted his teeth and said, I intend to rely on pill power to wear that beast to death. Duong Tran did not wish for the corrupted heart poison wolf to fall into a disadvantage. If this continued, it would exhaust itself to death. At this moment, the corrupted heart poison wolf was in an extremely ferocious state. It was being constantly provoked by those humans. Corrupted heart poison wolf immediately had its attention drawn toward the one making hand signals. Another seized the opportunity while it was distracted and slashed fiercely at its left flank. The corrupted heart poison wolf threw back its head and howled in fury. One person instantly sensed the danger and hurriedly swung his sword to block. Because of that, he narrowly escaped, but Latuan Nhu standing behind was not so fortunate. He was bitten by the corrupted heart poison wolf, losing an entire arm. Tuan Nhu screamed miserably in agony. Despite being severely injured, he still shouted to his companions, leave me, quickly kill it. The remaining men continued to charge forward desperately to surround the ferocious beast. Duong Tran could not help but secretly praise. A beast like the corrupted heart poison wolf was indeed cunning and vicious. Latuan Nhu was assisted by someone in the group to bandage his wound, temporarily stopping the bleeding. The group continued to unleash relentless attacks upon the poison wolf. The corrupted heart poison wolf widened its eyes and roared violently. Duong Tran immediately realized that this monster was about to risk its life and unleash its ultimate move. Tuan Nhu believed victory was within reach, completely unaware of the impending danger, and smugly cursed, you damned beast, hurry and die. In that very instant, the corrupted heart poison wolf erupted with its full power. Those with experience instantly turned pale and shouted in panic, get away, it is about to detonate its demon core. The corrupted heart poison wolf directly ignited its own demon core. The explosion produced terrifying destructive force. Even though Duong Tran stood quite far away, the shockwave still reached him. The people beside Duong Tran heard the explosion and hurried over to check the situation. Duong Tran said with a cold smile, let us go. We will head back and take a look. Duong Tran moved to the edge of the cliff and looked down. He was slightly surprised. He did not expect anyone to still be alive. The one treating Latuan Nhu's wounds was also the one who had shielded him during the explosion earlier. Duong Tran secretly rejoiced. It seemed heaven still had eyes. His mind swiftly calculated how to deal with that man in an interesting way. The person who had exhausted himself protecting Latuan Nhu had now collapsed from depletion. At that moment, the figure he hated most slowly appeared. Latuan Nhu instinctively lifted his head to look up. Duong Tran stood there with a mocking and provocative smile. Well, well, is that not young Master Le? Tian Nan is truly small. We meet again so soon, young Master Le. You are still well, I trust. Latuan Enhu's face turned pale as he asked in disbelief, Duong Tran, why are you here? Only then did he realize Duong Tran was not alone. Duong Tran casually slashed his sword into the ground before him. Since young Master Le can come here, it is no surprise that I can as well. It is merely that our situations differ. Latuan Nhu gritted his teeth and said, Duong Tran, if you want to kill me, then do it. Stop talking nonsense. Duong Tran replied contrary to his expectations. Kill you? No, you misunderstand. I have no intention of killing you. Latuan Nhu was stunned and asked again, you truly will not kill me? Duong Tran pretended to be righteous. Heaven cherishes life. Do I look like someone who delights in slaughter? Besides, killing a useless man would be far too boring. Latuan Nhu, who feared death and clung to life, immediately groveled when he saw a chance to survive young Master Tran. As long as you spare me, I will accept any condition. Okayat muttered disdainfully, truly a brainless coward afraid of death. My brother is only joking, and he actually believes it. Duong Tran put on a sincere expression. A gentleman's word is final, young Master Le, tell me. How did you learn that Mount Triu Ka had a divine relic? Latuan Nhu hurriedly answered. It was someone named Bin Tu who told me. Duong Tran immediately pressed on. Where is he now? Latuan Nhu pointed out clearly. North of Tian Nan City, there is a pawn shop called Lao Ban Phuong. The name Lao Ban Phuong made Duong Tran start involuntarily. Seeing his brother's expression grow heavy, Vo Kiat quickly called out. Duong Tran shook his head and replied, it is nothing. Yet his heart was filled with doubt. This matter was clearly not simple. Who exactly was that old man? Why did he feel as if he had been turned into a chess piece? Since he had begun asking, he pressed to the end. Duong Tran continued to force him. Is there any other secret of value? This piece of news alone is not enough to buy your life. During this, Latuan Nhu hurriedly added, young Master Tran, I also know about the Soul Radiant Stone. Duong Tran had never heard of it and asked, what is the Soul Radiant Stone? Ngayat Tiu Tan stepped forward to explain. It is a supreme treasure that can nourish the soul, especially useful for martial artists whose souls are injured. Hearing its function was enough to leave one stunned. Duong Tran thought to himself, if there is a Soul Radiant Stone, Master could not only condense his martial soul, but also hope to return his cultivation to its peak. This was precisely what he needed, so he immediately urged, speak, where is the Soul Radiant Stone? Latuan Nhu cautiously demanded, young Master Tran, you must swear upon your martial heart that you will not kill me. Duong Tran smiled slyly and replied, no problem, I swear upon my martial heart. Only then did Latuan Nhu feel at ease and reveal, Duong Tran, our La family received certain news that the Eastern Emperor Sword Sect recently possesses a soul treasure. It is the Soul Radiant Stone. Another unfamiliar name, Eastern Emperor Sword Sect. Just hearing the name made it clear it was hard to swallow. Seizing something from the Eastern Emperor Sword Sect was no different from ascending to heaven. Someone explained to Duong Tran, the Eastern Emperor Sword Sect lies to the north of Eastern Soil. Its strength surpasses even the Eastern Soil royal family. A colossal force beyond imagination. Though difficult, Duong Tran had no intention of retreating, now that he knew of the Soul Radiant Stone. No matter what, he would find a way to seize it. Gayat Tiu Tan said worriedly, Duong Tran, the Eastern Emperor Sword Sect and Eastern Soil have long been hostile. Battles frequently erupt along the border. Duong Tran gave a cold smile. He had thought the Eastern Soil royal family had close ties with the Eastern Emperor Sword Sect. Duong Tran continued to press, is there any other secret? Tuan Nhu hesitated for a moment, then shook his head. That is all. Hearing this, Duong Tran immediately turned hostile. If you have no more value, then you deserve death. The countless vengeful souls of the Tran family will not rest. Tuan Nhu cried out in panic, young Master Tran, you swore upon your martial heart. You cannot kill me. Duong Tran coldly asked in return, do you truly believe my words? Latuan Nhu's face was deathly pale, yet he still trembled and said he believed. Duong Tran burst into laughter. You are truly foolish. Even I do not believe myself, yet you believe me. Duong Tran sheathed his sword and called out loudly, Tiu Kaya. Realizing he had been deceived, Latuan Nhu was like a beast driven to a dead end, intending to risk his life in a counterattack. Vo Kiat gave him no chance. A sword pierced straight through Latuan Nhu's glabella. Duong Tran said icily in conclusion, I said I would not kill you, but I never said Tiu Kayat would not fool. As his words fell, Tiu Kayat withdrew his sword cleanly, ending his life. Duong Tran instructed Tiu Kayat, gather the spoils. These people surely do not lack good items, leave nothing behind. After that, the group ventured deeper. This place must be the corrupted heart cave. Duong Tran immediately released his divine sense, carefully probing the surroundings. After sensing the area once, he thought to himself, within 100 miles there is no divine relic. Could the information be wrong? But he then rejected the idea. If there were no treasure here, Latuan Nhu would not have risked his life battling the corrupted heart poison wolf. Thinking thus, Duong Tran slowly withdrew his divine sense. Suddenly he noticed something unusual beneath his feet. A pitch-black object of strange shape. Duong Tran wondered, what exactly is this? The people standing around Duong Tran also curiously stepped closer, wanting to see the strange object clearly. Queen Lin Hai brushed away the dust on its surface, gradually revealing circular patterns. She asked in confusion, could this be formation inscriptions? This is an ancient formation mechanism. It likely does not conceal great danger. Manhwa exclaimed excitedly, sister, open it quickly. She clearly could not wait any longer. Lin Hai immediately activated the formation. Blue light flared up as strands of black smoke slowly spread. The entire group of Duong Tran was instantly enveloped within the power of that blue light. After a while, Ngayat Tiu Tan raised an object. Then she turned and asked everyone, is everyone all right? Afterward, she analyzed, this stone chamber must lie deep underground, right beneath that layer of blackened rock. All eyes followed the direction Ngayat Tiu Tan indicated, where there was a stone slab that looked completely different. Okayat glanced at it and said to Duong Tran, brother, this must be the divine relic of the corrupted heart cave. Duong Tran observed carefully, then nodded in agreement. The opportunity here belongs to us. Slowly comprehend it, and see what the divine relic upon the stone tablet contains. After speaking, the five of them entered meditation together. The ancient steel emitted a gloomy black aura. Duong Tran seemed to sense something awakening. Within his sea of consciousness, a black flame suddenly ignited fiercely. Duong Tran suddenly understood. The corrupted heart poison wolf must have comprehended this divine relic. That is why it possessed the terrifying ability to spew corrupted heart poison bone. At the same time, Thien Lin Hai, Lin Nhi, and Ngayat Tiu Tan seemed to be repelled by this force. In contrast, Kim Vo Kayat appeared extremely comfortable. Streams of black aura continuously merged into his body. From behind, Thien Lin Hai asked in astonishment, Tiu Kayat is absorbing such terrifying energy. Is he truly all right? His temperament will not be affected. Lin Hai answered with confidence, it is fine. Tiu Kayat cultivates the demon subduing Vajra body. Hearing this, Thien Lin Nhi and Ngayat Tiu Tan both glanced at Lin Hai. Tiu Tan said gloomily, only now do I understand why people say a woman in love has intelligence below zero. Ngayat Tiu Tan then glanced toward Duong Tran. Duong Tran was also secretly absorbing the black aura. Tiu Tan thought to herself, he has twin martial souls and can still absorb dark energy. Could it be that besides fire affinity, he also has dark affinity? Thinking of this, she looked at Duong Tran with admiration, while Lin Nhi beside her saw this and her expression darkened. At this moment, Duong Tran had already condensed a vortex of spiritual power in his hand and said to himself, this is dark martial intent. 3 strands of dark martial intent merging into a mysterious power. If I comprehend this dark martial intent, would not my shadow escape martial intent become even more powerful? Suddenly he felt a repelling force appear. His heart jolted. Could it be that the demonic dragon martial soul is resisting? Duong Tran suddenly recalled the words of the old man Gong Sun in the bamboo forest. The Tao is the rule of heaven and earth. The martial path is the same. A swordsman must seek and awaken his own sword Tao. No matter how strong another's sword Tao is, it is only for reference and to absorb its essence. It cannot be wholly inherited. Forcing it will only cause a swordsman to lose his way. Understanding this, Duong Tran broke out in cold sweat, then let out a long breath. My sword Tao is already clear. He turned to ask Kim Vo Kayat, Tiu Kayat, can you withstand this dark martial intent? Kim Vo Kayat replied calmly, this energy is very pure. I use it to cultivate the heavenly demon tyrant body. Just now I consecutively broke through 2 layers. Duong Tran nodded in satisfaction. It seems I worried unnecessarily. This martial intent suits Tiu Kayat very well. Though I do not inherit it directly, I can merge the dark energy into the purple nether true chi within my dansha. In this way, my cultivation will surge to stand alongside solar true chi and heavenly thunder true chi. Time passed quietly. 1 day later, Kim Vo Kayat boasted to Duong Tran, brother, my second layer of the heavenly demon tyrant body is nearly at great completion. What exactly is this dark energy? Duong Tran smiled and replied, it is precisely dark martial intent. Kim Vo Kayat exclaimed in shock, is not martial intent only awakened by cultivators of the heavenly union realm? How are we able to receive it? Duong Tran said smugly, who do you think my brother is? What is so frightening about dark martial intent? Then he turned to the 3 beauties beside him. Come here, I will grant you a share of fortune. Thien Lin Hai widened her eyes and asked, fortune? That dark energy does not suit us at all. Lin Nhi also pouted. The divine relic on the stone tablet is clearly of darkness. It does not match our attributes. Ngayat Tiu Tan said nothing, only watched curiously, wanting to see what trick Duong Tran intended to play. Duong Tran folded his arms and smiled. You all know about innate violet chi. Three looked at one another blankly. Lin Nhi answered casually, "Of course we know." Duong Tran declared boldly, "Today hero Duong Tran will grant you a heaven-shaking fortune. Before stepping into the heavenly union realm, I will help you merge with innate violet chi." Hearing this, the three girls all showed confused expressions, unsure whether he was serious or joking. Lin Nhi burst into laughter. "Stop joking. Do you even know what innate violet chi is?" Lin Y also boasted, "My father leads the martial academy. Even with his 9th-level heavenly union cultivation, he has never seen innate violet chi. Who would believe you can bestow it?" Ngayat Tiutan added mockingly, "Keep bragging. Let us see how far you can go." Seeing Duong Tran still smiling calmly, Thien Lin Hai suddenly thought, could he truly extract innate violet chi from the divine relic? She turned and asked again, "Brother Tran, is it true?" Duong Tran turned his face away and answered briefly, "Of course." Kim Vo Kiat waved his hand and said, "Brother, I will step aside first." Duong Tran immediately entered meditation, his eyes tightly shut, his mind highly focused. He slowly raised one hand. The space around him began to tremble, chaotic true chi spreading outward. Duong Tran shouted loudly, "Rise." The primordial demonic dragon martial soul was summoned. That moment the stone tablet trembled, streams of chi surging out. Duong Tran swung his left hand, his right gripping his wrist as he shouted, "Guide." A thread of purple chi condensed in his palm, sweat pouring down as he stared at that tiny strand of violet chi. The three girls gasped, "Violet chi? Is this truly innate violet chi?" Kim Vo Kiat could only think to himself, "Brother is truly divine." Duong Tran concentrated, using 2 fingers to control the violet chi. The violet chi was separated into fine strands, flicked his hand, and pointed straight toward Ngayat Tiu Tan's chest. The violet chi instantly merged into her body. Tiu Tan lowered her head in astonishment as she felt the strange vibration within. Duong Tran repeated the motion, drawing out another strand of violet chi, shot it straight into Lin Nhi, leaving her stunned. Kim Vo Kiat's eyes shone brightly as he called out, "Brother, me too." Duong Tran no longer split it into strands, but divided the remaining violet chi into 2 portions. 2 streams of innate violet chi immediately flew toward Thien Lin Hai and Kim Vo Kiat. After transmitting the violet chi, Duong Tran collapsed onto the ground, so exhausted that he yawned repeatedly. At that very moment, the stone tablet behind him suddenly shattered. Everyone looked at Duong Tran lying on his back on the ground and could only stand there silently. Kim Vo Kiat said with a grin, "Brother, this violet chi is too little. If there were more, I could have completed my Danshin transformation before reaching the heavenly union realm." Kim Vo Kiat was still smiling with narrowed eyes. The 3 girls all turned to look at Duong Tran. Ngai said reproachfully, "Duong Tran, you are truly something. You have such unfathomable ability yet hid it until now, and in Divine Valley that statue had innate violet chi, did it not? Yet you monopolized it." Ngayat Tiu Tan also teased, "Duong Tran, you hit it well indeed." Thien Lin Hai asked worriedly, "Duong Tran, is there anything wrong with you?" Hearing this, an idea flashed. Duong Tran immediately rolled on the ground, clutching his head and groaning, Lin Hai, casting this forbidden technique demands a heavy price. My head feels like it is splitting apart. Quickly massage me." Thien Lin Hai hurriedly helped him up and began to massage gently. Duong Tran leaned fully against her, his face clearly filled with blissful enjoyment. The scene left Kim Vo Kiat, Ngayat Tiu Tan, and Lin Nhi utterly speechless. Taking advantage of it, Duong Tran even whispered to Thien Lin Hai, "A little more, a little more." After she finished massaging his shoulders, he opened his mouth to order, "Lin Hai, lower a bit, press my back more." Lin Hai vaguely sensed something was wrong, her expression gradually darkening. She snorted coldly, the veins on her forehead beginning to bulge. At this moment, Thien Lin Hai was truly angered, the veins on her hands standing out while Duong Tran still kept his eyes closed, enjoying himself. Thien Lin Hai's gaze turned stern, the corner of her lips curling slightly. The next instant, she yanked hard at Duong Tran's back, causing him to widen his eyes and open his mouth in pain. Thien Lin Hai asked with feigned innocence, "Are you all right? Do you feel better now?" Duong Tran broke out in sweat and hurriedly sprang up. Seeing this, Lin Nhi clutched her stomach, laughing loudly. Ngayat Tiu Tan could not help covering her mouth as she laughed. After that, the group left the cave. Duong Tran said to everyone, "There are 9 days left. We have gained plenty from these 2 secret grounds. Once outside, it will surely draw attention, so we must be cautious." Lin Nhi quickly cut in, "We understand. We will not speak of it outside." Duong Tran nodded. "That is good. In these final 9 days, the map also marks a Thunder Chi platform." Ngayat Tiu Tan immediately objected. "The Thunder Chi platform is extremely dangerous, perhaps even more terrifying than the previous places. We have gained enough, do not go." Lin Hai also agreed, "I will listen to you," while Kim Vo Kiat said with a smile, "If brother decides, then we go." Duong Tran waved his hand, "Lin Hai, The four of you leave the secret realm and wait for me. I will go to the Thunder Chi platform alone. Tiu Kayat give me the map. Kim Vo Kayat was stunned for a moment, yet still handed the map to his brother. Thien Lin Hai loudly objected. You cannot go. Grandfather already warned that the Thunder Chi platform is too dangerous. Never approach it. NHI also urged, Duong Tran, this time our gains far exceed expectations. Come out with us. Ungayat Tiu Tan waved her hand in agreement. That is right. Knowing when to stop is safest. Duong Tran did not listen. He reassured them, do not worry, I have a way to protect myself. Thien Lin Hai could not hold back and shouted, it is too dangerous, Duong Tran. Even with a method it is useless. Duong Tran replied calmly, if I use this technique and you can still find or sense me, then I will not go to the Thunder Chi platform. After speaking, a faint layer of energy appeared around him. That energy quickly formed a barrier, and Duong Tran vanished, leaving everyone standing there stunned. Kim Vo Kayat panicked and ran around searching while calling loudly, brother. Thien Lin Hai sighed and said, no need to search, he has already gone far. Lin Nhi widened her eyes in fear. How can a living person just disappear? Is there a ghost? Thien Lin Nhi said dejectedly, let us go. After a while, Thien Lin Hai fell into silence, pondering something. Suddenly her eyes widened, as if she had discovered a clue. Thien Lin Hai asked herself in shock, could it be? Seeing that expression, Lin Nhi ran over and asked, what is wrong? Thien Lin Hai covered her mouth and replied, nothing. But her heart was in turmoil. Brother Tran is only at the true martial realm and cannot awaken martial intent. If that black light when he vanished was not martial intent, then what was it? At this moment, Ngayat Tiu Tan also looked at Thien Lin Hai with eyes full of suspicion. After Kim Vo Kayat, Thien Lin Hai, Ngayat Tiu Tan and Lin Nhi had gone far, a vortex appeared once more. Duong Tran stepped out from it and murmured softly, rest assured. He looked ahead, holding the map in his hand, his eyes filled with determination. One day later, Duong Tran had reached the location marked on the map. Before him stood a terrifying mountain interwoven with lightning. Duong Tran thought no wonder the old man Gong Sun forbade approaching. This taboo heavenly lightning would likely be unbearable even for the heavenly union realm. Lightning is the might of heavenly law, a power that suppresses all things. Yet to me it feels familiar. Duong Tran raised his head to observe. He discovered a staircase leading straight to the summit. Duong Tran began to climb, bolts of lightning striking continuously and being absorbed by his body. He thought without even operating the heaven-devouring scripture he can condense heavenly thunder true chi. Breaking through to the 8th level of true martial is only a matter of time. Continued along the cliff, lightning flashing incessantly around him. Duong Tran thought with delight, thanks to this lightning power I have reached the mid-stage of the 8th level true martial realm. Looking toward where the lightning converged, Duong Tran told himself, ahead lies the summit. Not long after he stood upon a vast plaza, gigantic pillars of lightning shattering even the stone ground. This must be the Thunder Chi platform. Duong Tran did not hesitate and stepped straight in. Immediately heavenly lightning struck from beneath his feet. Struck by the lightning, Duong Tran cried out in pain, yet still gritted his teeth to endure and absorb the heavenly thunder true chi. Gradually he adapted, joy rising in his heart. Though painful, this lightning force is making my body grow stronger and stronger. He did not expect lightning to be able to temper the flesh. Duong Tran grew more and more exhilarated. He spread his arms wide, actively absorbing the lightning. One day passed, Duong Tran moved deeper into the center of the Thunder Chi platform. Lightning within became increasingly terrifying. Suddenly Duong Tran discovered something unusual. A bead radiating lightning continuously appeared, causing him to wonder in shock what it was. He saw the bead slowly rise. Duong Tran understood it was no ordinary treasure but a great opportunity. Knowing it would not be easy to obtain, he became serious. After thinking for a moment, he raised a finger and chuckled softly, I have a way. Duong Tran flicked his finger, a few drops of essence blood shooting out. Yet that essence blood produced no reaction at all. Duong Tran was stunned. Are not treasures supposed to recognize their master through blood? Why is it useless? After that, he circulated the heaven-devouring scripture, intending to absorb the bead. However, even the heaven-devouring scripture was repelled, leaving Duong Tran astonished. This is truly strange. Even the heaven-devouring scripture has lost its effect. He tried releasing the sword martial soul, and shadow escape martial intent, but still achieved nothing. In the end, Duong Tran could only sigh in disappointment. It seems I lack the faith. At that moment, the bead suddenly drew all the lightning back into itself. Not long after Duong Tran left the Thunder Chi platform dejectedly. Suddenly, Duong Tran sensed a strange change. He turned his head to look back and widened his eyes in shock. The lightning lake had vanished. Even the rumbling thunder was completely gone. Duong Tran sighed inwardly, forget it. With my current strength, I cannot seize that bead. I will return later. 2 days later, Duong Tran arrived at the exit of the secret realm, where quite a few exhausted people were gathered waiting. As soon as he saw Duong Tran, Kim Vo Kiat cried out, "Brother." Then seeing his listless appearance, worried that perhaps he was gravely injured. Kim Vo Kiat hurried forward and asked anxiously, "Brother, do not scare me. What exactly happened?" Duong Tran remained silent, making everyone even more anxious. Tien Lin Hai asked urgently, "Duong Tran, what is wrong?" Seeing his companions, Duong Tran forced a smile and scratched his head. "It is nothing, truly nothing." Lin Wai looked at him suspiciously. "Nothing, and you look like this. Tell the truth. Is there something hard to say?" At this moment, Duong Tran seemed absent-minded, his gaze drifting far away. Tien Lin Hai worriedly grasped his hand and carefully checked whether he was injured. Duong Tran reassured awkwardly, "There is truly nothing wrong." Ngayat Tiutan held Lin Hai's hand and said, "Stop asking. We will talk after going out." At that moment, the stone gate of the Tian Nan secret realm slowly opened. Duong Tran's group left the secret realm one after another. Outside, Ngayat Tiutan showed relief, while Duong Tran still looked dispirited. Seeing Duong Tran sighing, Kao Tran Ap secretly wondered, could there have been an accident? In a small room of the north courtyard, Duong Tran thought of the lightning bead and muttered dejectedly, truly lacking faith. He sighed and slumped into a chair like a lost soul. This time an old man poked his head out and said, "Tran and Hi, all things have their own principles, like the cycle of spring, summer, autumn, and winter, or the alternation of day and night. Human life is the same. There are rises and falls, light and darkness. Only by tasting all flavors can it be complete." Hearing this, Duong Tran regained his spirit. "That is true. I have already gained quite a lot. This trip into the secret realm can be considered a great fortune. It is time to take stock." Looked at his storage ring and thought, "Now I am not much worse than the prominent clans of Tian Nan." Thinking this, he revealed a sly smile. Getting rich truly relies on plunder. He raised his hand and summoned 9th level true martial lightning, grinning foolishly. Then he placed 2 fingers on his forehead and muttered, "Let me see whether my sea of consciousness has changed." After a while, Duong Tran seriously examined within. Suddenly he felt as if struck by lightning, crying out in shock, "What is going on? When did the bead enter my sea of consciousness?" Duong Tran laughed in delight. "No wonder the lightning vanished at the foot of the mountain. It seems when I left it merged into me on its own." Then thought to himself, could that gray bead truly be the legendary spiritual artifact? Within his sea of consciousness, 2 additional auras now appeared. Shadow escape martial intent, and the profound meaning of the 13 guardian heaven swords. Duong Tran pondered. Even when contacting the gray bead with his spiritual sense, he still felt nothing. Perhaps my divine sense or soul is not yet strong enough. Forget it. As long as the bead is in my sea of consciousness, it cannot escape. Suddenly a figure appeared before Duong Tran, causing him to widen his eyes in alarm. It was Kao Tran Ap. The old man looked at Duong Tran in surprise and asked, "Where have you been hiding?" Duong Tran wiped his sweat and sighed in relief. "You scared me to death." Kao Tran Ap angrily scolded, "Brat, are you ill?" He recalled the scene outside the secret realm. This fellow looked frightened yet secretly smiling, not normal at all. Duong Tran gritted his teeth and retorted, "You are the one who is ill." Kao Tran Ap immediately flew into a rage. "Insolent brat, dare say that again." Seeing this, Duong Tran trembled and said, "I would not dare." Kao Tran Ap gritted his teeth. "When you left the secret realm, your strange appearance worried me. Turns out you were pretending, truly despicable." Duong Tran could only scratch his head and laugh awkwardly. Kao Tran Ap waved his hand, "Forget it. Tell me how your harvest in the secret realm was." Lin Enhai's teasing flashed through Duong Tran's mind. He sighed and stammered, "Old man, this time I truly struck it rich, and I helped Lin Nhai and Vo Kiat seize great opportunities." Kao Tran Ap laughed loudly. "Keep bragging, I am listening." Duong Tran spoke at length. First, Tiu Kiat obtained Dark Origin and fused it into Dark True Chi, causing the level of his True Chi to soar. Hearing this, old Kao was also shaken and asked, "Dark Origin." He forced himself to appear calm. "What else?" Duong Tran raised 2 fingers and continued. "Second, we destroyed the Golden Divine Hall. From now on, Tian Nan's secret realm no longer has that place or the heavy cold iron." Kao Tran Ap was so shocked he stammered, What? Thought to himself, the Golden Divine Hall contained countless sword intent relics and was destroyed. Could this brat have obtained supreme sword intent? He asked with a trembling voice, "Have you obtained sword intent?" Duong Tran nodded proudly, then shook his head repeatedly with a puzzled look. Kao Tran Ap lost patience. "Do you mean yes or no?" Duong Tran explained, "That terrifying sword intent entered my body, but I cannot find it. No matter how I search, it will not appear." Suddenly, Kao Tran Ap burst into mad laughter. "Ha ha ha, excellent, cannot find it." Laughed until tears fell and asked, "Do you know why?" Duong Tran pretended indifference and replied, "I do not want to know." Kao Tran Ap snorted, "If you do not want to, then I am too lazy to say." Duong Tran changed his tone, "Old man, wait, now I want to know." As soon as he finished speaking, Kao Tran Ap struck his head hard with his hand. Duong Tran cried out in pain, "Why did you hit me?" Cao Tran App explained, the sword intent in the Golden Divine Hall is so powerful it surpasses comprehension. It can hide within the body. When you reach the proper level, you will naturally sense it. After hearing this, Duong Tran clapped his hands and laughed. So that is the case, excellent. But Cao Tran App asked again, anything else? Duong Tran broke out in sweat, rolling his eyes and stammering. Cao Tran App shouted, if you are hiding anything, then speak quickly. Duong Tran reluctantly said, Shen Bok Thang was killed by us. Cao Tran App was stunned. Killed then killed, who is Shen Bok Thang? What does this have to do with anything? Duong Tran continued calmly. Cao Kwang was also killed, causing Cao Tran App to ask in shock, what? He grabbed Duong Tran and demanded in a low voice, does anyone else know? Duong Tran replied, Tiu Kayat, Lin Hai and Ngayat Tiu Tan. Cao Tran App asked further, no one else? Duong Tran replied, no more. Hearing this, Cao Tran App let out a breath of relief. That is good. He stared at Duong Tran and thought, Cao Kwang is a professor of Dong Viet, 9th level martial insect realm. How did this brat kill him? Cao Tran App asked sternly, do not tell me you relied only on your own strength. Speak. How did Cao Kwang die? Duong Tran replied with an easy smile. In short, he needed no brilliant schemes. That rare opportunity alone was enough to send Cao Kwang's 5 escorts to their deaths. As soon as he finished speaking, old Cao gaped, his eyes wide with utter shock. Inwardly, he judged the matter was most likely true. It must be kept secret. If the East Court Dean learned of it, his fury would ruin all their carefully laid plans. Old Cao quickly concealed his astonishment, fixed a stern gaze on Duong Tran, and demanded that he reveal anything else. Duong Tran suddenly added loudly, Latuan Nhu seems to have been killed by me as well. Hearing this, old Cao ground his teeth in anger and shouted, could you not say it all at once? Duong Tran scratched his head awkwardly and replied, too much happened in those 20 days. I only just remembered. Old Cao covered his face and sighed, then asked, did you leave any traces? Duong Tran cheerfully recounted that Latuan Nhu brought 4 9th-level martial insect cultivators of the La family, fought fiercely with the corrupted heart poison wolf in the corrupted heart cave. In the end, the wolf self-detonated, leaving some dead and some crippled. I merely reaped the fisherman's gain. It can be considered avenging Chiu Ka. After hearing this, old Cao thought to himself, this brat's luck is truly extraordinary. He always stumbles upon such coincidences. Then he continued asking, so in the corrupted heart cave, did you obtain anything else? Duong Tran nodded readily, of course. Calmly explained that beneath the stone chamber in the corrupted heart cave, there was a stone tablet recording a dark fusion martial taboo, which he and Tiu Kayat had divided and absorbed. Old Cao's eyes widened as he asked, divided it, inwardly thinking the gains in the cave were gone. Yet how could those two absorb all that fused martial intent? Seeing old Cao stunned, Duong Tran added that Tiu Kayat absorbed the dark martial intent and advanced his body technique to the 2nd level, while he used it to strengthen his dark true chi. As soon as these words fell, old Cao was once again dumbfounded, blurting out, what? Pressed on, were you not originally of fire attribute? Since when did you gain a dark attribute? Duong Tran then explained clearly that in the secret realm, he and Tiu Kayat encountered a treasure containing dark origin, through which he vaguely awakened this attribute. Old Cao stared and asked again, truly, thinking that a cultivator's attribute is fixed at birth, and he had never heard of anyone awakening a new one. This sounded vague. Glanced at Duong Tran and asked, anything else? Duong Tran shook his head, gesturing as he sat, that is all. Old Cao still doubted and asked again, truly nothing left. Duong Tran insisted there was nothing more. Old Cao picked up his wine jug, shook it and said, think carefully. Seeing old Cao drinking as he cultivated, Duong Tran thought if he did not explain clearly, the old man would not leave. Duong Tran scratched his head and added, old man, I can also absorb innate violet chi from divine relics. And before he finished, old Cao spat a mouthful of wine straight into Duong Tran's face. Splashed with wine, Duong Tran stood frozen without reacting. Old Cao nearly choked and demanded angrily, brat, are you telling the truth? Duong Tran wiped his face and replied irritably, of course it is true. Hearing this, old Cao threw his head back and laughed wildly. Ha ha ha. Brat, you did well, very well. My long plotting was not in vain. This time, even if we risk our lives, we must protect you, Lin Hai and Tiu Kayat, to leave eastern soil. This place is no longer suitable for monstrous talents like you to grow. Duong Tran immediately knelt and bowed respectfully, in thanks to martial uncle ancestor. Old Cao said sternly, get up, you brat. Do not use such mindless formalities before me. So it seems the Golden Divine Hall and all the innate violet chi in the corrupted heart cave have fallen into your hands. Duong Tran stood up and gently shook his head. Seeing this expression, old Cao uttered a surprised sound, thinking the divine relic had clearly been destroyed and the innate violet chi drained. So what did that shake mean? Duong Tran honestly said the innate violet chi in the Golden Divine Hall was destroyed by him, while the portion in the corrupted heart cave had been shared with Tiu Kayat, Lin Hai, Ngayat Tiu Tan and the others. Old Kao roared angrily, "Fool, that moon girl has no relation to us. Why give her innate violet chi? Do you think that thing is abundant?" Duong Tran scratched his head and explained, "We were a team. Giving her some was to repay a bit of favor." Old Kao narrowed his eyes and chuckled slyly. "Hee, such an expensive hush fee. I fear it is not that simple. Could it be you have other intentions?" Duong Tran hurriedly shook his head, saying, "No, no." Old Kao waved it off. "In the future, stay away from that moon girl. Her temperament is unpredictable. Best not to get entangled." Duong Tran respectfully replied, "I understand." Old Kao walked to the door, then suddenly stopped. He turned back and asked again. Truly nothing left unsaid. Duong Tran smiled. "Old man, that is everything." Old Kao nodded as he walked away. "If that is all, then good." After Old Kao had gone far, Duong Tran sat down and muttered, "Now I can carefully review this harvest." Scene shifts to Tian Nan Martial Academy. An old man announced, "They have arrived." Everyone immediately bowed respectfully, welcoming the arrival of 13th Lord. Red-haired elder secretly worried that his son Cao Kuang had not yet emerged from the secret realm. The matter was unresolved, and now 13th Lord's arrival complicated things. The man in yellow also thought it impossible that Tuan Nhu met with misfortune. He must be trapped somewhere. He would investigate personally. In the sky, a blazing swirl of fire suddenly appeared, causing everyone to look up reverently. "We welcome the arrival of 13th Lord." In the air appeared the old imperial preceptor, along with a young man, none other than 13th Lord. The two lightly leaped down from the back of a phoenix. Upon landing, the crowd bowed in unison, "Greetings to 13th Lord, greetings to Imperial Preceptor." 13th Lord smiled and said cheerfully, "The climate of Tian Nan is not bad. You are all meritorious officials of the kingdom." The red-haired elder respectfully replied, 13th Lord flatters us. It is our duty. Everything has been arranged, please." The red-haired elder led the way while the Imperial Preceptor followed, observing the surroundings as he walked. The Imperial Preceptor asked, "Why is Cao Tran AC not present?" Red-haired elder scratched his head and answered, "Perhaps Dean Cao was too busy and forgot. I do not know where he is." The Imperial Preceptor sighed, "Tran AC is truly bold. Even with 13th Lord present, he does not come to greet him." Elsewhere, Old Cao shouted, "What 13th Lord has arrived?" He immediately rushed out in haste, cursing those who failed to inform him. On the way, Old Cao heard people discussing that, by order of the Imperial Preceptor, 13th Lord would summon the core disciples of the four courts to the training ground to display martial skills, selecting the outstanding and instructing them personally. This time, Duong Tran was completely unaware of what was happening. Suddenly, Old Cao kicked open the gate of Duong Tran's courtyard, startling him. Duong Tran asked in surprise, "Martial uncle ancestor, what is the matter?" Old Cao gritted his teeth and replied, "Dich Thien Koi and Dong Quach the Kai have arrived." Duong Tran asked blankly, "Why has 13th Lord come here?" Old Cao continued, "They came to Trio Ka to investigate the divine beast matter. It was Dong Quach the Kai's idea, and to let Dich Thien Koi meet Lin Hai they arranged this martial display. The new year is near, and they will not wait long. You know in your heart what to do not pretend." Duong Tran said calmly, "Old man, I am not one for pride. Being ordinary is fine. Dich Thien Koi's background is extraordinary." Old Cao replied, "He is 10 years older than you. Time cannot be compared so simply. Have you ever seen a flood dragon fight a wild bear?" Duong Tran said confidently, "Within 3 years I will surely capture him and make him bow his head in submission to me." Old Cao poked Duong Tran's cheek and smiled ambiguously. "You said that 3 years pass quickly. When the time comes, do not forget the 3-year limit. If you achieve it, I will go on your behalf to meet Tian Ba Guang and propose marriage. And before that, he. Scene shifts to early the next morning. For the main hall, the Shadow Assassination Tower Master knelt, with clasped hands pleading to the Imperial Preceptor. "Imperial Preceptor, please uphold justice for me." Dich Thien Koi spoke. "Po Sha, stand up." Inwardly thinking the Shadow Assassination Tower Master had always maintained decent ties with Tian Nan. Why display such a posture today? Dich Thien Koi stepped forward with concern and asked gently what had happened. The Shadow Assassination Tower Master angrily recounted that the rebellious disciple of Gong Sun Ya broke the agreement, returned to Tian Nan on his own, accepted a wandering disciple in Chiu Ka, was sheltered by Cao Tran AC, and plotted to frame my youngest son Lu Tu. After hearing this, Dich Thien Koi uttered a soft sound. Imperial Preceptor narrowed one eye, as if calculating something. The Imperial Preceptor slowly told Dich Thien Koi that His Highness had already heard of this matter. Tian Ba Guang returned to Tian Nan after his cultivation was crippled to that of a mortal, while his disciple Duong Tran possessed rare talent and once used 6th level True Martial to slay Lu Po Sha at 9th level True Martial on the martial stage. Such narrow-mindedness cannot achieve greatness. Shadow Assassination Tower Master panicked and stammered that it was not so. Ditch Thien Koi immediately shouted angrily, "Get out." Shadow Assassination Tower Master turned and fled resentfully, unable to utter another word. As he left, he broke into cold sweat, his heart in turmoil, not understanding how matters had turned out this way. Ditch Thien Koi turned and called, "Imperial Preceptor. Your Excellency, I can see you value him especially." That youth named Duong Tran, the Imperial Preceptor, smiled and said his destiny is strong, his martial fortune abundant. In the future, he will surely achieve greatly, a rare prodigy of the kingdom. During this, Ditch Thien Koi sighed, such flourishing martial fortune. He thought initially he only intended to visit Thien Lin Hai, yet now another target appeared. If Duong Tran is truly talented, he can be recruited as a subordinate. Scene shifts to the martial training ground of Tian Nan Martial Academy. When the crowd saw Ditch Thien Koi and the Imperial Preceptor appear, they began discussing. 13th Lord is indeed heroic and extraordinary. With such a royal figure, Eastern soil will prosper. Some whispered that 13th Lord had long reached the peak 9th level Heavenly Union realm, perhaps stepping into the Purple Palace realm, eagerly awaiting the day Eastern soil produces a second Purple Palace expert. Soon after, Ditch Thien Koi and the Imperial Preceptor stood upon the high platform. Old Cow Vo Ditch announced loudly that the arrival of 13th Lord and the Imperial Preceptor was the honor of Tian Nan Martial Academy, hoping the core disciples would not disappoint and display their talents. Below, the martial exhibition officially began, and as the words ended, the crowd erupted in excited cheers. Not long after, a figure leapt onto the arena, confidently introduced himself, Dong Vien Ha Fuck, 9th level mortal martial realm, challenging any opponent from the Broad Institute within the martial core realm. Students of the North Institute immediately began whispering. Among their core students at the 9th level of the mortal martial realm, no one was strong enough to face Ha Fuck. Kim Vo Kiat merely snorted coldly and thought to himself, just wait and see. Standing on the arena, Ha Fuck loudly provoked. Could it be that no one dared to step up? As soon as he finished speaking, another person jumped onto the arena. The man rolled his wrists and ankles, then said, "Core student of the Broad Institute Ngo Kai Min, 8th level mortal martial realm, I seek your guidance." Upon hearing this, Ha Fuck instantly unleashed a surge of deathly aura, charging straight at Ngo Kai Min and roaring. The outcome is already decided. The crowd below was stunned by the scene. Dark attribute martial soul-shattering eye. Fuck's eyes immediately lit up as he firmly grabbed Ngo Kai Min with both hands. The moment Ngo Kai Min met that gaze, his own eyes lit up and he screamed in agony. Then he began wildly punching at the air, repeatedly shouting to get away, clearly no longer able to see anything. Fuck revealed a sinister smile. Next, he delivered a thunderous kick into Ngo Kai Min's body. Instantly, Ngo Kai Min was kicked off the arena and suffered a crushing defeat. Seeing this, Old Kao said in disappointment, "Take him for treatment," and the attendants immediately obeyed. After defeating his opponent, Ha Fuck cupped his hands and said he was sorry, claiming he had momentarily lost control. Many people applauded, believing Ha Fuck possessed outstanding talent and would surely make a name across the eastern lands, perhaps even catch the eye of the 13th Lord, and if so, the Ha family would prosper. At that moment, Kim Vo Kiat suddenly leapt onto the arena. He looked down coldly and said, "Kim Vo Kiat, 9th level mortal martial realm, challenging any opponent from the East Institute below the martial lord realm." The moment those words fell, the entire crowd fell silent. Ditch Thien Koi and the old national preceptor laughed at the same time. A challenge across realms, truly interesting. The old national preceptor turned to speak with Ditch Thien Koi. This man was born with astonishing strength. He is the direct disciple of Kao Chan AC. Someone exclaimed to his two children, that was he not the fool who came to their house with Thien Ba Kwong at the beginning of the year? How had he become a core student of the North Institute? The daughter replied, "Father, his strength is very powerful. He is valued by Institute Master Kao Chan AC and accepted as a direct disciple." During this, the man was shaken, thinking that Kao Chan AC had impossibly high standards for accepting disciples and had not taken a single one in many years. How could this brat become his direct disciple? Just then, someone flew onto the arena and shouted, "Kim Vo Kiat, you are too arrogant." "I am," but before he could finish speaking, Kim Vo Kiat had already unleashed Dragon Coil Regret. That man hurriedly raised his hand and stammered, wait, I still." Before he could finish, Kim Vo Kiat struck him with a punch that twisted his face. He was blasted off the arena, crying out miserably before hitting the ground heavily. Kim Vo Kiat said in boredom, "Trash like this should not come up here. I already said below the martial core realm, at least 3rd level martial core." Crowd below stood agape in shock, thinking only 2 words, too arrogant. Ditch Thien Koi looked at Kim Vo Kiat with interest, thinking he was indeed not bad. At that moment, another person jumped onto the arena and shouted, Kim Vo Kiat, do not be so rampant. Seeing the opponent's coarse face like minced meat, Kim Vo Kiat did not know what to say for a moment. He scratched his head and ears and said, You, what is your name? That appearance is truly unique. It startled me. Honestly, you should not come up here. That man was stunned and asked why. Kim Vo Kiat replied that looking like that was not his fault, but seriously appearing before a crowd was his fault. There were distinguished guests here. If they vomited, he would bear great blame. Hearing this, that man was furious to the point of fuming. The crowd below also fell silent, not understanding what Kim Vo Kiat was saying. Over there, the Shadow Assassination Tower Master trembled with anger. Thien Koi turned and asked him, Is that the son of Ngai Nha? The Shadow Assassination Tower Master respectfully replied, He is the eldest son of this subordinate, Lu Bo. Thien Koi laughed and said, Ha, this Kim Vo Kiat is truly arrogant. On the arena, Lu Bo angrily summoned his martial soul Shadow Divine Flower, drew his longsword, and roared that Kim Vo Kiat must die. Kim Vo Kiat waved his hand dismissively and said stop showing off, then circulated unholy overlord body and heavenly demon true chi. Immediately after, Kim Vo Kiat unleashed Dragon Coil Strikes Iron. Their fists collided like thunder, and Lu Bo had to brace himself to barely withstand it. The result, both were forced back. At this moment, Ditch Thien Koi spoke. That is Kao Chan Axe Dragon Coil Fist. Indeed, a body cultivation divine skill worthy of its reputation. The old national preceptor added, Your Highness, I heard Kao Chan AC intends to marry his daughter to this brat. This is a good opportunity, and Ditch Thien Koi uttered a sound of realization. Thought that if he could subdue Kim Vo Kiat, it would be equivalent to securing Kao Chan AC as well. Guards of such level were not lacking in his residence. But since the national preceptor repeatedly recommended him, there must be another reason. At the same time, Lu Bo panted heavily, his body swaying as he nearly collapsed, roared and executed Seven Shadows' second form, slashing out with his sword, while Kim Vo Kiat immediately activated his move to counter. Dragon Coil Shakes the Sky was unleashed. Kim Vo Kiat threw out a gigantic punch, directly striking Lu Bo's longsword. Lu Bo's eyes widened instantly, completely shocked by the terrifying strength. He staggered slightly, but still barely landed safely. Seeing this, Kim Vo Kiat burst into loud laughter. Lu Bo gritted his teeth in fury and cursed bastard under his breath. Immediately after, he swung his sword and unleashed Shadow Annihilation Kill, filled with murderous intent. Kim Vo Kiat looked at him coldly and said, You brought this upon yourself. He raised his hand and grabbed fiercely at the air, executing Dragon Coil Subdues Demons. A massive white dragon charged straight at Lu Bo, and even though he used both hands to resist, he was quickly struck and slammed heavily onto the floor. Shadow Assassination Tower Master was immediately alarmed. He hurriedly rushed onto the arena to save him. After checking his son's injuries, he roared that all his meridians were severed and his dantian shattered. The attack was too vicious. The Shadow Assassination Tower Master angrily roared, Bastard, you are courting death. At that moment, he suddenly felt a heavy pressure bearing down on his body. Looking up, he saw Ditch Thien Koi and the old national preceptor above. Ditch Thien Koi said in a deep voice, Before me there are those who do not know their limits and those who disregard the rules. Your Thien Nam truly has many talents. The Shadow Assassination Tower Master hurriedly lowered his head and said, May the 13th Lord calm his anger. It was only a moment of mental confusion. After speaking, he carried his son and hastily left the scene. The old national preceptor thought that perhaps it was not wise to bring the 13th Lord to Thien Nam. Then he turned to Ditch Thien Koi and said, Your Highness need not let a small matter affect your mood. What do you think of Thien Lin Hai? Ditch Thien Koi sighed and replied, If she does not enter the arena, how would I know? The old national preceptor raised his hand and pointed in one direction, asking His Highness to look over there. Ditch Thien Koi looked and saw the beautiful Thien Lin Hai standing there quietly. He turned to the national preceptor and said that after the new year this matter would be handled immediately. In form they could compensate the Don Mock Marquis Manor a bit more, and the national preceptor hurriedly accepted the order. Thien Koi then asked, National Preceptor, where is Duong Tran whom you always praise? Why has he not entered the arena? The old national preceptor quickly replied, Please wait a moment, Your Highness. Let me send a voice transmission to Kao Chan AC. This time, Kao Chan AC was regulating his breath when he received the voice transmission from the national preceptor. Chan AC, the 13th Lord wants to see Duong Tran perform. Tell him to enter the arena. After receiving the message, Kao Chan AC turned to Duong Tran and scolded, You brat. The national preceptor is calling you to the arena, saying the 13th Lord is greatly anticipating your performance. Duong Tran responded with a sound of acknowledgement. Then he immediately leapt forward. After stepping onto the arena, he waved to everyone and said, My cultivation is 7th level mortal martial realm. Is there any fellow disciple of the same realm willing to offer guidance? After speaking, he stood upright with a calm expression, waiting below. Someone in the crowd thought that who would still dare to go up. 4 months ago, he was only 6th-level mortal martial realm. Without even summoning his martial soul or drawing his sword, he had killed Lu Tu. Seeing the silence, Duong Tran smiled and said, "No one dares? Then let me add a condition. 8th-level mortal martial realm is also acceptable." Hearing this, Kao Chan AC was so angry he nearly choked, silently cursing that this brat did not know how to feign stupidity. Over there, Thien Lin Hai could only shake her head helplessly. Duong Tran continued speaking. 9th-level mortal martial realm is also acceptable. Regardless of victory or defeat, I will pay 50 spirit stones as an appearance fee. Hearing this, Dich Thien Koi burst into loud laughter. This brat is truly interesting. Seeing that still no one dared to step up, Duong Tran scratched his head and said, "It seems the appearance fee is still too low. Come from a small place, I am very poor." The crowd below murmured, "Could it be that this brat is so formidable that no one in Thien Nam Martial Palace dares to fight him?" Duong Tran raised his voice again. "Forget it. Kim Vo Kiat has already stood out front. As his elder brother, I feel embarrassed. Is there any senior in the martial core realm willing to offer guidance? I will pay 10 spirit stones." That moment, someone jumped onto the arena. It was Don Mok Dian of the Don Mok Marquis Manor. And as soon as he stepped up, he said, "Duong Tran, I heard you are the useless disciple of Thien Ba Quang. I have come to challenge you." Duong Tran replied disdainfully, "May I ask if you have family? My master may have lost all his cultivation, but he is upright. He once taught me to do good to people and deal harshly with dogs. Since I came onto the stage, have I ever insulted your family? Even beasts know to protect their kin. Are you not even as good as that?" These words made Don Mok Dian grind his teeth in fury. He strained his voice, yet could not speak. Hearing this, Dich Thien Koi laughed loudly. His mouth truly spares no one. The old national preceptor also laughed and said, "Your Highness, this is truly my first eye-opener. This brat has never suffered a loss." Dich Thien Koi nodded in approval, angered by the humiliation of his master. Such spirit is not bad. People of the Don Mok Marquis Manor, all darkened in expression. On the arena, Don Mok Dian roared and charged straight forward. "You stinking brat." He immediately activated the Don Mok War Disc Martial Soul. At the same time, he unleashed 100 Poison's Brocade Palm, shouting "Die" as he struck toward Duong Tran. Duong Tran remained calm at the sight, merely snorting coldly. Don Mok Dian sneered in contempt, truly seeking death. Duong Tran simply waved his hand lightly, the movement extremely casual. The instant he touched the opponent's arm, all the bones in Don Mok Dian's arm shattered. His body was also blasted off the arena. Beginning to end, Duong Tran did not move a single step. The crowd fearfully realized there was not the slightest fluctuation of true chi on him. With pure physical strength alone, he crippled one of Don Mok Dian's arms. Such cultivation was truly terrifying. Dich Thien Koi also grew serious. With such a powerful physique, his body techniques must be extraordinary. Old Kao cursed inwardly upon seeing this. "You damned brat. It would have been enough to put on a show, yet you insist on going all out." Just as Duong Tran was about to leave the arena, Dich Thien Koi spoke. "Wait. Duong Tran, are you willing to follow me as a personal attendant?" "I am not." The answer made Duong Tran turn around. The crowd immediately gaped in shock. Being a personal attendant to the 13th Lord was such an honor. Old Kao ground his teeth in anxious anger. "It is over." Duong Tran turned around, his calm gaze meeting the 13th Lord directly. He respectfully cupped his hands. "Many thanks to the 13th Lord for your favor, but my cultivation is still low. I wish to continue training at the Martial Palace. Moreover, my master is now crippled and needs care. When my name resounds across the eastern lands, I will surely go to the royal capital to pay my respects." During this, Dich Thien Koi nodded. At the same time, he gave a word of praise. "Good." Then Dich Thien Koi turned and ordered the national preceptor, "Let us return." Duong Tran maintained his respectful posture, yet a faint smile curved at the corner of his lips. Seeing this, Old Kao laughed loudly. This brat truly believes it now. The 3-year agreement made him genuinely wish to make Dich Thien Koi kneel before him. The scene shifted to a certain vast courtyard. Old Ku led Duong Tran, Lin Nhai and Kim Vo Kiat strolling leisurely along a stone path. Duong Tran smiled and suggested, "Old man, the weather is so nice today. Why not settle the great matter of Tiu Kiat and Lin Nhai in front of brother Kim?" The moment he finished speaking, the two immediately flushed red. Old Ku nodded and said, "The weather is indeed nice. Little Tran, you are Tiu Kiat's elder brother. I finally managed to bring Lin Nhai back. I cannot just marry her off so easily. What betrothal gift do you intend to offer?" Duong Tran stared blankly and replied, "I still have to prepare a betrothal gift." Old Ku sneered, "A poor brat like you probably cannot produce any gift. I will not make it difficult. Do you not have the secret technique to receive innate purple chi? When you help Lin Nhai transform her danchan into a purple mansion, I will go propose on your behalf." His words left the other two stunned. What? Only Duong Tran broke into a cold sweat, thinking inwardly how long would he have to wait. The scene shifted to the front of Zhuo Jian Institute. Seeing Thien Ba Kuang and his group appear, everyone hurried forward to greet them. The two sides clasped hands and exchanged pleasantries for a long time. It had indeed been long since they last met. Thien Ba Kuang looked extremely pleased at this moment. He laughed and said, "I must admit Dich Thien Koi has truly left." Duong Tran narrowed his eyes and affirmed with a smile, "He has left, master. He even boasted about taking me as a follower, truly not reflecting on himself, thinking his face is that great." Thien Ba Kuang laughed coldly. In many years he will understand how ridiculous he was today. With that bit of talent he dares to show off in the eastern lands. Recalling their earlier visit to the Sword Institute, Duong Tran continued speaking to Thien Ba Kuang, "Master, this matter is urgent. There's not much time left, at most 3 years." Thien Ba Kuang asked in surprise, 3 years? Cao Chan AC also interjected, "I will take 3 years as the limit. If he succeeds, I will personally approve Lin Hai to follow him." Upon hearing this, Duong Tran's eyes shone brightly. Thien Ba Kuang widened his eyes and uttered a sound of shock, thinking inwardly, "Arranging my daughter's marriage without asking me." Duong Tran was still immersed in his joy. Thien Ba Kuang pointed at Duong Tran and said, "Martial uncle, is this not too lenient on him?" "No, I must add a condition." Duong Tran immediately turned pale. He inwardly lamented, "Why do I have such a bad premonition?" Thien Ba Kuang raised one finger and said, "Within 3 years you must find an opportunity of the Purple Mansion. Do not say I make it difficult. As long as you find a wisp of innate purple chi and successfully fuse it, it will count as passing." This condition left Duong Tran, Kim Vo Kiat and Lin Nhi all staring in shock. Thien Ba Kuang wondered if his requirement was too high, then told himself that for this brat, a higher bar was fitting. Beside him, Lin Nhi could not help but purse her lips in a smile. Seeing that expression, Thien Ba Kuang was full of doubt, and Cao Chan AC said, "Ba Kuang, it seems the quiet of the Sword Institute has limited your imagination." Thien Ba Kuang was startled, thinking what did that mean? Could it be my requirement is low? That is impossible. Finding a wisp of innate purple chi for Duong Tran should be an impossible task. Seeing his expression, old Ku turned to the two behind him. "You Kiat, you tell the story of this trip to the secret realm?" Then changed his mind. "Forget it. Let Lin Nhi speak." Lin Nhi happily nodded. "All right, this time we entered the secret realm. During the 20 days inside, each of us found a treasure worth about 500 spirit stones, all of which had to be handed over to the Martial Palace." She recounted the clash between Kim Vo Kiat and Shen Bok Thang, and how Duong Tran intervened, how he used sword intent to defeat Kiu Qiang and the others, and how they obtained the spoils, but most importantly, it was the matter of dividing the innate purple chi. As soon as she finished, Thien Ba Kuang seemed struck by lightning, eyes wide and mouth agape. Cao Chan AC hurriedly knocked on the table to remind him, "Ba Kuang, wake up." Thien Ba Kuang looked blankly at Duong Tran, who could only smile awkwardly. Then Thien Ba Kuang buried his face on the table and wailed. He howled, "What sin have I committed? How did I accept such a prodigal disciple? Do you know how precious innate purple chi is? Even an outsider like Ngayat Nha, you gave it away. You infuriate me to death." Hearing this, Duong Tran merely thought inwardly, was it not just a wisp of innate purple chi? Was such a reaction necessary? Old Ku suddenly interjected, causing Duong Tran's face to pale. "Ba Kuang, I think this brat was probably caught in a beauty trap." Thien Ba Kuang immediately flew into a rage and shouted, "Duong Tran, if you do not explain clearly today, even if I am beaten to death, I will not marry Lin Hai to you." At this moment, Daiken stepped forward and patted Duong Tran's shoulder gently. "Little Tran, this matter must be explained clearly." Duong Tran widened his eyes and stood frozen. Outwardly he looked distressed, while inwardly he wailed that he was wrong. Then a voice rang out in the sky, "Oh my, it is quite lively here." Then old Gongsun and Thien Lin Hai descended. The moment Thien Ba Kuang saw his master, he immediately stood up to greet him. His mouth stammered, "Ma's master." He hurriedly knelt in salute. Old Gongsun helped him up and said, "Stand up. Already grown yet still crying, your daughter and disciple are here. You may not care about face, but I do." Thien Ba Kuang immediately stood up and smiled. "Yes, master. Please take a seat." Old Gongsun turned to Daikan and said, "Little Luo, bring the cups. The weather is so fine today, let us drink heartily." Ku laughed heartily and clapped his hands. "Bring the wine." He added, "Senior brother La Zhu must have gained quite a harvest as well." A moment later, Daikan, Duong Tran and Kim Vo Kiat each carried a jar of wine and walked out. Seeing Duong Tran carefully set down the wine jar, old Gongsun asked, "What did you just do to make Ba Kuang cry like that? Did you gang up to bully him?" Duong Tran hurriedly changed the subject. "Grandmaster, how can we drink without dishes? Let me fetch some food. The roasted meat in Chiu Ka is the best." Old Gongsun understood and did not press further, waving his hand to let him go. As if granted amnesty, Duong Tran dashed straight to the kitchen. Taking advantage of Duong Tran's absence, old Ku reminded Lin Hai that this brat was very good at teasing people, and she must be careful in the future. During this, Thien Lin Hai blushed shyly. Thien Ba Kwong also turned to ask Lin Hai whether that brat truly gave the innate purple chi to Ngayat Nha. Thien Lin Hai smiled and replied, "Father, matters are not something we can control." Thien Ba Kwong exclaimed in astonishment. His expression immediately darkened, and Kim Vo Kayat standing nearby broke into a cold sweat. Hurriedly explained, "Sister, my brother did not obtain it easily either." Thien Lin Hai did not know how to respond, and only looked on quietly. Then she made an excuse to check the kitchen and left. Upon entering the kitchen, she saw Duong Tran holding a large slab of roasted meat, and he softly called, "Lin Hai." Suddenly, Thien Lin Hai rushed straight toward him, startling Duong Tran. Duong Tran quickly asked, "What is wrong, Lin Hai, silly girl?" Thien Lin Hai said nothing, and directly pressed a fiery kiss onto Duong Tran's lips. Only after a while did they part. Duong Tran was still dazed, forcing himself to steady his mind as he stammered, Lin Hai." Lin Hai suddenly narrowed her eyes with a mischievous smile. Truly a great bargain. She even stuck out her tongue playfully, picked up a sharp knife, and said she would help him cook. The martial academy was already on break. Once her mother arrived, the whole family would reunite. Before long, a table full of sumptuous dishes was prepared by Duong Tran and Thien Lin Hai. Old Gongsun raised his wine cup and said, "Duong Tran, after the new year you must leave Thien Nam for the Eastern Emperor Sword Sect. I have ties with the great elder there. You will have support." Duong Tran held a roasted drumstick while eating. Asked in surprise, "Is it that urgent?" Gongsun Enhai explained that the 13th Lord had seen him, and he feared variables might arise, so leaving early was better. After hearing this, Duong Tran broke into a cold sweat. He nodded and replied that was fine. One night of the previous year, at this moment, the old national preceptor was intently examining a divination on a turtle shell. Suddenly, he noticed something unusual. In horror, he saw a vicious name appear on the paper, making him shout that the eastern lands would perish, and the chief culprit was Duong Tran. The national preceptor immediately sprang up in shock. This must be reported to the 13th Lord at once. Scene shifted to the Thien Nam Commandery Governor's mansion. A fiery phoenix carried the national preceptor down to this place. Upon seeing the national preceptor, that man hurriedly asked what brought him here. National preceptor coldly interrupted, "By the order of the king." Hearing this, that man immediately knelt in salute. The national preceptor loudly commanded that the Thien Nam governor receive the order to immediately hunt down Duong Tran, kill all involved without mercy, seal the entire city, and search for his whereabouts. The Thien Nam governor bowed respectfully and accepted the command. Inwardly, he was puzzled. Duong Tran had only recently been taken as a personal attendant by the 13th Lord. How had he suddenly become wanted? The governor added that Duong Tran was likely at Zhu Jian Institute on the mountain outside the city. National preceptor turned and said he should lead men to arrest him, while he would visit the Don Mok Manor, and the governor immediately obeyed. Soon troop after troop gathered. They advanced in waves toward the mountain outside the city. Ican quickly detected the unusual movement. In the blink of an eye, Zhu Jian Institute was tightly surrounded. Daikan flew out and demanded to know what the governor intended. The governor replied with a cold smile that he acted under royal command to arrest Duong Tran and demanded he be handed over. At this moment, Gongsun Enhai led Kao Chan AC, Kim Vo Kayat, Duong Tran, and Thien Ba Kwong out. Seeing this scene, Duong Tran stared in shock. Thought it was far too coincidental. They had mentioned it last night, and now a royal decree from the eastern lands had arrived, as if foretelling the future. Kao Chan AC angrily asked whether the decree clearly stated the reason. The governor only gave an awkward smile. "I also wish to know the reason." These words left Duong Tran and the others speechless. Duong Tran loudly asked whether the governor had fabricated the decree on his own, whether this was real or not. The governor replied that whether it was true or false would be clear once the national preceptor arrived. Duong Tran said in frustration that they would wait for the national preceptor then. Inwardly, he calculated that stubborn resistance would implicate his master. What should he do? Just then, a fiery phoenix appeared in the sky. The national preceptor and his entourage descended, were accompanied by people from the Don Mok Manor. Among them was Don Mok Manhwa. Duong Tran stepped forward and respectfully greeted the national preceptor. The national preceptor thought inwardly that he did not believe Duong Tran would truly destroy the eastern lands, but fate was such. He said coldly that Duong Tran should follow him to the royal commandery, and in the eastern lands he would arrange matters properly for him. Duong Tran smiled and replied that was fine, and asked for some time to bid farewell to his master. The national preceptor waved his hand in agreement. Manghwa suddenly rushed down, and behind her the national preceptor called out loudly, "Manghwa." Manghwa gently landed before Thien Ba Kwong. Thien Ba Kwong quickly grasped her hands, and Meng Hoa's eyes were already brimming with tears. Duong Tran turned to instruct Kim Vo Kiat that he would follow the national preceptor and find a way to escape. After he left, they must have old Kao protect Lin Hai well. They would meet in Thien Kot City. If not met, they would not return. Then he turned and respectfully saluted. Master, mistress, please take care. Duong Tran decisively turned and left. Thien Ba Kwong looked after him and suddenly shouted Duong Tran. He turned to speak with Gongsun Enhai and Kao Chan AC. Master, Marshal Uncle, we cannot let little Tran go to his death like this. Gongsun Enhai and Kao Chan AC thought inwardly whether this brat truly had a way to escape the hands of so many experts. Lin Hai clutched Gongsun Enhai's hand and pleaded that he save Duong Tran. Gongsun Enhai swept his sharp gaze across the scene, then fell into silence. Southern City Lord sneered inwardly. A bunch of trash. They did not even dare to resist. If they dared to resist, it would be even better. He would capture them all in one sweep. The Shadow Assassination Tower Master mocked that the king was wise, and a traitor like Duong Tran deserved to be sliced to death. Hearing this, old Gongsun and the others fell silent, not knowing how to respond. Gongsun Enhai softly said to Kao Chan AC that in a moment he should lead them to retreat while he would cover the rear. Kao Chan AC glared in opposition. He told Gongsun Enhai that he would stay behind instead. Gongsun Enhai shook his head. Chan AC, I am more suitable for this matter than you. Kao Chan AC pondered for a moment, then nodded that they would follow his arrangement. Thien Lin Hai was already sobbing endlessly. Kim Vo Kiat ran over to comfort her, telling her not to worry. He had escaped the Thien Nam secret realm before and would surely have a way out. He was creating an opportunity for them. They would definitely meet again in Thien Kot City. Suddenly, Gongsun Enhai leapt into the air. Kao Chan AC pressed his finger to the ground, forming a teleportation array, and shouted to hurry and leave immediately. Immediately, the group shot into the sky, and the city lord of Thien Nam panicked and shouted that they had escaped. Everyone then cried out to quickly inform the governor. But at that very moment, Gongsun Enhai seized the chipped sword. He swung it fiercely toward the two who were fleeing, and both were instantly sent on their final journey. Bodies collapsed to the ground one after another, their lives completely ended. Suddenly a figure streaked across the sky, and Gongsun Enhai wondered whether Lathien Hone had received the news. But on second thought, it was impossible to arrive so quickly. Just then the people of the Don Mok clan hurried to Gongsun Enhai. Gongsun Enhai stepped forward and asked coldly, Don Mok Kok, what a coincidence. Don Mok Kok looked confused and asked what he meant by coincidence. Gongsun Enhai calmly replied that he had been planning to visit their marquee manor to discuss an important matter. Don Mok Kok's face twisted, thinking what important matter could this old man possibly have to discuss with him. Still uneasy, he spoke again to Gongsun Enhai, old institute master. May I take Lin Hai back? Gongsun Enhai immediately showed displeasure, saying Don Mok Kok's request was unreasonable. Father and daughter had just reunited. How could they be separated again? Was the Marquis Manor not afraid Lin Hai would harbor resentment? Don Mok Kok fell silent for a moment before replying that he would return in the morning to fetch her. After speaking, he gestured politely to Gongsun Enhai. Old Institute Master, please. That time, a group still lingered in the sky. Then they all vanished together, just as a streak of golden light tore through the air. The governor shouted in shock that Tran AC dared to protect Thien Lin Hai and leave Ko-sun. How bold he was. He immediately ordered a message sent to the royal capital, then led his men straight to Zhai Jian Institute. Soon the governor arrived at the Sword Institute atop Kun Mountain. But Thien Lin Hai had vanished. She was the woman of the 13th Lord. If she truly escaped Thien Nam, his reputation would be ruined. Grinding his teeth in hatred, the governor thought that the only plan left was to seize Gongsun Enhai. This moment inside the Don Mok Marquis Manor, Gongsun Enhai sat facing Don Mok Kok. Don Mok Kok sipped tea and asked what important matter he wished to discuss. Gongsun Enhai drained his cup and slowly spoke. Don Mok Kok, 18 years ago on New Year's Eve, do you remember? Tonight I will collect both principal and interest. As his words fell, countless roots sprouted around Don Mok Kok, a green aura spreading through the room. Soon a group of subordinates slipped into the room and waited. Don Mok Kok clenched his teeth in fury. He growled Gongsun Enhai. What do you mean? Do you dare bully my Marquis Manor? Gongsun Enhai remained silent, his expression terrifyingly cold. Suddenly the governor stormed in with imposing force, knocking aside the Don Mok men. He shouted for everyone to step aside. The governor stomped on the table, crushed it, and told Gongsun Enhai that if he revealed Thien Lin Hai's whereabouts, he would spare his life. Gongsun Enhai pressed his hand lightly. The teacup cracked. He laughed loudly and said it seemed that after years of inaction they had forgotten the fear when he once dominated Thien Nam. A rabble daring to be so arrogant was laughable. As he spoke, his eyes suddenly widened. Sword light erupted behind him like a peacock spreading its tail. and the weaker ones were blasted away. Above Gongsun Enhai's head, a sword slowly condensed into form. The room was shattered into rubble by sword chi. Flames surged over Gongsun Enhai's body, and Don Mok Kok shouted for him to stop. At that moment, several figures appeared in the sky, among them Qiu Wudi. Gongsun Enhai withdrew his aura and snorted coldly. Seeing this, Qiu Wudi breathed a sigh of relief and descended. After a moment of silence, he said that the old institute master need not go so far. Gongsun Enhai replied that Qiu Wudi should know well what he had done for over 300 years in the eastern lands. They wished to enslave its people, and any talented person who refused to submit rarely survived. Qiu Wudi fell silent. Gongsun Enhai continued that he had once despaired, but heaven mocked him by giving hope. Even if they summoned the alien race, it would not succeed. Qiu Wudi then called out, "Old Institute Master, the Don Mok Marquis manner once offended you. Please, for the sake of being from Thien Nam, do not slaughter any further." Gongsun Enhai laughed, thinking it was enough to delay until Cao Tran AC arrived. He should go see Duong Tran instead. With that thought, he turned and left. As he flew away, he left a final remark: "Take care of yourselves." While flying, he silently prayed that Duong Tran must remain safe. At the same time, Duong Tran was laughing heartily with the old national preceptor. Then Duong Tran asked the national preceptor, "Possess mysterious divine power. Can you foresee whether this journey will be fortunate or disastrous?" The old national preceptor sighed helplessly. He said he could not predict it. Duong Tran smiled brightly and asked if he dared wager that this trip would be absolutely safe. The old national preceptor merely uttered a sound. Duong Tran calculated that if all went well, Lin Hai should have already left Thien Nam's territory. This time, there was no need to worry. Duong Tran then said the national preceptor could probably foresee his fate as well. The old national preceptor did not understand and glanced at him. Duong Tran raised his hand and said that the different king had offended him so greatly. He did not fear retaliation in the future. The old national preceptor asked in astonishment, "In the future?" Stroking his beard, he said the brat seemed very confident. Duong Tran narrowed his eyes and smiled. "National preceptor, I hold you in esteem, take care." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately executed a transformation, black chi enveloping his entire body. In a blink, the black chi dissipated, and Duong Tran vanished. The old national preceptor reacted too late and shouted, "Not good." He reached out to grab the black chi but caught nothing. The old national preceptor stood stunned and muttered that he had disappeared. How could that be? There were thousands of Zhang Hai in the sky. Stop. He pressed his palms together, formed hand seals, and released his divine sense to search. After searching for a while, he said in frustration that even his divine sense could not detect him. He truly lost track. What method had he used? At that moment, a soldier ran over and asked what they should do. The national preceptor sighed that no wonder the brat had acted that way. He had agreed so decisively. Clearly, he had a plan. He immediately ordered that something was wrong, and they must return to Thien Nam at once. The phoenix obeyed and turned, accelerating back. The old national preceptor suddenly thought that perhaps everything had been arranged earlier. If Thien Lin Hai and the people of the Sword Institute left Thien Nam, it would spell disaster. Phoenix exerted full speed toward Thien Nam. Meanwhile, Duong Tran stepped out of the black chi, calculating inwardly. Shadow movement martial intent allowed escape, but consumed too much soul power. If prolonged, he could not endure. Thinking this, he gasped for breath. Suddenly, Duong Tran sensed something amiss. Before he could react, a figure in golden armor, wielding a spear, charged straight at him. Distance was too close and too sudden. Duong Tran could not dodge, and only the thought "it is over" flashed through his mind. In that instant, the spear pierced through, straight into Duong Tran's back. Agonizing pain surged, making his eyes roll white. At that moment, a surge of sword intent burst from within Duong Tran. Sword chi exploded violently, knocking the spearhead away from his back. The golden-armored man turned pale in terror at the sight. Duong Tran's sword chi took the shape of a dragon head, opening its jaws to bite at the opponent. The power was so immense that the soldier only had time to scream before vanishing. Duong Tran looked down at his body and breathed out. Had he truly survived? And as he steadied himself, his body began to weaken again. Duong Tran muttered in panic, "It is over, I am so sleepy." As soon as he finished speaking, he shut his eyes tightly and plunged straight down. From a height of several thousand zhang, his body fell freely out of control. Just as he was about to hit the ground, someone waved a hand in time to stop him. That person was Hushan Zhenyi Bu Gui, the shopkeeper. He smiled and said, "Young master, your chess skills are truly dazzling. A stable game was personally pushed by you into a perilous position." At the same time, Gongsun Enhai was flying through the air when he suddenly sensed something unusual. He sighed softly. His true chi was about to run dry. Thinking this, he slowed his flight. Then Gongsun Enhai landed on a large rock and began regulating his breath to gather true chi. Suddenly, the spirit stone at his side cracked. This startled Gongsun Enhai greatly. He immediately stood and surveyed the surroundings. Suddenly, he noticed a familiar figure lying motionless on the ground and thought whether he had encountered a ghost. Looking closely, he stared in disbelief. When he landed, there had clearly been no one. How could anyone in the eastern lands bypass his perception and bring someone here without a sound? Gongsun Enhai hurriedly lifted Duong Tran and called his name loudly. Seeing he was still unconscious, he placed a hand on his chest to feel the heartbeat and sighed in relief. Fortunately, he was not dead. Gongsun Enhai immediately released his divine sense to search for whoever had brought Duong Tran. Yet the result was completely empty. Helpless, he carried Duong Tran on his back and flew straight into the sky. In Thien Nam City, the old national preceptor ordered soldiers to search the entire city without missing a single household. At this moment, Nguyen Tiu Tan, dressed provocatively, shouted, "What? Duong Tran has disappeared? Even Lin Na Chai and the others are gone. Such a huge matter, and you tell me only now." Tiu Tan hurriedly threw on a coat and rushed out. Thinking Duong Tran could not leave like that, their fate had not even begun. The scene shifted to the third day of the new year in Thien Cot City. Thien Lin Hai, Kao Chan AC, and Kim Vo Kiat had already arrived. The climate here made the women feel extremely uncomfortable. Kao Chan AC withdrew his artifact and told everyone to enter the city. Lin Nhai held the little dragon and asked Kim Vo Kiat whether Duong Tran could escape. Kim Vo Kiat replied decisively that his brother would surely manage. At that moment, the little dragon suddenly barked like a dog. Kim Vo Kiat laughed happily and said, "See, even Zyro Hai says it is possible." In Zyro Hai's heart he cursed. "I was saying that little demon should die out there and never return. Better to die without a whole body." Then Kao Chan AC led the group onward. Some unknown time they had found several veiled hats to prepare for entering the city. Before the Grand Duke Pavilion, Kao Chan AC reminded them to act cautiously. They would wait for Duong Tran here. 3 days later, on the third day of the new year, Duong Tran gradually awoke and let out a soft groan. Then he discovered he was being carried by old Gongsun. Gongsun Enhai asked, "Duong Tran, you finally woke up. Do you know how many days you have slept?" Duong Tran merely rubbed his eyes without answering. Then he suddenly remembered something and hurriedly said, "Old man, fortunately you saved me. Otherwise it would have been truly dangerous." Gongsun Enhai continued to ask, "How exactly did you escape from the hands of those experts of Donggyu Chishi?" Gongsun Enhai set Duong Tran down. He explained that he sensed a kind of dark martial intent, which after activation allowed concealment, so ordinary people could not detect him. Gongsun Enhai exclaimed, "What? You awakened martial intent, and it is dark martial intent." He pointed at Duong Tran and said, "Demonstrate it for me." Hearing this, Duong Tran immediately activated Shadow Movement Martial Intent. In an instant, he vanished without a trace. Gongsun Enhai was astonished. After searching for a long time without finding him, he called out Little Tran. Gongsun Enhai thought this martial intent was too heaven-defying. Truly a life-saving trump card. No wonder the brat escaped Donggyu Chishi's encirclement. When Duong Tran reappeared, Gongsun Enhai nodded in praise. "Very good. This move is not bad. It suits your character." Duong Tran went straight to the point and asked, "Old man, what territory are we in now?" Gongsun Enhai replied they were nearing the northern border of the eastern lands. His master should have long been in Thien Cot City. Hearing this, Duong Tran waved his hand and said, "Then let us go." Suddenly Gongsun Enhai asked Brat, "Back in Thien Nam, did you encounter anyone strange?" Duong Tran was stunned and asked what he meant by strange. Gongsun Enhai thought clearly a mysterious powerhouse had saved Duong Tran and even concealed him from his perception. Who was it, and how terrifying was that cultivation? Suddenly Gongsun Enhai reached out and grabbed Duong Tran by the collar. Sudden action startled Duong Tran, and he was lifted up. Gongsun Enhai flew straight into the sky and simply said, "Let us go." The scene shifted to nightfall in Thien Cot City. Two figures appeared above Thien Cot City, Duong Tran and Gongsun Enhai. Upon arrival, Gongsun Enhai released his grip, and Duong Tran dropped straight down. He cried out in pain while Thien Lin Hai, Kao Chan AC, and Kim Vo Kiat anxiously waited. Kao Chan AC suddenly said they have arrived. Gongsun Enhai led Duong Tran inside after lifting the curtain. Thien Lin Hai joyfully called Duong Tran, while Kao Chan AC merely glanced and smiled faintly. Thien Lin Hai rushed forward and hugged him tightly. Duong Tran comforted her, saying, "Silly girl, why cry? I told you I would be fine." Kim Vo Kiat then called out, "Brother, once we grow stronger, we will return and kill them all." The next morning, Duong Tran stepped out and excitedly declared that next they would leave the eastern lands and head straight to the Eastern Emperor Sword Sect. Kao Chan AC frowned and asked whether they had gathered clear information about the Eastern Emperor Sword Sect. Kim Vo Kiat replied innocently that he knew the Eastern Emperor Sword Sect's land was not as vast as the Eastern lands, but its strength surpassed the Yi Feng royal clan. Kao Chan AC asked if that was all. Kim Vo Kiat scratched his head awkwardly and said that was all he knew. Kao Chan AC shook his head and sighed that they might die outside without even knowing how. Thien Lin Hai added that though the Eastern Emperor Sword Sect was a sect, it governed 72 cities, each managed by a sword branch. And though its method of selecting talent resembled the Yifeng royal clan, its essence was entirely different. First, the Eastern Emperor Sword Sect did not enslave disciples, but provided fair cultivation resources to nurture talent. Second, and most crucial, the sect opened all divine ruins to encourage more Purple Mansion realm experts. Third, within its territory, martial culture flourished, and laws were strict. Even the Eastern Emperor clan could not fight among themselves. They were only given priority in resources and did not treat living beings as slaves. Bao Chan AC continued that legend said in ancient times, a god-level expert of the Eastern Emperor clan offended a supreme powerhouse and secluded himself in Eastern Emperor Mountain. His descendants flourished and eventually formed the Eastern Emperor Sword Sect. The Eastern Emperor family possessed an extremely powerful sword inheritance. During this, Duong Tran and Kim Vo Kiat's eyes shone brightly. A month passed. Duong Tran and the group arrived at a large city. Kim Vo Kiat looked around in admiration and said this was truly a paradise for sword cultivators. Duong Tran also marveled at the countless experts. Old Gongsun instructed them to find lodging and rest. Martial culture here was strong and duels easily occurred. He would go up the mountain to visit old friends and arrange matters for them. Not long after Gongsun Enhai appeared on a mountain, guarding disciple invited him in and said the great elder was at Heavenly Mechanism Medicine Valley and he could not accompany him. Please, senior, proceed alone. Gongsun Enhai laughed upon hearing this. He strode in laughing heartily, and the disciple turned away. Soon Gongsun Enhai went deep into Heavenly Mechanism Medicine Valley. He saw someone admiring flowers and called out, "Old Hugh." That person was the great elder of the Eastern Emperor Sword Sect, who laughed and said, "Ghost Wuya, a guest from afar is truly welcome." Gongsun Enhai asked directly whether there was wine, and the great elder replied, "Of course." Moments later, the great elder brought out a wooden barrel and said, "Ghost, you are fortunate. Try this 100-herb brew." Kong Tun old man widened his eyes in shock. 100-herb brew. Grand elder ladled wine into a cup and asked, "Why are you not enjoying peace in Thien Nam, and instead running to Dong Hong Mountain?" Kong Tun Enhai took the cup and sighed. "It is a long story. I was forced to the end of the road by the Dich Fong royal clan. That is why I had to flee here." Grand elder took a sip and sneered, "Dich Vo Fong. He is nothing more than a frog at the bottom of a well." He even joked that he could step in and deal with that man, then let you become the master of the Eastern land. Would that not be fine? Kong Tun Enhai shook his head and said, "Ho Alao, do not underestimate him. With only my cultivation at the Heaven Union realm, how could I suppress a low-grade spirit vein and hold the Eastern land?" After that he continued, "Ho Alao, I also brought several juniors with me. Could you allow them to enter the sword sect to cultivate?" The Grand Elder glanced at him and asked, "Who are they? What is their aptitude?" Kong Tun old man proudly boasted, "They are all top-tier geniuses, especially my disciple grandson Duong Tran, an all-element heavenly Tao master who has awakened dual attributes. Moreover, the boy possesses twin martial souls. At only the 8th level of the true martial realm, he has already condensed a heaven-defying martial intent." Seeing that proud expression, the Grand Elder thought to himself that he understood the young master better than this old man did. He was even more anxious than him. But on the surface, he still pretended to be shocked and said, "Really?" While inwardly, he despised this old man for understanding less than 30% of the young master talent and still daring to claim the role of Grandmaster. Half an hour later, Kong Tun old man walked out of the Medicine Valley, laughing that this old ghost 100-herb brew was indeed not bad. He returned to his residence. He pushed the door open and entered. Ku Chan AC saw this and immediately came forward to greet him. Asked senior brother, "How did it go?" Kong Tun old man replied, "In 10 days the demonic sword platform will open. You will participate in the martial competition as outer sect disciples. After becoming core disciples, Ho Alao will support your cultivation resources." After hearing this, Kim Vo Kiat thought to himself that after being busy for half a day, they only gained priority resources. Kong Tun old man explained, "The demonic sword platform is the supreme treasure for sword cultivation of the Dong Hong sword sect. Only core disciples can access it. Moreover, every 3 years, the sect holds a martial assembly, selecting geniuses from 72 cities to enter Dong Hong Mountain. This is the grand demonic sword platform ceremony, renowned throughout the region." Hearing this, Kim Vo Kiat and Lin Nhi both widened their eyes in shock. Lin Nhi continued, "It only happens once every 3 years. The strong must gather in great numbers. Entering Dong Hong Mountain will likely not be easy." Kong Tun old man exhaled and said, "The grand ceremony is divided into the true martial realm and the martial core realm. You are all in the true martial realm. Therefore, you will stand on the same level. You must trust one another. ManhwaCapped rested his chin in thought and said that among those at the 9th level of the true martial realm, there are probably not many who can block the first move of my dragon fist. Kuchan AC glanced at him and said, "You brat truly do not know modesty." In shift 10 days later, the demonic sword platform opened as scheduled. The number of registrants was overwhelming. Duong Tran draped an arm over a girl's shoulder and asked, "Miss, may I ask what the first prize is this time?" Girl replied in surprise, "You do not even know this, and still dare to come participate. The first prize is a promise from the Dong Hong sect master. The top-ranked person may make a request." Duong Tran was stunned and asked again, "Any request?" The girl replied, "As long as it is something the sect master can accomplish." Duong Tran thought to himself that Lik Tuan once said the Dong Hong sect master possessed a soul exchange spirit stone. If he won first place, he could borrow it to help his master restore the soul body. At this moment, Thien Lin Hai took Duong Tran's hand. She looked at him with clear eyes and said, "You will definitely succeed." After that, Duong Tran stepped forward to line up and wait to register. Finally, it was his turn. The steward asked for his basic information. Duong Tran smiled and replied, "Duong Tran, 19 years old, 8th level of the true martial realm." After hearing this, the steward handed Duong Tran a token. He stamped the card and said the registration is complete. Just return and wait for notification. Duong Tran took back the stone, holding the card in his hand while still staring at it blankly. He saw Thien Lin Hai walk out and ask, "Are the procedures finished?" Thien Lin Hai raised the card in her hand and replied somewhat helplessly, "Yes, but there are too many people. I heard them say registration will last 3 days. At least several tens of thousands will participate." Duong Tran revealed a sly smile, reached out to wrap an arm around Thien Lin Hai's waist and said, "It is fine. While we wait for news, we can stroll around as if on a date." Thien Lin, after hearing that, immediately pounded her fists against Duong Tran's chest and angrily scolded him for being so hateful, while Duong Tran laughed in delight until his eyes narrowed. A moment later, the 4 of them, Duong Tran, Thien Lin Hai, Lin Nhai, and ManhwaCapped, all sat neatly in front of Ku Tran AC. Tran AC held a sheet of paper in his hand and spoke in a solemn tone. "Listen carefully. This grand ceremony gathers many geniuses. The most outstanding is Van Trung Ho, the genius of the Van Trung family of Dong Hong, praised as a once-in-a-century sword prodigy." Lin Nhai immediately added, "There is also Deep Song Than, Ho Din San, and the others are no less famous." Ku Tran AC continued, "Those people are all in the true martial realm, and in the martial core realm, almost everyone acknowledges Dong Hong Yuang Tai as the top figure. Dong Hong Yuang Tai is the only son of the city lord of Dong Hong, from a branch of the Dong Hong clan. His talent soars to the heavens, even surpassing the direct lineage descendants, leaving the 4 of them wide-eyed in shock." After speaking, Ku Tran AC waved his hand, continued to instruct them. "In the next 2 days, there is no need to train excessively. Just maintain your current state and rest well to prepare for the ceremony." Hearing that, Duong Tran silently muttered, "Ben Trung Ho, Dong Hong Yuang Tai Hes He. There are truly many geniuses." He was starting to feel anticipation. 2 days later, the arena was already packed with people. On the stands, several people sat chatting animatedly. It was truly lively. The Demon Sword Platform ceremony deserved its reputation as the biggest festival of Dong Hong Sword Sect held once every 3 years. 72 cities gathered, plenty of excitement to watch. A woman beside them took a drag of smoke and said she only wondered whether any dark horse would erupt. The old man beside her shook his head and said it would be difficult. In the true martial realm, Van Trung Ho would certainly take first, and in the martial core realm, Dong Hong Yuang Tai held it firmly. Another man gloomily consoled his companion, "Forget about dreaming of prizes. As long as we give our all and become core disciples of the sword sect, able to cultivate in Dong Hong Mountain, that is enough." Suddenly, several streaks of golden light appeared in the sky and shot straight toward the arena. Standing upon those golden lights were 4 high-ranking figures of great status from Dong Hong Sword Sect. Leading them was a large and stout man, none other than the sect master of Dong Hong Hao Chin. As soon as he appeared, he spoke in a resounding voice. "The Demon Sword Platform held once every 3 years begins again. You are all the future of Dong Hong Sword Sect. The sect hopes you will achieve brilliant accomplishments and one day charge outward to proclaim the sect's prestige." Then he sternly reminded them, "During the martial exhibition, you must not deliberately cause injury, and you must absolutely not kill your opponent. The ceremony is only to examine talent and aptitude, not a battle of life and death." He waved his hand and continued, "Everything follows the old rules. I and the elders will fairly select 200 geniuses to enter Dong Hong Mountain as core disciples, entirely voluntary. In addition, the top 3 of both the true martial realm and the martial lord realm will receive grand rewards. and the first-place winner will even be granted one wish. The sect master smiled with narrowed eyes and added, if the 2 first-place winners catch the eyes of my 2 beloved daughters, I may even marry them all. The crowd below instantly erupted, their cheers shaking the sky. Duong Tran was stunned and blurted out, damn, one can even become a son-in-law. At that moment, Thien Lin Hai shot him a gaze filled with killing intent. She leaned close to his ear and whispered, it seems you also have that chance. Becoming the son-in-law of Dong Hong sect master truly is a step to the heavens. Hearing that, Duong Tran was startled and raised his hand to rub his chin thoughtfully. He seriously uttered 2 words, make sense. But as soon as he finished speaking, Duong Tran felt that something was not right. He turned around and saw Thien Lin Hai standing behind him smiling with narrowed eyes, yet her killing intent surged fiercely. Duong Tran was pinched so painfully that his eyes widened. He hurriedly cried out, Lin Hai, I was only joking, you would not really believe it. Do not take it seriously, let go of me. There are so many people around. Everyone is watching. On the stands, Dong Hong Hao Chin shouted loudly, silence. All contestants participating in the martial exhibition, please step forward according to the order of your tokens. The ceremony officially begins. At that moment, all the wooden tokens on everyone were suddenly drawn up into the air, continuously spun in the sky. It turned out this was the method of random pairing. Then they separated into pairs one by one. The tokens flew down from the sky into the elders, hands one after another. An elder raised 2 tokens high and shouted, Duong Kai Kong versus Luther Siu. As Duong Tran walked toward the stage, he said, the first round is randomly drawn. If one encounters a master right away, would that not be unfair? Thien Lin Hai immediately replied that it was obvious he had not listened carefully. The sect master had said that luck is also part of strength. On the stage, the sounds of combat boomed, drawing Duong Tran's attention. He continued commenting, among the 200 true martial realm participants just now, I saw at least 50 preparing sword-type martial souls. Kim Vo Kiat also added that sword cultivators here are indeed far more numerous than other types. Lin Nhi happily said that the first round had ended. Not many were injured. Everyone wanted to display their talent. Such an atmosphere was truly enjoyable. On the stage, the elder once again shouted loudly, next match. Kim Vo Kiat immediately rolled up his sleeves excitedly and turned to the others, saying it was his turn. Crowd below began discussing, who is Kim Vo Kiat? Such bad luck to face Van Trung Tiu Nguyen. Another person chuckled and said that although Van Trung Tiu Nguyen was not as strong as Van Trung Ho, his strength was extremely powerful. Those at the 9th level of true martial realm were certainly not his opponents. Duong Tran thought to himself, although he is Van Trung Ho's younger brother, these past few days it seems, I heard the Van Trung family has brought many people this time. It truly broadened one's horizons. He smiled and slung an arm over Thien Lin Hai's shoulder, saying, Fox Spirit, Tiu Kiat's luck is not bad. In the first match, he already encountered a genius of the Van Trung family. This time, he will surely make a name for himself in one battle. Over there, Van Trung Tiu Nguyen had already strode onto the stage. As soon as he set foot on the stage, he smiled arrogantly, as if victory was already in his grasp. Seeing Kim Vo Kiat standing there staring blankly at him, Van Trung Tiu Nguyen sneered and said he should hurry and admit defeat. Kim Vo Kiat scratched his head and replied, Brother Tiu Nguyen, I think it would be more reasonable for you to take the initiative to admit defeat. My punches are very heavy, I am afraid that if I am not careful, I will injure you. The crowd below gaped in shock, asking what he had just said and whether they had heard wrong. Van Trung Tiu Nguyen only cast him a disdainful glance after hearing that. That man must be insane. Having never heard of him, yet he dared to speak so arrogantly to me. Duong Tran below smiled faintly and said that statement sounded reasonable. If he accidentally injured him, the referee would probably say nothing. Lin Nhi turned pale upon hearing that and thought to herself that Vo Kiat's way of speaking was becoming more and more like Duong Tran, which was not a good thing and needed to be restrained. On the stage, Van Trung Tiu Nguyen summoned his martial soul and shouted loudly, You truly are crazy enough. At this moment, Kim Vo Kiat still stood motionless like a statue, his eyes wide open and fixed forward. Seeing that, Van Trung Tiu Nguyen grew even angrier and kept shouting that he should stop trying to scare him and receive his move. Kim Vo Kiat only smiled and said he was a body cultivator. One punch would be enough. Upon hearing that, Van Trung Tiu Nguyen flew into a rage, shouted wildly, and charged forward. On this side, Kim Vo Kiat had already closed his eyes and assumed a stance, waiting. He abruptly opened his sharp eyes wide. Next, he drew his fist back to gather strength. Then he unleashed a move called Coiling Dragon Fist straight forward. Two forces immediately collided with a loud explosion. Right after that, Van Trung Tiu Nguyen was blasted away and fell to the ground. Kim Vo Kiat on this side still stood blankly on the stage. Then he calmly said that if one's reputation does not match reality, getting beaten is only natural. Crowd below immediately gaped and shouted that it was impossible. Van Trung Tiu Nguyen, with such great fame, had been sent flying by a single punch. All eyes focused on Kim Vo Kiat on the stage, whispering to each other about who this person really was. On the viewing platform, the elder fell silent for a moment before stammering that Kim Vo Kiat had won. Dong Hong Hao Chin thought to himself that this person was indeed a talent, and in the future Dong Hong Sword Sect would surely gain great honor because of him. Next, the following match began as a short-haired opponent appeared on the stage. In the blink of an eye, the referee stepped down from the stands and loudly announced that Can Ham had won. Duong Tran stepped forward to greet Can Ham and raised his thumb in praise, saying this performance was quite decent. The scene shifted as night gradually fell. The competition continued. In her match, Lin Nhi unleashed her attack and defeated her opponent, so naturally victory belonged to her. Below the stands, the crowd saw Duong Tran's group of 4 and began whispering, "Look over there, that group already has 2 winners." Next, it was Thien Lin Hai's turn to go on stage. She covered her face with a veil, causing Duong Tran to shout loudly for Fox Spirit to appear. Thien Lin Hai's opponent laughed loudly and mocked that he did not expect it to be a little girl covering her face. Perhaps she was too ugly. That man began waving his sword ostentatiously and shouted that the little girl should hurry and surrender. When his slash came down, the blade only cut through the air into emptiness. Suddenly a voice sounded from behind him, saying he had already lost. It turned out that Thien Lin Hai had silently appeared behind him at some unknown moment. Her sword tip pointed straight at his back. When Thien Lin Hai won, the audience below could not stop discussing, wondering who this group was, appearing 4 times and winning every match. 4 of them, Thien Lin Hai, Kim Vo Kiat, Lin Nhi, and Can Ham, all showed clear expressions of pride. At this moment, the elder once again raised 2 tokens high. He announced the name Duong Tran along with battle platform number 96. Hearing that, Duong Tran excitedly turned to the others and said that it was finally his turn. The 2 people nearby watched and whispered that it was someone from that group again. Perhaps this kid would win as well. He did not look strong, but his opponent was Trong Fu from Dai Lang City, quite famous, so winning would not be easy. This time Trong Fu of Dai Lang City was already standing on the stage, a great sword on his back and a cold aura about him. As soon as Duong Tran stepped onto the stage, he grinned broadly and began to speak. "Brother, I do not want to hurt anyone. You should admit defeat and step down from the stage." Hearing Duong Tran say that, the crowd below gaped. The only words in their minds were reckless arrogance. After hearing that, Trong Fu's face darkened as he asked, "Are you Duong Tran? You look decent enough. Why do you speak so unpleasantly? Do you even know how to talk properly?" Duong Tran merely scratched his head and ears, thinking to himself that he was afraid too. He just did not want to accidentally hurt anyone, brother. Duong Tran smiled kindly and suggested, "Let us negotiate a bit. I will let you strike first and absolutely not retaliate. If in 3 moves you cannot injure me, I will step down myself. I truly do not want to fight you." The people below widened their eyes again, their jaws nearly dropping. Was this man serious or joking? Hearing that, Trong Fu felt even more belittled and angrily shouted, "You." He told himself that Duong Tran had brought this upon himself, as he drew out his pitch-black greatsword and unleashed the heavy sword stance. He stomped hard on the ground and charged straight at Duong Tran. Seeing Duong Tran standing still without moving, the elder grew alarmed. It be that the boy had been frightened stiff. Trong Fu swung his sword down and roared, "Duong Tran, make your move." Duong Tran remained where he was, scratching his head as he said, "Your heavy sword stance is not yet refined. You have only learned a superficial layer. It has no real power. And you call that the heavy sword stance?" Crowd began murmuring again. Was this boy here to display martial arts or to fool around? The young ladies below all thought at the same time that it was better to pretend they did not know him to avoid embarrassment. Kim Vo Kiat found the situation quite interesting. Thich Kai laughed and said that his elder brother was indeed as stylish as ever, did not bully the weak with strength, and even showed consideration for the weaker side. Truly a man of sentiment and righteousness. On this side, Ku Chan AC said to old man Kong Tun, "Brother, this boy is so reckless, can he truly grow up?" Kong Tun Vo Enhai nodded in agreement and said he was indeed too arrogant and needed discipline. "Ba Kwong, look at the people you taught. Raising without teaching is not being a teacher. What kind of master are you?" Thien Ba Kwong narrowed his eyes and smiled as he replied, "Master and martial uncle. Back then you 2 roamed all over Thien Nam. This is inheritance. It is all inherited." On the stage, Trong Fu pointed his greatsword at Duong Tran and roared that he had brought it upon himself. but when the tip of the greatsword stabbed into Duong Tran's chest, it was instantly rebounded. Powerful force reverberated along Trong Fu's blade and struck him, sending him flying far away as he slid across the ground. Duong Tran lowered his head to look at the tear on his shoulder where his clothes had been ripped, then casually straightened them. The audience below witnessed this and stared with wide eyes and open mouths, wondering if he was even human. It was unbelievable. High above, Dong Hong Hao Chin also widened his eyes and shouted that it was impossible. The elder watching beside him was also dumbfounded. Thien Ba Kwong shielded the two madams and laughed happily, saying, "Master and martial uncle, see, the effect that boy wanted has been achieved." Hu Chan Ap let out a sigh. He said that telling Lam Tu and Lam Fong this way might not be appropriate. Hearing that, old man Kong Tun revealed a look of dejection and also sighed. The grand elder stroked his beard and pondered that the young master's move might not be wise. Relying on the boy's not-so-good reputation would not yield much effect. It would be better to continue fighting and wait until he met a strong opponent to step on him. On the stage, Trong Fu panted heavily in disbelief. No, it cannot be. He wondered whether he was too weak or Duong Tran was far stronger than imagined. Duong Tran still smiled with narrowed eyes and raised two fingers. "Brother Trong Fu, you still owe me 2 more moves. Rest assured, I said I would not strike back, and I will not." Seeing Trong Fu still clutching his greatsword in silence, Duong Tran called out in confusion, "Brother Trong Fu, this is only a martial exhibition, not a life-and-death battle. Do not pressure yourself, just attack with all your strength. I am strong because I truly fear injuring you. My fists are very heavy." This moment Trong Fu sheathed his sword on his back, turned and walked off the stage, saying, "Duong Tran, I will remember you. I admit defeat." Over there Dong Hong Hao Chin clapped and laughed loudly. "Indeed a man of my Dong Hong sword sect. I did not expect such a prodigy this time. He truly suits our sect's taste." Grand Elder stroked his beard and said that this was the sect master's great fortune. He had already known that tonight the destiny would be immense. Dong Hong sword sect would surely enter a glorious era, and because of him, its name would resound for 10,000 miles. During that, Dong Hong Ha Chin showed a surprised expression and asked if it was true. The Grand Elder continued stroking his beard and nodded in confirmation. Dong Hong Ha Chin grinned and said that if the Grand Elder said so, it must be correct. Indeed, not bad. He thought that perhaps in the future the name of Dong Hong sword sect would spread throughout Dong Chao. And now across vast Dong Chao there were only mediocre people. They were merely ordinary. The next morning the second round of the arena officially began. At this moment a woman approached Dong Hong Hao Chin and asked if the sect master wished to rest for a while. Dong Hong Hao Chin waved his hand and replied that if the disciples had not rested, why should he rest? Continue. The elder once again raised 2 cards, hung the board and announced the names Thien Lin Hai and Dong Hong An Tu. Crowd below instantly erupted in excitement and shouted that Dong Hong An Tu had arrived, the number 1 beauty of Bang Than. Hearing that, Duong Tran even drooled and asked again. At this moment, a young girl wearing lace-up shoes lightly stepped onto the stage. Below immediately came fervent cheers of admiration. They had finally arrived. Dong Hong An Tu cast a glance down at the stands, a trace of displeasure flashing in her eyes. As soon as Duong Tran saw Dong Hong An Tu, he swallowed and thought to himself that she was indeed a true beauty, truly stunning. Lin Nhi standing beside him shot him a contemptuous glance and warned that later she would tell Thien Lin Hai that he had stared at Dong Hong An Tu until he drooled. During that, Duong Tran broke into a sweat and hurriedly retorted that Lin Hai's imagination was too rich, which I had seen him drooling. Lin Hai pointed straight at him and said she clearly saw his mouth hanging open and his gaze obvious. Duong Tran waved his hand and sighed, saying Lin Hai he had been admiring the starlight. In truth, he was looking at her. But Canham cut in and said that was not so. He had clearly been looking over there. Lin Hai had not even gone onto the stage yet. During that, Duong Tran's face turned pale as he lamented inwardly, "Sister Ham, why join in and ruin him like this?" At this moment, Thien Lin Hai also stepped onto the stage. The 2 young women stared at each other without blinking. Dong Hong An Tu said coldly to Thien Lin Hai that she would not show mercy, and if she knew what was good, she should admit defeat. Thien Lin Hai smiled and replied that the way she addressed her was rather interesting. Dong Hong An Tu sighed and said it seemed she was very confident, and if she refused to step down, then later, if she was injured, she should not blame her. Thien Lin Hai narrowed her eyes and smiled lightly, then told her to attack with full strength. Hearing that answer, Dong Hong An Tu paused slightly. Immediately afterward, her whole body ignited with blazing red flames. Sword was summoned into her hand in an instant. Holding the sword, she moved closer and said that she hoped after blocking the first strike of Golden Bird Flame Sword, Thien Lin Hai could remain so calm. still speak so leisurely as now. Thien Lin Hai silently condensed a snowflake in her hand and still said nothing. Seeing that, Dong Hong and Tu questioned whether she would not use her martial soul. Thien Lin Hai smiled and replied that her martial soul was somewhat special and inconvenient to display. During that, Dong Hong and Tu angrily shouted that she was insulting her, and it was too much. As soon as she finished speaking, she unleashed Golden Bird, embracing Sun. Flames on the sword flared violently as she charged straight toward Thien Lin Hai. Thien Lin Hai also immediately waved her hand, cold energy rapidly gathering into a single point. She pointed forward, a stream of ice and snow shot straight from that point toward Dong Hong and Tu's flaming sword. A dull explosion sounded as ice and fire collided fiercely. Thien Lin Hai's icy band tightly wrapped around Dong Hong and Tu's sword. Immediately afterward, 3 or 4 more icy spikes struck toward Dong Hong and Tu's arm. Gradually, it was completely covered by a layer of ice. She was startled in shock. Before she could recover, another icy blast struck her body. The ice on her body quickly spread across her entire form, even covering Dong Hong and Tu's face. Dong Hong and Tu roared fiercely, shattering the ice and shouting that Thien Lin Hai's true energy had a problem. Lin Hai calmly replied that she knew clearly what her true energy was like. Duong Tran below watched with delight and thought to himself that Lin Hai now spoke more and more like him. She had been taught well. At this moment, Dong Hong and Tu trembled as she hugged herself, the flames already extinguished. She said in a hoarse voice, "I admit defeat." Dong Hong Hao Chin sat in the main seat and nodded. The quality of this martial exhibition far surpassed usual standards. Geniuses appeared one after another. It seemed Dong Hong's sword sect was about to flourish. The third round of the grand ceremony continued. Kim Vo Kiat easily suppressed his opponent and won. He was the same, almost effortlessly taking victory. After that, he asked Lin Nhai and Can Ham whether they had won. Lin Nhai replied that she had but expended a great deal because her opponent this round was much stronger. Can Ham also nodded in agreement. He smiled and said it was fine, winning was enough. There would be even more powerful opponents in the next round. At this moment, the stands buzzed again with discussion about the match between Dong Hong Ung Tai and Tran Duong. Without waiting long, Dong Hong Ung Tai appeared, a red-haired youth with a greatsword strapped to his back. He observed and immediately recognized that the sword intent was very strong, truly a genuine swordsman. Dong Hong Ung Tai's opponent trembled and burst into tears upon seeing him, then stammered out his surrender. After that, Dong Hong Ung Tai leapt down from the stage. The elder announced that the second round had ended. Those advancing would continue the third round tomorrow. Night fell. Dong Hong Hao Chin cheerfully chatted with the elders, laughter echoing endlessly. Eliat Ung Tai is the future pillar of our Dong Hong clan. Truly not bad. The other man was about to speak when Dong Hong Hao Chin interrupted. Eliat, we are of the same generation. No need for courtesy. If you wish, call me Brother Chin. Dong Then Wai replied, Brother Chin. Dong Hong Hao Chin laughed loudly and said that after the ceremony he wanted Ung Tai to enter the main peak, grant him direct lineage status and personally teach him. Would that be acceptable? At this moment the Grand Elder spoke, reminding Dong Hong Hao Liat whether he still remembered what had been said before. The story turned back to 20 years ago. The man replied that the Grand Elder had once gone to the City Lord's mansion when Ung Tai was born, saying his foundation was weak and he would be hard to raise. But if he reached 20 safely, he could soar to the heavens and transform into a dragon yet. The Grand Elder continued that 20 years of bitter cultivation had forged upright sword intent, immune to all evils. He had taught him the 7 swords of Heavenly Mountain. He had likely mastered the first 2, nearly invincible at the same level, but Ung Tai's fate bore the 4 killing signs. Without a benefactor's aid, he would hardly escape an early death. Hearing that, the 2 men cried out in shock. Dong Hong Hao Chin asked in alarm what it meant to bear the 4 killing signs. The Grand Elder stroked his beard and explained that the 4 consisted of fire, yang, tether, and spirit. Fire killing brought calamity. Once bound, misfortune would follow endlessly. Spirit killing governed danger. Yang killing governed injury. Tether killing harmed relatives. If he did not leave home upon maturity, his kin would hardly know peace. These words left the 2 stunned. Dong Hong Hao Chin thought inwardly how such a person could survive. The red-haired elder almost gaped and hurriedly asked, Grand Elder, is there a way to resolve it? The Grand Elder shook his head and said that before 20, he could only break the outer layer. To completely dispel the 4 killing fate, he was powerless. Dong Hong Hao Chin asked again in panic whether Ung Tai truly had no path left. The Grand Elder closed his eyes and shook his head without answering. After a long silence, he said that those with the 4 killing fate often died young. Yet in legend, it was a defying heaven destiny, requiring a benefactor's aid to transform. Dong Hong Hao Chin hurriedly asked who that benefactor was. The Grand Elder replied he did not know. but the killing aura around Ung Tai had shifted, proving the benefactor had appeared. They should quietly observe. After hearing this, all fell silent, Dong Hong Hao Chin still shaken. The Grand Elder curled his lips in a faint smile and thought that with the 4 divine symbols supporting the young master, his journey through Dong Zion would surely be remarkable. The scene shifted to the next day. The 3rd round was halfway through. Kim Vo Kai and Ham, Kiu Lin and Chai, and Thien Lin Hai all easily passed this round. At this time, the elder raised 2 tokens and announced that Duong Tran would face Ho Dian San. Hearing this, Kim Vo Kai turned excitedly to Duong Tran and said that Ho Dian San had a great reputation. And Ham read the information to everyone. Ho Dian San came from Tam Van City of Dong Hong Sword Sect and had shaken the entire sect by awakening sword intent at the 9th level of true martial realm. Soon after, he and Ho Dian San stepped onto the stage one after another. Upon seeing him, Ho Dian San disdainfully said to draw his sword. The blade on his back was not for decoration. He waved his hand and replied that if Ho Dian San wanted him to draw his sword, he could, but Ho Dian San needed to try harder. Dian San angrily unleashed his spiritual power and shouted that Duong Tran was arrogant. He would see just how strong his movement technique truly was. As he finished speaking, a purple sphere of spiritual power quickly condensed in the air. Seeing this, he merely snorted softly and stood still. Ho Dian San swung his arm and hurled the sphere toward him, roaring for Duong Tran to receive his purple flowing flame sphere. Wherever the flaming sphere passed, the air and ground were scorched and melted. He looked at the fireball and judged inwardly that the firepower was decent, but compared to true solar flame, it was far inferior. Crowd widened their eyes. Was Duong Tran foolish? Why did he not counterattack? Did he want to be burned alive? Clearly not knowing the might of the purple flowing flame sphere. Ken Ham anxiously asked Thien Lin Hai why Duong Tran had not retaliated. Kim Vo Kai turned and explained that he believed the purple flowing flame sphere was too weak. Ken Ham was stunned and stammered that it was weak. Kim Vo Kai and Lin Hai only smiled calmly. Ho Dian San also panicked and shouted, Duong Tran, are you mad? Why have you not attacked? Hearing that, he indulged his opponent and slowly raised one hand. The crowd nearly dropped their jaws. What was this? Was he going to block it barehanded? Was that not courting death? Some were left speechless by the scene. He saw him directly grasp the flaming sphere with his hand. Then he clenched hard and crushed Ho Dian San's fireball. This sight shocked the entire audience. Dong Hong Hao Chin could not hide his astonishment and praised that he had not expected the boy to be a fire path prodigy. Truly commendable. The red-haired elder nodded and added that his fire true energy was likely several levels above the purple flowing flame sphere. Grand Elder secretly worried that it was fortunate the young master remained within the sect. If he went out and someone with ill intent discovered he carried true solar flame, the consequences would be grave. Seeing this, Ho Dian San was so frightened that he stammered. He immediately teased back that Ho Dian San should draw his sword and not disappoint him. Ho Dian San instantly drew his sword and roared that Duong Tran indeed had some skill, but he had completely angered him. Did he know the consequences? Immediately after, Ho Dian San swung his sword and unleashed his martial soul. He spun the longsword around his body, then slashed out a powerful strand of sword intent and shouted, Cloud Sun Supreme. The sword intent immediately cleaved down from above toward where he stood. Let out a faint snort. He assessed inwardly that this man's Cloud Sun sword art indeed had some profundity. He seemed to possess some talent in sword Dao. He sighed that unfortunately Ho Dian San had encountered him. Immediately after, he unleashed Mountain Calamity. The two streams of sword intent collided violently on the stage, knocking both back. Ho Dian San slid across the ground, while he only retreated a few steps. Crowd cheered that the two were evenly matched, but someone objected that Duong Tran had not yet drawn his sword, nor revealed his martial soul. Thus it was clear that he held the advantage. Ho Dian San raged and roared that he admitted Duong Tran was strong, but that was as far as it went. The next power was beyond his understanding. Hearing that, he replied with interest that he came from a small place, so Ho Dian San should broaden his horizons. Below the stage, Ku Chan AC asked Old Man Kong Tun why he felt the boy spoke more and more like him. Old Man Kong Tun glanced at him and said what was similar. The boy had true strength. His words were sincere, not boastful. Thien Ba Kwong could only fall silent, thinking that was called sincerity. Ku Chan AC asked Thien Ba Kwong again that the boy's fire true energy was very strange. He had not sensed it before, what type it was. Thien Ba Kwong smiled bitterly and replied that he did not know either. Old Man Kong Tun glanced and asked what kind of master he was. Then he explained that Duong Tran's fire true energy was certainly a special variant. They must ask clearly when there was a chance. This moment on the stage, extremely fierce flames erupted. Those flames were released by Ho Dian San. Crowd below began to panic. Someone cried out that it was dazzling radiant sword intent, just as rumored Ho Dian San had truly awakened sword intent. This time they would see how long Duong Tran could keep pretending. He looked at his opponent and smiled faintly. Was this his trump card? It was somewhat surprising, but still not enough. Dayan-san swung his longsword and unleashed Cloud Sun, questioning the heavens. A strand of sword intent swept across the stage, intending to cleave him in two. Raised two fingers as a sword and unleashed Ling Mountain sword stance. Instantly, he slashed out sword intent to block Cloud Sun, questioning the heavens. The two streams of sword intent continued to clash violently. Terrifying explosion erupted and covered the entire stage. Dong Hong Hao Chin asked in astonishment where this boy had come from. The Grand Elder shook his head calmly and replied that he did not know. Dong Hong Hao Chin thought that to resist Ho Dayan-san's sword intent suppression, there were only two possibilities. Either he had also awakened martial intent, or his body was unbelievably strong. As the smoke gradually cleared, the figures of Duong Tran and Ho Dayan-san were revealed. He stood upright without the slightest injury. Ho Dayan-san panted and thought in disbelief that it was impossible. How could he still be unharmed? He scratched his head and said that Ho Dayan-san's cultivation method and martial talent were also very strong. Hearing this, Ho Dayan-san planted his sword into the ground, bowed, and said he admitted defeat. The crowd immediately shouted his name again and again. He stepped down from the stage, waving to everyone with a smile. Three old men stood together. Ku-chan AC could not help but sigh about the boy. In Ba Kwong smiled and said that after this round the rankings would be arranged. He wondered what position the boy would take. Ku-chan AC replied that the boy always brought surprises. They should just wait and see. Below, the crowd stirred again. Van Trung Ho was looking for Duong Tran. The luxuriously dressed young man with a sword at his waist was Van Trung Ho. Seeing him stand before Duong Tran, the crowd whispered that since his younger brother had been defeated, the elder brother would surely seek justice. As expected, Van Trung Ho took the initiative to tell Duong Tran that he hoped for a chance to fight. He replied with a bright smile that he had experienced many disappointments. If Van Trung Ho wanted to fight, he should be a little more serious. Veins bulged on Van Trung Ho's forehead as he lowered his voice and said Duong Tran was excessively arrogant. He said Duong Tran should know that he specialized in dealing with self-righteous people like him. Pointed at his own face and laughed proudly, saying he laughed at the heavens, soaring with tyrannical spirit unafraid of lone bones. What could this fellow possibly do to him? Those words stunned Van Trung Ho, who could only let out a dry sound. Van Trung Ho turned away and said coldly that he hoped Duong Tran could still laugh later. While he was still chuckling, Kim Vo Kiat looked at him with shining eyes and thought that laughing at the heavens with soaring dominance truly made him unmatched. After provoking Van Trung Ho, Lin Nhi turned pale and worried whether constantly taunting and drawing hatred like this was appropriate. Dong Hong Hao Chin burst into laughter. He said they had all performed excellently and were rare geniuses. In the next battle, they should unleash their full potential, but absolutely not intentionally inflict severe injury or take lives. He said he had seen the brilliant future of Dong Hong's sword sect in them. The future belonged to them. The battle began. The elder began explaining the rules. This time, unlike the promotion bouts, there would be no elimination. Instead, the 200 newly advanced core disciples would be divided into two groups. 80 in true martial realm would fight on 8 stages to select 8 strongest, 120 in martial core realm on 12 stages to select 12. Within the same realm, anyone could challenge for the stage lord. Lin Nhi asked in surprise whether that meant arena battle to select 12 stage lords. As soon as she finished speaking, he and Kim Vo Kiat leapt straight onto the stage. As soon as he steadied himself, he shouted loudly asking who dared to come up and take a beating. Kim Vo Kiat was no less bold, calling for someone with sturdier bones to come up. Lin Nhi was speechless. Could these two not be more modest? Seeing this, Thien Ba Kwong scolded that the two fools had gone up too early and would only waste strength. Once their true energy was depleted, how would they compete for ranking? Old man Kong Tun glanced over and asked who he was scolding. He said a coward like him knew nothing, fearing everything had led to this. Those two were 100 times stronger than him. Thien Ba Kwong was reprimanded by his master and stammered without words. Chan AC beside them laughed until he could not close his mouth. At that moment, someone with a sword on his back leapt onto the stage. This man was Du Nguyen Jaya. He pointed at Duong Tran and said Duong Tran was too arrogant and completely disregarded others. The crowd whispered that Du Nguyen Jayap of the Du family, a major sword clan, was known as someone who only talked. Du Nguyen Jayap planted his greatsword into the ground and asked Duong Tran whether he was a swordsman. He nodded calmly and said yes. Du Nguyen Jayap said coldly that a swordsman must be upright and righteous. Duong Tran had disgraced the title. He laughed loudly and asked where he had disgraced swordsmen. Du Nguyen Jayap replied that in every match Duong Tran was stronger than his opponents, yet pretended and flaunted himself. lacking the bright and open bearing of a true swordsman. He was stunned and thought whether this man had a problem in his head, then said he would tell Du Nguyen Jayap a story. Du Nguyen Jayap looked at him in surprise. He said Duong Tran could speak. He told him that on a wilderness plain a fierce tiger and a foolish ox of equal cultivation raced. The ox arrived first, yet the tiger won in the end. Did he know why? Du Nguyen Jayap's face turned pale as he replied that he did not know. He waved his hand and told him to go down and think carefully before coming back to fight. Du Nguyen Jayap uttered a sound and turned to leave the stage. The crowd could only shake their heads speechlessly. Seeing this, Thien Lin Hai felt anger rise in her heart. She thought that he was truly shameless, daring to bully even an honest person. The elders watching all had darkened expressions. Ku Chan AC and Old Man Kong Tun lowered their heads, not daring to admit knowing that shameless fellow. Old Man Kong Tun said that Chan AC need not worry. Tiu Kayat was not foolish and had the boy protecting him. Ku Chan AC sighed that he knew the boy was clever. He only feared he would learn Duong Tran's bad habits. Thien Ba Quang reassured that the boy could fool the world, but not Tiu Kayat. On the stage, he shook his head and muttered that the man was truly foolish. At this moment, someone below glared at Duong Tran, with fury boiling inside. That man immediately leapt onto the stage and shouted that Duong Tran should not dream of becoming a swordsman. This man was Du Hai. He drew the greatsword from his back. Seeing this, he only laughed. He said it seemed Du Hai was also from the Du family and wanted to hear a story, saying he was unworthy of being a swordsman. Did the brat even know how to use a sword? Du Hai shouted angrily that Duong Tran dared to mention swords. He was unworthy to learn swordsmanship. Did he understand what a swordsman was? He sighed and came up with a new idea to say to him. He said let them make a wager. Soon Du Nguyen Jayap would thank him. In his eyes, Du Nguyen Jayap was 100 times stronger than Du Hai. He said Du Hai constantly hung the word swordsman on his lips. They had only just entered Sword Dao. What qualifications did he have to act superior? These words made Du Hai grind his teeth in rage. He continued that even legendary sword masters doubted the sword and often questioned it. On what basis did Du Hai lecture him? The entire hall was stunned. He added that carrying a sword did not make one a swordsman. For the famed Du family giant sword lineage to produce someone like Du Hai was indeed remarkable. Able to endure it, Du Hai roared that words were useless and they should fight. He waved his hand and said honestly he had lost all expectations. Du Hai should unleash his strongest move. If he forced him to draw his sword, he would count it as a loss. Du Hai immediately unleashed Giant Quest-Splitting Mountain. He charged forward fiercely. He said calmly that he had more or less anticipated this. He quickly formed seals with both hands. Then he waved and struck out a stream of black energy toward Du Hai. Black energy collided with the giant sword and produced a thunderous explosion. Upon touching this force, Du Hai was horrified and stammered. He gritted his teeth and withdrew his sword to defend. Then he knelt down exhausted, thinking that the gap in strength was too great. Even with full effort, he could not force him to draw his sword. Below the stage, Du Nguyen Jayap now understood. He leapt back onto the stage. The judge showed displeasure, shouted that Du Nguyen Jayap's previous match had not yet concluded. Why had he come up? Du Nguyen Jayap scratched his head and said that he was not challenging. He only wished to say a few words to Duong Tran. The judge darkened and said whatever it was could wait. The stage was not a place for conversation. Interjected with a smile, saying it was fine, let him speak. Du Nguyen Jayap cupped his hands and bowed, then spoke to Duong Tran, I thank you for the reminder, but I am not a foolish beast. Sooner or later, I will challenge and defeat you. He laughed heartily in reply. Du Nguyen Jayap, your ambition is too high. If I do not show mercy, I fear you will find it hard to achieve it. After speaking, Du Nguyen Jayap turned and left, while Du Hai stood frozen watching him. Right after that, he seriously reassessed Duong Tran once more. He also turned away, slung his sword over his back, and said to Duong Tran, I admit defeat. He only shrugged as if it did not matter much. On the upper arena, Kot Kim Vo Kayat had just knocked an opponent off the stage. He clenched his wrist, raised his head, and shouted loudly asking if anyone else dared to come up. Over on Dong Hong Ung Tai's side it was the same. He stood alone on the stage, making the crowd think that no one dared to challenge Dong Hong. On the other side, Thien Lin Hai had also just defeated her opponent. She solemnly cupped her hands and said she had held back. After a while, Dong Hong Hao Chin announced that at this point the arena trials had ended successfully. After discussion with the Grand Elder and the Elders, the top of True Martial Realm was Duong Tran. The top of Martial Core Realm was Dong Hong Ung Tai. Crowd below immediately erupted into excited cheers. Only Van Trung Ho wore a gloomy expression because of Aki's defeat. He looked at Duong Tran flaunting his might, his heart filled with jealousy. Dong Hong Hao Chin continued that before the ceremony ended he would grant them one wish. This time the two top ranked of each list, Duong Tran and Ung Tai, What reward did they desire? Dong Hong Ung Tai respectfully bowed and said that he wished to cultivate Heavenly Sun art. Dong Hong Hao Chin immediately stroked his beard and nodded in agreement. Crowd was shaken again. Heavenly Sun art was an earth-grade technique, the strongest passed down by Dong Hong sword sect. Even Dong Hong lineage had to undergo harsh trials to cultivate it, yet now it was granted so easily. On this side, he glanced at the Grand Elder and thought why that old man looked so familiar. Then he respectfully bowed to Dong Hong Hao Chin and said that he wished to borrow Soul Light City. Dong Hong Hao Chin showed surprise and gave a light snort. Then he glanced toward the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder slowly said it could be lent, but he must promise him one condition. Hearing that, he was overjoyed, saying that not just one matter, even 100 he would accept. Grand Elder stroked his beard and said that after finishing his business, he should come to the Peak Master to find him. After speaking, he tossed a token to Duong Tran and told him it was a pass to enter and exit the main peak. Holding the token, he thought that this trip truly benefited his master. There was new hope. Several elders looked at Duong Tran with concern. The Grand Elder's heavenly mechanism Medicine Valley was no safe place. Though filled with spiritual herbs, beneath each tree lay a buried corpse. The Grand Elder thought to himself that for the young master and the grand cause, he had to act. One who sought supremacy should not fear fierce, vengeful spirits. After that, Duong Tran and Thien Lin Hai gathered with the elders of their two families. Thien Ba Quang patted Duong Tran's shoulder and laughed, saying this time it was thanks to that person. He grinned proudly. Don Mak Manghua pulled Thien Lin Hai into her arms. He remarked that this martial exhibition had gone smoothly, solving their team's immediate issues, making Thien Ba Quang's veins bulge in anger. Grabbed Duong Tran and shouted asking if he believed he would beat him. He winked at his master and replied that he believed it. Thien Ba Quang grew even more furious. Don Mak Manghua advised Thien Lin Hai that Duong Tran's temperament was like this. Not yet married and already bullying her father. If indulged too much later, how could she live peacefully? Ku Chan AC also warned coldly that he had long found the boy unpleasant. Later in a solo duel they would see if he still dared to be arrogant. Old man Kong Tun added that perhaps they should consider expelling him from the sect. Hearing these words, he widened his eyes in shock. As he was about to be besieged by their words, he hurried to Don Mak Mong Hoa for help, saying Master's wife save him. He still had something to report. When they first arrived at Thien Nam, his master had gone to Blood Sword Garden. Thien Ba Quang quickly covered Duong Tran's mouth and shouted not to speak nonsense. They had foolishly waited there 10 days. What was he fabricating? Enough, let them go back first. He could not endure it. Thien Lin Hai waved her hand and said she was tired and wanted to return to rest. After speaking, she pulled Don Mak Mang Ho away. Seeing the women of the family leave, Thien Ba Quang finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then he stared at Duong Tran, thinking that once he recovered his cultivation, one beating would not be enough. He would beat him daily to vent his anger. Lin Nhai then asked whether they were now going to Great Achievement Tower. Mvo Kayat happily replied yes. Their great swords were already thirsty for blood. Lin Nhai thought gloomily that they had just fought. She felt that Tiu Kayat being with Duong Tran never boded well. The scene shifted to Great Achievement Tower. Seeing an old man leaning on a cane dozing, he asked how to enter the tower. The old man made a sound, and squinting at Duong Tran, he said that if the young man wanted to enter, it was not expensive. 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. Hearing about money, he cried out in alarm. The old man continued that Great Achievement Tower was a supreme artifact left by the Dong Hong ancestor in ancient times, meant to bless the sect. Inside, one would resonate with the ancestor's power and surely condense a supreme martial core. He heard of supreme martial core. Every peerless prodigy had stepped there. It was the gate separating genius and monster. He concluded with one short sentence. Could the senior give a discount? The old man shook his head, saying the ancestor forbade discounts. If he decided himself even 100 spirit stones, no, even 10 would open the door. He sighed and pointed behind him, asking if he bought a ticket, could his younger brother enter with him. The old man firmly replied no. He stared at the old man for a long time. Then he produced a large pouch and said there were 4,000 spirit stones. Seeing the stones, the old man's eyes shone, thinking whose child was so generous. The old man attached his token to the door. Spiritual energy radiated from the token into the door mechanism. Door slowly opened. The old man led the two brothers inside. The crowd outside whispered that someone had entered Great Achievement Tower. It seemed to be Duong Tran from the ceremony. He entered with a heavy mood. He observed his surroundings, assessing the scene. The space was sealed, gloomy and eerily silent. He turned to Kim Vo Kaya and said he felt as if they had been deceived. ManhwaCapped's expression darkened. He widened his eyes, saying, "How could that be?" He would go demand the spirit stones back. He quickly pulled his brother's shoulder and said, "Forget it. This place was safe and quiet, suitable to attempt condensing martial core." Hearing his elder brother, Quiet nodded at once. He sat down and said he would begin now. Immediately, streams of aura surged into ManhwaCapped's body. Next, a mass of black energy shaped like an evil ghost gradually appeared. Evil shadow emerged. ManhwaCapped closed his eyes tightly, focusing to steady his mind. Those streams slowly fused with him and continued invading. It poured deep into his sea of consciousness. ManhwaCapped cried out in intense pain. Immediately, the ghostly diagram raised a finger and pointed at his forehead. Behind him appeared a darkened phantom, identical to himself. Seeing this, he felt deep worry. The martial core had not yet formed. ManhwaCapped might have reached his limit and be about to fail. At this moment, from the top of the tower burst streams of blood-red light. Blood light descended directly onto ManhwaCapped's position, causing a terrifying shock. Even he was shaken by the impact. He staggered several steps and had to brace himself on the ground. ManhwaCapped was worse. He collapsed to his knees. His entire body pressed to the floor as he opened his mouth and screamed in agony. Immediately summoned Black Dragon Martial Soul and shouted ManhwaCapped. At once, the red light surged again into ManhwaCapped's sea of consciousness. His eyes turned crimson, his gaze becoming vacant and soulless. He worried inwardly whether the red light had driven him insane. Could it be soul possession? This situation is not good at all. Could it be that he was truly struck by a soul-snatching technique? Tran carefully observed his younger brother for a moment, then let out a soft snort. Right behind ManhwaCapped, a vague shadow suddenly condensed. That figure looked extremely similar. ManhwaCapped himself, making Tran wonder in astonishment. Could this be the form of ManhwaCapped's martial soul? Then a gigantic tree trunk suddenly grew out. Tran widened his eyes in shock as he recognized it was the Zyming sacred tree. At this moment, ManhwaCapped had regained clarity, his entire aura becoming far brighter. Tran said happily, "ManhwaCapped, I have seen your martial soul, very good." And inwardly he thought, could that red light just now truly be the ancestral might left behind by the old ancestor Dong Hong? He raised his head again to look at the tower that was still flickering with red light. ManhwaCapped told Tran that he now fully understood what a supreme martial seed was. Tran immediately urged him, "Tell me about it." ManhwaCapped explained confidently, "Brother, the supreme martial seed is the condensation of essence within the martial seed, fusing the power of 4 same origin attributes." After hearing this, Tran suddenly understood, so that is how it is. He continued asking, "When you were about to fail, did you feel that red light pierce into your head?" ManhwaCapped nodded and replied, "That was the fire attribute origin true chi. Although it does not match my attribute, it greatly enhanced my soul power. Otherwise, I would have definitely failed this time." Tran asked excitedly, "The fire attribute origin?" Tran sat down and said, "ManhwaCapped, guard me. I also want to try condensing a martial worm." After speaking, he began forming seals with both hands. In his mind, he kept calculating, "I possess 3 attributes. Could it be that I will condense 3 martial worms or dense a single martial worm that fuses all 3 powers?" Tran summoned his 3 martial souls one by one and pondered. No matter which method he chose, the foundation must be based on the primordial demonic dragon martial soul. There could absolutely be no mistake. Once the martial seed formed, it must carry explosive might while also fusing 3 streams of aura, and also align with the path of sword cultivation as the main focus. At this moment, streams of black chi continuously poured into the martial soul. Tran felt his soul power fluctuate violently. He panicked. What was happening? Within Tran's sea of consciousness, black chi surged wildly like raging waves. Tran cursed inwardly, "Damn it. The weapon form does not work. The humanoid form also fails. Then I will try the beast form." But within the sea of consciousness, the black chi once again failed to condense. Tran felt discouraged. At this moment, he suddenly opened his eyes wide and let out a low snort. He recalled the image of the giant sword, combined with the martial soul that had once appeared. Thus, Tran continued to try once more. With his spirit highly focused, the black chi of the black dragon gradually became clearer in form. Outside the tower, the red light flared up once again. The blood-colored radiance shone directly onto the black dragon form, making its outline even sharper. Tran exclaimed in delight, "So this thing can even generate its own divine ability. Phantom form secret art can mimic the appearance of the opponent's martial worm. It sounds formidable, but what practical use does it truly have?" At this time, ManhwaCapped stepped forward and asked, Brother, how is it? Duong Tran replied with slight disappointment. Not yet finished. Oh right, Tiu Kayat. Does your martial worm have any divine ability or secret art? Imvo Kayat said proudly, of course. My demonic tree martial seed contains an offensive secret art. When unleashed, it can silently assault the opponent's sea of consciousness. After hearing this, Duong Tran felt happy for his younger brother and asked again, is that so? Kimvo Kayat asked curiously, brother, what divine ability does your supreme martial seed have? Duong Tran replied with a casual smile, mine is also very strong, Tiu Kayat. Let us go inside. It has been quite a while, we should go out. That old man Gongsun is probably looking for us. Only then did he realize the issue. It was indeed time to leave. How do we get out? Just then the door suddenly opened. A group of people were already waiting outside. Duong Tran and Kim Vo Kayat immediately dashed out. The crowd stared at the two of them, as if looking at monsters. The red-haired old man spoke. Duong Tran, you used the ancestral resonance might to condense a supreme martial seed. Duong Tran nodded and admitted it. The old man continued asking, can you explain it clearly to me? Duong Tran readily agreed to the request. All right. He waved his hand in invitation. Little friend Duong Tran, could you come to the city lord's mansion for a talk? Scene shifted to the city lord's mansion. Duong Tran and Kim Vo Kayat were invited to sit and drink tea while chatting. City lord proposed that Duong Tran show everyone his martial seed. Upon hearing this, Duong Tran told his younger brother, Tiu Kayat, manifest your martial worm for City Lord Dong Hong to observe. Kim Vo Kayat immediately summoned his demonic tree martial worm, its imposing aura surging outward. City Lord Dong Hong hurriedly exclaimed, this is indeed a supreme martial worm. City Lord Dong Hong turned to look at everyone and said, Duong Tran, very good. This is truly a supreme martial seed. I did not expect you to truly comprehend the fortune left behind by the old ancestor. This destiny is indeed extraordinary. Duong Tran scratched his head awkwardly and replied, City Lord, we come from poor backgrounds. The 4,000 spirit stones for entry into the tower truly emptied the savings of us two brothers. The City Lord smiled and said, rest assured, as long as you clearly explain the secret of the Grand Merit Tower, the 4,000 spirit stones will be returned. Fearing that he would not lose money, Duong Tran immediately beamed, good, City Lord and everyone present. Any family with someone in the true martial realm or martial worm realm who wishes to condense a martial worm can bring spirit stones to trade privately with me. Each secret costs 4,000 spirit stones, only for one person, absolutely not to be spread. After speaking, he revealed his familiar sly smile, causing the crowd to pale. City Lord Dong Hong then said, Tai, you pay 4,000 spirit stones to buy Duong Tran's secret and enter the Grand Merit Tower to see whether your martial seed can evolve. Dong Hong Tai stammered. Dong Hong Tai opened his pouch of spirit stones and handed it over. Duong Tran's eyes instantly lit up. Duong Tran transmitted his voice. The secret of the Grand Merit Tower is exactly this. Brother Dong Hong must swear upon your martial heart to absolutely not reveal it. Dong Hong Tai turned pale and thought to himself, this can hardly be called a secret, but he still gritted his teeth and said, I swear upon my martial heart. Can this method truly trigger the ancestral might within the tower? Duong Tran laughed loudly and replied, I have already calculated it carefully. You indeed have the aptitude, possibility to resonate with the ancestral might. Only then can a supreme martial worm be formed. The city lord urged Tai, go to the Grand Merit Tower now. Dong Hong Tai left, while Duong Tran quickly pocketed the pouch of spirit stones. In contrast, Kim Vo Kayat revealed a worried expression. He transmitted his voice and asked, brother, if Dong Hong Tai fails, will we have to return the money? Duong Tran replied with a sly grin, return the money, Tiu Kayat. Have you ever seen money that entered my pocket be taken out and returned? Not long after, the old city lord cried out in joy. It succeeded. It truly succeeded. At the same time, a phenomenon occurred at the Grand Merit Tower. Red light radiated outward. Everyone hurried outside to observe. Dong Hong Tai also stepped out from within the tower at this moment. The city lord immediately said, Tai, quickly manifest your martial worm for everyone to see. Dong Hong Tai then unleashed his martial seed, its form appearing extremely peculiar. The city lord cried out in shock the moment he saw it. Dong Hong Tai stepped forward and said to Duong Tran, I owe you a favor. One day I will repay it. Duong Tran laughed loudly in response, ha ha. Many thanks in advance. Perhaps in the future I may have the chance to rely on you. At this time Tran Than also spoke up and asked, Duong Tran, Can I buy 2 slots? Duong Tran showed surprise. With Tran Than's great reputation, you are only buying 2 slots. The old man of Van Trung interjected, Duong Tran, my Van Trung family will buy 5 slots. Duong Tran nodded in agreement, of course. From my observation, the Van Trung family certainly has more than 5 geniuses like Van Trung Ho or Van Trung Tiu Nguyen. All are talents. Entering the Merit Tower, they should be able to condense martial worms. The old man of Van Trung sighed, Brother Tran, my family's financial resources are limited. 5 slots are already the limit. Duong Tran raised his thumb in praise. The head of the Van Trung family is truly capable. The younger generation of your family is indeed blessed. In my next life, I would also like to be reborn into your family. But in his heart he thought, with only 5 slots and you want to condense a supreme martial worm, you are truly dreaming. And Trung Ho then asked, are you certain that you are not playing with us? Duong Tran raised 2 fingers and said, I swear upon my martial heart. The words I just transmitted are absolutely the secret of the Grand Merit Tower. Van Trung Ho's expression darkened as he let out a cold snort. When it was the next person's turn, Duong Tran said, Junior brother Nguyen Jaya, I absolutely will not deceive you. I trust you greatly. If you cannot condense a supreme martial worm, I will return the spirit stones. The old man of Van Trung immediately said, Brother Tran, that is discrimination. If members of my Van Trung family fail, you must also return it. Duong Tran waved his hand and replied, no. Junior brother Nguyen Jaya and I share a deep bond. This is not favoritism. The crowd was stunned after hearing this, a deep bond. Tran Than was also speechless at this moment, sitting silently without speaking. Duong Tran closed his eyes while calculating and thought to himself, I've already sold 32 slots. How many spirit stones do I have now? Tran Than finally could not hold back, his face full of doubt. When he saw Duong Tran stand up, he was startled as well. Duong Tran respectfully cupped his hands and said, City Lord and everyone, my brother and I shall take our leave. Otherwise, the elders at the guest inn will grow anxious. City Lord Dong Hong waved his hand and said, go. Thus the 2 brothers Duong Tran, together with Kim Vo Kiat, left decisively. Kim Vo Kiat asked in confusion, brother, can they truly condense supreme martial worms? Duong Tran replied decisively, how could that be? Kim Vo Kiat said worriedly, brother, they are all important figures of Dong Hong City. If they discover they were deceived, will we not be in trouble? Duong Tran answered blankly, deceive? When did I deceive them? It was a transaction. It was fair and transparent. What trouble could there be? Just then a loud voice called out, Duong Tran, Duong Tran. The 2 brothers turned pale upon hearing it. The scene shifted back to Duong Tran's guest residence. Duong Tran asked Thin Ba Quang, Master, where are they? Thin Ba Quang replied calmly, whether alive or dead is unknown, who knows where they are? Duong Tran hurriedly said, Master, there is some trouble, Tiu Kiat, and I must leave the city immediately and head to the mountains. Tell Lin Hai to bring the 3 of them there to meet me, and have Lin Hai bring Tiu Hak as well. After hearing this, Thin Ba Quang sensed something was wrong and felt alarmed inside. Then he was so furious his head nearly exploded when he saw his disciple run off. You brat, what trouble have you caused this time? The scene shifted to Dong Hong Mountain. Kim Vo Kiat said worriedly, brother, this time we have offended all of Dong Hong City. When we return in the future, will we not be skinned alive? Duong Tran remained calm. What is there to fear? It was a voluntary transaction. I did not force them to hand over spirit stones. Tiu Kiat, do not worry. Dong Hong sword sect is different from the eastern lands. The people here still reason. Looking at the statue before him, Duong Tran thought to himself, this must be the old ancestor Dong Hong, a great ancient powerhouse, a true divine realm expert. The 2 brothers stood there staring blankly. At the mountain gate, someone was already waiting. This person was Luo Chengjai, a disciple of Dong Hong sword sect. He called out, Junior brother Duong Tran, I heard that in this grand ceremony you were one of the top 2. Duong Tran respectfully returned the greeting, Senior brother, please instruct us on the sect rules. We have just arrived and fear violating something unknowingly. Luo Chengjai scratched his head and replied, Junior brother, our sect is rather free and relaxed. There are almost no rigid rules. Only the main peak cannot be entered or exited without a token. Aside from that, there are basically no taboos. Junior brother Duong, the cultivation resources in the sect, including important artifacts related to cultivation time, are allocated according to ranking. As the top of the grand ceremony, your share of resources is so abundant you will not be able to use them all. Hearing this, Duong Tran sighed. Is that so? Then that is truly wonderful. The scene shifted to a high mountain peak. Luo Chengjai raised his hand and introduced, Junior brother, this Hong Dam Peak is the main peak reserved exclusively for the top of this grand ceremony. From now on it belongs only to you. It is your personal cultivation ground in the sword sect. Duong Tran and Kim Vo Kiat widened their eyes in shock. Is that true? Luo Chengjai continued explaining. By tradition, the sect master will personally summon those ranked in the top 20 of the grand ceremony and open the sword pool forbidden ground of the main peak for you. I advise junior brother to prepare a sufficiently good treasured sword early. Duong Tran asked in confusion, Senior brother Luo, why is that? Luo Chengjai replied, I have never set foot in the sword pool either, but I heard there is a great opportunity there to help a treasured sword awaken its spirit. After hearing this, Duong Tran respectfully bowed in thanks, and Luo Chengjai turned and left. Duong Tran and Kim Vo Kiat walked side by side into Hong Dam Peak. Kim Vo Kiat exclaimed excitedly, the earth attribute spiritual chi is truly dense. Hong Dam Peak truly lives up to its reputation. Duong Tran turned and said to Kim Vo Kiat, Tiu Kiat, you go stroll around first. I will head to the main peak for a while. The scene shifted to the main peak, north of Thien Ko Medicinal Valley. The moment Duong Tran saw the grass and flowers here, he cried out in delight. It truly is a wonderful place. As soon as he finished speaking, a voice sounded, have you looked enough? Duong Tran was startled and turned around, seeing the great elder expressionless as he slowly approached. Duong Tran immediately bowed respectfully. Greetings, great elder. The great elder spoke, little fellow. According to the rules, you must help me look after the precious herbs for a period of time. As for granting you the soul radiant stone, that depends on your performance. If you dare to be deceitful, you can imagine the consequences. Duong Tran patted his chest confidently and said, taking care of the precious herbs is no problem. Please rest assured, elder. The great elder instructed, the herbs outside are not important, but inside there are 20 extremely important precious herbs, all with name plaques attached. You must tend them carefully. In addition, those 20 must be fertilized daily. The fertilizer is taken from the prison deep within the valley, where vicious criminals are held. One is executed each day, burned to ashes and scattered around the roots. Remember, they must be burned to ashes. Hearing this, Duong Tran's eyes widened as he thought to himself, using living people as fertilizer. After that, Duong Tran began inspecting each precious herb. When he saw a plaque reading Black Bodhi, he softly read Black Bodhi, Dark Sacred Grade. Seeing the black chi continuously emanating, greed rose in Duong Tran's eyes. His eyes shone brightly as he muttered, what grade of treasure is this Black Bodhi? If the primordial demonic dragon within me absorbs it, what would happen? He immediately restrained himself. No, if I absorb this dark origin, that old man will surely tear me apart. The scene shifted as Duong Tran entered the death prison. The moment he stepped inside, he felt an inexplicable chill. Within stood a large furnace. Countless criminals were bound and suspended. He walked up to a woman and asked. He asked, elder sister, why are you imprisoned here? The woman replied calmly, just for a meal. Duong Tran froze and asked again, what did you eat? Were you that poor? The woman giggled and said, hee, immortal meat soup. Soup cooked from 6-month-old infants. During this, Duong Tran's face darkened as he angrily shouted, even death cannot absolve your crimes. After speaking, he grabbed the woman by the collar, threw her straight into the furnace and roared, today I will use you to feed the flames. Furnace lid slammed shut, and terrifying sizzling sounds echoed inside. After a while, the woman was reduced to a pile of ashes. A flash of light made Duong Tran squint in shock. He saw a soul raise its hand and charge straight toward him. Its appearance was extremely ferocious and terrifying. When the evil woman was thrown into the furnace, a beam of white light burst forth. Duong Tran broke out in cold sweat and thought to himself, this time there is truly big trouble. Unexpectedly, the evil woman's soul was directly devoured by Duong Tran, leaving him stunned. My Zyming True Chi was originally transformed from the dark origin of the Zyming Sacred Tree. I did not expect it could also devour souls. Duong Tran felt power fill his body as he thought. My Zyming True Chi cultivation was only at the 8th level of the true martial realm, yet in such a short time it has risen by 1 level. While Duong Tran was still rejoicing, Elder He at the side thought to himself, it seems there are still secrets on the young master that I do not know. After that, Duong Tran returned to the herb garden and poured the evil woman's ashes onto the ground. Beside the tree, black chi from the spiritual trees in the garden surged into the pile of ashes. Seeing this scene, Duong Tran broke out in cold sweat. As expected of a place personally tended by the great elder, even human lives are used to nourish spiritual medicine. The scene shifted inside the peak courtyard. Qiu Zhen-yi said to Gong Sun Wuya, senior brother, rumors are spreading throughout the city. They say that Brat truly has the guts of heaven. Gong Sun Wuya replied, there may be hidden circumstances in this matter. We must wait for that Brat Chen to return and ask clearly. For here, Thien Ba Quang angrily slammed the table. That Brat earned so many spirit stones, yet does not know to honor the sect. Truly insolent. Gong Sun Wuya coldly reminded, can you keep some composure, useless fellow? That Brat is becoming more and more excessive. Next time he returns, I will personally discipline him. The scene shifted to Thien Ko Medicinal Valley. Elder He appeared behind Duong Tran and said, that is enough. Duong Tran was startled and asked, great elder, I have not been negligent at all. As instructed, all 20 spiritual herbs have been carefully tended. Elder he stroked his beard and praised, "Not bad. You have taken good care of them. But if you want the soul radiant stone, you still must help me with one more matter." Duong Tran gritted his teeth in anger, then immediately put on a flattering smile and asked, "May I ask what the great elder requires this junior to do?" Elder he replied briefly, "Help me retrieve something. Go to the sect master and bring it back here." Hearing this, Duong Tran let out a sigh of relief and nodded, "All right." Elder he smiled slyly and instructed, "Boy, this matter is not simple. You must go quietly and return quietly." After hearing that, Duong Tran's face darkened, his mouth agape and eyes wide in shock. Elder he patted his shoulder in reassurance. "Seeing your extraordinary talent, this small matter should not trouble you." Duong Tran was so angry he was speechless. Elder he narrowed his eyes and added, "Recently the sect master has been quite busy and may not be in the Nine Bens cave. You only need to be careful. The third passage from left to right leads to the Three Bens cave. Go in and bring back the demon eye of Mopan Dai for me." Hearing this string of names, Duong Tran felt dizzy. Nine Bens cave, Three Bens cave, demon eye. Elder he smiled and explained, "It is just a black stone shaped like an eye, very easy to recognize." Duong Tran rested his chin in thought and muttered, "I have shadow escape martial intent. It should not be a problem." Watching Duong Tran leave, Elder he stroked his beard and laughed loudly, "Boy, I believe you can do it." The scene shifted to the entrance of Nine Bens cave. Duong Tran wondered, is this the place? He quietly stepped inside and then grew puzzled. Why is there no guard? Inside, 9 cave entrances appeared before his eyes in a row. Duong Tran thought to himself, the third passage from left to right, that must be Three Bens cave. As he stepped in, he thought, I did not expect it to be this smooth. In front of Duong Tran were 2 long stone tables, covered all over with various precious treasures. Before long, Duong Tran discovered a black stone eye. Looking at this eye, he thought, this truly feels ominous. Duong Tran reached out and touched the eye, wondering whether this was truly the demon eye of that powerful being. He casually stored the pitch black eye into his storage ring, and thought it seems there are no restrictions. Great Elder secretly observed, seeing Duong Tran focus only on the target without being tempted by other treasures. He silently evaluated that such temperament is rare. Not long after, Duong Tran brought the demon eye back and handed it to Elder He. He looked at the Great Elder with eyes full of expectation. Elder He casually tossed Duong Tran a soul radiant stone and said with a smile, "Little one, do you think I would deceive you?" Duong Tran held the soul radiant stone and thanked him joyfully. "Many thanks, Great Elder, for the reward." The Great Elder called out again, "Little one, wait. Is there some dissatisfaction in your heart toward me?" Duong Tran hurriedly waved his hands and shook his head. "None at all." Elder He stroked his beard and continued, "That is not right. I will give you another piece of information. At the summit of Hong Dam there is a treasure, very useful to you." Duong Tran asked in surprise, "Truly?" Elder He turned and left, leaving only one sentence behind, "Believe it or not is up to you." Duong Tran thought, if there truly is a treasure within Hong Dam, it surely will not be easy to obtain. Otherwise, he would not speak so indirectly. The scene shifted back to the peak courtyard. The moment Thien Ba Quang saw his disciple return, he roared, "Brat, you still dare to come back?" Seeing his master's reaction, Duong Tran could not help but feel bewildered. Qiu Zhen-yi also said with an unpleasant expression, "Brat, come here and sit." Old man Gongsun interjected, "Brat, we abandoned our homes for you. You must also cover the expenses of this trip." After hearing this, Duong Tran fell silent. His whole body stood stiff. Thien Ba Quang glanced sideways with a sly smile. As expected, the Grand Master speaks reasonably. "You brat, now that everything is settled, you must pay our labor fees." Duong Tran scratched his head and asked, "Is it not just labor fees? Tell me how much I will pay." Thien Ba Quang raised one finger, "Brat, I am not greedy. 10,000 spirit stones will suffice." Duong Tran was furious, but still handed 10,000 spirit stones to his future father-in-law, cursing inwardly, "Shameless. Once I marry Lin Hai, we will see if I still care about you." Qiu Zhen-yi also added, "On the road from Thien Nam to here, my head was always on the line. 10,000 for labor I would not consider much. 10,000 I would not consider little. Without it I will not be pleased." Duong Tran gritted his teeth and threw the pouch of spirit stones over. 10,000, not a single more. Dai Can at the back also raised his hand to speak. Dai Can said, "Brat Tran, since escorting you back to Thien Nam, everything inside and out has been handled by me." Before he finished, Duong Tran interrupted and asked, "Dai Can, how much?" Dai Can blinked and smiled. "Any amount is fine, but it cannot be less than 10,000. Mother-in-law standing beside them said awkwardly, "Tiu Tran, you do not need to give more." Hearing this, Duong Tran was deeply moved and thought, Mother-in-law is the best. She truly cares for her son-in-law the most. Gongsun Wuya spoke up. Brat Tran, this foreign land is not safe. You carry so many spirit stones, I am not at ease. Hand over the rest for me to keep. Leave only a few hundred for cultivation. These words struck like thunder and left Duong Tran stunned. Duong Tran hurriedly explained, Grand Master, Dong Hong Mountain is very safe. Sword sect discipline is strict. No one dares to rob openly. Gongsun Wuya sipped tea and said calmly, you are still young. Wherever there is light, there is shadow. Think how many people are watching you now. Duong Tran turned pale and asked, Grand Master, how much labor fee do you want? Gongsun Wuya raised 5 fingers and said decisively, 50,000. Duong Tran could only grit his teeth and place the pouch of spirit stones on the table. Yin Ba Kuang laughed heartily. Today everyone is happy, drink to your fill. The scene shifted to the next day. Duong Tran took out the soul radiant stone and handed it to Thien Ba Kuang, Master. Quickly use it to restore your soul body. Once you recover, return it to me. Thien Ba Kuang held the soul radiant stone and said happily, Brat, this time I owe you a great favor. After hearing this, Duong Tran waved his hand in farewell. This disciple will take his leave first. Don Mok Mong Hoa said worriedly, we took so much from Brat Tran, he must not be pleased. Daikan smiled and replied, Mong Hoa, you do not understand. We did this for Lin Hai's sake. Don Mok Mong Hoa asked in surprise, what do you mean? Daikan explained, if a man holds too much money, sooner or later he will deteriorate. Hearing this, Don Mok Mong Hoa giggled. Qiu Zhen sighed and said to Gongsun Wuya, senior brother, it seems we are not truly in exile. Old man Gongsun shook his head, shallow. We call this roaming the world. It counts as stepping out of the small pond of the eastern lands. Qiu Zhen thought to himself, compared to the eastern lands, Dong Hong sword sect is not much better. In the end, it is still just a small pond. Gongsun Wuya continued, I heard that whether the eastern lands or Dong Hong sword sect, they are only a poor little corner of the vast Dong Xuan. I also wish to go out, but my strength is insufficient. Once outside, I could lose my life at any time. The scene shifted to the summit of Hong Dam. Thien Lin Hai asked Duong Tran, have you obtained the soul radiant stone? Duong Tran replied proudly, I have already brought it down the mountain. Such a small matter cannot trouble me. Thien Lin Hai asked in surprise, did the great elder make things difficult for you? Duong Tran seized the chance to boast. That old man has quite a fearsome reputation and still wanted to trouble me. But who am I? He grinned widely and said, Lin Hai, what do you think of my Hong Dam Peak? The peak is spacious and open. Why not the 3 of you move here? During this, Kim Vo Kiat immediately agreed eagerly. He answered decisively, all right, I support it. Thien Lin Hai shook her head and said, the sect has a rule that under 20 years old, regardless of male or female core disciples, are not allowed to live together. Duong Tran shouted angrily, what kind of ridiculous rule is that? After speaking Thien Lin Hai, Lin A Chai and Can Ham turned and left. Thien Lin Hai said in parting, we will go first. Remember to take good care of Tiu Hak. Duong Tran remained behind, in a gloomy mood with Tiu Hak. He sighed and said to Tiu Hak, let us go up the mountain. Tiu Hak glanced at him with disdain. Duong Tran sat by the lake and reached out to sense it. Suddenly he was startled. My divine sense cannot penetrate this water surface. Without thinking further, he leaped straight down into that golden lake. The deeper he dived, the more clearly he felt something strange. What was going on? At the bottom of the water, there seemed to be an extremely powerful force, blocking him from descending. Duong Tran immediately closed his eyes, placed both hands before his chest, and circulated the ocean true chi to protect his body. At last, his feet touched the solid ground at the bottom of the lake. Walking underwater to explore, he opened his eyes wide in shock. What is this? At the bottom of the pond appeared a pool of dark golden liquid that stood out sharply. That pool floated within the water. He stared at it and wondered what it truly was. Unable to resist his curiosity, he reached out to touch it and discovered it could be grasped like a lump of mud. He clenched the object tightly in his hand, sweat seeping out from both curiosity and tension. With one hand holding the golden lump, he injected spiritual power with the other to test it. Suddenly, the golden mass exploded in his palm, making his heart jump as he stared with his mouth agape. The object emitted a dazzling light within the water. Then it slowly dissolved into strands of thin energy. Duong Tran recognized it at once. This was Earth Vein Essence. It is said that every world possesses its own origin, that origin being the rules of heaven, located at the deepest center of the earth within the earth womb, the foundation of a realm containing earth origin, over time giving birth to a supreme earth treasure called Earth Vein Essence. If the earth womb is likened to a trunk, then Earth Vein Essence is its branch. Thinking of this, he clenched his fists in excitement and laughed inwardly. Truly a rare opportunity. After that, he sprang out of the pond and quickly departed. Sitting cross-legged on the shore, he began cultivating. This was his fourth great true chi, earth vein true chi. As soon as he circulated his technique, he felt his mind grow heavy and fatigued, thinking that at present he was only at the first level of the true martial realm. Reaching the martial worm realm was indeed far away. At the same time, in the Dong Hong Grand Hall, everyone had gathered inside the hall. The yellow-robed elder standing above looked down and said, "By tradition you are qualified to enter the West Sword Pool. This place not only helps weapons awaken, but also purifies the body and enhances strength. Among you is there anyone without a treasured weapon?" Immediately a hand shot up high and shouted, "Ah!" The person was Kim Vo Kayat. The elder looked at him somewhat surprised and asked, "Then what kind of weapon do you want?" He raised his hand eagerly and said, "As long as it is heavy enough." Hearing this, the elder turned to the person beside him and said, "Lang Na Chai, take Kim Vo Kayat to Three Ben's cave to fetch a treasured weapon." She responded, "Yes." After speaking, the two immediately left. Half an hour later, Kim Vo Kayat returned, dragging behind him a pitch-black staff that looked extremely heavy. His whole body was drenched in sweat, dragging that object with great difficulty, yet his face was filled with satisfaction. Once prepared, the elder said, "Follow me, let us set out." Walking beside him, Duong Tran saw him struggling and softly asked, "Tiu Kayat, is it very heavy?" He turned with bright eyes and replied with a grin, "This is the ancient divine weapon dragon imprisoning staff. I used the heavenly demon contract art, so it has acknowledged me as master. It is a spirit artifact, yet for some reason it is still dormant." Hearing that, he asked in surprise, "A spirit artifact?" He smiled and confirmed, "The dragon imprisoning staff weighs 54,000 catties. Before acknowledging a master, it required true chi to even move. No wonder dragging it was so exhausting." The elder led everyone to a small pit in the ground, within which red flames flickered. Looking into the pit, there seemed nothing special. The elder stood before it, stroked his beard and said sternly, "This is the sword cleansing pool. Go down. You may remain for 3 days." The disciple scratched his head in confusion and said, "This is the sword cleansing pool. It does not look like much." Even Duong Tran looked at the pit suspiciously, thinking that this must be the sword cleansing pool the sect master mentioned. Though uncertain, he decided to jump down and try. The moment his feet touched the ground, the pit emitted golden light. He widened his eyes in shock and cried out. Red flames engulfed his entire body. He shouted, "So this is a restriction array." Duong Tran closed his eyes to sense it, then laughed in delight. This is indeed not a bad place for cultivation. After that, he drew out his sword. He smiled faintly and thrust the sword straight into the bottom of the pit, reminding himself not to forget the main matter. The blade touched the ground. A strange red mark immediately appeared on the sword. He looked at it in shock and asked, "What is this?" As if realizing something, he leaped upward and dashed away swiftly. 3 days later, the senior brother standing among the crowd smiled and said, "Junior brothers, I will escort you down the mountain." After 3 days, everyone was utterly exhausted, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath. All were listless, faces ashen as if about to collapse, none willing to speak. The man clasped his hands behind his back and said gently, "Do not be discouraged. Awakening sword chi in the sword cleansing pool requires opportunity. Since ancient times, few succeed on the first try. In half a year, there will be another chance." At this moment, Duong Tran and Kim Vo Kayat were walking in the forest. Kim Vo Kayat looking delighted because he could now wield his weapon as lightly as an ordinary sword. He looked at him and cautioned, "Tiu Kayat, never reveal that the dragon imprisoning staff is a spirit artifact. It is too heavy and ordinary storage rings cannot contain it. Later, I will find you a higher grade storage ring." He hugged the weapon and replied with a radiant smile, "Brother, rest assured, I understand. No one can snatch it." The two arrived at Hong Dam Peak. They saw that man already waiting. Seeing them, he said, "Duong Tran, these are your cultivation resources." Accepted them and stared in astonishment. He was given a mid-grade yellow storage ring for free. Inside were 2,000 low-grade spirit stones, 10 divine sense recovery pills, a third-floor pass to the sword sect scripture pavilion, and a time card for cultivating in the 4 great instruments. After handing over the items, that man left. He smiled and saw him off. "Senior brother, take care." As he toyed with the golden ring, he thought no wonder Van Trung Tiu Nguyen fought desperately on the arena. The cultivation resources were so abundant. The two continued on their way. Suddenly Kim Vo Kayat turned and sighed. Sword sect is truly generous. To consume such resources within 1 year is hard to imagine. He examined the ring and asked, "Brother, what is the time card for the 4 great instruments?" Duong Tran winked and explained, "It is a certificate for cultivating in the great instruments. My card grants 1 hour per day and it accumulates. What about yours?" Hearing that, he said with admiration, "Mine only grants half an hour." And he asked curiously, "Besides the demon sword platform, what are the other 3 great instruments of sword sect?" Duong Tran acted like a senior and snapped his fingers. Tiu Kayat began explaining, "Among the 4 great instruments of sword sect, The Demon Sword platform is used to awaken and temper sword intent. The Azure Jade Flame Lake contains terrifying Azure Jade True Flame. If one fuses even a trace, then fire attribute True Chi will transform, and the Yun Chang Valley tempers martial heart and condenses soul power. Great Hidden Secret Realm is the most mysterious. It is said to contain countless divine traces. If one has sufficient comprehension, not only can one grasp secret arts, but also obtain innate true chi. After hearing this, he was stunned. Among the 4 great instruments, he could only enter Yun Chang Valley and the Great Hidden Secret Realm. Duong Tran clenched his fist in encouragement. Tiu Kayat, let us remain at Hong Dam Peak for another month to accumulate time, then go together. He pondered and nodded in agreement. 1 month later, Duong Tran sat on the ground sighing. After a month of bitter cultivation, Earth Vein True Chi was still difficult to advance. Thinking this, he looked at Kim Vo Kayat cultivating nearby, flames blazing around him. A few days earlier, he had broken through to the first level of the martial worm realm, making him envious. Suddenly, Kim Vo Kayat opened his eyes, the flames around him gradually extinguishing. He turned and laughed heartily. Brother, let us go. The time card should have accumulated enough. It is time to visit the 4 great instruments. He stood up and walked ahead with a smile. Tiu Kayat, I want to visit the Demon Sword platform first. Even the core disciple selection held every 3 years bears this name. Are you not curious? During this, Kim Vo Kayat frowned and broke into sweat. The Demon Sword platform sounds related to sword cultivators. Must I go? Duong Tran glanced at him confidently and said, hearing is only legend. Seeing with your own eyes is true. After speaking, he immediately ran down the stairs ahead and called out, let us go. Suddenly, he glanced at the black dragon perched on his hand and said with slight concern, I feel Tiu Hak is somewhat abnormal. Hearing this, he asked in surprise, abnormal. Mvo Kayat lowered his head in disbelief at the small creature and said, I sense within Tiu Hak there is an extremely vast power hidden. Even he unconsciously stroked his chin and observed the creature carefully, thinking that perhaps within Tiu Hak existed an extremely powerful bloodline, truly sealed by the true Crow Sword Emperor. The more he looked, the more he felt something was wrong. He stood up and said, when we return, I will study it carefully. It is possible a special bloodline within its body has been sealed. After settling this matter, the two quickly set out and soon arrived. Before them appeared a stone staircase stretching upward, extremely imposing. Mvo Kayat raised his head and said in astonishment, it is said that core disciples of Sword Sect only need to step onto the first stair, and the time card begins to be consumed. Duong Tran also shaded his eyes to examine the staircase. He continued, it is rumored that if one surpasses 1,000 stone steps and reaches the summit, a strange phenomenon will appear. But since ancient times, no one in Dong Hong Sword Sect has accomplished it. At the foot of the stairs stood a stone stele engraved with names, and the number of steps climbed. The highest recorded was only 891 steps, the lowest around 885. Standing before the ranking stele, Duong Tran noticed that within the top 100 were all members of the Dong Hong clan. Moreover, there was no sign of Dong Hong Hao Zheng, the current sect master. He then looked toward the steps, where quite a few people were already struggling upward. All were exhausted, some barely managing to move up one more step, everyone frowning in endurance, a few seeming ready to give up. Unable to hide his curiosity, Kim Vo Kayat ran to the steps and said, I will try climbing. But the moment he set foot on the first stone step, he felt his whole body grow heavy and halted in shock. Seeing him freeze, he also stepped forward to test the stone step and asked, what is wrong? The instant his foot touched down, a surge of golden light burst forth violently. Seeing that light, sweat poured from him as he thought nervously, this force is not like earth vein essence nor ordinary gravity. Could it be earth attribute power? With that thought, he immediately sat cross-legged and closed his eyes to fuse the two forces. The people above turned and mocked upon seeing him cultivating. Is that not Duong Tran? Cultivating on the first step. The one beside him cursed that he must be insane. Others echoed that as the top of the true martial realm, he was wasting time here like a fool. Someone glanced at him mockingly that even with ample time, he should not squander it so. At this moment, Kim Vo Kayat had struggled up a few more steps. Drenched in sweat, he turned his head with difficulty to see what Duong Tran was doing below, wondering what his brother was planning. Lo, his whole body was wrapped in flames and earth power as he stepped lightly up the stairs. He focused intensely, eyes tightly shut as he walked and pondered. What kind of energy is this? Clearly only 5th level earth vein true chi of the true martial realm, yet the strength has increased significantly. Duong Tran spread his arms to both sides and the force immediately grew stronger. It seems he must seize this chance to enhance earth vein true chi. Suddenly he opened his eyes in shock. The power just now quickly dissipated. He froze and wondered, is it over? So there is a limit after all. Then he continued stepping upward, looking extremely relaxed, completely unlike the others who struggled. Each step carried powerful force, the stone steps beneath his feet seeming about to crack. Strangely, the further he went, the spiritual light burst forth again. Duong Tran felt the power surge and laughed heartily. He knelt on a stone step, placing his hand on the ground and thought, after absorbing all of the second level, Earth Vein True Chi has reached the peak of the 5th level True Martial Realm. This is truly wonderful. He understood the rule of the staircase. Walk a few steps, then sit to cultivate before continuing, neither tiring nor slow in increasing strength. Duong Tran laughed inwardly. Originally raising Earth Vein True Chi was extremely difficult, but by fusing the mysterious power within the 9-grade stone steps, he easily broke through to the 8th level of the true martial realm. His eyes shone brightly as he pressed forward with high spirits. Upon reaching the 10th level, the suction within the stone steps had grown much stronger. While walking, he suddenly halted and exclaimed, "What is this?" For him, the stone staircase emitted immense power. He realized this place rose hundreds of zhang, with countless massive stone platforms containing different earth attribute laws and remnants of spirit treasures, enough to temper the body, awaken, and condense martial intent. The more he understood, the more he realized this was merely a fragment of a treasure. At this moment, Kim Vo Kiat stood before him, calling softly with a puzzled look. Yet he remained deep in thought, unable to believe that just a fragment of a spirit artifact was this powerful. If the dragon imprisoning staff in Tiu Kiat's hand were complete, and its spirit awakened, who knew how terrifying it would be? Thinking of this, he sighed. If it is a spirit artifact, it is best to absorb only a small portion at each level. Time passed, and finally he climbed to the 97th level. Before him now was Van Trung Tiu Nguyen. Seeing this, he smiled teasingly. "Senior brother Tiu Nguyen, you are about to reach level 79. It seems quite strenuous." Covered in sweat, he gritted his teeth and glared. "Duong Tran, worry about yourself." The angrier he looked, the more amused he felt, so he said, "Senior brother Tiu Nguyen, I can help you climb higher. It is just that I am short of funds lately. How much can you offer?" He narrowed his eyes mockingly and calculated inwardly. The closer to the 100th stone step, the greater the benefits. He does not believe this man will not be tempted. He curled his lip and replied, "You are short of money." Seeing he did not agree, he spread his hands and turned away. "Then I will not trouble you." Seeing him leave, he hurriedly stopped him. "Wait, can you truly help me reach level 98? Van Trung Tiu Nguyen calculated sinisterly, thinking that the sword platform forbids assistance in climbing. If Duong Tran violates it, he will surely suffer disaster. At most, he loses some spirit stones. He might even die. With that thought, his eyes flashed craftily as he asked, "Duong Tran, are your words true?" He turned and looked at him confidently. "Of course they are true." He even raised one finger to set the price. "Not expensive, only 100 spirit stones." Without hesitation, he threw over a pouch and shouted, "Here." After tossing it, he stood eagerly watching. Seeing this, he said, "Why are you still standing there? Climb yourself," leaving him stunned because he thought he would be carried. He angrily pointed and shouted, "Duong Tran, you dare deceive me." He only smiled complacently and replied, "Not at all, senior brother Tiu Nguyen. Rest assured, if you cannot climb, I will return the 100 spirit stones." Half believing, he stepped up while cursing you. The moment he placed his foot down, he did not expect. He easily stepped up, his eyes shining as he stared at his own feet in shock. He truly made it. He raised his head in alarm to look at Duong Tran, while he stood with arms folded, smiling smugly. His face turned pale with sweat, thinking whether Duong Tran possessed a secret art that affected the staircase force, while he offered no explanation and simply watched with interest. Finally, he laughed loudly. "Senior brother Tiu Nguyen, your talent is indeed extraordinary. I did not expect you to reach level 98. Conveniently erased his own assistance, while he folded his arms and turned away with a snort, seeming to hope he would suffer misfortune more than celebrating his own success. Duong Tran continued encouraging, "Senior brother Tiu Nguyen, in the sect no one at the true martial realm has reached level 99. You are truly a unique genius." Deliberately tempted him, eyes shining. "If you reach stone step 99 at the true martial realm, you will surely be recorded in history and admired by future generations." Hearing this, who would not waver, his whole body trembled as his heart struggled fiercely. Seeing the effect, he leaned close behind and whispered, "Senior brother Tiu Nguyen, I can help you reach level 99. He cried out in shock, truly, eyes wide in disbelief. Seeing the fish had taken the bait, Duong Tran rubbed his hands and smiled, "Senior brother Tiu Nguyen, I come from a poor background, unlike you descendants of great families." Understanding immediately, he shouted, "How much? Speak plainly." He looked at him and asked, "How much can senior brother offer?" He hesitated and bargained, "How about 300? His face darkened instantly in mockery. "Are you joking? After all my effort, only 300 spirit stones," making Van Trung Tiu Nguyen break out in sweat. Frowned unhappily, "Duong Tran, 300 spirit stones is not little. I am not wealthy either." Seeing his stinginess, he pretended to turn away laughing. then forget it. Afraid he would truly leave, he hurriedly said, 500, Duong Tran, 500 is the maximum. But he paid no attention and directly sat down to cultivate, flames bursting around him again. Being ignored, he shouted angrily, "You!" Still did not respond, while he clenched his teeth thinking that if he reached level 99, then with further cultivation, he would leap ahead at the Grand Merit Tower. Just thinking of that benefit forced him to concede. Duong Tran, 1,000 spirit stones, that is all my wealth. Seeing the price rise, he smiled and turned back. Senior brother, do you truly think I am foolish? Could your entire wealth be only 1,000 spirit stones? Hearing the name Van Trung Tiu Nguyen, he turned pale, knowing he was not easy to bargain with, and fell silent. He glared and replied, 1,000 Duong Tran. I will add another 1,000, take it or leave it. But of course he was still unsatisfied. Narrowing his eyes with a sneer, senior brother, the original price was 2,000 spirit stones. As soon as he finished speaking, he roared in fury, impossible. Ignoring the protest, he merely smiled faintly. I think there is still room to discuss. Seeing his firmness, he turned pale and pleaded, Duong Tran, 2,000 spirit stones is truly too much. Can you give some concession? He smiled and said decisively, no bargaining. With pleading useless, he had to compromise, handing over a large pouch with a threat. Duong Tran, if you dare deceive me, then Dong Hong Mountain will not tolerate you. At the sight of the pouch, his eyes lit up. He hugged it tightly and laughed heartily, no problem. Seeing his radiant face, he was utterly speechless. With the money paid, he impatiently urged, Duong Tran, quickly use your secret art. Time at the Demon's Sword platform is precious. He glanced at him and said leisurely, Senior brother Tiu Nguyen, that is enough. He did not understand and muttered irritably, I see nothing at all. Immediately, a beam of light from him enveloped his entire body. Now he could easily climb step by step, thinking inwardly that it was truly miraculous. If he had not experienced it himself, he would never believe this man possessed such ability. At last he climbed to the same step as Duong Tran, yet unexpectedly as soon as he reached it, he calmly stepped onto the final step, leaving him standing stunned. Thus he officially set foot on level 100. From above, a powerful beam of light suddenly descended upon where Duong Tran stood. Everyone raised their heads in astonishment. What is happening? Someone whispered that it is said cultivators below the Purple Mansion realm who surpass their level at the Demon's Sword platform and reach the summit will trigger a phenomenon. Others watching were stunned and asked, what? No one dared believe their eyes. Someone exclaimed, who is that pampered young master who reached level 100? A young woman widened her eyes in disbelief. Is he possessed? Who is he to reach the highest step of the true martial realm? Truly formidable. Another girl's eyes sparkled excitedly. So young yet so talented. It seems this genius junior brother is about to receive a grand advancement ceremony. She even covered her face dreamily, almost drooling. Oh heavens, he is so handsome. Elder sisters, do not compete with me. He is mine. I knew at first sight he is my destined one. At this moment, Duong Tran stood firmly at the summit, gently closed his eyes, and entered a state of cultivation, slowly sensing the new power that had just awakened within his body. A brilliant golden halo gradually spread out, enveloping his entire body like a sacred robe. Water dragon coiled in the air, along with two floating round pearls that suddenly appeared before his eyes. He immediately sensed something unusual, his mouth agape in shock as he murmured martial intent, and it is the earth element. Duong Tran laughed in delight, thinking how unbelievable this was. He had only reached the mortal martial realm, yet had already awakened martial intent that normally only cultivators of the heavenly fusion realm could control, and it was not just one type. Truly interesting. He lowered his head and looked down, seeing countless eyes staring at him, and could not help but sigh. It seemed it would not be easy to keep this hidden. The whispered discussions filled with disbelief from the crowd. He heard every word clearly. On the side, Van Trung Tiu Nguyen witnessed this scene with eyes wide open, sweat pouring down as he calculated inwardly. Duong Tran had reached level 100, so his gains must be great, truly infuriating. Thinking of that, he shouted loudly, Duong Tran, causing him to turn around abruptly and frown slightly. This time he took the initiative to step forward and lowered his voice to propose. As long as you help me climb to level 100, I will accept any condition. Duong Tran heard this and arrogantly refused. Senior brother Tiu Nguyen, today I am afraid it is inconvenient. That man was stunned and asked in confusion, what do you mean inconvenient? He pretended to think, then crossed his arms over his chest with a half smile. Senior brother Tiu Nguyen, perhaps another time. I feel this and that is not quite appropriate. Hearing that, the other side frowned and ground his teeth, cursing inwardly, this brat. Does he think I do not have enough money? Helpless, he named his price, Duong Tran. I have a pass to enter the second floor of the scripture pavilion. I can give it to you. But he calmly shook his head and refused. I already have the right to enter the third floor. Growing more and more furious, Van Trung Tiu Nguyen clenched his teeth, sweat seeping out as he said through gritted teeth, I also have an ancient treasure. Upon hearing those words, Duong Tran immediately turned around, his eyes lighting up. What ancient treasure? Forced to this extent, Van Trung Tiu Nguyen had no choice but to take the item out. In an instant, goosebumps rose all over his body. His chest felt stimulated by something as he hurriedly placed his hand over it and wondered what this was. The demonic dragon martial soul within him reacted so strongly. It was certainly not ordinary. His heart was already surging. He still pretended to be calm and asked, "Senior brother Tiu Nguyen, this looks like a toy. Is it truly an ancient treasure? Show me proof." Hearing that, he trembled with anger, sweat streaming down as he roared, "Duong Tran, the shopkeeper of Dai Kui Workshop has already appraised it. This small flag is indeed an ancient treasure. Its material is extraordinarily tough, immune to water and fire, difficult to damage by blades or swords. If it is not a treasure, then what is it?" Duong Tran only shrugged, his face still full of doubt as he sighed and replied, "Is that so? Perhaps it is just a toy from ancient times." Mocked to his face, that man went mad and shouted, "Duong Tran, this is already my most precious item. Whether we trade or not is up to you." Seeing the other party flustered, he leisurely said, "It is not impossible, but you must add a little more. A single flag with unknown use is not enough." Hearing that, he ground his teeth and answered, "I only have 900 Ning stones left. I have truly emptied my entire fortune for these steps." Duong Tran pretended to sympathize, spreading his hands. "Fine, consider it my favor to senior brother. But remember, you owe me a great favor. You must repay it in the future. This time I profit quite a lot." Van Trung Tiu Nguyen was furious to the point of madness. He threw the items to him and said through clenched teeth, "Take it." Duong Tran swiftly accepted them and immediately stored them carefully. After that, he patted his shoulder generously and laughed, "Senior brother, now you can go up." He immediately stepped up one level, and the moment his foot landed, he succeeded, exclaiming in surprise, "Ah." Looking at the step beneath his feet, he laughed proudly. "I have reached level 100. Excitedly spread his arms and tilted his head back, shouting toward the sky, "Come forth, mysterious reward." Yet after waiting for a long time, nothing happened. He stared blankly and muttered, "How strange. Why is there no reaction?" The crowd below was endlessly astonished. Van Trung Tiu Nguyen had also climbed to level 100. Some even asserted that his martial talent was stronger than Van Trung Ho. The young girl blushed with joy. This mountain entry truly produced talents one after another. During those praises, Van Trung Tiu Nguyen beamed. Though he gained nothing, he still comforted himself. Perhaps the benefits of level 100 would come later. That would be fine. At this moment, Duong Tran had already quickly descended. His goal was considered accomplished. He left in such haste because he was eager to test the new treasure. He needed to find a quiet place to study that flag. At Hong Dam Peak at this time, inside the room there was only him alone. Duong Tran looked at the Tam Thien Kin flag in his hand. The flames upon it were burning fiercely. He frowned in confusion, sweat seeping out as he muttered, "How strange. My spiritual sense is completely blocked." He gently shook the flag, and it immediately returned to normal. Nothing special at all, leaving him wondering if he had imagined it. Even so, he did not give up. He began to mobilize his own power, and even tried to activate the demonic dragon martial soul. Without hesitation, he gripped the flag tightly and swung it hard. Immediately, a black vortex appeared above his head, and the flag was sucked straight into it. Duong Tran looked up at the opening and exclaimed in shock, "What is happening?" The black vortex quickly drilled into his abdomen and vanished. His expression changed as he clutched his stomach in panic. It was not truly swallowed, was it? But after waiting for a long time, there was no reaction. He could only lean against the wall and sigh. Perhaps the ancient demonic dragon martial soul had treated it as food. That moment, Kim Vo Kiat walked in from outside, his eyes shining brightly as he shouted excitedly, "You are famous now. Many senior brothers and sisters at the Demon Sword platform are discussing you. Some have even reached the heavenly fusion realm." But Duong Tran felt no joy at all. He only sighed and said, "People fear fame as pigs fear fattening," leaving the other stunned. He continued explaining, "Tiu Kiat, if you have not yet reached the martial core realm, then it is good. The limit of the mortal martial realm at the Demon Sword platform is 100 steps. Stepping onto it brings many benefits." Kim Vo Kiat widened his eyes and asked, "What benefits?" Duong Tran smiled proudly. "At level 100, I awakened firm endurance martial intent," making him even more astonished as he opened his mouth and said, "Brother, is that not an earth attribute intent? And does not the Demon Sword platform only awaken sword intent?" He smiled and explained, "The Demon Sword platform can awaken all kinds of martial intent, but at the extreme level the success rate is higher. Moreover, I inadvertently developed the earth attribute as well. Being a master of all elemental heavenly Tao is truly troublesome and exhausting." Kim Vo Kiat watched him boast with pride, feeling deeply dejected inside, thinking he also wanted such trouble. Those who have it complain, while those who need it can only dream. Duong Tran reflected on his cultivation. Among the 4 divine artifacts, 2 min, Thien Loi, and Dia Mo had all reached the peak of the 9th level of the true martial realm. Only the solar true chi remained stuck at the 8th level. He sighed softly, calculating in his heart how to achieve a breakthrough. After thinking it through, he asked, Tiu Kayat, within the sword sect there are 4 great cultivation grounds, correct? Is there a place called Than Bich Dam Lake? Team Vo Kayat nodded to confirm, that is correct. It is the sacred land for cultivating fire true chi. Upon hearing this, Duong Tran immediately pointed decisively. That is the place, Tiu Kayat, come with me. At Than Bich Dam Lake at this time, the scorching sunlight shone down. The emerald waters churned violently. It was so hot that sweat poured off him like rain. He could not help but complain, truly hot. Kim Vo Kayat walked behind and reminded him, the heat here is poisonous. Remember to activate your protective aura. He only replied softly. Duong Tran leaped straight into the air, not forgetting to warn Tiu Kayat. The Than Bich flame poison is likely not simple, be careful. He merely responded vaguely. Duong Tran landed on a high rock. Suddenly streams of red energy surged and enveloped his body. He immediately circulated the heaven-devouring scripture, condensing a powerful stream of energy within his dansha. Numerous red lights shot up from beneath the lake's surface straight into the sky. The others saw this and mocked him, thinking he was seeking death. Some sneered that he must be a new junior brother unaware of the terror of the Than Bich flame poison. A mortal martial realm cultivator daring to absorb fire poison was truly courting death. Kim Vo Kayat also stepped onto another tall rock. Similar red lights immediately surged up and surrounded him. Crowd below burst into laughter again. Someone asked in astonishment, Senior Brother Kai, is that one of the dark attribute? How does he dare to come here? They continued discussing that these two must have problems in their heads, fond of self-torture. The girl beside them crossed her arms and said, only first-level martial core realm, likely a newcomer. Kim Vo Kayat had already sat down to cultivate, smiling as he thought, I did not expect the Tyrant Emperor Heavenly Demon Art could transform Than Bich flame poison into demonic fire, condensing the Heavenly Demon Tyrant body. Cultivating, Duong Tran glanced over and felt slightly surprised, thinking, what happened to Tiu Kayat? But very quickly he understood something and smiled faintly, thinking, judging by that expression, he must have gained something. Black Dragon suddenly rose up, its pupils flashing with a cold light. In its mouth, it was holding the very flag that had appeared the other day. Duong Tran stood firmly on a large rock amid the rushing waters. He continuously absorbed the dense streams of red light rising around this area. The previously silent flag now erupted with a terrifying surge of power. While cultivating, he gradually understood. The flag had truly been swallowed by the ancient demonic dragon martial soul, and seemed to have been acknowledged by it, the two forming a symbiotic relationship. He clearly sensed within his body that the flag could absorb Than Bich flame poison, and after merging enough poison, it would gradually reveal its true nature. Thinking of this, his hands gently guided the radiance within his dansha. Perhaps this mysterious flag was not merely an ancient treasure, but possibly a spiritual artifact. The onlookers who had been watching all this time were drenched in sweat, grinding their teeth as they stared upward in disbelief. Was that man truly insane? Many people personally witnessed the red light being continuously absorbed by him, and at this moment someone new appeared. It was a young girl in green with delicate features, named Tathur Jayo. The moment they saw her, those men's eyes lit up as they exclaimed, it is Tathur Jayo. Some even praised that junior sister Third Jayo was truly beautiful. Duong Tran heard the commotion and glanced down curiously. Nodding inwardly, she was indeed a rare beauty. People following beside her aggressively drove others away, loudly shouting for them to move aside. Seeing that scene, he could not help but feel disgust, slightly shifting aside to avoid them, finding such behavior unpleasant. The young girl standing by the stream looked up toward him and gave a soft hand. The man in green beside her saw her expression and frowned, asking, Junior sister, is something wrong? She raised her hand and pointed toward him, replying, Senior brother, look. Those two junior brothers are quite interesting. Only then did he notice that on the two tall rocks, Duong Tran and Kim Vo Kayat were sitting in meditation cultivating, and he gave a soft sound of surprise. Inwardly, he was astonished. A first-level martial core realm dark attribute cultivator dared to come here, and a newly entered mortal martial realm disciple dared to cultivate at Than Bich Flame Lake. Was that not courting death? Looking more closely, he finally recognized Duong Tran's face. In an instant, he was shaken as he realized, so it was that person. Propped his hand and sneered at Third Jayo. The sword training grand ceremony is only a few months away, yet that new junior brother who just came up the mountain is still stuck at the mortal martial realm. But Third Jayo seemed unconcerned, merely staring at him with a smile, her cheeks flushed, clearly intrigued. Suddenly she braced her hand and called out loudly, May I ask that junior brother's name? Van Trung Ho frowned and stepped forward to explain, Senior Sister Ta, that person is the mortal martial realm champion of this grand ceremony, named Duong Tran. from an unknown place. Hearing that, she crossed her arms and smiled faintly. Oh, so he is the one who took your top position, with such low cultivation yet enough to make our Dong Hong city famous. And Trung Ho grew furious and clenched his teeth, his face darkening yet unable to refute. He even added, Senior Sister Ta, that brat is arrogant and overbearing. The trouble at the Grand Merit Tower before was caused by him. Many families in Dong Hong City were cheated out of quite a few spirit stones by him. Thinking this would smear Duong Tran, unexpectedly she only chuckled, her interest deepening. How interesting. After speaking, she leaped high into the air. She stood before him and said directly, Duong Tran, next month's 7 Plum Peak gathering, you will go with me. After saying that, she immediately left, her tone like a command, not caring whether the other party agreed. Duong Tran was in meditation and heard this vaguely, feeling puzzled inside him. After that sentence, her figure had completely vanished. Those present were all stunned. Senior Sister Ta actually invited a mortal martial realm cultivator to the 7 Plum Peak gathering. This was too unbelievable. Duong Tran stood high above and looked in the direction she left, annoyed as he cursed inwardly. Fortunately, no one heard, or he would likely be torn apart. At this moment, Kim Vo Kiat also finished cultivating, looked down at his body and laughed loudly. The heavenly demon tyrant body had actually broken through to the 3rd layer. Thinking this, he jumped toward him and called out loudly. This time, Duong Tran was still focused on cultivation. Within his body, the massive black dragon was biting tightly onto the flag. He suddenly sensed something unusual and thought that something else was hidden within that small flag. Duong Tran silently recited the incantation Nam Min. Duong Tri Kuk Lai Hoa Tri Nguyen En Hat Van Ta Fan Ti. His eyes widened, cold sweat pouring down. This was actually one of the 10 great primordial flames. He sat motionless on the rock, the red smoke gradually dissipating, confusion filling his heart. If primordial flame has spirit, how could it be controlled by an ordinary being? Thinking of this, he stood up and sighed. Fine then, let us go. Seeing this, Kim Vo Kiat asked, could it be that Senior Sister Ta put you in a difficult position? Only then did Duong Tran turn to look at him and ask, Senior Sister Ta. He shrugged and replied, Tiu Kiat, do I look like the type to be troubled over a woman? Kim Vo Kiat scratched his head and said, but Senior Sister Ta is truly beautiful. Her cultivation is strong and her talent is not bad either. Duong Tran said decisively, whether she is beautiful or talented has nothing to do with us. He continued, it is not just me who heard. Senior Sister Ta has already invited someone to 7 Plum Peak. It seems she is 8 parts moo. After saying that, he sighed. If you truly succeed, I will help you hide it from Sister Lin Hai, but I fear it cannot be hidden for long. Hearing this, Duong Tran exploded in anger and turned to scold loudly, hide your head. After speaking, he turned and left without hesitation. At the same time, at the Eastern Earth royal capital, hundreds of people leaped into the air simultaneously. Giant eagle flew close along the cliff. The old man Vuong Diet Vo Feng flew high and shouted loudly, this is the Purple Palace realm. Suddenly he discovered that there were several other people on the eagle's back. Immediately after, a young girl along with 2 others jumped down from the eagle's back. The other 2 stood close beside her. Seeing that girl, the blond young man trembled in fear, sweat pouring as he cried out, Ngan Hoa, is it really you? The black-haired old man behind her roared angrily, shut up. A lowly brat like you is not worthy to call the young lady's name directly. Ngan Hoa smiled and raised her hand to stop him. Uncle Len, do not be angry. He is my friend, Dich Thien Kai. Uncle Len's face darkened as he assessed him. Oh, so you are Dich Thien Kai. With this level of cultivation, you are not trash, but not yet worthy of being called a genius. He turned to ask her, young lady, is this the genius you mentioned? Is he worth us traveling so far? Ngan Hoa blushed and replied, Uncle Len, you would not expect it. Thien Kai may only be at the 9th level of the heavenly fusion realm, but his Danshan has already undergone nearly 70% purple transformation. He will certainly achieve Purple Palace within the heavenly fusion realm. Uncle Len's eyes widened in shock as he asked, 70% purple transformation. Vuong Diet Vo Fang stared blankly at the 2, my lords. He thought that little 13 must have known them from the Dong Zion's secret realm, and their relationship was not shallow. If he could draw this force, and then Eastern Earth would truly prosper. Uncle Len turned to Ngan Hoa and introduced, little fellow, this is the 9th sect master's daughter of the Tai Hoa sect. She formally invites you to join the Tai Hoa sect. Vuong Diet Vo Fang turned sharply to Dich Thien Kai and shouted, 13, hurry and agree. Dich Thien Kai stepped forward and said, Ngan Hoa, I did not expect your background to be so great. What moves me most is that you truly came to visit me. Eastern Earth is poor and has made you laugh. Elsewhere inside a cultivation chamber, Duong Tran was meditating within a stone cave. The black dragon within him was crazily devouring spiritual energy. Duong Tran opened his eyes wide in shock. This Nam Lai primordial flame carries terrifying destructive power. Even the ancient demonic dragon martial soul might not endure it. Then he sighed, feeling helpless. The matter of Nam Lai primordial flame was not something he could handle right now. Suddenly his eyes lit up. He clenched his fist excitedly. The four great true chi had reached the limit of the 9th level of the mortal martial realm. It was time to break through to the martial core realm. Duong Tran slowly closed his eyes, spreading his hands as black energy swirled and enveloped his body. Streams of spiritual energy with fire, dark, lightning, and earth attributes simultaneously gathered within his dantian. He began to circulate his cultivation. The two min, solar, earth tomb, and heavenly lightning true chi merging one after another, guiding everything into the martial core. Black dragon gradually condensed into a clear form. Looking at it coiled within his palm, Duong Tran was stunned and sweating. Could it be that he had succeeded? Before his joy could fully form, the red radiance in his hand suddenly cracked, startling him to the core. The blazing red force shattered and shot straight into the center of his forehead, throwing Duong Tran into extreme panic. He hurriedly raised his hand to touch his forehead, his eyes filled with shock. What is going on? Duong Tran immediately shut his eyes tightly. He frowned in contemplation. The martial core existed within the sea of consciousness. Though he could clearly sense it, he could not control it at all. Thinking of this, he braced himself and sighed. He had never heard of such a thing before. Perhaps he had to seek a senior to ask clearly. While standing before the cave entrance deep in thought, suddenly a woman's figure appeared. The one who came was the familiar, beautiful Lin Hai. The moment he saw her, his eyes lit up. His lips puckered as he was about to rush forward and embrace her. Lin Nhai. Girl walking beside Lin Hai revealed clear displeasure upon seeing that scene. Realizing that all three girls were present, he scratched his head and smiled awkwardly, thinking he had nearly embarrassed himself before everyone. He forced a smile and asked, "Did everyone come here for something?" Imvo Kayat standing beside him quickly leaned close and whispered, "Lin bitch damn lay." Hearing that reminder, Duong Tran crossed his arms and tilted his head in thought, "Lin bitch damn lay." Lin Hai finally could not suppress her displeasure and coldly recited a verse about 7 plum blossoms blooming fragrantly across the land. Upon hearing it, Duong Tran felt as if struck by lightning, his eyes wide and mouth agape in shock. He scratched his head and gave a bitter smile, then hurriedly tried to flatter her. "Lin Hai, it seems your mood is not bad. Such a fine poem must be a sign of good faith." Before he could finish speaking, her face turned cold as she cut him off. "Do you truly not understand, or are you pretending not to understand?" He asked awkwardly again, sweat seeping out. "I truly do not understand. What does that verse mean?" The pink-haired girl with straight bangs beside them explained. "Those are the words of senior sister Ta Thur Jayo. Every year she invites geniuses of Dong Hong Mountain to 7 Plum Peak to discuss martial arts. In truth, she is choosing a Tao companion." At this point, the other two girls also looked at him with dissatisfaction. "Everyone knows this. Do not say you are unaware." Duong Tran waved his hands in panic to deny it. "I truly did not know." Pink-haired girl crossed her arms and questioned, "Duong Tran, could it be that you are truly moved by senior sister Ta being hit at his weak point?" He hurriedly explained in front of Lin Hai, "Absolutely not. I had never even heard of her name before. That commanding attitude was truly unpleasant." Hearing him say this, Lin Hai only crossed her arms and smiled, no longer appearing angry. Seized the chance to change the subject and said with a smile, "Lin Hai, I have also advanced to the martial core realm. How about we manifest our martial cores and exchange pointers?" The pink-haired girl appeared the most excited and agreed loudly. The group then moved together to the spacious martial arena. Duong Tran turned and said to Can Ham, "Your martial talent is not bad. Let us broaden our horizons and see your martial core." Ham said little and immediately formed seals before her abdomen, spiritual energy erupting. Her eyes widened, her expression unusually serious. Behind her first appeared a large bud, exuding a majestic aura. The petals fully bloomed, its momentum surging. Duong Tran looked at this scene with emotion. Ordinary martial core realm cultivators mostly only possess yellow-grade martial cores, yet she relied on a mysterious grade technique, so her martial core had immense potential. Kim Vo Kayat widened his eyes and asked, "Sister Can Ham, is this a mysterious grade martial core?" She held the flower and replied, "This is my Fire Lotus martial core battle form, based on the martial soul form, and relying on the mid-grade mysterious rank Kun Fire Art." After hearing this, everyone applauded. Duong Tran smiled and praised. "This Fire Lotus martial core is among the finest even within the mysterious rank. Its future is limitless." The pink-haired girl crossed her arms and smiled. "Who needs your praise? I was the one who suggested she choose this battle form." Duong Tran smiled and asked Lin Hai, "It seems you are quite confident as well. Why not let the two of you spar? Winning or losing does not matter." Lin Hai laughed and agreed at once. He revealed a sly smile. "Since Lin Hai is fighting, there should be a small wager for fun. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, he showed a scheming look, having already calculated something mischievous in his heart. He pretended to be serious and said, "A large wager may hurt our feelings. I will choose a slightly special punishment." Hai looked at him in confusion. Special how? He raised one finger and smiled. Whoever loses must go to the sword demon platform and shout loudly that they are a fool. How about it? His childish idea was immediately opposed. Both ManhwaCapped and Hai refused to accept. Seeing this, he immediately changed to another plan. He said, "If you lose, then kiss ManhwaCapped once. Is that fine?" ManhwaCapped's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and he agreed immediately. Hai blushed and pointed at him. "Then if you lose, what about you?" Tran crossed his arms confidently. "If I lose, you may tell me to kiss anyone." These words made Hai both angry and shy, her cheeks flushing red. Hai thought uncomfortably for a moment. In the end, she pointed at the pitch-black creature and said, "Fine. If I win, you must kiss ManhwaCapped once." Tran stared with his mouth agape, completely not expecting this move. Hai stood aside, laughing uncontrollably, while he wore a twisted, awkward expression. ManhwaCapped barked in protest, "Woof woof." After the wager was set, Hai signaled for ManhwaCapped to go first. He immediately stepped out, closed his eyes and focused. Spiritual energy within him erupted, swirling into a massive vortex. Before everyone's eyes, the spiritual energy took shape as a muscular bull-headed battle demon. Hai stared with wide eyes, unable to believe it. Tran explained proudly, "That is the battle demon martial core, a supreme dark origin martial core. What is it?" Not convinced. Hai's face turned pale, sweat seeping out as she stammered, "Are you two brothers monsters?" Tran laughed teasingly. "Stop staring, hurry, and fulfill the wager." Helpless, she stepped in front of ManhwaCapped. Blushing deeply, she lightly kissed his cheek. ManhwaCapped froze with eyes wide open. Both shy and delighted, he kept smiling, thinking he would not wash his face when he returned home. Tran pointed at Hai, "Your turn." Hai stepped forward, icy cold energy instantly spreading. Ice blue power burst forth violently, freezing the area around her. Hai shivered from the cold and hurriedly cried out, "Enough, it is freezing to death. You people are truly abnormal." Finally, it was Tran's turn. He stood solemnly with arms crossed, sensing that the martial core in his sea of consciousness was completely under control. Hai stepped closer to observe carefully and asked, "Where is your martial core? You have been standing for so long and nothing has appeared." Tran pretended to be startled and exclaimed loudly, "What, you all cannot see my martial core?" The other three stared at him in unison, for indeed no one saw any phenomenon at all. Yet he still looked extremely confident, raising his head high and saying that his martial core was of the invisible type, very difficult for outsiders to observe. The three were all stunned upon hearing this, asking in confusion, "An invisible martial core?" Hai turned pale in shock. She had never heard that a martial core could be hidden. ManhwaCapped also frowned and denied it. Such a thing did not exist. ManhwaCapped looked at him suspiciously, thinking that months ago he had clearly seen Tran's martial core. Could there truly have been a change? While he stood with arms braced and sweat seeping out, trying to argue that it was only because their knowledge was limited. In the cultivation room, Tran sat cross-legged on the ground, flames surging fiercely around him. He thought that although he had broken through to the martial core realm, he could neither manifest nor control his martial core. If he said it out loud, no one would believe him. He lowered his head to look at his hand, guessing that the Nam-Lai primordial flame within his martial core had not fully awakened or been released. It needed to absorb and merge with countless fire energies, his gaze gradually deepening. That thought startled him. If the Nam-Lai origin were truly fully released, would he have the ability to bear it? Thinking of this, he placed his hands before his chest and closed his eyes, sweat pouring down as he focused on cultivation. Before finding a way to control the Nam-Lai primordial flame, he would absolutely not let it absorb any more energy. At the same time, outside the Tian-Tu continent, full moon hung high, illuminating the night sky. In the sky, a strange red-black face suddenly appeared. That face rolled its eyes to observe, and then spoke. "I have sensed the aura of the Nam-Lai fire core. Dai Bai, you shall go to the Tian-Tu world and bring the fire core back to me." Bald Dai Bai knelt on the ground and respectfully replied, "This humble monk will certainly find a suitable fire seed for my lord. The beings of Tian-Tu have suffered for long. It is time to be delivered." At that moment, a short figure stepped out from behind and laughed eerily. He also knelt and clasped his hands. "Master, Dai Bai works too cautiously and slowly. Let me handle this task. I am more familiar with the Tian-Tu world." Dai Bai frowned unhappily and replied, "My lord is merciful. If Dai Qin goes to the Tian-Tu world, it may cause a great war, which would not benefit Master. That man threw his head back and laughed loudly in rebuttal, Master. The Tian 2 world now only has Jiu Tian somewhat difficult to deal with. My heart-shocking divine art has reached the 18th level, just right to test my skills. Seeing the two disciples competing, my lord hesitated and finally decided to let Dai Bai go. While Dai Qin must endure, at present you are still not a match for Lac Ku Thien. Though he is not formidable, the Dao shadow behind him is very troublesome. The short man could only clasp his hands and respond. Understood. My lord then instructed Dai Bai again. A few days ago I still sensed the scorching aura of Nam Lai fire. Now it has completely vanished. This is very unusual. You must not be careless. Dai Bai bowed his head and replied, ignorant beings all suffer. The Tian 2 world is a sea of misery. This humble monk will certainly bring back the Nam Lai fire core. With everything arranged, my lord waved his hand and ordered go. Two disciples left. He thought to himself that Dai Bai had good temperament and wisdom, but his killing intent was somewhat heavy. This trip to the Tian 2 world he hoped he would encounter some setbacks. At this time, Duong Tran stood before a towering and magnificent pagoda. He observed the pagoda and thought that since the martial core could not drive his cultivation, there was only another way to increase his strength. He would enter the great secret treasury and try. After thinking this, he decisively stepped inside. As soon as he entered, he saw another person with fiery red hair standing upright. He waved and greeted. What a coincidence. The other gritted his teeth and glanced at him with contempt and inexplicable anger. He turned his face away and coldly said, "Your face truly makes people disgusted." Duong Tran angrily pointed at him and retorted, "Is your face any better? You look just like a bone-headed goose." He encountered the red-haired man, turned back and shouted, "You are the bone-headed goose. Your whole family are bone-headed geese. Truly ridiculous." Duong Tran frowned and asked, "Senior brother Yuong Tai, it seems I have never offended you. Why do you have such hostility toward me?" That man snorted coldly, "I am petty trash like you being noticed by senior sister Ta. It is like seeing a ghost." After speaking, he stepped through the spatial door and disappeared. Duong Tran looked after him both angry and amused, muttering, "So he is infatuated with Ta Thur Jiao. Could she be so formidable that even Dong Hong's geniuses fall for her? To me, she still does not compare to Lin Hai." He walked to the gatekeeper and presented the golden card, thinking as he walked that 7 Plum Peak seemed worth a visit to see what was so special about Ta Thur Jiao. He clenched his fist and looked at the spatial door before him. Then he stepped straight through, in an instant feeling spaceship. Beyond the door was another world. Night had fallen, and the moonlight illuminated countless skulls scattered across the ground. Seeing the pile of skulls, he was startled. Immense pressure emanated. Their owners in life must have been extremely powerful. The more he thought, the more interested he became, guessing that the great secret realm was called the center of the sword sect, because this place gathered countless strong cultivators, very suitable for producing innate purple chi. The red-haired man also stood nearby and snorted coldly. "Are you foolish? This is my first time here as well. I heard it is only to broaden horizons. Do not even dream of obtaining inheritance." Duong Tran felt displeased hearing this, but still replied politely, "Thank you for the reminder." He turned in another direction, thinking that this person was nothing good, and it was best not to go together. While walking, he suddenly halted. Before him appeared the skeleton of a gigantic dragon. The skeleton emitted a purple glow, and at a glance pressure descended, making his heart tighten. Duong Tran's sweat poured like rain. Solar imperial chi erupted to resist. He realized that although the bones here contained immortal inheritance, obtaining it would be extremely difficult. Thinking this, he sat cross-legged before the dragon skeleton. He closed his eyes, preparing to cultivate, sensing within the skeleton a vast source of fire attribute power. Suddenly he saw within the dragon's ribcage a fireball covered in purple light. Duong Tran's mouth fell open in shock. So much innate purple chi. He quickly darted his eyes to observe the surroundings. Streams of purple chi from other skeletons were also converging toward him and the dragon skeleton. Duong Tran stroked his chin and calculated that if he absorbed it now, he would certainly be discovered. It was best to wait for another opportunity. Hour passed. He remained sitting cross-legged cultivating, drenched in sweat, yet that energy showed no reaction at all. Knowing he could not absorb it, he stood up in disappointment and continued deeper. He resolutely entered the inner area. Not far ahead, he saw a human skeleton sitting cross-legged, guessing it was the remains of a human cultivator. From that skeleton emanated a strange green spiritual energy. Seeing it, he broke out in sweat again. It was still immortal fire attribute energy. He stood observing for a while and wondered why no one came here to comprehend it. He did not know that the red-haired man was hiding far away, sneering, cursing him as foolish. Since ancient times, no one in the sword sect had been able to absorb innate purple chi from these bones. As Duong Tran continued forward, pressure suddenly descended. He widened his eyes and saw the skeleton before him erupt with violent power. He gritted his teeth to withstand it, sweat pouring like a stream. Flames surged up and enveloped his entire body. Two auras faced each other in a tense struggle. On one side was green spiritual power, on the other blazing red spiritual power. Duong Tran immediately sat down cross-legged and circulated the heaven-devouring scripture. A green light from the skeleton began to spread. Then it directly entered his sea of consciousness. In his mind appeared the image of a sturdy old man throwing punches. Beside him many others also appeared. The old man pointed to the sky and shouted that the human race must strengthen itself and resist. They could not be slaves or fertilizer. For the sake of future descendants, even death would bring no regret. Those images moved him deeply, his blood boiling fiercely. A strand of green smoke suddenly flew out from his head. It condensed into words. Obsession exists because an ancient wish has not been fulfilled, waiting countless years to finally meet a successor. More words appeared. This elder once wielded the Azure Chi Pure Flame Calamity art, but the Autumn Mountain battle ended in defeat. The human race lost hundreds of thousands of lives. The Essence Flame art was lost, making him clutch his head in pain as he thought of the chains his grandfather once mentioned about their family. The skeleton before him seemed to possess a soul, sitting silently watching him, its abundant spiritual power as if wishing to convey something. The energy from the skeleton continuously poured into his body. Duong Tran lowered his head to look at himself in shock. What is this? It has entered my body. Flag immediately reacted and began actively absorbing that energy. Duong Tran was overjoyed to realize that the blazing flag martial seed had finally responded. The energy pouring in grew denser by the moment. He immediately sensed that he could now control it. The blazing flag martial core was finally within reach. Duong Tran turned around and swiftly formed hand seals to cast. The two streams of red and green energy slowly intertwined and merged. Half an hour passed. His face had turned ashen with exhaustion. The space before him was completely empty. Nothing remained. Duong Tran panicked. The two bones had disappeared. This was not my doing. They entered on their own. Right, let me try to use the blazing flag martial core. He immediately sat cross-legged and raised the red flag upright before him. The surging power made him marvel, truly wonderful. Though the force was extremely powerful, any carelessness could easily cause mental backlash. It seemed he had to be exceedingly cautious. Floating building in the sky began to tremble violently. Surrounding formation vortices also fluctuated incessantly. Atma suddenly screamed, "No! The aura of the Nam Lai primordial flame has vanished. Impossible! This absolutely cannot happen, Dai Qin." Dai Qin immediately clasped his hands respectfully and replied, "Supreme Master, Dai Qin is always ready to obey." Atma commanded in a deep voice, "I have lost contact with the Nam Lai primordial flame. This is unreasonable. You immediately go to support Dai Bai and investigate the cause for me." Dai Qin chuckled softly, "Master, the fire seed is something you have planned and nurtured for tens of thousands of years. It bears your mark. It cannot possibly lose resonance." Atma pondered, "I also find it puzzling, but this situation can only fall into three possibilities. First, a powerful cultivator not inferior to me erased the mark and refined the fire seed. This is almost impossible. Second, the Nam Lai fire core gained sentience, devoured enough origin energy to break its own seal and enter maturity. If it had matured, it would require immense energy and be capable of destroying the Tian 2 world. Yet this world remains calm, so that possibility is eliminated. Thus only the third possibility remains. Fire seed has been obtained by a cultivator, and that person has entered a special secret realm that blocks my perception." Duong Tran, listening from afar, felt a chill down his spine. Dai Qin was astonished. "Master, the Tian 2 world is only a minor realm. Could such a high-level secret realm truly exist?" Atma coldly reminded, "Do not underestimate the Tian 2 world. It is unlike ordinary small worlds. Dai Qin, you and Dai Bai enter it and find the fire seed for me." After speaking, he vanished. Dai Qin immediately accepted the order. This time at Dong Hong Mountain, Dong Quach, the Kai led a grand entourage to pay respects to the Dong Hong sect master. Dong Hong thought in confusion. For many years, the Sword sect and the Eastern Earth Royal Manor had cold relations. Why had a high minister of Dich Vo Fong come here? The Eastern Earth State preceptor bowed and saluted. "By the king's order, I come to pay respects to the Dong Hong sect master." Dong Hong waved his hand to invite him to sit and directly asked why Dich Vo Fong had sent them. The Eastern Earth State preceptor looked around before taking his seat. "Sect master, King Ngo heard that the rebel of Eastern Earth Duong Tran fled into the Sword sect, so he sent me to negotiate, hoping the sect master will hand him over or release him back." Dong Hong snorted coldly. "Has Dich Vo Fong gone mad? Where does he find the confidence to demand a person from me? Whoever enters Dong Hong Mountain becomes a disciple of my sword sect, no longer related to Eastern Earth. Hearing this, the Eastern Earth State preceptor's face turned pale. Sweat poured as he cautiously asked, would the sect master truly oppose the Eastern Earth royal manor for the sake of a mere youth? Dong Hong laughed coldly. Does Dichvo Fang truly consider himself a great figure? The Eastern Earth State preceptor had no choice but to stand. He pleaded, King Ngo is willing to exchange 100,000 spirit stones for Duong Tran. Dong Hong showed displeasure. Dong Quach the Kai right. Go back and ask Dichvo Fang whether he has taken the wrong medicine. Dong Quach the Kai was startled and hurriedly asked the sect master to calm his anger. Presented an invitation, personally signed by King Ngo, inviting the sect master to attend the year-end grand ceremony at the Eastern Earth royal capital. Dong Hong glanced at the letter and sneered. Eastern Earth already has 108 county martial palaces, and still is not enough. Now another Eastern Earth martial palace is open. Fine. If I am free, I will attend. Dong Quach the Kai joyfully withdrew, promising that King Ngo would receive him with great ceremony. Night fell at Hong Dam Peak. Dong Hong Kai stood at a distance observing the two and smiled faintly. Kim Vo Kiat recognized him and reminded Duong Tran that it was Dong Hong Kai, causing him to turn in surprise. Duong Tran clasped his hands and bowed. May I know what brings senior brother Kai to Hong Dam Peak? Dong Hong Kai smiled and replied, you are Duong Tran right. I have long heard of you. The Eastern Earth State preceptor once proposed using 100,000 spirit stones to exchange for your life. During this, Duong Tran was shaken, grinding his teeth as he thought that Dich Vo Fang had truly chased him here. He quickly asked, Senior brother Kai, could it be that the sect master agreed? Dong Hong Kai laughed. Even if my sword sect is poor, we do not sell the lives of our disciples. Moreover, our relationship with the Eastern Earth royal manor has never been good. Only then did Duong Tran breathe a sigh of relief. Dong Hong Kai continued. The state preceptor also delivered an invitation. At the end of the year, Eastern Earth will hold a grand ceremony. My father wishes to lead the top 20 of the Demon Sword platform to exchange and learn, so I came to ask your opinions. Duong Tran did not hesitate, his eyes lighting up as he replied, go. Kim Vo Kiat worriedly reminded in a low voice, brother, will there be any mishap? Duong Tran smiled confidently. Even if there is danger, I must go. I am from Eastern Earth, yet have never visited the royal capital. Besides, why would the Eastern Earth king remember a small figure like me? Moreover, I must see how strong Eastern Earth's geniuses truly are. Most importantly, I once promised my master to make my name resound in Eastern Earth. Dong Hong Kai nodded in satisfaction. It seems father did not misjudge you. 1 month later at 7 Plum Peak, plum blossoms bloomed white across the mountain. Kim Vo Kiat walked beside him, unable to stop admiring the scenery. Just then a shout rang out from behind. Move aside, poor brat ahead. Where did you crawl from to dare block the way? Duong Tran's face darkened as he turned around. Whose dog was let loose so early in the morning to bark nonsense? The burly man was stunned. Brat, do you not know me? He acted as if he were very famous. Duong Tran replied coldly, do I need to know you? Or have you taken the wrong medicine? That man's face turned purple with anger as he threatened. Very well, do not fall into my hands or you will wish for death. At that moment Van Trung Ho and several others stepped up behind him. Upon arriving, Van Trung Ho smiled and asked, young Master Thuong, such an auspicious day, who dares offend you? He turned to look at Duong Tran and sneered. Oh, is it not Duong Tran you truly dare to come? Did you take senior sister Ta's words seriously? Duong Tran sighed disdainfully. Van Trung Ho, I suspect you share blood with Van Trung Tiu Nguyen. Your character is far inferior to his. You should go back and check. Seeing him reply so arrogantly, the burly man asked in surprise, you are Duong Tran. He looked him up and down and said, your spiritual power is not weak, but only first-level martial core realm. How do you cultivate? Placed his hands on his hips and stepped closer. The top of the Demon Sword platform joined the sword sect for half a year, yet still first-level martial core. Truly rare. He gritted his teeth and sneered. I thought you were a peerless genius noticed by my sister. Turns out you are just poor and foolish. Kim Vo Kiat could not hold back and spoke up. Senior brother must be from a previous cohort, right? Only 5th level martial core. Do you dare to fight a match? Only then did he suddenly realize something was wrong, turning his head in surprise. What? He was so flustered that sweat poured down, staring at the surging azure spiritual power rising from Kim Vo Kiat, and inwardly shocked. He did not expect this one to have reached the 4th level of the martial core realm. Even Van Trung Ho found it hard to believe. 4th level martial core advancing so quickly. Ta Thuong was only at the 5th level now. The tall man stood frozen, mouth agape, unable to believe his eyes. Someone behind Van Trung Ho laughed and chimed in. In the sword sect, when someone of lower cultivation challenges someone higher, the latter is not allowed to refuse. If he disobeys, he will be punished. It seems a good show is about to begin. Kim Vo Kiat stood straight, his stern gaze fixed on them as he introduced himself. Kim Vo Kiat, 4th level martial core realm, please enlighten me. Seeing this, Duong Tran was extremely excited. Clenching his fist and laughing loudly, Tiu Kiat beat that fool until he cannot fight back. That burly man was furious to the point of madness. Flames of anger rising as he shouted, Duong Tran, do not be smug. If you have guts, come up yourself. I challenge you. Do you dare accept? He crossed his arms and sneered disdainfully. If you want to challenge me, then wait until you defeat Tiu Kiat. Tiu Kiat, no need to hold back against him. Burly man trembled with grievance, glaring at him yet unable to act. Van Trung Ho stepped forward to remind. In the sword sect, when someone of higher cultivation challenges someone weaker, he has no right to choose. That dark-skinned man glared at Kim Vo Kiat and roared threateningly. Ta Thuong, 5th level martial core realm. He clasped his hands as flames burst violently, his fierce face menacing. Dare challenge me and you will soon regret it. Immediately after, within the sea of fire behind him, a gigantic tiger gradually took shape. Those around were astonished, thinking that was Ta Thuong's fierce tiger martial core, truly domineering. The burly man ground his teeth and sneered, killing intent spreading. Kim Vo Kiat, right. Since you are the challenger, strike first. I warn you, use your ultimate move now or you will not have a second chance. Kim Vo Kiat merely looked at him coldly, expression unchanged, eyes deep and unreadable. In an instant, a deep blue space opened behind him. His gaze immediately turned sharp. The burly man panicked, drenched in sweat, stammering, You are dark attribute. Van Trung Ho cried out in alarm, Young Master Thuong, be careful. His fist art carries sinister energy. Tree behind Kim Vo Kiat began to mutate, intertwining tightly and forming eerie eyes. The scene became extremely terrifying. That man froze in fear and screamed, What kind of martial seed is this? Elsewhere, Ta Thuong's martial core seemed to sense hesitation before this power. He could not believe what he was seeing. How could this be? This one's martial core could suppress his. Clearly his cultivation was lower, yet he held the upper hand. There was only one possibility. His martial core was earth rank. No, I cannot retreat. Even if his martial core is strong, his cultivation is lower. I may not lose. Kim Vo Kiat, go ahead and strike first. Kim Vo Kiat did not stand on ceremony. Nodding slightly, please instruct me. Immediately, he activated his martial core and launched an attack toward his opponent. That man poured all his strength into his martial core. The tiger roared, its eyes blazing fiercely. It lunged forward and bit down on the head of Kim Vo Kiat's martial core. It seemed the battle had been decided. Kim Vo Kiat withdrew his hand calmly and said, Is that all? Coiled dragon regret erupted, countless dragon heads appearing at once, causing Ta Thuong to be startled in horror. He roared and unleashed blazing sunbind. Now not only one tiger but 2 pythons also appeared. The 2 types of martial cores clashed fiercely. The surrounding crowd exclaimed that it was senior brother Ta Thuong's blazing sunbind. This battle skill was extremely powerful. Once trapped within it, even someone of higher cultivation would find it hard to escape. Meanwhile, Kim Vo Kiat's martial core grew increasingly powerful. Blazing sunbind tried to pierce through that martial core's body. Someone sneered that Van Trung Ho truly did not know life from death, daring to let that one duel young Master Thuong. Beginning to end, Kim Vo Kiat remained silent. A disdainful smile appeared on his face, only this much. Then he controlled the power bound by blazing sun bind into the tree branches. No one expected the 2 pythons to vanish in an instant. Ta Thuong was stunned witnessing this. How could this happen? Kim Vo Kiat smiled confidently, his entire body erupting with aura. I am not an earth-rank martial core as you think. Ta Thuong grew even more furious. He roared and unleashed another move, Azure Flame Sphere. Duong Tran started in shock and exclaimed, Azure Flame. Kim Vo Kiat calmly looked up. He immediately counterattacked, executing Coiled Dragon in meditation. Unexpectedly, Kim Vo Kiat's martial core arm could not break through the defense. Tried to press in with its entire body, but still could not stop Ta Thuong's martial core's assault. The crowd cheered in unison, yet not long after Ta Thuong's ultimate move dissipated, while Kim Vo Kiat's martial core still stood firm. At this moment, Ta Thuong had begun to feel fatigue. He sneered, Brat, you have some skill, admit defeat now while you can. Otherwise, my next move may seriously injure you. Kim Vo Kiat knew he was bluffing and replied, Senior brother Ta Thuong, that bit of power is not even enough to make me warm up. Ta Thuong gritted his teeth in rage, You brat, do not regret it. Scarlet Sun sword art was unleashed. Duong Tran hurriedly shouted a warning, Be careful. Kim Vo Kiat wavered slightly, a trace of concern flashing across his face. Immediately used Coiled Dragon subdues demons, using the entire body of his martial core to block Ta Thuong's attack. The strike carried might as if to pierce through the martial core's head. The attack tip aimed directly at the martial core's main body. Ta Thuong laughed wildly. You cannot block the power of Scarlet Sun sword art. Loud explosion rang out in the chest of Kim Vo Kiat's martial core. He laughed triumphantly. It is over. Soon he realized something was wrong. The flames could not penetrate the rock at all. What kind of martial core is this? ManhwaCapped continued forming seals. Coiled dragon dominates the sky, countless dragon heads appearing. Merged into iron fists, charging straight at Ta Thuong's martial core. He frowned in shock. What is this? His competitive nature left him no way to stop. He resolved to unleash his final strike, executing rending form. Tiger was immediately empowered with greater strength. It threw its head back and roared thunderously. That roar had no effect whatsoever on ManhwaCapped's martial core. ManhwaCapped's martial core decisively charged straight at the tiger. A violent explosion shook the space. The tiger's body gradually dissipated, more than half gone. ManhwaCapped smiled faintly. Senior brother Ta Thuong, I have already held back. Ta Thuong withdrew all his power. He turned and left in anger without a word. Those who had cheered him fell silent, not knowing what to say. Van Trung Ho looked at Duong Tran and ManhwaCapped with resentment. Ta Thuong lost. How could this happen? Duong Tran sneered provocatively. Van Trung Ho, what is it? Do you also want to challenge my brother right here at 7CP? His face darkened, but he still forced a disdainful look. Do not be too smug. Let us go, ManhwaCapped said cheerfully. Brother, we won. His cultivation was one level higher than mine. Duong Tran patted his shoulder and laughed. Ta Thuong is nothing among the martial core senior brothers. At most slightly above average, there are many stronger than him. When we meet a true expert, we will fight to our heart's content. Two walked together across the bridge, spanning the river. Upon arriving, a senior sister came to greet them. Junior brothers, please follow me. Duong Tran blushed awkwardly. Sorry to trouble you, senior sister. Unexpectedly, the senior sister receiving them was at the 8th level of the martial core realm. The three stepped inside together. Space inside was utterly silent, without a single person in sight. Duong Tran turned his head and looked around cautiously. He quickly noticed a leader walking together with the group of Van Trung Ho. That person was Trong Du. His face darkened as he strode over as if to interrogate him. You are ManhwaCapped. Duong Tran felt irritated and spoke up. Who are you? Do we know each other? Do you not find it rude to speak like that? Trong Du angrily shouted, Brat, are you trying to cause trouble? What are you planning? Duong Tran sneered, then cause it. If there is no trouble, it would not be like you. Trong Du observed him and was surprised. First level martial insect realm. Where did this brat crawl out from? Van Trung Ho standing beside him quietly reminded. Senior brother Du. He is Duong Tran, also the top of this session of the demonic sword platform. Trong Du let out a mocking laugh. Truly unbelievable. Half a year enjoying top resources and still only first level. How exactly do you cultivate? Duong Tran replied irritably. What does that have to do with you? Trong Du smiled coldly with interest. Quite bold. I do not know what trick you used to seize first place, but with this kind of aptitude, you only disgrace the sword sect. Duong Tran shot back continuously. Who do you think you are? Acting like the sword sect is owned by your family. If you want excitement, then stay away from me. Truly unlucky to run into a freak like you. Being insulted to his face, Trong Du ground his teeth in fury. Damn it. I am Trong Du, brat. You have never heard of me. Duong Tran replied blankly. Is Trong Du very famous? Must I know you? Being Trong Du furious, Van Trung Ho secretly laughed. This fool is truly courting disaster. Dong Hong Yuong Tai appeared. He had witnessed the entire scene. Walked over to Trong Du and asked, have you found another junior you dislike and want to teach a lesson? Trong Du angrily roared, Dong Hong Yuong Tai, what does this have to do with you? Dong Hong Yuong Tai replied with a faint smile, idiot. You started 3 years earlier than me and are still stuck in the martial insect realm. What have you cultivated these past 3 years? Trong Du was slapped in the face consecutively by 2 people. Outside, there was an uproar of discussion. Senior brother Dong Hong truly shows no courtesy to Trong Du, of course. The two have been enemies since the demonic sword platform 4 years ago. Dong Hong Yuong Tai made Trong Du lose all face, forcing him to retreat resentfully. After that, he turned to Duong Tran and asked, Brat, how do you cultivate to still remain at first-level martial insect realm? Duong Tran sighed and replied, I am not like ordinary people like you. I am a 3-attribute heavenly Dao master. Slow cultivation is normal. His words startled Dong Hong Yuong Tai. 3 attributes. Duong Tran frowned and asked, you do not believe it? Yuong Tai slammed his hand on the table. Of course not. Duong Tran immediately suggested, how about we make a bet? Yuong Tai asked, bet on what? In his heart, he thought the sword sect had never had 3 attributes. Even dual attributes were rare. This brat certainly did not have it. Moreover, last time in Dong Hong City, he had won quite a few spirit stones. This time it would likely be the same. Yuong Tai asked directly, Duong Tran, how do you want to bet? Duong Tran smiled lightly. You name the stake. Duong Tai set the price, 500 spirit stones. Duong Tran waved his hand in disdain. I do not lack spirit stones. I will not bet that. Yuang Tai gritted his teeth, brat. Then what do you want to bet? Truly troublesome. Yuang Tran narrowed his eyes. If you have something valuable, then take it out and let me see. Yuang Tai looked at the glowing ring on his hand. Something rare. Took out an item, Duong Tran. What do you think of this? I obtained it from a treasure secret realm, but no one knows its origin. Duong Tran was startled as he looked at the item in Yuang Tai's hand. His martial soul reacted. It was indeed something good. Yuang Tai thought he was hesitating and explained, do not despise this ugly stone. It is so hard that even a profound-grade treasure weapon can hardly leave a mark. It is top-tier material for forging weapons. Duong Tran asked in confusion, forging weapons. Yuang Tai nodded, try touching it. Duong Tran reached out and made contact. A wave of numbness spread throughout his body. This was clearly life attribute power. Small stone bowl could actually store thunder energy inside. Interesting, it seemed quite good. Duong Tai smiled and asked, how about betting this? Duong Tran shook his head and said, Yuang Tai, I come from a poor background. I have nothing of equal value. Yuang Tai replied, then you only need to put up 500 spirit stones. Duong Tran nodded in agreement, fine. Remember not to go back on your word. Yuang Tai put the item away and replied, just ask around Dong Hong City whether I have ever broken a promise. Duong Tran smiled, then that is good. In his heart he secretly cursed, truly a fool. After that he muttered a few words and stood up. He raised one hand in front of Yuang Tai. Take a look. Duong Tai asked in confusion, Duong Tran, what do you mean? Duong Tran laughed, look carefully, look very clearly. Tiny flames rose from Duong Tran palm. Yuang Tai responded indifferently, oh, fire attribute. In just a moment those flames shrank and turned into patches of black holes. This is the dark attribute. That is right, it was indeed dark power. He truly was a dark attribute heavenly Tao master. That makes 2 attributes. Duong Tran smiled smugly, Yuang Tai. Do you know which attribute I hate most? It is dark. If not for it, I would have reached 9th level martial insect realm by now. Yuang Tai was so angry he was speechless. Duong Tran continued endlessly. Do not admire me too much. Dual attributes are not a good thing. It is exhausting, understand. Yuang Tai still refused to concede. We bet on 3 attributes. There is still one more. Do not think of deceiving me. Duong Tran transformed the power in his palm again and snorted. The light in his hand suddenly became far more dazzling. Yuang Tai jumped in shock. What is that? 3 attributes? It was truly 3 attributes. Heavens, why would the heavens grant such terrifying talent to that bastard? It is too unfair, truly too unfair. He finally tasted jealousy. It was truly uncomfortable. Duong Tran withdrew his spell and asked Yuang Tai, do you think I should make this public? He stammered in reply, are you joking? Talent like this spreading out would certainly cause a huge shock. Not only Dong Hong Mountain, but the entire Dong Hong sword sect would tremble. This is a 3-attribute heavenly Tao master. But after thinking it over, it was not appropriate. Duong Tran was only 1st level martial insect realm. His cultivation was still low. If his 3-attribute identity were exposed, it might bring unexpected disaster. Even the direct disciples of the Dong Hong clan might be tempted. Glanced around with an extremely serious expression. Yuang Tai lowered his voice and said, Duong Tran, your talent is too terrifying. I think you should temporarily hide it. Human hearts are hard to predict. Duong Tran was stunned. This guy was truly thinking for him. He was so moved, he almost wanted to cry. About this, after the tea gathering ends, we find a place to burn incense and swear brotherhood before heaven and earth. Yuang Tai was dumbfounded. Swear brotherhood. Fine, I do not have a younger brother anyway. A bet is a bet, you can take this. Duong Tran looked at the stone bowl before him. This was truly a treasure. Brother Yuang Tai was indeed straightforward. Since we are family, he cannot deceive him. Brother, there are 1,000 spirit stones inside. Take them first. Yuang Tai asked in surprise why. Duong Tran explained. Although it was a bet, this stone bowl is too rare and very useful to me. These spirit stones can be considered compensation. But Yuang Tai shook his head and directly placed the stone bowl into Duong Tran's hand. No need, a bet must be fair, even blood brothers must be clear. I will not accept these spirit stones. Duong Tran was speechless and thought, I accidentally deceived my own family. I will find a way to make up for it later. In another place within Dong Hong, the female disciples were carrying tea and serving everyone. Duong Tran took a sip and his eyes lit up. Brother Tai, what tea is this? The flavor is rich and lingering, truly delicious. The woman beside them covered her mouth and laughed. Yuang Tai was suspicious. This guy does not even recognize Dong Duong tea that everyone knows. Is he doing it on purpose? Another woman whispered, where did this junior brother come from? So naive and amusing. Yuang Tai said loudly, it is Dong Duong tea, Duong Tran. If you do not know, then do not speak nonsense. Ta entered with her people. Everyone welcomed her in unison. Senior sister A Ta. As soon as senior sister Ta appeared, she drew every gaze. Her beauty attracted attention wherever she went. He glanced over and said, Brother Tai, the beauty arrived late, and you did not even notice. Yuang Tai replied calmly, she is not my type. The moment he finished speaking, the men around them all changed expressions and glared at Yuang Tai in fury. Hong Hong Yuang Tai, what do you mean? Are you looking down on junior sister Ta? Surrounded by anger over a careless remark, Yuang Tai felt at a loss. He mocked, senior brother, is there something wrong with your head? That man paused and asked, what do you mean by that? He darkened his face and threatened, there really is something wrong with your brain. That man roared angrily, brat, do you dare bully me? Commotion immediately drew a Ta attention. He waved his hand and said, senior brother, we are all fellow disciples. We should reason first. If that fails, then fight. No one should object to that. Senior brothers and senior sisters present here, please come and judge. A Ta showed disgust. How did a block of wood get invited to the tea gathering? He continued smoothly, men admire women, that is the way of heaven. Everyone loves beauty. Senior sister Ta is so beautiful she haunts dreams 1,000 times. But everyone has different tastes. Some are not easily swayed by looks. That is a true man. For example, my brother Tai just reached the peak of the martial insect realm, devoted to the martial path, his heart like iron and stone, unmoved by ordinary beauty. Hearing this, that man grew even more furious. Damn it. Ta was not pleased either. She was used to being adored. Yuang Tai trembled, brat, stop dragging me into this. Ta Thuong spoke up. Senior sister Ta, this Duong Tran is too rude. He should be expelled. Ta swept her gaze around. She walked straight to her seat. Ta sat down and said, senior brothers, senior sisters, junior brothers, and junior sisters, today we gather at 7 Plum Peak, enjoying the snowy plum blossoms while discussing the Tao over tea to improve together. We are all talents of the sword sect. According to tradition, martial cultivation cannot be isolated. I invite everyone to exchange insights so our martial path may advance further. He muttered regretfully, lacking good food and wine makes it a bit bland. The remark startled Yuang Tai, who feared more trouble. Yuang Tai was speechless. Why did I swear brotherhood with this guy? Ta waved her hand. Fellow disciples may freely discuss the Tao. Nguyen Tri Man suddenly stood up, his face full of anger. He pointed straight at Duong Tran. I am Nguyen Tri Man, 9th level martial insect realm. Duong Tran, do you dare fight? He muttered, you are Nguyen Tri Man. He replied arrogantly, that is right, do you dare accept? He retorted bluntly, Nguyen Tri Man, are you blind to my cultivation? Using 9th level to suppress 1st level and feeling proud, did our masters teach us martial virtue without teaching shame? When he looked up, he was startled to see the cold gazes around him focused on him. Dong Hong Tait explained, Duong Tran, the tea gathering has rules. Those of the same realm may challenge freely. If the gap is too large, one may refuse. A little embarrassment is nothing. Only then did he understand. That man never intended to fight. He only wanted to humiliate him. He asked, senior brothers and senior sisters, is it allowed for someone of lower cultivation to challenge and be refused? Yuang Tai laughed provocatively, that is right. There are 2nd and 3rd level martial insect realm here. 3 in total, choose one of them. He called out loudly, Tiu Kayat, help your brother teach him a lesson. Tiu Kayat stood and answered, Team Vo Kayat, 4th level martial insect realm, senior brother Nguyen Tri Man, do you dare? Hearing 4th level, Nguyen Tri Man expression changed, but he forced himself to say, of course. Yuang Tai sent a voice transmission. You told Kim Vo Kayat to challenge Nguyen Tri Man like this. Is that not asking for humiliation? Why? He replied, Brother Tai, watch carefully. Tiu Kayat is no ordinary person. He is a bright star. Yuang Tai widened his eyes. Bright star? What bright star? Why does that sound unfamiliar? Nguyen Tri Man laughed to tears. Are you serious? Kim Vo Kayat body surged with fiery aura. Do you really think you are guaranteed to win? The crowd burst into laughter, their eyes filled with disdain toward Kim Vo Kayat. He turned decisively, then strode straight onto the martial platform. Nguyen Tri Man sneered confidently. He still felt no fear. Truly foolish brat. If you can shake my martial insect battle diagram, I will admit defeat. He laughed provocatively. Nguyen Tri Man, do not celebrate too soon. It will be too late to cry. Yuang Tai listened with a head full of doubts. Could Kim Vo Kayat really defeat Nguyen Tri Man? Impossible. The gap in cultivation is too large. If it were only 1 or 2 levels, perhaps there would be a chance. Yuang Tai felt worried and regretted the earlier brotherhood, while he showed no panic and even some excitement. Kim Vo Kayat began to display his martial skill. Nguyen Tri Man frowned, dark attribute, truly demonic. A mere 4th level martial insect realm dares challenge me, courting death. He immediately unleashed his own martial insect. A gigantic tree appeared. The crowd stirred. Fire mulberry martial insect. Nguyen Tri Man is truly formidable. It is said this type is 3 times stronger, close to lower profound grade. Kim Vo Kayat is doomed. Nguyen Tri Man shouted, come. He said, Kim Vo Kayat, remember my words. If you can make my martial insect battle diagram tremble, I will concede. I will not go back on it. Kim Vo Kayat glared. Stop talking nonsense, make your move. Ta crossed her arms and watched leisurely from above. Ta Thuong, who had lost before, sneered, "Look, that fool black battle diagram will surely be shattered." Green-haired woman scoffed. "Is he Duong Tran follower? Truly a block of wood. Duong Tran will lose face badly this time." The person beside her echoed, "Exactly. That dark thing might even get killed because of Duong Tran. Truly pitiful." Kim Vo Kiat ignored the chatter and continued pouring all his strength into his martial insect. A massive abyss gradually formed. Everyone stared in shock. Martial intent, martial soul radiance. Nguyen Tri-Man was stunned. "Am I seeing wrong? Impossible. How could he awaken martial intent?" Duong Tai witnessed it and was wide-eyed. This darkness and fire collided. Outwardly, Kim Vo Kiat martial insect was much smaller, but the power hidden within was astonishing. Seeing Kim Vo Kiat's strength again, Ta Thuong was furious. Ta was also stunned. She had not expected the underestimated brat to be such a rare genius. "If I can win over Duong Tran and Kim Vo Kiat, they will surely become great support for me." Ta calculated inwardly. He smiled smugly. "Senior brothers and senior sisters have been laughing at us." Yuang Tai gritted his teeth. "It is not only him who awakened martial intent. What are you proud of?" Nguyen Tri-Man screamed madly. "Why can that fool awaken martial soul radiance while a genius like me cannot? Is heaven blind?" Kim Vo Kiat continued to erupt with power, forming a gigantic vortex. Vortex seemed to pull Nguyen Tri-Man martial insect into it. Kim Vo Kiat shouted, "Collapse." Instantly, Nguyen Tri-Man martial seed was torn apart, then completely devoured by the black hole. Nguyen Tri-Man spat blood, his body thrown off the platform. Kim Vo Kiat withdrew all his power. He laughed loudly, driven off. Even 9th level martial insect realm is only this much. Then raised a finger in mockery. "This is the end of challengers. Anyone else want to try? Just do not exceed Tiu Kiat cultivation by too much." Ta Thuong roared angrily, "Duong Tran, what are you boasting about? You did not win. Do you dare come out yourself?" He turned and sneered, "O Ta Thuong, others stepping forward is understandable. What qualifications do you have? Even without using martial intent, Tiu Kiat can hang you up and beat you, and you still feel no shame." Ta Thuong was humiliated before the crowd and exploded in rage. A Ta expression immediately changed. Dong Hong Tight frowned. "This brat has a venomous tongue. Such a person will not go far. I suggest expelling him from the tea gathering." Ta pretended to mediate. "Senior brother Tight, calm down. Duong Tran may be stubborn, but he is first in his batch. Geniuses often have eccentric tempers." He had heard and turned to ask, "Who are you?" Duong Tai explained, "That is Dong Hong Tight, a direct disciple of the Dong Hong line, the sect master son, ranked 4th. He was startled, so he was the sect master son. He asked directly, "Dong Hong Tight, what is your cultivation?" Dong Hong Tight replied arrogantly, "2nd level Heaven Union Realm. What do you have an opinion?" He could not make a move and thought to himself, "Wait a few more years and we will see who subdues whom." Suddenly he stepped back and looked at Yuong Tai. "Brother Tai, stand up." Yuong Tai walked over to his side. "What is it?" He pointed straight at Dong Hong Tai. "Brother, can you bear to watch me be humiliated before everyone hit him?" Yuong Tai was startled when he heard that. He pondered in silence. He declared solemnly, "Dong Hong Yuong Tai, 1st level Heaven Union Realm, challenges Dong Hong Tai." Dong Hong Tai was astonished. "Yuong Tai, what are you doing?" Yuong Tai sighed. "Duong Tran is only 1st level martial insect realm, using 2nd level to bully him. Do you feel no shame? Heaven Union against Heaven Union. That is fair." Dong Hong Tai sneered, "Yuong Tai, you truly do not know life from death. Do you think I fear you?" He shouted in encouragement. "Brother Yuong Tai, subdue him, hit him hard." Kim Vo Kiat sighed. "If I were stronger, there would be no need for Yuong Tai to step in." Behind him burned the anger of Dong Hong Tai disciples. Ta pondered, why would Yuong Tai act for Duong Tran? Could it be he had been pretending to be weak? Yuong Tai immediately unleashed his martial seed, but Dong Hong Tai merely sneered. "So that is your martial seed battle diagram. I will broaden your horizons and show you what a true Scarlet Sun Golden Crow is." He snapped his fingers, and a gigantic bird appeared at once. He widened his eyes. "Is this a Heaven Union cultivator? Truly terrifying." He sneered provocatively, "Make your move, Yuong Tai. I also want to see what ability a branch genius like you has." Yuong Tai said nothing, and directly began casting his technique. It was Scarlet Sun Sword Art. The crowd behind gasped. "Impossible is that truly Scarlet Sun Sword Art. Its power is so terrifying." He grew excited. "This sword is truly formidable." Dong Hong Tai immediately shifted from defense to offense and used 3 flame command sword seal. The bird folded its wings and condensed into a blazing character. Ultimate technique White Ash Scorching Flame. Yuong Tai swung his flaming sword and blocked Dong Hong Tai attack head-on. Next came Heavenly Feather Sword. Immediately thousands of flaming arrows shot toward Dong Hong Tai bird. Crowd buzz. Unexpectedly, Dong Hong Yuang Tai had cultivated Heavenly Feather Sword to the 100-sword rain realm with 100 streaks of sword light. Truly a mad swordsman with martial talent. Dong Hong Tai remained calm. Azure Jade Flame Sword escaped. Bird opened its beak and spat out a ring of fire. The ring of fire became a solid shield, completely blocking Yuang Tai 100 flaming arrows. Though Dong Hong Tai looked strong on the outside, inside he was extremely anxious. He had not expected to be forced to use his trump card so soon. Yuang Tai laughed confidently. Dong Hong Tai, the probing is over, now we fight for real. Yuang Tai aura kept surging upward. He frowned. What is this? Just looking at it feels uncomfortable. Everyone turned pale. What sword intent is this to be so terrifying? Divine sense cannot probe it. No record of such sword intent exists in the classics. Cold sweat broke out on Dong Hong Tai. Yuang Tai, what martial intent is that? How powerful is it? Yuang Tai laughed loudly. Traceless sword intent. As for its power, you will know soon. Dong Hong Tai snorted coldly and raised his hand to form a gigantic fireball. He was startled. True flame sphere martial intent. Provoked, Yuang Tai, use your full strength. I want to see how strong your traceless sword intent is. He poured all that power into his own martial seed to enhance it. Bird was immediately greatly strengthened. Dong Hong Tai roared, Yuang Tai, watch carefully. Every fireball is launched by it. Yuang Tai swung his sword in a circle, traceless sword intent erupting. He widened his eyes and aimed the sword intent straight at the center of the fireball. A heaven-shaking explosion rang out. Dong Hong Tai stared wide-eyed, unable to believe the scene before him. Before he could recover, he was easily counterattacked by Yuang Tai. Seeing the smug smile of his opponent, he grew even more furious. Yuang Tai continued swinging his sword. The two clashed fiercely again. Dong Hong Tai began to panic. His composure completely gone. Impossible. Yuang Tai aura blazed. Dong Hong Tai, admit defeat. He glared. Admit defeat. Are you dreaming? Yuang Tai said coldly, then do not regret it. He slashed his sword straight at Dong Hong Tai martial insect wing. The battle was effectively over, victory clearly leaning toward Yuang Tai. Yet the crowd was still dissatisfied and turned to curse him. This brat goes too far. If I were Yuang Tai, I would have slapped him. He sneered, what does it have to do with you? If you want a challenge, then speak. Let me choose. The three of us brothers are ready. Brother Tai, am I wrong? Yuang Tai could only shake his head. He patted his shoulder and urged, Brother Tai, you won by just one minor realm and still struggle. That easily breeds arrogance. You underestimated Tiu Kai. At 4th level martial insect realm, he only needs to breathe to suppress Nuyen Tri-Man at half-step Heaven Union. So do you see Tiu Kai being arrogant? His goal is true Heaven Union realm, to surpass a major realm and suppress opponents. Yuang Tai and the others widened their eyes. He pondered and nodded, that makes sense. He continued, Brother Tai, you must never be arrogant, otherwise others will look down on the three of us brothers. Suddenly a curse rang out from the crowd, truly disgraceful. He grew angry. Who was it? Everyone waved their hands in denial. It turned out to be Ta Thuong, Duong Tran. You are shameless, relying only on your mouth to deceive people. You only fooled Kim Vo Kiat and Dong Hong Yuang Tai. He could not endure it. Ta Thuong, I have given you face 3 times and you still want trouble. Ta Thuong stuck out his tongue and sneered, Duong Tran, you are only 1st level martial insect realm. Without those 2 brothers, you are nothing. He had to step out to uphold his reputation. I Duong Tran, 1st level martial insect realm, officially initiate a martial duel. Ta Thuong, please enlighten me. Everyone around was stunned. Only one thought in their minds, Duong Tran is insane. Yuang Tai whispered anxiously, Kim Vo Kiat, what are you doing? Kim Vo Kiat replied indifferently, why talk so much, just watch. Yuang Tai was angered by that attitude. Seeing Yuang Tai expression change, Kim Vo Kiat lowered his voice, Brother Tai, my brother is very powerful. Yuang Tai sighed, no matter how powerful he is still only 1st level martial insect realm. It be he has comprehended martial intent. Kim Vo Kiat, has he truly awakened martial intent? Kim Vo Kiat replied calmly, of course, my brother has comprehended more than one type of martial intent. Yuang Tai was dumbfounded. What? Ta Thuong laughed triumphantly. Brat who does not know life from death. This time I will certainly teach you a lesson. Duong Tran, you move first. He smiled. Senior brother Ta Thuong, you really want to teach me? Then do not hold back. Unfortunately, you will be disappointed. Then he summoned his martial insect, the flag he had subdued before. Ta Thuong was startled. This, what kind of martial insect is this? Yuang Tai recognized it. That is a supreme fire attribute martial insect. Ta Thuong was ignorant. Whatever martial insect it is, I am 5th level martial insect realm. The realm alone is enough to suppress you. He also immediately summoned his martial insect, a tiger with 2 long sharp fangs. Duong Tran, you are the challenger, make your move. I want to see what ability you have. Dug at his ear, glanced at Ta Thuong and said slowly, I am already too familiar with your little tricks. Since I kindly remind you, then you should strike early. If I make a move, I fear you will have no chance left." He laughed in contempt. "Brat, you are truly scheming. Knowing you cannot win, so you plan to find a way out. Dream on, that will never happen." He had advised enough, but the other party still ignored him. He warned coldly, "You threw away your own chance. Do not blame me later for showing no mercy." The two martial insects immediately charged, their auras erupting as they clashed fiercely. Struck first, unleashing soaring mountain sword stance. The flag swept forward, slashing straight toward Ta Thuong martial insect. The attack aimed precisely at the tiger throat. Ta Thuong roared angrily and instantly used blazing sun manual. Sharp longsword suddenly condensed into form. That sword pierced straight through his martial insect in an instant. The crowd discussed heatedly. Although Duong Tran possesses rare sword talent, he is only first-level martial seed and dares challenge young Master Thuong. Truly reckless. That sword move had decent power, yet was easily shattered by blazing sun manual. If it were reinforced by sword intent, it would not have ended so. Having a little skill yet becoming arrogant, defeat is inevitable. Yet Yuong Tai pondered secretly. Could what Duong Tran comprehended not be sword intent, but another kind of martial intent? He continued repeating the same move, still soaring mountain sword stance. The cold sword shot out once more. Ta Thuong shouted and released Azure Jade Flame Sphere. The two techniques collided violently, creating a powerful shockwave. No one expected the tiger-shaped martial insect to gradually fall into disadvantage against his sword stance. He sneered young Master Thuong. "This is only the first move, and you already cannot endure. With this bit of strength you dare act arrogant. I admit you have some ability, but do not rush to concede. I have not had enough fun." Ta Thuong was furious to madness, grinding his teeth and cursing, "Bastard, you are about to die yet still dare be smug. Watch my Scarlet Sun sword art." The tiger roared and launched a fierce strike at the flag. Immediately responded with soaring mountain sword stance, a gigantic sword shadow slashing out. Ta Thuong Tiger River Sword Martial Insect also refused to yield and used Scarlet Sun sword art to meet it. Two forces collided fiercely. Ta Thuong inwardly enraged. Could it be Duong Tran only knows this one soaring mountain sword stance? A loud explosion sounded in the air, shaking the platform. He mocked, "Your Scarlet Sun sword art is not yet refined. Do not bring it out to embarrass yourself. If you have something stronger, then use it all." Ta Thuong swung both palms and roared angrily, "Duong Tran, do not be too arrogant." Raging conduction form was activated. The Tiger River Sword Martial Insect roared to the heavens. It then transformed into a blazing fire sword. Hong Hong Yuong Tai panicked and exclaimed, "This is bad. This is Ta Thuong's strongest trump card. Soaring mountain sword stance may not withstand it." He merely waved lightly, and once again used soaring mountain sword stance. Colossal sword appeared, he shouted, "Slash." The sword light instantly crushed Ta Thuong raging conduction form. The sword force continued forward, striking directly at Tiger River Sword Martial Insect. Sword light descended and struck heavily on its head. Ta Thuong spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale. The scene left Dong Hong Yuong Tai and the others wide-eyed in shock. Only Kim Vo Kiat remained calm with a faint smile. Dong Hong Yuong Tai frowned and said worriedly, "This is truly strange." On the platform, he declared calmly, "You have lost." Though furious, Ta Thuong had no choice but to accept defeat and leave. Arthur Gyro stood and said, "Duong Tran, you are quite good. I formally invite you to join 7 Plum Peak." The crowd immediately exclaimed in shock, "What is going on? 7 Plum Peak is all female cultivators. There have never been male disciples." Kim Vo Kiat objected loudly, "No, I do not agree." Everyone was stunned. What does Kim Vo Kiat mean? Could there be something between them? He scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. "Senior Sister Ta, I am sorry. I cannot accept your invitation for now." Hearing this, Ta Thur Jio face darkened at once. She covered her face and pretended to be pitiful. "Duong Tran, are you despising me?" That sentence enraged the crowd below. They all scolded him for being ungrateful and hypocritical, truly excessive. Cold sweat broke out on him, inwardly sighing that this woman was truly hard to deal with. He awkwardly explained, "Senior Sister Ta, we are not even family, why go to such lengths?" Ta Thur Jio softened her voice, "Junior brother Duong, is there some misunderstanding between us? If I am wrong, I am willing to apologize before everyone." He pondered and said, "Senior Sister Ta, accepting your invitation is no different from becoming Dao companions. That is not impossible, but you must agree to one condition." Ta Thur Jio was briefly stunned, her eyes flashing. Then she said joyfully, "Fine, speak. What is the condition?" He explained slowly, "Everything has order. I already have a Dao companion. If you do not mind, you may become a concubine. I welcome you to join Hong Dam Peak." Crowd could only break into cold sweat while looking at him. Ta Thur Jio roared in fury, "Duong Tran, do not think that because you are on Dong Hong Mountain I cannot touch you. despicable brat, not only ungrateful but daring to insult me. I will surely kill you. He quickly replied loudly, Senior Sister Ta, you misunderstand. I am completely sincere. Absolutely no intention to insult. That explanation only drove her madder. She shouted, get lost, leave here at once. If you dare then never leave Dong Hong Mountain for your entire life. He was frightened and thought that if he left the mountain, this woman would surely hunt him down. Scratched his head and laughed. Senior Sister Ta, think more broadly. My cultivation is still low. May I ask what realm you have reached? Ta Third Gyro sat down and replied coldly, this young lady is already 9th level Heaven Union realm. What, do you want to challenge me? Wiped sweat, smiled stiffly, and raised his thumb in praise. Impressive, truly impressive. This brat is 18 this year. May I ask how old Senior Sister is? Ta Third Gyro replied indifferently, 9 years older than you. He winked and grinned, Senior Sister, dare you bet with this brat? Oh, she darkened her face and asked, bet on what? He raised 3 fingers and said loudly, 3 years, Senior Sister. In 3 years I will challenge you to a life and death battle. Surely you are not afraid to wait. Ta Third Gyro was furious to madness and shouted, Duong Tran, make a martial heart oath. 3 years later a life and death battle. Before everyone he declared, in 3 years I will challenge Ta Third Gyro, life and death at our own risk. He glanced at her and said, Senior Sister Ta, I gained quite a lot this year. In 3 years I take you as my goal. I will not disappoint you. Thank you. On the way back, Kim Vo Kiat reminded him, brother, that woman is not simple. Her killing intent is too heavy. We must be careful in the future. He replied, Tiu Kiat, I know, but with my current cultivation I cannot confront her directly. So I deliberately angered her to arrange a duel 3 years later. Kim Vo Kiat still worried, but only 3 years. What if she enters Purple Palace by then? Answered confidently, Tiu Kiat, rest assured. I once entered Great Hidden Secret Realm. Absorbing innate purple chi from indestructible remains is not easy. No matter how monstrous her talent is, she cannot enter Purple Palace within 3 years. Let her use all her methods. Kim Vo Kiat laughed. Indeed, it seems that woman only has 3 years of peace left. Dong Hong Yuang Tai walked behind them with a dark face. He thought to himself, befriending these two who do not know the immensity of heaven and earth may not be good. Turned back and smiled, Brother Tai. From now on you are the elder brother of us two. Dong Hong Yuang Tai turned pale and asked, can this matter still be discussed? He patted his shoulder and said, what does elder brother mean? Kim Vo Kiat clapped happily, that is great. Dong Hong Yuang Tai sighed helplessly, Duong Tran, Ta Third Gyro has extremely outstanding martial talent. Even some sword sect elders may not surpass her. She often cultivates with elders and is said to win more than lose. Her strength is formidable. Are you sure you will still have a chance after 3 years? Kim Vo Kiat replied calmly, what is there to worry? As long as within 3 years I step into Purple Palace. When the 3 years arrive, that will be her doomsday. Dong Hong Yuang Tai asked in surprise, on what basis are you so certain? Kim Vo Kiat answered confidently, based on my unique Kakata martial talent. He frowned and added, truly killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Hearing him mention awakening more than 1 martial intent, he immediately interjected. What? Dong Hong Yuang Tai cried in shock. Surely not sword intent, explain clearly. All are martial intents. Is that all? He raised his hand and began counting. First is Shadow Escape Dark Attribute Martial Intent. Dong Hong Yuang Tai pointed with trembling finger. You are truly not human, is there more? Next is Earth Attribute Defensive Martial Intent. Dong Hong Yuang Tai exhaled. So it is defensive martial intent. That type is acceptable. Rongko Cave. Dong Hong Yuang Tai asked curiously, Duong Tran, you always carry a sword on your back. From our first meeting I saw you with that black sword. Could it be no ordinary treasure? He nodded, correct. This Mu sword is indeed a treasure. Although only a sword embryo without inscribed formations, its aura is extraordinary. Ordinary formations are unworthy of it. Dong Hong Yuang Tai exclaimed, your luck is truly good. Come then, I will lead you inside. The 3 walked deeper into the cave together. He looked around and suddenly stopped, revealing surprise. Dong Hong Yuang Tai explained, Zio Chen, Zio Kiat, this is Rongko platform. It is said to be a dark inscribed treasure, with formation patterns that gather heaven and earth spiritual chi. I usually sit here to cultivate. Hearing the word treasure, his eyes immediately shone as he stammered, a good treasure. He pointed and asked, Brother Tai, what exactly is the origin of this Rongko platform? Dong Hong Yuang Tai replied, it is said to be an inheritance from ancient times. As for the details, I am not very clear. He smiled ingratiatingly. Brother Tai, let us discuss it. Can you give this Rongko platform to me? Dong Hong Yuang Tai shook his head awkwardly. No way, brat. Do not look around. This is property of the sword sect. Whoever dares to claim it will be severely punished. He put on a crafty look. Is that so, Brother Tai? Do you want to comprehend a second martial seed? Dong Hong Yuang Tai was startled. A second martial seed. He patted his chest and boasted, Brother Tai, I have a mysterious secret art that can open several extremely special martial intents. Dong Hong Yuang Tai widened his eyes and shouted, "What?" He stammered, "Is that true? Brother Tai, what is our relationship? We are brothers. How would I dare deceive you?" Hearing that, Dong Hong Yuang Tai slung an arm around Kim Vo Kayat and said urgently, "Then let us swear brotherhood first." Fine. After saying that, Dong Hong Yuang Tai immediately set up an incense altar. The three clasped hands and swore, "Today with our souls as witness we become sworn brothers in life and death, until death do us part." Dong Hong Yuang Tai laughed. "Zio Chen, I will call you that. Quickly tell me what that secret art is. It sounds strange." Scratched his head and explained, "This secret art has no name. I obtained it by chance. Tiu Kayat can testify. If you do not believe me, just ask him." "Hey Tiu Kayat, is your brother telling the truth?" Kim Vo Kayat smiled. "How could it be false?" Dong Hong Yuang Tai asked again, "How long did you two cultivate in great hidden secret realm?" Replied, "Less than 3 hours." Kim Vo Kayat said shyly, "Even less for me, not even half an hour." Hearing this, Dong Hong Yuang Tai jumped up. "Tiu Kayat, go home. I will follow Zio Chen. Quickly follow me." Dong Hong Yuang Tai, and he sped toward the entrance of the secret realm. Van Trung Tiu Nguyen asked in surprise, "Duong Tran, were you not invited to senior sister Ta tea gathering? Why are you not going?" He replied calmly, "I already went. All fame seekers and profit chasers, boring, better to cultivate." Van Trung Tiu Nguyen said doubtfully, "Is that so?" but inwardly thought, could it be he lost in martial combat and left in embarrassment? He watched blankly as the two figures departed. That moment Dong Hong Tight stormed in angrily and shouted, "Move aside. Do you not see me?" Van Trung Tiu Nguyen hurriedly saluted respectfully. "Senior brother Tight." Dong Hong Tight glanced disdainfully. "Who are you?" "I am Van Trung Tiu Nguyen of the Van Trung family. Did senior brother Tight not attend 7 Plum Tea Gathering?" Hearing tea gathering, Dong Hong Tight eyes widened and his face turned ugly. He snorted and left. Van Trung Tiu Nguyen thought, why is everyone so strange today? At Great Hidden Secret Realm, as soon as the two arrived, they discovered a skeleton. Dong Hong Yuang Tai touched the bones and said, "Zio Chen, I came here before. This skeleton is not fire attribute. I vaguely feel familiar. Quickly use your secret art to check whether it has fire attribute martial intent." He said happily, "Brother Tai, this spot is secluded and no one will disturb us. Today we brothers may strike it rich again." He placed his hand on the skeleton. He immediately sensed a special aura. He exclaimed, "Sacred Light Luan." He thought inwardly, this must be the bones of a young Sacred Light Luan, born inheriting great Sacred Light Flame, each one unimaginably powerful. Dong Hong Yuang Tai asked anxiously, "How is it, Zio Chen? Did you find anything?" He laughed loudly, "Brother Tai, this time we truly struck it rich." Dong Hong Yuang Tai asked excitedly, "Struck it rich? Quickly say it. What martial intent did you find?" He shook his head. "No martial intent, none at all." "If there is no martial intent, why be excited?" He said smugly, "But I found something even more precious than martial intent." Dong Hong Yuang Tai asked in shock, "What is it?" Continued, "Have you heard of Great Sacred Light Flame?" He frowned in thought. Great Sacred Light Flame. It sounds familiar. Laughed in disdain. "How rustic, you must have heard of Sacred Light Luan." Dong Hong Yuang Tai pointed with trembling voice. "Sacred Light Luan, could it be this? Zio Chen, is this truly Sacred Light Luan bones?" He affirmed confidently, "Yes, these are Sacred Light Luan bones, unfortunately of a young bird." Dong Hong Yuang Tai stammered, "Divine fire? Is it divine fire? But how do we extract the divine fire?" He looked at him and asked, "Brother Tai, do you feel your heart racing?" "What are you talking about?" He teased, "Do not be anxious. I have a way. Today we will share the great sacred light flame." Dong Hong Yuang Tai asked in astonishment, "Zio Chen, do you truly have a way?" "Of course," he replied smugly. He urged impatiently, "What are you waiting for? Hurry." He raised his hand, and black true chi spread around him. Sacred Light Luan's skeleton trembled slightly as if awakened. The flames were triggered. Then his black chi wrapped around each spark from Sacred Light Luan. In moments, a sphere of flame gradually condensed. Dong Hong Yuang Tai stammered, "This truly is great sacred light flame." Shouted, "Brother Tai, why are you still standing there?" At that moment, flames erupted from Dong Hong Yuang Tai body and rushed toward great sacred light flame. He immediately began absorbing the terrifying fire source. His hands trembled violently as he said urgently, "Elder brother, hurry. I cannot hold it much longer." Dong Hong Yuang Tai shouted, "Endure a little more." Soon the flames were completely absorbed. Collapsed exhausted to the ground, Dong Hong Yuang Tai hurriedly called Zio Chen. Dong Hong Yuang Tai helped him up and asked worriedly, "Are you all right?" He panted, "I am fine, just that my divine sense is over-depleted, almost exhausted." Dong Hong Yuang Tai took out a pill. "Then it is fine. Zio Chen, this is Star Mark pill. It can quickly restore divine sense." He swallowed the pill and asked in surprise, "Star Mark pill? there is such a pill. Very rare, my father personally refined it. He also took out the remaining great sacred light flame and began slowly refining it. He turned and said happily, Brother Tai, from now on our fire attribute true chi will be the same, both azure flame true chi. Dong Hong Yuang Tai exclaimed excitedly, Zio Chen, this azure flame true chi is too terrifying, 10 times stronger than my previous heavenly son true chi. The yang divine beast bones suddenly burst into intense flames. Seeing this, he thought, within these divine beast bones there is still a drop of sacred light Luan essence blood called divine blood. Unfortunately, I cannot extract it now. Dong Hong Yuang Tai said happily, Zio Chen, many thanks to you. He smiled in reply, Brother Tai. Since we are brothers in life and death, there is no need for courtesy. Not long after the two returned to the cave dwelling, inside echoed continuous deep rumbling sounds. Dong Hong Yuang Tai suddenly halted, his face filled with unease as he hurriedly asked what exactly had happened. A surge of dark true energy suddenly erupted violently. Kim Vo Kiat strained with all his might, struggling to grip the pitch-black staff in his hand. Dong Hong Yuang Tai and Duong Tran stared wide-eyed in horror, unable to believe why everything had turned into this situation. Kim Vo Kiat still risked his life, channeling his strength to suppress it. Duong Tran anxiously asked, Tai Ji, what should we do now? Tiu Tran, stay calm. If nothing unexpected has occurred, then that black staff is a rare ancient weapon. Its rank is certainly not low. Tiu Kiat is using all his strength to subdue it. We absolutely must not interfere or disturb him now. We can only rely on his own ability. Duong Tran's face darkened as he asked, Tai Ji, is there a protective restriction inside this cave dwelling? Dong Hong Yuang Tai shook his head and explained, it is not a restriction array, merely an illusion array used to isolate this place from the outside world. At that moment, black energy mixed with dirt and stones swirled and scattered in all directions. A martial spirit shaped like an elephant with 4 enormous tusks slowly appeared. The elephant martial spirit continuously extended its trunk, frantically absorbing the dark true energy. Dong Hong Yuang Tai exclaimed in shock, Tiu Tran, is this Tiu Kiat's martial spirit? The aura is truly terrifying, how have I never heard of it? Duong Tran thought to himself, Grandpa once instructed Tiu Kiat to manifest his martial spirit only in life and death situations. It seems his identity is absolutely not simple. Could it truly have been just a coincidence that he was picked up? Kim Vo Kiat's martial spirit continued devouring every strand of black energy. Seeing that scene, Dong Hong Yuang Tai stammered, spy spiritual energy. Tiu Tran, that is spiritual energy, you saw it clearly. It must be spiritual energy. Duong Tran burst into hearty laughter. Even a fool can have fortune. This kid's luck is truly heaven-defying. We just obtained the great saint Radiant Flame, and he is even more exaggerated, directly obtaining a spirit artifact. Only then did Kim Vo Kiat gradually regain his senses. He stammered as he spoke, Tai Ji, Dong Hong Yuang Tai laughed loudly. It is fine, Tiu Kiat. What exactly happened? Why did you take such a risk? Kim Vo Kiat recounted honestly. Tai Ji, I was cultivating when the ancient platform beneath my feet suddenly rose up, and a strange black staff appeared. Unexpectedly, it went mad and absorbed my true energy and spiritual sense. I resisted with all my strength, and in the end had to manifest my martial spirit to subdue it. Dong Hong Yuang Tai immediately asked excitedly, then is it a spirit artifact? Kim Vo Kiat scratched his head and replied, I am not too sure. I only know that after subduing it, I sensed an ancient aura. The guidance only recorded that this staff is named Akin. It did not clearly state whether it is a spirit artifact. Duong Tran's eyes shone brightly as he said, it is a spirit artifact Tiu Kiat. Since it has a spirit, then it is most likely a spirit artifact. Only the name sounds a bit unpleasant. Why call it Akin? Kim Vo Kiat looked at his palm and said in a low voice, the spirit seems to be injured. It needs to absorb more dark energy to awaken. Duong Tran shook his head and laughed. Tiu Kiat, it seems you will be busy in the future. Although Akin is a spirit artifact, over time it will certainly become a burden, but obtaining a spirit artifact is already a great opportunity. Dong Hong Yuang Tai eagerly suggested, today is truly an auspicious day. The 3 of us brothers have all gained something. It is still early, I have wine. We might as well drink to our hearts' content. The 3 of them raised their cups together and drank every last drop. After a while, the wine jars were empty. Total, they had finished 5 large jars of wine. Suddenly, Duong Tran felt his consciousness pulled into a strange space. He reached out to touch a floating purple sphere. A surge of purple-black spiritual energy suddenly burst out from the sphere. Strands of rolling lightning instantly enveloped Duong Tran. Before his eyes stood a towering, massive stone stele. He walked closer to the stone stele. Suddenly, a black hole appeared and pulled Duong Tran inside, causing him to shout in alarm, what is going on? Purple lightning continuously coiled around Duong Tran's body. Lightning radiance emanated from a small piece of stone. Men clutched his face and cried out in pain. Duong Tran murmured a mantra, 3,000 world sovereigns. the capital of heaven, as chief. Thunder moves through all phenomena. None dare disobey the command. Comprehend the righteous thunder seal, named civil and martial. Capital heaven civil thunder seal unifies the righteous generals of the great heavens. Capital heaven martial thunder seal capable of destroying evil darkness. Men was secretly astonished. He did not expect this pearl to be a heavenly pearl. The thunder world inside was truly domineering. It is a pity that I still cannot fully control this pearl. I can only comprehend a portion of the martial skill. Duong Tran smiled excitedly. This martial skill is divided into two types of thunder seals. The capital heaven civil thunder seal stands at the head of righteous power, while the capital heaven martial thunder seal is the nemesis of darkness. If I cultivate both, then I would be nearly invincible. After thinking it through, he immediately sat down and entered meditation to cultivate. A strand of lightning appeared in his hand, startling him. This is the capital heaven divine thunder. He laughed loudly. I did not expect that I could already control the capital heaven divine thunder. There can be no further delay. Let me carefully sense it. Suddenly Duong Tran spat out a mouthful of black blood. Kim Vo Kiat looked at Duong Tran in panic and asked, "Gee, what happened to you?" Hong Yuang Tai also called out in confusion, "Tiu Tran." He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and waved his hand, saying it was nothing. There was a small mistake during cultivation just now. There is no need to worry. It is good that it is nothing. Tonight stay at my place to rest and stabilize yourself. Min curiously asked, Tai Ji, is there any place in Dong Hong Mountain suitable for cultivating dark power? Dong Hong Yuang Tai replied briefly, Van Thuong Valley. Duong Tran was stunned and asked again, Van Thuong Valley, is that not the place used to temper martial heart? Vo Kiat also asked in confusion, Tai Ji, why can Van Thuong Valley cultivate dark true energy? Dong Hong Yuang Tai explained, you two did not know. Van Thuong Valley is famous for having countless reward stones. At the end of each year it is often shrouded in black mist. The atmosphere is gloomy, that is why. Duong Tran's eyes lit up brightly. Reward stones. That is right, reward stones are rare treasures. It is said that refining a large piece can absorb pure dark power equivalent to refining 100 million low-grade spirit stones. Kim Vo Kiat said happily, gee, after we leave Dong Hong Mountain we must go to Van Thuong Valley. After that the two brothers also began descending the mountain. On the road two people saw them and sneered, oh, is that not Duong Tran? Why is he in such a hurry? He probably has no face left to stay on the mountain. Truly a fool, daring to offend senior sister Zhu and shamelessly demanding a life and death battle. I heard he even implicated Dong Hong Yuang Tai. Anyone who gets involved with him will be unlucky for 8 lifetimes. Hearing this, Kim Vo Kiat trembled with anger. Geez, those people are too much. He replied calmly, just a group of clowns jumping about. There is no need to care. Tiu Kiat, in the next few days I will enter the scripture pavilion to choose a staff martial skill for you. Since you already have the vicious staff spirit artifact, you should specialize in staff techniques from now on. Kim Vo Kiat said in surprise, gee, I already have a yellow rank 2nd tier martial skill. My current cultivation is still in the martial insect realm. That staff technique is enough for now. Min laughed loudly. Are you still being polite with me? You Kiat, we cannot compare ourselves to those ordinary people. Even if you master all yellow rank martial skills, their power is limited. It is acceptable in the martial insect realm. But what about the Heaven Union realm or the Self-Talisman realm? Every martial skill requires time to comprehend. If there is an opportunity to cultivate a profound rank skill, then there is no need to cling to yellow rank. Kim Vo Kiat still asked hesitantly, gee, if I take your martial skill, then what will you do? My soaring sky sword art. I have nearly comprehended the second move completely. Do I still lack martial skills? After that, the two brothers continued chatting as they walked. Suddenly, Duong Tran frowned tightly. He was startled and shouted loudly, Tiu Kiat, be careful. Kim Vo Kiat cried out in fright. He shouted, Tiu Kiat, move away quickly, then immediately executed the shadow escape martial intent. An attack struck directly at the spot where Duong Tran had just been standing, exploding with a loud rumble. The person who had just appeared said in a daze, how did he suddenly disappear? The sword sect deacon is about to appear. It seems this plan has failed. As soon as he finished speaking, that man leaped into the air and quickly vanished. That moment Duong Tran suddenly revealed himself. He gritted his teeth and thought, Zhu Thurjiao, you brought this upon yourself. You were the one who provoked me first. When regret comes, it will already be too late. Kim Vo Kiat said angrily, gee, it must be the assassin sent by that woman Zhu Thurjiao. Curled his lips into a cold smile. This is my first time seeing a woman so vicious at heart. Since she dared to act first, do not blame me for striking back. At this time, the assassin was still hovering in midair. Suddenly, a gigantic hand seized him. A voice thundered, Zhu Thin Enhan of the Zhu family, your courage is truly boundless. Do you know this foolish act could cause the entire Zhu family to be exterminated? Zhu Thin Enhan cried out in terror, Great Elder, I was bewitched, I deserve death. but the Zhuo family members are truly innocent. Great Elder roared in fury. Do you even believe those words yourself? Innocent. How can there be so many innocent people in this world? The Great Elder's eyes widened, filled with terrifying killing intent. After that, when Duong Tran turned back, he saw everyone walking out together. Old man Gongton sighed and said, "You two boys are not obediently cultivating on the mountain. Now what trouble are you trying to cause again?" He scratched his head and replied with a grin, "We have been cultivating diligently. We just missed everyone after not seeing you for a long time." Cao Chan-o said sternly, "Enough. We are preparing to go to the auction to compete for the Heart Manual. You two come along as well." Min asked curiously, "What auction? What is the Heart Manual?" Inside the auction hall, the steward stood on the stage and smiled, welcoming all distinguished guests. This auction, aside from special items, also accepts payment with spirit stone. The first item is an ancient array inscription. After appraisal, it has existed for more than 5,000 years. It belongs to the fire attribute. Its lowest grade reaches high profound rank. Its function is unknown. The starting price is 100 spirit stones. Voices immediately rang out below the stage. 100, 120, 150 spirit stones. Duong Tran secretly assessed that there were quite a few fire attribute cultivators in Dong Hong Sword Sect. A high-grade, profound rank array inscription was enough to make them compete fiercely. Yet strangely, no Heaven Union Realm cultivator appeared. Gongton Vo Enhai looked at him and said, "Tiu Tran, the path of arrays is boundless and profound. Ba Kwong once mentioned you have talent. If you have time, you should study it more. That array inscription may be high-grade, profound rank, but it has many flaws. It is only suitable for research." Duong Tran sighed inwardly. This auction is truly dull, bringing out such items without any proper selection. The steward continued, introducing the second item. After appraisal, this is an extremely rare ancient wood heart tome of the wood attribute, containing high-level wood energy. If a wood attribute cultivator refines it, his true energy will transform. The starting price is 100 spirit stones. Crowd below immediately shouted, 100, 150, 300 spirit stones. Old man Gongton directly bid 1,300 spirit stones. The old man beside him refused to yield and called out 1,400 spirit stones. Old man Gongton continued raising the price, 2,300 spirit stones. Duong Tran wondered inwardly, could this item truly be so valuable? Thinking so, he immediately circulated the heaven-devouring scripture. Duong Tran's gaze focused on that pile of wood attribute treasures. He instantly sensed something unusual. What exactly is this evil aura? He hurriedly spoke, "Grandmaster, this wood heart tome is very strange. Do not buy it." "Is something wrong?" Min replied in a low voice. "Inside the ancient tome is an extremely evil source of darkness. It is very dangerous." Gongton Vo Enhai frowned and said, "Darkness? Then I must obtain it even more." Inside Thien Ba Kwong's residence, Duong Tran asked worriedly, "Master, has your cultivation fully recovered?" Thien Ba Kwong shook his head and said, "How could it be so easy? Fortunately, I have you. Otherwise, the Great Elder would have forced me to hand over the Soul Radiant Stone." Min waved his hand and said, "It should not come to that." Thien Ba Kwong continued, "Soul power is extremely difficult to restore. Even with the Soul Radiant Stone, I have recovered less than 50%. Fortunately, the Sword Soul and Martial Seed have recondensed." Cao Chan-o mocked with a laugh, "Brat, are you blind? It was said the one leading the Demon Sword platform receives the best cultivation resources. Why are you still at first-level Martial Insect Realm? Look at Tiu Kayat. He is already 4th-level Martial Insect Realm." Gongton Vo Enhai also frowned. "Half a year has passed. Tell me how exactly you have been cultivating." Duong Tran laughed and replied, "Tiu Kayat is not an outsider besides." Thien Ba Kwong glared and said, "If you do not give me a convincing reason today, do not think of escaping from old Kao's hands." Duong Tran broke into a sweat and said, "Master, I awakened another martial endowment, so it slowed my progress. Having good talent is not my fault." The old men immediately asked in unison, "What martial endowment did you awaken now? Speak quickly." Min scratched his head and replied awkwardly, "Earth attribute." Gongton Vo Enhai stroked his beard and pondered, "Earth attribute. Earth attribute Heavenly Tao Masters are extremely rare. Experts of this attribute are said to be very skilled at preserving their lives. If you awaken a legendary Earth attribute martial intent, then it would be perfect." "Very well, let us old men see your battle martial seeds." Duong Tran replied awkwardly, "Grandmaster, Tiu Kayat and my martial seeds have only recently condensed and have not been strengthened. Manifesting them may not be appropriate." Cao Chan-o said sternly, "Battle martial seeds are the foundation of combat strength. Let us see so we can give you some guidance and help determine your future strengthening direction." Min turned and said, "Tiu Kayat manifested." Vo Kayat obediently replied, "Yes." A surge of black power suddenly erupted. Immediately after, a dark tree appeared. The three old men were simultaneously shocked. "This is Tiu Kayat. This is a martial seed condensed from the origin of darkness. Team Vo Kiat withdrew the martial seed and nodded in confirmation. Cao Chan-o excitedly slammed the table. Good, very good. Thien Ba Kwong widened his eyes and asked, could this be a supreme martial seed? Cao Chan-o became even more pleased. Tiu Kiat, Sword Sect has many high-level martial skills. You must choose one suitable for fusion. Your martial seed will become even stronger. As Duong Tran was grinning smugly, Thien Ba Kwong shouted, what are you laughing at? Where is your martial seed manifested? If it is inferior to Tiu Kiat, then forget about Ling Zai. Gongtan Vo Enhai angrily slammed the table. What kind of master are you? You cannot even teach Tiu Tran properly. Duong Tran laughed loudly and replied, with Grandmaster personally guiding me, how could my martial seed be weak? At least it is equal to Tiu Kiat's. Grandmaster looked, a flame suddenly appeared. Asked blankly this is. The moment Thien Ba Kwong saw it, he sprang up, clutching his chest in shock. Old man Gongtan shouted, at your age you still lose composure. Do you want a beating? Thien Ba Kwong hurriedly explained, Master, Tiu Tran's martial seed is burning a strand of my divine sense. Gongtan Vo Enhai exclaimed in shock, what, impossible? After speaking, he lightly pointed a finger. A surge of flame instantly burst forth and struck directly at Duong Tran's pillar of fire. Gongtan Vo Enhai asked in astonishment, how exactly was your martial seed condensed? Not only has it fused 3 origins, but it also contains 2 forces I cannot probe. What are they? Hearing this, Duong Tran was secretly startled. This old man's eyes are truly sharp. Cao Tran-o sighed. Clearly, after coming to the mountain, you encountered a great opportunity. I must admit, Sword Sect is indeed generous. In this regard, the Dich Fuong royal clan is far inferior. Gongtan Vo Enhai sighed. The eastern land under the rule of the Dich Fuong royal clan is truly a disaster. If you too have the chance, you must change this situation. Do not forget, we are all people of the eastern land. Thien Ba Kwong laughed heartily. If we could destroy the Dich Fuong royal clan and let the eastern land merge into Sword Sect, that would be excellent. The eastern land does not lack talent, only an environment for growth. At this moment at Hong Dam Peak, Duong Tran froze upon discovering a gigantic dragon lying before his eyes. He stared wide-eyed at it, sleeping so soundly that its tongue was hanging out. Seeing that foolish appearance, he hesitated and asked, Is this Tiu Hak? Kim Vo Kiat also gaped. It is really Tiu Hak. Means secretly suspected. Could Tiu Hak truly be a descendant of the Zhen Wu Sword Emperor? Suddenly streams of black energy erupted around Tiu Hak. After a long night, it stretched and stood up, then opened its mouth in a huge yawn. Then its gaze slowly shifted to the side. Tiu Hak jumped in fright upon discovering the Duong Tran brothers had been sitting beside it. It was so startled that it lost balance, and its massive body tilted to one side. With a loud splash, it fell straight into the lake, water spraying everywhere. Tiu Hak flailed in panic, its 2 wings beating wildly without pause. After struggling for a long time, Tiu Hak finally crawled ashore. It looked at its huge body in alarm and barked loudly, woof, 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 woof. Duong Tran's face darkened at the sight. He shouted loudly, you are unbearably noisy. Hearing that Tiu Hak was so frightened, it hurriedly covered its beak with its claws. In its mind, it fantasized that once it grew stronger, Lord Hak would use chains to bind that devil Duong Tran. Beat him once every day. No, twice a day. Then Duong Tran kicked it. It angrily jumped up and barked loudly, woof, woof, woof. Seeing that insolent attitude, Mean was displeased and struck Tiu Hak several times, causing it to clutch its head and howl miserably, woof, woof. Duong, no master, please stop hitting me, sob, sob. Hearing that, Duong Tran was startled and thought, could this fellow have gained intelligence? Not only can it speak human language, but it can also transmit voice with divine sense. Duong Tran sat down and said, Tiu Hak, I will not hit you anymore, but you truly lack discipline. After only a few days apart, you dare talk back to me. What exactly happened for you to become like this? Tiu Hak looked at him trembling and said, Master, I have awakened bloodline power. Mean asked in surprise, bloodline power. Tiu Hak stammered, I do not understand it clearly either. Duong Tran propped his chin in thought, then asked, Tiu Hak, have you obtained a cultivation technique yet? Tiu Hak said happily, yes, master. My technique is called tie-dye method. What is the tie-dye method? Tiu Hak began gesturing as it explained this and that. Duong Tran looked at it and thought, why the other parts all resemble Zhen Wu Sword Emperor, yet its mind is so different. Be that Zhen Wu Sword Emperor once made some mistake with a dog-like demon beast, which resulted in Tiu Hak. Thinking of this, Duong Tran burst into loud laughter, clutching his stomach, leaving Tiu Hak completely confused. Mean then asked, do you know how to fly? Tiu Hak replied blankly, I do not. Duong Tran angrily shouted, "If you do not then train, start now." After speaking, he kicked Tiu Hak into the air, cried out in fear, "Woof, woof, woof, woof." Kim Vo Kiat stood below cheering, "Tiu Hak, keep it up." In its panic, Tiu Hak unconsciously flapped its wings and managed to fly. It thought it must absolutely not sign a contract with that man. Perhaps it should seize this chance to escape. No, what if he has other tricks? Better wait until I grow stronger before deciding. Thinking so, Tiu Hak landed before the Duong Tran brothers. Min said cheerfully, "Tiu Hak has improved. We cannot fall behind either. Tomorrow we will go to Van Thuong Valley." Next morning, Duong Tran and Kim Vo Kiat headed toward a deep mountain ravine. Kim Vo Kiat asked in surprise, "Is this Van Thuong Valley?" Min replied, "It is my first time here as well. It should be below." Suddenly an old man approached and asked, "Is this your first time coming to Van Thuong Valley?" He pointed down into the ravine and said, "Below is Van Thuong Valley. When descending, you must firmly grasp the black cloud vine. If you sense anything unusual, then stop. The deeper you go, the stronger the illusion array becomes. Once drawn in, no one can save you." Duong Tran stared blankly at the pitch-black ravine before him. He asked Deacon, "Are there reward stones in Van Thuong Valley?" "There are reward stones, but they are very hard to obtain. Only by luck can you encounter them. Could it be that you both cultivate darkness? This attribute is rare in sword sect." The two brothers looked at each other and burst into laughter. After that, both of them slid down the vines. Duong Tran looked into the distance and saw only black mist and white bones obscuring his vision. Seeing the dense black mist rolling over, he reminded, "Tiu Kiat, be careful." Suddenly, a gigantic bird opened its mouth and lunged straight toward me. Sharp fangs shot forward like lightning. Duong Tran immediately circulated the heaven-devouring scripture. He sighed with emotion. The illusion array is truly formidable. No wonder the reward stones are precious. They are indeed difficult to obtain. Suddenly he noticed something below and hummed softly. A reward stone protruded from the cliff wall. Duong Tran happily landed and exclaimed that he had struck it rich. He then began collecting the stones one by one. He thought inwardly that today's harvest was great. He only wondered how much Tiu Kiat had obtained. Duong Tran tugged the black cloud vine and said, "Let us return." Kim Vo Kiat waved happily and called out, "G." Duong Tran asked Tiu Kiat, "How many reward stones did you get?" 167 pieces, G. This time we truly struck it rich. For me, it is equivalent to more than 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. By the end of the year, I should be able to break through to the high insect realm. Duong Tran nodded and said, "A cultivation environment like Sword Sect is extremely rare. We have benefited greatly. If we have the chance, we must bring glory to Sword Sect." Kim Vo Kiat clenched his fists and said firmly that he would never forget he is a disciple of Dong Hong Sword Sect. "Oh right, G, let us go to the scripture pavilion. You must help me choose a suitable staff technique." Duong Tran smiled and agreed. At the scripture pavilion, a deacon holding a token asked curiously, "Are you the top of the new cohort?" Duong Tran replied unhappily, "Does it not look like it?" The man returned the token and said, "First level martial insect realm, truly hard to believe." Hearing that, Duong Tran snatched back the token and laughed. The two of them stepped up the stairs together. Duong Tran stepped forward and respectfully greeted the two seniors. An old man glanced at him and shouted, "Brat, you chose the right time, take it." Min asked in surprise, "Senior, I came to choose a martial skill. Do I have to pay?" The old man immediately tapped him on the head with his staff. Then he scolded that as a newly entered disciple he dared mention money. He had guarded the scripture pavilion for years and never heard such a thing. His courage was not small. Duong Tran rubbed his head and hurriedly apologized, "Senior, I was truly disrespectful." The old man slowly said, "Identity token." Duong Tran handed over the token and suddenly understood. After opening the door, the old man turned back and warned that the third-floor martial skills are different from ordinary spirit slips. There are annotations beside them. If not certain, it is best not to casually flip through them. The stone door slowly opened. Duong Tran stepped inside. He scanned around searching. Glowing image sword seal, new flame sword finger, fire cloud steps, molten flame art, great gallop blade formula, arduous staff technique. Suddenly he noticed a technique emitting faint black energy and hummed softly. Star Fury, ancient battle skill, extremely powerful seal. Insufficient strength cannot break it. Forcing it will damage the body. This item belongs to darkness attribute and is only for the destined, use with caution. Min reached out and lightly touched the spirit slip. He exclaimed in surprise, "This is." Heaven-devouring scripture within Duong Tran suddenly began to circulate on its own. A dragon-shaped phantom appeared above. Duong Tran picked up the spirit slip, and purple nether true energy protecting his body instantly erupted. Black energy coiled around his arm. Min cried out in shock, "What is happening?" Duong Tran thought that this thing is indeed extraordinary, but this is not the place to study it. Better take it back first. He turned and said to the old man guarding the door that he chose this one. The old man glared and said, "Brat, do you know how precious the third-floor martial skills are? Yet you dare choose so casually." Duong Tran asked in surprise, "Senior, am I not allowed to choose?" "I choose," the old man sighed and said. "Did you not read the description carefully? Although it is an ancient battle skill, its grade is unknown and it is sealed. Forcing it will destroy the spirit slip. If damaged, can you compensate? Lightly, you will be punished. Heavily, you will be expelled from the sect. Think carefully." Duong Tran scratched his head and said, "Senior, I feel it has great affinity with me." The old man shouted that affinity is nonsense. According to sword sect rules, he may only take it back to study for 1 month and must not damage it. Otherwise, the consequences will be severe. Dean said happily, "Thank you, Senior. I will certainly not damage it and will return it on time after 1 month." The old man merely snorted and sighed helplessly. Vo Kayat ran over and asked, "Gee, how was it? Did you choose a staff technique for me?" Duong Tran awkwardly shook his head and said no. Kim Vo Kayat sighed in disappointment. Duong Tran explained that there is the arduous staff technique, and it is top-grade profound rank, but he did not choose it. Kim Vo Kayat asked in astonishment, "Why did you not take it?" Min folded his arms and smiled. "I found a battle skill far more formidable, likely much stronger than arduous staff technique." Kim Vo Kayat asked, half believing, "Is that true?" Duong Tran patted his shoulder and said they would talk after returning. At this moment at Hong Dam Peak, Duong Tran took out the spirit slip and instructed to carefully sense whether there is a seal inside. Kim Vo Kayat took the spirit slip and nodded, frowned and said the dark energy is very heavy, strange, and extremely eerie. Then he put down the spirit slip. Duong Tran suggested that he use the heaven-devouring scripture to try sensing it. As soon as he entered, he was blocked by a certain force. He summoned the demonic dragon martial spirit and said it seemed he must take a risk. Only then did the heaven-devouring scripture slowly infiltrate the spirit slip. A rebounding force erupted and shook Duong Tran. The seal on the spirit slip was lifted, and it fell to the ground. Duong Tran said, "Tiu Kayat, the seal is open, see what is inside." Kim Vo Kayat picked up the spirit slip and examined it. A surge of power shot straight from the spirit slip into his head. Kim Vo Kayat's whole body trembled violently. Seeing this, Duong Tran thought that Tiu Kayat must have sensed something to react so strongly. Kim Vo Kayat's eyes reddened as he turned and said, "Gee." Duong Tran hurriedly comforted him to calm down and speak slowly. Kim Vo Kayat took several deep breaths to steady himself. Then he said in a low voice that this is a divine ability, a divine battle skill. What Min cried out in shock. Duong Tran held his chest and asked again, "Tiu Kayat, are you certain it is truly a divine ability?" Kim Vo Kayat nodded. Duong Tran immediately took it and said, "Let me see." He used his spiritual sense to probe deep into the spirit slip. Before his eyes appeared an old man holding an axe named Star Fury. The minor world Star Fury symbolizes the anger of a world, domineering and unmatched. The destined one must cultivate carefully. If successful, please remember me. This seat is Martial Emperor, Taoist of the Wengxia Middle Realm. Duong Tran thought that it is indeed a true divine ability. He handed the spirit slip to his junior brother and instructed that the Star Fury divine ability is not ordinary. It must be comprehended carefully and without haste. If anything feels wrong, stop immediately and go to Van Thuong Valley to temper the martial heart first. Duong Tran also sat down and said that the two brothers would cultivate together, and after some time, they would settle accounts with Zhu Thurjiao. That hateful woman should just wait. At this moment at that my peak, Duong Tran walked while thinking, "I wonder what the special treasure at that my peak is." He walked to the front of a large stone house. In the blink of an eye, he was already standing before the gigantic stone door. Duong Tran reached out and pushed the door. In the distance, an object was floating and glowing. He exclaimed in surprise, "What kind of treasure is this?" As he spoke, he reached out and caught the pill. This is a demon core," Duong Tran stammered. He thought that this array inscription must be related to the master of that my peak, Zhu Thurjiao. If he touched the demon core, it would certainly alert her. After hesitating for a moment, Duong Tran still reached out and seized the pill. Immediately afterward, he executed the shadow escape martial intent. His figure instantly vanished from the place. Duong Tran hid behind a tree and thought in surprise, "Why is there no reaction from the Zhu family?" At Hong Dam Peak, he proudly showed off, "Tiu Kayat, look what I got." Kim Vo Kayat asked in surprise, "Gee, where did you get that?" Duong Tran tossed the demon core in his hand and laughed. "That my peak." But strangely, after stealing their treasure, the Zhu family did not react at all. Kim Vo Kayat looked at him and said, "Gee, the Zhu family has already been exterminated." Min asked in disbelief, "Is that true or false, Tiu Kayat?" Where did this news come from? Imvokayat explained that it is true. It is said that a great figure from Donghong City came to the Zhu residence. Aside from Zhu Third Gyro, who is unconscious, all members of the Zhu family have disappeared. Duong Tran raised his hand to sense, and thought that it seems a great figure at least from the Phi Can level made a move. He slung an arm over his junior brother's shoulder and laughed. Tiu Kayat. Since the threat from the Zhu family has vanished, we can cultivate in peace. When the year-end Eastern Land Martial Academy Grand Ceremony arrives, the two brothers will shine together. At the Eastern Land Royal Capital, crowds surged in to participate. The atmosphere was extremely lively. Various large and small forces appeared one after another. Kim Vo Kayat said enthusiastically, "Gee, this time our momentum must not lose to anyone." Duong Tran nodded and replied, "Of course." Suddenly Dich Tiu Khan appeared and shouted angrily, "Duong Tran, where is Duong Tran? Come out here." Dong Hong Yuang Tai teased upon seeing this. "Tiu Tran, so you two know each other, could there be something between you?" And she looks very angry because of it. When Dich Tiu Khan saw Duong Tran, she shouted, "Duong Tran, I have finally seen your true face. Truly an ungrateful wretch." Means face darkened. Dich Tiu Khan, explain yourself clearly. How am I ungrateful? Dich Tiu Khan grew harsher as she spoke. You are not only ungrateful, but also shameless, despicable, filthy, and vile. Min Yen Jiang said coldly, Dich Tiu Khan, do not rely on your father being the Eastern Land ruler to speak recklessly. Does your father know you are acting so arrogantly? If you do not explain clearly today, this matter will not end. Dich Tiu Khan replied loudly, first, calling you ungrateful has reason. My master Dong Quach the Kai holds great power. He promoted you and even gave you the single wood token. Because he cherished your talent, he opened a rare shortcut for you. Yet you betrayed Eastern Land. Is that not ungrateful? Duong Tran angrily replied, are you sick? Did Dong Quach the Kai not tell you the reason? If you want to accuse me, then ask your father, ask your master, ask your brother Dich Thien Kai first. Now get lost. I do not want to see that face again. Hearing this, Dich Tiu Khan screamed, Duong Tran. Dong Hong Yuang Tai stepped forward to mediate, young lady. If the Eastern Land ruler is dissatisfied with us, we can leave the city or even return to the estate. Hearing that, Dich Tiu Khan turned and left. Dong Hong Yuang Tai continued, let us go to the Eastern City and visit the most famous hotpot house in Eastern Land. Today we will broaden our horizons. Duong Tran replied briskly, let us go. At Vo Quan Divine Tower, Dong Hong Yuang Tai asked, who will enter first? Duong Tran suggested, Taiji, you go first. Your strength is the greatest. If you gain nothing, then it will be even harder for us. Dong Hong Yuang Tai stepped forward and placed his hand on the door. A flash of light appeared on the door. Black smoke spread out, and a passage opened for Dong Hong Yuang Tai to enter. Someone clapped and laughed. Everyone, I open a bet, wagering that senior brother Yuang Tai surpasses Dich Thien Kai and reaches the 3rd floor. Who follows? 2-to-1 payout. Someone responded, I bet 5 spirit stones, me too. Not long after Dong Hong Yuang Tai returned, everyone hurriedly asked, Taiji, how was it? Dong Hong Yuang Tai sighed. Only the 2nd floor, what a pity, just a little short. The crowd immediately surrounded him and asked what was inside. What restrictions were there from 1st to 2nd floor? Did he obtain any treasure? Dong Hong Yuang Tai waved his hand and said he could not speak. Duong Tran thought that this ancient tower indeed has strange rules. Those who enter cannot reveal its contents. Tiu Nguyen Lan squeezed forward and said, let me try. 3 minutes later, Van Trung Tiu Nguyen staggered out. He smiled bitterly and said that he could not even pass the 1st floor. Everyone exclaimed in shock that the 1st floor is already so difficult. Kim Vo Kayat suggested, let me try. Shortly after, he also walked out in a daze. Everyone crowded around and asked, Kim Vo Kayat, did you reach the 2nd floor? Did you succeed? Kim Vo Kayat hesitated and said that he almost broke through the 2nd floor. Dong Hong Yuang Tai praised, Tiu Kayat, very good. Tiu Tran, only you remain. If you also cannot enter the 2nd floor, then. Duong Tran smiled confidently and said, watch me. After speaking, he stepped inside. Inside was a spacious chamber. Duong Tran looked around and was inwardly astonished by the abundance of treasures. His eyes shone brightly. This time he truly struck it rich. A voice sounded, young human, before challenging the floors, you must swear with your soul. Aside from stating the floor reached, you must not disclose anything else. If you violate it, your soul will be burned. Duong Tran thought that this must be the spirit of the Vo Quan Divine Tower. How strange that an ancient spirit guards the Eastern Land Royal Capital. Thinking so, he asked, may I ask, Senior, are you the spirit of the Divine Tower? Voice sighed that it has been 100,000 years. You are the 3rd to recognize my identity. Little fellow, only 4th level martial insect realm, yet how did you see through it? Duong Tran replied that he had encountered spirit artifacts before, and the one who entered before him was his brother who holds an ancient spirit artifact. The spirit asked curiously, what spirit artifact? Dragon imprisoning staff. Upon hearing this, the spirit cried out in shock, dragon imprisoning staff. Truly the dragon imprisoning staff. Swear first, starting from the first floor. Today I am in a good mood and will lower the difficulty. If you pass the 5th floor, I will continue speaking. Very well, Duong Tran raised his hand and swore that aside from stating the floor reached, he would not reveal anything else. If violated, his soul would be burned. Immediately, a flaming chair appeared before Duong Tran. Voice sounded that the oath is effective and the game begins. Each floor you may choose only one item to break the restriction. Failure will expel you. Success advances you. Fire Guardian Lamp is a low-grade, profound rank fire attribute treasure. Duong Tran exclaimed in surprise that such a fire attribute treasure is merely an item for a pill attendant to sit on. Placed his hand on the chair. Fierce flames instantly engulfed his body. Duong Tran immediately executed the shadow escape martial intent. He leaped away and the flames were extinguished. A barrier passage appeared beside him. Duong Tran breathed lightly and said that the 1st floor is already so dangerous. Who knows how terrifying the 2nd floor will be? Before his eyes appeared a massive cauldron. Duong Tran placed his hand on the cauldron to examine it. He discovered it is the astonishing cauldron refined by a great venerable, a treasure for storing pills. Any pill below Saint grade can be preserved forever. Duong Tran broke into a cold sweat at the sight. Suddenly, a scene of devastation appeared before him. A powerhouse shrouded in black energy stood, while 2 others lay on the ground. They had been killed by that person's own hand. Duong Tran shouted in shock, "Heaven slaughter." He immediately unleashed a move, soaring mountain sword stance. The illusion shattered, and the cauldron reappeared before his eyes. Duong Tran thought resentfully that this spirit actually used illusions to test him. He sighed to himself that it is all due to strength. There is nothing to resent. The door leading to the next floor slowly appeared. Duong Tran stood stunned in disbelief. What exactly happened? Could it be that he truly failed? He rubbed his forehead in thought. So this is how it feels when a powerhouse controls inner intent. For now, he would take this cauldron first and consider the rest later. Min moved close to the door, inwardly wondering what awaited on the 3rd floor. Before him stood a cabinet with 5 boxes arranged on 5 different levels. Duong Tran examined them carefully and deduced that the 5 boxes bore 5 colors corresponding to the 5 true energy attributes. Could the treasures inside match the attributes? I mainly cultivate fire attribute. This box should be easiest for me. After saying so, he reached toward the red box. Then he directly opened its lid. The moment the box opened, fierce flames erupted instantly. Witnessing this, Duong Tran could not help but feel shaken. Heavenly Radiance Fire Gourd. It is actually the rare Heavenly Radiance Fire Gourd, capable of containing all types of earthly fire and even nurturing them. Duong Tran laughed in delight and said softly, "Excellent." Voice suddenly rang out, "Impossible. This boy's divine sense is already about to be refined." Min struggled to control the power within the box, while inwardly cursing that this restriction is truly extraordinary. Suddenly, the box emitted a cracking sound. Duong Tran breathed a sigh of relief. It counts as a success. The flames surrounding the box gradually faded. A door leading to the next floor slowly appeared. Duong Tran smoothly stepped into the 4th floor. But the space within this floor was strangely empty. He immediately called out loudly, "Spirit Artifact Senior, are you here? Why is there nothing in this place?" Min muttered blankly, "What kind of cursed place is this?" Outside, the crowd kept discussing. Duong Tran has been inside for more than half a quarter hour and has not come out. What a waste of talent. Perhaps we should leave first. If he comes out, he can return on his own. Waiting like this is pointless. We still need to stroll the lively streets. Hong Hong Yuang Tai said coldly, "You may go back first, Vo Kayat, and I will wait a bit longer." Then he turned and asked, "Tiu Kayat, are you not worried?" Vo Kayat smiled and replied, "No need. My elder brother will surely go even further, perhaps even surpass the 3rd floor." Dong Hong Yuang Tai stood stunned in thought, true or false. What exactly is that brat doing inside? At the same time, Duong Tran cried out in alarm, "Spirit Artifact. What do you mean? Release me at once." Spirit Artifact sighed softly. Duong Tran laughed placatingly. "Spirit Artifact Senior, you finally appeared. Where is this place? It does not resemble a normal trial at all. This is the lowest floor." Min broke into a sweat and explained, "Spirit Artifact Senior, I am absolutely not an evil person. I cultivate righteously and have never done wrong." The Spirit Artifact said coldly, "Boy, spare me the nonsense. If I say you are evil, then you are evil. Do you have objections?" Min burned with anger inwardly. This Spirit Artifact has been abandoned too long, and its mind has gone wrong. He still patiently negotiated, "Spirit Artifact Senior, please look carefully. I truly am not evil." The Spirit Artifact spoke slowly. "I am the spirit of the Star Tower. My fame resounds across realms. After waiting here for so many years, I finally encountered one with talent and a temperament that can be tempered. I choose you." Duong Tran smiled and asked, "Spirit Artifact Senior, How long have you been here? Merely 100,000 years. Boy, do you have any ambition? During this, Duong Tran replied confidently that although his current cultivation is low, he wishes to surpass all limits so that heaven and earth can no longer bind his steps. Stop, the spirit artifact shouted, then sighed and said that in truth the boy has no grand ambition. He only hopes not to be bullied and to have strength to protect those by his side. Spirit artifact continued, boy, have you ever heard of Kui Zing Tower? Never. Mean shook his head. The spirit artifact explained that the Vo Quan Divine Tower you saw is Kui Zing Tower, and I am its spirit. Since my previous master fell, I have been alone for 100,000 years, and you are the successor I have chosen. The spirit artifact continued, boy, now do you understand what heaven-defying fortune means? Duong Tran exclaimed in shock. Could this truly be? Enough, tell me your name. I am called Vin. You may address me as Elder Vin. Mean smiled and replied, Elder Vin, I am Duong Tran. Kui Zing Tower must contain many treasures. Spirit Artifact answered that to obtain the treasures here, he must personally break the restrictions. Duong Tran immediately nodded in agreement. Duong Tran, Kui Zing Tower is a mid-tier spirit artifact. With your current strength, it is still insufficient. To refine it, at the very least, you must reach the Harmony Realm. For now, establish an artifact pact with me. A formation circle suddenly appeared beneath Duong Tran's feet. He looked at the sphere before him and asked, Elder Vin, how do I establish the artifact pact? A blood pact will suffice. Duong Tran dripped a drop of his blood onto the sphere. Spirit Artifact said the blood pact is complete. But when Kui Zing Tower emerges, it will shake heaven and earth. After you leave, I will choose the proper time to seek you. After that, Duong Tran stepped out of Kui Zing Tower. As soon as Kim Vo Kiat saw him, he happily spoke. Duong Tran asked, Tiu Kiat, why are only you and elder brother here? Where are the other senior brothers? Kim Vo Kiat smiled and explained that they all left, thinking he had encountered trouble. It was quite amusing. Dong Hong Yuang Tai spoke. Tiu Tran, quickly tell us which floor you reached. Duong Tran raised 3 fingers and smiled. Only the 3rd floor. Matters concerning Kui Zing Tower I will keep secret and reveal to no one. Dong Hong Yuang Tai patted his shoulder and said that he had heard how formidable 13th Master Dich Thien Kai is. Standing before this heavenly crowned divine tower, he could not lose to his own brother. Kim Vo Kiat's eyes were filled with admiration. Jej is truly amazing, making Duong Tran laugh happily. Dong Hong Yuang Tai put an arm around Duong Tran and said, tomorrow is the It Bayan ceremony. Let us return and rest first. The next day, everyone gathered before the gigantic statue. Dich Vo Fang stepped forward. He smiled and said, Brother Hao Chin, could it be that the outstanding talents beside you are all experts for this year's Demon Sword Platform Grand Ceremony? Chin laughed loudly and replied, correct, aside from one who could not attend. The remaining 20 powerhouses are all present. Dich Vo Fang said politely that today the Eastern Land Martial Academy is established. His attendance is a great honor. Later, he hopes the geniuses of Sword Sect will offer guidance to the new students, so they understand there is always someone stronger. Hao Trin nodded and said that is fine. At that moment, Dich Vo Fang suddenly flew into the air. He loudly announced that today is a day to be recorded in history. The Great Eastern Land Martial Academy is officially established. On behalf of billions of Eastern Land beings, he thanked Sect Master Dong Hong for gracing them. He believed Eastern Land Martial Academy will surely produce countless geniuses, even some who step into the outside world and make Eastern Land renowned. Loud cheers rose from below. Dong Quach the Kai continued that next is the most exciting part, the Medicine Mansion Gate. Kim Vo Kiat tilted his head and asked what exactly is the Medicine Mansion Gate. Dong Hong Yuang Tai explained that Medicine Mansion Gate selects outstanding geniuses from all Eastern Land counties. Through martial competition, they enter the Martial Academy and become the first group of students personally instructed by the Son of Heaven. Dich Vo Fang descended and smiled. Brother Hao Chin, today is both the Martial Academy's auspicious day and the grand gathering of Eastern Land youth. How does it compare to your Demon Sword Platform Grand Ceremony? Hao Chin narrowed his eyes and smiled faintly. Dich Vo Fang, this cannot be compared at all. It is entirely different in level. Moreover, it seems you are not well liked either. Even your Eastern Land geniuses have been leaving one by one. After speaking, he laughed mockingly and added that according to his and the elders, Judgment Duong Tran, whom he oppressed, is a Purple Mansion genius. If fortunate, he will witness 3 Purple Mansion talents of Sword Sect emerge. The crowd immediately buzzed. What? Who is this Duong Tran mentioned by Sect Master Hong? A Purple Mansion genius. Unbelievable. From the exchange of the 2 giants, it is clear there is hidden truth. Yet no one knows who Duong Tran truly is. Sword Sect has produced another heaven-defying genius. Dich Vo Fang smiled disdainfully and said, Brother Hao Chin, Whether Duong Tran qualifies as a genius need not be discussed. Even if he truly has talent, he must grow first. Seeing this, Dich Thien Kai clapped and laughed loudly. I did not expect Duong Tran to be so outstanding now. Then let him compete with our Eastern Land noble clan geniuses and bring glory to the Medicine Mansion Gate. He continued, Tam Tin, your cultivation is 5th level martial insect realm, 1 realm higher than Duong Tran. But since he is this year's Demon Sword Platform Champion, a simple exchange is not excessive. Tam Tin pointed straight ahead, Duong Tran. Today let us exchange blows, so I may see what ability the sword sect leader possesses. Duong Tran merely smiled calmly, his chi and blood steady, completely unconcerned. Feeling slighted, Tam Tin angrily shouted, Duong Tran, do you dare fight or not? Min shook his head and smiled faintly. Brother, you are not yet qualified to challenge me. But Duong Tran, you are too arrogant. Do you know where this is? Truly a damned brat. Dich Thien Kai curled his lips in a cold smile. Duong Tran, according to you, what qualifies as worthy to challenge this year's Demon Sword Platform Champion? Duong Tran replied calmly that if it is merely sparring then, as the champion stepping out at the very beginning would be too dull. Dich Thien Kai laughed. Very well, since that is so, let another sword sect genius step forward. Min turned and said, Tiu Kayat, you go. Kim Vo Kayat was startled and pointed at himself. Duong Tran looked at him and instructed that his cultivation slightly exceeds the opponent, so act lightly. It is only sparring. Remember, it is sparring. If he injures the opponent, he will be punished to walk back to sword set. Dich Vo Fong frowned and said, Duong Tran, what do you mean? Kim Vo Kayat is already 9th level martial insect realm. Min smiled confidently and replied, 13th master. Kim Vo Kayat is my younger brother, both 19 years old. What is inappropriate about him stepping forward? Tiu Kayat is obsessed with martial arts and enjoys sparring to learn. If this one is not suitable, then among those under 25 of yours, send anyone you wish. Dich Thien Kai shouted loudly, a Fuong, step onto the stage. Understood, both sides quickly stepped onto the martial platform, setting their stances in preparation for battle. A Fuong immediately manifested his martial spirit, a ferocious, gigantic black serpent. Duong Tran rested his chin on his hand and observed, this kind of martial spirit. That man smiled confidently and asked, what is your martial spirit? Kim Vo Kayat replied calmly, that depends on whether you are capable enough to force me to manifest it. The crowd instantly grew furious. Who is this man? Is he out of his mind? He is clearly courting death. Duong Tran shook his head helplessly. It seems he unintentionally taught little Kayat badly. HMPH, a Fuong inhaled a cold breath. Immediately after, he directed his martial spirit to charge forward. Dong Fuong Ung Tai cried out in shock. This is a poison technique. You are seeking death. A Fuong roared angrily. A pair of gigantic claws instantly descended straight toward Kim Vo Kayat's head. Kayat, Dong Hong Ung Tai shouted in alarm. Little Kayat, black aura spread and covered the entire martial platform. Kim Vo Kayat still stood motionless without the slightest injury. A Fuong trembled and said it was impossible. My poisonous claw fused with the black serpent's deadly venom. Even a mid-stage Harmony Realm expert would be severely injured. How could you be completely unharmed? There was not even the slightest reaction. Rage, Kim Vo Kayat shouted softly. A gigantic hand condensed into existence. What is that? Everyone cried out in shock. All of them were stunned. Stop, Dich Thien Kai hurriedly shouted. Hearing this, Kim Vo Kayat immediately withdrew his aura. Dich Thien Kai frowned and said, there is no need to continue. Dich Thuong simply cannot withstand this move. Impossible, the crowd discussed among themselves. How could this be? That punch looked quite ordinary. Dich Thien Kai continued. Kim Vo Kayat, what martial technique is that exactly? Even an Earth-rank martial skill would struggle to reach such power. The power of that fist technique is truly astonishing. Kim Vo Kayat scratched his head silently. Dong Hong Hao Chin spoke up. Thien Kai, that is merely a fist seal called Stellar Fury Demonic Fist, an ancient inheritance of the sword sect. I only passed it to this boy not long ago. I did not expect his comprehension to be so fast. To actually cultivate the first fist seal already, truly a monstrous talent. Dich Thien Kai frowned and said, your sword sect is indeed generous. This is not an ordinary Earth-rank martial skill. Dong Hong Hao Chin laughed loudly. To be honest, our sword sect does not lack martial skills. It is just that sword techniques require more focus. Stellar Fury Demonic Fist is a high-grade Earth-rank fist technique of the sect. Not many can cultivate it successfully. Consider this boy to have gained a small advantage. Since the sparring is over, let this conclude the opening act here. Dong Hong Hao Chin said with a smile, good. Next we shall go and see the Medicine Palace Gate of your Eastern Soil Martial Academy. Everyone moved together. The two Duong Tran brothers stepped into Dong Hong Hao Chin's chamber. Smiled and said, "Come, please have a seat. Where did you obtain your Earth rank martial skill from?" Kim Vo Kayat replied, reporting to Sect Master. "The Stellar Fury Fist technique was discovered last year by my brother and me within a secret realm in Thien Nam, where we encountered divine ruins and obtained it. After cultivating for a full year, we have only just entered the beginner stage." Dong Hong Hao Chin smiled and nodded. "Not bad. This proves your brotherly pair has deep fortune. The Thien Nam secret realm is no ordinary place. Thien Nam Martial Academy is also a long-renowned academy of the Eastern soil. Still think it is slow to reach the beginner stage of an Earth rank martial skill in 1 year. Haha, the Sword Sect has never obstructed disciples from their fortunes, and will even heavily reward them. Your reward will be discussed with the Supreme Elder after returning to the sect. But remember, do not grow arrogant. The Eastern soil is only a small corner of the vast Eastern River. Outside there are countless existences, far beyond your imagination." He pointed toward Duong Tran, "You boy as well." He cupped his fists and replied, "Sect Master, we will certainly remember your teachings. Will not disappoint the Sect Master's expectations." The next day, Dich Vo Fong sat on a stone chair. Duong Tran saw him and thought to himself, compared to yesterday, there seemed to be 3 additional seats, still placed beside Dich Vo Fong. "Vo Fong, could it be that people from Eastern River have arrived?" Suddenly, a flaming phoenix appeared in the sky. It circled above Duong Tran's head. Dich Vo Fong immediately flew up to greet them. "Welcome, honored sirs, to your arrival." 3 figures descended from above. A man waved his hand and said, "You are the master of the extreme East with such strength." Dich Vo Fong hurriedly smiled and replied, "My lord, I am the king of Eastern soil. Please halt. I can also represent this region in receiving you." "No need," that man said coldly. "Is not the master of extreme East the Dong Hong Sword Sect? Why has it changed hands? Could it be that the Dong Hong Sword Sect has declined?" Dong Hong Hao Chin hurried out and said with a smile, "My lord, I am the current sect master of the Dong Hong Sword Sect." "That is perfect then. I have an announcement to make." The girl beside him stepped forward and said, "Uncle, the king of Eastern soil is now the master of extreme East. Miss Ngan Hoa, you must have heard about the previous negotiations of the 4 directions. I have been ordered to return to extreme East to activate the entrance of the secret realm. This is a major matter. As far as I know, the master of extreme East has always been the Dong Hong Sword Sect." Ngan Hoa smiled and replied, "Uncle may not fully understand the current situation. Now in extreme East, more than half of the territory belongs to the Eastern Soil Kingdom. As for the Dong Hong Sword Sect, it occupies less than 1/3. Moreover, Eastern Soil has produced an outstanding genius. My father even intends to accept him as a personal disciple." "That is right. His father is currently the king of Eastern Soil." That man said coldly, "Ngan Hoa, I am rather curious. Who exactly is capable of catching your discerning eyes like this?" "Koi, come here, hurry over here," the girl called out loudly. Dong Hong Hao Chin thought in surprise. So behind Dich Vo Fong stands the backing of Tai Hoa Sect. He said angrily, "My lord, our Dong Hong Sword Sect has guarded extreme East since ancient times. 100,000 years of inheritance without interruption. Today the esteemed superiors of Eastern River descend to open the entrance of the secret realm, the cultivators of Dong Hong. Our sword sect earnestly hopes for such an opportunity. Therefore please entrust the entrance of the secret realm to both of your factions to oversee. The only request is to strictly protect the Grand Formation. If it is destroyed, it will likely be difficult to have a similar opportunity in the future. Moreover, the great figures above may very well be angered by this matter." "Many thanks, my lord." The 2 cupped their fists together. He stroked his beard and continued, "Upon arriving, I have conducted a preliminary investigation. The entrance of the secret realm currently lies within a small, nameless valley. The surroundings are almost unremarkable. A bit farther away is a small city named Thien Kot City." Dich Thien Kai immediately said, "My lord, opening the entrance of the secret realm will surely consume considerable energy. Below is the royal city of Eastern Soil. Please allow us to host you properly. It will also allow you to better understand the customs of extreme East." "No need." He turned away coldly. "I will wait for you at the small valley outside Thien Kot City. In less than a month, the entrance Grand Formation can be handed over." Dong Hong Hao Chin flew up and said, "Dich Vo Fong, this major matter requires me to immediately return to the sword sect to handle it. Then we shall part here for now." He flew toward a cave. Cantu followed and said, "Sect Master, you are no longer young. Why are you still so hot-tempered? That is not good, trust me. The sky has not fallen." He smirked and said, "Let this old man guess. Judging by your expression, it does not seem like bad news. It must be a major matter. There has been nothing significant in recent years. Could it be that you have taken a fancy to some widow in Dong Hong City? Yet you fear it will affect your reputation and thus feel troubled." Dong Hong Hao Chin glanced at him with disdain and said, "Old he, do not mix serious matters with nonsense. It is about the secret realm. Eastern River secret realm. The entrance at extreme east is about to open. If it opens, then it opens, he said indifferently. But then, realizing the severity, he shouted, "Damn it, why is it opening so soon? Decided on such haste, damn it, old he. Could it be that the Eastern River Secret Realm specifically opens its entrance at our extreme east? Is this ultimately good or bad?" He stroked his beard and said, "Benefits and dangers intertwine. How chin. The Eastern River Secret Realm having an entrance grand formation at extreme east is naturally an opportunity for the elite disciples of the sword sect to enter and seek fortune. But at the same time, it is also a great trouble. Eastern River is vast beyond measure, with countless monstrous geniuses. Each time the elite disciples of the sword sect enter, whether they can return alive is hard to say. As far as I know, in Eastern River, there are quite a few Harmony Realm geniuses capable of slaying Purple Palace cultivators. Remember, slaying, not merely matching them in combat. Does our sword sect currently have such a person?" What Dong Hong Hao Chin broke into a cold sweat and cried out. In reality, those so-called geniuses of extreme east, when entering the Eastern River Secret Realm, alone seeking fortune, preserving their lives is already difficult. Dong Hong Hao Chin stroked his beard and said, "It seems you must choose the candidates to enter with great care, and also issue orders. Have them act in teams, and try to stay far from places with divine ruins." Hao Chin, compared to the future troubles, the Eastern River Secret Realm opening its entrance at extreme east still brings immense benefits. At least our sword sect will soon produce a few more Purple Palace cultivators. Eastern River Secret Realm is an excellent place, with countless ancient ruins. Even the most ancient divine ruins contain vast amounts of innate magnetic energy. Therefore, you must carefully consider the first group to enter. Dong Hong Hao Chin smiled and said, "Old he," on the way back. Old he shook his head and said, "That woman was born with a rebellious nature, truly innate. Do you really intend to let her lead the team?" Old he, "Is that truly so?" Dong Hong Hao Chin cried out in alarm. "If you do not believe it, then just wait and see. You can completely verify my judgment." Dong Hong Hao Chin frowned. "We absolutely cannot let her enter the Eastern River Secret Realm." Old he shook his head again and said, "No. Why stop her? When the heavens reign and a mother wants her daughter married. If you stop her once, then what? Can you stop her a second time?" Dong Hong Hao Chin scratched his head. "Then who should be chosen? Dong Hong Ung Din is also not bad. Choose him." Inside the cultivation secret chamber, spiritual energy suddenly appeared. "It really has found its way here," Duong Tran thought in shock. "What, this is spiritual energy?" Kim Vo Kiat cried out in alarm. The spiritual energy spoke, "Boy, which sect are you in to be able to conceal yourself from a venerable?" Duong Tran replied, "This is my sect, the Dong Hong Sword Sect, Vin Lao. Before long, our extreme east will open the entrance to the Eastern River Secret Realm. When that time comes, can you enter with me?" Vin Lao said, "Going is possible, but this Eastern River Secret Realm is dangerous. Traps are everywhere. Are you certain you can manage?" Duong Tran smiled and said, "The Eastern River Secret Realm is still not qualified to block my path toward invincibility." Vin Lao, upon seeing this, said, "Very well, this old man will accompany you on this venture." After speaking, he nodded in agreement and transformed into a stream of black aura. Directly entering Duong Tran's body, he turned to look. Kim Vo Kiat said, "Little Kiat, is this not the boundless divine tower?" Kim Vo Kiat was stunned. "Big brother is truly formidable, little Kiat. The senior within this tower has an important matter to discuss with me. You step outside first. Help me stand guard." Kim Vo Kiat obediently rose and left. Vin Lao manifested again and said, "Boy, explain your current situation clearly, aside from your divine sense and bloodline." "I know nothing else." Duong Tran smiled and scratched his head as he recounted. "Since childhood, I lived in a poor and desolate small city. Before I could even grow up, my relatives disappeared. After misfortune struck my family, I was left alone until now. Later, I encountered an unreliable master, to the point my martial soul was crippled. If I had not risked my life to help him obtain the hidden soul's supreme treasure, I fear he would still be a cripple to this day. But my grandmaster was rather decent. Not only did he guide me, soaring sky sword art, he even prepared a sword for me." Duong Tran continued enthusiastically. "Unfortunately, it is only an ordinary wooden sword. I still look forward to the day it awakens its spirit, even awakening sword intent." Vin Lao said, "Chen boy, having such a grandmaster is a great blessing. You know what material this wooden sword is made of? It is seeking sun wood, extremely rare. Especially for fire attribute cultivators, it is a coveted supreme treasure, because once it awakens, it can sense earth fire, even the aura of heaven and earth within a certain range." Duong Tran asked in confusion, "Vin Lao, seeking sun wood is that formidable? Then it surely will not be easy for my wooden sword to awaken its spirit, right?" Vin Lao replied, "Indeed, it is not simple. It depends on your fortune." Duong Tran smiled awkwardly and said, "Vin Lao, Until now, I have only cultivated one sword technique. Do you have any suitable sword skills there? Vin Lao answered, Chen boy, I truly do not have sword arts, let alone martial skills. During this, Duong Tran sighed in disappointment. Vin Lao asked, what realm are you currently in? Then pointed and reminded, do not be arrogant. The foundation of martial cultivation is extremely important. Perhaps you do not understand now, but if your foundation is not solid, you will certainly regret it in the future. He frowned and said, Chen boy, I still do not know the quality of your true qi, comprehension, and cultivation method. Tell me everything. If they are too poor, then it is truly a waste of time. We must think of another way. Duong Tran replied awkwardly, Vin Lao, my cultivation method does not need to be changed. My martial soul carries it inherently. I personally feel it is very good. As for what martial soul, it can carry a cultivation method on its own. Vin Lao cried out in shock. Chen boy, circulate it for me to see. Duong Tran immediately circulated the heaven-devouring scripture. Vin Lao took one look and said, Primal fire, Chen boy, when you circulate your cultivation. Why is there a trace of primal fire aura mixed within it? Duong Tran replied proudly, previously I subdued a type of primal fire. When I cultivate it naturally carries its aura. Vin Lao exclaimed in astonishment. You have already subdued primal fire. This is impossible. Duong Tran immediately released a large amount of primal fire, shocking Vin Lao. This boy not only has extremely powerful divine sense, but is also favored by primal fire, it seems. This old man will soon become renowned across the void together with you, master. He lowered his head respectfully. Duong Tran scratched his head in embarrassment. Vin Lao, just call me Chen boy. It feels more familiar. Chen boy, you must quickly perfect your martial spirit and push it to evolve. All right, Duong Tran smiled confidently. Chen boy, when you enter the Eastern River secret realm, call me. After speaking, he concealed himself once more within Duong Tran's body. He thought to himself, after talking for half a day, this old fellow still did not reveal anything more. The entrance of the Eastern River secret realm. Dich Vo Fang laughed loudly. Ha ha, brother Hao Chin, you arrived quite early. Old brother Vo Fang, you are not late either. Suddenly, a massive gate appeared in midair. He looked at Dong Hong Ung Tai and said, all of you enter. The group entered the secret realm one after another. From high above they plunged straight down, crashing heavily onto the ground. Duong Tran rubbed his head and grimaced in pain. He looked around. The others were also falling down one by one. All of them landed safely. Dong Hong Tai said with a smile, fellow brothers and sisters, we have stepped into the legendary Eastern River secret realm. This place not only holds countless divine ruins, but also an abundance of rare treasures. Fortunes are many, yet people are numerous. Conflicts are inevitable. I suggest we split into groups. Dong Hong Ung Tai loudly reminded Dong Hong Tai. The sect master has repeatedly warned that within the secret realm there are not only fortunes, but also dangers everywhere. We must unite and remain cautious. He sneered with disdain. HMPH, Ung Tai, do not use my father as a shield. Any brothers and sisters willing to follow me stand over here. I plan to go with Dong Hong Tai. What about you all? Zhu Third Gyro stepped forward and spoke. Crowd immediately responded. Of course I will follow Senior Sister Zhu. Senior Sister Zhu, count me in as well. Dong Hong Tai laughed heartily and said, ha ha ha, Junior brother Ung Tai, I wish you boundless fortune within the secret realm. Dong Hong Lang spoke in surprise. Senior brother Ung Tai, just let them be. If something happens, they will bear it themselves. Duong Tran also smiled and said, Brother Tai, little Kayat and I will go together. You and Dong Hong Lang splitting paths will also be convenient. Dong Hong Ung Tai turned in shock to look at him. Duong Tran explained, Brother Tai, it is only a temporary separation. We will surely meet again before long. With Dong Hong Lang accompanying you, it will be more convenient. In another direction, a group of people also gradually advanced deeper into the secret realm. The Dich Fong family, Dich Cam Fu said with a cold smile, Duong Tran runs quite fast. I am already at the 9th level of the Heaven Harmony realm. Just wait for death. Duong Tran and Kim Vo Kayat rode Zyro high and quickly left the area. Kim Vo Kayat said enthusiastically, Brother, believe it or not, within 3 years I will beat those Eastern River geniuses until they cry for their mothers. Duong Tran looked at him and smiled. Little Kayat, why 3 years? Within 1 year we will sweep through the first layer of the Eastern River secret realm and let them know there is always a higher mountain. Zio Hai suddenly flapped his wings and screeched loudly. Ahead appeared a great demon at the Heaven Harmony realm. A bird shaped like a chicken fled in panic toward them. Kim Vo Kayat shouted, Brother, it is Yan Zai. It seems its cultivation has reached the late stage of the Heaven Harmony realm. At that moment, beneath the bird's body, a surge of flames suddenly erupted. The fire engulfed the entire body of the gigantic bird, and it was swallowed whole by another bird. Duong Tran exclaimed in shock, that is Xiang Dio. It even carries the bloodline of an ancient exotic beast. Is it that dangerous? Duong Tran turned his head and said, Little Kayat, we absolutely must not be careless. Kim Vo Kayat nodded and replied, 10 days later, a saber-toothed tiger appeared before them. Duong Tran and Kim Vo Kiat immediately gave chase. Sword Finger Tiger Martial Spirit at the 7th rank realm. Little Kiat cut it down. Tonight we will have roasted tiger wit. Hearing this, Kim Vo Kiat immediately raised his hand, preparing to unleash a punch. One punch struck straight toward the tiger's face. At this moment, two figures suddenly appeared behind them. A skinny man spoke up, "Brothers, this sword finger tiger is prey we have been chasing. May I ask who you are?" Seeing his claim, Duong Tran spoke directly. "There is nothing valuable on this beast. We only want the tiger whip. The rest is yours." Girl beside him asked, "Are you two from Extreme East?" "Why do you ask?" Duong Tran looked at her in confusion. The ugly man gritted his teeth and said, "So you are from Extreme East. Our intersect senior brothers have mentioned you. Extreme East was originally barbaric. Being granted this fortune is already a great favor. Within this secret realm, most fortunes already have owners. Your eyes should be sharper." He continued to ask, "They already have owners?" "Of course, the place we stand now is the first layer. Wherever there are divine ruins, they have long been divided among the major forces," he explained. The girl smiled and added, "For example, Kang Long City 1,000 miles west from here. It manages most divine ruins in this area. The largest divine ruin is also located there." Duong Tran cupped his hands in thanks. "Many thanks to you both for the guidance. We also intend to head to Kang Long City but do not understand the rules. Please enlighten us further." "My name is Tran Tiu. This is senior brother Bang Hong. You also wish to go to Kang Long City," she replied cheerfully. Duong Tran scratched his head and smiled. "Sister Tiu, we come from humble origins. If we can go to Kang Long to broaden our horizons, that would be best only." Tran Tiu smiled kindly. "Then come with us. We are also returning to the city." "All right," Duong Tran smiled and nodded in agreement. At Kang Long City, a bald man stepped out and said, "Junior sister, I have finally been waiting for you. Who are these two?" Tran Tiu explained, "Senior brother and Gok. They are cultivators from Extreme East. It is their first time entering the secret realm, so I brought them back to the city to avoid danger." Senior brother and Gok frowned and said, "Barbarians from Extreme East. Junior sister, you are too kind. Their cultivation may be low, which is fine, but if they encounter bad people, it will be troublesome." Tran Tiu stuck out her tongue and said softly, "Senior brother, they truly are not bad people." "Fine then, tomorrow we will go together to the dragon pattern divine ruin. I will leave first. As for those two barbarians, they may go wherever they wish. Yes, senior brother." Tran Tiu turned back and smiled apologetically. "Duong Tran, do not take it to heart. Senior brother Ngok is actually not bad." Duong Tran smiled gently on the surface but thought inwardly, "This girl is innocently adorable. It is not bluntness, it is clearly contempt." Duong Tran asked, "Sister Tiu, what kind of place exactly is the dragon pattern divine ruin? Could it be related to the dragon clan?" Tran Tiu explained, "The dragon pattern divine ruin lies outside the northern city. It not only contains great mysteries, but also a large amount of innate purple chi. Most cultivators who come to Kang Long do so for that place." Duong Tran smiled and replied, "Thank you, Sister Tiu. We want to stroll around the city first. We will go to the dragon pattern divine ruin on our own." Tran Tiu waved her hand and said, "Then I will go first. The secret realm is dangerous. You must be careful." Kim Vo Kiat frowned and said, "Brother, aside from Sister Tiu, these Eastern River people are all arrogant." Duong Tran smiled and said, "Tomorrow at the dragon pattern divine ruin, we will let them know who is truly the frog at the bottom of the well." At the dragon pattern secret realm, Duong Tran placed his hand on the red stone pillar and thought, "These blood moon patterns resemble dragon markings. Could it be that a true dragon once fell here?" Suddenly, he noticed a woman sitting atop a stone pillar. "Who is this woman?" Tran Tiu called out loudly, "Senior Sister Lian." Senior Sister Lian smiled and said, "Little Tiu, you have arrived as well. I told you to enter the secret realm earlier. This place is very suitable for comprehension." "Who are these two?" Tran Tiu introduced. "Senior Sister Lian, they are my friends from Extreme East." Bang Hong said irritably, "Just two small fry at the martial spirit realm, and they dare to dream of comprehending the blood dragon sword art." Duong Tran cupped his hands in greeting. "Greetings, Senior Sister Lian." He smiled and replied, "A hero is not judged by origin. Choose a stone pillar and comprehend on your own." Little Kiat sat down beside him. Duong Tran slowly sat down. Immediately, a faint golden aura flowed from the stone pillar into his body. Crescent mark on his body suddenly shone. A pillar of light shot straight into the sky from the stone pillar. The crowd cried out in shock. "That is dragon pattern divine light. Who has comprehended the dragon pattern? Could it be someone has grasped the blood dragon sword art? Perhaps it is Fong Engai, that sword fanatic." Senior Sister Lian said in shock, "It is the boy who came with Tran Tiu." He hurriedly jumped down and asked Little Tiu, "Is that boy truly from Extreme East?" Tran Tiu was stunned. "It is indeed his first time entering the secret realm, Senior Sister. Is there a problem?" "No, he is a monster," Senior Sister Lian said with a frown. Within the space of consciousness, a gigantic divine general suddenly appeared. Immediately after, he swung his sword and slashed straight toward Duong Tran. He widened his eyes in shock and exclaimed. With a casual strike, he shattered the void. The divine general did not stop and continued launching attacks, brandished a long spear and thrust it down fiercely. Duong Tran was instantly enveloped by an overwhelming force. Right after that, a violent vortex appeared in the sky. Duong Tran could not help but marvel. These three sword moves are truly formidable. He looked around blankly. Why are there suddenly so many people? ManhwaCapped looked at him and asked, Brother, have you already comprehended the Blood Dragon sword art? Duong Tran smiled and replied, So the three moves just now were the Blood Dragon sword art. The crowd stared in disbelief and mocked. Impossible, absolutely impossible, to comprehend the Blood Dragon sword art in such a short time. Even the former expert of the Great Hand Sword sect only understood the second move. Duong Tran smiled and said, Little Kaya, although I focus on body refinement, this sword art is indeed extraordinary. If you have time, you should cultivate it as well. ManhwaCapped asked excitedly, Then can I comprehend it too? Duong Tran pointed at the stone pillar and said, Little Kaya, do you see the dragon pattern on the pillar? Place your hand here and do not move. ManhwaCapped immediately followed his instructions. The stone pillar suddenly shone brilliantly, powerful aura surging outward. The crowd screamed in shock, Heavens, this is dragon pattern divine light. Duong Tran smiled confidently and said, This tiny Kang Long must behave obediently before my primordial demonic dragon martial soul. Tran Tiu hurried over and asked, Duong Tran, how did you do it? It is truly miraculous. Duong Tran said calmly, What is so great about it, Sister Tiu? I am the champion of the new generation of Dong Hong sword sect. Without some ability, how could I stand at the top? ManhwaCapped frowned and said, Brother, the third move is too profound. I still have not fully understood it. Duong Tran laughed. It is fine. The essence of the third move I will pass on to you later. Tran Tiu asked admiringly, Duong Tran, has your younger brother truly comprehended it as well? How exactly did you do it? Duong Tran looked at her and smiled. How could this be fake? Sister Tiu, try it. Perhaps you can also comprehend the complete Blood Dragon sword art. Can I really? Duong Tran placed her hand on the stone pillar. Light once again shot straight into the sky. Senior Sister Lian hurried over and asked, Little Tiu, how is it? Tran Tiu looked at her hand in astonishment. I truly comprehended it, but my aptitude is limited. I only understood the second move. A man hurriedly flattered, Duong Tran, can you help me once? Any reward is fine. Duong Tran shook his head and smiled. No matter how much you offer, it is useless. Senior Sister Lian said, somewhat embarrassed. I am Lian Y Yun, also a sword cultivator like you. I wish to comprehend the Blood Dragon sword art. If any conditions are needed, just say them. Many people immediately surrounded Duong Tran. He smiled and replied, Miss Lian, forgive me, I am truly powerless. Tran Tiu pulled his hand and pleaded, Duong Tran, Senior Sister Lian is the chief disciple of Rock Blade sect. Her temperament is very good. Is there truly no other way? No, Duong Tran thought to himself, this foolish girl does not understand. Standing out too much invites trouble. I do not wish to bring trouble upon myself. Suddenly Zio Hai transmitted, Master. Can I also try to comprehend the Blood Dragon sword art? It widened its bright eyes and looked at Duong Tran. Duong Tran transmitted back. Zio Hai, no need to rush. I have grasped the basics. Later I will pass it to you. Zio Hai barked happily. Then Duong Tran turned and asked Tran Tiu, Sister Tiu, deeper within this secret realm, is there anything worth noting? Tran Tiu hesitated slightly and said, I only know the deeper you go, the more terrifying it becomes. Only those with exceptional talent and will dare to enter. Duong Tran laughed after hearing this. Come, little Kaya, let us go inside and broaden our horizons. The crowd watched them leave and murmured that Duong Tran wants to charge deep into the divine ruin. Truly reckless, merely at the martial spirit realm, and he dares to risk it. Duong Tran, ManhwaCapped, and Zio Hai continued deeper inside. Duong Tran broke into a sweat and thought, Heavens, this strange force is unbearably oppressive. ManhwaCapped also felt the pressure and softly called, Brother. Duong Tran turned and said, Little Kayat, rest for a while. This force is very abnormal. I will release Wuhan to test it. After speaking, Duong Tran immediately unleashed Soulless. He frowned and thought, not good, something is wrong. The ancient demonic dragon Soulless could not absorb any energy. Instead, the sinister force around seemed frightened and scattered. ManhwaCapped said happily, Brother, your devouring martial soul is truly formidable. Duong Tran looked at him and said, Little Kayat, ahead is the inner region of the dragon pattern Divine Ruin. Let us go in and take a look. Those outside were shocked seeing them still calmly entering. Today the dragon pattern Divine Ruin will surely have a major event. Duong Tran noticed a stone pillar ahead. On it sat a person. He spoke and asked, Who are you? Zio Wenyang frowned at them. How could you reach here? Duong Tran smiled and said, Of course we walked in. Wen Yang thought to himself, reaching here at the martial spirit realm, the background of these two is not simple. He jumped down and asked, "May I ask where you two come from?" Duong Tran replied, "Dong Hong Sword Sect." Wen Yang frowned, "Dong Hong Sword Sect? Why have I never heard of it? To cultivate two such monsters, it must be some hidden great sect." Wen Yang smiled and said, "You two little brothers must have just entered the world. I am Wen Yang from the true martial great nation." Duong Tran replied cheerfully, "Brother Zio, this is our first time entering the Eastern River secret realm. We are not clear what is special about the dragon pattern divine ruin." Wen Yang explained, "This place has many ancient inheritances. The outer region holds only ordinary inheritances. The blood dragon sword art is restricted by a certain shackle. No one has ever comprehended all three moves." He pointed and said, "Even after entering the inner region, not every stone pillar contains a great inheritance. Moreover, the butterfly blood pool path is extremely obstructed. Even I at high stage heaven harmony realm had to struggle greatly to enter." Duong Tran nodded and said, "So that is how it is. No wonder this path is so arduous." Wen Yang laughed. "To be able to calmly enter the inner region at the martial spirit realm like you two is indeed rare." Duong Tran smiled modestly. "Just slightly more fortunate, Brother Zio. I am Duong Tran. This is my younger brother, Kim Vo Kayat." Kim Vo Kayat said eagerly, "Brother, let me try to comprehend first." Duong Tran turned to Wen Yang and said, "Brother Zio, continue your comprehension. When we leave the divine ruin, we will drink together. I will treat." Duong Tran placed his hand on the stone pillar. Light immediately flared up. Feeling the force emanating, he thought, "There is an opportunity." Dragon seal on the stone pillar formed a powerful suction force. Duong Tran raised his head. Immediately afterward, he was surrounded by smoke, flames, and white bones. The burning skull slowly appeared. Duong Tran reached out and exclaimed softly. Within the skull, an object shot out, then directly burrowed into Duong Tran palm. Looked at his palm and thought, "This is another drop of Kang Long Essence blood. With this drop of Kang Long Essence blood, would not receiving the inheritance on the stone pillar become much easier?" Suddenly, the stone pillars all shot out dazzling golden beams of light. All the lights converged in the sky. The people outside cried out in fear. Who caused this? It must be Zio Yun Duong who obtained the inheritance, since within the inner region of the divine ruin there seems to be only him. The grand prince of the true martial great nation truly lives up to his reputation. His strength is enough to rival the top geniuses of the major forces. At this moment, Duong Tran was standing right before the glowing stone pillar. Zio Yun Duong spoke in alarm. "What is happening?" Kim Vo Kayat laughed happily and said, "As expected of my brother." He casually comprehended it. Sweat poured down Zio Yun Duong's face as he asked, "Brother Kim, your Dong Hong sword sect is truly terrifying. Are there many like your brother in the sect?" Kim Vo Kayat replied innocently, "Brother Zio, besides the two of us, there is also a sworn elder brother who is very strong, at high-level heaven harmony realm. This is also his first time entering the Eastern River secret realm. If we are lucky, we may meet him. Moreover, the other senior brothers and sisters are all very formidable." Zio Wen Duong broke into a cold sweat and thought, "This hidden sect, Dong Hong Sword Sect, is truly terrifying. Everywhere they go, there are monsters." After a while, the light on the stone pillar gradually faded. Duong Tran turned to look at the two behind him. Zio Yun Duong stepped forward and asked, "Duong Tran, how is it? What inheritance did you obtain? How much did you gain?" He sighed two parts, hearing that he forced a smile and continued asking. But inwardly he guessed, could it be that he only obtained one part of the inheritance? Duong Tran exhaled and explained, "It was dragon talisman alchemy, useless to me. My adoptive father is not an alchemist. Moreover, this art requires dragon clan bloodline to cultivate, truly ironic." Zio Yun Duong pondered and said, "Dragon talisman alchemy must be an extraordinary secret art of the dragon clan. Then to what extent did you obtain the complete inheritance?" Duong Tran raised his head and replied, "To what extent, of course, the complete dragon talisman alchemy. Could there be a half-baked version?" Causing Zio Yun Duong to cry out in shock. Before he recovered, he turned to ask Kim Vo Kayat, "Little Kayat, how far have you comprehended?" "I only just touched it. With my strength, it would take at least 5 days to obtain the blood stone pillar inheritance, but I feel it is a body refinement secret art." After hearing that, Duong Tran happily put an arm around his younger brother and said, "Come, first let me help you obtain the inheritance." Then the two brothers simultaneously placed their hands on the stone pillar. Light from the pillar once again shot into the sky, causing the people outside to fall into chaotic speculation. Why is another inheritance appearing? Could it still be Zio Yun Duong? To seize 2 inheritances consecutively in such a short time is unreasonable. Even the top genius could not be so fast. Could there be another super genius inside? Zio Yun Duong hurried over and asked, How did you do it? Duong Tran explained that the dragon pattern seals on these bloodstone pillars were too weak. Xiao Yun Duong repeated in a trembling voice, too weak. He scratched his head awkwardly and said, Brother Duong Tran is truly formidable. He smiled and said, Brother Xiao, I understand your intention. You want me to help with something. It is a small matter. Xiao Yun Duong eyes lit up as he asked, It is truly possible. Just a trivial matter, come. Xiao Wen Duong asked eagerly, Brother Duong Tran, what must I do? Very simple. Brother Xiao only needs to use your divine sense to contact the dragon pattern on the bloodstone pillar. Xiao Yun Duong showed doubt. Is it really that simple? After speaking, he placed his hand on the pillar. Light from the pillar once again tore into the sky. Duong Tran looked at the two entering meditation and thought it was time to choose a suitable inheritance for himself. Pillars of light rose one after another into the sky. People outside trembled in shock. What is happening? Could the dragon pattern divine ruin have undergone a mutation? Hurry and inform the elders. There is a major problem here. In a distant place, two people were quietly observing. Zin Kai Wen looked at the scene before him and said, It seems the dragon pattern divine ruin has undergone a mutation. Not long after entering the secret realm and already encountering such fortune, the luck is not bad. The companion smiled and said, Brother Zin truly carries fortune wherever he goes. We following behind also benefit. Zin Kai Wen laughed loudly and dashed forward. Come to the dragon pattern divine ruin. Drive out all unrelated people. All the inheritances there will belong to our golden sword peak. Duong Tran looked at the pile of inheritances he had just obtained and thought in frustration. All dragon clan items. What use are these to me? Xiao Yun Duong said sincerely, Duong Tran, this time it is truly thanks to you. Another day when you come to the true martial great nation, I will surely welcome you with the grandest ceremony. Suddenly Duong Tran raised his head and asked, Brother Xiao, who are those people? Do you know them? That is Golden Sword Peak. He immediately repeated in surprise, Golden Sword Peak. Xiao Wen Duong sighed and said, In our eastern river there are 4 first-rate noble forces, not counting your hidden sects. They are the Eastern River Empire, 7-Sword Heavenly Sect, Blazing Fire Martial Academy, and Northern Emperor Mountain. 7-Sword Heavenly Sect has 7 peaks. Those 2 are disciples of Golden Sword Peak. The leader is Zin Jai Wen, a rising genius. Though only at 9th level Heaven Harmony Realm, his purple palace is fully solidified, and he can break through at any time. Seeing them approach Xiao Wen Duong reminded Duong Tran, be careful later. People of Golden Sword Peak are always arrogant and ruthless. Best not to offend them, even if you come from a hidden sect. Zin Kai Wen suddenly stopped. He coughed and spat out a mouthful of blood. Duong Tran pointed and laughed. Brother Xiao, so that is all. I thought Eastern River geniuses were something extraordinary. Zin Kai Wen roared in humiliation. What are you to dare mock me? When this young master leaves here, it will be the day of death for a brat who does not know the immensity of heaven and earth like you. Xiao Yun Duong stepped forward to shield Duong Tran and raised his hand protectively. Zin Kai Wen, you are a Golden Sword Peak genius about to enter Purple Palace Realm. What meaning is there in bullying a 5th-level martial spirit realm cultivator? Zin Kai Wen wiped the blood at the corner of his mouth and sneered. So it is His Highness the Prince of the true martial great nation. Forgive my earlier blindness. Xiao Wen Duong's face darkened as he angrily said, Zin Kai Wen, do not go too far. Zin Kai Wen did not yield, his tone mocking. Xiao Wen Duong, a defeated opponent like you dares stand up for justice. Look at yourself first. After speaking, Zin Jai Wen circulated his power and charged straight at Xiao Wen Duong. Xiao Wen Duong shielding Duong Tran was struck and knocked back, startling Duong Tran. Duong Tran hurriedly supported Xiao Wen Duong's shoulder and said, Brother Xiao, are you all right? Worry for a dog and you will be bit. Zin Jai Wen, having just attacked, immediately sensed the sarcasm in Duong Tran words. Those words enraged him. He roared, seeking death, spiritual energy around him blazing like the midday sun. Duong Tran paid no heed and smiled. Fool, do you know where this is to dare attack? You are truly tired of living. Stone pillar behind Duong Tran and Xiao Wen Duong seemed to echo those words. Red lightning bolt shot from the pillar and struck Zin Kai Wen, causing him to scream in agony. The attendant eyes widened watching Zin. Kai Wen blasted away like a dry leaf. He hurriedly chased after him, shouting, Brother Zin. While on the other side, Duong Tran pointed and laughed to tears. Xiao Yun Duong could only stare in astonishment. In contrast to Duong Tran ease, Xiao Yun Duong appeared uneasy and stammered this. Xiao Wen Duong wiped sweat and said awkwardly, Duong Tran. Offending Xin Zhaiwen brings no benefit. He is a madman. This time it may be big trouble. You cannot stay in the divine ruin forever. Duong Tran waved dismissively and said, Brother Zio, thank you for standing up earlier. I simply could not tolerate his condescending manner. Zio Yun Duong still looked worriedly at Duong Tran. Gave a dry laugh. Making an enemy of such a strong person over a small matter is truly unwise. Duong Tran took a deep breath and said calmly, Brother Zio, some people only press further the more you yield. Such people know no righteousness. Only a few strikes will quiet them. In the distance, everyone stared at Xin Kai when blasted into rubble. The attendant ran over anxiously, seeing him lying among stones. A strong light burst from where Xin Kai lay, causing onlookers to scatter. Xin Kai Wen crawled out of the ruins covered in dust and small wounds. He roared furiously, spiritual energy erupting like cannon fire. He ground his teeth, eyes bloodshot as he shouted, that lowly martial spirit brat, I will tear you into 100 pieces. On Duong Tran's side, the two still chatted calmly. Duong Tran casually said, Brother Zio, could I trouble you with one matter? Zio Yun Duong replied in surprise, Speak. Duong Tran smiled gently, eyes curved, and said, Please take my younger brother out of the divine ruin. Just out is enough. Consider it that I owe you a favor. Zio Yun Duong asked in shock, Just take him out. Duong Tran nodded, That is right. Little Kayat was so anxious he could not sit still. What about me? Then what will you do? Duong Tran placed his hands on his hips confidently and said, Rest assured, I have already planned everything, leaving little Kayat and Zio Yun Duong staring at him in shock. As expected, Xin Kai Wen rushed out, blocking Zio Yun Duong and little Kayat. He roared angrily, Where is that despicable brat? Where did he hide? Zio Yun Duong forced a smile and explained, Xin Kai Wen, I only know his name is Duong Tran. From a hidden sect, I know nothing else. We only met for less than half a day. I stood up earlier merely to repay a favor. Xin Kai Wen, hearing this while enraged, paused, his gaze blank. A hidden sect. Zio Yun Duong paid no attention to his confusion. He turned with little Kayat and passed by saying as he walked, Let us go. Outside the city gate, little Kayat suddenly stopped and said, Brother Zio, I will not enter the city. Let us part here. If fate allows, we will meet again. Zio Yun Duong looked at him awkwardly and asked uncertainly, You truly will not enter? Little Kayat replied calmly, No, I want to stay and wait for my brother. Seeing this, Zio Yun Duong did not persuade further. He turned and bid farewell. Very well, take care. Beside little Kayat, a purple vortex suddenly appeared, causing him to turn in shock. Duong Tran stepped out from the void, the vortex becoming a spatial gate. Little Kayat exclaimed in astonishment. Duong Tran pointed at himself confidently and laughed. Brother told you I would not deceive you. By now, Xin Kai Wen is probably still searching the entire secret realm for me. Little Kayat laughed loudly and asked, Then where do we go next? Duong Tran replied cheerfully, To Liufu Ancient City. Within the secret realm, people were still fiercely fighting without cease. One person struck in the chest was immediately sent flying and eliminated from the battle. Duong Tran and little Kayat stood above, observing the melee below. Little Kayat could not help asking, So what do we do now? Duong Tran scratched his head awkwardly. Although Dong Hong Tite has grievances with us, we are still disciples of Dong Hong Sword Sect. Yet the opponents are all at Heaven Harmony realm. Suddenly Duong Tran noticed the sect emblem on the chest of someone below. He frowned, recalling Zio Yun Duong words. You two little brothers just entered the world. I am Zio Yun Duong of the true martial great nation. Thinking of that, Duong Tran suddenly shouted loudly to interrupt the battle. Stop. The hot-blooded youth truly stopped and looked up at Duong Tran in the air. Brothers of the true martial great nation, can you hear me out? Youth darkened his face and barked, Stop pretending to be familiar. You barbarians have great nerve, daring to seize our things. Duong Tran directly jumped down onto the grass, where the fierce battle had taken place. He smiled gently and said, Could you pause for a moment? Zio Yun Duong and I are friends. I just parted from him in Kang Long City. Hearing that, the crowd immediately stirred in shock. What, you know the Grand Prince? Someone behind the youth pointed at Duong Tran and snapped, Brother Ditch. This man is clearly lying, merely 5th level martial spirit realm. How could he know His Highness the Grand Prince? Duong Tran calmly placed his hands on his hips and replied, Brother Zio is a sword cultivator. I befriended him in the inner region of the divine ruin. At that time, he was comprehending a palm technique called Roxy. The youth asked skeptically, You truly know the Grand Prince? Duong Tran smiled lightly and replied, Not only do I know him, we are close friends. Moreover, the Grand Prince owes me a favor. You can ask outside and you will know. This cannot be fake. The youth snorted coldly and left. Before leaving, he said, If that is the case, then let it go. The spirit liquid in the small lake is yours. It is not some rare treasure anyway. Let us go. After he left, everyone immediately surrounded Duong Tran in gratitude. This time it was fortunate to have you. Otherwise, we would truly have faced great trouble. Do you truly know the Grand Prince? The one who had just been struck exhaled and said, Even if he had not come, we might not have suffered a loss. After all, we had more people. Duong Tran did not answer. He turned and asked the boy beside him, Zio Yuan, where is senior sister Zhu? Zio Yuan replied dejectedly, Zhu third Zio left with others, with a genius of the great conduct demonic sect named Jiu Yun. Little Kayet was alarmed upon hearing this. She is the chief disciple of sword sect. How could she leave with another? Duong Tran still spoke calmly. Is it not a good thing for senior sister Zhu to join a great sect of Eastern River? Why do your faces look so grim? The youth was furious. In his mind appeared Zhu third Jio contemptuous smile. She joined the great conduct demonic sect, then returned to insult sword sect, even taking the chance to frame them. Seeing him enraged, Duong Tran folded his arms and asked, then have you made any plans? Someone immediately interjected, that is none of your concern. Seeing this, Duong Tran did not linger and turned to leave directly. Then we part here. Duong Tran and Little Kayet rode Zio, high-flying across layer upon layer of mountains. Little Kayet smiled and said, once our reputation spreads far, we can surely join a great sect. Even a second-rate force would be enough to stand firm. Duong Tran laughed teasingly. Is your vision so low? With our talent, even if we do not become chief disciples of great sects, the position of elite disciple is easily within reach. The two landed in a gloomy ancient city. Duong Tran said confidently, Little Kayet, our journey begins from Luofu ancient city. First, we must seize control here. Little Kayet eyes lit up as he replied excitedly, everything will follow, brother. The two brothers leisurely walked into the bustling crowd within the city. Duong Tran stopped before a chattering crowd and heard them say Dong Fang Junyi of Flowing Cloud Valley passed the trial again. He is only 9th level martial spirit realm, yet succeeded. Truly unbelievable. Duong Tran immediately stepped forward and patted the shoulder of the person beside him and asked, brother, what trial is taking place here? That person replied gloomily, Luofu Ancient Kingdom is selecting geniuses to enter the ancient battlefield ruins. Only those who pass the test qualify. It is said one may even meet the princess as beautiful as an immortal. Duong Tran only heard the last few words. His eyes immediately lit up and he pulled Little Kayet saying, come, we will also take the trial. The two brothers stood before a gigantic black stone sphere. The person in charge slowly instructed, place your hand here and send in a trace of divine sense. Tiu Kayet stepped forward to inspect, placing his palm on the sphere, and at once a ring of blue energy rippled outward in waves. The surrounding crowd widened their eyes, watching every change intently. The old granny smiled kindly, laughing heartily as she said the young friend had passed the trial and could enter the palace to rest for the time being. Those standing outside immediately erupted in dissatisfied murmurs, shouting loudly that it was unbelievable. Such a minor insect martial realm brat had passed the test, while heavenly unity realm cultivators like them were not chosen. The Luofu Ancient Kingdom truly worked in baffling ways. Tiu Kayet turned his head in confusion as the soldiers led him away, hurriedly speaking up to ask them to wait a moment because his elder brother was still outside. Duong Tran laughed loudly to reassure the flustered Tiu Kayet, telling him to go in first and that he would follow right after. As if to prove it, Duong Tran placed his hand on the sphere, and a brilliant golden-orange light burst forth at the point of contact. The sphere seemed to possess spirit, trembling violently, causing even the old granny observing nearby to lose her composure. Granny was startled and raised her voice to ask Duong Tran cautiously whether the young friend could tell her his name and origin. Duong Tran smiled in return, introducing himself as Duong Tran from the Dong Hong sword sect. This answer made the old granny even more flustered. She nearly cried out that he came from the far eastern region. The crowd below was no less stirred, whispering among themselves that they could not believe such a genius came from the distant Far East. Suddenly she turned downward and sternly shouted for everyone to keep silent. Duong Tran was escorted inside by soldiers. Stepping through the gate, a row of beautiful maidservants approached, gently bowing in greeting to the young master. Duong Tran blushed while observing the maidservants who appeared soft, yet exuded a terrifying aura. For each of them was a heavenly unity realm cultivator. Tiu Kayet had entered earlier and loudly called him over. Someone behind Duong Tran exclaimed in astonishment that Her Highness the Princess had arrived. Hearing this, Duong Tran hurriedly turned his head and was instantly stunned by the princess's beauty, his heart pounding wildly like a fawn about to leap from his chest. The person who had just appeared possessed exquisitely sharp features, an imposing aura that none dared belittle, a harmonious and alluring figure, a faint smile at the corner of her lips, and simple garments that suited her perfectly. The old granny in charge of the trial stood beside the princess, coughed softly, and introduced her as the princess of the Luofu Ancient Kingdom. the one who would personally lead everyone into the ancient battlefield ruins. He sternly warned that any treasures or inheritances obtained within the ruins would not be interfered with, but everyone must help the princess retrieve an important treasure. If there were no objections, they should sign the contract immediately. Duong Tran stood behind and observed quietly, astonished to see that although the princess seemed about his age, she had already reached the 7th level of the Heavenly Unity Realm. Her talent was truly astounding. The people nearby rushed forward to sign the contract the moment the old granny finished speaking, startling Duong Tran out of his thoughts. Someone shouted loudly that for Her Highness the Princess, he would sign the contract at once. The others also scrambled forward, each wanting to catch the eye of the noble and beautiful princess. The princess smiled gently, her entire being seeming to glow with radiance, politely responding to everyone's enthusiasm and offering words of thanks for the trouble. Beneath blue skies and white clouds, the scene shifted to a range of elegant and refined buildings. Inside, Tin Kai Van sat opposite the princess, his eyes full of interest as he thought that her reputation for bringing peace and stability to the nation was indeed not undeserved. The princess maintained her gentle smile and replied that young Master Van praised her too much, then asked what matter had brought him to the ancient city this time. Tin Kai Van smiled faintly and said he was acting on the orders of his clan's old ancestor, because a senior of the Tin family had once lost a precious sword artifact in the ancient battlefield ruins, so he came to try his luck and see if it could be found again. Princess politely wished young Master Van that his trip into the ruins this time would be successful, but the conversation did not end there. Tin Kai Van narrowed his eyes curiously and asked whether her ancient kingdom had still not found the lower volume of the great Luo Dao scripture. Hearing this, the princess's expression immediately darkened, her icy gaze fixed straight on him. In the blink of an eye, she restored her social smile and calmly replied that she did not know where he heard such news. The great Luo Dao scripture was not only a cultivation method, but also a national treasure. How could it be lost in the ancient battlefield ruins? Such words were truly ridiculous. Tin Kai Van laughed and waved his hand, saying the princess should not take it to heart. He had only spoken casually. The princess lost interest in entangling further, stood up and left indifferently, saying she had important matters to attend to, and that if he needed anything he could instruct the maidservants, leaving Tin Kai Van sitting there with a calculating smile. Outside the door, the old granny had already been waiting, respectfully following behind the princess, and saying that the matter of the great Luo Dao scripture being lost in Dong Zion was no longer a secret among the major figures. But even if they coveted it, they would find it difficult to obtain, because this was only the first layer where the strongest were merely at the Heavenly Unity realm. The princess remained worried, her gaze darkening as she said Tin Kai Van had clearly mentioned that matter intentionally. She feared he had come specifically for the great Luo Dao scripture. Mama gave a gloomy smile and replied that even if it was for the great Luo Dao scripture, so what? Since ancient times there had never been few who coveted it, yet none had ever succeeded. She confidently said that the great Luo Dao scripture was protected by the heroic spirits of their ancestors. Even those within the ancient kingdom who possessed the secret techniques could not retrieve it, let alone outsiders. On the day of departure, the princess stood upon the platform before the ancient battlefield ruins. Today, she had changed into a neat suit of armor for ease of action. The princess addressed all the fellow cultivators, saying the ancient battlefield was divided into 3 layers. The first and second layers allowed free search for opportunities, but upon reaching the 3rd layer, they must absolutely obey orders. After giving her instructions, she raised her voice and called out for departure. Duong Tran and Tiu Kayat followed closely behind the group as they entered the ancient battlefield together. He deliberately lagged behind, keenly sensing an unusual aura. The princess and Tin Mama stood before a stone cave, explaining that this was the 1st layer. The path ahead was called the Ancient Spirit Path. On both sides were countless natural caves, each guarded by an ancient heroic spirit, and to obtain treasures or inheritances one had to gain their recognition. Princess coldly reminded them that these ancient heroic spirits all possessed unpredictable demonic power. It was best not to test them rashly. It was extremely dangerous. As soon as she finished speaking, someone was sent flying and slammed straight into the rock wall behind. Tin Mama widened her eyes in shock as a voice rang out cursing that a lowly creature dared dream of inheritance. Fire attribute ancient heroic spirit suddenly appeared. Its smile twisted as it launched chaotic attacks. Duong Tran and Tiu Kayat in the distance were instantly horrified, recognizing that the opponent was at the 9th level of the Heavenly Unity realm, even stronger than an ordinary Purple Palace realm cultivator. Tiu Kayat innocently pointed to a cave and pulled Duong Tran along, saying the 2 of them should go and try. Even Vin Lao appeared within his divine sense, full of interest as he encouraged Duong Tran to step forward and give it a try. Duong Tran took a deep breath, made up his mind, and nodded in agreement. The two brothers stepped into a nearby cave together. Inside was a skeletal heroic spirit, its aura gloomy and dark, its cold eyes staring fixedly at the two of them. Duong Tran and Tiu Kayat immediately broke out in cold sweat. Vin Lao transmitted his voice within the divine sense, telling him to directly use the sacred flame true chi to condense into fire and purify it. Duong Tran exclaimed that the opponent was at the 9th level of the heavenly unity realm. Vin Lao paid no attention and hurriedly urged that this one had not yet fully awakened. They had to act at once. Outside, the other heroic spirits were already in turmoil. Thinking so, Duong Tran gritted his teeth and circulated the sacred flame true chi, determined to risk it all. The sacred flame enveloped the heroic spirit, burning fiercely and causing it to clutch its head and howl in agony while begging for mercy. In just a moment, the heroic spirit dissipated, leaving Duong Tran and Tiu Kayat standing there stunned. Before they could recover, Vin Lao urged within the divine sense for them to quickly take the treasure inside. A gloomy jade slip, surrounded by purple-black true chi, floated where the heroic spirit had just vanished. Duong Tran's eyes shone brightly as he excitedly told Tiu Kayat that they had struck it rich this time. What was stored in the bone casket was surely no ordinary item. Tiu Kayat held the jade slip and examined it, remaining silent for a moment before saying it recorded a finger martial skill called 5 Poisons Finger, profound grade top tier. Duong Tran felt as if struck by lightning upon hearing this. An old profound grade martial skill stored in the bone casket was truly too wasteful. Outside, Tyne Mama and the princess fell into a difficult situation, blocked by the fire heroic spirit. It sneered and cursed that they were unworthy and should get lost. Tyne Mama forced a smile and raised her hand to introduce the princess, saying she was the daughter of the current ancient king and the future ruler of the ancient kingdom. Was that still not qualified? Flame heroic spirit waved its hand in mockery and asked whether such a useless person was the future ruler of the ancient kingdom. The Lafu ancient kingdom had truly declined. Then it roared about destroying everything. The princess's face darkened as she could not endure such contempt, firmly saying that the inheritance of the ancient kingdom would absolutely not be severed. She believed she could restore her homeland to its ancient glory. The flame heroic spirit laughed until tears flowed, pointing at the princess in ridicule and saying that relying on her alone was far too immature. There were many things she had never experienced. Better to remain ignorant to avoid a lifetime of suffering. Princess trembled with anger. At that moment, Duong Tran stepped out of the cave and asked whether this cave contained a treasure they were determined to obtain. Tyne Mama glared furiously, inwardly cursing this fellow for not knowing how to choose the right moment. The princess was calmer and replied coldly that if it was so what, and if it was not so what. Duong Tran smiled confidently and said he could help her obtain what was inside. Within the ancient battlefield ruins, the atmosphere suddenly became subtle. At this time, Duong Tran stood beside the princess as she asked whether he had any way to persuade the flame heroic spirit. Duong Tran calmly folded his arms and replied that he did not, causing Tyne Mama beside them to widen her eyes in astonishment at this bold fellow. She gave a cold laugh and snorted that this brat might not even be able to persuade the flame heroic spirit, yet already dared to speak so arrogantly. Duong Tran lightly shook his finger and calmly said that to take the item in this cave, it was not necessarily required to persuade the flame heroic spirit. The princess looked at him curiously, tilting her head slightly as she asked that without persuading the flame heroic spirit, did he have another method? At some unknown moment, the flame heroic spirit had already approached Duong Tran, yet he remained calm and turned to look at the opponent, grinning mockingly as it said, "Brat, I have been watching you sneaking around all this time." Duong Tran did not waste words and immediately circulated his true chi, launching a direct strike toward the heroic spirit. Flame heroic spirit took the blow head-on and was pressed flat to the ground, howling miserably in pain. Duong Tran propped himself up and looked at the two behind him, calmly urging what were they still standing there for. Hurry inside. The princess and Tyne Mama stared in shock at the flame heroic spirit that had been imposing moments ago, now reduced to a spark before dissipating, unable to help doubting their own eyes. The princess and Tyne Mama stepped into the cave in a daze. Duong Tran stood outside and curiously asked Vin Lao whether the sacred flame true chi was truly that domineering. Vin Lao manifested and replied that master, although the sacred flame true chi had the ability to purify, it originally had no effect at all on this type of monster. Duong Tran scratched his head in confusion, asking then what exactly was the reason. Vin Lao smiled and asked in return whether the brat knew what an eternal flame that never extinguishes was. Duong Tran grew even more puzzled and lowered his head to look at Vin Lao, saying that was something even a child would know. Vin Lao laughed and slowly explained that those heroic spirits had in fact been tainted by chaotic demonic aura and could not be regarded as true light, while his sacred flame, true chi, had fused a trace of the Nam Li primordial fire aura. The primordial fire could burn chaos, and from it generate matter, forming worlds and nurturing life. For fire essence, chaotic energy was the best nourishment. Duong Tran listened with wide eyes and gradually gained understanding. The princess and Tyne Mama stood before the cave entrance and asked Duong Tran again about the guardian heroic spirit. Duong Tran waved his hand lightly and said it was gone. Tyne Mama stepped back in shock, her voice full of panic as she asked, was it finished just like that? The princess was calmer, staring intently at Duong Tran as she asked who exactly the two of them were. Yu Kayat had appeared behind Duong Tran at some unknown time. Duong Tran propped himself up and replied with a bright smile that they were like the other hired people, all here to seek opportunities. Tyne Mama withdrew her initial sternness and stepped closer to Duong Tran, asking again that she remembered his name was Duong Tran. Did the young friend think he could help them obtain an important treasure later? He clasped her hands solemnly and said that as long as he could accomplish this, within the capabilities of the La Fu ancient kingdom, he could make any request he wished. Duong Tran glanced at the princess standing before him with an expectant expression. She softly asked Duong Tran if it was possible. He immediately nodded and replied that it was. Hearing this, Tyne Mama at once pulled the princess along, saying, "Your Highness, we will not wait for them any longer and will proceed directly." Duong Tran followed behind, a thought flashing through his mind about who exactly the people Tyne Mama mentioned were. The four of them advanced together to stand before a heavy ancient door. Tyne Mama anxiously instructed Duong Tran that the third layer contained extremely powerful ancient heroic spirits, not only fixed guardians of caves, but also wandering patrols, so he must be especially careful. Vin Lao within the divine sense also grew tense, transmitted to Duong Tran that this third layer very likely had given birth to a true chaos demon creature, causing Duong Tran to grow serious as well. The four stood silently before the enormous door, the atmosphere becoming heavy. Duong Tran whispered to Vin Lao, asking if he was certain that the third layer contained a juvenile chaos demon creature. Vin Lao firmly confirmed that the probability was very high, only its rank was unclear. If it were a profound demon, then even as a juvenile it would be extremely difficult to handle. Duong Tran asked in confusion, what was a profound demon? Were chaos demon creatures also divided into ranks? Vin Lao began explaining that chaos demon creatures were graded with extreme strictness. Higher-ranked demons held absolute command over lower ones. In common terms, chaos demon creatures were divided into 4 levels: Chaos Celestial Demon, Chaos Earth Demon, Chaos Profound Demon, and Chaos Yellow Demon. A fully grown yellow demon could even easily destroy a small world. As long as they retained chaotic energy, they were nearly immortal, incomparably terrifying. Princess pointed toward the depths of the cave, where countless flame heroic spirits were already rushing out from the entrance, saying the item she needed was in the final cave. If Duong Tran could help, once outside he would certainly be richly rewarded. Duong Tran stepped straight inside and calmly said, "Then let us go." Before going far, he was forced to stop. Duong Tran stood still and observed, seeing the enormous number of heroic spirits gradually closing the encirclement. The heroic spirits formed an attacking formation, merging like a roaring sea of fire surrounding Duong Tran. Just as Duong Tran grew tense, Vin Lao transmitted even more frightening news that there truly was a chaos demon creature here. The ancient heroic spirits were merely its puppets, eyes and claws used to gather chaotic energy. Duong Tran immediately turned and shouted loudly to retreat at once. He dashed out of the cave, the heroic spirits still attempting to pursue behind him. But once outside, those heroic spirits became sluggish and stood still. Princess asked in trembling shock what exactly had happened. That moment, 2 familiar figures appeared in the distance. Duong Tran turned his head to look. The two also recognized him. They were Tin Kai Van and his attendant. Tin Kai Van immediately flew into a rage and roared that it was indeed him. Tyne Mama did not yet understand the situation but instinctively disliked Tin Kai Van. She stepped forward to shield Duong Tran and asked why he attacked the hired person of the La Fu ancient kingdom without cause. Duong Tran was equally astonished. Why was this man here as well? Could he be the person Tyne Mama had mentioned? Tin Kai Van angrily shouted for her to move aside, saying Duong Tran had deep enmity with him. Did their ancient kingdom intend to interfere? The princess standing beside hurriedly spoke up and requested that Tin Kai Van explain clearly. The princess darkened her face and shielded Duong Tran behind her, sternly stating that he was a hired person of the La Fu ancient kingdom, and during this time must be protected. Otherwise, the kingdom's reputation would be harmed. Duong Tran stood behind her smiling provocatively. Tin Kai Van gritted his teeth, fury surging as he asked whether their ancient kingdom intended to fall out with him for the sake of this brat. The princess smiled gently and replied that he spoke too harshly. The ancient kingdom dared not offend anyone. Perhaps it was merely a misunderstanding. She was willing to mediate and compensate. Tin Kai Van did not wish to confront them here. He conceded temporarily out of respect for the princess, but demanded that from now on Duong Tran must not leave his sight. Tiu Kayat angrily intended to retort, but Duong Tran quickly stopped his younger brother and told him to remain calm. Princess skillfully resolved the conflict and proposed cooperation, saying it would be better to join forces to break into the third layer. Tin Kai Van reluctantly agreed, yet remained full of irritation, roaring to urge them into the cave. Duong Tran walked at the rear and carefully instructed Tiu Kayat that the upcoming situation was extremely dangerous. If he saw he step onto the ancient spirit path, he must immediately withdraw outside to wait in the stone hall. Tiu Kayat looked at him in confusion. He stammered that if things were not going well they could retreat. They were still young and had time. Duong Tran smiled confidently to reassure him, saying his abilities were not yet fully understood and to be at ease. After finishing his instructions to Tiu Kayat, Duong Tran calmly stepped onto the long staircase. He had anticipated this and did not panic. While Tin Kai Van and his group saw heroic spirits swarming like ants and all halted at once. The ferocious heroic spirits lurked like wild beasts, a mere glance making the scalp tingle. The princess could not help but grow flustered, loudly asking why this was happening as the heroic spirits pressed closer. Duong Tran stood behind encouraging them, saying that with young Master Van present, they would surely break through, causing Tin Kai Van to be unable to retreat despite his displeasure. Tin Kai Van glared at Duong Tran, his expression dark as he said since they had come this far they could not turn back and must carve a path through by killing. Having spoken, he circulated his cultivation and drew his longsword. The golden first/sword art was unleashed, a single strike cleaving a nearby heroic spirit in two. Tin Kai Van laughed arrogantly and mocked that it could not withstand a single move. Duong Tran shook his head and sighed as he looked at him, saying he was truly foolish. This was life energy. If it were so easy to kill, would it be his turn? Sure enough, as Duong Tran said, the heroic spirits that had been cleaved apart began absorbing surrounding energy, quickly rejoined their bodies, and restored themselves without the slightest damage. Tin Kai Van snorted coldly and continued circulating his cultivation, the sword in his hand heavy as 1,000 catties, true chi flowing and transforming into a terrifying sword momentum. He exerted his full strength to unleash 100 silver crossing void, true chi erupting in brilliant golden orange like blazing fire. A single sword strike descended, turning the entire space ahead white. The princess smiled in satisfaction at Tin Kai Van's strength. Even Duong Tran was startled, thinking this time the heroic spirits must die. But Vin Lao burst into loud laughter. During that laughter, Duong Tran immediately understood something and hurriedly asked Vin Lao in astonishment. Those demonized heroic spirits had probably not completely dissipated. Vin Lao calmly asked in return what he thought. If chaos demon creatures were so easy to deal with, how could they become the great enemy of all intelligent life? Although the remnants before them were not yet worthy of being called claws of chaos, their core energy was still chaotic demonic power. Under Tin Kai Van's sword, the heroic spirits shattered into fragments of flame, floating in midair. Yet in an instant, those fragments gathered again, regenerating into an entirely new group of heroic spirits. This time, everyone was terrified. Tin Kai Van's eyes widened in panic as he said that strike had been enough to kill even a purple palace realm cultivator. The princess and Tyne Mama also gaped in shock at their endless regenerative ability. At this point, face meant nothing. Sweat poured from Tin Kai Van as he urgently shouted to charge forward, rushing straight to the deepest part to shake off these mindless heroic spirits and decide later. The group hurried deeper into the cave, the heroic spirits chasing behind like the undead. The four stopped beside a deep pit emitting a strange spiritual aura, more accurately called a yin aura. Tin Kai Van braced himself and panted after the long run. The princess turned, intending to ask Duong Tran about the lower volume of the great Luo Dao scripture, but he did not hear, closing his eyes to focus on sensing the aura. A blazing red mark appeared between Duong Tran's brows, true chi spreading outward from it. That force lifted Duong Tran's body into the air. Duong Tran took a deep breath and slowly circulated a technique, both hands holding a fireball inscribed with mysterious patterns, the origin fire merging with chaos, restoring vision and opening the origin of all things. He abruptly opened his eyes wide, his pupils covered by a hazy layer of true chi. Duong Tran steadied his mind and continued connecting with the flames, comprehend fire and uphold it, guard order and exist for order. Tine Mama suddenly interrupted and startled him awake, saying, "Wait, this Nam Li primordial fire was actually the origin fire." The information was too much and her head ached. Huang Tran turned blankly, Tine Mama reminding him that the princess was still speaking to him. The princess spoke to remind him it was time to fulfill his promise, asking him to retrieve the white stone steel deep within the cave. Duong Tran frowned and looked down into the deep pit, emitting gloomy green smoke. At the bottom of the pit was a golden insect, the very source of that aura. Duong Tran pressed his lips in astonishment, his eyes still shrouded in true qi, as he realized he could see through the chaotic mist. He continued circulating his cultivation, thinking it was merely an armored flying insect, and fortunately not a true chaos demon creature, true qi instantly erupting around him. Duong Tran widened his eyes and saw through the filthy mist, the red mark on his forehead becoming even more distinct. The princess beside him watched in astonishment as he began to unleash his power. Duong Tran recited the incantation. Chaos transforms anew. Order endures forever. A fireball formed, causing even Tin Kai Van beside him to stare wide-eyed. The flames erupted fiercely, burning away all the green aura. Lao was also stunned and exclaimed, "How did Master accomplish this?" Duong Tran simultaneously erected a barrier at the cave entrance and burned away all chaotic evil entities. At this moment, the heroic spirits outside had followed their path inside, surging in to surround them. The princess pointed out in fear that they were at the very end of the cave beside the poisonous pit, and the exit was blocked. Duong Tran remained calm and looked over. A gigantic heroic spirit with a solid body appeared, nearly touching the cave's ceiling as it roared and charged forward. Beneath its feet, countless vicious flame heroic spirits. Tin Kai Van reacted first, shouting in terror that there was even a purple palace realm heroic spirit here, and to run. The princess turned to seek an escape route, yet still saw Duong Tran standing motionless, urging him anxiously to run. Duong Tran remained unmoving, his gaze calm as he looked down at the poisonous bone pit. Insect at the bottom trembled, its entire body wrapped in black bone. In the blink of an eye, it vanished without a trace. Just as the purple palace realm heroic spirit closed in, its hand about to crush Duong Tran, it suddenly stopped, the bizarre scene causing the group who were running to halt as well. The three watched in horror as the purple palace realm heroic spirit was enveloped in green spiritual power and then dissolved bit by bit in midair, not understanding what had just happened. Where the heroic spirit vanished, a hazy figure appeared, its bearing graceful and gentle like an immortal descending to the world. The person smiled and asked how the descendants of the La Fu ancient kingdom fared now, pleasant green spiritual energy radiating around him. It was the very power that had destroyed that heroic spirit. Tine Mama hurriedly pointed toward the princess and respectfully said this was the descendant of the La Fu ancient kingdom, the current princess. Duong Tran blinked curiously and said, "Old ancestor." The old ancestor of the La Fu ancient kingdom smiled kindly and nodded in praise, saying he had not expected the ancient kingdom to still have inheritance. Very good. Seeing the old ancestor appear, the princess joyfully asked at once where the lower volume of the great Luo Dao scripture was. The old ancestor gently raised a white stone slab and said the lower volume of the great Luo Dao scripture was currently in his possession. The princess's eyes shone brightly as she happily confirmed that it was indeed the true lower volume. The old ancestor did not hand it over immediately, instead turning around to perform a strange gesture. He knelt before Duong Tran with hands clasped in gratitude, treating him as a benefactor who had delivered him from suffering, leaving Tin Kai Van, the princess and Tine Mama all stunned. Duong Tran hurriedly waved his hands for him to rise, saying that eliminating evil and slaying demons was the duty of righteous cultivators, and such a grand courtesy was unnecessary. At that very moment, a massive flame erupted behind Duong Tran. Fragments of black bone suddenly shot straight into his forehead. The old ancestor smiled as he watched Duong Tran clutch his brow, understanding in his eyes, then made an excessive request and hoped it would be granted. Duong Tran was slightly startled and quickly said he was merely fortunate to lend a hand. If the old ancestor had any request, he could speak of it, and within his ability, he would certainly fulfill it. The old ancestor stood up smiling, and, in the name of the former crown prince of the La Fu ancient kingdom, solemnly invited Duong Tran to become the grand offering of the ancient kingdom. Tine Mama cried out in shock. How could a mere insect martial realm cultivator assume such a lofty position? Crown Prince did not mind, and with both hands presented the lower volume of the great Luo Dao scripture to Duong Tran, asking him to bring it out of the secret realm and deliver it to the sovereign as a token of gratitude. When the scripture was handed over, countless tiny spirits gathered around the crown prince, weeping as they were finally reunited. Duong Tran did not interfere with the reunion, and calmly turned to leap into the poisonous bone pit, causing the crown prince and the princess above to cry out in alarm. At the bottom of the pit, Duong Tran landed safely. Vin Lao observed and reminded him that this was chaotic power, and he must use the origin fire to illuminate abnormalities and not act rashly. Duong Tran flicked his finger, activating the origin fire seed as flames shot from his brow. Hovering flames instantly dispelled the blinding bone layer, revealing a mysterious cube hidden within. Duong Tran picked it up to examine, thinking this was the true mastermind behind everything. When he intended to step closer, Vin Lao quickly stopped him and told him not to be hasty. Vin Lao appeared to inspect carefully, and said this was very likely the legendary Chaos Demon Casket, within which extraordinary treasures could gestate. Duong Tran was astonished, and did not know what treasure this demon casket might give birth to. Yet neither of them dared to touch it, as they did not know how to open it. Vin Lao suggested retracting the origin fire, and using the sacred flame true Qi fused with its aura to break the demonic barrier outside. Duong Tran smiled and agreed, then let them try. He extended his hand wrapped in the fire seed and touched the demon casket, carving out a gap. Unexpectedly, the demon casket quickly melted, revealing the treasure within. Inside was a purple-blue bead, mystical and unfathomable. Vin Lao recognized it immediately. This was the origin of life. Consuming it now would be too wasteful, he asked to keep it for him. Duong Tran did not hesitate to toss it to Vin Lao, then curiously pointed at the remaining black bead and asked what it was. Vin Lao cradled the origin of life and shook his head, saying the other bead was too strange, and even after living so long he had never seen such a thing. Duong Tran observed closely, thinking that being placed together with the origin of life it must not be ordinary. With that thought, he reached out to touch the black bead, but was immediately repelled by a countering pressure that startled him. A majestic black dragon appeared amid the smoke. It had clearly emerged from that black bead. Duong Tran stared wide-eyed in shock at the scene before him. Even Vin Lao, who had experienced countless events, could not help but feel fear, not understanding what was happening. The black dragon roared, the mist gradually dispersing as its massive form became clearer. It did not exist in reality, but only within Duong Tran's divine sense. Upon contact, he understood the bead's origin through a torrent of knowledge. Sever vitality, sever origin, sever the myriad paths. Duong Tran frowned and held his forehead, complaining to Vin Lao that this thing was truly a monster. Was it really that powerful? Vin Lao was inwardly shocked. What origin did his master's martial soul carry to be so terrifying? Duong Tran did not dwell on it, and turned to say to Vin Lao that they should go up first. He lightly leapt upward. Above, the princess and Tyne Mama were already waiting. The princess smiled to welcome Duong Tran, saying since the ancestral spirit had entrusted him with the lower volume of the great Luo Dao scripture, she hoped he would visit the ancient kingdom, and they would certainly not let him suffer any loss. Duong Tran scratched his head and laughed, saying that was naturally no problem. The three left the cave. Outside, Tiu Kayat had already been waiting and called out loudly. Seeing his younger brother, Duong Tran became fully alert and hurriedly asked whether Tiu Kayat was injured. Tiu Kayat anxiously recounted that the ancient heroic spirits had mutated into white luminous insects, and all rushed to the third layer, leaving him outside extremely uneasy. Duong Tran snorted with confidence, saying that was because he had purified the chaos demon creature here. Impressive, was it not? Tiu Kayat immediately applauded in admiration, praising him until Duong Tran swelled with pride. Tin Kai Van ran over from afar, forcing a smile and saying he had not expected everyone to escape safely. Earlier, he had been very worried. The princess coldly replied that she appreciated young Master Van's concern, yet his manner of fleeing at the critical moment had clearly disappointed her. Tin Kai Van stood stunned watching the four leave, an uneasy feeling rising in his heart about what had just happened. He turned and shouted for his subordinates to head up to the third layer to check, then stared at the empty space before him in contemplation. Soon after, he changed his mind and hurried to catch up, convinced that group had seized a great opportunity. On Duong Tran's side, the four leisurely departed, the princess taking the initiative to ask where he came from. Duong Tran answered briefly, Dong Hong Sword Sect. Tyne Mama interjected, asking whether it was the Dong Hong Sword Sect in the Far East. Duong Tran smiled and confirmed, leaned to whisper in the princess's ear with disdain that the Dong Hong Sword Sect was merely a minor force hardly worth mentioning. The princess also grew suspicious inwardly. Could these two be swindlers who had fooled the old ancestor? At that moment, Tin Kai Van caught up. Duong Tran turned to see him approach, aggressively demanding settlement of grievances. Duong Tran calmly asked what debt. Tin Kai Van smugly listed that Duong Tran had schemed in the Wen divine ruins and fled. He must compensate. Moreover, he had dared to take the Wen family's ancestral treasured sword. Duong Tran turned to ask the princess, standing beside him with a darkened expression, what her highness thought. Being slighted before her face, the princess coldly reminded that this was not the territory of the seven-sword heavenly sect. Tin Kai Van angrily demanded whether the princess truly intended to oppose the seven-sword heavenly sect for the sake of this brat. The princess responded without yielding, saying Duong Tran was an honored guest of the ancient kingdom, and Tin Kai Van was not qualified to represent the seven-sword heavenly sect. Struck at his sore point, Tin Kai Van gritted his teeth and issued a threat, hoping they would not regret it. Princess changed her expression and smiled at Duong Tran, saying let them go. Her mother was likely waiting long. At the side hall of the La Fu ancient kingdom, a dignified woman with seasoned bearing yet imposing presence. She was the queen of the La Fu ancient kingdom. San San respectfully presented the jade slip, happily saying this was the lower volume of the great Luo Dao scripture brought back by the ancestral spirit of the third layer. The queen received the jade slip with delight and asked in astonishment whether this was true. She placed the jade slip against her forehead and sent her divine sense inside. Within it, besides the great Luo Dao scripture, there was also the remnant soul of the crown prince instructing that Duong Tran must be treated well, regarding him as the hope of the ancient kingdom's revival. The queen was momentarily at a loss and looked toward Duong Tran behind, unsure what to say. Yet as sovereign, she quickly composed herself and kindly asked the identities of the two brothers. Duong Tran smiled naturally and introduced himself, while Tiu Kayat behind bowed very politely. The queen and San San smiled and invited the guests inside, thanking Duong Tran for escorting the precious treasure. In the reception hall, the queen curiously asked which place in the Far East they came from. Duong Tran did not conceal it and answered that the two brothers were from the distant Triu Ka city. The queen was astonished to recall the legend that the dragon-taming great emperor 2,000 years ago also bore the surname Duong and came from Triu Ka city. Thinking so, she immediately became more cordial, inviting Duong Tran not to be distant and to call her beau Lai in the future. The queen solemnly invited Duong Tran to assume the position of Grand Offering of the La Fu ancient kingdom. Duong Tran hurriedly declined, saying he was only at the 5th level of the insect martial realm and did not dare accept such responsibility. Queen awkwardly explained, and then proposed that when he advanced to the Purple Palace realm, he could take up the position. Duong Tran hesitated, then reluctantly agreed, understanding inwardly that he could not completely refuse. With official matters concluded, the queen turned to her daughter and mentioned another request that startled San San. Duong Tran thought seriously and praised the princess's appearance and talent as outstanding. Tiu Kayat beside him could only remain silent. The queen grew even more satisfied and smiled, saying she wished to marry San San to Duong Tran. Duong Tran did not rejoice but broke into a cold sweat in alarm, exclaiming in shock. He quickly waved his hands and said he was not worthy of the princess. San San pouted angrily, feeling excessively slighted. The queen was also surprised by this reaction and asked whether there was another reason. Duong Tran scratched his head and explained that he already had someone in his heart and did not dare aspire to the princess. Queen persisted, saying a Dao companion valued mutual understanding and proposed letting San San follow him to learn more. Duong Tran felt awkward refusing and could only agree for the time being. Queen contentedly instructed San San to lead Duong Tran to the cultivation secret chamber and conveniently return to the secret realm the next morning. Duong Tran smiled in thanks and then asked further about the great opportunities within the Dong Zion secret realm. The queen did not conceal it and said it was Mount Fengshan. Duong Tran's eyes lit up, thinking the name alone already sounded formidable. San San crossed her arms in irritation, thinking that everyone in Dong Zion knew Mount Fengshan. These bumpkins truly were provincial. Though she pouted, she still obeyed her mother, the queen smiling as she said tomorrow San San would lead them to see it. Unexpectedly, Duong Tran pondered and said tomorrow might not be possible. He felt the need to enter seclusion to break through. The queen immediately arranged for San San to lead him to the royal cultivation secret chamber. San San walked ahead to guide the way, saying briefly, "Let us go." Queen remained behind, glancing at the shadow behind a pillar and instructing that when they entered the secret realm, every move must be monitored. The shadow replied in a deep voice, "As you command." Time passed swiftly like a flash, and in the blink of an eye 3 months had gone by. Duong Tran stretched comfortably after 3 months of seclusion, Tiu Kayat already waiting and calling out joyfully. Duong Tran laughed and said he had reached the 9th level of the insect martial realm. If he had not compressed his foundation, he would already be at the heavenly unity realm. He excitedly asked Tiu Kayat about his current cultivation. Tiu Kayat scratched his head and smiled, saying he had reached the 5th level of the heavenly unity realm. Duong Tran widened his eyes in shock, unable to believe it. San San, standing outside, heard everything and broke into a sweat at the cultivation speed of the two brothers. Duong Tran laughed loudly and said one would get used to it, then asked San San about the situation outside during his seclusion. San San thought for a moment and said in Dong Zion Feng Yuan Zhen was about to prove the Tao and ascend to godhood at Mount Fengshan. Duong Tran found the title unfamiliar to his ears. The so-called great divine talent sounded somewhat exaggerated. Yu Kayat interjected that they had once intended to visit Mount Fengshan to broaden their horizons. Duong Tran immediately agreed and replied enthusiastically, "Good." Lao was secretly alarmed. What origin did his master's martial soul carry to make others shudder like this? Tiu Kayat and Duong Tran excitedly looked up at the towering mountain, saying they had arrived. Duong Tran pointing at the peak and declaring this was the first goal to conquer after leaving the Far East. San San, standing beside them, rolled her eyes in disdain, thinking these two fools only knew how to boast, yet dared dream of conquering Mount Fengshan. Two brothers, Little Black, also barked happily in agreement, barking with imposing spirit. Duong Tran perceptively turned and asked, "You also wish to ascend to godhood and make a name at Mount Fengshan?" causing San San to look at him as if he were mad. Unexpectedly, Little Black wagged its tail, as if agreeing, and barked twice loudly. Tiu Kayat laughed and praised its spirit, Little Black wagging even harder, while San San held her forehead speechless and walked ahead. San San darkened her face at the excited group behind. Duong Tran raised his hand, signaling, "Let us go." The group climbed the stone steps to the mountainside, seeing a man sitting cross-legged before a massive hammer facing a large cliff. Carved clearly upon the cliff was the name Feng Yuan Zhen. San San introduced to the two provincials that this was the echo wall of divine strength. Striking the cliff with the stone hammer to produce 3 echoes would allow one to leave their name on the wall. Duong Tran widened his eyes and asked, "Was it only that simple?" San San darkened her face and replied that the cliff weighed 50,000 caddies. Even a peak heavenly unity realm cultivator might not lift it. Normally, no one could raise it at all. She snorted coldly in disdain. Yet Duong Tran noticed a familiar aura ahead. A group appeared behind them, led by Xiao Yun Yang. Duong Tran happily waved and called out, "Brother Xiao over here," making Xiao Yun Yang break into a startled sweat. Xiao Yun Yang hurriedly signaled for silence, but it was too late. Feng Yuan Zhen, who had been meditating, became furious. He cast a cold glance at Duong Tran and asked who he was. Xiao Yun Yang quickly stepped forward to mediate, saying Duong Tran was a friend visiting Mount Fengshan for the first time and hoped young Master Feng would forgive him. Duong Tran was displeased and looked irritably at Feng Yuan Zhen, asking whether the foremost divine talent of Dong Zion truly had such bearing. Of respect for Xiao Yun Yang, Feng Yuan Zhen did not pursue the matter further and returned to meditation. But at that moment, Tiu Kayat stepped forward, causing everyone to look in confusion. Tiu Kayat darkened his face and said coldly, "Move aside. You are blocking the way." The crowd behind whispered in alarm, thinking this boy truly did not value his life by provoking Feng Yuan Zhen. Tiu Kayat looked straight at Feng Yuan Zhen and said great fame was one thing, but monopolizing this place was unreasonable. Could others not attempt the godhood trial? Feng Yuan Zhen stood up and carefully observed Tiu Kayat, smiled and gathered power into his hand, saying if the arrogant boy could withstand one move, he would yield the path. He pointed, a sword suddenly manifesting and shooting straight toward Tiu Kayat. Tiu Kayat showed no fear and circulated his cultivation to face it. A blue true chi fist formed and flew up to block the sword tip. Sword and fist collided fiercely, creating a powerful shockwave. When the dust cleared, Feng Yuan Zhen and Tiu Kayat remained in place. Crowd stared open-mouthed. This boy could actually withstand a move from Feng Yuan Zhen. His background was truly extraordinary. Feng Yuan Zhen crossed his arms and nodded in satisfaction, saying his strength was not bad and he would wait for the next performance. Tiu Kayat glanced at the crowd behind in disdain and said, "You worthless lot, watch closely." After speaking, he stepped forward and grasped the hammer handle with one hand. Crowd murmured in shock. Could he be intending to lift the divine strength hammer with one hand? Sheer fantasy. Tiu Kayat focused his strength into his palm and lifted the hammer. The hammer was truly raised with one hand. Feng Yuan Zhen widening his eyes in astonishment. He frowned. Could such terrifying strength still belong to a human? Tiu Kayat calmly placed the hammer back in its original spot. He looked at the cliff, hearing 2 resounding echoes, and shook his head slightly, saying it was still lacking some heat. Turning to Duong Tran, Tiu Kayat told his brother to try. Surely he could do it. Duong Tran waved his hand in refusal, saying young Master Feng was about to ascend to godhood, and they should not cause further trouble. After speaking, the two brothers left, leaving the crowd stunned and Feng Yuanzhen red-eyed, suspecting they came from a hidden sect. Thinking so, Feng Yuanzhen turned to ask Xiao Yunyang about the origins of those two. Xiao Yunyang was slightly surprised to be asked about Duong Tran, but he calmly said the two brothers came from a hidden sect, causing another stir among the crowd. The crowd whispered that only a hidden sect could produce such formidable figures, San behind them growing even more confused. She wondered in bewilderment what a hidden sect truly was. On Duong Tran's side, the three stopped before a massive stone monument named the Silver Steel. San explained the Silver Steel was a treasure used to refine the purity of true qi. Passing it would grant one purification. Duong Tran eagerly pulled Tiu Kayat forward, Vin Lao reminding that their true qi still contained impurities, and they should borrow the Silver Steel to refine it first. Duong Tran nodded in agreement. The three sat cross-legged upon the steel and began cultivating. 3 days later, a slender figure appeared at the foot of the mountain. The crowd whispered that it was the demoness of the Tao-shaking demon sect Shangyuan Han Yun, younger sister of the great divine talent Shangyuan Han Giant. This time it would surely be lively. Shangyuan Han Yun's target was clearly Duong Tran. She asked where the two from the hidden sect were. Someone quickly pointed the way, saying they were by the Silver Steel. Shangyuan Han Yun approached the group cultivating, which had grown from 3 to over a dozen people. She placed her hands on her hips and called out loudly, "Who is Duong Tran and Jian Wu Kayat? Come out." Duong Tran angrily turned his head, grinding his teeth in annoyance. He inwardly cursed that at such a crucial cultivation moment, he was being disturbed. But when he turned, before him stood a peerless beauty with an entirely different charm. Duong Tran instantly changed expression, smiling brightly as he stepped forward to ask her name. The beauty did not answer but released a dangerous pressure and asked in return whether he came from a hidden sect. Duong Tran smiled faintly and denied it, saying he merely came from a small, desolate place. Yet Shangyuan Han Yun smiled confidently, believing he was teasing and underestimating her. San hurriedly leaned over to remind Duong Tran that this was the demoness Shangyuan Han Yun whose temperament was dangerous, and he must be cautious. Instead, Shangyuan Han Yun gently invited Duong Tran and his younger brother to join the Tao-shaking demon sect. Duong Tran scratched his head and smiled awkwardly in refusal, saying he already belonged somewhere and could not love many. Shangyuan Han Yun coquettishly insisted, suggesting the two could consider being in the same faction. Vin Lao spoke up to remind that this woman carried an alluring yin bloodline. Dual cultivation would greatly benefit Duong Tran's physique. Hearing this, Duong Tran did not completely refuse and suggested getting to know Shangyuan Han Yun further. Shangyuan Han Yun smiled brightly in agreement, though she warned it would bring not little trouble. The crowd rose to watch, both fearful and astonished, thinking Duong Tran would sooner or later encounter disaster with Shangyuan Han Giant. At that moment, a loud rumble suddenly sounded. Everyone cried out at once. Duong Tran, noticing Feng Yuanzhen was conducting the godhood trial. Feng Yuanzhen held the hammer with both hands before the cliff, the rows of characters upon it gradually becoming clear. At last, the spiritual energy dissipated, and the name Feng Yuanzhen slowly appeared clearly upon the cliff, proving he had successfully ascended to godhood. Yet Feng Yuanzhen's face was pale, showing no joy. He lowered his head in contemplation, thoughts churning within. Though he had gained fame at Mount Fengshan, he had used both hands, if that youth had also used both hands back then. Behind Feng Yuanzhen gathered many spectators, among them one particularly prominent figure, Wan Lion Cheng of the Imperial clan. He belonged to the direct imperial lineage of the Dongxian Empire. Cultivators behind recognized his identity and whispered incessantly. It was truly Wan Lion Cheng. Even he had appeared. It seemed Dongxian truly intended to recruit Feng Yuanzhen, yet the result would depend on the offered terms. After matters settled, Wan Lion Cheng stepped forward leisurely and spoke gently to Feng Yuanzhen, saying he came under special orders. He represented the imperial family in entering the secret realm and solemnly invited Feng Yuanzhen to become a royal guest elder. Feng Yuanzhen immediately set down the hammer and cupped his hands in salute, thanking Your Highness for personally coming, filled with respect. Someone dared disregard Wan Lion Cheng. Another cultivator stepped forward loudly to invite him, saying Feng Yuanzhen had obtained qualification to enter the Water Academy and could freely choose among the 5 halls, causing Wan Lion Cheng's expression to darken. Everyone was astonished at such arrogance. Was the Water Academy truly so powerful? Someone explained it was one of the 4 great forces, and even the mysterious Fire Academy housed invincible experts. Immediately after, Xin Kai Wu, a core disciple of Golden Sword Peak, also spoke to compete, asserting that the 7-sword heavenly sect of Dongxian suited Feng Yuanzhen well. Upon entering Golden Sword Peak, he could directly become a core disciple. Feng Yuanzhen rested his chin and pondered for a long while. Zin Kai Wu anxiously declared that his elder brother was on the way to Mount Fengshan. If he himself lacked weight, then his brother would personally invite him. Crowd exchanged glances. Zin Kai Wen was also coming. Perhaps recruiting Feng Yuan Zhen was incidental. The true aim was to build fame at Fengshan, a clever strategy indeed. After weighing matters, Feng Yuan Zhen made his decision, thanking the Seven-Sword Heavenly Sect, yet believing the Water Academy suited him better. Water Academy cultivator beamed with joy, smiling warmly and telling Feng Yuan Zhen to settle affairs after leaving the secret realm before enrolling. At this moment, Duong Tran's group also came to watch. The pink-haired girl, sharp-eyed, immediately pointed out Duong Tran and Jian Wu Kaiet, the two disciples of a hidden sect. Wan Lian Cheng promptly approached to greet them, sincerely inviting the two to join the Dong Xian imperial family as guest elders. Duong Tran calmly asked, in return, what benefits would come from becoming a royal guest elder. Wan Lian Cheng assumed Duong Tran had grown interested in the offer. He explained that a royal guest elder would receive cultivation resources equal to the direct imperial lineage. Duong Tran innocently asked whether there were heaven-grade techniques, causing San beside him to roll her eyes, while Duong Tran's eyes gleamed. Even Wan Lian Cheng was embarrassed, momentarily unsure how to answer. The crowd was once again astonished. Such was the bearing of a hidden sect, asking for heaven grade at the outset. Yet under such conditions, Dong Xian might struggle to comply. Just then a familiar figure appeared. It was Zin Kai Wen. Upon arriving, Zin Kai Wu immediately reported everything, saying Feng Yuan Zhen had chosen the Water Academy. Yet two monstrous geniuses from a hidden sect had appeared. Recruiting them would be formidable. Hearing the familiar words, Zin Kai Wen glanced over and found all familiar faces. I hope everyone subscribes to support. Please press subscribe for the channel. Zin Kai Wen immediately burst into loud laughter, saying it was laughable to death. He did not hesitate to step on Duong Tran, mocking as he approached, saying that after only a few days he had become an expert of a hidden sect. Duong Tran calmly replied that they indeed had fate, yet young Master Zin's memory seemed poor. Meeting him often meant misfortune. Zin Kai Wen immediately exposed them to the crowd, declaring everyone had been deceived. These two were merely from the low-ranked Dong Hong sword sect in the Far East, angering Wan Lian Cheng. He darkened his face and shouted at Duong Tran that daring to play tricks before the Dong Xian Empire was courting death. Yet Duong Tran remained calm. He merely lightly shook his finger in challenge. Duong Tran calmly explained that everyone had misunderstood. Beginning to end, he had said he came from the Dong Hong sword sect. Xiao Yun Yang could testify. As for the hidden sect, it was others' speculation. He also pointed out San was the princess of the La Fu ancient kingdom who had always accompanied him and could testify. Though displeased, she silently confirmed his words. Not only did Zin Kai Wen fail to suppress Duong Tran, he was countered, veins bulging in anger as he glared. Rage surging, Zin Kai Wen immediately attacked, yet Duong Tran nimbly evaded and retreated. The strike missed cleanly, further irritating Zin Kai Wen. He instantly unleashed his lethal move 100 Silver Crossing Void, startling Duong Tran slightly. In an instant, Duong Tran steadied himself and waved in response. Majestic flaming banners appeared, surrounding his body. Yet before the banners could strike, a colossal sword like a cliff rose before Duong Tran, blue spiritual power entirely different from his red flames. It was Feng Yuan Zhen. Feng Yuan Zhen swung his sword in protection and said in a deep voice that the two were his friends. Zin Kai Wen glared angrily yet dared not act, merely threatening before calling Zin Kai Wu to leave. Though he needed no protection, Duong Tran still sincerely thanked Feng Yuan Zhen. Feng Yuan Zhen turned and replied that helping the two was his honor. He said he had just joined the Water Academy, and they could seek him there as fellow learners. Martial youth saw the situation clearly, understanding those people were blind. Jian Wu Kaiet alone possessed extraordinary talent, let alone Duong Tran. This assistance formed a good bond. Jian Wu Kaiet calmly said he wished to test himself again against Zin Kai Wen. San, familiar with such scenes, could only sigh while Duong Tran smiled. He comforted his younger brother that there would be opportunities later, then suggested continuing to cultivate true chi. As for Zin Kai Wen, though he had left, ambition remained. He smiled slyly, thinking of the day he would gain fame at Mount Fengshan. Duong Tran returned before the stone steel and continued cultivating, true chi around him surging like flames. After circulating his technique for a while, he slowly stood. Jian Wu Kaiet excitedly asked if it had succeeded. Duong Tran happily nodded, astonishing Vin Lao. Vin Lao asked whether the martial seed had transformed. Duong Tran confirmed the second transformation was complete. Hearing such a firm answer, Vin Lao grew even more amazed at such rare talent. Yet Duong Tran noticed the commotion in the distance. Amid the forest, a tower suddenly appeared, numerous cultivators surrounding it in heated discussion. Jian Wu Kaiet explained it was the 9 luminous tower where Xin Kai Wen attempted godhood. Duong Tran pondered, then leapt down. He suggested they go watch for amusement. Duong Tran guessed Xin Kai Wen might have some chance, perhaps even succeed. At the tower's base, Xin Kai Wen stood motionless, circulating power, veins bulging as he roared. His aura exploded so fiercely that even onlookers felt it, drawing Duong Tran closer curiously. At this moment, San San stepped forward to explain. She said the 9 luminous tower tested the intensity of spiritual sense. If one could light 5 of the 9 lamps simultaneously, it counted as success. No sooner had she spoken than light burst from the tower's summit. Her lamps blazed instantly, drawing all attention. The surrounding cultivators cheered. Within a short time, 4 lamps had lit. Xin Kai Wen's spiritual sense was indeed formidable. Duong Tran, standing afar, merely smiled faintly. He laughed and said he had thought it more impressive. Just then someone cried out. The 4 lamps suddenly dimmed, Xin Kai Wen roaring angrily. As his anger rose, someone added fuel to the flames. Jian Wu Kaiet's indifferent voice drifted over, remarking that Xin Kai Wen was lacking, making Duong Tran laugh loudly and infuriating the other who drew his sword. Xin Kai Wen roared to kill, with no Feng Yuan Zhen to protect. He charged straight at Duong Tran. He shouted his move, yet Duong Tran calmly raised his hand to halt him, causing Xin Kai Wen to stop mid-strike in surprise. San San beside thought she did not know what tricky plan. Duong Tran solemnly folded his arms and declared loudly, announced he would ascend to godhood at the 9 luminous tower, and asked whether Xin Kai Wen, as a golden sword peak genius, dared to ambush at this moment, drawing every cultivator's gaze. The judging eyes fixed upon Xin Kai Wen made him tremble with hatred. Tiu Kaiet, unaware of the tension, added fuel, saying he would protect his brother, causing Xin Kai Wen to clench his fists. Retracting his sword, he gave a cold smile, laughing and cursing the 2 brats ignorant of heaven and earth, saying he would let them live a while longer, while Duong Tran stepped forward calmly. Duong Tran's fearless composure further irritated Xin Kai Wen. He secretly communicated with Vin Lao within. Vin Lao, with my current spiritual sense intensity, passing this trial should not be difficult. Vin Lao responded. Of course, Master's spiritual sense far surpasses the postnatal stage. Even many innate cultivators cannot compare. Duong Tran happily asked whether it had truly surpassed postnatal. Vin Lao affirmed firmly. Master, spiritual sense is soul force. Like cultivation, it has major realms. Within the postnatal stage, soul force has 3 levels: void forming, form condensing to reality, reality condensing to essence. Duong Tran half understood, yet eagerly asked further. And what level is my spiritual sense now? Vin Lao hesitated briefly before replying, Master, your spiritual sense has entered the initial sect realm. Duong Tran widened his eyes in shock. Truly, Vin Lao continued. Such knowledge will be understood naturally when cultivation rises. The 9 luminous tower trial is not difficult for you, but if all 9 lamps are lit, the reward will be great. Xin Kai Wen beside saw Duong Tran, still standing absent-minded without circulating power, grew furious, thinking, this fellow claimed he would ascend, yet dared waste time. Just then Duong Tran began. He took a deep breath, his distinctive crimson spiritual power erupting around him. The cultivators whispered that it had begun. Duong Tran formally attempted godhood at the 9 luminous tower. Many doubted his strength. Even Xin Kai Wen had failed. How could a poor youth from the Far East light several lamps? Yet others argued Jian Wu Kaiet had nearly succeeded. Duong Tran's spiritual power surged higher. The first lamp of the 9 luminous tower lit in response to his true chi. Even Tiu Kaiet was startled. San San, who had thought the brothers boastful, did not expect Duong Tran truly had ability. Even those close were astonished, let alone others. The divine radiance of godhood appeared. Heavens, who has passed the 9 luminous tower trial. Tower's peak shone ever brighter, nearly blazing entirely. The cultivators below gasped as 8 lamps lit simultaneously. The lamps swayed in the wind, Xin Kai Wen gaping with sweat pouring. Could this be that brat had lit 8 lamps at once? He stared in fear at Duong Tran concentrating afar. No, he absolutely cannot be allowed to live. Otherwise, sooner or later, I will die at his hands. A girl in the crowd screamed. Everyone looked. The 9th lamp has lit up as well. Tiu Kaiet laughed in delight. Ha ha, my big brother is truly formidable. San San grew increasingly flustered, sweat streaming down her face. In the end, what is his background? Murmurs rose everywhere. The 9th lamp blazed to life. All 9 lamps atop the tower shone brilliantly at once. But at that very moment, an unexpected change occurred. Kai Van summoned his spirit sword, killing intent spilling outward. He roared die, then slashed straight toward Duong Tran, who remained utterly calm. Yet something even more shocking happened. An aged and dignified voice suddenly resounded. The remnant soul of an old man flew out from the 9 mausoleums tower, asking who had awakened him. When he looked down, he saw Tin Kai Van charging forward. He lightly moved a finger, speaking with disdain. An ant that knows not life or death, A powerful force shot straight at Tin Kai Van. Duong Tran turned his head in astonishment. Tin Kai Van's sword was only an inch away from Duong Tran when it was blasted aside. It was flung back toward the crowd. San San and the pink-haired girl hurriedly dodged aside, causing him to crash miserably onto the ground. The old man looked at Duong Tran and said, "According to the ancient covenant, you may light the 9 mausoleums tower at the postnatal stage. Therefore I grant you a primordial soul divine crystal." He pointed toward the tower. The primordial soul divine crystal lies within the 9 mausoleums tower. Use your divine sense to control and refine it yourself. Duong Tran stood stunned. "You are not giving it to me directly. I do not know how to refine it." He looked flustered as the old man gradually faded away. Duong Tran anxiously called out, "Wait." Just then Vin Lao appeared. "Master, I have a divine sense refinement technique. With your divine sense it should not take long to succeed." A book appeared in Duong Tran's hand. Vin Lao reminded him to accept it. Duong Tran happily flipped it open. "I can give it a try." Duong Tran closed his eyes. He quickly finished reading the contents within his divine sense. Absorbing all the knowledge, the book vanished. Duong Tran exhaled in satisfaction. Success! Vin Lao broke into a sweat at his master's heaven-defying comprehension. Duong Tran curled his lips and raised his hand. Circulating his technique, he began refining a formation. Gradually formed in his palm. The 9 mausoleums tower began absorbing his spiritual power. Inside the tower, a warm glowing object slowly condensed. Outside, a corresponding glow also appeared in Duong Tran's hand. Closed his eyes to sense it, carefully refining the object. The cultivators were still immersed in shock. Someone regained their senses and asked what had just happened. Another explained that Duong Tran was conferring divinity at the 9 mausoleums tower. Not only that, but he had lit all 9 lamps and even summoned the ancient mountain spirit. Only Tin Kai Vo remained anxious. He ran to Tin Kai Van, who lay sprawled on the ground, and asked if his brother was all right. Tin Kai Van struggled to sit up. He pointed toward Duong Tran in the distance, managing to utter only 2 words, "Kill him." Tin Kai Van finally collapsed completely, his soul leaving his body. Tin Kai Vo held him and called out in despair. Half an hour passed. Duong Tran withdrew his divine sense. Noticing the wide-eyed stares behind him, he turned back and laughed carefree a few times. "Why have you not left yet? Could it be that, since you failed to confer divinity, you came to watch me? Feel free to watch. I am not petty. Whoever said before that I could not do it, why not continue speaking?" Those words truly invite a beating. Duong Tran smiled in satisfaction at the angry curses, ignoring whether they called him a petty villain reveling in success or said he survived thanks to the mountain spirit. He turned and said, "Tiu Kayat, do you want to try? Actually, the 9 mausoleums tower trial is not too difficult." Tiu Kayat scratched his head awkwardly. He said his divine sense was probably not strong enough. It would be hard to light 5 lamps. Duong Tran did not force him, only smiled. "It's fine. Divine sense is not your specialty. There will be chances to strengthen it later. Divine sense is very important." He looked into the distance and continued. "Let us go check the soul appraisal stone. Soul strength is the foundation of a cultivator. It needs further tempering." San San felt slightly worried from afar. The soul appraisal stone tests soul power. Duong Tran said nothing more. He merely turned back with a confident smile. "Whether it works or not, we will know by trying." The 3 of them walked toward the soul appraisal stone. It was a rough stone, covered all around with talismans and golden chains, filled with spiritual power. Vin Lao spoke to call his master. "I feel that your soul power should not have difficulty passing the test, but the exact result is uncertain." Duong Tran fell silent, then asked, "Vin Lao, how are the levels of soul power divided?" Vin Lao replied, "Soul power is divided similarly to divine sense. The postnatal stage has 3 levels, which are shapeless void form, condensed form into reality, condensed form into essence. You are likely at the condensed form into reality level." Duong Tran communicated within his divine sense. Suddenly he sensed a familiar aura and looked over vigilantly. It was Dong Hong Yuang Tai with a heavy blade on his back. He waddled over, loudly calling Little Tran. As soon as he arrived, he did not stop praising, saying Duong Tran was far too formidable. Duong Tran looked at the man before him in surprise. "Brother Tai, why are you alone?" Dong Hong Yuang Tai snorted dejectedly. "Forget it, do not mention it." Duong Tran did not ask further, narrowed his eyes and smiled, saying with Brother Tai's talent, "Conferring divinity at Mount Deification should be as easy as turning a hand." Dong Hong Yuang Tai froze and asked again, "Confer divinity." As soon as those 2 words sounded, cultivators immediately crowded over to watch. "Someone else wants to confer divinity. Who is it?" Dong Hong Yuang Tai realized he had misspoken. He awkwardly covered up. As the eldest brother, if I cannot confer divinity, would that not mean I am inferior to my younger brothers? Dong secretly felt shocked upon hearing this. Who exactly is this person? Judging by his tone, he seems to be Duong Tran's eldest brother. Could he also be a hidden genius? Duong Tran immediately pointed toward the soul appraisal stone ahead. Brother Tai, I originally planned to try the soul appraisal stone first. How about you go first? Dong Hong Yuong Tai's expression changed at once, forcing a smile to brush it off. He stammered for a long time without words. After quite a while, he reluctantly said, "As for soul power, let us forget it. It is a bit difficult. Other things can still be tried." After hearing this, Duong Tran casually pointed elsewhere. "The 9-lamp tower is right under that cliff, Brother Tai. Then you should try the 9-lamp tower first." The silence at this moment was the clearest answer. Dong Hong Yuong Tai changed the topic with difficulty. Why did Tiu Kayat not leave his name on the 9-lamp tower? Tiu Kayat did not hide it either. He scratched his head and answered frankly, "Brother Tai, I am still inexperienced. Mount Deification has 4 deification trials. I am only somewhat confident at the Echo Wall of Divine Power. The other places are not stable yet. I fear embarrassing Big Brother and you." Dong Hong Yuong Tai looked at the two of them with a pale face. The two brothers displayed identical harmless smiles, yet created invisible pressure. Being brothers with two such geniuses was truly 8 lifetimes of misfortune. After much thought, Dong Hong Yuong Tai made up his mind. He intended to walk toward the soul appraisal stone, then stop. "Little Tran, no rush. If you want to look at the soul appraisal stone first, that is fine. It is my first time at Mount Deification, and I also want to broaden my horizons." Dong Hong Yuong Tai stood together with Duong Tran. Before the soul appraisal stone, Duong Tran closed his eyes and raised his hand. He began circulating his technique, releasing his divine sense outward. It immediately shot straight into the soul appraisal stone. Even Duong Tran himself could not help feeling surprised. "What is this situation?" Vin Lao immediately appeared to explain, "Master, the soul appraisal stone is a special spiritual material. Aside from soul power, most other energies are neutralized." After hearing this, Duong Tran sat down. Dong Hong Yuong Tai looked at Duong Tran in confusion. At this moment, he had already closed his eyes, spiritual power continuing to be released. The mark on his forehead appeared, blazing like a flame, causing the crowd to widen their eyes. Divine sense shot out from Duong Tran's forehead, rushing straight into the soul appraisal stone. Dong Hong Yuong Tai was endlessly shocked. He gaped. The soul appraisal stone emitted a warm light. A beam of light enveloped the stone, rings of soul halos gradually taking shape. A flame-shaped light simultaneously appeared on the soul appraisal stone, leaving everyone stunned. Light quickly twisted into a pillar that shot straight into the sky, dazzling beyond measure. All cultivators within the secret realm sensed the disturbance from afar. Someone was attempting to confer divinity. Confer divinity at the soul appraisal stone. This had never happened before. Could it be that another genius had emerged? At that moment, the mountain spirit manifested again. The mountain spirit appeared upon the soul appraisal stone, looking at Duong Tran helplessly. "Brat, it is you again." Spoke guidance, telling Duong Tran to follow the aura. "According to the ancient covenant, human brat, your name is Duong Tran, correct? You will receive a primordial soul stone. I will open the restriction for you. Quickly refine it." Duong Tran was astonished. A primordial soul stone. He hurriedly called Vin Lao in his heart. "What kind of treasure is the primordial soul stone? How is it refined?" Vin Lao at this moment was instead shocked. His master's soul power already reached such a level. Vin Lao recalled the black stone Duong Tran once picked up on the ancient battlefield of the La Fu ancient kingdom. Could that black stone be the legendary Great Demon Seed? Seeing Vin Lao silent, Duong Tran grew even more flustered. Duong Tran called again, "Vin Lao." Vin Lao hurriedly replied, "Master, with dual soul communication, you have entered the supreme clarity true refinement art, so you can use soul power to refine the primordial soul stone. However, even for innate cultivators, the primordial soul stone is a supreme soul treasure. Unfortunately for you, its effect may not be great." Duong Tran frowned in confusion. "Why is that?" Vin Lao sighed. "Master, your soul power is too strong. The primordial soul stone has little effect anymore." Just as I predicted, Duong Tran closed his eyes and continued circulating his technique. He connected his divine sense with the soul appraisal stone. "We will know after trying." Within his divine sense, a black gem was gradually refined. Duong Tran frowned and sighed. As expected, Vin Lao was right. He absorbed only a bit of energy without any advancement. Seeing it useless, Duong Tran immediately changed his mind. He turned and called Tiu Kayat, "Open your sea of consciousness. Let me try transferring the energy of the primordial soul stone to you. Then merge it into your soul power." Tiu Kayat's eyes widened. Before Tiu Kayat could even hesitate, Duong Tran had already shot the energy from the soul appraisal stone into Tiu Kayat's forehead. Tiu Kayat suddenly cried out in pain, his entire body trembling. Dong Hong Yuong Tai looked on in alarm at the scene. Tiu Kayat clutched his head in pain. Duong Tran hurriedly asked if he was all right. He still held his forehead tightly. Surging energy poured into his sea of consciousness. Seeing this, Duong Tran immediately stepped forward. He told Tiu Kayat to set up a barrier, informing Brother Tai that Tiu Kayat was refining the primordial soul stone, the two of them guarding him together. Just then more cultivators arrived. He spoke up to invite Duong Tran to join the Seven-Sword Heavenly Sect, drawing the attention of both Dong Hong Yuong Tai and Duong Tran, saying Duong Tran was a sword cultivator well suited for the Seven-Sword Heavenly Sect. Duong Tran frowned and asked again, "I have a grudge with Tin Kai Van. Are you sure this is appropriate?" That cultivator placed his hands on his hips and laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha, it is a trivial matter. Still do not understand our Seven-Sword Heavenly Sect." He pointed behind him. "All fellow disciples know that the Seven-Sword Heavenly Sect has 7 peaks, each following a different path. The Gold Sword Peak has long been arrogant, while my Soul Sword Peak focuses on inner restraint and cultivating the heart." Duong Tran let out a light breath. "Thank you for the invitation. I understand the path of Soul Sword Peak, but now is not the time to decide." After speaking, he turned away. Duong Tran pointed at Dong Hong Yuong Tai. "Brother Tai, it is your turn. With your ability, making a name at the Soul Appraisal Stone should not be difficult." Dong Hong Yuong Tai was startled, as if called up to recite. He quickly said Duong Tran did not know how to be modest. Acting like this would easily invite jealousy. "Wait a little longer." Just then Tiu Kayat finished refining. Tiu Kayat happily stood up to report, "Brother, my soul power has transformed." San was shocked. Could it be related to Duong Tran? Dong Hong Yuong Tai hurriedly urged Tiu Kayat, "If your soul power has transformed, then conferring divinity at the Soul Appraisal Stone should not be a problem. Try it." Tiu Kayat clenched his fists, his gaze firm. "It will definitely work. Even if not like Big Brother, at least I will make a name." He stepped forward and released his divine sense. His divine sense fused with the Soul Appraisal Stone, spiraling upward. Rings of soul halos appeared atop the stone. Wind lifted Tiu Kayat's robes. The crowd gasped. It truly lit up. Could the rumors be wrong? Was not the Soul Appraisal Stone the hardest? The spirals grew larger and larger. Though not equal to Duong Tran, the spectacle still overwhelmed everyone. San and Dong Hong Yuong Tai stared wide-eyed. Fluctuation of soul power made them widen their eyes. Was Tiu Kayat this strong as well? Another beam of light different from Duong Tran shot into the sky. The light pierced straight into the heavens, shaking the cultivators beneath the cliff who had just regained their senses once more. Crowd panicked. Duong Tran smiled at his younger brother. The two stood before the radiant Soul Appraisal Stone. Tiu Kayat called softly in slight disappointment. "Limit is only 6 soul halos. Did I embarrass you?" Duong Tran smiled with hands on his hips. "Ha ha, do not be discouraged. That is enough. We are only 20 years old. There is still plenty of time." Dong Hong Yuong Tai looked at everything, quietly slipped away, making an excuse about a stomachache to go relieve himself. Duong Tran was just about to call him back when a familiar voice called him. Duong Tran turned around in surprise. Van Lien Than appeared with a fake smile, conveying the royal decree inviting Duong Tran to join Dong Zion. Duong Tran crossed his arms. He modestly replied that he was merely a small barbarian from the Far East. Did not expect to alarm the Lord of Dong Zion. It truly made one both honored and uneasy. Van Lien Than kept smiling, laughing heartily on the surface, yet calculating inside. Once the genius joined, he would merely be a member of the royal family. Duong Tran raised his brows, calmly asked directly, "What are the conditions?" Van Lien Than warmly replied, "If you join Dong Zion, you may choose any city outside the imperial capital to become its lord. The royal treasury will be open to you unconditionally. There will also be heaven-tier martial skills. Countless treasures." Yet Duong Tran did not care in the slightest. He indifferently replied, "Your Highness, I still need to go to the deification mark stele. We can discuss this later." Van Lien Than was stunned, cried out in shock, "What? You still want to go to the deification mark stele?" The three of them moved again toward the mark stele. Duong Tran stepped forward and reached out to touch the mark stele. Immediately after, he began circulating his cultivation art. True Chi, carrying the familiar hue of flames, instantly surged up and was directly infused into the mark stele. In just an instant, the character Duong clearly appeared on the mark stele. Tran followed with streaks of watermarks, proving he had successfully conferred divinity. Tiu Kayat and San stood beside him, unable to help but watch nervously as well. The water streaks continued to deepen, finally stopping at 6 marks, causing another wave of shock among the cultivators. Everyone cried out in astonishment. Success, terrifying. Who would have thought Duong Tran's true chi was so powerful? This is a true genius. Yet Duong Tran himself was not very satisfied. He stood with hands on hips looking at the mark stele, sighing softly, only 6 marks, still not reaching the 9-mark limit. Then he called Vin Lao again. "Vin Lao, what treasure is inside this mark stele?" Vin Lao immediately replied, "Master, inside the mark stele are 3 drops of extreme spirit true essence. It is a supreme treasure for true qi, especially for postnatal cultivators. Just one drop is enough to greatly condense and strengthen true qi. Duong Tran was startled upon hearing this. Extreme spirit true essence. Duong Tran was immediately tempted. He stirred his sea of consciousness turbulently, then quickly moved close to the marked steel. Placing his hand on it again, wait, I will try using all heaven true qi. At this moment the true qi around him was no longer red but turned golden, causing the cultivators to widen their eyes. What is that? Everyone looked. 9 marks have appeared on the steel again. Even Vin Lao was stunned. He flew out in shock and asked, Master, you also have lightning attribute talent. How did you awaken it? Duong Tran grinned. First I encountered a strange lightning phenomenon in the Triu Ka mountain range. I casually operated the heaven-devouring scripture a little and awakened the lightning attribute. Vin Lao was speechless upon hearing this, then suddenly asked further, Master, where did your heaven-devouring scripture come from? Duong Tran happily replied, came from the inheritance of my own martial soul. Vin Lao was extremely astonished after hearing this. A martial soul can even pass down cultivation techniques. Duong Tran innocently asked in return, other martial souls not have such ability? Vin Lao covered his mouth. It seems this young master hides far too many secrets. Just then a familiar voice rang out. "Has awakened me." The mountain spirit appeared and saw Duong Tran grinning. He was slightly annoyed. "It is you again." Duong Tran merely smiled. "All right then, hand over the reward." The mountain spirit did not bother to say more. Waved his hand and shot a beam of light toward Duong Tran. He hurriedly raised his hand to catch it. Holding the extreme spirit true essence in his hand, Duong Tran thought he could not refine it all alone. It would be a waste to leave it unused. He turned to call Brother Tai and Tiu Kayat to place their hands on the marked steel. The two were briefly stunned, but still complied. The cultivators below immediately watched curiously. Everyone did not understand what they were doing. What exactly were Kim Vo Kayat and Dong Hong Yuong Tai planning on the marked steel? Some guessed Duong Tran had passed and was sharing benefits with them. Others lamented not having such good brothers. Dong Hong Yuong Tai widened his eyes. He looked down at his palm, then at his true qi. My true qi is actually being refined and elevated. Tiu Kayat quickly understood as well. He turned and asked, "Brother, have you shared the reward with us?" But Duong Tran did not answer. At this moment he was sitting cross-legged with eyes closed, concentrating. Dong Hong Yuong Tai was sharp-eyed. Said to Tiu Kayat, "Your brother is breaking through." Upon hearing this, Tiu Kayat curiously looked at Dong Hong Yuong Tai. Breaking through. Is brother about to reach the Heavenly Union realm? The cultivators who heard this grew increasingly alarmed. Earlier, Duong Tran had not even entered the Heavenly Union realm, yet had already conferred divinity. Someone laughed, saying, "Because he is Duong Tran." Others marveled in disbelief. Then how strong would he be once he breaks through? Duong Tran slowly opened his eyes. Tiu Kayat immediately ran over. Asking with concern, "So fast?" Duong Tran calmly replied, "This was only restoring my state and conveniently refining my true qi." After speaking, he stood up. He looked into the distance and smiled at Tiu Kayat. "It is time." His gaze turned toward the distant cliff. "I must go to the echo wall to confer divinity." And Lian Than contemptuously shouted at Zhao Nhai, "Whose brat are you? Do you know where this is? Hurry and get lost." Zhao Nhai was displeased. The little girl refused to back down and retorted, "I will remember your appearance. When I return to the mountain, I will tell third senior brother. Let us see how he deals with you." Van Lian Than let out a disdainful laugh, bent down and asked, "Little sister, who is your third senior brother?" Zhao Nhai proudly crossed her arms. "My third senior brother is Tham Lang En Heen." As soon as the words fell, the cultivators behind immediately widened their eyes. Tham Lang En Heen of the Fire Academy. Who else could it be? Duong Tran observed their reactions. Everyone whispered in shock. "What background does this little girl have?" Zhao Nhai patted her chest. She said third senior brother had declared that Duong Tran would be Little Six of Fire Gate Mountain from now on. Does anyone have any objections? Even Duong Tran was stunned. Van Lian Than had already quietly retreated. The arrogance from before vanished completely. He forced a smile, saying he had no objections. Duong Tran took the opportunity. He quietly told San San that Dong Zion had no force called Fire Gate Mountain. Could it be a hidden sect? San San calmly replied, "Fire Gate Mountain is simply Fire Gate Mountain. Water Fire Martial Academy is located on Twin Peaks Mountain. Outside Twin Peaks City is the Water Academy, while Fire Gate Mountain inside is the Fire Academy." Duong Tran widened his eyes. Then who is Tham Lang En Heen to be so formidable? San San's words left him increasingly stunned. Tham Lang En Heen once ranked first on the Dong Zion King list. Titled Crown Wind King, with one sword he dominated the world. The martial kings who died under his blade were countless. Duong Tran froze. Then how old is the Crown Wind King this year? San San answered succinctly. 29. Duong Tran felt as if struck across the head. At that age he is already an invincible martial king. He fell silent and turned aside. looking at Zhao Nhi standing with hands on her hips in pride. What are you waiting for, little six? Hurry and call me senior sister. Duong Tran felt bewildered. He asked if there were any benefits to joining Fire Gate Mountain. Zhao Nhi was stunned upon hearing that. Her round eyes widened as she repeated, benefits. Third senior brother did not mention any, all right. Zhao Nhi clapped her hands happily and said, joining Fire Gate Mountain has no other benefits, but there is one thing you surely would not expect. During this he asked with interest what it was. Zhao Nhi beamed. She gave a silly grin and replied with pride. No one in Dong Xian dares to bully people of our Fire Gate Mountain. Duong Tran was stunned. That formidable Zhao Nhi immediately turned and shouted at the distant crowd, does anyone dare to act recklessly before our Fire Gate Mountain? Duong Tran turned back to see everyone sweating and retreating, some making excuses about their wives about to give birth, others saying their mothers were about to give birth. He burst out laughing. He immediately changed his tone. Senior sister, I still do not understand much about Fire Gate Mountain. Could you introduce more? Zhao Nhi frowned. Looking at Duong Tran with displeasure, you are really troublesome. I've said it many times, call me fifth senior sister, not little senior sister. As for matters on the mountain, you will naturally know once you go up the mountain. Duong Tran hurriedly adjusted his tone. Asked fifth senior sister, can my younger brother Kim Vo Kiat and my elder brother Dong Hong Yuang Tai join Fire Gate Mountain together? Thinking about it, I have heard third senior brother mention Kim Vo Kiat before, saying he could guard the mountain gate and conveniently assist fourth senior brother. As for the others, they cannot. Before Duong Tran could speak, Tiu Kiat had already taken the initiative to say, I agree. Only Dong Hong Yuang. I stood in the distance, dejected like a bleak autumn wind, feeling doomed. It seemed only he was left unattended, this time truly humiliating just then. The person who had previously invited Duong Tran spoke up. Dong Hong Yuang Tai, not long ago my master sent word that you were born with soul bones, a rare prodigy suited to cultivating the soul sword. Now I solemnly invite you to join Soul Sword Peak. Yuang Tai was completely dumbfounded. He himself did not even know he possessed such things. He looked at that cultivator in astonishment. Soul bones, soul sword, even Vin Lao. Spoke to confirm, master. Dong Hong Yuang Tai is indeed a rare sword cultivator genius, born with soul bones, extremely suited to cultivating the soul sword, however. These words left Duong Tran puzzled. Immediately asked Vin Lao, is cultivating the soul sword truly that difficult? Not only difficult but extreme. Almost all who cultivate the soul sword are desperados. The process is arduous and dangerous. Without firm will it is hard to succeed. But once successful, when the soul sword emerges, it can take an opponent's life in an instant. Dong Hong Yuang Tai hesitantly opened his mouth to ask, may I ask this brother, after joining Soul Sword Peak, what will it be like? Upon hearing Dong Hong Yuang Tai was about to ask more when that cultivator laughed and replied, joining Soul Sword Peak has no other conditions. Master only sent one message. If you agree, he will devote his full effort to teach you. That alone is enough. He's completely convinced Dong Hong Yuang Tai. He clenched his fists in excitement. Senior brother, I agree to join Soul Sword Peak. At that very moment, Zhao Nhi briskly stepped away, only leaving behind a single sentence for Duong Tran, who was watching the commotion from afar. Duong Tran, senior sister will go on ahead. I have made it clear, you have exactly 1 month to settle everything. After 1 month, you must go up the mountain. Duong Tran and the others stood there stunned. Was she really leaving just like that? He turned and cupped his hands in farewell to San San, princess. Along the way, thank you for clearing up many doubts for our brothers. But now that both sides have entered sects, it is time to part. San San. A trace of reluctance rose in San San's heart. She softly called Duong Tran, but that man instead, letting out a soft sigh because his mind was on something else. To be honest, the entrance to the Far East secret realm is one way. It is unclear how we will return to the Far East. San San smiled. There is no need to worry about that. Just come with me to the ancient kingdom. When the time comes, someone will naturally send you back. As she said this, Io Yun Duong suddenly appeared from nowhere, running breathlessly toward Duong Tran's group. Duong Tran, Kim Vo Kiat, I finally found you. Seeing a familiar face, Duong Tran happily greeted him, Brother Zio, on Zio Yun Duong's face. Sweat was still dripping, yet his smile remained warm. Duong Tran, my father has heard about what you did at Mount Fong then, but he is in seclusion at a critical moment and cannot come. So he sent me with Senior Tin Long to invite you to the true martial Great Kingdom as guests. Duong Tran tilted his head. He asked in surprise, Tin Long. Suddenly a burst of light flared up, peering right above Duong Tran and the others. A majestic dragon. Emerging from the fading mist, Duong Tran's eyes widened in shock and his mouth fell open speechless. not only him. The others were even more shaken by this sight. Only Xiao Yun Duong remained calm and smiling as he spoke. Duong Tran, Senior Tin Long is my father's contracted beast. His cultivation has now reached the peak of the Martial King realm. Duong Tran had yet to recover, thinking to himself, peak Martial King. Would that not mean he could roam freely across the entire Far East? Duong Tran hurriedly turned to leave. He looked back and smiled. Farewell, San San, princess. Since Brother Xiao has invited me to the true martial great kingdom, I will not return to the ancient kingdom with you. We part here. San San silently watched as the four of them turned into 4 streaks of light rising into the sky, riding Tin Long through the air. In her heart, it sank slightly as she quietly wondered if they had truly parted. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. By then, the group standing on Tin Long's head had been carried thousands of miles away in an instant. Duong Tran took charge. Chatting with Xiao Yun Duong, Brother Xiao, you have truly troubled yourself, first hosting us and then sending us back to the Far East. Xiao Yun Duong burst into hearty laughter. There is nothing to it. I await the day Brother Duong Tran's name shakes Dong Xian. Duong Tran let out a breath. He had been wondering how long it would take to reach the Far East, yet unexpectedly. Tin Long spoke up. We have arrived, causing Duong Tran's eyes to widen, so we are here already. Dong Hong Sword Sect. At this moment, all the cultivators below stared in shock at Tin Long in the sky. Why would a great demon at the Martial King realm appear at Dong Hong Sword Sect? And right above our sect in the sky, Duong Tran smiled and said, Brother Xiao, Senior Tin Long, many thanks. This is my sect, Dong Hong Sword Sect. Kim Vo Kiat was also excited. Finally back. Only Xiao Yun Duong looked slightly surprised at the small sect below and forced a smile. Then awkwardly offered praise. Truly a land blessed with fine geomancy. No wonder it produced talents like you. Duong Tran warmly invited them, please come down. Welcome to Dong Hong Mountain as guests. As soon as he finished speaking, Kim Vo Kiat and Duong Tran jumped down. Xiao Yun Duong politely said to Tin Long, Elder Tin, thank you for the trouble. Dong Hong Hao Zhang stared wide-eyed at Duong Tran and Kim Vo Kiat appearing with a stranger, especially the grand entrance that nearly made his heart stop. As if his heart would leap out, Duong Tran smiled, stepped forward to introduce Sect Master. This is the first Prince Xiao Yun Duong of the true martial great kingdom, also a good friend I met in the Dong Xian secret realm. Our smooth return this time is thanks to him and Senior Tin Long. Dong Hong Hao Zhang nearly shouted, his beard bristling, the first prince of the true, emphasizing the 3 words martial great kingdom. Xiao Yun Duong smiled modestly. I am Xiao Yun Duong. I pay my respects to Sect Master Dong Hong Hao Zhang. Hastily stepped aside and respectfully invited him in. First Prince, please come inside. Xiao Yun Duong kindly stepped closer. Sect Master Dong Hong need not be so polite. Perhaps you do not yet know. The name of Dong Hong Sword Sect now echoes across the land of Dong Xian. Dong Hong Hao Zhang was stunned and asked what. Not only he but all the cultivators in the sect were dumbfounded. Famous across Dong Xian. Xiao Yun Duong smiled and replied, Sect Master Dong Hong, Duong Tran is now ranked first on the Dong Xian Fortune Prodigy list and has been accepted by Fire Gate Mountain. Who in Dong Xian does not know him? Dong Hong Hao Zhang opened his eyes wide at Duong Tran. Is this true? Dong Hong Yuang Tai jumped out to answer, Sect Master. Duong Tran passed the Fong Then trial at Mount Fong Then, creating an unprecedented miracle, defeating all the geniuses of the great sects of Dong Xian and drawing countless forces to compete for him. Xiao Yun Duong added, not only Duong Tran, Kim Vo Kiat also successfully ascended to godhood, and Dong Hong Yuang Tai has been accepted as a disciple by Soul Sword Peak of the 7-Sword Heavenly Sect. The more he heard, the more unbelievable it seemed to Dong Hong Hao Zhang. He hurried to confirm again, you are not deceiving me. The 3 of them smiled at the same time. Dong Hong Yuang Tai replied, Sect Master, this is all public information. Send anyone to Dong Xian to inquire and it will be known. Dong Hong Hao Zhang proudly clapped his hands and laughed loudly. Good, good, good. My Dong Hong Sword Sect is finally famous. He immediately gave the order, attendants, quickly arrange lodging for the first prince. Tonight we will not return until drunk. The servants immediately stepped forward to escort Xiao Yun Duong away. The remaining 3 also dispersed, leaving the main hall. Let us go over there at this moment. Dong Hong Hao Zhang suddenly called out, Duong Tran, stay for a moment. The 3 were stunned. Duong Tran was even more surprised and asked, me in the rear hall. Dong Hong Hao Zhang solemnly handed Duong Tran a wooden box. Duong Tran, this is something the Grand Elder left for you. It was also left by Elder Hoa. Me, Duong Tran's mind recalled the aged face of the Grand Elder, then turned to Dong Hong Hao Zhang. Sighed softly, yes, his voice grew heavy. Elder Hoa's lifespan has run out. He went to the perilous lands of Dronzer seeking a chance to break through. This journey is likely fraught with danger. Upon hearing this, Duong Tran laughed and waved his hand. Lifespan exhausted. Fraught with danger, how could that be? Dong Hong Hao Zhang. After handing over the item, turned back to the main topic. Duong Tran, did you obtain an extraordinary opportunity in the secret realm? Otherwise, how could you become famous at Mount Fong then? Duong Tran gave an awkward laugh. He gestured a tiny bit with 2 fingers, just gained a small opportunity. The expression of Dong Hong Hao shifted repeatedly before sighing again. Duong Tran, Dronzer is no weaker than our Far East. When you step there in the future, you must remain humble. Cultivators of the Far East cannot compare to them. Be cautious. Duong Tran obediently replied. Dong Hong Hao Zhang looked at the youth before him and sighed once more. Inside the cultivation room, all kinds of strange sounds rang out. But in truth, nothing unusual was happening. It was only that Duong Tran was exhausting all his strength to open the wooden box, and finally he was drained, hugging the wooden box and panting. What is going on? With my current physique, I still cannot open this box. Duong Tran refused to believe it, closed his eyes and used his divine sense to probe the box, yet it remained unaffected. It could even resist divine sense. Duong Tran cursed inwardly, truly strange. What exactly is inside? When in trouble, seek help. Elder Vin, Duong Tran shouted in frustration. Elder Vin, quickly help me see what this is. But even Elder Vin could not discern it. He appeared and curiously examined the wooden box. Master, I also cannot detect what is inside. Moreover, this black wooden box bears a very strange bloodline restriction. It requires a special bloodline to open. A bloodline. Duong Tran frowned and repeated. Pondering the box before an idea arose, he immediately bit his fingertip, trying it first before deciding. Duong Tran let a drop of blood fall onto the box. As soon as the drop of blood touched the surface, the wooden box instantly vanished as if absorbed, and immediately after the lid automatically sprang open from within. A violent surge of black chi burst out, causing Duong Tran to stare in shock at the roiling dark smoke enveloping the box with an extremely sinister aura. As the black smoke gradually dispersed, inside the wooden box lay a golden eye placed neatly at the center. Duong Tran cried out in surprise and cautiously lifted the eye up. He circulated his true chi into it. The eye suddenly emitted a voice. It spoke. That young master, when we parted, this old servant left you the witch god left eye. The fledgling has left the nest. This old servant's fate has also reached its end. May the great devourer one day reign over Thursun. Duong Tran stood frozen. He silently listened to the familiar message. It was clearly Elder Hoa's voice. Why did he call himself this old servant? And where exactly was Thursun? Elder Vin was also astonished, unable to stop himself from exclaiming, Master, I truly cannot believe that inside the wooden box is such a sacred object. This is a sacred relic bearing forbidden power. Duong Tran hurriedly asked, Elder Vin, do you know the witch god Left Eye? Elder Vin cried out in shock. You also know of the witch god Left Eye? Duong Tran asked blankly, what is the witch god Left Eye? Elder Vin immediately fell silent, glanced at him and began to explain that even in the great 1,000 worlds, the witch god Left Eye is extremely rare. It is a legendary sacred relic. The witch god Left Eye is the eyeball of the ancient witch god clan, carrying unfathomable power. Any being who fuses with it can see through all restrictions, distinguish yin and yang, and perceive evil chi. Hearing this, Duong Tran's eyes lit up. He excitedly asked, is it that powerful? Elder Vin spoke. With growing fervor, in the boundless void, countless strange life forms exist. The Witch God clan is an ancient divine clan with extremely strong physical bodies. Things like true dragon divine spells are utterly incomparable. In legend, a member of the Witch God clan could destroy a small world with a single punch. Their bloodline is powerful to the extreme. Upon maturity, they step directly into the divine realm. Duong Tran was slightly stunned, carefully held the witch god Left Eye and asked, Elder Vin, how is this fused? Elder Vin happily replied, Master, fusion is very simple. You only need to activate your bloodline, envelop it, and place it into your left eye. Only those who have awakened bloodline power can fuse with it, and the stronger the bloodline, the more terrifying the ability after fusion. Duong Tran smiled and nodded. Then I will try it now. He carefully dropped into his left eye a drop of his own witch god essence blood. Immediately the eye shot into his left eye, of Duong Tran, catching him unprepared. Duong Tran roared. He clutched his head in agony and fell to the ground. Elder Vin stood beside him. So startled, he hurriedly spoke up to remind Master, quickly control the bloodline power. Duong Tran was in so much pain. Sweat poured down like rain. He gritted his teeth and endured, following Elder Vin's instructions. Witch God Left Eye gradually fused, replacing Duong Tran's original eye. After 1 hour, the refinement process finally ended. Duong Tran frantically touched his face and anxiously asked, Elder Vin, I no longer feel anything in my left eye. Why is that? Elder Vin stepped closer. observed carefully and said, "Master, do not rush. Fusing a sacred relic requires time to adapt. It must go through a process." Duong Tran felt extremely weary and dejected. Could it be that this time he had become a one-eyed dragon in the blink of an eye? Day of departure arrived. Tin Long sword in the sky, Tiu Kayat, Duong Tran, and Zio Yun Duong were ready to set off. Dong Hong Hao Zheng led everyone to see them off, looking at the talented juniors. Turning toward Dong Hong Hao Zheng, he smiled kindly. Behind him were the familiar faces of Dong Hong sword sect. He slowly said, "Duong Tran, no matter what difficulties you face in the future, Dong Hong sword sect will always be your final refuge." Duong Tran smiled. "Goodbye, many thanks, sect master." Tin Long circled in the sky with astonishing speed, yet those standing on his back felt nothing. Above stood Duong Tran, Tiu Kayat gazing intently into the distance. Zio Yun Duong curiously looked at Duong Tran's contracted beast sleeping soundly, and could not help but smile. Turned and asked, "Duong Tran, your contracted beast is truly special. I have never seen it before." Duong Tran looked down in silence at his little beast and compared it to others. Tiu Hak was lightly kicked. He gave a faint smile and replied, "Not worth praising. From morning to night it only knows how to sleep." Just then, Elder Vin spoke up. "Truly strange, I misjudged before. This little one is by no means ordinary." Duong Tran curiously asked, Impressive, Elder Vin, what exactly is going on with Tiu Hak? Master need not be anxious. It is in the process of awakening its bloodline. The violent power you sensed is its bloodline force." Duong Tran looked at Tiu Hak sleeping like the dead and found it hard to believe. Elder Vin continued, "Truly strange, that power seems to mix two kinds of divine beast bloodlines. Whether it also contains Black Killen bloodline is uncertain for now." Tin Long suddenly let out a voice that interrupted Duong Tran's thoughts. "Below is De Van Gorge, the base of the Water Fire Martial Academy in the Dong Zion secret realm. We have arrived." Duong Tran did not hesitate, cupped his hands to thank Zio Yun Duong and Senior Tin Long. "Many thanks to you both for taking care of us along the way." After delivering them, he immediately returned. Zio Yun Duong stood on Tin Long waving farewell. "Duong Tran, remember to visit the true martial great kingdom in the future, within De Van Gorge." Duong Tran and Tiu Kayat carried Tiu Hak through the forest wedged between two towering cliffs. On the cliffs were countless mountain caves of fellow cultivators. Duong Tran observed as he walked caves and said to Tiu Kayat, "Let us go take a look. This place seems somewhat unusual." The two descended. Near a cave, Duong Tran smiled and greeted the group of Water Institute cultivators. "Brothers, what is inside this cave?" The burly man leading them frowned, pointed at Duong Tran and shouted, "Who are you, daring to barge into our De Van Gorge? Are you tired of living?" Tiu Kayat behind immediately flared up and shouted, "How dare you speak to my brother like that? Believe it or not, I will beat you." The burly man immediately shouted to call others, "Senior brothers, come quickly. Two strangers have barged in here, not knowing life from death and still daring to act arrogant. Wanting to beat me? Truly laughable." A skinny man stepped out, seemingly his senior brother. "Where did you come from? Do you know where this is?" Seeking death, Duong Tran was not angry. Instead, he sneered provocatively, "I thought the Water Institute was formidable. Turns out it is full of fools." With just one sentence, he drove them into a frenzy. "Brat, you are courting death. Too arrogant, no matter who he is. Slash him," Duong Tran calmly ordered. Tiu Kayat beat them. Tiu Kayat immediately rushed forward in the blink of an eye. He was already upon them, throwing a straight punch at the leading senior brother's face. The man was struck squarely in the face, blood spraying out. A broken nose was no surprise with just one punch. Tiu Kayat sent him flying into the cliff wall. He panicked and touched his face. Seeing his hand covered in blood, he flew into a rage. He pulled out a massive whip, shouted, "You are courting death," and lashed it forward. Tiu Kayat stepped back lightly but did not dodge. Instead, he charged straight ahead, his fist meeting the whip at the perfect moment. The junior disciples behind burst into laughter, thinking him foolish, using his body to resist the 9-dragon whip, truly seeking his own death. That senior brother's 9-dragon whip was a martial skill of earth rank, yet he dared to confront it with his body. It would be strange if he did not die, but the unbelievable happened. Tiu Kayat's fist snapped the 9-dragon whip in two, terrifying the opponent, who realized he had kicked an iron plate. "Who exactly are you?" Tiu Kayat smiled coldly and in a flash closed the distance. "What does it matter who I am?" After speaking, he threw another punch to his heart's content. Tiu Kayat executed boiling dragon fist, sending senior brother Kwong flying like a falling leaf. His body shot out once more, this time even more miserable than before. The junior disciples who had laughing were now frightened. "Damn it, this guy is too strong. Quickly call for help." Tiu Kayat sighed, softly speaking to Duong Tran, "I truly did not mean to. He was simply too weak." Duong Tran smiled, raised his hand, signaling to Tiu Hak, "It is fine, your brother is here." In just an instant, a group wearing Water Institute attire rushed over and surrounded Duong Tran and Tiu Kayat. They shouted loudly, "Brat, you have some nerve. If we let you leave Da Van Gorge alive today, we are unworthy of being Water Institute disciples. Truly tired of living daring to cause trouble on our territory. Beat these two trash to death. What is going on? At last a rather handsome man appeared, clearly of no low status among them. He hurriedly pushed through the crowd, loudly asking what happened. Seeing the senior brother appear, someone immediately recounted the entire matter. Senior brother Tan, these two fools barged into our Da Van Gorge and seriously injured senior brother Quan like this. Upon hearing this, senior brother Tan, his expression darkened, anger evident. Who dares act recklessly on Water Institute territory? A voice rang out, senior brother Tan. It is them. The crowd simultaneously pointed toward the two standing alone within the encirclement. But contrary to expectations, senior brother Tan did not become enraged and instead lowered his voice. He stepped before Duong Tran and asked in surprise, "Why is it you two?" Duong Tran replied coldly, asking in return, "Are you the one on duty at Da Van Gorge? We two brothers just entered the gorge and were driven away by these fools who even tried to take our lives. How should this matter be resolved like this?" Hearing a completely different version, senior brother Tan was startled and turned to shout at the junior disciples. "Who did it?" Stepped forward, senior brother Quan, who had been beat, staggered out, "It was me." But senior brother Tan, however, before he could explain, he was slapped across the face by senior brother Tan, sending his face askew. Then he loudly introduced to everyone, "This is Duong Tran, and he is also a disciple of our Water Fire Martial Academy." Immediately around them arose an uproar. What, he is Duong Tran? Duong Tran was accepted by the Fire Institute. Impossible. Is Duong Tran not an unparalleled genius? Senior brother Tan smiled faintly. Their ignorance can be considered unintentional. Duong Tran, I will personally escort you out. Seeing the other party already yielding, he did not wish to escalate matters. He sighed, "Fine, I will give you face." The 3-in-1 beast continued along the mountainside. Duong Tran asked curiously, "Senior brother Tan, may I ask, is there something special about these caves?" Senior brother Tan smiled and replied, "Duong Tran, do you still not know the origin of Da Van Gorge?" Duong Tran shook his head. Senior brother Tan then began to introduce these caves lining the cliffs. Da Van Gorge is said to be an ancient battlefield where countless super-powerful beings were buried. The predecessors of Water Fire Martial Academy occupied this place and excavated many caves. Inside each contains a large amount of innate purple chi. Innate purple chi, Duong Tran felt as if struck by lightning and could not help but exclaim. Senior brother Tan led the two before a teleportation gate and stopped. "We have arrived. This is the teleportation light gate directly connected to the academy." The two stepped inside. This is the southern gate. As soon as Duong Tran stepped in, he observed his surroundings. Senior brother Tan led them before an old man and respectfully said, "Elder Jiu, this is Duong Tran and Kim Vo Kaya, new disciples of Fire Gate Mountain." It seemed the old man was responsible for recording new disciples. He snorted lightly, then looked up at Duong Tran, observing for a while. Elder Jiu smiled in satisfaction. "Very good, Fire Gate Mountain has gained 2 more freaks." Duong Tran cupped his hands and politely greeted, "Greetings, mentor." Unexpectedly, the old man burst into hearty laughter, sighing as he said, "Boy, I am not qualified to be your mentor. Go on." Duong Tran was stunned. He asked in confusion, "Where?" Elder Jiu pointed toward the opposite side. "Look behind me." Behind him was a picturesque scene, layered mountains towering into the sky. Below, lush forests brimming with vitality and the air incomparably fresh. He smiled kindly. "This is the mountain range of the Water Institute. Fire Gate Mountain lies farther away. If you are disciples of Fire Gate Mountain, then go there yourselves to register." Duong Tran was still astonished by this vast space. "It is so expansive, boy. I will see you off for a short distance. If fate allows, we shall meet again." Elder Jiu's words made the two overwhelmed brothers turn back in shock. Elder Jiu gently lifted his brush and drew a circle around the 2 men and 1 beast. In an instant, the ink circle turned into a teleportation gate, carrying the 3 of them to a barren land. From the scenery alone, it was clear they had reached their territory. Fire Gate Mountain, Duong Tran raised his head to look at the mountain range ahead, where 3 large characters Fire Gate Mountain were carved. Tiu Kayat cheered. "In delight, we have arrived," Duong Tran exclaimed excitedly. Tiu Kayat also eagerly looked forward. Before them stretched endless stone steps, and ahead stood a massive stone stele. Duong Tran took 1 step forward and immediately became alert. "Not good. There is a restriction formation." Just then, something shot down from the mountain peak to the foot. More precisely, person. Duong Tran stepped back and stared in shock at the figure before him. It was Tham Lang En He, the 3rd senior brother of Fire Gate Mountain whom he had just met. He smiled and asked, "Little junior brother, where is my wine?" Duong Tran scratched his head and asked blankly. Suddenly, 3rd senior brother flew into a rage. pointing at Duong Tran and shouting, "What are you standing there for? Hand it over. Did I not have that sly girl pass you a message to bring wine?" Duong Tran broke out in sweat, thinking that sly girl must be that girl, truly unreliable. Fortunately, he still had some left. He took out a fresh jar of wine before he could hand it over. The jar had already vanished. Duong Tran stared blankly at his hand, empty mouth agape. Turning around, he saw Tham Lang En holding the wine jar at some point, tilting his head back and gulping. In just a blink, the jar was drained and tossed, rolling onto the ground. He was still unsatisfied, craving, hands on his waist, demanding more. "Why is there only one jar? Is there more?" No one answered. Duong Tran felt the air suddenly grow heavy as Tham Lang En was about to flare up. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Tiu Kayat somehow produced another jar of wine. Tham Lang En immediately drained it, 2 jars into his stomach. He wiped his mouth and sighed. That was satisfying. Small matter is done. Now to business. Tham Lang En tossed each brother a token. "This is the Fire Gate Mountain Identity Token. With it, the restrictions will not block you. Of course, there are places you are not strong enough to enter." Duong Tran caught the token and saw the number 6 engraved on it, symbolizing his identity as the 6th disciple of Fire Gate Mountain. Tham Lang En shouted boldly, "Let us go up the mountain." Duong Tran carefully stepped onto the stairs and was astonished to find the restriction truly ineffective with the token. He held Tiu Hak and asked Tham Lang En, "Senior brother, can you tell me about the situation on the mountain?" Tham Lang En stared at him blankly. "On the mountain? What situation is there? There is nothing on the mountain." Duong Tran felt helpless at this senior brother's personality. Asking anything yielded no clear answer. Suddenly, Tham Lang En noticed Tiu Hak in Duong Tran's arms. "Little junior brother, this black dog looks decent. Let us make a 7-flavor dish at noon." Duong Tran and Tiu Hak were startled. Duong Tran hurriedly hugged Tiu Hak and stepped back. "Senior brother, no. It is my contracted beast." Tiu Hak trembled and burrowed into his chest. Tham Lang En clearly had not given up. Staring at Tiu Hak with interest, "Little junior brother, Fire Gate Mountain brothers do not deceive each other. There is no contract aura between you and it. How can it be a contracted beast? Cook it at noon. Its bloodline is not bad. A great tonic." Duong Tran nearly cried, saying helplessly, "Senior brother, Tiu Hak truly cannot be cooked. It was left to me by a benefactor, senior." Tham Lang En scratched his head regretfully. "Then we cannot make the 7-flavor dish. Those of Fire Gate Mountain must repay kindness. I have just never tasted black killin' meat. What a pity." These words confirmed Tiu Hak's identity. Duong Tran looked doubtfully at the little creature in his hand. Is Tiu Hak truly a black killin? A commoner, Duong Tran stepped through the spatial gate and entered a bamboo forest, immediately captivated. In the distance was a skinny little monk, small in stature yet swinging an axe nearly as large as himself to chop bamboo. Tham Lang En immediately shouted, "Bald head, why are you so lazy?" The little monk hurriedly tossed the axe aside and ran over to explain. "Third senior brother, I am not lazy, truly not." Duong Tran stood aside observing, stroking his chin and thinking, "What is this bald one's cultivation? Why can I not see through it at all?" Tham Lang En continued scolding the novice. "It has been nearly a month and you still cannot finish this small task. Only knowing how to eat and waste grain. Little junior brother has come up the mountain and even the bamboo house is not finished. Where will he stay?" The novice scratched his head and grinned foolishly. "Third senior brother, about 200 bamboo stalks are still missing. If I work hard today, it should be enough for little junior brother to move into the new house." Tham Lang En immediately stopped him from chopping. "No need to chop anymore, not much is missing. Go cook first. And by the way, welcome little junior brother. Remember to cut some meat on the way." Hearing the new task, the novice beamed with joy, eyes shining as he loudly replied, "Yes." After the novice skipped away, Duong Tran curiously asked, "Senior brother, who was that just now?" Tham Lang En replied casually, "Oh, that was your 4th senior brother." During the higher seniority, Duong Tran hurriedly scratched his head awkwardly and said, "Senior brother, my residence need not trouble 4th senior brother. I will chop bamboo myself later." But Tham Lang En looked him up and down, leaving Duong Tran confused. Duong Tran pointed at himself and asked blankly, "Can I not chop?" Tham Lang En did not answer directly, pointing toward the distant bamboo forest and smiling, "Little junior brother, try it. Let me see." Duong Tran then stepped into the bamboo forest and looked at the large axe on the ground in silence. He bent down to lift it but found he could not budge it. Duong Tran was shocked. What? Seeing it too difficult, he gave up using the axe and stood up, smiling awkwardly at Tham Lang En who was watching. The latter seemed to have expected it and only smiled. Duong Tran drew his sword and aimed at a bamboo stalk, fixing his strike. Swung swiftly, the sword arced sharp and beautiful. Yet strangely, the bamboo did not break, not even a scratch appeared. Duong Tran refused to believe it and immediately channeled true chi into the blade. He slashed again, Had it been an opponent, it would have long fallen. But before him stood bamboo as sturdy as steel. Duong Tran and Tiu Kayat stared at the intact stalk. Neither could remain calm and cried out in shock. This was nothing short of a huge blow to Duong Tran. Recalling earlier, unable to chop the bamboo, Duong Tran cried out in panic. What kind of bamboo is this? Seeing the sword mark on the stalk, Tham Lang Enheen stroked his chin in praise. Truly a little freak. No wonder the teacher accepted you. Then he smiled at Duong Tran. Little junior brother, do not be discouraged. You are only at the Haoshan stage. These bamboo stalks are treasures used to refine high-grade spirit artifacts. In Dong Zion, one stalk is worth over 1,000 high-grade spirit stones. Duong Tran stood there and asked in shock. Over 1,000 high-grade spirit stones for one stalk. As they continued walking, Duong Tran asked again, Senior brother, can you tell me about the cultivation of the senior brothers and sisters? Tham Lang Enheen sighed. Little junior brother, counting you, there are 8 at Fire Gate Mountain. That old man leaves us alone and may return only once a year. Eldest senior brother has gone down the mountain, so before you arrived there were only 4. He then slowly continued. The one managing everything on Fire Gate Mountain now is your second senior sister. Of peerless beauty, gentle yet strict. We all respect her. If you anger her, I will skin you. Tham Lang Enheen went on. Eldest senior brother is named Du Tran Bak, somewhat renowned in Dong Zion. Second senior sister is named to Enheen, low key and reserved. She has never left the mountain and is the pillar of Fire Gate Mountain. Duong Tran asked curiously, what about senior brother then? Tham Lang Enheen brushed his hair and lifted his chin confidently. I'm your third senior brother, named Tham Lang Enheen, the #1 handsome man of Dong Zion. People call me Wind Crown King. You must have heard. Duong Tran casually flattered. Third senior brother, your great name I have long heard. You are the #1 king of Dong Zion. Hearing this, Tham Lang Enheen laughed loudly in delight. #1 king. First time I have heard that, not wrong. I am the #1 king of Dong Zion. He continued laughing. Fourth senior brother Thatch Chin you met earlier is still a boy not yet grown, obedient but a bit lazy. As for fifth senior sister Zhao Nhi, she is just a little girl not yet mature. And the 3 of them, and the beast continued up to the mountain peak. Tham Lang Enheen happily called to the woman ahead. To Enheen, I have brought little junior brother up the mountain. That senior sister was to Enheen. She asked Tham Lang Enheen, have you finished your task today? Zhao Nhi timidly asked, trembling, third senior sister. Today welcoming little junior brother can. Before she could finish, to Enheen shouted angrily, no, if the task is not done then no meal. Zhao Nhi broke out in sweat from fear. She pouted and kicked stones as she walked, muttering complaints. Fine, I will do it, why so fierce? Duong Tran looked at the woman before him and thought, this must be second senior sister to Enheen. It seems I must find a way to build a good relationship. Pretended to rub his eyes in amazement. Am I seeing wrong? Is there truly such a beautiful woman in this world? Second senior sister, even a goddess descending to earth, cannot compare to a fraction of you. Hearing the praise, to Enheen covered her mouth and laughed softly, clearly pleased. Duong Tran pressed his advantage and continued with sweet words. Senior sister, we are truly fortunate. Your smile not only makes 100 flowers bloom, but even this bamboo forest grows 3 parts taller because of you. Enheen giggled. Little junior brother, you truly know how to speak. Seeing this, Tham Lang Enheen rolled his eyes. That works too. The beast beside him seized the chance to flatter as well. To Enheen bent down to stroke and praise Tiu Hack as adorable and possessing Black Killen bloodline. Little junior brother's fortune is not bad. Duong Tran smiled and said, senior sister, just call it Tiu Hack. I have not made a contract yet. Consider it a meeting gift for senior sister. Enheen stroked Tiu Hack's head and said, this is a rare contracted beast. It will be a great aid to you in the future. Senior sister will not seize your fortune. This little one is awakening its bloodline. I will help you watch over it for a while. At this moment, Thatch Chin came carrying dishes and reported, second senior sister, it is time to eat. To Enheen said to Duong Tran, the dining hall is in front of the bald one's bamboo house. The kitchen is behind. His skills are not bad. Hearing this, Thatch Chin smiled awkwardly and scratched his head. The scene shifted to the dining hall. Duong Tran looked at the small piece of meat on the plate and thought, is that enough to eat? In contrast, Tham Lang Enheen and Thatch Chin both stared at the meat with shining eyes, drooling with desire. Thatch Chin suggested, second senior sister, you should try first. Enheen was unhurried and told Thatch Chin to call Zhao Nhi. Today little junior brother has entered the sect, so she will be spared this time. Hearing this, Thatch Chin immediately ran off, replying yes as he went. Duong Tran then asked, second senior sister, I heard the teacher is not on the mountain. How do we usually cultivate? Before he finished, to Enheen flared up. Do not mention that old man. It would be best if he died outside. Tham Lang Enheen leaned close to Duong Tran and whispered, little junior brother, the teacher has never managed us. Cultivation depends on oneself. Do not mention him. Tu Enhin slammed her hand on the table, startling Duong Tran and Tham Lang Enhin. HMPH, you still dare to speak. Last time you found the teacher, why did you not bring him back? Tham Lang Enhin hurriedly explained. I did not expect it either. At that time, he agreed to return to the mountain. In a blink, he disappeared. Enhin coldly uttered one sentence, useless. Those two words were like knives stabbing straight into Tham Lang Enhin's heart. At that moment, Zhao Nhai and Thatch Chin walked in to greet them. Zhao Nhai looked pitiful beyond measure. Tu Enhin clapped her hands and said before eating there were a few matters to announce. He continued, little junior brother is the youngest. You must take care of him. Regarding cultivation, Lao Tam will be responsible for guidance. Little junior brother only needs to focus on cultivation and will not be assigned other tasks. Zhao Nhai immediately protested, why he is older than me. Tu Enhin angrily shouted, precisely because you are the laziest. Without little junior brother today you would not be eating. Zhao Nhai sniffled and muttered in the corner. After that, Tu Enhin took the knife and divided the meat, saying the tasks were assigned, now eat. With exquisite skill, each person received a piece of meat the size of 2 fingers. Duong Tran looked at the meat and questioned life, while Tham Lang Enhin was drooling uncontrollably. Duong Tran put the meat into his mouth and chewed slowly to savor it. Suddenly, he felt something was wrong and was startled in alarm. This is bad. After swallowing the meat, his blood and chi boiled throughout his body. He clutched his abdomen, sweating, not understanding what kind of meat this was. Elder Vin hurriedly reminded. Master quickly used bloodline power to refine it. Duong Tran immediately followed and rapidly refined the piece of meat. He thought to himself that thanks to this meat, his bloodline power might rise another level. Its quality was truly astonishing. Seeing Duong Tran finish refining it unharmed, Thatch Chin exclaimed in amazement, impressive. You actually digested that piece of meat. Imvo Kayat then asked, what kind of meat is this that contains such intense heat? Zhao Nhai lifted her chin proudly and replied, true dragon meat. You probably have never eaten it before. Duong Tran and Kimvo Kayat both cried out in shock. True dragon. Zhao Nhai crossed her arms and smiled smugly. Thatch Chin laughed happily at their stunned expressions. Look at your faces. You probably still do not know. On Fire Gate Mountain, we have a dragon cave raising many dragon beasts. But there is only one true dragon, still an immature fire dragon. Duong Tran and Kimvo Kayat were instantly dumbstruck. Then panic struck like thunder. They shouted in unison, what fire dragon? Tu Enhin clapped to quiet everyone and said, stop being surprised, eat first. Later I will have third senior brother take you to cultivate. After the meal, Tham Lang Enhin took Duong Tran to the bamboo forest. Duong Tran curiously asked, third senior brother, what am I to cultivate here? Tham Lang Enhin shook his head. You do not even know what to cultivate. Master once said cultivation lies within oneself. You are still at Haoshan. Your martial foundation is unstable, and your danshan not fully purplified. I can hardly point out specifics. Duong Tran was stunned and said, but where would I get innate purple chi to cultivate? Tham Lang Enhin slapped his forehead and smiled bitterly. I forgot you come from the far east where innate purple chi is scarce. He turned his back and continued, then first complete the purplification of your danshan. I have matters to handle. I am leaving. Duong Tran stood dumbfounded. As he was about to cry out, Elder Vin appeared and reminded, Master, do not underestimate this bamboo forest. This is an exceedingly rare treasure land. Duong Tran curiously asked, Elder Vin, what mysteries does this bamboo forest hold? Elder Vin laughed in delight. I did not expect such a spirit mountain to exist in this small world. Do not look down on this bamboo forest. The restriction formation here is extremely exquisite. Duong Tran was startled and asked, a restriction formation, thinking inwardly. It is a pity my witch god Evil Eye has not fully fused. Otherwise, I would have seen it long ago. Elder Vin added. Elder Vin explained. A great expert sealed a vast amount of innate purple chi beneath the bamboo forest. As long as you cultivate here, even without running a secret art, the innate purple chi will automatically enter your body. Duong Tran was overjoyed. This is truly a huge bargain. Duong Tran immediately sat down and prepared to enter meditation. 2 hours later, Zhao Nhai ran over shouting loudly, little junior brother, you are so annoying. Even for meals I have to come call you. Duong Tran was not angry and instead smiled, sorry to trouble fifth senior sister. What are we eating tonight? Zhao Nhai's eyes lit up greedily. There is meat again tonight. Everyone excitedly gathered around the table, each receiving a piece of meat. Zhao Nhai sang proudly, I brought junior brother back. Tu Enhin spoke to announce, begin eating. Duong Tran picked up a piece of meat and put it into his mouth, wondering it was not fire dragon meat, yet the energy was extremely strong. Could it be another dragon beast? Tu Enhin said while eating, In half a year, the Dongxian Empire will hold the 10,000-year grand ceremony. Whoever among you performs outstandingly will be allowed to descend the mountain. Thatch Chin shouted excitedly, I want to go down the mountain. Third senior brother, take me this time. Zhao Nchai also raised her hand. I want to go too. Lang Enhin smiled. Ask second senior sister, I cannot decide. Duong Tran then asked in confusion. Third senior brother, has something happened? Lang Enhin replied solemnly. Last time I went down the mountain, I met eldest senior brother. He said Dong Xian will soon be unsettled, mainly because that old man of Vientiane has great ambition. After years of accumulation, he is beginning to show his fangs. Duong Tran was startled and asked, the Vientiane monarch of the Dong Xian Empire. Tham Lang Enhin sighed, that is right. The only daughter of the sect master of Seven Sword Sect is about to marry Wan Buhui, grandson of Vientiane. Duong Tran asked in alarm, these two forces joining hands, could it be? Tu Enhin nodded to confirm, yes, the main target is Water Fire Martial Academy, most likely the Fire Institute. After eating, Duong Tran returned to the bamboo forest to continue cultivating. Elder Vin stood within the bamboo forest and said, the great devourer has never lacked fortune. It seems that old man Bin Hoa also had some ability. That moment a person appeared behind Elder Vin. Elder Vin angrily shouted, why have you come here again? The man laughed loudly. Why so agitated? We are brothers after all. Is this how you receive me? Elder Vin's veins bulged as he snorted coldly. Get lost, or I will report your unauthorized departure. The man hurriedly waved his hands in plea. Do not. My mission is finished. I merely stopped by to see how you are. Elder Vin coldly asked, you came to see the young master. Rest assured the young master is well. Elder Hoa spoke, I am only anxious. Haoshan is the foundation of martial cultivation and must be solid. Elder Vin roared angrily. Do you think I do not know? But the two 7-star fiends have entered this world. The aura of primordial fire on the young master is like a lantern and will be discovered sooner or later. Elder Hoa was startled and asked, who are those two great fiends? Elder Vin said, one I know, the other I do not. The young master is still at Haoshan and must grow quickly. Time is running out. Elder Hoa sighed, but we cannot be impatient. Too much interference will backfire. Elder Vin snorted coldly. I know what I am doing. I do not need your pointing. Elder Hoa added, the young master carries an ancient spirit artifact of Kui Xing Tower. The artifact spirit remains intact. Consider it carefully. Then he left. Elder Vin stroked his beard in contemplation. Kui Xing Tower. 1 month later, Duong Tran still sat cultivating by the bamboo forest. Elder Vin manifested and said, Master, your sword embryo is about to awaken a spirit. A weapon to awaken a spirit, it requires a vast amount of spiritual energy or similar power. Innate purple chi is suitable. I suggest nourishing the black pupil sword with sacred flame true chi. The chance of generating a sword spirit is very high. Duong Tran immediately took out the black pupil sword and said joyfully, that is excellent. He immediately guided innate purple chi into the black pupil sword. Elder Vin reminded, Master, drop a drop of essence blood into the sword now. Duong Tran heard this and immediately dripped a drop of essence blood into the black pupil sword. Crimson patterns appeared along the blade. At the same time in the dining hall, everyone waited, yet Duong Tran had not come. Zhao Nhi grew annoyed. Irritated, she said, this little junior brother is late again. Second senior sister. Enhin said, do not wait for him. Eat first. Zhao Nhi later take his meal to purple bamboo forest. He must be at a crucial cultivation stage. Zhao Nhi grumbled in dissatisfaction. I have to deliver meals again, so troublesome. Tham Lang Enhin asked Kim Vo Kayat, boy, you mainly cultivate sword Dao, right? You have not yet comprehended sword intent. Kim Vo Kayat respectfully replied, yes, I cultivate sword Dao. Though I lack sword intent, I have comprehended dark martial intent and earth martial intent. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Triple attribute talent. Tu Enhin smiled lightly. No wonder little junior brother is only at first level of Tian realm, yet already a triple attribute heavenly Dao master. Tham Lang Enhin sighed. Truly a monster. I originally intended to let him go to Water Gate Mountain to borrow the blue wheel sword wall to comprehend sword intent. Now it seems he can also use the sect divine statue and nether soul chamber. Tu Enhin instructed Zhao Nhi. When you deliver the meal, tell Duong Tran that after stabilizing his purple mansion, he should make a trip to the Water Institute. Zhao Nhi happily said, I want to go too. But Tu Enhin was displeased. There are not many cultivation treasure lands. Your task now is to chop bamboo. When you can chop 1,000 stalks a day, we will discuss further. Zhao Nhi pouted in dissatisfaction. Second senior sister is truly biased. After that, Zhao Nhi brought food to Duong Tran. He smiled kindly in greeting senior sister bringing food. Zhao Nhi angrily threw the food box into his hands and turned to leave. Watching her angry back, Duong Tran was puzzled, thinking he had not offended her. After a few steps, Zhao Nhi suddenly stopped, then turned and said, Second senior sister told me that after you stabilize your purple mansion, go to the Water Institute. The Blue Wheel Sword Wall, Sect Divine Statue, and Nether Soul Chamber can all help you comprehend. Duong Tran asked in surprise. Blue Wheel Sword Wall, Sect Divine Statue, Nether Soul Chamber, inwardly rejoicing as if given a pillow when sleepy. He resolved that until he reached Purple Mansion, he would absolutely not leave Purple Bamboo Forest. Half a year later, Duong Tran was still in seclusion, cultivating tirelessly. Between his palms, innate purple chi surged and circulated. Within his dantian, continuous transformations occurred. Duong Tran thought, this ancient demonic dragon martial soul is truly miraculous. My divine sense and soul power have reached Xianshan and can still continue to grow. Duong Tran suddenly halted in shock, his expression turning visibly grim. He was startled inwardly, wondering what had happened to his devouring sword martial soul. The sudden disappearance of the slaughter sword soul left Duong Tran deeply uneasy. Something had clearly gone wrong. Duong Tran quickly examined his surroundings. He froze when he saw his sword soul encased within a strange sphere. What exactly was this thing? Duong Tran curiously reached out to poke it, even foolishly wondering whether it was edible. The moment he touched it, his mind reeled in dizziness. He immediately understood he could not touch it recklessly. Duong Tran thought that lifeless killing intent was another kind of sword intent, then asked the artifact spirit Elder Vin if he had heard of it. Elder Vin replied, asking where Master had heard of such a thing. Lifeless killing intent was an extreme killing, which only demonic cultivators could comprehend, its power terrifying yet harmful to others and to oneself. Duong Tran continued to ask that if lifeless killing intent was regarded as a form of sword intent, then what was its true nature? Hearing this, Elder Vin was startled and asked back whether Master had already comprehended sword intent. Elder Vin suggested Duong Tran try to unleash the lifeless killing intent to verify. Duong Tran immediately agreed and followed the artifact spirit's suggestion. As soon as the sword intent was released, it surged violently, a terrifying aura spreading outward. The disturbance was so great that even to Enhin quickly sensed it. The two secretly guessed that the powerful fluctuation came from Purple Bamboo Forest. Tham Lang Enhin wondered in surprise what that boy was cultivating to cause such a commotion. On this side, after unleashing the sword intent, Duong Tran stood completely stunned. Immediately afterward, he lost strength and collapsed to the ground, unable to support himself. Duong Tran vaguely did not understand what had happened, only knowing his divine sense had been completely drained. He hurriedly asked Elder Vin whether his divine sense had been utterly exhausted. Elder Vin warned that this sword intent was too terrifying, telling him to stop and temporarily take a precious soul-fortifying spirit pill. Duong Tran immediately swallowed the pill, while Elder Vin quietly fell silent. Enhin brought Tham Lang Enhin over to inquire, concerned about what had happened to little junior brother. Duong Tran honestly told second senior sister that he had comprehended sword intent imbued with killing will, and his divine sense had been drained. To Enhin's eyes widened as she asked in astonishment whether sword intent could even carry killing will. Tham Lang Enhin suggested Duong Tran try unleashing that sword intent once more. Duong Tran scratched his head and said he could endure less than 2 breaths, and his current divine sense would not allow more. To Enhin advised that this sword intent was extraordinary, and before breaking through to Purple Mansion realm, it was best not to use it. After receiving agreement to Enhin, then asked in surprise whether Duong Tran's dantian had fully transformed into a purple mansion. Duong Tran seized the chance to flatter second senior sister, saying he had just completed the purple mansion transformation. Enhin told him to follow her to rest and wait for his divine sense to recover before continuing cultivation. A few days later, Duong Tran and Kim Vo Kiat traveled together to Water Gate Mountain Sword Peak. Vo Kiat told Duong Tran that recently he had been so immersed in cultivation, he forgot that Tiu Hak had become enlightened. Vo Kiat recounted that fourth senior brother said second senior sister had taken Tiu Hak somewhere, and when they returned, it had awakened. Duong Tran blankly asked what becoming enlightened meant. It turned out Tiu Hak had learned to flatter and was much favored by second senior sister, even eating better than him. Duong Tran secretly guessed that the Black Kilin bloodline within Tiu Hak had fully awakened and entered its growth phase. He laughed proudly, believing this was a good thing that would make them even more imposing outside. Duong Tran and Kim Vo Kiat saw a large crowd gathered ahead. Duong Tran found a gentle-looking woman to inquire politely. The woman immediately asked where they came from, her gaze full of vigilance. Duong Tran scratched his head and said they were not Water Institute disciples, and only came to ask directions. Hearing this, the girl was startled and suspiciously asked who they were and how they had ascended the mountain. Duong Tran took out the fire token and told her not to jump to conclusions. Upon seeing the token, the girl asked in shock whether they were from Fire Gate Mountain. The surrounding people murmured in disbelief that Fire Gate Mountain had disciples so young. The girl suddenly asked directly whether he was Duong Tran. Everyone was shaken upon hearing this. The name Duong Tran, who had consecutively ascended to godhood, was far too famous. Duong Tran modestly acknowledged his identity, saying he had come under his senior sister's order to borrow the Blue Wheel Sword Wall for cultivation. He politely asked senior sister to guide them to Blue Sword Peak. The girl lowered her head apologetically, saying she had been rude and could not lead them immediately. Duong Tran asked in confusion whether it was because she feared disturbing the senior brothers and sisters cultivating. The girl explained that a senior brother was preparing to fuse Sword Intent, so Blue Sword Peak was temporarily sealed. She suggested the two visit Great Enlightenment Cave first to cultivate while waiting. Duong Tran was displeased, thinking the other side was being overly pretentious, and decided to go directly to Blue Sword Peak. As soon as they arrived, they were stopped by someone who shouted for them to halt. Duong Tran coldly declared himself a Fire Institute disciple and questioned what right the other had to block the way. That man bluntly replied that until it was his disciples' turn, no one was allowed to enter, and told them to return in 3 days. Duong Tran angrily shouted that if he could not enter, then others were also banned, then challenged the other to act. That man immediately unleashed his cultivation and loudly rebuked the two for their audacity. Duong Tran also released his sharp sword intent in response. The terrifying killing will suppress the other, forcing him to retreat repeatedly and not dare advance. He cried out in panic, not understanding what was happening. That man trembled inwardly, wondering what kind of killing intent this was. Duong Tran coldly asked whether he still dared to block him now. That man fearfully realized it was no wonder Fire Gate Mountain had accepted a monster like Duong Tran. At that moment, several figures descended from the sky. Among them was an old man who was Deputy Dean Kim. The one blocking the path hurriedly saluted and respectfully greeted Deputy Dean Kim. Deputy Dean Kim asked in a deep voice what the killing will just now was about. Duong Tran pointed directly at the other, saying the killing will was his, and mocking the act of the strong bullying the weak. Deputy Dean Kim turned to ask Duong Tran who he was. Someone immediately replied that he was Duong Tran, newly accepted by Fire Gate Mountain. Deputy Dean Kim then asked about Fire Gate Mountain. A fire mentor spoke that the Fire Institute and Water Institute shared one lineage, and this matter must have a reason. Duong Tran said the cause should be asked of that mentor Mok Duong. Mentor Mok Duong said in a low voice that today his disciple wished to ascend Blue Sword Peak to comprehend sword intent. Duong Tran retorted that if someone was cultivating inside, he would not intrude, but clearly no one was present. Mentor Mok Duong flushed red with anger and roared Duong Tran's name. Duong Tran immediately shot back, accusing the other of wasting his strength and demanding a proper apology. That man shouted angrily, asking what apology and how he dared speak so before the Deputy Dean. Deputy Dean Kim turned to ask Duong Tran whether he had been excessive just now. At that moment, someone suddenly spoke with an unexpected sigh. Everyone looked up to see Tham Lang En Heen descending from the sky. The Water Institute crowd was startled and collectively called out Tham Lang En Heen's name. Tham Lang En Heen said indifferently he had guessed someone would bully little junior brother, so he came to see, and indeed it was so. A dignified mentor acting shamelessly. Deputy Dean Kim angrily shouted, telling him to watch his words. Tham Lang En Heen's face darkened as he ordered them all to leave, saying if not for the dean's face, he would have taught them a lesson today. Deputy Dean Kim could only resentfully call the disciples to withdraw. Duong Tran immediately turned to flatter third senior brother, praising him as truly impressive. Tham Lang En Heen instructed the two junior brothers to seize the chance to comprehend sword intent and fuse it if possible. Kim Vo Kiat kept praising third senior brother, saying he had silenced the deputy dean and those people. Duong Tran proudly said there must have been hidden issues before, otherwise those old men would not have let it go so easily. Kim Vo Kiat nodded in agreement. Then the two stood before the Blue Wheel Sword Wall. Powerful sword intent slowly merged into Duong Tran's body. Duong Tran was startled as flames burst violently. Quickly stopped Kim Vo Kiat, saying second senior sister was right, and they should cultivate quietly outside for a few days first. Duong Tran took out the green-black wooden sword. He held the sword in his hand, and then sat down cross-legged. Placing the sword across his thighs, he silently wondered what would happen if he operated the severing meridian technique. Duong Tran's divine sense immediately left his body and flew out. He passed straight through the wall of the Blue Wheel Sword barrier. Inside was filled with sword intent. Duong Tran smiled proudly, thinking that this time he could freely choose a suitable killing intent. Numerous sword intents such as assault, blazing flame, and horizontal sweep appeared before his eyes. Duong Tran decided to choose the destruction sword intent. He focused his mind on comprehending it, the sword intent gradually becoming docile. Once he had grasped it, Duong Tran reached out and seized it. He shouted a loud collect, pouring all his strength into dragging the sword intent toward himself. The sword intent lay neatly in his hand, causing Duong Tran to be surprised that it had succeeded so easily. He stood up, looked at the wall, and let out a soft sigh. ManhwaCapped consoled him, saying that if he failed, he could return next time. Wait until reaching the Purple Mansion realm and try again. Duong Tran asked in surprise what failure. ManhwaCapped was startled, unable to believe that his elder brother had finished fusing so quickly. Duong Tran placed his hands on his hips, lifted his chin proudly, and said of course he had succeeded. ManhwaCapped cried out in excitement, asking what sword intent his elder brother had fused. Duong Tran tilted his head back and laughed loudly, then replied that it was the destruction sword intent. ManhwaCapped was shaken, unable to believe it was one of the strongest sword intents. Duong Tran merely smiled and asked why he would lie. Duong Tran slung an arm over his younger brother's shoulder and pulled him along, saying they would go to the totem sect to broaden their knowledge. Two brothers entered the totem sect area, surrounded by towering and majestic mountain rocks. They stopped before a massive rock shaped like the claw of a monstrous beast, strange and terrifying. ManhwaCapped wondered why the totem sect had only a stone wall instead of a real statue. Lao reminded them that this could be a beast shadow totem, a trace left behind by a powerful expert, absolutely not simple. Duong Tran asked in astonishment what a beast shadow totem was. Lao explained that even in the vast world, very few people knew of this kind of divine beast. Beast Shadow Totem was a rare earth attribute divine beast. This totem statue was in fact a corpse sealed together with all its martial intent. Duong Tran stepped closer, touched the rock, and concluded that it was a corpse covered by earth attribute martial intent. Without hesitation, Duong Tran sat cross-legged and began to comprehend. He focused his mind to the utmost limit. Duong Tran scanned the surrounding martial intent and realized that although the earth attribute martial intent was weaker than sword intent, it was still extremely pure. After choosing a suitable rock, he decided to comprehend the legendary martial intent earth prison. Duong Tran closed his eyes and told ManhwaCapped to cultivate on his own first, because this time it would take a long time. ManhwaCapped immediately agreed and took on the task of guarding. The earth attribute martial intent flew out from the rock, shaped like a golden onion. Duong Tran spread his arms, striving to control and comprehend it as quickly as possible. 10 days passed before he comprehended only half, angrily asking himself why his ability was so poor. Lao secretly thought that his master was already monstrously talented. Achieving half of a legendary martial intent in 10 days was extremely rare. At this moment, Than Min, the dean's grandson, sat outside impatiently asking when they would come out. Instructor Lang replied helplessly that he did not know. Usually it only took about 3 days. And Min grew furious, believing that the people of the Fire Academy were excessively occupying the treasured land and proposing to go in and urge them. Instructor Lang sighed and said that doing so was not appropriate. And Min pointed and said that if he would not go then he would go himself, demanding the restriction be open. Instructor Lang anxiously reminded him that they were people of Hoa Mon's son. Than Min ground his teeth and said what of Hoa Mon's son? They even dared to oppress the Water Academy. He forced Instructor Lang to open the restriction, saying he would bear the responsibility himself. Instructor Lang reluctantly led Than Min inside. At this moment, ManhwaCapped was meditating quietly. Seeing this, Than Min immediately shouted for him to move aside. ManhwaCapped stood up and shouted back, not allowing anyone to disturb his elder brother at a critical moment. And Min laughed disdainfully, saying that comprehending martial intent for half a month was absurd and mocking ManhwaCapped. Humiliated, ManhwaCapped erupted in fury. Than Min laughed provocatively, showing he was ready to make a move despite Instructor Lang's attempts to stop him. ManhwaCapped trembled with anger, declaring that he would not let anyone disturb his elder brother. Than Min mocked that a mere 9th-level Heaven Union realm dared to be arrogant before him. Instructor Lang hurriedly tried to persuade Than Min not to act rashly. Than Min brushed him aside, circulating his technique and declaring he would teach the other party a lesson. Than Min's pressure erupted, intimidating ManhwaCapped. ManhwaCapped's face turned cold. He merely let out a light snort. Than Min was startled, not expecting the other party to withstand his pressure. Immediately threw a punch with all his strength toward ManhwaCapped, roaring the word death. Surging killing sword energy exploded, rushing forward like a flood, striking directly at Kim Vo-Kiat. Seeing his grandson unleash a killing move, Instructor Lang's face drained of blood. He shouted in panic to stop him, but it was too late. Kim Vo-Kiat instantly drew the dragon imprisoning staff, using all his strength to block Than Min's attack. Even so, a strand of sword intent veered off, grazing Kim Vo-Kiat's body. That very moment Duong Tran opened his eyes, his expression darkened. He frowned coldly and told Vin Lao to kill him. Disturbed at a critical moment, Duong Tran immediately summoned the artifact spirit to act. Vin Lao flew out from within him carrying a fierce aura. Knocked down by Than Min, Kim Vo-Kiat sat on the ground. Seeing the artifact spirit appear, Than Min was also shocked in alarm. Than Min hastily shot out a strand of sword intent toward Vin Lao, shouting loudly. As the golden sword intent rushed over, Vin Lao merely waved his hand lightly. That sword intent was instantly torn apart without touching him. Vin Lao immediately charged forward, his expression stern and cold, killing intent undisguised. When Vin Lao closed in, Than Min finally realized it was an artifact spirit, crying out in disbelief. In the blink of an eye, Vin Lao pierced straight through Than Min's head, ending him before he could leave any last words. Instructor Lang's face turned pale. He shouted Than Min's name as the corpse rolled its eyes and fell backward. Trembling, Instructor Lang held his grandson's body, shouting in panic that they dared to kill the dean's direct grandson. Kim Vo-Kiat thought to himself that it must have been his elder brother who had acted just now. At the same time, on Long Thigh Peak, the dean who was cultivating suddenly felt Min Enhai's aura vanish. A terrifying thought flashed through his mind, shaking his spirit. He immediately released his divine sense from the mountain peak to the foot, covering the entire water academy. Holding a jug of wine, Tham Lang Enheen sensed the probing divine sense. He snorted coldly in his heart, recognizing it as the old dean. Thinking of Duong Tran, Tham Lang Enheen's expression changed as he inwardly said this was bad. The dean immediately rushed to Kim Vo-Kiat's location, shouting Min Enhai's name as he arrived. Pounced forward to hold his grandson's corpse, roaring as he demanded what had happened. Instructor Lang pointed straight at Kim Vo-Kiat, accusing Duong Tran and Kim Vo-Kiat of Hoa Mon son of releasing a streak of light to kill. Dean glared furiously at Kim Vo-Kiat, gritting out the three words Hoa Mon son. His killing intent made the opposite party's hair stand on end, yet he still asked in doubt how a 9th-level Heaven Union realm could kill Min Nhai. Kim Vo-Kiat remained silent, his face dark, uneasily gripping the purple dragon staff tighter. The dean snorted coldly, his eyes flashing with overwhelming pressure. He looked through into the great enlightenment cave, quickly determining that Duong Tran only had 2nd-level Heaven Union cultivation and was not the culprit. Dean turned to ask Lang Thong whether he had clearly seen the streak of light. Lang Thong trembled as he replied that the streak of light flew out from the great enlightenment cave and disappeared after killing Than Min. The dean was astonished, suspecting it was a spirit artifact or a trump card of Hoa Mon son. He turned to Kim Vo-Kiat, intending to interrogate him when Tham Lang Enheen's voice sounded from behind. Tham Lang Enheen stepped forward, saying the dean need not personally guard when his junior brother was comprehending martial intent. The dean angrily shouted that people of Hoa Mon son had killed his grandson, demanding that Tham Lang Enheen explain clearly. Tham Lang Enheen calmly said that the totem sect, the blue wheel sword barrier, and the nether soul pearl should be moved to Hoa Mon son because the Water Academy had relied on strength to bully the weak. Hearing this, the dean stammered, clearly feeling guilty. He hurriedly changed the subject, mentioning the agreement and his grandson's death. Tham Lang Enheen raised his hand to interrupt, reminding him that it was the dean himself who had promised not to let anyone disturb them when Hoa Mon son came to comprehend. The dean reluctantly explained the agreement with Tham Lang Enheen's master and asserted that Duong Tran had not been disturbed. Tham Lang Enheen calmly proposed that they go outside and wait until his junior brother finished, then continue speaking. Dean had no choice but to order a retreat. Instructor Lang carried the corpse away, while Tham Lang Enheen revealed a satisfied smile. After that, Tham Lang Enheen asked Kim Vo-Kiat with concern whether he was seriously injured. He smiled and said it was only a superficial wound. Tham Lang Enheen told Kim Vo-Kiat to continue guarding, while he himself followed closely behind those old men. A month later, Duong Tran completed the fusion of the legendary Earth prison martial intent. Seeing Duong Tran step out full of vigor, Kim Vo-Kiat immediately asked whether he had succeeded. Duong Tran nodded in confirmation, then asked with concern whether Kim Vo-Kiat was all right. Kim Vo-Kiat said he was fine, but reminded him that Than Min was the direct grandson of the Water Academy's dean. Duong Tran's face paled after hearing this. He was shocked to realize the trouble was enormous. He proposed leaving immediately and returning to the mountain gate at once. Kim Vo-Kiat asked worriedly how his elder brother intended to handle it. Duong Tran said confidently that his methods were enough to return quietly to Hoa Mon's son. Walking out to meet Tham Lang En and the dean who were waiting, Tham Lang En immediately inquired about Duong Tran. The dean could not restrain his anger. He pointed straight at Duong Tran and asked whether he had killed Than Min. Duong Tran feigned innocence, scratching his head and saying he had only focused on comprehending martial intent in the totem sect. Tham Lang En followed up with a rebuttal, asking who could both comprehend martial intent and kill at the same time. Moreover, Duong Tran's cultivation was far too low. The dean was struck at his weak point. He was so furious that he was speechless. Tham Lang En asked Duong Tran whether he wanted to continue to the Nether Soul Chamber or return to the Mountain Gate. Duong Tran immediately went along with it and said they should return to the Mountain Gate. The three of them flew away together, leaving the dean seething. Tham Lang En even turned back to bid farewell. Returning to Hoa Mon's son, Tham Lang En recounted Duong Tran's feat to their fellow disciples. Bo to En laughed and said that back then, the dean had boasted that his grandson wanted to enter Hoa Mon's son, but had been rejected by their master. The fourth senior brother mocked that despite his high cultivation, Than Min had still died at the hands of the junior brother. Senior sister Zhao Nhi also said with satisfaction that Than Min's arrogance had earned him this fate. Bo to En clapped his hands and concluded the matter was over, reminding them that in 3 months it would be the Eastern Zion Grand Ceremony. Zhao Nhi and Thach Chin competed with each other to attend. Bo to En decided to let Thach Chin lead Duong Tran and Kim Vo Kayat down the mountain, instructing them to bring 5 bamboo stalks as a gift. Duong Tran thought to himself whether 5 bamboo stalks as a congratulatory gift was too simple. Bo to En instructed Thach Chin not to cause trouble but also not to appear weak. He must protect the 2 junior brothers. Thach Chin patted his chest and promised to take good care of them. 3 months later, Thach Chin led Duong Tran and Kim Vo Kayat to the gates of Lion City. Thach Chin excitedly introduced Lion City as the largest city in Eastern Zion, suggesting they take a stroll. The 3 wandered through the bustling streets, everyone passing by dressed in brilliant attire. Duong Tran realized that most people in the city had no low cultivation. He reminded himself to be more humble. Thach Chin pointed to a shop named Grand Extreme Lantern Pavilion and invited them inside. The 3 stepped into a place specializing in stone selection, known in the trade as stone gambling. Duong Tran wondered why divine sense could not be used to probe these stones. Thach Chin reminded him that inside the stones might be hidden rare lantern stones. Duong Tran asked blankly what a lantern stone was. Bin Lao explained that it was an extremely rare cultivation resource, usually used only by array masters. Thach Chin said that the Grand Extreme Lantern Pavilion was property of the Eastern Zion royal family, because all lantern stone mines were managed by the empire. Suddenly someone loudly called Duong Tran's name. Hearing himself called, he startled and turned to see who it was. Turned out Dong Hong Yuong Tai had appeared, loudly calling both Duong Tran and Tiu Kayat. Dong Hong Yuong Tai laughed heartily and said he had just mentioned Duong Tran with Van Duong, not expecting to meet him here. On the other side, Tin Kai Van led a group from Kim Kim Fong forward, loudly calling Dong Hong Yuong Tai. His face darkened. He angrily demanded why Dong Hong Yuong Tai was not with his sect members, but instead with outsiders. Dong Hong Yuong Tai angrily retorted, saying he represented Hun Kim Fong. Going with his brothers had nothing to do with Tin Kai Van. Tin Kai Van was left speechless with anger. He could not argue and could only grit his teeth and utter the word "you." A person beside him quickly placed a hand on his shoulder to calm him, saying what others did was their right. Tin Kai Vo also interjected, telling him not to be petty. Once they returned to the sect and reported truthfully, someone would handle it. Seeing this, Thach Chin felt an itch in his hands. He rolled his wrist and asked Duong Tran whether he needed him to strike down those people. Seeing Thach Chin about to lose his temper, Duong Tran hurriedly stopped him, saying those people were merely mad dogs not worth the 4th senior brother's action. Suddenly a heavy thud sounded like something falling. An old man stepped out. The old man with a gentle face smiled at everyone, thanking them for coming to the Grand Extreme Lantern Pavilion and reminding them of the rule that stone gambling allowed no withdrawal. He pointed to the enormous raw stone behind him, introducing it as the largest newly excavated raw stone, the starting price 5,000 high-grade spirit stones. The entire hall immediately erupted into bidding, from 6,000 to 7,000 then to 10,000 spirit stones. At this moment, Duong Tran secretly used his divine sense to probe the raw stone. As soon as it touched the stone, his divine sense dissipated. He thought to himself it could not penetrate. He would try the heaven-devouring scripture or the severing meridian. Duong Tran immediately changed his method, using a special technique to investigate. Seeing clearly inside, he exclaimed in shock, "Is there only this much?" Someone nearby shouted a bid of 50,000. Duong Tran smiled faintly and said let them compete. He wondered who would be the unlucky one. Suddenly Duong Tran's left eye reacted strangely, astonishing him. Immediately after he smiled in delight and said this lantern stone could help refine the witch god Evil Eye. Duong Tran then spread the heaven-devouring scripture over the entire pile of stones in the pavilion. He discovered a small stone in the corner. The heaven-devouring scripture only revolved around this one without dispersing, proving there was a treasure. Thatch Chin transmitted his voice, asking what Duong Tran intended to do, reminding him that lantern stones were only useful to array masters. Duong Tran replied to the fourth senior brother that he urgently needed lantern stones. Their use was extremely great. Thatch Chin looked at the small stone and said doubtfully it was most likely a useless rock. Duong Tran laughed and said one could not judge merely by appearance. Hearing this, Tin Kai Van sneered, mocking that Duong Tran had just entered Hoa Mon's son and already wanted to get rich through stone gambling. Duong Tran replied indifferently that enemies truly met on a narrow road, then challenged Tin Kai Van whether he dared to gamble with him. Tin Kai Van revealed a crafty smile and said if he wanted to gamble, then gamble. He immediately agreed to Duong Tran's challenge, proposing they make it clear with one round. The shopkeeper stepped forward and bowed, asking young Master Van whom he wished to bet against. Duong Tran looked at the shopkeeper with displeased eyes, yet still took the initiative to raise his hand and speak. The shopkeeper stroked his beard, sizing Duong Tran up from head to toe before asking where he came from. Duong Tran folded his arms and closed his eyes, replying briefly with 3 words, Hoa Mon's son. Hearing this, the shopkeeper's face paled. He hurriedly said the two sides should negotiate the terms themselves. He would only act as witness. Tin Kai Van sneered and said they would only bet 20,000 high-grade spirit stones. The surroundings immediately buzzed. 20,000 spirit stones was an enormous sum for innate realm cultivators. Duong Tran turned to Dong Hong Yuang Tai to borrow spirit stones. Dong Hong Yuang Tai said bitterly that he had just joined Hun Kim Fong and was very poor. He also advised Duong Tran to forget it. Thatch Chin said dissatisfied that for merely 20,000 he had to borrow from outsiders, then took the initiative to lend it. Thatch Chin handed his storage ring to Duong Tran. He happily thanked the fourth senior brother. After checking the ring, Duong Tran was delighted to find there were as many as 50,000 spirit stones. With capital in hand, Duong Tran confidently mocked Tin Kai Van that as a disciple of Kim Fong, he was truly stingy. Tin Kai Van asked in return how much Duong Tran intended to bet. He would follow to the end. Duong Tran raised 5 fingers, declaring a bet of 50,000 high-grade spirit stones. Tin Kai Van laughed loudly in agreement, believing Duong Tran was courting disaster. The shopkeeper announced the bet between Duong Tran and Tin Kai Van. Each side 50,000 spirit stones. Whoever obtained a lantern stone would win. He immediately called the executioner to prepare to open the raw stone. The executioner swung his horse-chopping blade fiercely at the raw stone. Cut was sharp and clean, the stone surface flat without the slightest chip. Tin Kai Van laughed smugly and told Duong Tran to prepare for bankruptcy. Duong Tran calmly told the executioner to continue cutting. The executioner swung his blade again, another powerful strike. A large lantern stone glowing brilliantly was revealed, causing everyone to cry out in shock. Tin Kai Van shouted in panic, unable to believe this broken stone contained a treasure. Duong Tran spread his hands and laughed, saying if Tin Kai Van dared to play, he must dare to accept the loss. Hand over the spirit stones quickly. Tin Kai Van angrily threw the money pouch over, roaring that it was only temporary luck. Duong Tran took the money, then returned the ring to Thatch Chin, inviting everyone to dine at the best place in Lion City. Asked Tiu Van Duong which high-class restaurant in the city was the most famous. Tiu Van Duong replied that the Lian residence was renowned. More than half of the cultivators in eastern Zion knew of. Duong Tran was surprised upon hearing the name. It sounded very strange. Tiu Van Duong explained that the Lian residence was famous not for its food or wine, but for the ancient artifact Then Lian. Legend said no one could refine it. Guests only needed to pay a fee to try activating the mysterious ice black lotus. Duong Tran cried out in excitement and immediately proposed going to Then Lian residence. Inside Then Lian residence it was packed, with people lining up to try to activate the lotus. Duong Tran sighed that with so many people no one had yet managed to make the lotus shine. Vin Lao reminded him that this was a crude soul artifact. The refining method was poor, wasting materials. Duong Tran asked blankly what a soul artifact was. Vin Lao explained that a soul artifact was a special kind of spirit artifact. Duong Tran then asked whether the mysterious ice black lotus was also a spirit artifact. Vin Lao said it was indeed a spirit artifact, but not suitable for Duong Tran, making him curiously ask why. Vin Lao answered that it was because Duong Tran was not a heavenly Tao soul master, leaving him stunned. Bin Lao explained that a heavenly Tao soul master was someone with special talent in the soul, extremely rare and terrifying. Duong Tran widened his eyes in shock and asked whether it was truly that frightening. Bin Lao affirmed it was so, and said there was such a person beside Duong Tran. Duong Tran asked in surprise who it was. Bin Lao projected the image of a little girl he had not seen for a long time. It was Thien Lin Hai. Duong Tran was startled to realize Lin Hai was a heavenly Tao soul master. The mysterious ice black lotus suited her perfectly. Bin Lao confirmed this, causing Duong Tran to drool in anticipation. After a moment of thought, he gritted his teeth in determination. In that case, he must obtain the mysterious ice black lotus at all costs. This moment Thatch Chin stepped forward and asked directly, "The rule is that as long as 5 petals are lit, the mysterious ice black lotus will belong to me, correct?" Elder Van Coy of the Van family nodded in confirmation. "As long as you accomplish that, this ancient artifact will be yours." The surrounding crowd revealed looks of disdain upon seeing Thatch Chin, whispering that he was dreaming of taking the then Lian. Thatch Chin pointed at himself and introduced, "I am Thatch Chin of Hoa Mon Son." Hearing that title, the entire crowd immediately gaped. Many were stunned in shock. Van Coy stroked his beard thoughtfully and slowly said, "Thatch Chin of Hoa Mon Son." So a disciple of Hoa Mon Son, however. At that moment, Thatch Chin had already poured true energy into the lotus, giving a light shout. The mysterious ice black lotus immediately showed a faint glow on its petals. Crowd exclaimed repeatedly. It truly lit up. Indeed, someone from Hoa Mon Son. It was said the last time was 10 years ago that anyone succeeded. Van Coy's expression changed as he inwardly cried trouble. The bald fellow had lit 3 petals. If 5 were fully lit, the consequences would be unimaginable. At this point, Thatch Chin could only admit defeat. He withdrew his hand and gave up. Van Coy was drenched in sweat, but finally let out a sigh of relief. Thatch Chin shouted unwillingly that sooner or later he would bring this then Lian back to Hoa Mon Son. Van Coy wiped his sweat, then suddenly paused. Wait, there was someone accompanying Thatch Chin. Duong Tran looked at the mysterious ice black lotus with great interest in his heart. He asked Van Coy, "Senior, as long as 5 petals are lit, the then Lian can be taken away, correct?" Van Coy answered with certainty that this had been the rule since then Lian residence was established. Inwardly delighted, because Duong Tran was only at the 9th level Heaven Union realm. Immediately after Duong Tran placed his hand on the then Lian, light burst forth instantly, 3 lotus petals shining brightly at once. The surrounding crowd stared wide-eyed in shock, unable to believe a young boy could light 3 petals. Duong Tran calmly said, 5 petals now." Elder Van's eyes bulged, his jaw nearly dropped. He stammered and asked, "Who exactly are you?" Thatch Chin proudly introduced, "That is my junior brother, the 6th of Hoa Mon Son." Duong Tran lifted the lotus, while Van Coy cried out in alarm, "You are Duong Tran." Duong Tran noticed the lotus was unusually heavy and frowned. "Is there a restriction on it?" Bin Lao reminded his master to stay calm. He only needed to use sacred flame true chi. Thatch Chin rolled up his sleeves and said, "Junior brother, let me help." But Van Coy immediately stopped him. "Others are not allowed to assist. If you cannot carry it, you bear the consequences." Thatch Chin angrily cursed that it was said lighting 5 petals was enough. Adding a restriction was truly shameless. Duong Tran reassured him, "Fourth senior brother, do not be angry. Watch me handle it." He stood still in thought, while Van Coy smugly believed this restriction could not be shaken even by a martial king. Just as that thought ended, the lotus had vanished. Van Coy's eyes nearly popped out as he cried in panic, "Where is the then Lian?" Duong Tran replied indifferently, "Why do you care? The then Lian is already mine." Thatch Chin threatened coldly, "What is it? Are you planning to go back on your word?" Van Coy hurriedly begged, "Young Master Tran, please return this then Lian. I will compensate with another spirit artifact." Duong Tran firmly refused. "Sorry, I have affinity with the mysterious ice black lotus. I cannot give it up." Van Coy still tried to persuade him, proposing to negotiate terms, as long as the then Lian was returned. Duong Tran impatiently shouted that he had already said he would not give it up. Thatch Chin also grew angry, and warned that if they did not step aside, they should not blame them for acting before everyone. Van Coy was so furious he was speechless, only managing to utter the word "you." After that, Duong Tran returned to his lodging. Bin Lao also manifested. Duong Tran asked Bin Lao whether he had discovered anything unusual within the mysterious ice black lotus. Bin Lao replied that the secret was still unclear, but the Van family's willingness to exchange a spirit artifact proved its value was immense. Duong Tran scratched his head worriedly. So what should be done now? Bin Lao proposed using lantern stones, to refine the witch god left eye to examine the secret. Duong Tran immediately took out the lantern stones and agreed. One day later, all the lantern stones had been fully refined. Duong Tran exclaimed joyfully that he had finally succeeded. He placed the mysterious ice black lotus before him and used the witch god left eye to observe carefully. From the lotus spread a thin icy aura like winter breath, coiling through the space. Within that aura a line of words suddenly appeared. Duk Thai Tri Deen Tai Thuong One Sword. Duong Tran asked Bin Lao the meaning of the words. Bin Lao also shook his head saying he had never heard of it. At that moment Thatch Chin pushed the door open and stepped in. The two looked at each other in surprise. Duong Tran hurriedly asked whether the fourth senior brother knew of Tai Thuong One Sword. Thatch Chin cried out in astonishment. How could he not know? It was the divine sword technique of the dragon's sovereign great emperor. Duong Tran was bewildered upon hearing this, his mind filled with questions. Took the opportunity to ask further, then where is Duk Thai Tri Deen? Thatch Chin thought for a moment, and answered it might be at the peak of first mountain of Duk Thai Divine Mountain in eastern Zion. Duong Tran quickly waved his hand, saying it was nothing, then asked what matter had brought Thatch Chin. Thatch Chin handed over an invitation, saying the Van family invited the young geniuses of eastern Zion to a tea gathering. Duong Tran took the invitation and hesitated, asking whether he should go since he had just seized the mysterious ice black lotus. Thatch Chin laughed loudly to reassure him. Whoever dared touch you, I would level the eastern Zion Imperial Palace. After that, Duong Tran and Kim Vo Kayat went together to the eastern Zion Imperial Palace. Seeing the two brothers, the crowd whispered all sorts of things with jealous tones. Duong Tran folded his arms and laughed loudly in response. Was not the tea gathering only for geniuses? He cast a contemptuous glance and said being teammates with them would be an insult. After speaking, he walked away, leaving the crowd furious yet not daring to follow inside. Van Lien Than hurried over to apologize, blaming his juniors for their rudeness. The apology was like cold water poured over them. Everyone was stunned. Duong Tran replied indifferently that one could not stoop to argue with dogs. Van Lien Than maintained a gentle smile outwardly, inwardly furious yet still trying to smooth things over. Duong Tran smiled politely, inwardly thinking the Van family surely had designs on the then Lien. With that thought, he took his leave, saying he had urgent matters to handle. Van Lien Than panicked and tried to hold him back, begging Duong Tran to stay for the tea gathering. That moment Tin Kai Van appeared from behind, angrily shouting whether Duong Tran intended to make Van Lien Than lose face. Duong Tran immediately shot back, his tone arrogant and unrestrained. Tin Kai Van, you truly do not know what fear is. Someone with such poor memory like you will not live long. Moreover, what does this matter have to do with you? Are you a dog that barks at everyone you see? Tin Kai Van erupted in fury like flames of hatred burning the past, his whole body scorching as if about to explode, his aura surging like a steam train. He ground his teeth and growled like a stray dog staring fixedly at Duong Tran. Van Lien Than on the other side lost his temper and shouted loudly, Tin Kai Van, shut your mouth at once. Immediately after, he switched to a gentle face, fawning and flattering like a pet before Duong Tran, chuckling as he said, Young Master Duong Tran, inviting you here today is truly because there is an important matter to discuss. Duong Tran was slightly surprised, but his attitude remained arrogant. He raised his brow and said, Oh, what matter requires negotiation with me? Without beating around the bush, Van Lien Than went straight to the point. Young Master Zhen, look at this profound ice black lotus. To you it is merely trash. Why not trade it to me? I guarantee benefits that will satisfy you. Duong Tran thought to himself that it was indeed so, then slowly replied, Your Highness Lien Than, you are too late. My fourth senior brother found it interesting and took it for research. It is no longer in my possession. Van Lien Than pretended to be displeased, his probing gaze fixed on Duong Tran as he said, Young Master Tran, are you playing with me? Duong Tran pointed behind the hall and answered calmly, How could that be, Your Highness Lien Than? Perhaps you have found the wrong person. Ask my fourth senior brother and it will be clear. Going in circles tires me. If you want to trade, then go directly to him. As if struck at a sore spot, his attempt to salvage the situation failed and he was ignored. The leader of a region could not help but feel awkward. When Van Lien Than heard the name Thatch Chin, he stammered, Well, this matter. Duong Tran showed a hint of pity, then turned and walked away with his arms folded, saying coldly to his half-brother, Tiu Kayat, Let us go. Suddenly a voice transmitted over, Than Nhi, quickly stop him. I sense the aura of the Divine Lotus. The Divine Lotus is on him. Hearing that, Van Lien Than immediately rushed forward to block the way, revealing his true face. He pointed straight at Duong Tran with a scrutinizing gaze and said, "Duong Tran, stop your tricks. I am certain the Divine Lotus is on you." Duong Tran burst into loud laughter after hearing that. "Do you think you crawled into my stomach?" He put his hands on his hips and laughed as he said, "Van Lien Than, you are truly ridiculous, daring to block my path like this. Are you planning to rob me?" At that moment, a figure descended from above, imposing in bearing, clearly someone of much higher status than the previous man. This person was Van Kung, the third son of the ruler of Dong Xian. Looking at the gaunt, cold face and the sharp, dangerous eyes of that man, Duong Tran was startled and stepped back, thinking that this person was at least a martial king or a purple mansion expert whose cultivation he could not see through. Though slightly flustered, Duong Tran quickly calmed himself and said mockingly, "Today truly broadens my view of the Dong Xian royal family. First luring me into the palace. When you could not obtain it, you resort to robbery." Having his scheme exposed, Van Kung shouted angrily, "Brat, do not push me too far." Hearing that, Duong Tran grew even angrier and retorted, "Push what? Clearly you bully the weak with strength. Do not think Fire Gate Mountain is easy to provoke. Anyone who dares look down on me will pay a tragic price." Van Kung was cursed to his face without warning. He roared in fury, "Boy, is the Imperial Palace a place you come and go as you please, daring to openly provoke us?" Pointed straight at Duong Tran. His face flushed red with anger as he said through clenched teeth, "A mere disciple dares insult me. Take one move from me and die." From Van Kung's finger shot out a terrifying energy, its power bursting forth like overflowing rage. The surroundings shook and shattered, causing Duong Tran eyes to widen in shock. Swordlight shot straight at him. Duong Tran immediately activated lifeless killing intent to resist. Killing aura erupted and enveloped his whole body, his eyes cold and frightening. In the air appeared a ferocious ghost face, dark red along with countless eerie images like life-saving talismans, making viewers' hair stand on end. Even tens of miles away, Thach Chin sensed the blazing red killing intent from the Dong Xian palace. He was startled and thought, could it be little junior brother? Without hesitation, Thach Chin immediately rushed toward the Dong Xian imperial palace, cursing loudly. Seeing Thach Chin charging in, several imperial guards immediately flew out to block him and shouted, "Who dares trespass into the imperial palace?" Thach Chin angrily swung his hand and struck as he shouted, "Get lost." A gigantic hand appeared, easily swatting 3 imperial guards away like flies. Back here, Duong Tran was struggling to dissolve Van Kung's sword intent, sweat pouring down showing the situation was extremely dire. Duong Tran could not completely dodge in time. A loud explosion sounded, and he was still heavily struck. The aftershock knocked Duong Tran onto his back, spitting fresh blood. His eyes rolled white. Seeing this, Kim Vo Kiat cried out in panic, "Big brother." He hurriedly ran over to support Duong Tran. Van Kung saw that he was still alive and could not help being astonished. A full-force martial king's strike failed to kill a Heaven Union brat. At that moment, Thach Chin descended from the sky, his face full of killing intent as he roared, "Which bastard dares strike my little junior brother?" He landed beside Duong Tran and called out loudly, "Little junior brother." Seeing Duong Tran in critical condition, Thach Chin hurriedly took out a pill and stuffed it into his mouth, saying it could only stabilize him temporarily. They had to quickly return and inform second senior sister. Thach Chin carried Duong Tran over his shoulder, stared coldly at Van Kung and said, "I will remember this debt," while Van Kung stood still like a statue. Immediately after, Thach Chin sped away with Duong Tran and Kim Vo Kiat, leaving Van Kung standing there stunned, not understanding what had just happened. Van Kung broke into a cold sweat watching their figures fade away, thinking that the bald man must be Thach Chin of the fire courtyard, his cultivation truly unfathomable. The scene shifted. Thach Chin brought the two back to Fire Mountain Gate. Bo to En-hin and Zhao N.H.I. opened the door with worried expressions. As soon as they saw them, Kim Vo Kiat turned pale and pleaded, "Second senior sister save big brother," while Bo to En-hin calmly replied that it was only a little blood spat, and yet they were already flustered. After speaking, Bo to En-hin took out a bluish glowing spiritual medicine, its abundant spiritual power astonishing. He directly fed the spiritual medicine into Duong Tran's mouth, her face slightly puffed, making her look very adorable. Without needing refinement, though unconscious, Duong Tran instinctively swallowed the spiritual medicine quickly. Soon after the medicinal power took effect, Duong Tran slowly opened his eyes, his gaze hazy and weary. Kim Vo Kiat happily exclaimed that big brother had awakened, while Bo to En-hin still maintained her usual cold demeanor. As soon as he woke, Duong Tran inquired about the beauty, causing Bo to En-hin to ask in surprise, "Second senior sister, why are you here?" Bo to En-hin replied irritably, "If not for that bald fellow, I would not have come." Failing to protect properly and making me take action. Thatch Chin is being punished outside. Duong Tran scratched his head awkwardly and said, "Second senior sister, do not blame fourth senior brother. Without him, I would have died." Ota Enheen gritted her teeth and said the Van family is too despicable, daring to use a martial king against you. Rest assured, I have informed eldest senior brother. If they do not know their place, Fire Mountain Gate will level the Van family. Duong Tran was startled after hearing that and asked, "Is it that serious? Truly level the royal city? Is that not excessive?" Ota Enheen replied coldly, "Excessive what? They broke the rules first. Do they think Fire Mountain Gate is easy to bully?" Zhao Nhai worriedly asked Duong Tran, "Little junior brother, how are your injuries? Are they serious?" Duong Tran smiled and said it was nothing, but Zhao Nhai immediately became stern and scolded him not to force himself. Purple Mansion injuries cannot be taken lightly. The matter of the Van family would wait until eldest senior brother returned. Duong Tran asked curiously, "Second senior sister, who exactly is eldest senior brother to possess such terrifying authority?" Zhao Nhai smiled and replied, "Eldest senior brother is in Ba. You do not even know this." Duong Tran asked blankly, "Who is in Ba?" Zhao Nhai could not help but scold affectionately. Little junior brother is truly ignorant, not even knowing senior brother and Ba. Bo Tu Enheen patted Zhao Nhai head and said in defense, "Little junior brother has only been in Dong Zion for a short time. Not knowing is normal." Zhao Nhai regained confidence and asked, "Little junior brother, have you heard of the Northern Emperor Mountain Lord?" Duong Tran replied, "The Northern Emperor Mountain Lord is one of the 4 great forces. Does he have a connection to eldest senior brother?" Zhao Nhai giggled and said, "Eldest senior brother and Ba is the Northern Emperor Mountain Lord." Duong Tran and Kim Vo Kiat widened their eyes and mouths, shocked speechless. At this moment, someone entered to report respectfully, "Senior brothers and sisters, someone outside seeks an audience saying there is an important matter." Bo Tu Enheen snorted coldly and said, "If it is someone from the Van family, we will not see them." That person withdrew. Van Kung respectfully asked, "What happened to little junior brother?" Messenger hesitated and replied, "Senior Van." The senior brothers and sisters said they do not wish to meet. Hearing that, Van Kung broke into a cold sweat, not expecting to be bluntly refused, immediately realizing the seriousness and deciding to report to his imperial father. Van Kung entered the hall to pay respects to the ruler, kneeling on one knee and greeting father, his heart anxious about the fate of the Van family. Ruler Van Chuang asked in a deep voice, "How does Fire Mountain Gate intend to compensate?" Van Kung replied anxiously, "Father, they were rude and refused to meet me," and also said. Seeing his son hesitate, the ruler frowned and asked, "Said what?" Van Kung answered gravely, "They said they would level our royal city and annihilate the Van family." The ruler could not believe it and tilted his head as he asked again, "Did they truly say that?" Van Kung stood speechless. The ruler snorted coldly, slammed his hand on the chair and shouted, "At this point you still dare hide from me? Old as I am, yet faced with a son who brings disaster." Van Kung trembled and clasped his hands, pleading, "Father, I was wrong." So angry, the ruler still waved helplessly and dismissed him, saying, "Withdraw. I will handle this matter myself." Afterward, Van Kung left quietly with a panicked face, still not truly understanding the severity of this matter, still deluding himself that with his father backing him, there would always be a way out. Ruler Van Chuang turned to look at the young man standing behind him and said in a low voice, standing there like a shadow, "Bat Hoi, come out." And Bat Hoi stepped out, handsome yet cold, his hair spiked like thorns. He respectfully saluted and bowed, greeting great-grandfather. Van Chuang looked at his great-grandson, then slowly asked, "In your view, was what your third great-grandfather did this time too foolish? He appears a playboy, yet is actually a meticulous strategist." Van Bat Hoi thought carefully, then replied, "Great-grandfather, in my view at present we must appear in a weaker position." Hearing that, Van Chuang slightly frowned, and his voice deepened. "Continue." Van Bat Hoi continued analyzing. "Everything is still in preparation. Many links remain unclear. At this time, we absolutely should not confront Fire Gate Mountain. Moreover, we were at fault first. It is best to prioritize satisfying their demands." Van Chuang's face immediately darkened, a fierce aura spreading. "What if they demand the life of third great-grandfather?" Van Bat Hoi answered frankly, "Great-grandfather, that is absolutely unacceptable. Third great-grandfather is alive. If Dong Zion allows outsiders to demand the life of a royal relative, it would become the laughingstock of the world." Van Chuang lowered his head in contemplation, then said, "Very well, withdraw. I am tired. At this age, I should be resting peacefully, not sitting here being threatened with my life." As Van Bat Hoi turned to leave, a dark shadow silently appeared beside them. It was Shadow Slave Macthap. He said in a low voice, "Master, little Bat Hoi is truly outstanding and values kinship. Only his eerie appearance makes others uncomfortable." Van Chuang stroked his chin thoughtfully, then said, "Kinship. These two words are quite laughable. Macthap, you underestimate Bat Hoi. His scheming mind runs deep. He even wishes to calculate against me. Only he is still inexperienced for now. Macthap replied, Master, setting aside Bat Hoy matter, the divine lotus has fallen into Fire Gate Mountain hands. If Old Can uncovers the secret within it, then it will be troublesome. That mentioned Van Chuang stroked his beard and nodded. Indeed, Old Can is unfathomable. In all Dong Zion, he is the one most feared. The Van family has studied the divine lotus for many years without understanding it. Even if Old Can obtains it, he may not comprehend it. Only at this rate, I fear, we no longer have fate with Supreme Azure One Sword. Macthap chuckled softly and said, Master, if Supreme Azure One Sword truly exists, it must lie in an extremely perilous place. Perhaps Old Can may even lose his life there. At the same time at Fire Gate Mountain, a group of people with imposing aura appeared, looking as if a tense confrontation was about to occur. Unexpectedly, Bo to Enheen personally came out to welcome them, smiling as she greeted, Eldest senior brother, long time no see. Have you been well recently? The one who made to Enheen smile brightly was eldest senior brother, Northern Emperor Mountain Lord and Ba. He laughed loudly and replied, It seems little junior brother is fine. Only then do you have the mood to tease me like this. Bo to Enheen chuckled softly in praise, as expected of eldest senior brother with such sharp eyes. Just a glance and you understood at once. Ba asked in return, You are still the same. How has that old man been lately? Bo to Enheen folded her arms and replied, You know his temper well. He refuses to return to the mountain all year round. Perhaps he could die in some corner and no one would even know. And Ba burst into laughter. Forget that. Let us go in and see how little junior brother is doing. Ba stepped into the room and looked straight at Duong Tran, and lying on the bed he also sensed that gaze. And Ba nodded and said, That old man may not excel at much else, but his judgment of people is precise. This little junior brother talent even surpasses ours. Duong Tran quickly got off the bed and saluted, paying respects to eldest senior brother. I have long heard your name. Seeing you today is truly far from what I imagined. Ba was slightly taken aback and asked, Different in what way? Duong Tran smiled flatteringly. I used to hear that eldest senior brother is a renowned great figure of Dong Zion, but in my view it does not quite match. Fearing he might misspeak, Bo to Enheen reminded him, Little junior brother, do not speak nonsense. Duong Tran continued, In my opinion, eldest senior brother is the most imposing figure in all Dong Zion. And Ba and Bo to Enheen were both stunned, unsure whether he was praising or teasing, only feeling that Duong Tran changed direction so quickly that everyone was bewildered. Duong Tran spoke fluently in analysis. The strongest figures of Dong Zion are either old and frail or nearing decline. Only eldest senior brother stands at his peak. In the future, you will surely surpass all realms and shake the world. Ba laughed heartily in delight. Little junior brother truly has a silver tongue, but honeyed words often carry poison. Enough of that. Tell me why you were injured. Bo to Enheen sighed and said, The Van family is too shameless. They dared send a martial king to attack little junior brother. After hearing this, and Ba grew furious and shouted, That surnamed Van is truly arrogant, daring to bully the weak with strength. I must seek justice. Bo to Enheen quickly stopped him. Eldest senior brother, do not be rash. This is Van family territory. Acting recklessly will harm the sect. Ba disagreed and pointed toward Duong Tran, saying, Can such vermin still speak of reason? I have no need to fear them. Bo to Enheen calmly replied, Before taking action we must speak of reason. Since you have arrived, the Van family surely knows. Let us wait and see their response. At the same time, within the Van family, the three sons of Van Chuong had gathered. On the left was Van Zhen Zion. On the right was the stout Van Dai Kone. Van Dai Kone respectfully said, Father, Fire Gate Mountain clearly does not intend to let this go. Judging by their style, they will not be easy to handle. Van Kung retorted, Elder brother need not worry too much. If we yield excessively, outsiders will think the Van family fears them. Van Chuong turned and asked, Van Zhen Zion, what is your view? Van Zhen Zion replied, Father, we were at fault first. The grand ceremony has spread everywhere. It is best to negotiate first. If their demands are not excessive, we can concede to preserve the greater situation. Van Chuong nodded in satisfaction, handed a token to Van Zhen Zion and said, Take this and invite and Ba. Just say I invite him for wine. Soon Fire Gate Mountain received notice. The Van family had sent someone again, bringing the ruler token to request an audience. And Ba was slightly surprised. Since there is a token we should give face, let him in. Van Zhen Zion entered and saluted, respectfully paying homage to Lord Northern Emperor. My father invites you for wine. And Ba laughed boldly. Wine, you say? Then let us settle old debts as well. Lead the way. Seeing and Ba follow without caution, Bo to Enheen called out worriedly. And Ba waved his hand and replied, Rest assured, I will return shortly. Bo to Enheen was still uneasy. The Van family are all schemers. Duong Tran comforted her. Second senior sister, this is a matter between eldest senior brother and Van Chuong. Even so, Bo to Enheen kept watching, and Ba figure, entering the Van family lair alone, left her unsettled. Duong Tran continued reassuring her, this bout is likely just probing. Neither side has revealed their trump cards. Bo to Enheen nodded. That old fox Van Chuong will likely use this opportunity to resolve your matter. Time passed and night gradually fell. Suddenly, a figure descended from above into the courtyard of Fire Gate Mountain. Bo to Enheen sensed the familiar aura, and together with Zhao Nhai opened the door to welcome him. And Ba appeared with a radiant smile, looking relaxed as if he had gained greatly. Bo to Enheen stepped forward and asked, eldest senior brother, you are unharmed. And Ba reassured her, only a minor scrape. Let us speak inside, lest it grow cold. Inside the house, and Ba said proudly, this time I lost half a move, but have seen through Van Chuong weakness. Next time it is uncertain who will prevail. During this, Bo to Enheen felt more at ease. And Ba took out a pouch and said with a smile to Duong Tran, this time the Van family had to pay a heavy price. Misfortune turned into fortune. How Nhai eyes lit up as she asked, eldest senior brother, what treasures are there? And Ba introduced, first is Tengyuan Mother Stone. Little junior brother wooden sword has awakened spirit, so it suits it well. Bo to Enheen was slightly surprised and asked, Tengyuan Mother Stone. Duong Tran asked curiously, second senior sister, what is this item? Bo to Enheen explained, Tengyuan Mother Stone appears only once in 1,000 years. Fusing it into a sword will enhance its ability to generate spiritual chi. After hearing this, Duong Tran eyes shone in astonishment. And Ba continued, the second spoil is 3 drops of white dew. That old man denied repeatedly, yet still had to hand them over. Bo to Enheen asked in surprise, what is white dew? Vin Lao exclaimed, there is white dew even here. Duong Tran asked further, could it be that this thing is very rare? Vin Lao explained, white spirit essence dew is a rare treasure. Only innate cultivators and above can refine it. It strengthens spiritual sense. Bo to Enheen understood and smiled, so it is white spirit essence dew. Van Chuong is truly willing to pay. Ba replied unhappily, willing what? I threatened him that if he did not hand it over, I would kill his son. Otherwise, he would have been reluctant. Bo to Enheen eagerly urged, where is the third treasure? Hurry and show it. And Ba spoke seriously to Duong Tran. These items suit you well, but refining them will not be easy. As Duong Tran was about to open it, he was reminded, little junior brother, wait until we return to the sect before examining it carefully. Zhao Nhai asked curiously, what exactly is inside that bottle? And Ba slowly explained, seeing little junior brother carries fire attribute, I demanded that item from Van Chuong. In truth, many in Dong Zion know Van Chuong secretly controls a small secret realm at the Flaming Demon Abyss, where a special earth fire is born called Great Luo Demonic Flame. Hearing this, Bo to Enheen was startled and immediately asked, Great Luo Demonic Flame, eldest senior brother. Normally that is Van Chuong trump card. How could he hand it to an outsider? Could that old ghost be playing tricks? This moment Vin Lao appeared and warned, Master, be careful of that black stone bottle. I sense the evil aura within is far from simple. Duong Tran nodded and replied, I also feel something is wrong. Let us heed eldest senior brother and deal with it after returning to the sect. Ba said to everyone, very well. I will escort you back to Fire Gate Mountain. I fear that old fox Van Chuong may go back on his word. Hearing this, Zhao Nhai seemed doused with cold water and sighed. Ah, I have not even had fun yet. Youthful restlessness cut short left her visibly disappointed. After a while, Duong Tran sat quietly looking at the black box eldest senior brother had given. Vin Lao stood beside him equally curious, yet none dared open it. After a long silence, Bin Lao urged, Master, leaving it like this is not good. Why not open it and see, with me guarding you, what is there to fear? At last Duong Tran made up his mind, and gently twisted open the lid. As soon as the lid opened, a surge of aura poured out. A gray-black flame sparkling like containing a galaxy shot out. Bin Lao stared wide-eyed, suddenly crying out in alarm, this is bad. Master, quickly circulate origin fire. That black flame is extremely strange. That black flame was Great Luo Demonic Flame. Seeing Duong Tran resist and launch a move, it reacted as if sentient and counterattacked. It circled once, breaking free from origin fire control, and shot straight into Duong Tran's sea of consciousness, causing Bin Lao to cry out. Everything happened too fast, leaving outsiders stunned. Within Duong Tran body, Great Luo Demonic Flame laughed proudly, never expecting this brat body to be so perfect. Even his soul has reached such a high realm. Outside, Vin Lao saw Duong Tran eyes roll white, as if soulless, and hurriedly warned, Master, be careful. It wants to seize your body. Great Luo Demonic Flame opened its mouth wide to devour Duong Tran's soul, its sharp teeth like saws making the scene terrifying. It laughed, declaring this body was now its own. At that moment, another surge of flame erupted violently, startling Great Luo Demonic Flame, its entire form trembling as if about to collapse. It screamed in agony as if twisted within a fireball, shouting what kind of soul fire is this, begging Duong Tran to release it and promising a great fortune. Duong Tran's soul manifested and coldly asked, "Who exactly are you? Why are you hidden within great Luo demonic flame?" Remnant soul trembled and replied, "I am a wisp of remnant soul of Luo Yan, demon emperor of the demon race, gravely injured, so forced to dwell within demonic flame. Release me, and I will grant you a heaven-defying fortune." Duong Tran asked impatiently, "Speak plainly, what fortune?" Great Luo demonic flame roared angrily, "It is a Khanate spirit treasure." Duong Tran continued asking, "Where is it located?" Remnant soul replied, "Tempted now, it is at Flame Cavern." Duong Tran pressed further, asking where Flame Cavern is. The remnant soul said weakly, "Deep beneath the imperial palace of the royal city. The entrance is within Zhengde Hall." Duong Tran drew closer with icy killing intent and asked, "What else do you know?" Great Luo demonic flame pleaded in pain, "Before speaking, withdraw the soul fire. My remnant soul is about to dissipate." Instead, Duong Tran laughed with relish and replied, "Then die." Remnant soul had no chance to beg further before being burned away by soul fire, only managing a miserable scream before vanishing. Afterward, Duong Tran regained consciousness, clutching his head unsteadily. Vin Lao hurried over to inquire. Duong Tran replied wearily, "I am fine. Just now within demonic flame was a remnant soul of Luo Yan, demon emperor of the cloud demon race, but I have destroyed it." Bin Lao was shocked. How could a demon emperor of the cloud demon race intrude into the human realm and remain only a remnant soul? Duong Tran suddenly remembered and asked, "Vin Lao, do you know of Khanate's spirit treasure? That demon emperor revealed its whereabouts to me." Vin Lao broke into cold sweat in shock and asked incredulously, "Khanate's spirit treasure? If he possessed such a thing, why would he be reduced to a remnant soul?" In contrast to Vin Lao fear, Duong Tran calmly asked, "What exactly is a Khanate spirit treasure? Is it stronger than a spirit artifact?" Vin Lao sighed and explained, "Since primordial chaos, a few special treasures were born with the world itself. Those are Khanate spirit treasures." After hearing this, Duong Tran eyes widened in astonishment. Vin Lao said excitedly, "This is a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity. The value of a Khanate spirit treasure far surpasses myriad spirit artifacts." Hearing this, Duong Tran felt both eager and doubtful. Those words stirred Duong Tran resolve. He smiled and said that after growing stronger, he would certainly visit the imperial palace of the royal city to investigate. Bin Lao then reminded him someone was approaching. At this moment, old Bald Can strode in with a stern aura, looked at Duong Tran and said, "Brat, come with me." Duong Tran was bewildered, wondering who this person was to enter and leave Fire Gate Mountain so freely. Before he could think further, he hurriedly saluted, paying respects to teacher. Old Can nodded in satisfaction and said there would be no need to bow in the future. He disliked formalities. Duong Tran smiled ingratiatingly and said, "Let me inform second senior sister and third senior brother. They will surely be delighted to know teacher has returned." Old Can frowned and replied, "Delighted? They probably wish I died outside. Enough, follow me." Duong Tran followed Old Can to the front of a cave sealed by arcs of lightning. Duong Tran asked in confusion, "Where is this teacher?" Old Can casually tore open the seal as if drawing aside a curtain and said, "Go in and you will know." The two stepped inside. Within was an eerie space with countless boxes floating, shrouded in mysterious force. Old Can instructed, "Stay here and memorize. Each month I will come to test you. Fail and you will bear the consequences." Duong Tran looked at the dense pile of boxes and lamented inwardly, "With so many, when will this end?" He casually picked up a bone slip, skimming its contents of spirit herbs, formations, pills, and all kinds of mixed knowledge. He muttered, what was the point of learning these? Seeing this, Vin Lao advised, "Master, do not be discouraged. Others would not even have the chance to learn." Duong Tran asked directly, "Are these pieces of knowledge truly useful?" Vin Lao smiled and replied, "Did you not once say your horizons were insufficient? This is precisely what builds them." Vin Lao explained that horizons are the amount of knowledge a cultivator holds. The more one knows, the greater the opportunities. Lacking it means missing countless fortunes. He also praised Old Can foresight. Duong Tran could only obediently accept and continued studying with the bone slip in hand. 20 days passed, and Duong Tran still studied diligently. Old Can suddenly appeared behind him, startling Duong Tran. Old Can asked, "How much have you learned?" Duong Tran respectfully replied, "I have read up to the 37th slip." Old Can nodded in praise of his speed and said he would test him. Duong Tran cried out in alarm, "Teacher, did you not say the test would be at the end of the month?" Old Can sneered that he even believed others' words. Remember this well. Duong Tran could only cry inwardly. Old Can changed the topic and asked, "Where does western fragrance grass usually grow?" Duong Tran froze because the bone slip did not record its habitat. Old Can grew furious and lashed him with a whip, scolding that he did not even know the basics. Duong Tran protested that it was not written on the slip. Old Can became angrier and shouted that such spirit herbs naturally grow where spiritual chi is abundant. Duong Tran was speechless and could not refute. Old Ken asked again, how many high-grade spirit stones does a Hunyuan pill cost? Duong Tran broke into a cold sweat since the slip did not state the price. He sought Vin Lao help in vain. Receiving no reply, he could only remain silent and endure. Duong Tran trembled in fear like fish on a chopping board. Old Ken struck him with another whip, turning his face pale. He pointed at him and roared, "What have you learned these 20 days?" Duong Tran replied resentfully, "Master, those things truly were not written on the slip." The old man roared in fury and berated Duong Tran mercilessly. "If it was not written, could you not think? Use your brain. Others' brains are full of folds from thinking, while yours is smooth from idleness. Brat, your performance is worse than I imagined. Truly disappointing. In a few days, I will return to test you again. If it is still like this, you will suffer more than a few lashes. Prepare to call your family." Only when Old Can's figure vanished did Duong Tran dare breathe out in relief. Then he turned to complain to the spirit. "Vin Lao, you wretch, why did you not help me?" Vin Lao replied helplessly, "Master, I was in a difficult position. Your teacher is too powerful. He has already detected me. If I revealed myself to help, the consequences would be unpredictable." Duong Tran looked at the pile of bone slips and sighed helplessly. Heavens, how long will it take to finish learning all this? In another room, Dich Thien Kai looked at the stack of documents on the table and said smugly, "Duong Tran, this time not only you, but your entire Fire Mountain gate will not survive." Just then a knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. Gan Hoa entered happily to deliver news to that blonde man. "Thien Kai, my father has basically agreed to our matter," leaving him stunned. Dich Thien Kai forced a smile and said stiffly, "Truly, Ngan Hoa, come inside and let us talk." Ngan Hoa beamed and boasted that this time he must thank her properly. She had spoken until her mouth was dry before he finally nodded. Dich Thien Kai showed worry again and said, "But," seeing him dejected, Ngan Hoa asked in surprise, "Thien Kai, what is wrong?" Dich Thien Kai said sadly that the gaze of his royal father was always probing. "Ngan Hoa, Duong Tran may not threaten me, but I hear he is targeting my royal father and my family in Eastern Land." Ngan Hoa reassured him that he was overthinking. Fire Gate Mountain can barely protect itself now. What can a mere Duong Tran do? Rest assured she would arrange protection for Eastern Land and conveniently clean up Eastern Emperor Mountain. He only needed to stay by her side. 3 months later, Duong Tran still buried himself in memorizing each bone slip. Old Ken suddenly appeared behind him, punctual indeed, but in a way Duong Tran did not desire. He asked, "How many slips have you read lately?" causing Duong Tran to open his eyes in despair. Duong Tran respectfully replied, "Teacher, this disciple is dull-witted. In 3 months I have read them all but dare not claim complete mastery." This time Old Can did not grow angry but calmly said, "Is that so? Then let me test you. Tell me why Great Desolation Temple is located at Great Desolation Mountain." Duong Tran answered immediately without long thought, "Teacher, in my view, Great Desolation Temple stands at Great Desolation Mountain for clear reasons, specifically 2 points." Old Ken folded his arms and watched closely. "Speak." Duong Tran began analyzing. "First, this position is near Blazing Wild Divine Mountain, making it convenient to suppress and monitor. Second, perhaps the founding patriarch once made a special vow and thus chose that place." Old Can sneered and suppressed his anger. "All baseless speculation, yet you did use your brain, so I will temporarily accept it. Next, do you know what the Man-Hand Curse is?" Duong Tran replied that 2,000 years ago a master died in Dong Zion. Before death, he cast a great divine ability establishing a curse so that Dong Zion cultivators leaving would suffer backlash and die. That is the Man-Hand Curse. Old Ken asked further, "Then how can that curse be broken?" Duong Tran answered quickly, "Once a Dong Zion cultivator breaks through to Emperor Realm, the curse will naturally dissipate." Old Ken nodded in satisfaction and turned away, saying this time was better than before. "Pack up and follow me to change location. 3 months here is acceptable." Duong Tran stood stunned, thinking it was over. Why had teacher changed temperament this time? Great gate opened, and Old Ken stepped through, thinking while walking whether it was appropriate for the young master to learn of Supreme Azure One Sword so early. Suddenly grew solemn and thought, no, this will not do. A grand game must be laid out. Old Ken waved his hand to lift the restriction and said to Duong Tran, "Enter." 2 stepped through. Before them lay a lush spirit herb garden intertwined in green, the verdant sight soothing the heart. Duong Tran widened his eyes in amazement and exclaimed that if he had not seen them in the previous cave, even standing before them, he would not know their effects. Old Can instructed that for the next month he would be responsible for tending the spirit herbs. Any mistake, and he would understand the consequences. Pointed to a stone table behind and said the jade slip records are there. Study on your own. If you damage the herbs, not only I but second senior sister will not spare you. Duong Tran picked up the jade slip and understood this was a test of spiritual sense control through spirit gathering restriction arrays in each herb garden. He eagerly set to work at once and chuckled, "Let me try." Duong Tran controlled his spiritual sense to channel spiritual power into the seedlings, yet they quickly withered, causing his face to pale. Looking at the dead plant, Duong Tran imagined his punishment and stood frozen in despair. He hurriedly asked Vin Lao if there was any secret technique to control spiritual sense. Vin Lao replied that there was no shortcut to controlling spiritual sense, only relentless practice. Duong Tran gritted his teeth and thought then so be it. He continued channeling spiritual power to the herbs, only hoping teacher and second senior sister would show mercy. After many failures, Duong Tran gradually grasped the rhythm. This time when he transmitted spiritual power, the plant no longer withered. Just then Bo to Enhin appeared behind and called little junior brother, startling Duong Tran into stammering. Tu Enhin asked in surprise how his spiritual sense was progressing. Duong Tran lowered his head and apologized. Second senior sister, due to my poor control, I ruined several herbs you planted. Bo to Enhin shook her head and said it was not entirely his fault. His spiritual sense had reached King Realm, while his cultivation was only Purple Mansion, so difficulty in control was normal. Duong Tran respectfully thanked second senior sister. Enhin smiled and said these are all seeds. Replant and practice, it will be easier. Duong Tran said gratefully, that second senior sister was truly kind. Tu Enhin smiled and said enough, eat first, then continue. After the meal, Duong Tran resumed channeling spiritual power to the seedlings. This time the spirit herbs grew robustly. Duong Tran laughed joyfully, it succeeded. Old Ken appeared and snorted coldly. In only half a day you have already killed more than 20 plants. Do you wish to ascend to heaven? Duong Tran thought stiffly that he had said the test was in a month. Truly this old man could not be trusted. Old Ken nodded inwardly that the young master indeed had aptitude, his spiritual sense control improving rapidly. He turned and said, in 1 month I will return. If there are still dead herbs, you will beware. Duong Tran sighed, thinking now he understood why the senior brothers and sisters wished this old man would die outside. 1 month later, Duong Tran tended the spirit herbs until they flourished beyond expectations. He thought to himself that thanks to the seeds second senior sister gave, his spiritual sense had clearly transformed. Suddenly Duong Tran sensed someone approaching and grew anxious. Has that old man arrived? This month I let 3 plants die. The one who came was Shen Lang Enhin, smiling and greeting. Duong Tran asked in surprise, third senior brother. Shen Lang Enhin smiled and said, Master assigned me to oversee your cultivation. Follow me. Duong Tran asked blankly, truly third senior brother? Shen Lang Enhin replied seriously, I do not joke about cultivation. Though teacher is difficult, he is strict in teaching. I will report your situation truthfully. Shen Lang Enhin opened a new mountain cave. Duong Tran asked in astonishment where this was. Shen Lang Enhin smiled and replied, Bamboo Mist Cave. Inside the cave, a sword was embedded in a stone pedestal. Countless bamboo trees surrounded it. Shen Lang Enhin picked up the sword and said, your task is to use this bamboo sword to strip bamboo bark and weave it into baskets, 1 per day for a month. Seeing the difficulty, Duong Tran asked Vin Lao, can it truly be stripped? Vin Lao observed and replied, do not underestimate this sword. Though not a spirit artifact, the array patterns upon it are quite special. He explained that this place is meant to train true chi control. As long as true chi is guided precisely, stripping bamboo is not difficult. Duong Tran began holding the bamboo sword to strip. With a sharp sound, a strip of bamboo bark was peeled away. Duong Tran was slightly startled, then continued. He stripped continuously. Vin Lao reminded him to train slowly. Duong Tran had already cut down countless bamboo stalks. Bamboo fragments scattered everywhere. Duong Tran looked around and cried out, there is no bamboo left. Shen Lang Enhin ran over calling little junior brother. Duong Tran sighed and said, third senior brother, there is no bamboo left at all. But Shen Lang Enhin immediately pulled Duong Tran away and whispered, follow me first. Now is not the time to discuss bamboo. Once outside, they saw Dong Huang Yuang Tai and Kim Vo Kiat already waiting, surprising Duong Tran. Duong Tran immediately asked, Tai brother, why are you here? Huang Yuang Tai urgently replied, Duong Tran, something major has happened. We must immediately return to the Far East. Duong Tran frowned and asked, does it involve Dich Thien Kai? Huang Yuang Tai nodded. Yes, I received news that Dich Thien Kai led people from Tai Hoa sect to slaughter at Dong Huang Sword Sect. Upon hearing this, Duong Tran flared with anger and shouted, Dich Thien Kai, he dares to do this. Huang Yuang Tai explained that rumors outside say ruler Van Chuang is about to break through to Emperor Realm, so Tai Hoa sect grows ever more arrogant. Moreover, Dich Thien Kai married the direct daughter of the Tai Hoa sect master. Huang Tran turned to Shen Lang Enheen and asked for third senior brother opinion. Shen Lang Enheen sighed and said, "Little junior brother teacher instructed that outside matters must be resolved by yourselves. This time we cannot borrow Fire Gate Mountain power. But remember, you are a disciple of Fire Gate Mountain. Whoever dares harm you, I will not spare his entire clan." Huang Tran, along with Kim Vo Kiat and Dong Huang Yuang Tai, immediately departed. Before leaving, he bowed in gratitude for third senior brother reminder. While flying, Duong Tran asked Yuang Tai, "The opponent has experts from Tai Hoa sect accompanying. Do you have reinforcements?" Huang Yuang Tai replied dejectedly, "Precisely because we do not that I came to find you." Duong Tran decisively said, "Then let us go to Zhen Wu Great Nation first." Not long after the three arrived at the royal capital of Zhen Wu Great Nation. Xiao Yun Duong greeted happily. Duong Tran Tiu Kayat long time no see. Duong Tran went straight to the point. "Brother Zio, today I have urgent business. I will not circle around. I came to ask for your help." Zio Yun Duong asked in surprise, "What help do you seek from me?" Duong Tran said seriously, "My enemy brought Tai Hoa sect experts to the Far East. They intend to harm my master and sect." Zio Yun Duong angrily shouted, "How shameless! I cannot decide this myself. Let me take you to see my father." Thus Duong Tran and the others were brought into the council hall. A minister spoke up. "Our Zhen Wu Great Nation has never formed enmity with Tai Hoa sect. Confronting them now is akin to courting destruction if Van Chuang truly breaks through to Emperor realm." Ruler Zio Ben said gravely, "I will go seek the old ancestor instruction." The ruler entered the inner hall and respectfully saluted to request audience with the old ancestor. Aged voice echoed, "What is to come will come." Zio Ben nervously reported, "Old ancestor, that person has." The voice interrupted, "I already know. Zhen Wu Great Nation is about to face great calamity. If handled wrongly, the nation may fall." Zio Ben asked in alarm, "Could it be that person is?" The old ancestor continued, "The divination shows there remains a thread of life, and that life lies with the three youths today." Zio Ben hurriedly asked, "Then what must I do?" The old ancestor replied briefly, "Satisfy all requests of those three youths." Afterwards, ruler Zio Ben personally met Duong Tran and the other two. He said firmly, "Duong Tran, I will accompany you to the Far East." Meanwhile, at the Eastern Land Imperial Palace, it was already surrounded by countless powerful experts. At the forefront stood Duong Ngan Hoa, Tai Hoa sect elder Fat Tap and Dich Thien Kai. Ngan Hoa pointed downward and smiled. Uncle Zhen below is the royal capital of Eastern Land, where brother Thien Kai was born. Thien Kai shouted loudly, 13th uncle has returned. Please subscribe to support the channel. Koi Trao Lai Tra Dich Vo Fang. Fat Tap asked in surprise, "You have come out of seclusion, Thien Kai?" Dich Thien Kai replied happily, "Yes, the sect even has honored guests accompanying." Dich Vo Fang hurriedly received them. "Are you distinguished guests of Tai Hoa sect? Please come inside." Outside Dong Huang's sword sect, a gigantic bird descended. Dong Huang Hao Zheng ran out and asked, "What has happened?" Messenger bird reported, "Eastern Land has arrived and brought Tai Hoa sect experts." Dong Huang Hao Zheng immediately ordered, "Activate the mountain guarding grand array. Invite Master Duong Tran and Dong Huang City Lord." As the great bird flew off, Dong Huang Hao Zheng sensed other disturbances. Waves of tearing wind sounded as many spirit beasts flew in. Dong Huang Hao Zheng immediately activated his token and shouted. Massive barrier instantly enveloped Dong Huang's sword sect. Hao Zheng thought to himself, this grand array was left by Elder Hoa, uncertain if it could withstand. Fat Tap asked in surprise, "Such a minor sect has such a protective array?" Dich Vo Fang replied disdainfully, "They must be frightened and hiding like turtles. Shall I go down to meet them?" Fat Tap nodded, "Good, we can test their strength." Dich Vo Fang unleashed his aura and shouted, "Dong Huang Hao Zheng, roll out and accept death." Dong Huang Hao Zheng shouted back, "If you wish to fight, come here. Do not bark nonsense." Dich Vo Fang sneered, "Facing death yet still stubborn, this time you will not escape." He rushed straight toward the barrier. The collision sent Dich Vo Fang rebounding backward. He cried out in shock, "A forbidden array." Dich Vo Fang shouted, "Do you think hiding behind a protective array lets you be turtles forever?" He unleashed a powerful palm strike against the barrier. The protective array was firm and sent him back once more. Ngan Hoa said in astonishment, "I did not expect Dong Huang Sword Sect protective array to be so formidable." She urged Fat Tap, "Uncle, do not waste time. Quickly exterminate them." Fat Tap laughed loudly, "You underestimate this formation. Even with full strength, it is hard to break immediately." Ngan Hoa asked in shock, "How can that be? Uncle, you are a King Realm expert." Fat Tap sneered, "The Far East spiritual power is depleted. This formation will collapse sooner or later." Dich Vo Fang stepped forward to report that Dong Huang Forbidden Array has unusual aspects. Fat Tap shouted, "Step aside, do not block me." He slowly flew close to the Forbidden Array. Fat Tap's entire body erupted with spiritual power, and he shouted a single word, "Go." Gigantic thunder lightning hand descended upon the forbidden array. Yet the protective array did not budge, causing Fat Tap to snort coldly. Dich Thien Kai and Dich Vo Fong both changed expression in disbelief. Tap summoned his soul seed and roared, "Break for me." The released soul seed made the situation perilous. The soul seed carried exterminating might as it descended below. The ground panicked cries arose. "Where can we flee now? Those 3 demon beasts have appeared this time. We likely cannot escape." Yet the grand array remained completely unharmed. Those below were still safe, not a single person injured. He immediately roared in fury, unable to believe things had turned out this way. Right after that, the next move was unleashed without hesitation. Sharp sword light tore through the air, slashing straight toward the head of the demon beast controlled by Dong Huang Hao Zhang. Seeing the black dragon charging in, he felt a bone-chilling aura. The black dragon was shrouded in killing intent. Black dragon carried Duong Tran and the others as it descended. The ruler of Zhen Wu Great Nation cried out in shock and asked Duong Tran what had happened. Dong Huang Yuang Tai gritted his teeth in anger, saying that, "Damn it, the people of Tai Hoa sect have indeed taken action." Yaban spoke to reassure everyone not to panic. Huang Mountain still had a powerful forbidden array protecting it, so the sect was temporarily safe. Seeing the black dragon circling in the sky, Dong Huang Hao Zheng shouted in joy that reinforcements had arrived. Everyone recognized the black dragon, inwardly wondering why the people of Zhen Wu Great Nation had appeared here. Moments later, the black dragon crashed down onto the ground, its aura surging like waves. Duong Tran suggested going down with Zio Ben and Uncle Zio to check the situation. Dong Huang Yuang Tai nodded, agreeing they should head to the sect first and decide later. 2 brothers leapt off the black dragon back and landed below. Hao Zheng raised both hands and opened 2 passages in the barrier, loudly calling Duong Tran and Yuang Tai to enter. Grand array rumbled deeply, a gap quickly opening ahead. The elders inside were still safe and sound, completely unaffected. Duong Tran ran forward anxiously, hurriedly asking about Master and Grandmaster condition. Respectfully saluted, blaming himself for placing everyone in danger, his voice filled with guilt. Tun Vo Enhai waved his hand and told him to rise, saying not to be so formal like an outsider lest it shame Dong Huang's sword set. Hao Zheng laughed heartily, saying Duong Tran arrived at the perfect time, while Duong Tran's face was filled with anger. Duong Tran reassured the sect master, saying Phoenix King faction would not remain arrogant for long. This return was to sweep them clean and restore clarity to Eastern land. Zio Ben laughed loudly, saying the experts of Tai Hoa sect would have to be handled by him personally. Declared the opponents could not escape. None would return alive to Dong Zion. Yun Duong still looked worried, turning to his father with uneasy eyes. Zio Ben waved his hand, saying only one martial king was worth noting. The rest were rabble unworthy of mention. After speaking, Zio Ben and Duong Tran flew upward together toward the battlefield. Duong Tran curiously asked Zio Ben why he had personally appeared this time. Thien Kai anxiously asked Lord Fat Tap whether something was amiss. Trung Kin stepped forward, performing greetings with Zio Ben before the ruler and Duong Tran. Duong Tran coldly shouted, telling Uncle Zio to kill first and speak later. Zio Ben immediately acted, his palm tracing a mysterious yin-yang diagram in midair. That diagram shot straight toward Fat Tap with terrifying force. Fat Tap was caught unprepared and let out a miserable scream. Hoa Hong Hun cried out in shock, unable to understand why a martial ancestor expert had appeared in the remote Far East. Group hastily mounted their strange beasts and fled, shouting retreat in chaos. Duong Tran swung his sword, unleashing a beam of sword light while roaring kill. But Dich Vo Fong blocked it in time with his sword, the 2 forces colliding violently. Duong Tran roared that today he would kill Dich Vo Fong to vent his anger. Dich Vo Fong sneered, regretting not killing him earlier. Now a calamity had grown. As soon as he finished speaking, he struck out with a palm, attacking Duong Tran with boundless killing intent. Duong Tran swiftly wielded the black eye sword, blocking the incoming black aura. Yet the black aura was too powerful, wrapping tightly around the black eye sword and making it tremble violently. Seeing this, the elder stepped forward to intervene, stopping Dich Vo Fong. Told Duong Tran that his combat experience was still immature. His black aura had been refined by Dich Vo Fong for many years and could not be underestimated. The elder activated Earth True Essence, the ground trembling as rubble rose around him. He unleashed Earth Prison, countless rocks large and small converging to trap Dich Vo Fong tightly. Dich Vo Fong was pressed with no escape, shouting in panic what this strange thing was. Duong Tran turned to request Zio Ben pursue the giant eagle that had just fled, not allowing Dich Thien Kai to escape back to Tai Hoa sect. Zio Ben shook his head, saying it was too late. The opponent carried a Tai Hoa sect token and had been escorted away by a martial ancestor expert. Duong Tran fell silent, briefly then said he dared not trouble Uncle Zio further. This favor Dong Huang would remember. Dong Huang Haozheng asked Duong Tran how to handle Eastern land next. Duong Tran replied that Dich Vo Fong was dead. The time to unify the Far East had come. Uncle Zio would soon return to Dong Zion. The sect master could decide fully. Dong Huang Haozheng watched the black dragon carrying Duong Tran depart, thinking Sword Sect had produced another monstrous talent. On the black dragon back, Duong Tran sat silently in thought. He asked Vin Lao what that object was that could not be refined. Vin Lao replied he was not certain, but its material was extraordinary. The patterns exquisite, likely the token Zio Ben mentioned. Zio Ben said Duong Tran would soon reach Fire Gate Mountain. Duong Tran responded to Uncle Zio. Duong Tran asked Uncle Zio whether he knew the current situation of Dong Zion. Zio Ben recounted that recently 7 Sword Heavenly Sect along with 18 Tai Hoa sect forces and Dong Zion Empire formed an alliance to unify. Eastern Alliance Empire was established, and Yun Jai of 7 Sword Heavenly Sect challenged Shen Lang En He, drawing the world attention. Duong Tran asked in surprise who Yun Jai was. Zio Ben explained that Yun Jai was once the #1 martial king of Dong Zion, but lost to Shen Lang En He. Now daring to challenge again meant he had broken through. The black dragon then continued flying straight toward Fire Gate Mountain. Upon arrival, Zio Ben looked at the mountain gate of Fire Gate Mountain. Zio Ben laughed loudly, saying no need for courtesy. He must return to guard against the treacherous villains of Tai Hoa sect. Duong Tran asked Shen Lang Enhin about Yun Jai sending the challenge letter, why he remained so calm. Shen Lang Enhin smiled faintly, saying one who had been defeated by him no longer qualified as opponent. Losing again would only prove weakness. Duong Tran then asked how to respond to Eastern Alliance clearly targeting them. Shen Lang Enhin replied they were merely clowns, not worth concern. Duong Tran's task was to pass Bamboo Forest Cave first. Duong Tran sighed, lamenting that he still had to continue chopping bamboo. In Manhan City, Elder Hoa leisurely played chess, his face relaxed. Elder Hoa scolded his opponent as a foul blacksmith, asking if he dared concede. Blacksmith sneered that Elder Hoa had been stubborn for years, his chess skill regressing. Elder Hoa angrily shouted, asking if the blacksmith wanted a fight. Blacksmith said nothing and threw a punch, making Elder Hoa cry in pain. Elder Hoa went mad and lunged into a fight, cursing the opponent for courting death. Before long, both old men were exhausted, sitting on the ground fighting like street ruffians. Elder Hoa recalled the old agreement and told the other to state his condition. The blacksmith replied he needed the key to Zai Li Tomb treasury. Elder Hoa was stunned and asked how that could be. Again, you truly refuse to give it. The blacksmith sighed. Refuse means refuse. Have you forgotten what Zai Li Tomb treasury is? Before the master left, he clearly ordered that unless the young master steps into divine realm, he must not enter. Elder Hoa laughed and retorted that the blacksmith likely did not know what the young master now possessed. Guess why I asked for the key right after reporting his innate breakthrough. Blacksmith frowned and urged him to stop hiding it. What exactly does the young master possess? Kanzai slowly replied 2 words: origin fire. Upon hearing this, the blacksmith was shaken. The sooty-faced blacksmith roared that it was impossible, absolutely impossible, his aura erupting violently. Kanzai's expression was no better, stroking his goatee and saying with devouring martial soul, nothing is impossible. Moreover, 2 of 7 star demon heads have entered heavenly pivot. I need that treasure to conceal young master aura. Hearing this, the blacksmith reluctantly yielded, saying if it was for the young master he would not obstruct. The key could be given, but night-glazed glass must be returned. Kanzai immediately jumped in protest. No, you foul blacksmith, do not dream of night-glazed glass unless you beat me at chess. Blacksmith snorted, casually conjured a large glazed key and tossed it over. Fine, take it. After arguing, he finally obtained the needed item. Kanzai wondered how the young master cultivation was progressing. Elsewhere, Duong Tran was focused on shaving bamboo and weaving baskets when Old Can appeared. Looked at the finished products and nodded, saying the craftsmanship was decent. Follow me. Duong Tran stopped in surprise. The two walked together to a deep black lake. The lake's surface was unfathomable, exuding an indescribable chill. Duong Tran asked curiously what it was for. Old Can glanced at him and told him not to ask, jump in. Duong Tran did not hesitate and immediately leapt in, the calm lake erupting into waves. As soon as he touched the water, his whole body felt electrocuted, pain making him dizzy, inwardly shocked at what strange place this was. On the shore, Old Can coldly left one sentence, stay a full month, then come up, then turned and left, leaving Duong Tran grimacing below. After a while, Duong Tran discovered his body gradually adapted, the current no longer painful but absorbed. He realized this was body tempering. In the courtyard, Elder Can was having a meal with his disciples, including Tiu Quang Dao, Tham Lang Enhin, Vo Kayat, Zhao Na Chai, and Tu Enhin. Zhao Na Chai stopped her chopsticks and looked at Elder Can, asking where their junior brother was, a grain of rice still stuck on her cheek. Elder Can replied while chewing that he was at Purgatory Dragon Abyss. No need to deliver meals for a month. Zhao Na Chai pretended to be shocked, but the corners of her lips could not hide her gloating smile. Their junior brother would suffer this time. Tham Lang Enhin turned to report work matters to Elder Can. Said that a few days ago their eldest senior brother had sent word asking about the Empire's continuous major movements, whether they should prepare to respond. Elder Can frowned and scolded that they were worrying over such trivial matters, telling them not to claim to be his disciples when they went out in the future. Was an old man close to death stirring trouble truly considered a great event? Tu Enhin softly said they were not worried, but eldest senior brother bore the life and death of their faction, so he naturally had to be cautious. Hearing that, Elder Can grew even angrier, cursing that recruiting a bunch of useless trash was pointless. At best, they were wild monkeys claiming to be kings of a mountain. Tu Enhin sensed the tension and fell silent. She lightly covered her face and sighed. Dong Zion would likely soon fall into a scene of devastation. Elder Can stood up with his hands clasped behind his back and told the disciples that to save the world one must have strength. Without Van Chuang, sooner or later, another Lai Chuang would appear. Before leaving, he reminded them their current task was cultivation. The seal on Nuyen Man was about to be lifted. When facing geniuses from the outside world, they must not be struck too hard. Tiu Quang Dao anxiously asked Tu Enhin how strong the geniuses outside truly were. What the outside world really looked like. Tu Enhin frowned sadly. She knew about it but did not know how to explain. Purgatory Dragon Abyss, Duong Tran lightly stepped on the water's surface, golden lightning bursting where his feet touched, illuminating the entire lake. He had completed body tempering, his face radiant, golden arcs of lightning shimmering around him. Duong Tran clenched his fist and tried to withdraw the lightning, the sensation immensely satisfying. The electric light faded. Duong Tran looked at his still smoking hand and smiled. In just 1 month his body had grown many times stronger. This was indeed an excellent place for cultivation. At that moment, Elder Can's irritable voice rang out. "Why are you still standing there? Go eat." Duong Tran jolted out of his thoughts. The meal returned to its old lineup with Duong Tran added. The 7 master and disciples ate in silence. Tham Lang Enhin asked Elder Can. Van Cuck of the 7-Sword Heavenly Sect had issued a challenge 2 months ago, whether he should go. The veins on Elder Can's forehead twitched. If he was seeking death himself, then there was no need to show mercy. Tham Lang Enhin excitedly replied that he would go tomorrow. Elder Can raised his hand as if summoning something. A long whip appeared in his hand. Elder Can said that after you kill Van Cuck, Van Kaiwai of the 7-Sword Heavenly Sect might take action. When that time comes, use this. Use this whip to lash him for me. After speaking, he tossed the whip to Tham Lang Enhin, who awkwardly caught the magic treasure. Elder Can then pointed at Duong Tran and told him to go down the mountain to broaden his horizons. Cultivation required balance. Real combat was also very important. At night in Twin City, Kong Tun Vo Enhai vigilantly looked at the rooftop behind him and asked who was there. Duong Tran poked his head out with a grin. "It is me." Seeing a familiar face, Kong Tun Vo Enhai's expression turned cold. Thien Lin Hai stood behind him. Duong Tran awkwardly asked why she had returned. Thien Lin Hai remained silent. Ancestor Kong Tun sighed and said she had left Medicine King Valley. Duong Tran asked in shock what the reason was. Kong Tun Vo Enhai explained that Van Lien Than wanted to propose to Lin Hai. She did not want her master to be put in a difficult position, so she withdrew on her own. Upon hearing Van Lien Than's name, Duong Tran grew angry and declared he would accompany Lin Hai back to Sioux City, publicly challenge before Dong Zion's experts, and then ask for her hand. Lin Hai blushed as she looked at Duong Tran, emotions surging within her heart. Kong Tun Vo Enhai shook his head and sighed. Such bold words. Did you know what kind of place Sioux City was? Duong Tran smiled confidently and said his 3rd senior brother would also go. He would fight Van Cuck decisively. Kong Tun Vo Enhai was stunned and asked with wide eyes whether it was Quan Fong Vuong. Yin Ba Fong suddenly appeared and grabbed Duong Tran's shoulder, asking coldly when he had agreed to marry off his daughter. Duong Tran's momentum instantly deflated. Duong Tran awkwardly turned to ask Lin Hai whether she agreed. She lowered her head, blushing. In truth, she had long been moved. Lin Hai smiled and said she agreed, a tear lingering at the corner of her eye. Sioux City, sunlight shone upon the palace roofs and pillars, making the place even more magnificent. Duong Tran held Thien Lin Hai's hand as they stepped through the teleportation array. like a prince leading a princess. A disciple of Sioux City greeted them and said senior brother Tham was at Long Hand Trading House, telling them to seek him after arriving. Duong Tran curiously asked what kind of place Long Hand Trading House was and what his third senior brother was doing there. Disciple explained it was the largest marketplace in Sioux City, asking whether they would go there or rest first. Duong Tran turned to ask Lin Hai's opinion. She smiled and nodded, saying whatever he decided was fine. Duong Tran told the disciple to lead the way. They immediately headed to Long Hand Trading House. Upon arrival, a bustling scene of trade unfolded, stalls lining both sides of the street. Amid the dense crowd, Duong Tran spotted a familiar figure. He raised his hand and called out to his third senior brother. Dean Lin Hai curiously looked over, but Tham Lang En Heen was fiercely arguing with someone, loudly challenging a wager. His opponent, an experienced old merchant who remained calm. That man pointed at himself and said his martial strength might be inferior, but in eyesight Tham Lang En Heen was far behind. Tham Lang En Heen gritted his teeth and stared. People from Long Hand Trading House hurried to mediate, saying it was just a Dan Yuan route, no need for tension. But the two refused in unison, their imposing auras silencing the mediator. The other party coughed lightly and asked how the two intended to wager, telling them to speak plainly. The pot-bellied man lifted his chin and said what was there to discuss. They only needed to determine whether there was a origin pearl inside the Dan Yuan root. Tham Lang En Heen could not hold back a sneer. Old man, you are just afraid to wager, causing the other party's face to darken without rebuttal. Duong Tran stepped forward to observe the bamboo stalk emitting a jade-green glow. So this was the Dan Yuan root. Dean Lin Hai gently tugged his hand and softly asked, Duong Tran, what exactly was a Dan Yuan root? Duong Tran explained it was a rare treasure that could help true Qi transform into origin true Qi. Its value extremely high. Tham Lang En Heen pointed at the pitch-black bamboo section and asked directly, old fellow, are you certain there is a origin pearl inside this Dan Yuan root? That man slammed the table and shouted, keep dreaming. Do you still speak of reason? I chose this Dan Yuan root first. If you want me to wager, then prove there is a origin pearl inside. That moment Duong Tran transmitted his voice to Tham Lang En Heen, third senior brother. There is no origin pearl inside, making him slightly startled. Tham Lang En Heen turned back suspiciously and asked in a low voice, junior brother, are you certain? Duong Tran replied with full confidence that he possessed a special secret technique, so his conclusion was absolutely accurate. Tham Lang En Heen immediately turned and declared loudly, old man, we wager all the remaining Dan Yuan roots. If I lose, I will buy them all and present them to you. And if you lose. This condition caused an uproar among the surrounding people. A single stalk was already of terrifying value, let alone several hundred. Had Quan Fong Vuong gone mad? The man felt insulted and angrily glared at Tham Lang En Heen. Tham Lang En Heen laughed even more mockingly, old man. If you have no money, then do not put on airs. You dare wager with me, yet your hands tremble, truly destitute. These words struck directly at his pride. The man roared that he would wager, telling him not to cry later when he lost. The two urged the people of Long Hand Trading House to open it at once, their auras blazing. A sharp blade sliced along the bamboo. At the moment it opened, everyone held their breath awaiting the result. The bamboo was fully split apart. The most shocked was the man, the interior empty. He cried out in panic that it was impossible. Tham Lang En Heen slung an arm around Duong Tran and laughed loudly. Junior brother, this time we struck it rich. The two carried the pile of Dan Yuan roots into a medicine room, the sack so large it was several times Tham Lang En Heen's body. He set it down and said, junior brother, check how many in this batch contain origin pearls. Duong Tran glanced over them once and immediately reported, 21 fire attribute, 17 water attribute, 14 wood attribute, a total of 86. Tham Lang En Heen immediately decided to take 10 water attribute ones for senior sister Zhao and A Chai. The rest all belonged to you. Duong Tran happily bowed, in thanks to his senior brother. After finishing, Tham Lang En Heen waved his hand and left, saying this place was temporarily safe. Cultivate first. It was not worth wasting time on the cowardly lot outside. Duong Tran hurriedly called out that there was one more matter. Tham Lang En Heen put his hands on his hips impatiently, dawdling like an ant. Say it quickly. Duong Tran pointed at Thien Lin Hai and recounted Van Lien Than's proposal. Lin Hai leaving Medicine King Valley and his intention to challenge Van Lien Than after the decisive battle. Tham Lang En Heen replied that after killing Van Cup, he would accompany him to Medicine King Valley. The people there were barely competent but far too soft-boned. Duong Tran smiled joyfully and thanked his third senior brother. Tham Lang En Heen pointed at him and reproached that between brothers there was no need for thanks. Luckily that old fellow was not here or you would have been beaten. Duong Tran could only give an awkward smile. Tham Lang Enheen departed. Duong Tran turned back to gather the remaining origin pearls. He divided a portion for Thien Lin Hai and said, "This is yours. For now complete the evolution of your true chi first." Thien Lin Hai looked at the origin pearls in her hand and smiled brightly, her heart filled with happiness. Duong Tran asked Vin Lao why there was no lightning attribute. Vin Lao replied that lightning attribute was extremely rare. Even in the greater world, it was hard to find a single one. Duong Tran immediately entered meditation to cultivate, his entire body enveloped in faint blue chi. He opened his sea of consciousness, the faint blue current endlessly circulating within. Suddenly, Duong Tran sensed something unusual. His eyes widened in shock as he looked into the distance. Before him appeared a colossal stone stele, a dragon silhouette faintly coiling upon its surface. The entire stone stele was shrouded in lightning, causing Duong Tran to cry out in astonishment at what was happening. Lines of shimmering golden characters gradually appeared upon the stone stele. Duong Tran pondered. This was an innate divine restriction. Moreover, Du Thien Pearl was an innate spirit treasure. When he touched it, lightning shot out violently. Duong Tran thought that having reached the innate realm, he could try refining this restriction. He summoned the small cauldron, circulated his chi to guide the lightning, layers of thunder gathering until his body resembled a sphere of electricity. Duong Tran closed his eyes and focused on refining it, the process proceeding extremely smoothly. The small cauldron vanished. Duong Tran exclaimed in delight that he had succeeded. He flew toward the stone stele and reached out to touch it, lightning serpents surging endlessly around it. Duong Tran wondered whether these lightning serpents, all pure lightning attribute, could help Du Thien true chi evolve. The moment the thought arose, the stream of true chi was immediately drawn into his body, catching him off guard. After finishing, Duong Tran turned to Thien Lin Hai and smiled smugly, saying his lightning attribute true chi had successfully evolved. Lin Hai and Vin Lao both widened their eyes in shock. Thien Lin Hai regained her senses and asked with a trembling voice when he had awakened lightning attribute talent. Duong Tran scratched his head and replied that it had been long ago, back at Chiu Ka Martial Academy. He would explain in detail later. Thien Lin Hai pouted and said she would not press further, though she still felt a little saddened inside. Duong Tran changed the subject and said there was something more important. He wanted to pass on a soul secret technique to her. Hearing that, Thien Lin Hai immediately grew interested and asked about a soul secret technique. Duong Tran thought for a moment and replied that it was a special secret technique. This technique was called soul-piercing art, passed down by a senior whom he deeply respected. Thien Lin Hai did not ask further and turned back to refine the origin pearls. Only then did Vin Lao ask how the master's lightning origin had evolved. Duong Tran reluctantly explained that he had once obtained a lightning attribute treasure, and after refining more just now, he had completed the evolution in a daze. Vin Lao thought to himself that the master indeed hid quite a few secrets. One morning at Ben Su Wasteland, numerous cultivators gathered to watch the impending duel. At the center of the arena, Van Kuk of the Seven-Sword Heavenly Sect stood calmly, waiting for his opponent to appear. On the side of Dong Xian Empire, many gazes were also fixed upon this battle. Van Bat Hoi stared at the arena, his heart filled with unwillingness. If not for that incident, the title of Dong Xian's #1 martial king would have been his. Among the ranks of the Seven-Sword Heavenly Sect, Van Kai Wai also appeared, smiling composedly. Northern Emperor Mountain was present as well, and Ba smiled and said that if his younger brother was competing, how could the elder brother be absent? Someone cried out that Tham Lang Enheen had arrived, with Duong Tran and Thien Lin Hai beside him. Tham Lang Enheen stood high above with arms folded, smiling mockingly. How lively! Even the ghosts who had hidden for years had shown themselves. Flew over to greet and Ba of Northern Emperor Mountain, who returned the smile. Tham Lang Enheen then introduced Duong Tran to everyone and said Thien Lin Hai was his junior brother's wife. The crowd erupted in discussion. Was today not the day he dueled Van Kuk? Why mention Duong Tran and that girl from Medicine King Valley? Tham Lang Enheen continued. A royal descendant of the Van family of Dong Xian dared covet my sister-in-law and even used force to coerce her. What do you all say about this? Van Dai Kon, being called out directly, immediately leapt up and shouted that Tham Lang Enheen was rude. Tham Lang Enheen sneered provocatively. What, you dare do it but fear others speaking of it? Exposed, Van Dai Kon was so furious that he could only glare without words. Van Kuk, who had been ignored until now, spoke up unhappily to remind Tham Lang Enheen whether he had forgotten the main matter. Tham Lang Enheen replied disdainfully, "What are you? Today I stand out for my sister-in-law first, and after today Dong Xian will no longer have your name." Van Kuk laughed coldly in anger and said, Tham Lang Enheen, you may be arrogant, but we will know only after fighting. I suppose from today Fire Gate Mountain will be short one person. Tham Lang Enheen waved his hand and said, enough nonsense. I will deal with you first, a defeated general like you. Where do you find the courage? Killing intent surged around Van Cuck. Tham Lang Enheen spoke calmly. Van Cuck, make your move. Let me see how much you have improved in 3 years. Provoked to the extreme, Van Cuck roared violently, surging origin rage erupting around him. He drew his sword and unleashed star-chasing sword stance. The sword path eerie and unpredictable, sharp sword chi carrying heavy killing intent. Crowd could not help exclaiming, such a terrifying sword stance. Could this be the legendary 7-star sword art? The supreme technique of the 7-sword heavenly set. Sword chi tore through the air straight toward Tham Lang Enheen, yet he remained standing still, observing calmly. Tham Lang Enheen merely flicked his finger lightly, a leisurely palm force striking out as if strolling in a courtyard. Everyone was even more stunned. In a life-and-death battle, yet still so composed and disdainful, truly worthy of the name Quan Fong Vuong. No one in Dong Zion could match this bearing. Two forces collided, energy erupting violently, explosions resounding across the arena. Tham Lang Enheen smiled faintly, while Van Cuck's face darkened visibly. That single palm not only shattered the sword chi, but also forced Van Cuck into a cold sweat as he struggled to withstand it. Everyone stared in disbelief. With just one simple move, he had broken star-chasing sword stance. Such strength was terrifying. Tham Lang Enheen laughed coldly. Van Cuck, you have 2 more chances. You had better be serious. Otherwise, there will not be another turn. Severely struck, Van Cuck roared in fury and began frantically gathering chi. Countless radiant sword chi erupted. This was the extremely ferocious falling star sword stance. Van Cuck shouted and charged forward. Dense sword chi fell like a meteor shower, yet Tham Lang Enheen did not even bother to dodge. A sharp, cold smile curved on his lips as his aura circulated accordingly. An invisible palm force shot out. Each strand of sword chi shattered midair. Van Cuck was shaken and spat blood, his body staggering as the sword in his hand cracked into fragments. Crowd cried out in alarm. Van Cuck was driven back again. Could it be he was holding back, or was the gap in strength simply too great? The ruler of Dong Zion watched thoughtfully and softly uttered that it was truly interesting. Van Cuck wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his aura turning deep purple. He said in a low voice, Tham Lang Enheen, I underestimated you. At this point, he had no choice but to unleash his ultimate move. Greedy wolf sword intent, appear for me. A gigantic white wolf manifested with sharp fangs and claws. Van Cuck's martial soul fully released. Duong Tran was inwardly astonished. Greedy wolf sword intent was a legendary sword intent. He had not expected Van Cuck to comprehend it. Tham Lang Enheen raised his brows at the white wolf, his expression still calm. It seemed he would have to be more serious this time. Van Cuck howled madly, his eyes burning with hatred. He would not allow himself to fail again. Stellar soul sword stance erupted. The white wolf shot forward, its sharp fangs looking exceedingly ferocious. Tham Lang Enheen circulated his chi and made his move, smiling as he asked whether this was the trump card he had painstakingly cultivated for 3 years. Stellar soul sword stance was blocked by him with one hand, not even forcing him to retreat half a step. The crowd was utterly shaken, some horrified, others cursing him for arrogance to the point of not even drawing his sword. And Ba folded his arms and smiled faintly. The heaven-rank martial skill cloud waved palm. It seemed third junior brother was truly serious. Tham Lang Enheen crushed Stellar Soul Sword stance with one hand, the energy fragments dissipating instantly. Van Cuck stood stunned, stammering in disbelief at what he saw. Tham Lang Enheen still spoke leisurely. I have only used one sword. Whether you can block it depends on your luck. Such arrogance made the entire arena boil, some furious, others entranced by that domineering bearing. Tham Lang Enheen ignored the discussions and focused entirely on preparing to draw his sword. Van Kai Wai suddenly changed expression and exclaimed in agitation, "Is this sword domain?" Van Cuck's cultivation was insufficient to recognize it. He asked in confusion what sword move this was. At that moment, Van Kai Wai shouted loudly, "Cuck admit defeat, retreat quickly." Tham Lang Enheen had already revealed a cold smile. How could he miss this opportunity? A flash of sword light struck Van Cuck. He was sent flying backward, blood spraying from his mouth. Van Kai Wai roared madly, wanting to rush up and risk his life against Tham Lang Enheen. Tham Lang Enheen said indifferently, "The obstacle has been dealt with. The useless one of Dong Zion, tell him to come out." Van Kai Wai clenched his fists, trembling with fury yet not daring to act rashly. Ba spoke coldly, "I heard someone wanted to snatch my sister-in-law. Step out and accept death." Van Lien Than knew he could not hide, trembling as he cupped his hands in apology, promising to explain clearly to Medicine King Valley. Everything concluded, Duong Tran smiled and thanked Ba and Tham Lang Enheen. And Ba raised his chin boldly. "A small matter, let us go." Immortal abode lived up to its name, the scenery simple and elegant. And Ba raised his cup and laughed heartily, Tu Hai was now a member of Fire Gate Mountain. There was no need to return to Medicine King Valley. Tham Lang Enhin echoed that Fire Gate Mountain's resources surpassed Medicine King Valley by 100-fold. Lin Hai shyly expressed her thanks. Since leaving Medicine King Valley, this had been the happiest time of her life. Duong Tran wiped the wine from the corner of his mouth, secretly delighted to be by Lin Hai's side. Suddenly, Vin Lao transmitted a reminder that a female cultivator of the Heavenly Tao Soul Master Path could not lose her virginity before reaching the divine realm, causing Duong Tran to freeze. Stood there blankly, full of confusion, truly inexperienced in worldly matters. And Ba stood up to take his leave, saying he had an appointment with Master Kong. It would not be good to be late. Duong Tran asked Tham Lang Enhin where he could find dark engraving origin pearl. Tham Lang Enhin's face was red from wine. He told the two to return to Water Courtyard and wait. He would go seek clues. Duong Tran nodded happily and invited Lin Hai to stroll around Sioux City. She smiled and agreed. Two walked and chatted, suggesting they visit Longvan Pavilion, where spirit artifacts had once been sold. Suddenly, a tall, bald man blocked their path, causing Duong Tran to look at him in confusion. That man abruptly grabbed Duong Tran's shoulder, making him stagger. Palm struck straight at Duong Tran's chest. Lin Hai cried out in alarm. But this trick could not trouble Duong Tran. He stepped back and executed shadow escape, space instantly warping. Bald man was swept into an illusion, looking around in fear, wondering what secret technique this was. Duong Tran landed beside Lin Hai, softly reassuring her. Zio Hai, rest assured, he is unharmed. The clone over there has already dissipated. Duong Tran frowned, and a signal flare instantly appeared in his hand. He swung his arm and shot the flare straight into the sky to send a distress signal. In the air, the flare burst brilliantly like fireworks, startling the observer into panic, sweat pouring down as that man ground his teeth and cursed, truly damn it. Nearby, Shen Lang Enhin suddenly saw the signal in the sky, his heart sinking as he thought something was wrong. His junior brother must have encountered trouble. Shen Lang Enhin immediately rushed toward the direction of the flare, murmuring prayers that his junior brother would be safe and sound. Van Chanzian suddenly appeared to block his path, shouting sternly at Shen Lang Enhin, "You dare cause trouble in Sioux City." Shen Lang Enhin only thought about Duong Tran's safety, and when faced with someone blocking his way, he became furious, swinging his whip straight out without the slightest mercy. Van Chanzian raised his hand and circulated his power, looking at Shen Lang Enhin with disdain, seeking your own death. Van Chanzian's golden radiant palm collided violently with the formation deployed by Shen Lang Enhin. The recoil force sent Van Chanzian flying aside, and he let out a miserable scream in pain. In the end, Van Chanzian could only watch helplessly as Shen Lang Enhin left, his heart in turmoil. Clearly, he had stepped into the sect realm. Even if the opponent was talented, he was only in the king realm. How could this be? Shen Lang Enhin landed, and upon seeing Duong Tran called out loudly, "Junior brother," while he stood there clutching his shoulder, his expression heavy. Seeing Shen Lang Enhin arrive, Duong Tran happily called out, "Third senior brother, you finally came." Shen Lang Enhin's gaze stopped on his shoulder, his expression changing instantly. "What exactly happened to this injury of yours?" Duong Tran immediately recounted, "Third senior brother, he was ambushed by a King Realm expert. If not for a life-preserving secret art, he would have died here today." As soon as he finished speaking, a group of people appeared behind Shen Lang Enhin, led by the furious Van Chanzian, who roared, "Shen Lang Enhin, today you must give me an explanation." Anger over his junior brother being harmed had not subsided. Shen Lang Enhin slowly turned around, his aura like a ferocious deity. "It is you who should give my junior brother an explanation." The whip in his hand immediately lashed out, striking each of them like lightning before they could react, making even Van Chanzian break out in cold sweat. Watching Shen Lang Enhin coldly sweep the area clean, Van Chanzian panicked and shouted, "Stop! Shen Lang Enhin, are you mad?" Shen Lang Enhin's face darkened as he roared, "The actions of your Van family are utterly despicable and shameless. Not only do you bully the weak with strength, this time you are even more scheming, setting up an ambush." Van Chanzian asked in a daze, "What exactly are you trying to say?" Shen Lang Enhin pointed straight at him. "On the main road of Sioux City, my junior brother was attacked by a King Realm cultivator. If not for a life-preserving secret art, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Van family, we will absolutely not let this matter go." Van Chanzian hurriedly waved his hands. "Shen Lang Enhin, this was definitely not done by our Van family, absolutely not." Shen Lang Enhin raised his brows with a cold smile. "Absolutely not. Do you even believe those words yourself?" Seeing Shen Lang Enhin about to erupt, Van Chanzian quickly said, "Calm down. I guarantee this was not caused by the Van family. Sweat drenched his forehead. Regarding Duong Tran's assassination, we will investigate thoroughly and give you a satisfactory answer. Shen Lang Enhin finally eased slightly and said coldly, 3 days. I will give you exactly 3 days. At Tai Hoa Sek, it was built among towering mountain ranges, completely isolated from the outside world. Dich Thien Koi looked worriedly at Du Ngan Hoa. Ngan Hoa, what is wrong with you? She only covered her mouth in panic. Face was pale as she turned to Da Thien Koi and said tremblingly, Thien Koi, I feel that I have caused great trouble. Da Thien Koi asked in confusion, caused trouble? What exactly happened? Du Ngan Hoa bit her finger and confessed, Thien Koi, I sent someone to ambush Duong Tran, but it failed. I fear they will trace the clues back to me. Hearing this, Dich Thien Koi was startled and panicked. Young lady, do you think your life has been too peaceful? At the water courtyard camp of Sioux City, Tu Enhin stepped out from the teleportation gate. Shen Lang Enhin was already waiting beside it. She asked how his junior brother now. Shen Lang Enhin smiled and replied, he is fine. Our junior brother still has many trump cards. Even a King Realm assassin could not do anything to him. A gloomy aura spread around to Enhin as she said in a low voice, since junior brother is safe, let us go. Follow me to meet that old ghost Van Chuong. Two quickly arrived at the Van Chuong Imperial Palace, and when the soldiers saw the intruders, they rushed out shouting, who dares seek death? Do you know where this is? Thien to Enhin merely waved her hand lightly. A surge of killing intent shot out, and a blazing red aura erupted around her. The soldiers were immediately scattered in defeat, miserable cries echoing everywhere. Enhin coldly shouted, old ghost Van Chuong, get out here. Come out and see me at once. Van Chan Zion looked up in shock. Was it not agreed to meet after daytime? How much time has even passed? Though fearful in his heart, being attacked at his doorstep was still humiliation. Van Chan Zion frowned and said, Shen Lang Enhin, do you truly think my Van family has no one left? Into Enhin narrowed her eyes at him. You are not qualified to raise your voice before me. Tell that old ghost Van Chuong to come out. Sweat poured down Van Chan Zion's face when he sensed the 5th level sect realm cultivation. Could this woman be the second disciple of that old monster of Tai Hoa sect? Into Enhin continued, it seems that old ghost is not here. Then hand over the culprit and give me a satisfactory explanation. I may still spare you. Otherwise, today the Imperial Palace of Sioux City will likely see bloodshed. Suddenly another figure appeared. The old man flew to stand before the two of them, grinning strangely. It was Elder Dai of the Van family. He spoke, young girl, even if your master came, he would not dare be so arrogant. Today I will teach you a lesson on his behalf. Into Enhin stared at him, and as she spoke a black stone tablet-like object appeared in her hand, radiating terrifying power. The moment Elder Dai saw that object, his face turned pale, and he cried out, not good. But immediately after he sensed something unusual. What is this? Elder Dai clutched his head and screamed in agony, the cry resounding as he was in such pain that he could not maintain flight. Fell straight from the air to the ground, and Van Chan Zion hurried over Elder Dai. Van Chan Zion supported Elder Dai, who was foaming at the mouth and motionless. Two other elders of the Van family stepped forward. The second elder, Van Kai, looked at to Enhin and scolded, girl, your methods are truly vicious. Beside him stood the great elder Van Chan Kwa. Thien to Enhin looked coldly at the old men. I already showed mercy just now. If your Van family does not hand over the culprit today, then bear the consequences yourselves. The pressure from her body was terrifying. Van Kai shouted loudly, Junior, you are too arrogant, then struck a palm toward Thien to Enhin. Shen Lang Enhin cried out in alarm. To Enhin, be careful. That palm was already very close. Thien to Enhin showed no fear, narrowing her eyes at the old men. Bullying the weak with strength truly is the style of your Van family. Old undead thing, you brought this upon yourselves. She threw the spiritual artifact in her hand, the streak tearing through the air so fast that the surrounding air ignited. Spiritual artifact pierced straight through that palm and slammed heavily into the ground where Van Kai stood. Van Chan Zion watched with sweat pouring down, inwardly shocked. The spiritual artifact was truly strange. Suddenly Van Kai clutched his head and screamed miserably. Van Chan Zion looked over in panic. Van Kai writhed on the ground in pain. Van Chan Kwa anxiously called out, Elder Kai. When the pain subsided, Van Kai angrily punched the ground, sweat soaking his face. Chan Kwa, she has the ability to attack the divine sense. Van Chan Kwa realized the seriousness of the situation and turned to ask Van Chan Zion, Zio O Zion, what exactly happened? Shen Lang Enhin crossed his arms and interjected, stop pretending. regarding my junior brother being assassinated. Today your Dong Zion Empire must give an explanation. Fan Chan Zion replied awkwardly. Shen Lang Enhin, Duong Tran's assassination was truly not done by the Van family. We are still pursuing the culprit and already have some clues. Van Chan Kwa stroked his beard and added, indeed, the Van family and Tai Hoa sect had some grievances before, but absolutely not to the extent of plotting against your junior brother. I hope you understand this reasoning. Thien to Enhin's attitude remained cold as she said, even if it was not directly done by the Van family, you cannot escape involvement. If there is no explanation today, Tai Hoa sect will not let Dong Zion go. Van Chan Kwa turned to ask Van Chan Zion, Zyro Zion, did you not say you had some clues who did it? Van Chan Zion answered, according to current information, the culprit came from Luke Ditch City, named Luke Tri, the illegitimate son of Elder Luke. Van Chan Kwa was surprised. Luke Tri, what grudge does he have with Duong Tran? How is this related to Elder Luke? Van Chan Zion analyzed. Luke Tri and Duong Tran did not know each other. The one behind the instigation is most likely Du Ngan Hoa, the daughter of Du Dai Du of Tai Hoa sect. Luke Tri was originally a cripple, only reaching the King realm with her help. This time he acted to repay her favor. During this, Van Chan Kwa said to Enhin, young lady, you have heard clearly. This matter is not directly related to the Van family, but since it happened in Sioux City, we are willing to hunt down the culprit and hand him over to you. Give me 2 days. I will capture all those involved and personally deliver them. Thien to Enhin asked, 2 days, then slowly turned and left, taking it as acceptance. I will wait 2 days at the Water Courtyard Commerce Hall. After that, the two glanced at each other and flew away, leaving behind heavy silence. Van Chan Kwa immediately instructed, quickly investigate and bring people there. The most important thing is to stabilize the situation. Do not let anything else happen, yes. 2 days later, a group of people gathered before the courtyard gate, the atmosphere tense. Among them was Du Dai Du, father of Du Ngan Hoa, along with representatives of the Tai Hoa sect royal faction. Du Ngan Hoa kept her head lowered, quietly hiding behind her father. Du Ngan Hoa's face was pale, her hands tightly bound, a sealing talisman pasted on her chest. This time she had almost no way out, only not knowing what miserable end awaited her. Van Tran Zion looked toward Duong Tran and the others and said, I have brought Du Ngan Hoa, the one behind the instigation of Duong Tran's assassination here. Duong Tran frowned and asked coldly, where is that black-faced bastard? Van Tran Zion glanced aside. Luke Tri has committed suicide. That assassin was clearly panicked before death, his hands and feet still trembling. Duong Tran continued to press. Then where is Ditch Thien Koi? Why is he not seen? Du Dai Du broke into sweat and replied tremblingly, that beast took advantage of the chaos to escape. Duong Tran angrily shouted, do you think he is a fool? The one behind my assassination is not only Du Ngan Hoa, but also Ditch Thien Koi. Could it be that your Tai Hoa sect wants to shield him? The old royal turned his head and shouted, Duong Tran, do not push your luck. Duong Tran showed no fear, pointing at him and scolding, are your eyes blind? You cannot even distinguish black from white. He was assassinated right on the road of Sioux City. If not for a life-preserving secret art, he would have died. Shen Lang Enhin glanced at the old royal and said with a cold smile, the royal authority is indeed imposing. The old royal immediately lowered his voice and waved his hands. It is not like that Shen Lang Enhin, regarding Du Ngan Hoa and Ditch Thien Koi colluding to assassinate Duong Tran. Our Tai Hoa sect was completely unaware. Otherwise, we would not have come here to apologize. Thien to Enhin lifted her chin and glanced at him. This is how you apologize. I truly wonder if the Grand Hall Master of Tai Hoa sect bought you back just for display. Setting aside the smear, you even let the culprit escape. As far as I know, Ditch Thien Koi is only at the Purple Mansion realm. The old royal was drenched in sweat, stammering without knowing how to answer. The aura around Thien to Enhin surged violently, anger spreading. Is this the explanation of the Van family? And Tran Zion's expression turned unpleasant as he asked in return, what exactly do you of Fire Gate Mountain want? Thien to Enhin waved her hand toward Tai Hoa sect and said decisively, first, Du Dai Du as the 9th Hall Master failed to discipline his daughter and disciple properly. He must personally deal with Du Ngan Hoa. Du Dai Du felt as if struck by lightning upon hearing this and roared angrily, what, you dare say that? Thien to Enhin paid no attention and continued. Second, Tai Hoa sect must capture Ditch Thien Koi within 3 days. Third, because of your despicable actions, my junior brother was severely injured. Tai Hoa sect must compensate with one spiritual artifact. The old royal's veins bulged across his face. These 3 conditions were no different from slapping Tai Hoa sect in the face. He intended to rush at Thien to Enhin, but was stopped by Van Tran Zion. Royal Elder, calm down. Van Tran Zion stood in front and said, "These three conditions are very reasonable. I see nothing inappropriate." The smug look on Thien to En-heen's face drove the old royal nearly mad. The old royal shouted straight at Van Tran Zion, "What are you saying? You have completely lost the bearing of a representative of Tai Hoa sect." Realizing he had lost composure, the old royal covered his mouth and cleared his throat softly. "Van Tran Zion, our Tai Hoa Hall cannot agree to these three demands." Van Tran Zion glanced toward Fire Gate Mountain and replied in a low voice, "Royal brother, agree for now. In any case, they cannot remain arrogant for long. We were indeed in the wrong. We should not drag this out further." The old royal frowned, his face heavy as if aged 10 years, and in the end he still nodded because Van Tran Zion was right. Finally, the old royal turned to Thien to En-heen and said, "We accept your three conditions. As for Ditch Thien Koi, everyone in Tai Hoa sect wishes to skin him alive, but that man has fled into the Dong Zion's secret realm. 3 days will likely be difficult to capture him." Thien to En-heen did not press further and replied coldly, "Then 7 days. Within 7 days you must capture him." The old royal sighed and turned to order Do-Dai-Do do it. Do-Dai-Do broke into sweat. The moment he feared most had finally arrived. Do-Dai-Do turned to look at Duan Hoa, his face stern and cold as his right hand slowly rose. Duan Hoa pressed her lips together and looked straight at her father. A slap rang out like thunder and struck Duan Hoa's beautiful face, the force so strong that she was sent flying aside. Duan Hoa collapsed on the ground, the scene startling both the old royal and Do-Dai-Do. Do-Dai-Do held the unconscious Duan Hoa and gritted his teeth. "From today I am no longer a member of Tai Hoa sect. I will personally collect this debt." The old royal did not linger. Before leaving, he tossed an item to Thien to En-heen. "This is the spiritual artifact compensation from Tai Hoa sect. Farewell." Thien to En-heen received it and handed it to Duong Tran, "Junior brother, take it." He took the spiritual artifact to his nose, closed his eyes to sense and examine its attributes. After a while, he opened his eyes, looking at the small object in his hand in surprise, as if discovering something special. Shen Lang En-heen noticed his strange expression and asked, "Junior brother, is there a problem with this spiritual artifact?" He turned it over repeatedly to inspect it. He raised the small green hairpin and asked, "What exactly is this?" Shen Lang En-heen looked and burst into laughter. "This should be a defensive spiritual artifact, but this design is clearly meant for women." Duong Tran immediately handed the hairpin to Thien to En-heen. "Second senior sister, you are already beautiful. This hairpin is a gift for you." Thien to En-heen took the hairpin and admired it, saying happily, "Then I will accept it. It is truly very beautiful." Duong Tran spoke again. "Second senior sister, I have one more request." Thien to En-heen pinned the hairpin into her hair. Her face flushed with joy. "Speak." Thien Lin Hai stepped forward and whispered in her ear, "Second senior sister, I have a close friend named Lin Na Chai. She and Zio Kayat have feelings for each other, but I must return to Fire Gate Mountain immediately. Could you let Lin Na Chai?" There was no need to finish. Thien to En-heen already understood and smiled with a nod. "No problem." Before Fire Gate Mountain, it lay deep among rugged cliffs, the terrain extremely complex. Duong Tran led Lin Hai and Lin Na Chai into the territory of Fire Gate Mountain. The two girls could not help widening their eyes in astonishment. Kao Lin Na Chai asked curiously, "Duong Tran, what rules are there on the mountain? Hurry and tell us. What should we pay attention to?" He replied awkwardly, "Well." Lin Hai also urged, "Duong Tran, speak quickly, I also want to know." Duong Tran answered, "There are no special rules on the mountain, but cultivation tasks must be completed. If not, then lightly you will have no meals, heavily you will be punished." Kao Lin Na Chai laughed boldly, hands on her hips. "No meals, then so be it. With our cultivation, a few months without eating is nothing." That temperament truly resembled her father Kao Chan-o. Zio Na Chai and Thien to En-heen, standing in the forest, had already seen the three approaching. Everyone entered the main hall and sat down. Duong Tran pointed behind and said, "Second senior sister has already brought them up the mountain." Zio Na Chai saw Thien Lin Hai and exclaimed, "Elder sister, you are so beautiful," making Lin Hai blush. Then Zio Na Chai shook her head and said, "That is not right. I cannot call you elder sister, I am the elder." Thien to En-heen smiled at them and told everyone to sit and eat first, then chose a seat herself. A plate of meat was brought out. Shen Lang En-heen and Duong Tran stared at it, their eyes shining as if seeing a treasure, leaving Thien Lin Hai utterly confused. Thien to En-heen placed a small plate before her. "Eat." Thien Lin Hai looked at the meat and thought, could this dish be very special? Kao Lin Na Chai picked up a piece of meat and took a large bite, but immediately she clutched her chest as if choking, the meat still in her mouth. Seeing this, Thien to En-heen said to Zio Na Chai, "Zio Na Chai, help Lin Na Chai. She looks as if she is about to suffocate." Zio Nhai immediately regulated Kao Lin Enhai's breathing, and only then could she exhale. Kao Lin Nhai looked at the plate of meat in confusion. What meat is this exactly? Duong Tran replied, true dragon meat, recalling the first time eating it. He himself was no better than her. Kao Lin Nhai froze upon hearing this. Is true dragon not a legendary creature? Thien to Enhin said to Kao Lin Nhai, eat. Your physique is somewhat weak. Eating some dragon meat can strengthen your body, but at first do not eat too much. And Thien to Enhin turned to instruct Zio Nhai. Lin Nhai will cultivate with you. Every day after chopping firewood, go to purple bamboo forest to practice. Zio Nhai replied happily, yes, her face full of excitement. Next Thien to Enhin said to Thien Lin Hai, from now on you will cultivate with me. Shen Lang Enhin draped an arm over Duong Tran's shoulder and asked softly, Junior brother, your girlfriend is not simple. Could it be there is some secret about her that I cannot see? Hearing this, Duong Tran also froze. He pondered and told himself, it seems I must hurry and increase my cultivation quickly. After arranging everything for the two girls, Thien to Enhin looked at Duong Tran and said, Junior brother, rest for 10 days first, then go to Ik Cave to cultivate. Shen Lang Enhin held Duong Tran's shoulder and asked in confusion to Enhin, Junior brother has just entered innate realm, going to Ik Cave so soon. Is it not a bit early? Thien to Enhin replied, this is master's arrangement. If he says do it, then do it. I am merely conveying it. After finishing her instructions, Thien to Enhin left with Thien Lin Hai. Duong Tran stood watching their figures. Only Duong Tran and Shen Lang Enhin remained. He asked, third senior brother, what exactly is cultivated in Ik Cave? At the mention of Ik Cave, Shen Lang Enhin also held his head. That place is extremely terrifying. I only hope you can endure it. Even a genius like Shen Lang Enhin was wary of Ik Cave, which made Duong Tran even more uneasy about the place he was about to enter. After that, Duong Tran and Shen Lang Enhin entered Ik Cave. As soon as he stepped inside, he asked, third senior brother, is this already Ik Cave? Can you now tell me what Ik Cave truly is? Shen Lang Enhin explained, Junior brother, Ik Cave is extremely terrifying. It is the place to halt and temper the martial heart. Duong Tran grew even more confused after hearing this. What is the martial heart? As a senior brother, Shen Lang Enhin felt the need to explain clearly. Once cultivation steps into innate realm, there will be the concept of the path of the martial emperor. And to walk this path, the first requirement is to condense the martial heart. He lifted his chin proudly and continued. Do you know why those 9th-level martial sect experts of Dong Xian, including Van Chuang, still cannot break through to Emperor Realm? Even with external force, the success rate is less than 30%. The key lies in none of them being able to condense the martial heart. Duong Tran listened in a daze and asked, third senior brother, can the martial heart truly condense into a tangible form? Shen Lang Enhin proudly pointed his thumb at himself. Of course, in our Fire Gate Mountain, our eldest senior brother, your second senior sister, myself, and even fourth senior brother have all condensed the martial heart. According to Master, the martial emperor realm is not difficult for us. Moreover, that is not the end. Duong Tran asked somewhat awkwardly, third senior brother, then does condensing the martial heart help true chi evolve into true essence? Hearing this, Shen Lang Enhin sighed softly. Condensing the martial heart and the condensation of true essence actually have no direct relation. After speaking, he waved his hand and swept away the surrounding dirt and stones, revealing a bottomless deep pit. After finishing, he crossed his arms and told Duong Tran to jump down. Before he could react, Duong Tran was pulled down by the suction within the pit, frightened out of his wits as he shouted, what is this? Unexpectedly, the first thing that touched him was icy cold water. Duong Tran immediately felt something extremely strange about the surrounding space. Looking down, he was horrified to find his body had vanished. Only his head remained. What is happening? Aside from the purple mansion and the sea of consciousness, I cannot feel anything at all. Before he could steady himself, waves of eerie sounds rang in Duong Tran's ears. He immediately used the severing meridian technique, the air around him turning red. Yet nothing changed, leaving Duong Tran extremely irritated. He roared and consecutively unleashed shadow escape intent, earth prison intent, and even the lifeless killing intent. Seeing those souls still drifting back and forth calmly, he was stunned, completely ineffective. Duong Tran gathered chi and unleashed blazing banner martial insects, using Southern Lee primordial flame as the core. This was originally the bane of all evil energies. It should have effect. In response, there was only a shrill screech, as if the souls' heads were about to explode. Duong Tran gritted his teeth and shouted, if this still fails, then so be it. Ancient demonic dragon martial soul, immediately activating it. Ancient demonic dragon martial soul. A dragon appeared behind him. This time it indeed worked. A single strike shattered several souls. The air cleared. A strange golden creature appeared before Duong Tran. Looking closer, he was puzzled. What is this? So everything just now was caused by this mouse. The souls from before slowly gathered and burrowed straight into the belly of the golden mouse. It shot upward, causing the dragon behind Duong Tran to roar. Duong Tran looked at the scene, completely unable to understand what exactly is happening. The dragon then shrank to the size of a palm. Duong Tran was stunned. What kind of absurdity is this? He saw the demonic dragon's eyes change from red to gold. He immediately understood. One eye of the ancient demonic dragon martial soul had mutated. Violent surge of energy enveloped Duong Tran. It was a feeling of fury and awakening. He immediately gripped his sword tightly, knowing this was a rare opportunity, and slashed straight ahead. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was 3 days later. Duong Tran smiled confidently. Unexpectedly, in just 3 days, he had comprehended soaring cloud sword intent to the level of minor completion and perfection. Normally, it would take at least half a year. His head trembled again. Duong Tran was stunned. Could this feeling be enlightenment once more? Within a few minutes, he fully understood that mouse was the core of condensing the martial heart in Ik, but now it had been absorbed by the ancient demonic dragon martial soul. Duong Tran sat down to continue cultivating, chuckling softly. It has only been 3 days, I must continue. 1 month later, Duong Tran stepped up from the deep pit. Third senior brother Shen Lang Enhin was still lying leisurely on a rock waiting for him. Seeing his junior brother appear, Shen Lang Enhin asked joyfully, "Junior brother, you succeeded." Duong Tran raised his thumb and replied with a bright smile, "Yes." Hearing this, third senior brother said excitedly, "Let us go, return, and celebrate a bit. Second senior sister will surely be very happy when she knows." As soon as they returned, the two encountered Kim Vo Kaya. Upon seeing Duong Tran, he called out loudly, "I." Duong Tran and Shen Lang Enhin looked around and saw no one else, then asked, "Zio Kaya, where are the others?" Vo Kayat recounted, "Brother, second senior sister, and Lin Hai are both in seclusion, and fourth senior brother seems to have gone to support big brother Tiu." Hearing this, Duong Tran was stunned. Support. Vo Kayat added, "Not long ago, old ghost Van Chuang left seclusion and truly broke through to Emperor Realm." Upon hearing this realm, Duong Tran was deeply shaken. Emperor Realm. Vo Kayat continued wearily, because he opposed Seven-Sword Heavenly Sect joining the Eastern Alliance. The Peak Master of Soul Sword Peak challenged Sect Master Van Kai Y, but was defeated. Duong Tran suddenly remembered Brother Tai and asked, "What about Brother Tai? Is there any news?" Vo Kayat replied sorrowfully, "Soul Sword Peak has been erased by Seven-Sword Heavenly Sect. Brother Tai's life or death is unknown." Big Brother Tiu descended from the air. Fourth senior brother Little Bald Head was supporting Yuong Tai. Seeing this, Duong Tran asked anxiously, "Fourth senior brother, how is big brother Yuong Tai?" Little Bald Head looked at the person he was holding and replied, "Junior brother, he is severely injured but not yet in mortal danger." Duong Tran then turned to ask, "Big brother Tiu, are you all right?" Big brother Tiu muttered absent-mindedly, "All dead, it is over. Our Tiu family is truly finished." Duong Tran suffered consecutive blows. He cried out in shock, "All dead." He turned to ask Shen Lang Enhin, who remained silent, "Senior brother, what should we do next?" Shen Lang Enhin crossed his arms and sighed, "Do what must be done." Hearing this, Duong Tran became even more flustered, but Shen Lang Enhin raised his brows with a faint smile. "Ha ha, Junior. Junior brother, rest assured. Focusing on cultivation is the most important. As for the Van family, it is merely their final madness." After that, the two headed together to Central Water Cold Pool. Shen Lang Enhin crossed his arms and looked at the mirror-like surface of the pool, saying, "Junior brother, this is heavy water essence. Each drop weighs 1,000 jin. Go down, I will protect you." Hearing this, Duong Tran trembled all over and forced a question. "Heavy water essence can kill, right?" Shen Lang Enhin said lightly, "This place is terrifyingly cold, but can condense and temper true chi, as long as you strengthen the origin of true chi in the Purple Mansion. When you reach 9th level martial sect, you will not worry about condensing true essence." Duong Tran asked in confusion, "Condense and temper true chi?" Lao appeared and explained, "Young master, heavy water essence has extremely strong condensing effects, especially evident for true essence." Shen Lang Enhin grabbed his junior brother and laughed. Junior brother jumped. Before he could react, Duong Tran was thrown straight into heavy water essence. A numbing sensation spread from his feet to his head. Shen Lang Enhin silently watched him tremble within the heavy water. He could no longer endure it. Duong Tran hurriedly climbed ashore and lay there gasping. Shen Lang Enhin poked him, and seeing him still trembling, reminded, "Quickly circulate your technique and control true chi." Hearing this, Duong Tran hastily began circulating his cultivation. After stabilizing true chi, Duong Tran felt as if he had just reclaimed his life. Too terrifying, he had nearly died. Before he could recover, a hand gently rested on his shoulder. Shen Lang Enhin showed no mercy and threw Duong Tran back into heavy water essence. Continue. After a while, Duong Tran sank deep into the heavy water. When pulled up by Shen Lang Enhin, he trembled even more violently than before. Shen Lang Enhin sensed something wrong, not right. Junior brother's endurance is shorter than earlier. Third senior brother hurriedly left. Before leaving, he reminded, Junior brother, cultivate here first. I will return. Remember, before I come back, you must not go down into the cold pool. After third senior brother left, Duong Tran sat before the cold pool pondering. True essence has indeed become much more refined. Senior brother said not to enter the cold pool. Then if I release the ancient demonic dragon soul to absorb instead, would that work? Thinking so, Duong Tran immediately summoned the demonic dragon. Come out. As soon as the demonic dragon appeared, columns of black chi surged around the cold pool. Duong Tran exclaimed in shock, what is this? The demonic dragon opened its mouth and directly swallowed all those black columns of chi. Duong Tran hurriedly shouted to stop it. Stop at once, truly a pet that eats anything recklessly. Hearing its master call, the demonic dragon immediately shrank to the size of his palm. Yet on the demonic dragon's body, there were no longer only black hues. 3 additional different colors of power appeared, leaving Duong Tran bewildered. Looking at the 4 types of power seemingly wanting to merge, he wondered, what exactly is it going to become? The demonic dragon slowly absorbed the remaining 3 sources of power, red, brown, and yellow. When the process ended, Duong Tran's aura surged. He rejoiced. I have broken through to 2nd level Purple Mansion. Shen Lang Enhin returned, and upon seeing him wave, Junior brother, I am back. Looked closely at Duong Tran. His eyes suddenly brightened. Junior brother, you broke through again. Duong Tran scratched his head and smiled foolishly. Third senior brother, I was just cultivating normally. I do not know why my cultivation suddenly increased greatly. Shen Lang Enhin knocked him on the head without mercy. Do you think I am easy to fool? Being senior brother unconvinced, Duong Tran explained clearly, I also do not know why. During cultivation, I somehow drew the heavy water essence energy in the cold pool to merge into the Purple Mansion. That is why my cultivation increased. Hearing this, third senior brother laughed foolishly along with him. So that is how it is. Yet immediately Shen Lang Enhin still did not believe and kicked Duong Tran straight into the cold pool. Then go down and cultivate for me to see. Kicked unexpectedly, Duong Tran surfaced like a fish, water spraying from his mouth. This time he no longer trembled as before, even grinning, I am fine. Shen Lang Enhin saw him healthy and felt slightly displeased. Heavy water essence is indeed highly beneficial for tempering true chi. It seems I do not need to protect you. Cultivate here for 1 month and it will be enough. After speaking, he turned and left, leaving Duong Tran in the cold pool. Vin Lao appeared and asked, Master, what exactly is your martial soul? It is too terrifying. Duong Tran soaked in the cold pool as if bathing in hot water and replied, my martial soul is just an ordinary devouring type martial soul. Vin Lao inwardly assessed, this young master is likely far more formidable than imagined. After soaking enough, Duong Tran jumped ashore. He took Vin Lao out from his waist. Duong Tran asked, Vin Lao, with my current cultivation, can I refine the restrictions of Koi Tin Tower? Vin Lao explained, Koi Tin Tower is a high-grade spiritual artifact with 27 restrictions. Currently, you can only refine the first 9 and control part of its power. Hearing this, Duong Tran placed Koi Tin Tower before him and began sensing, worthy of a high-grade spiritual artifact. Let me try refining it. Golden light immediately enveloped both him and Vin Lao. 1 day later, the refining process was completed. Duong Tran stood up excitedly recalling Vin Lao's words. Just as said, although only battle restrictions were refined, it is enough to grasp one divine ability. The divine artifact in Vin Lao's hand then changed form. It became enormously huge. Duong Tran had to raise his head to observe. After evaluating for a moment, this was the first divine ability of Koi Tin Tower, Koi Tin Shock. Overjoyed, he asked Vin Lao, with my current strength, if I unleash Koi Tin Shock, how powerful will it be? Vin Lao replied, below King Realm, it is almost certain death with 1 strike. Duong Tran was stunned. What? Vin Lao further explained, if Master breaks through to 5th level Purple Mansion, when unleashing Koi Tin Shock, even King Realm cultivators of Earth grade will be slain in 1 blow. During this, Duong Tran held the energy spirit stones in his hand. I must seize this opportunity to increase my cultivation. As he circulated his technique, the spirit stones floated up, green energy radiating and surrounding Duong Tran. Suddenly, the spirit stones trembled and shattered into dust. Duong Tran stood up in panic. What is happening? From his palm, the demonic dragon appeared, flew straight to where the spirit stones had shattered. Opening its mouth, it swallowed every fragment without leaving any. Duong Tran rested his chin on his hand, watching the demonic dragon eat contentedly. Today, I want to see how much you can eat. After finishing, the demonic dragon returned into the ring. Spirit stones floated in the air, and they fell into a small pile in the corner. Vin Lao appeared and asked, Master, are you all right? Duong Tran stared blankly at the pile of spirit stones. From an entire mountain of spirit stones, now only a small handful remained. Duong Tran felt as if seeing a ghost. that many high-grade spirit stones would be enough to break through King Realm without exaggeration. He asked weakly Vin Lao, "Are there any spirit stones left inside Koi Tin Tower?" Vin Lao thought and replied, "Perhaps there are." Master tried drawing Koi Tin Tower into the purple mansion. After speaking, Vin Lao directly entered Duong Tran's body to inspect. Sensing the demonic dragon and the terrifying power, Vin Lao was stunned. "This is," he cried out in shock, "another supreme martial soul." Duong Tran sensed the anomaly and asked Vin Lao, "What is wrong?" Vin Lao broke into sweat and replied, "Nothing," clearly unwilling to reveal the full truth. Duong Tran quickly said, "Then hurry and get spirit stones for me. My martial soul has a problem. It needs a great amount of spiritual energy to recover." After checking again, Vin Lao suddenly shouted, "Master, your martial soul is defective." Not only was Vin Lao shaken, Duong Tran was also stunned. "What, my martial soul is defective?" Vin Lao analyzed. The defect of the martial soul is not caused by Master, but the inherited predecessor already carried the defect, thus it was passed on to you as well. Duong Tran immediately refuted, "Vin Lao, my devouring martial soul awakened by myself. It is absolutely not a family inheritance. It should not be defective." Seeing him misunderstand, Vin Lao explained, "Master, the defect I speak of is not the devouring martial soul, but the sword soul." Duong Tran stroked his chin thoughtfully. "That makes sense. This killing sword martial soul was inherited from true martial sword emperor. I did not expect it to carry a defect." Duong Tran continued asking Vin Lao, "Can a defective martial soul be repaired?" Vin Lao replied confidently, "Of course it can, but as for how to repair it I do not know. Master must search for the method personally." Knowing it could not be resolved immediately, Duong Tran shifted his attention to the pile of spirit stones before him. He picked up a large spirit stone and asked Vin Lao, "Is this an ultimate grade spirit stone?" Vin Lao confirmed, "Correct. It is enough for Master to refine." Duong Tran's eyes shone like stars. He sat down again and began refining, spirit stones rising one after another. Spirit stones entered his body as Duong Tran absorbed continuously. Vin Lao inwardly marveled, truly unbelievable. Kind of martial soul could absorb even ultimate grade spirit stones. 3 days later, Duong Tran's aura was completely different from before. He joyfully realized, "I have reached 5th level purple mansion." Rapid increase in cultivation made him doubtful. He asked Vin Lao, "What exactly happened to my 4 great true chi that my cultivation rose so quickly?" Vin Lao replied, "Your devouring martial soul absorbed the spiritual power of countless ultimate grade spirit stones. Part of that spiritual power merged into the 4 great true chi." At that moment Shen Lang Enhin returned, calling out anxiously, "Junior brother." But immediately he was even more shocked. "Wait, your cultivation." Duong Tran smiled proudly. "3rd senior brother, you noticed. Now I am 5th level purple mansion." Remembering something important, Shen Lang Enhin hurriedly urged, "Now is not the time to talk about this. We must go down the mountain." Duong Tran scratched his head in confusion. "Go down the mountain." Shen Lang Enhin revealed the news he had just received. According to that old fellow, after Dong Zion broke the seal of man hand-winged corpse divine mountain, it shook violently. It seems a heaven-defying treasure is about to appear. A vast scene emerged through the mist, a majestic city with towering walls beneath a sky woven with clouds. Group entered the city and stopped by a small roadside shop. Zio Nhi happily pointed ahead and laughed. "Look, Master is still there." Before them, the Fire Gate Mountain Master with a shiny bald head and a thick beard past his chin stood with hands behind his back, silently observing the magnificent mountains ahead. Second senior sister turned and asked, "Master, do you know what treasure the divine mountain about to emerge is?" All eyes focused on him, awaiting an answer. Master did not turn, only replying indifferently, "That treasure has no fate with you." The junior sister curiously stepped closer and pointed at herself with a grin. "Master, what about me? Do I have fate?" Master glanced at her. Still coldly, Master replied, "You also have no fate." Zio Nhi puffed her cheeks and huffed. Duong Tran observed the old man the whole time, suspicion rising within. This old man is so mysterious. Could he truly know what the divine mountain treasure is? Suddenly Master spoke, "Let us go to the divine mountain," then raised his hand signaling Duong Tran's group to follow. The group arrived at the foot of a barren rocky mountain, a spiral path winding straight to the sharp peak. This was Winged Corpse Divine Mountain. Miserable screams echoed through the forests. Master and Duong Tran's group arrived. The sight was eerie. Many youths in white lay clutching their heads or crawling while gasping, faces pale and drenched in sweat. Duong Tran broke into sweat and could not help asking, "What exactly is happening?" Master glanced at Duong Tran and calmly replied, "Winged Corpse Divine Mountain is considered a forbidden land because of these demonic sounds. The higher the cultivation, the stronger the impact. Thus, except for a few with firm will, cultivators above King Realm cannot ascend." Master pointed at Duong Tran and said, "This time Duong Tran, Zio Nhi, Thien Lin Hai and Kim Vo Kiat will enter." The four were stunned. Suddenly murmurs rose among the cultivators. Dong Zion people have arrived. Not only Long Zion, but also Eastern Alliance. Old Ghost Van Chuang has personally appeared. Old Ghost Van Chuang led the group, followed by fierce-looking subordinates with oppressive aura. Seeing the Fire Gate Mountain Master from afar, Old Ghost Van Chuang laughed sinisterly. Old Can, this divine mountain treasure will belong to our Eastern Alliance. Old Can sneered back, then we shall see. Suddenly a group rushed from afar at extreme speed. People below exclaimed, people from Northern Emperor Mountain have arrived. One landed before Old Can, dust swirling. He respectfully said, greetings, master. Old Can glanced over and snorted softly, his expression unchanged. And Ba, along with Northern Emperor Mountain Lord, and a youth approached Duong Tran, smiling as he introduced, junior brother. This divine mountain trip will not be peaceful. This is my disciple Han Than. Go together and support one another. Han Than bowed with clasped hands. Greetings, Grand Master. Greetings, senior brothers and sisters. Old Can swept his gaze over the juniors and sternly said, no more talk. Time is urgent. Depart immediately. A white-robed youth smiled arrogantly at Duong Tran. It was Van Bat Quan of the Van family, drawing Duong Tran's attention. Seeing Duong Tran curious, Han Than whispered, junior grand uncle, that is Van Bat Quan of the Van family. Very dangerous. Duong Tran pointed at him and asked, Brother Han, I have never heard this name. Is he that strong? Han Than said solemnly, Van Bat Quan is a genius hidden by the Van family, though only 5th-level Martial King. He once defeated 9th-level Martial King experts. Duong Tran looked at Van Bat Quan and calculated inwardly. I wonder if Koi Tin Shok can directly kill him. Within the divine mountain forests, deep rumbling sounds broke the silence. Van Bat Quan led his people charging up the mountain, shouting while running, the divine mountain treasure is about to appear, hurry. Han Than hurriedly urged Duong Tran, junior grand uncle, we cannot let the Van family take the lead. Only then did Duong Tran realize they had begun climbing. Duong Tran remained calm with arms crossed. Brother Han, no need to rush. This divine mountain tremor is very abnormal. Kim Vo Kiat nodded in agreement, frowning. I also sense demonic friction aura. Duong Tran looked up, seeing the entire mountain shrouded in red-orange streams, stroking his chin thoughtfully. The divine mountain treasure may be real, but where does this evil aura come from? Those people obeyed Van Bat Quan's command, charging up each step toward the divine mountain peak. Han Than anxiously urged repeatedly, while Fire Gate Mountain people remained calm and composed. Duong Tran said solemnly, I am almost certain there is a great demon alive on this mountain. At that moment screams rang out. A group fled down the mountain in panic, crying for help. They brushed past Fire Gate Mountain group. Han Than disdainfully said, with such weak martial heart they still reached King Realm, truly laughable. Ignoring the fleeing crowd, Duong Tran said, let us ascend as well. After a few steps, Duong Tran's group found someone blocking the path. Waiting there was Van Lien Than. He smiled maliciously. Duong Tran, I finally get to wait for you. Duong Tran replied coldly, so it is you. Han Than stepped forward, shielding Duong Tran, saying, junior grand uncle, I will block them. You go up the mountain. Though worried, Han Than still pointed and shouted, Van Bat Quan, if you have guts then fight me. Van Bat Quan laughed disdainfully. Unfortunately, Northern Emperor Mountain's beloved disciple will likely die here today. Han Than roared, stop the nonsense, then struck with his palm, golden streams shooting out. Duong Tran quickly discussed, we break through. Use maximum speed to ascend. Do not let Brother Han stall too long. Ionhi angrily rushed into battle, leaving Duong Tran stunned. She shouted, why climb the mountain? Deal with these eyesores first. Van Lien Than hurriedly ordered, 3 of you go stop that girl. Ionhi clenched her fists, gathered power and shouted, get lost. A thunderous explosion erupted. The ground cracked, lightning shot out. 3 opponents were blasted away. Seeing this, Van Bat Quan felt uneasy, muttering, not good. In a blink, Han Than appeared before him. Han Than clasped his hands behind his back and said coldly, Van Bat Quan, you dare be distracted while fighting me. Van Lien Than angrily shouted altogether, kill that girl. 6 people charged simultaneously, cursing madly. Ionhi drew a blazing red whip surrounded by lightning and said coldly, you seek death. Moments all were defeated. Cries echoed through the mountain. Though subordinates faltered, Van Lien Than still roared, urging attack. Duong Tran could not endure and drew his sword coldly. Truly a shameless bunch. Crimson sword light slashed out, lightning tearing through the air. Van Lien Than felt extreme fear, drenched in sweat. The sword intent was terrifying. Many Van family subordinates were cleaved apart, a horrifying sight. Duong Tran shouted, Senior Sister Ionhi, do not linger in battle, seize the chance to rush up. Fire Gate Mountain people charged upward together, striking whoever blocked them. Van Bat Quan roared while fighting, get lost Han Than. If you want to die, I will grant it. He smiled sinisterly, dark red flames erupting in his hand. Han Than was startled and broke into sweat. Could it be Great Luo demonic fire? In an instant the black flame expanded. Van Bat Quan struck and sneered, "Since you recognize it, then die." Han Than could not dodge, and could only raise his hands to block the black flame. A world-shaking explosion sounded, dust and smoke filling the air. When the smoke cleared, Han Than lay collapsed on the ground, utterly defeated. Duong Tran cried out in alarm, "Brother Han." Van Bat Quan immediately chased Duong Tran's group, threatening while running, "You are next." Duong Tran turned and said, "I will stay and block him, you go ahead." Kim Vo Kiat and Zio Nhi protested at once, wanting to stay and fight together. Duong Tran asked solemnly, "Can you block Van Bat Quan?" Kim Vo Kiat and Zio Nhi were speechless, only shaking their heads silently. He turned his head, his voice calm. "If that is the case, then do not stay and hinder me. He still has a trump card enough to block him." Zio Nhi spoke worriedly. "Duong Tran, stop boasting." In Lin Hai also tried to persuade him. "That is right. Now is not the time to show off your ability." He waved his hand to reassure everyone, "Do not worry. If I truly cannot block him, I still have a way to retreat." In less than half a quarter hour, Duong Tran encountered the Van family group. From afar, Van Lien Than saw him and loudly ordered his followers to stop. He stood upright with arms crossed, his expression indifferent and unmoved. Van Lien Than pointed at Duong Tran with disdainful eyes. "Duong Tran, so you also have a day like this. At this moment, none of your senior brothers or sisters can save your life." He replied leisurely, the corner of his lips curling confidently. "Is that so, Van Lien Than? You have heard of this clown before. Now you are the real joke." Van Lien Than became furious, directly drawing his sword, a faint aura radiating from it as he roared, "Duong Tran, you seek death." He slashed, shattering surrounding rocks, and shouted, "Die beneath my great Luo sword technique. You can close your eyes." He slowly grasped the sword on his back. He unsheathed his sword and raised a move head-on to block the Van attack. A deep explosion sounded, smoke and dust rolling and obscuring vision. Suddenly strands of black chi appeared before Van Lien Than, startling him. "What is this?" Van Lien Than hurriedly circulated his chi and lifted his sword to resist Duong Tran's killing move. Golden aura burst forth, dispersing the black chi. He barely blocked the strike. He sneered mockingly, "Van Lien Than, I will repeat, you are only a clown. This place has decent feng shui. It will serve well as your grave." The red aura coiled and appeared once more. In a blink, the red chi pressed close. Van Bat Quan shouted in alarm, "Lien Than, be careful." The red chi pierced straight through Van Lien Than's forehead. He did not even understand what happened, only managing a short cry. Van Lien Than collapsed. Van Bat Quan stood beside but was powerless to save him. Van Bat Quan roared in fury, "Duong Tran, how dare you?" He drew his sword, black chi surging and killing intent filling his face, roaring, "Duong Tran, I will tear you into 100 pieces." A violent sword chi shot straight at Duong Tran, who stood tall. He stiffened as the sword light approached, sensing the special energy and blurting spiritual artifact. Vin Lao suddenly appeared as the red sword flew over. "Warning, Master, quickly summon Koi Tin Tower. That sword has fused killing intent." He immediately circulated his chi, his hand moving slightly. Koi Tin Tower floated in his palm, strands of golden chi swirling and merging into the divine artifact. A giant blue tower manifested before him, spiritual energy surging. The Van family were stunned and murmured, "Spiritual artifact. This brat actually also possesses one." And Bat Quan laughed viciously, greed flashing in his eyes. "Good treasure. After killing you, it will be mine." His blazing red sword path crashed toward the towering Koi Tin Tower. A violent collision erupted with a thunderous boom and terrifying shockwaves. Smoke billowing, yet the blue tower remained unmoved. And Bat Quan's sword was rebounded backward through the thin dust. He was horrified, fear evident in his eyes. How can this be? Though he blocked the strike, his true chi was severely depleted, sweat pouring as he braced on his knees, gasping. Thinking the power is clear, but spiritual sense consumption is too great. I cannot use it again soon. Koi Tin Tower was withdrawn as the divine artifact urged retreat. Van Bat Quan noticed he had turned to leave, immediately unleashed another sword, Great Luo Sky Shatter, crimson sword light tearing through the air. Sensing danger, he used Shadow Escape, Formless Shadow, golden chi gathering at his fingertips. The sword light pierced empty air as he vanished. Van Bat Quan clutched his head in rage. Damn it, what kind of escape technique is this? Hatred blazed within Van Bat Quan as his brother died miserably, with a pierced forehead at this very spot. He shouted to his subordinates, "Chase him." The Van family hurried up the mountain. His figure reappeared behind in blue aura. He smiled, thinking, "Did not expect that. I did not run but circled behind you." He swung his sword, unleashing Soaring Sky Sword intent, golden chi slashing toward the lackeys ahead. Many were struck and fell instantly, only able to let out miserable cries. Remaining Van members panicked, realizing the ambush. Shouting, "It is Duong Tran," he attacked from behind. Van Bat Quan ground his teeth and roared in fury, "Duong Tran, you are dead." stood unmoved though attacks approached, sneering provocatively, "If you can then catch me." He vanished again before Van Bat Quan's eyes, leaving only faint smoke. Van Bat Quan muttered angrily, "Has this brat touched spatial profundity? Impossible." Van Bat Quan turned to Van Lu and ordered, "You lead ahead, I guard the rear. I want to see what tricks Duong Tran has left." About the time of an incense stick later, Van Lu led the van group past the perilous steps of the Divine Mountain. Van Lu was startled seeing he had appeared ahead, shouting, "Duong Tran is in front." He stood proudly holding glowing Koi Tin Tower with faint golden aura, laughing, "I have been waiting long." Koi Tin trembled. The tower enlarged and swept away all van lackeys below. The terrain shook as the tower crashed down the slope, rocks flying with deep explosions. Van Bat Quan rushed forward but was too late. More than half the van group had fallen. He roared crazily at the fading figure, "Duong Tran, I will tear you apart." Covered in blue aura, he took pills from his pouch, thinking fortunately second senior sister gave many recovery pills. Swallowing the pill, he thought without it would be hard to unleash Koi Tin's shock. Zio Nhi, Kim Vo Kiat and Thien Lin Hai were still hurrying up the mountain. There were still people above. Kim Vo Kiat sensed movement and realized the Van family was close behind. He spoke softly to second senior sister. "Zio Nhi senior sister, quickly take sister-in-law ahead. I will stay to stall them." Zio Nhi disagreed and reassigned. "Lin Hai has the lowest cultivation. Go with Zio Kiat. I will block them." Lin Hai firmly objected. "No, if we go together." And Bat Quan had caught up, laughing viciously, "Still want to run? This time none of you escape, die with Duong Tran." Hearing this, Thien Lin Hai turned pale, covering her mouth, thinking he might have lost to Van Bat Quan. Van Bat Quan drew his sword, preparing great Luo strike. At that moment the Divine Mountain shook violently, loud explosions echoing. Demonic sounds transmitted from within, causing all to clutch their heads in agony. Extremely uncomfortable, the Fire Gate Mountain group continued upward, Kim Vo Kiat urging, "Move quickly." Van Bat Quan clutched his head and roared, "Damn it. If not for this demonic sound, I would have slaughtered those brats." He was struck by the demonic sound and knelt coughing blood. He forced himself up, wiping blood from his lips, cold sweat pouring, thinking the Divine Mountain sound attack is terrifying. At that moment, a black object emitting gray aura appeared before him. He suddenly realized, ancient demonic dragon soul. The black dragon with red eyes and crimson horns coiled around him and spewed brilliant golden spiritual energy. He exclaimed in joy, "Even sound wave attacks are devoured by the ancient demonic dragon martial soul." The red orb gradually absorbed the demonic sound. Immediately after, he appeared before Van Bat Quan, causing him to step back in shock. Demonic sound continued. Van members clutched their heads in pain, many collapsing. Even Van Bat Quan could not endure, trembling and falling, while he kept Koi Tin Tower floating in his hand. He raised one hand to the sky, the divine artifact becoming a giant tower behind him, earth and rocks trembling. Dust was sucked into the air. Massive blue aura surged. He said coldly, "Die." At this moment, Van Bat Quan saw the terrifying might from him and the blue Koi Tin Tower, sweating in fear, only managing to shout his name. In that brief instant, Van Bat Quan reacted, using swift movement to dodge aside. The remaining van members could not flee, trembling and begging for mercy, screaming for help, others desperately resisting. The attack from Koi Tin Tower blocked it, yet all efforts became meaningless. Koi Tin Tower descended from above, smashing to the ground, unstoppable. The ground exploded, rocks flying as booming sounds shook space. After the strike, the divine artifact returned to his hand. He stood silently gazing at the impact site. It had become a massive crater. No one survived that terrifying attack. Standing at the edge, he thought, Vin Lao did not deceive me. If Van Bat Quan were not lucky, he would have died. At this moment, another group climbed up. They saw him standing calmly and whispered in surprise, "Is that not Duong Tran of Fire Gate Mountain? Strange, where are the Van people? Was he not disturbed by demonic city?" After dealing with the Van family, he immediately accelerated to catch up with his Fire Gate Mountain brothers and sisters. At a bend, he stopped, hearing a provocative voice ahead. "Stop talking. If you want to fight, then fight." Recognizing Zio Nhai's voice, he hurried over delighted. Zio Nhai was fiercely arguing with Zin Kai Van's group, tension thick. The verbal clash was intense. Zio Nhai snorted coldly, provoking, "If you have guts, then come." Kim Vo Kiat noticed him behind and turned, asking if he was all right, while Zio Nhai crossed her arms angrily. He winked confidently and smiled, "I am fine, no problem." Zin Kai Van's face darkened, killing intent rising as he growled, "Duong Tran, heaven has a road you refuse, hell opens and you walk in." He smiled faintly in return, "Zin Kai Van, this place has good feng shui, it suits as your grave." Zin Kai Van drew his sword, smiling sinisterly, aura surging around his body. He said, "Fire Gate Mountain is unexpectedly so arrogant. Heaven truly has eyes to let me meet you here. This is fate." Tin Kai Van immediately made his move, Dazzling golden sword light shot forward in an instant, died. Lin Hai turned in alarm and warned anxiously, Duong Tran, be careful. Duong Tran calmly drew the sword from his back, blue energy enveloping the entire blade. Soaring cloud sword stance, he did not hesitate in the slightest, swinging his sword to block Tin Kai Van's strike. The two streams of sword light collided with a thunderous explosion. Blue energy and golden energy clashed, then gradually neutralized each other. Yet the ground beneath had already cracked apart, earth and stones scattering everywhere. Tin Kai Van's subordinates cried out in terror, "Impossible! We must be seeing a ghost. How can Duong Tran be so strong?" He actually blocked the star-chasing sword stance. Young Master Van is clearly at the King realm. How can he be evenly matched with Duong Tran at the Purple Mansion realm? Tin Kai Van snorted coldly in anger, his expression extremely ugly. This time he pointed his sword forward, circulating even stronger true energy, golden energy surging and coiling around the gleaming blade. Falling star sword stance, this time you will not be able to withstand it. The power of the sword this time was even greater than before. A gigantic sword shadow carrying astonishing momentum slashed straight toward Duong Tran. Duong Tran showed no fear, instead laughing loudly. Tin Kai Van, I overestimated you. He raised his sword to receive the attack. Duong Tran swung his sword again. A pale blue sword shadow shot forth. He shouted, Soaring cloud sword stance, receive this move. Tin Kai Van's lackeys laughed with contempt. This time Duong Tran is doomed. Dying under the falling star sword stance can be considered an honor. The two sword energies collided violently. Tin Kai Van's sword stance was unexpectedly rebounded back at him, accompanied by a sky-shattering explosion. Rebounding sword light pierced straight through Tin Kai Van's forehead. He widened his eyes in horror, blood instantly spraying out. Tin Kai Van fell backward, his sword slipping from his hand, his mouth only managing to utter impossible. Tin Kai Van's younger brother witnessed the scene, his face turning pale, crying out in agonized grief. The fierce subordinates drew their swords and charged forward for revenge, killing intent filling the sky, shouting repeatedly, Kill him! The brat dares to kill our master. Surrounded by many people, Sao Nhi and Thien Lin Hai were extremely worried. Sao Nhi shouted, Junior brother, be careful. Just before those people closed in, Duong Tran erupted with blue energy, executing the shadow escape martial intent. An explosion rang out where Duong Tran had vanished, their attacks striking only empty air. In midair, Duong Tran was already hovering at some unknown time. Above him, the massive QE Star Tower caused everyone to look up. Faces revealed clear shock. QE Star Shock was activated. Duong Tran's divine weapon smashed straight down at the spot where the lackeys had gathered. Deafening impact resounded, the ground severely distorted. At this point, none of them dared think of revenge. The crowd fled in panic in all directions, screaming, Run, Duong Tran is too terrifying. The people of Fire Gate Mountain gathered beside Duong Tran. Kim Vo Kiat exclaimed in admiration, Senior brother is too strong. Even a King Realm cultivator was cut down by you. Sao Nhi pretended to sulk and sighed, Junior brother, now you are even more formidable than senior sister. Thien Lin Hai asked curiously, was that the Ling Xiao sword art you used just now? Duong Tran turned to look at her. He smiled proudly and replied, correct. That was the soaring cloud sword stance combined with spatial profundity, also called the skyborn sword stance. Hearing this, Sao Nhi suddenly understood, saying in astonishment, no wonder that move was so strange, so it contained the power of space. Thien Lin Hai smiled teasingly, Duong Tran, your comprehension surely did not come from nowhere. Perhaps you encountered some great opportunity. Duong Tran lowered his voice mysteriously. That is right. I have a treasure that increases the chance of enlightenment when cultivating the sword path. Everyone was stunned after hearing this, unable to believe it. Such a divine object actually exists. Duong Tran laughed cheerfully. Have I ever deceived you? Sao Nhai's eyes shone brightly as she said, when we return to the mountain, I want to cultivate with you. Thien Lin Hai also joked with a smile. Indeed, we must follow closely to see whether he speaks truth or boasts. Duong Tran scratched his head awkwardly. Let us talk about that after we return. Reaching a fork in the road, Duong Tran suddenly hesitated. He was slightly confused, not knowing which direction to choose. The Fire Gate Mountain group stopped before the fork. Kim Vo Kiat asked, which path should we take? Duong Tran stroked his chin and asked Vin Lao, which of these two roads should we choose? The old man replied, I am not certain either, but Master can use the devouring martial soul to sense the demonic aura before deciding. Duong Tran immediately summoned his martial soul, a sturdy black-shelled monster with sharp claws, its entire body covered in blazing red fire energy appearing with overwhelming pressure. After the martial soul manifested, the left path was filled with black energy, while the right path was completely normal. Duong Tran withdrew his martial soul, pointing to the right and saying, "We will go this way." In the desolate and deserted Han City, only abandoned structures remained along with a pale golden teleportation array long unused. Two figures, one male and one female, appeared from the teleportation array. The beautiful woman in pink with purple hair tied in a bow was Hong Tiu. The tall man wearing a golden belt was Fuang Trong Bin, both coming from Dong Fu. The old ghost Van Chuang sensed the disturbance, turning around in shock to ask, "What happened?" The old man can slightly bowed, clasping his hands and speaking slowly. "Outsiders have finally arrived. This time it will likely be lively." Lam Fong also appeared, carrying a scholarly demeanor in white and blue robes with a neat black belt. He said, "After 1,000 years Dong Zion has declined to this extent. It seems the rumor of an imperial homeland still needs verification." Fuang Trong Bin laughed loudly and teased, "Young Master Lam Fong, do not scare them. If Dong Zion is an imperial homeland, then there must be imperial relics here. They can lead the way for us." Hong Tiu brushed her hair and said coldly, "Stop dreaming, Fuang Trong Bin. The strongest among these people is only a pseudo-emperor. If this were truly an imperial homeland, how could it be so impoverished?" At this moment, another figure stepped out from the teleportation array, drawing the attention of the Dong Fu group. It was Yen Hoi, a genius of Dong Fu, dressed in light green, holding a black fan, his hair simply tied, his face full of calculation. The Dong Fu geniuses faced the Dong Zion group, led by the old ghost Van Chuang with many subordinates surrounding him. Yen Hoi closed his fan, pointing straight at the old ghost Van Chuang, his voice cold, "Come here." The old ghost Van Chuang hesitated slightly, his eyes filled with apprehension, thinking that these youths were already at the 9th level of the sect realm at their strongest. Yen Hoi sneered, spreading his arms in provocation. "Do you not dare to come, then kneel." The old ghost Van Chuang flew into a rage, aura soaring and causing his hair and beard to flutter. He roared with imposing force, "Brat, are you playing with me?" Dong Fu group burst into laughter. Fuang Trong Bin said disdainfully that they were merely a bunch of declining ants. A tattered pseudo-emperor daring to be insolent before young Master Yen. Truly ridiculous, Lam Fong mocked with a smile that he probably thought himself a true emperor. Hong Tiu yawned boredly and added that the spiritual energy here was filthy and chaotic. Even breathing it in was nauseating. Yen Hoi showed clear contempt, fanning lightly as he said, "In that case, I will give you a chance. If you can withstand one move from me without dying, I will take you as a servant." The old ghost Van Chuang immediately leapt into the air. The aura behind him coiled into a blue vortex. He shouted loudly, "Brat, come here. Let me see whether you are truly a genius or merely a boastful madman." Yen Hoi tossed the fan into the air, giving a light shout. Go! Dense black energy instantly spread throughout the space. The fan opened, stirring the air into chaos. Behind Yen Hoi, purple energy swirled wildly like a rising storm. Yen Hoi raised his hand toward the old ghost Van Chuang, the fan continuously fanning out waves of fierce attacks. Like a great storm sweeping through, everything in its path was blown away. The old ghost Van Chuang screamed miserably, exerting his full strength just to barely hold on. The earth and stones around him completely swept clean. Subordinates were horrified seeing him fall into a disadvantage, crying out in panic, "How can this be? Is the sovereign not at the emperor realm? The spiritual energy of that fan is too bizarre." Yen Hoi withdrew the fan, black energy still lingering around him. He said calmly, "Weaker than I thought. You are the most inferior pseudo-emperor I have ever met." The old ghost Van Chuang broke out in sweat, gasping in exhaustion, his eyes helpless, only able to stammer out a faint sound. Yen Hoi stepped forward, pressure like a mountain bearing down, making the old ghost Van Chuang feel incomparably small. He threatened coldly, still not kneeling. With no way out, the old ghost Van Chuang dropped to his knees before Yen Hoi, his appearance utterly humiliating. People following him stared in terror, their sovereign of great renown kneeling before a young man, none daring to believe their own eyes. What kind of calamity is this? Suddenly rumbling sounds came from afar. Upon hearing them, Yen Hoi turned pale, cold sweat streaming down. Yen Hoi listened tensely, doubt rising in his heart. How could divine might appear? Could it be that Dong Zion still has an old monster of the divine realm? Another deep explosion resounded across the gloomy sky. Yen Hoi regained his composure, glancing at the old ghost Van Chuang and asking, "What is that sound?" The old ghost Van Chuang beaded with sweat, replying respectfully, "Young master, that disturbance comes from the divine mountain." Yen Hoi fanned lightly, ordering, "Explain clearly what is happening." This mountain is called Duck Thigh Divine Mountain. It is said to be related to the legendary Supreme One Sword. The old ghost Van Chuang hurriedly explained. Hearing this, Yen Hoi was overjoyed, signaling the Dong Fu geniuses and laughing loudly. Another imperial relic, go to the divine mountain. Turning to the Fire Gate Mountain group, as they were advancing toward the summit, they encountered a gigantic stone stele. Duong Tran felt uneasy, signaling everyone to stop before saying, Tiu Kayat, Lin Hai, fifth senior sister, step back a little. Covered his eye and activated the witch god left eye, a massive red eye appearing to observe the stone steel. Within the steel, a brightly shining blue sphere was revealed, aura swirling around its dazzling light. Duong Tran was startled, sweat pouring down as he blurted out, "What is this?" Everyone was astonished at Duong Tran's reaction. Tiu Kayat pressed urgently. "What is it?" Lin Hai also asked curiously. "What did you discover?" Duong Tran gestured to reassure them, telling everyone to retreat further. There is something unusual about this steel. He summoned the Chi martial insect, a blazing red banner appearing behind him, aura burning fiercely. The attack struck directly at the steel. Cracking sounds rang out as it began to fracture. Pieces of stone peeled away. From the cracks surged a bizarre stream of black energy. The black energy quickly gathered, then was sucked into a fissure beneath the ground. Duong Tran signaled everyone to remain still. All of them were stunned, completely unable to understand what had just happened. Duong Tran advanced with a serious expression, raising his hand to stop Kim Vo Kayat. Vo Kayat asked worriedly, "Brother, what is that thing?" For them was a strange, massive black object. Vin Lao suddenly appeared and explained, "Master, this is a demonic fox clone." Duong Tran recalled the previous battle, turning to ask Vin Lao, was the demonic sound just now also created by the demonic fox clone? Vin Lao hovered and answered seriously, "Perhaps so. This clone is being suppressed. Otherwise, no matter how strong a cultivator is, it would be difficult to approach the divine mountain." Duong Tran calmly continued to ask, "What methods does the suppressed clone still have? The black energy just now was not too strong." Vin Lao folded his arms and explained that it was only one of countless clones. Moreover, the master's origin fire is the nemesis of this evil entity. Hearing this, Duong Tran turned to call Vo Kayat, Sao Na Chai and Lin Hai over, confidently saying, "There is no need to fear, we move forward." Vo Kim Kayat clenched his fist and said loudly, "That thing clearly fears your fire. If there is a chance, we cannot let it escape." Four of them advanced together toward the crack, emitting thick black smoke. After walking for a while, Duong Tran discovered a black chain extending along the left side. Duong Tran stopped to observe. Lin Hai asked curiously, "Does this chain truly connect to the other side?" Suddenly, Duong Tran erupted with blue divine sense, attempting to suppress the black energy. The black chain trembled and shattered the divine sense, causing Duong Tran to be startled. Unable to suppress it, Duong Tran used the witch god eye to observe the chain stretching through to the opposite side. Duong Tran knelt on one knee, executing fire god burning to incinerate the black energy clinging to the chain, while telling everyone to follow closely. Duong Tran, Vo Kim Kayat, Sao Na Chai, and Thien Lin Hai cautiously stepped along the chain toward the other shore. Ahead, a dense curtain of black mist gradually came into view. Duong Tran drew his sword and blocked in front, shouting, "Be careful." From within the black mist, a red-haired monster roared and charged out. Duong Tran swiftly swung his sword, surging firepower striking directly at the monster. The monster was unharmed and continued to rush forward with its jaws wide open. Duong Tran gritted his teeth and poured in more strength, golden sword light gathering densely. With one slash, the monster was split in two. Immediately afterward, numerous similar monsters flew up from the abyss to attack the four of them. Vo Kim Kayat, Sao Na Chai, and Thien Lin Hai also took action, fiercely resisting. Vin Lao appeared beside Duong Tran, fighting as he explained, "These are all clones of the demonic fox clone. Absolutely do not get injured." Hearing this, Duong Tran grew worried. Within his body were four great true energies. He did not know how long he could hold on. After half an hour, the four of them made it through, the other three exhausted and sitting on the ground gasping for breath. Vo Kim Kayat wiped his sweat and asked anxiously, "Are you all right?" Sao Na Chai and Lin Hai also called out loudly. Duong Tran turned back to reassure them, telling everyone to recover quickly. Above it is likely even more dangerous. Vin Lao appeared to remind him, "The treasure of the divine mountain this time is somewhat unusual." Duong Tran placed his hands on his hips and asked, "What is strange about it?" Vin Lao stroked his beard thoughtfully and said, "The tremor of the divine mountain may be due to a malfunction in the seal suppressing the demonic fox clone." At this moment, streaks of golden light appeared in the sky. Duong Tran turned his head to see Vo Kim Kayat, Sao Na Chai, and Lin Hai clutching their heads in pain and collapsing. When the streaks of light faded, Duong Tran rushed over in panic and shouted, "Tiu Kayat, Lin Hai, fifth senior sister." Vo Kim Kayat frowned and raised his hand to hold his head. Struggling to sit up, he said in a trembling voice that he was still fine. Duong Tran knelt down worriedly and told everyone not to move forward. He would go alone. Thien Lin Hai propped herself up and hesitated as she spoke, but Duong Tran turned to reassure Lin Hai, firmly saying that with his life-preserving abilities, he would be fine. At the foot of Duck Thigh Divine Mountain, a group of about 10 people gathered. Phuong Trong Bin gritted his teeth and said angrily, "Damn it. What is so strange about this divine mountain that even sect realm experts like us cannot approach? In the sky amidst the clouds, a gigantic branch appeared. Fuang Trong Bin exclaimed in shock, heavenly mechanism leaf boat. Lam Fong also looked up in confusion. Why have people from the heavenly mechanism clan appeared? On another mountain peak, Thien to Enheen was also stunned upon seeing the heavenly mechanism leaf boat. And Ba stepped behind Thien to Enheen and asked softly, Junior sister, what is wrong? The imperial elder slowly stepped forward, stroking his beard and sighing. In the blink of an eye 5 years have passed. It is time to return and take a look. Hearing the imperial elder's voice, Thien to Enheen trembled slightly and turned back anxiously, hesitantly saying, Teacher, still. The heavenly mechanism leaf boat slowly glided through the air. At the prow, a figure gradually appeared within a pale golden halo. Light faded, revealing a dignified man with silver hair fluttering in the wind. Elsewhere, Bo Thien Giant of the heavenly mechanism clan descended, looking ahead with a smile and asking, What is it? Do you no longer recognize me? To Enheen folded her arms, ignoring that smile and calmly called out, Elder brother. Hearing the words elder brother, the old ghost Van Chuang was shocked and thought, could the emperor from beyond the domain be the elder brother of the Fire Gate Mountain disciple? Bo Thien Giant continued smiling gently at Enheen and said softly, Tiu Enheen, come back with me. Enheen turned her head to look behind her and earnestly said, Teacher, you must come to Yuang City to visit me, all right. The one standing behind her was the old man Can. He did not look back and only said, We will talk later. You are grown up now. Stop being childish, go. After speaking with the old man Can, To Enheen turned to Nba and whispered, Senior brother, teacher is timid by nature. After I leave, please take care of the junior brothers. Ba smiled and replied succinctly, all right. After that, To Enheen transformed into a small boat. When the small boat had flown high, only then did Tham Lang Enheen hurriedly call out from behind, to Enheen. The old man Can immediately knocked hard on Tham Lang Enheen's head and scolded, Fool, you speak only after she has left. The two stood watching as the small boat gradually disappeared into the distance. At Duck Thai Divine Mountain, Duong Tran covered his nose and observed his surroundings, thinking that the evil killing aura here was truly heavy. Be that he had already reached the summit of the Divine Mountain. The thought had just flashed when a roar sounded behind him. A gigantic dragon appeared, evil energy surging around its body. Fiercely charged toward his back, the dragon opened its mouth and spewed streams of black energy. The destructive force ahead was extremely terrifying. Duong Tran stared in shock at the scene before him. Massive boulders were torn apart and scattered across the ground. Duong Tran suddenly realized something, his eyes lighting up as a voice sounded, Master, what is the origin of your devouring martial soul? He curiously looked at the beam of light before him, wondering what it was. From within the halo, a cold voice rang out, Insignificant human brat, I did not expect you to reach this place. Duong Tran placed his hands on his hips and looked at the other party, asking, Who are you? Figure within the light gradually became clear. It was the demonic fox clone, it said disdainfully. You are not qualified to know this seat's identity. Your cultivation is so weak you are no different from an ant. Hearing this, Duong Tran was startled, a speculation flashing through his mind. This must be the demonic soul clone Vin Lao once mentioned. The demonic fox clone widened its eyes and continued. Rare all-element talent, yet you have only awakened 4 minor elements, truly useless. But your luck is not bad to have obtained an ancient artifact spirit. After hearing this, Duong Tran became even more vigilant, thinking he could not underestimate this man. Demonic fox clone stared at him and said, This seat was once a great deity of the upper realm. Because I offended a god king, I was banished to the lower realm to recuperate at Hand Mountain. Now as I prepare to leave seclusion, I encounter you. It can be considered some fate. Duong Tran asked curiously, Senior comes from the upper realm. What kind of place is the upper realm? Who is the god king? The demonic fox clone slowly explained. The god king is the supreme powerhouse of the human race. The ancient world is divided into the upper and lower realms. You are in the mortal realm. If you pass the trial I set, then, even if your strength is weak, your talent is barely acceptable. Do you wish to become my disciple? On the surface, Duong Tran appeared delighted and replied, Is it truly possible? Yet inwardly he sneered. This man is about to reveal his tale. The demonic fox clone laughed proudly and said, Before taking me as master, you must pass the final trial. Duong Tran raised his head and asked, What trial? The demonic fox clone did not answer, its body curling within the black mist. Suddenly a sword appeared, embedded into the cracked black sphere. Duong Tran stared intently, wondering whether the black sphere was its true body. Yet why did it not resemble a fox at all? The demonic fox clone moved close behind him and slowly said, Brat, do you see that broken sword? That was once this seat's artifact spirit. Though damaged, it still seals a divine sword technique within. If within 3 days you comprehend even a little, then it will count as passing the final stage. Duong Tran turned inwardly to ask Vin Lao, whether the demonic fox clone was playing tricks. Vin Lao manifested and sternly warned, "Master must absolutely not comprehend the sword technique on that broken sword. It is very likely a trap." Demonic fox clone laughed loudly and urged, "This sword technique possesses extraordinary power. If you have fate, I will guide you." Duong Tran looked at the sword, a feeling rising in his heart urging him to approach. Vin Lao hurriedly shouted a warning, "Absolutely do not let its soul power invade your sea of consciousness." A strand of black energy suddenly shot straight into Duong Tran's head, leaving him no time to resist. Black energy poured out from the black sphere in increasing amounts. Demonic fox clone laughed maniacally. "Dragon Sovereign Emperor, you did not expect this seat to escape. In the future, I will annihilate the entire human race of the ancient world." Duong Tran immediately mobilized the Origin Fire Seed to resist. Firelight blazed brightly amid the dense black energy. Demonic fox clone sneered, "I did not expect you to have Origin Fire, but unfortunately you are still too weak." Firepower was gradually devoured by the black energy. Duong Tran panicked, suddenly remembering there is still the heavenly pearl. A surge of green energy erupted accompanied by lightning. Duong Tran roared loudly, "Get out of here." Demonic fox clone trembled as it was tightly bound by the strange power, asking in terror, "What is this?" The streaks of lightning caused it relentless pain. Demonic fox clone howled in pleading, "Human brat, stop at once. Withdraw the lightning serpent." Vin Lao immediately reminded, "Master must absolutely not let it escape." The demonic fox clone continued to tempt him, swearing by its soul to accept you as a disciple, grant supreme divine abilities, even become your servant. Trembled as it said it would form a soul contract with Duong Tran. In the end, the demonic fox clone collapsed painfully onto the ground. Duong Tran panted as he wiped his sweat, thinking that this time it was finally resolved. He asked Vin Lao about the current situation. Vin Lao replied that the demonic fox clone had been completely destroyed. Duong Tran sighed. He had nearly died at its hands. He did not expect Origin Fire to be ineffective against a soul body. Vin Lao explained that Origin Fire did not deal great damage to soul bodies, but innate divine thunder was its nemesis, then curiously asked where he had obtained the divine thunder. Duong Tran scratched his head and said he was not sure either. Vin Lao immediately urged him to quickly retrieve the divine soul Dao Pearl of the demonic fox clone. Duong Tran asked in confusion, "What is the divine soul Dao Pearl?" Vin Lao explained that it was the greatest legacy left behind after a divine spirit realm powerhouse dies. Duong Tran asked how to extract it. Vin Lao told him to wrap it with soul power and pull it out from the sea of consciousness. Duong Tran closed his eyes and focused, following the instructions. Divine soul Dao Pearl flew out from the body of the demonic fox clone and moved toward him. Vin Lao curiously asked what was inside the Dao Pearl when he saw his hand trembling. Duong Tran laughed in delight and said, "I have struck it rich. This time it is truly a huge gain." Looking at the Dao Pearl in his hand, he said excitedly that inside were two divine abilities: Soul Split to invade the sea of consciousness and control souls, and Soul Devour to swallow soul fragments to strengthen oneself. As soon as Duong Tran finished speaking, he turned to ask Vin Lao how to refine the divine soul Dao Pearl. Vin Lao was slightly startled upon hearing this. "Refine it." Vin Lao folded his arms and pondered, one hand on his chin as he replied, "If Master wants to refine the divine soul Dao Pearl of the demonic fox clone, you must at least reach the peak realm." Hearing this, Duong Tran could not help but feel disappointed. "Ah, does that not mean I must wait a very long time?" Vin Lao continued, "Although Master cannot refine it directly yet, there is still another way to use it." Duong Tran listened in confusion and widened his eyes. "What do you mean?" Vin Lao explained that I have a secret fusion technique called Purifying Fusion Art. It can fuse the divine soul Dao Pearl into an awakened artifact spirit, turning it into a new artifact spirit. After speaking, he revealed an item. Duong Tran was overjoyed. "There is such a secret technique. Then my black wood sword is perfectly suitable." He held the sword with blazing eyes. Vin Lao folded his arms and nodded with a smile. "That is only natural." Duong Tran said excitedly, "Vin Lao, quickly teach me the purifying fusion art." Duong Tran extended his hand, the black wood sword floating in midair, surrounded by a faint golden glow. He closed his eyes and began to focus on executing it. After half an hour, the divine soul Dao Pearl gradually fused into the sword. A gloomy aura spread in all directions. Duong Tran said joyfully that it had succeeded, only that the new artifact spirit possessed merely basic intelligence and could not compare to Vin Lao. Vin Lao leaned on his hand and smiled. "I have lived for many years after all." Duong Tran held the sword and asked further Vin Lao, "If I use the soul split divine ability through the black wood sword, at most what level of demonic beast or cultivator can be controlled?" Vin Lao laughed and said, "Controlling a divine spirit realm is still far off, but manipulating a few Emperor Realm cultivators with weak soul power is no problem. Duong Tran stared wide-eyed at the sword and asked in astonishment, even Emperor Realm is possible. Elsewhere, around the gigantic mountain shrouded in black mist, 3 people stood observing. How Nhai excitedly pointed ahead and said, "Junior brother has succeeded, let us hurry up." Thien Lin Hai hesitated and replied, "The situation is still unclear. Perhaps we should wait a little longer." Vo Kayat said decisively, "Sister Lin Hai, rest assured, my brother will surely succeed, let us go up." Looking at the black mist above, Kim Vo Kayat wondered in confusion, could someone have already obtained the treasure? Kim Vo Kayat angrily rushed forward while cursing inwardly, "Duong Tran, damn you. If I do not kill you this time, my surname is not Van." Another voice rang out from afar, "The great Emperor's treasure, I am coming." A red-robed figure also quickly headed toward where the black mist gathered. At the same time, many other groups also rushed in that direction. The old ghost Van Chuang and 2 others also set off. He turned his head and said, "Let us go as well." On the mountain peak, Duong Tran looked at the rock before him and thought, "The Tai Kang sword of the Dragon Sovereign Emperor is recorded to be sealed at the peak of Duck Thigh Divine Mountain. Could it be here?" Duong Tran stroked his chin and asked Vin Lao whether a divine sword technique could be sealed within a sword core. Vin Lao replied that it was possible but required special methods. After hearing this, Duong Tran became excited. "Good, then I will try to find it." He focused his divine sense and touched the sword embedded in the rock. Suddenly a blinding light burst forth, causing him to instinctively step back. The sword sprang out and appeared before Duong Tran, leaving him astonished. Black mist swirled around. Vin Lao saw the small sword within the fireball in Duong Tran's hand and cried out in shock, "Master, have you obtained the Tai Kang sword?" Duong Tran replied in confusion, "I am not sure. Is not Tai Kang's sword a divine ability?" Vin Lao broke out in sweat as he stared at the sword. Vin Lao explained that in the sword path there are sword stances, sword domains, and sword cores. Duong Tran asked in shock, could the small sword within this broken sword be the sword core of the Tai Kang sword? Vin Lao confirmed joyfully, "That is correct. The seal of the demonic fox clone is precisely this sword core." Suddenly behind Duong Tran a shadow appeared, baring its teeth as it waited for an opportunity. By the time Duong Tran realized it, the shadow had already snatched the sword. As soon as the sword vanished, light exploded forth. Duong Tran covered his eyes in panic and asked, "What is happening?" Beam of light transformed into countless streaks of lightning that shot into the sky. On the mountainside, everyone looked up in horror. Such terrifying killing intent. What is going on? Duong Tran and Vin Lao regained their composure and followed the beam of light with their gaze. Duong Tran sensed the astonishing thunder power and said in alarm that this was not sword intent. Vin Lao immediately warned that they could not stay here long. During the commotion in the distance, Duong Tran turned back uneasily. He worried that the disturbance was too great and other forces had surely rushed over. Kim Vo Kayat, Sao Nhai, and Thien Lin Hai ran over and called out, "Duong Tran, junior brother." Duong Tran turned back and asked in surprise, "Why have you all come up here?" Sao Nhai pointed at the beam of light and asked curiously, "What was that sword radiance just now? Has the divine mountain treasure been obtained?" Duong Tran sighed and said the treasure had been obtained. The demonic sound and the danger to the sea of consciousness had also disappeared, but many powerhouses would soon rush up. After hearing this, Sao Nhai turned pale and asked, "Then what should we do now?" Duong Tran reassured them, "Quickly descend the mountain to hide, and then blend in with the crowd going up and down." Kim Vo Kayat pointed to the side and asked, "What is that?" Everyone looked over. Duong Tran closed his eyes and smiled. "That thing is already useless, let us go." Van Bat Quan rushed toward the mountain peak with all his strength, certain in his heart that the treasure belonged to him. When he arrived, Duong Tran and Lin Hai were already hidden behind a rock wall. Duong Tran signaled for silence. Van Bat Quan saw the broken sword and said joyfully, "Such powerful sword intent, it must be the treasure." He held the sword high and laughed loudly. "The treasure belongs to me." At the foot of the mountain, more and more people gathered. Van Bat Quan stepped down. Duong Tran stepped forward and shouted, "Van Bat Quan, hand over the divine mountain treasure." Seeing Duong Tran, Van Bat Quan panicked and denied it. "I did not see any treasure at all." Duong Tran asked coldly, "If there is none, then do you dare to swear by your martial heart?" Struck at his weak point, Van Bat Quan angrily shouted not to push things too far. Duong Tran merely smiled. At that moment beside Van Bat Quan, on Duong Tran's side 4 figures with surging auras appeared and advanced. Yen Hoi opened his fan and said impatiently, "Where is the divine mountain treasure? If you do not wish to die, then hand it over." Duong Tran cheerfully pointed at Van Bat Quan and said at once, "He is holding the treasure." Van Bat Quan knew he could not hide it and immediately activated a formation to threaten them, cursing these ignorant brats. Yen Hoi closed his fan and shot out a purple radiance, saying disdainfully, seeking death. The purple light pierced through Van Bat Quan's body and blasted him, flying several miles away. Yen Hoi and his companions strolled toward the unconscious Bat Quan, his voice icy and threatening. Where is the treasure? Hand it over now. Seeing Bat Quan collapse in pain, the old ghost Van Chuang broke out in cold sweat and screamed in panic. Bat Quan, hand over the face. Blood trickled from the corner of Bat Quan's mouth. He struggled to rise, trembling as he reached into his robe and took out the divine mountain treasure. The sword was revealed. The crowd erupted in shock. A spirit weapon. This is clearly a spirit weapon. Could it be a relic of the great emperor? What a pity it ultimately fell into the hands of outsiders. Yen Hoi took the sword and held it close to his eyes to examine it, then frowned in irritation. This is wrong, wrong. This is only a flawed spirit sword. Absolutely not that treasure. Realizing he had been deceived, Yen Hoi grew even more furious, his gaze locking onto Bat Quan as he coldly said, "You are not honest. The divine mountain treasure cannot be only this. Hand it over now." Bat Quan clutched his chest and forced himself up, gritting his teeth in pain as he mocked. "For robbers like you, this already counts as the peak in Dong Zion." Yen Hoi glared angrily at Bat Quan and was about to strike again when the old ghost Van Chuang hurriedly stepped in front to block him. He frantically begged, "Young master, calm your anger. My disciple is stubborn by nature. Please be magnanimous." Van Chuang turned and placed a hand on Bat Quan's shoulder, lowering his voice to persuade. "Bat Quan, is there anything else or not? If there is, then hand it over quickly." Seeing his master did not believe him, Bat Quan angrily tightened his wound, his eyes bloodshot as he gritted his teeth and swore, "I swear on my martial heart, on the divine mountain there was only this one treasure." Hong Tiu stepped beside Yen Hoi, rubbing his chin thoughtfully as he said, "Yen Hoi, I sense a similar aura on this broken sword to the earlier sword intent, but it is very faint." Yen Hoi pondered for a moment, then lowered his voice and asked, "Before you, had anyone else climbed the mountain?" Bat Quan hurriedly pointed straight at Duong Tran and shouted, "Yes, Duong Tran of Hoa Mon's son." Duong Tran's face darkened at once as he shot back a cold glance. Bat Quan pointed to the left, insisting he was still there. But when he turned his head, Duong Tran's figure had already vanished. Bat Quan pointed at the empty space beside him in shock and cried out in horror, "What is going on? Where did he go?" Realizing Duong Tran had disappeared, Yen Hoi immediately withdrew his spell and thought gravely, "Spatial secret arts are indeed formidable. It seems I was right." The old ghost Van Chuang suddenly appeared behind Yen Hoi, respectfully cupping his hands as he reported, "Young master, that youth named Duong Tran is a disciple of Hoa Mon's son," causing Yen Hoi to wrinkle his nose and turn to look. Yen Hoi narrowed his eyes at Van Chuang and coldly ordered, "Lead the way to Hoa Mon's son." At Hoa Mon's son, Duong Tran suddenly appeared before the various sects. Looking at the familiar scene, Duong Tran stood stunned for a moment, then asked in surprise, "Hoa Mon's son, how did I return here?" Seeing this, Old Can happily said, "Tran brat, tell me what treasure you obtained on the divine mountain." Hearing his master ask, Duong Tran scratched his head awkwardly and stammered, "Teacher, my divine mountain opportunity was only an emperor's sword divine ability." Old Ken showed dissatisfaction and frowned as he asked again, "Is that all? Nothing else?" Duong Tran was at a loss for words, glancing aside and scratching his head as he replied softly, "Yes." Old Can did not believe him and ordered in a deep voice, "Bring your hack muck sword here for me to see." Duong Tran respectfully handed over the sword, secretly displeased as he glanced at the old man. This old man is truly frightening. Could it be he knows everything about the divine mountain? Old Can held the sword and examined it with displeasure. Old Can looked at Duong Tran and said, "Tran brat, although your hack muck sword has become an initial spirit weapon, strictly speaking it is still only a semi-finished product." Before he finished speaking, numerous enemies appeared from below the cliffs of Hoa Mon's son. The old ghost Van Chuang angrily glared at Old Can and shouted loudly, "Old Can ghost, come out and die." Far below at the foot of the mountain, the other sects saw Van Chuang preparing to fight and panicked as they whispered, "Trouble has arrived. Who can stop a sovereign realm expert?" While the Van family's target is still at Hoa Mon's son, run quickly. In the air, the old ghost Van Chuang launched an attack. A gigantic green palm hurtled toward Hoa Mon's son at astonishing speed. Upon touching the protective grand formation of Hoa Mon's son, the palm instantly dissipated, leaving Van Chuang shocked. "How can this be? My strike could not break the mountain guarding formation." After the failed attack, Van Chuang returned to Yen Hoi's side and fearfully cupped his hands to report, "Young master, Old Can is holding out within the formation. The grand formation of Hoa Mon's son is too strong. My strength cannot break it quickly." Yen Hoi ground his teeth in anger and coldly berated Van Chuang, "Useless. I will act myself." After speaking, Yen Hoi's face darkened as he took out a sword-shaped talisman. Yen Hoi swung his arm and hurled the talisman forward, shouting, "Release." After striking, Yanhui covered half his face with a fan and thought unhappily, "This is a sword talisman bestowed by my ancestors. Even sovereign realm experts must avoid it, yet it is wasted here." The sword talisman tore through space, leaving a deep gash on the protective formation of Hoa Mon Sun. Only then did Old Can appear leisurely. Standing behind Yanhui, Van Chuang pointed ahead anxiously and said, "Young master, he is Old Can Ghost, Duong Tran's master. The divine mountain treasure must be in his hands." Suddenly Old Can cast a spell. Crimson like fire enveloped his body, heat spreading toward Yanhui and Van Chuang as he confidently shouted, "Since you seek death, I will grant it." Old Can solemnly gathered power into his index finger. From his fingertip shot a red bolt of lightning that pierced straight into Van Chuang's forehead, catching him off guard. Van Chuang had no time to retaliate and could only scream in agony. The sects watching from afar were stunned and exclaimed that a sovereign realm ruler had been slain. Just how strong is Old Can? Dong Zion is about to change. Realizing he was no match, Yanhui hurriedly lowered his voice to plead, "Senior, just now this junior was reckless. Please spare me for the sake of the Yan family ancestor." Hearing the familiar name, Old Can frowned unhappily. "The Yan family. Go back and tell Yan Thuong to prepare to repay his debt to me. Before long my disciple will come to collect." For Old Can's imposing presence, Yanhui only dared to cup his hands and reply in a trembling voice, "Yes." After resolving everything, Old Can calmly returned to his place. Duong Tran's eyes shone brightly, thrilled by his master's strength as he said with admiration, "Teacher, so you are this formidable." Old Can paid no heed, clasping his hands behind his back as he said seriously, "Lang En Heen, pack your things and leave Dong Zion." Hearing he had to leave, Lang En Heen panicked and asked, "Teacher, did I do something wrong? Do you want to drive me away?" Old Can lowered his head and sighed, replying sadly, "Dong Zion has been sealed for 1,000 years. Resources are scarce. You are about to break through but lack opportunity. Moreover, your temper is hot. You need to go out and temper yourself." Suddenly, Old Can looked up at Tiu Quang Dao and sternly instructed, "Tiu Quang Dao, you stay on the mountain to cultivate with your senior brother. Before reaching the sect realm, you must not leave Dong Zion." His words left everyone staring at each other in shock. Tiu Quang Dao and Nba could hardly believe it and cried out together, "Teacher." Old Can ignored them and walked to Zhao Nha, gently rubbing her head as he said affectionately, "Little girl, from now on follow your senior brother and be obedient." Hearing the instructions, Zhao Nha thought she was being abandoned and burst into tears, sobbing as she cried, "Teacher, are you no longer going to want us?" Old Can silently vanished before his disciples' eyes. Zhao Nha chased after him, but only empty air remained. At that moment, Duong Tran heard Old Can's voice resound, "Tran brat, you and Tiu Kayat make arrangements, then come to Su Than to meet me." Seeing Nba step forward to comfort her, Zhao Nha wiped her tears and looked up to ask softly, "Senior brother, will teacher never return?" Nba looked at the vast sky and smiled with certainty. "Zhao Nha, Hoa Mon Sun is teacher's life's work. I believe one day he will return." Duong Tran lowered his head and cupped his hands, calmly saying to Nba under the astonished gazes of Vo Kim Kayat and Lin Hai, "Senior brother, I want to take Tiu Kayat out for a trip. Please take care of Lin Hai and the others." Nba stepped forward, laughing heartily as he patted Duong Tran's shoulder and said reassuringly, "Good little junior brother can be at ease. With me here there will be no problem." When Duong Tran and Kim Kayat descended the mountain, Vo Kim Kayat curiously asked, "Do we truly have to leave Dong Zion?" Duong Tran pondered and looked up at the sky before replying, "No, we will go meet Master first." Outside Su Than, SP a CE Chinese letter ED open, within the desolate and silent depths of the Yan Mo Cave. "Is this the Su Than Master spoke of? Why is it so bleak? There are demonic creatures here, just enough to help your semi-finished hack-muck sword completely gain a spirit." Knowing his master's vast abilities, Duong Tran asked tentatively, "That demonic creature would not be the Luo Yan Demon Emperor. It has already been killed by you." "That is correct. The Luo Yan Demon Emperor lies deep within. Whether your hack-muck sword can gain a spirit depends on your own ability." Duong Tran wondered whether he had enough strength to defeat that powerful demonic creature. Okayat said, "The dark and fire energy here is extremely dense, mixed with grinding demonic aura." Duong Tran nodded, understanding they had to be extremely cautious. The two continued deeper into the cave, gradually approaching a lake. Duong Tran instructed Tiu Kayat to stay and keep watch while he went down himself. Duong Tran immediately activated his lightning true energy barrier and plunged into the lake. Sure enough, a voice resounded, "Duong Tran, your courage is not small, daring to intrude into my domain." Duong Tran observed intently as the water surface before him gradually turned black. Duong Tran called out, "Senior, this junior has come to make a deal with great Luo demonic flame." All the members of the Van family dead. To send a mere mansion realm brat like you here. No, something must have happened to the Van family. What exactly occurred outside? Duong Tran secretly thought. Could it be that the soul body of the Luo Yan demon emperor is sealed within the vortex before me? He was immediately stopped. The other party demanded to inspect the item he carried first. Duong Tran handed over the ancient spirit weapon and said that the sword spirit of this blade is slumbering. Perhaps it will be useful to you. Sure enough, Duong Tran immediately drew attention. The black sphere told him to throw that item over. Duong Tran swiftly tossed it down without hesitation. Black sphere asked in confusion what kind of spirit weapon this was. Duong Tran activated Devour Soul, golden radiance instantly blazing forth. Sword in his hand emitted an indescribably eerie glow. The black sphere began to disintegrate, unease rising within it. This situation had truly exceeded the bounds of normalcy. Sword trembled a ND Chinese letter, called Duong Tran its master. Duong Tran held the sword and asked in astonishment, Ma Lin, are you a person? The sword replied, asking him not to call it Ma Lin anymore. Duong Tran thought for a moment and decided to give it a new name. From now on it would be called Tiu Yu. From that day on, Duong Tran officially called this sword Tiu Yu. Okayat stepped closer and asked, Duong Tran, did you succeed? Duong Tran nodded and laughed loudly. This harvest is not small. The Hack Muck sword has completely transformed into a spirit sword. Vokayat said joyfully, if Martial Uncle knows this, he will surely be very pleased. Duong Tran did not delay further and urged them both to quickly go find Master. Very soon, a teleportation token appeared before them. Duong Tran immediately took Tiu Kayat and left Dong Zion, instructing that the ring contained necessary items and that they must think carefully before acting when encountering trouble. Duong Tran fell into deep thought. Is this not the spirit weapon that appeared after Vo Fuang died? Why is it here? Soul Pet asked in confusion, is this not your drill? Duong Tran picked it up and examined it closely, pondering for a long while. His drill and the object Old Can left behind were almost identical in shape. Okayat had no idea what these two items were. Duong Tran was also unclear. He only knew the old man had ordered them to venture out. Before everyone's eyes, the teleportation gate suddenly shone with dazzling light. The guards sneered, thinking another fool had arrived. All the items this time would belong to the Zam family, though the teleportation wave was regrettably weak. Soon, Duong Tran's group stepped out of the teleportation gate. Vokayat said excitedly that they had finally left Dong Zion. Amra and Zam Vu blocked the way, scornfully calling them poor and warning that if they had no good items, they should not blame them for being ruthless. Vokayat was furious, feeling that Zam Vu was courting death. Duong Tran raised his hand to stop him, telling him to endure for now and observe the situation. Zam Vu loudly threatened, hand over the ring. If you have spirit weapons, submit them as well in exchange for your lives. The newcomers did not understand and angrily asked on what grounds. Zam Vu immediately made a move, answering with action. The person who had just protested was killed on the spot, leaving everyone stunned. Zam Vu coldly warned that anyone who refused to hand over items would end the same way. Duong Tran told Tiu Kayat to hand over something at random. They would retrieve it after clarifying matters. Duong Tran threw a large bag to Zam Vu. Zam Vu snatched it, cursed them for being destitute, then decided to send them all into the Black Crystal Mine. The Black Crystal Mine, the group was escorted deeper inside. The overseer coldly warned that each day they must submit at least 4 black crystals. If not, they could await death. Duong Tran secretly rejoiced. This time they had truly struck gold. Vokayat asked softly what their next step should be. Duong Tran explained that black crystal veins were extremely precious, containing dark origin, perfect for strengthening true chi. Tiu Kayat was delighted upon hearing this, yet still did not know where to begin. Duong Tran smiled and said, what else is there to do? Go inside. Inside stood a towering dark wall like coal. Duong Tran sat down and began circulating his true chi to cultivate. Black chi spread, twisting the surrounding space. Outside the mine, a chilling sound suddenly rang out. It seemed something unexpected had occurred within the mine. Zam Vu decided to lead people to investigate. Vokayat anxiously asked whether such tremors would cause the mine to collapse. Duong Tran calmly replied that it was fine. The distance to the surface was not far. Opening a path themselves would not be difficult. Zam Vu strode inside aggressively. Someone has come. Duong Tran immediately sensed it. He asked Tiu Yu whether it sensed that aura. It was certainly a peak sect realm cultivator. If they used the Soul Division divine ability, could it suppress him? Sword Demon confidently replied that as long as he had not reached Sovereign Realm, it would not be a problem. Duong Tran swung his sword, ready to face the enemy. Facing Zam Vu, Duong Tran immediately launched a preemptive strike. Zam Vu laughed loudly, growing more excited at the sight of the spirit weapon, considering it already his. Upon clashing, Zam Vu realized it was a spiritual sense attack. Duong Tran asked Tiu Yu how it felt. Tiu Yu happily replied that it had succeeded. Sam Vu was suppressed and screamed in agony. His body trembled as he staggered toward Duong Tran. At the end, he dropped to his knees and bowed his head to acknowledge his master. Duong Tran joyfully praised, "Tiu Yu, you are truly formidable to have subdued him." Vo Kiat asked in shock what method this was to control even a sect realm expert. Duong Tran said indifferently, "Stand up." Sam Vu obediently followed the order, standing and bowing deeply. Duong Tran asked his name and background. He introduced himself as Zam Vu, a dark path heavenly master, currently half-step martial sovereign, having broken through 2 paths with a sovereign realm soul body. Duong Tran asked in surprise, "Half-step martial sovereign, truly beyond expectation." He asked whether the steward and guards of the valley above were difficult to deal with. Zam Vu smiled and replied that dealing with them would be effortless. Duong Tran smiled with interest. "Good, then go up and kill them all first." Zam Vu accepted the order and immediately returned without hesitation. His figure vanished in an instant, leaving Vo Kiat staring in shock. Vo Kiat curiously asked what demonic art Duong Tran had used and how long he could control him. Duong Tran reassured him not to worry. That man would never be able to betray him. Tiu Kiat was stunned. How could such a thing be possible? Duong Tran smiled confidently, saying it was the divine ability of the Hack Mock Sword spirit weapon, an opportunity he had obtained from the divine mountain of the medicine market. At that very moment, within the forest, Chen Hack Long suddenly shook violently. The black dragon roared turbulently, as if awaiting something. Duong Tran felt slight concern, uncertain whether his true chi could evolve into true essence. Chapter 233. Dense black chi surged across the sky. In the end, all the energy erupted violently. Unfortunately, it lacked the final step, unable to complete the evolution into true essence. Zai Ming true chi seemed unable to advance for now. How should this mineral vein be handled? Sam Vu returned from outside to report that all members of the Sam family in the valley had been eliminated. Duong Tran asked Tiu Yu whether if Zam Vu later broke through Sovereign Realm, he could escape control. Tiu Yu affirmed that it was impossible. His soul had been completely branded with a slave mark. Duong Tran took out medicinal pills and asked Sam Vu how many he needed to condense spiritual sense and awaken Sovereign Realm. Zam Vu replied that 5 would suffice. Upon reconsideration, 4 would be enough. Duong Tran immediately gave him 4, enough for his spiritual sense to enter Sovereign Realm. Zam Vu accepted the pills, his hands trembling with undisguised excitement. Duong Tran asked whether with a large amount of dark origin his true chi could evolve into true essence. Zam Vu answered with certainty that if there were truly enough dark origin, it would be entirely feasible. Duong Tran smiled happily, deciding to help him step into Sovereign Realm today. Immediately afterward, a dense curtain of true chi enveloped the space. Duong Tran condensed his true chi, a golden sphere brimming with spiritual power appearing. He threw the sphere toward Sam Vu, telling him to receive it. Zam Vu absorbed the spiritual energy, wholeheartedly circulating his cultivation to break through. Half an hour passed, Sam Vu's aura suddenly surged. Duong Tran and Vin Lao joined forces to suppress the erupting aura. The power was too strong. The suppression could only be maintained briefly. The spirit stone vein was blasted apart by the impact, the scene far beyond imagination. A large area was flattened, as if an apocalypse had just occurred. Sam Vu officially stepped into Sovereign Realm. He had truly broken through successfully. Duong Tran said such a huge disturbance meant they could not stay long and should withdraw first. Lao Than, a still atmosphere enveloped everywhere. The 3 walked along an empty road. Duong Tran told Zam Vu to briefly introduce the situation of Lao Than. Zam Vu said Lao Than was controlled by the 3 great families Sam, Dean, and Han, each occupying its own territory. Duong Tran said there was no need to mention basic matters, only the important, unusual points. Zam Vu thought for a moment, then said that the ancestor of the Sam family secretly went to Hack Thatch and Hai every full moon night. Duong Tran immediately asked where Hack Thatch and Hai was and what was special about it. Zam Vu replied that Hack Thatch and Hai lay on an unnamed mountain less than 500 li outside the southern city. On the surface, there was nothing unusual. Duong Tran felt something was amiss. It was certainly not that simple. He smiled meaningfully. Tonight is the full moon. Then let us go and take a look. Upon arriving at Hack Thatch and Hai, the surrounding space grew unusually gloomy. Duong Tran asked Vin Lao whether the ancestor of the Sam family would detect them. Vin Lao replied that with Duong Tran's current movement technique, ordinary Sovereign Realm cultivators would absolutely not be able to detect him. The person was about to arrive. The ancestor of the Sam family walked in a spirit-awakened state, silently entering. He raised a talisman, golden light shining from it. It was a spirit communication talisman used for summoning. Duong Tran did not understand what a spirit communication talisman was and asked Vin Lao. Vin Lao explained that the spirit communication talisman was used for long-distance contact. Only Emperor-level experts could refine it. Duong Tran was startled. Could it be that behind the Sam ancestor stood a great emperor? The ancestor of the Sam family continued to activate the teleportation. A crimson shadow gradually appeared in the void. The ancestor of the Sam family immediately bowed in worship to his master. The crimson shadow coldly asked, "That lowly one, has the matter I assigned made progress?" Sam family head replied that they had paid a great price to obtain secret information related to the task assigned by his master. The crimson shadow showed interest and told him to speak clearly. Sam family head said that within the Dong Yuang secret realm of Dong Yuang Dao Palace, there existed a forbidden hall that no one had entered. Rumor had it that inside was a strand of heavenly flame. Duong Tran asked Vin Lao what exactly heavenly flame was. After 234, Vin Lao said heavenly flame had many types. The strongest could even burn divine spirit realm experts. Duong Tran was astonished. Its power was actually so terrifying. The Crimson Shadow ordered the Sam ancestor to find a way into the secret realm. He needed accurate information. The Sam ancestor lowered his head to accept the order, not daring to disobey. Crimson Shadow vanished, saying the conversation was over and this was the reward. The Sam ancestor looked around to confirm no one was eavesdropping before leaving. On another side, a hand emerged from behind a rock wall. Duong Tran softly called to the other two, "Let us go out." Okayat and Zamvu stepped out, their eyes full of curiosity. Duong Tran asked Zamvu whether he knew Dong Yuang Dao Palace and the Dong Yuang secret realm. Zamvu said Dong Yuang Dao Palace was under the Divine Emperor, governing the 108 prefectures of Dong Zhou. None dared defy its orders. The 1,000-year sealing of Dong Xian also originated from there. Duong Tran was repeatedly shocked. This force was actually so powerful. Zamvu continued that cultivators of the 108 prefectures all aspired toward Dong Yuang Dao Palace. Entering it meant stepping onto the path of ascending to heaven. Every 50 years a Dong Yuang token would be issued. Duong Tran wanted to obtain a Dong Yuang token, but did not know the requirements. Zamvu said one must participate in the Heaven Gate battle to compete for the Dong Yuang token. Whoever seized it could enter the Dao Palace. For cultivators, this was a chance to soar in a single step. Duong Tran was delighted. Then he could also participate. He also had the qualification to compete, did he not? Zamvu replied that the lowest among the previous Dong Yuang token winners was half-step sovereign. Most were true sovereigns. Duong Tran was stunned and asked Zamvu about the situation of Dong Lam Prefecture City. Zamvu said the strongest in Dong Lam was Dong Lam Martial Palace. Below it were the 5 great divine spirit families. Other forces all depended on them. Duong Tran wondered whether each of those 5 families had a divine spirit powerhouse guarding them. Zamvu scratched his head and shook it slightly. He was not entirely sure, but most likely they did. Duong Tran decided to head straight to Prefecture City immediately. Dong Lam Prefecture City was bustling with people. The vast Yuan and Ga Prefecture City spread wide with thousands of magnificent buildings. The 3 of Duong Tran followed the passage and directly entered Prefecture City. Many other cultivators also arrived through the passage, chatting animatedly as they walked. Someone whispered that a certain great figure of a family was about to fail. The younger generation had not matured. Such vast resources would likely be divided. Branches within the clan were also stirring, making the situation even more chaotic. Another revealed that Yen Hoi and his companions had returned from Dong Xian, but were extremely low-key, refusing to speak when questioned. It seemed they had encountered misfortune. Suddenly a shout rang out, "Brat, why are you still standing there? Get lost." A tall, ferocious man pointed directly at Duong Tran, brazenly blocking the way. Zamvu released sovereign might pressure to suppress him and coldly asked, "Do you want to die?" That man trembled violently, terrified as he realized the person before him was sovereign realm. Sovereign might was impossible to resist. That man was utterly unlucky. Countless curious gazes around fell upon Zamvu. So young yet already sovereign realm, could he be the young master of a hidden family? Zamvu turned to ask Duong Tran how to deal with that man. Duong Tran curled his lips in a faint smile. Spare his life. Duong Tran wondered whether there was any place in this East City worth staying. Mon Tran Than of the Mon family stepped forward to strike up a conversation, expressing willingness to fully assist Duong Tran. Duong Tran nodded happily, asking him to briefly introduce this place. The two strolled around East City. Duong Tran asked which talents among the younger generation were noteworthy. Mon Tran Than said there were currently 7 outstanding prodigies. Duong Tran curiously asked who they were. They included Yen Hoi of the Yen family, Lam Fong of the Lam family, Hong and Gok Sword Hong Tiu of the Hong family, Fuang Trong Bin of the Fuang family, and Mon Kung of the Mon family, though Mon Kung was about to be removed from the list. Duong Tran did not understand why Mon Kung was being removed. Mon Tran Than explained that Mon Kung had once been a genius, but was struck by a strange poison in the Heaven Gate battle. His life was hard to preserve. Duong Tran merely gave a soft acknowledgement. Duong Tran continued to ask whether there were any good inns in Dong Lam. Mon Tran Than smiled, saying Duong Tran's status was noble and should not stay at an inn. Better to remain at the Mon family for a few days. Their guest chambers were absolutely not inferior. Duong Tran responded enthusiastically, "Then let us go." At the Mon family, the magnificent residence clearly displayed the foundation of an ancient family. Mon Tran Than knocked on the gate and loudly announced that honored guests had arrived. Gate responded with a dull thud. A servant hurriedly opened the door. The person outside struck by a gust of aura that made his face ache. Inside, a young girl stepped out, her arrogant demeanor hard to conceal. Mon Tiu Kiu angrily scolded Mon Tran Than. "Can you not see this young lady? Are your eyes on your forehead?" Chapter 235. Mon Tran Than hurriedly introduced that this was Miss Tiu Kiu of the Mon family, accustomed to being unruly, hoping the honored guest would forgive her. Duong Tran laughed, his gaze teasing as it fell upon the young girl. Mon Tiu Kiu became furious. "What do you mean by shaking your head?" Duong Tran said calmly, "Did the elders in your family not teach you etiquette?" The words were like poking a hornet nest. Mon Tiu Kiu immediately flared up. "What are you to dare lecture me?" She immediately struck a palm toward Duong Tran. Duong Tran stood still, not resisting at all. Mon Tiu Kiu was stunned, discovering she could not move. Duong Tran smiled faintly and said behind him stood Sovereign Realm Sam Vu. Mon Tiu Kiu panicked. "Sovereign Realm, how could that be?" Mon Tran Than hurriedly begged Duong Tran to show mercy. The young lady was still young and hoped to be forgiven. True to her childish nature, once freed, Mon Tiu Kiu demanded to run off to complain to her parents. Duong Tran told Sam Vu to withdraw, sparing her. Sam Vu withdrew his stance, even a slight motion startling the girl. Mon Tiu Kiu ran away, shouting as she went, "If you have the ability, then do not hide." Mon Tran Than sighed helplessly, repeatedly apologizing for the awkward situation. Duong Tran thought she was just a child and casually inquired about the overall situation of the Mon family. Mon Tran Than said the Mon family currently had one divine realm ancestor and 4 true sovereigns. Tiu Kiu's parents were 2 of them. Duong Tran asked Sam Vu quietly what background should be fabricated to seem reasonable. Sam Vu suggested using a half-true, half-false identity, saying the master came from a divine spirit family in Dong Zion and had come out to travel after the seal was lifted. Even if investigated, it would be fine. That moment, a woman stepped out from inside. Following was Mon Tiu Kiu's embellished complaints. That woman was Jai Yu Huang of the Mon family. The woman raised her brow and asked, "Where do you come from?" Duong Tran replied calmly, "Hoa Mon son." Jai Yu Huang immediately bowed in apology. "My daughter is mischievous and rude. I hope the honored guest will forgive her." Duong Tran smiled. "It is fine. The young lady is still young and straightforward in temperament." Jai Yu Huang curiously asked whether Hoa Mon son was a hidden mountain sect. She had never heard of it. Duong Tran nodded and said it was only a small mountain in Dong Zion. It was normal that Madam had not heard of it. Jai Yu Huang smiled and said Dong Zion was the very place that had forced the foremost genius, Yen Hui, to return in misery. She asked with a bright smile, "It seems Duong Tran is an outstanding figure among the youth of Dong Zion. This trip to Dong Lam is for travel." Duong Tran scratched his head and smiled. "What outstanding? He is merely mediocre. That is why Master sent him out to temper himself. Before entering Divine Spirit, he is not allowed to return to Dong Zion." Jai Yu Huang was surprised. What kind of background does Hoa Mon's son have to set such a requirement? Adam asked Duong Tran's name and invited them to stay at the Mon family. Duong Tran stated his name and respectfully greeted the senior. On the other side, Madam instructed Tiu Kiu to immediately go to the Marshal Hall to find Lam Fong, saying she had important matters to discuss. Duong Tran turned to ask Zam Vu whether besides the age limit there were other requirements for the Heaven Gate battle. Zam Vu said by rule only Marshal Hall students were qualified to participate, but in reality cultivation was the key. Below Marshal Sovereign participation meant death. Duong Tran asked Zam Vu whether he should enter the Marshal Hall. Zam Vu replied that Dong Lam Marshal Palace recruited at the end of each year. With Duong Tran's talent, he would certainly pass easily. Duong Tran nodded and decided to take the examination for Dong Lam Martial Palace. On the other side, Lam Fong went to meet Zhu Niang. Zhu Niang smiled gently and said there were no outsiders, no need for excessive courtesy, just sit. She asked Lam Fong why he had gone to Dong Xian to seek ruins and returned without a word. Lam Fong replied that Dong Xian was both weak and strong. Zhu Niang asked in confusion, "What do you mean weak yet strong?" Lam Fong explained that on the surface Dong Xian only had Nguyen Hong as the strongest. Yet there was Hoa Mon Sun with a divine spirit grand formation, and an old man who sent Yen Hoi flying with a single palm. Zhu Niang pondered. Yen Hoi is the top prodigy of Dong Lam, not inferior to ordinary sovereigns. Could that old man be divine realm? She ordered Lam Fong to leave. Lam Fong did not think much and immediately complied. After he left, Mon Tran Than was summoned inside. Mon Tran Than quickly entered, respectful before Lord Yu Huang. Jia Yu Huang instructed him to treat Duong Tran with utmost courtesy, fulfill any request immediately. If unable, then report back. This ring was considered the Mon family's sincerity. Long after, Mon Tran Than came to see Duong Tran. Duong Tran said he wanted to learn about Dong Lam Martial Palace. The year-end assessment was approaching. He wanted to know the examination items. Mon Tran Than was slightly stunned and asked, "Young master intends to enter the Martial Palace." Duong Tran nodded to confirm. He wanted to contend with the talents of Dong Lam's generation. Chapter 236. Mon Tran Than explained that this year the Martial Palace would recruit 100 students. For many years there had been 4 assessment items. Duong Tran showed curiosity and asked what those items were. The 4 items were true chi intensity, spiritual sense, soul power, and martial heart. Total score 400. The top 100 would enter the Martial Palace. Duong Tran silently assessed that Mon Tran Than was indeed well-informed and very useful. Mon Tran Than took out the ring given by Jia Yu Huang, saying it was a token of sincerity and an apology for the young lady's rudeness. Duong Tran accepted the ring and carefully inspected it. Mon Tran Than added that the family head instructed that the young master could command freely. Whatever the Mon family could do, they would do their utmost. Duong Tran laughed heartily. Then he must truly thank Lord Yu Huang. Mon Tran Than excused himself and left soon after. Here, Duong Tran gazed at the ring for a long while. Inside were countless rare treasures, emitting dazzling light. Duong Tran praised the Mon family's generosity. Tens of thousands of top-grade spirit stones and 10 fire-pattern fruits of immense value. Clearly extraordinary. He asked Vin Lao's opinion. Vin Lao said it was fine since it was given then accepted. Why be polite? Duong Tran scratched his head and smiled. That sounded reasonable. 3 days later at the Mon family, Duong Tran focused on cultivation. With abundant spirit stones, his cultivation rose rapidly. The 4 great true chi reached the 6th level of 4 prefecture realm. He opened the door. Duong Tran saw Mon Tran Than dozing outside. Mon Tran Than woke up and scratched his head blankly. Duong Tran finished cultivation and asked whether anything had happened in the past few days. Mon Tran Than replied that a major event had occurred. Today was the fated calamity day of the Mon family head. Duong Tran asked, "Is it Mon Kung?" Thought if it was poison, his primordial demonic dragon martial soul might handle it. Duong Tran told Mon Tran Than to report back, saying he had a divine medicine that could cure Mon Kung's poison. Mon Tran Than's eyes lit up, asking in shock, "Truly?" Duong Tran replied sternly, "Who would joke about such a matter?" Mon Tran Than immediately ran to inform Lord Yu Huang. On the other side, Mon Kung was gravely ill, his complexion extremely wan. His younger sister sobbed uncontrollably, constantly pleading with her brother. Mon Kung knew he would not survive, instructing Tiu Kiu to focus on cultivation in the future and stop being willful. Though willful, Mon Tiu Kiu loved her brother most and nodded to everything. Jia Yu Huang said sorrowfully, "Foolish child, are you still unwilling to let go?" Mon Kung wanted to see his father, hoping he would return in time. The Mon family ancestor appeared immediately, perfectly timed. Mon Kung struggled to sit up and softly called ancestor. The ancestor said that at this point, he would reveal a secret. 70 years ago, a great power once passed through Dong Lam. Yen Thuong Zion of the Yen family received guidance, and his cultivation soared. That lord's strength was unfathomable. Everyone was shaken. Could it be a great emperor? Unfortunately, that person stayed only 1 month. When leaving, Mon Kung was born. He bestowed a drop of essence blood and left a life talisman within his body, enabling him to become half-step martial sovereign before 25. Who would have thought that just as hope arose to enter sovereign realm, he met great calamity in the Heaven Gate battle. The ancestor recalled the life talisman from years past. According to it, Mon Kung was not short-lived. It took him many years to fully decipher. Madam hurriedly asked what exactly the life talisman stated. The ancestor said it clearly recorded that Mon Kung at 25 would face a great calamity. His spirit would sink for 45 years. yet his benefactor was the Life Master. Everyone was astonished. Could it be Mon Kung still had hope to live? This moment Mon Tran Than sought an audience, saying there was urgent matter concerning the young master's life. He was immediately summoned inside. Mon Tran Than nervously reported to Lord Yu Huang. Yu Huang urged, if there is something, say it quickly. He said Duong Tran had a divine medicine left by his ancestors that could cure Mon Kung's strange poison. Madame pondered, could Duong Tran be the benefactor mentioned in the life talisman? She decided to personally invite Duong Tran. As evening approached, a gloomy atmosphere enveloped the Mon family. Jia Yu Huang asked Duong Tran whether he truly could cure Mon Kung. Duong Tran smiled and scratched his head, saying he had a divine medicine passed down by his ancestors. According to records, it could cure most severe poisons. Madame earnestly said that as long as her son was saved, any condition would be met. Duong Tran said the divine medicine was a life-saving treasure. The reward could be discussed later. First, he would examine the young master's condition. Jia Yu Huang understood and agreed. She personally led Duong Tran to Mon Kung's room. Everyone looked on in astonishment, seeing Jia Yu Huang personally guiding a purple prefecture realm youth. Jia Yu Huang brought Duong Tran to the sick room and asked when the detoxification could begin. Duong Tran replied now, though he did not yet know the poison type. Since even the Mon family was helpless, it was not simple. Upon entering, the air in the room grew heavy and gloomy. Mon Tiu Kiu's eyes were red from crying, saying if her brother was saved, she would no longer call Duong Tran bad. Mon Kung writhed in pain, able only to lie there awaiting death. Vin Lao appeared in shock. How could this be? This is agarwood. Duong Tran asked in surprise, agarwood. Vin Lao shook his head. More precisely, it is a special demonic miasma. Agarwood is merely the common name. In truth, it is agarwood demonic miasma, a formless soul poison originating from the demon suppression boundary with countless perilous suppressions. Duong Tran did not expect such a vicious poison. Though ordinary poisons could be devoured, this soul poison he had never tried. Yu Huang anxiously asked whether Duong Tran could discern the toxicity. Duong Tran replied this was a formless soul poison that had deeply infiltrated the young master's soul body. To cure it would be extremely difficult. The Mon family ancestor immediately appeared before everyone. He introduced himself as Mon Hoi, ancestor of the Mon family, asking whether Duong Tran recognized this soul poison. Duong Tran answered frankly, this is the agarwood soul poison. The ancestor was full of worry and immediately asked Duong Tran whether there was any method to resolve it. He only gave an awkward smile, not daring to be certain that he truly possessed a divine medicine. Although soul poison could still be forcefully suppressed, agarwood poison was indeed too terrifying. After hearing Duong Tran's words, Mon Hoi was already convinced that he could certainly cure the poison within Quang Enhai's body. Duong Tran hesitated slightly, clearly still having something to say. Mon Hoi waved his hand and told him not to be polite. If there were any requests, just speak directly. Duong Tran no longer beat around the bush, stating clearly that the divine medicine passed down by his ancestors was extremely rare. Ordinary pills or treasures would likely be insufficient. The ancestor became even more certain, believing Duong Tran was the destined savior in Quang Enhai's fate. Declared that if Duong Tran cured Mon Quang, from this day forward his life would belong to him. Duong Tran immediately froze, thinking that was not what he meant. How had things gone this far? Mon young master was the future successor of the family head. How could he become his servant? This was completely inappropriate. Mon Hoi understood Duong Tran's background. Ordinary treasures were surely not lacking. Spirit stones were even less worth mentioning. Could it be he wanted something extremely rare? He intended to use a 1,000-year stone orchid to exchange for Mon Quang's life. Vin Lao immediately explained to Duong Tran that stone orchid was a precious treasure, enough to evolve his spiritual sense to sovereign realm. Duong Tran said no more, deciding to try once, then invited everyone to leave because the refinement required his own specialized technique. Everyone left one by one. Inside the room, Duong Tran told Mon Quang to relax his spirit. The divine medicine was extremely difficult to refine. Mon Quang was already near death. What was there to fear? He told Duong Tran to act freely. Immediately, Duong Tran struck him with a punch that knocked him unconscious. Now he could act at ease. At the same time, the demonic dragon devourer within Duong Tran's body instantly awakened. He swiftly absorbed all the poison within Mon Quang's body, guiding it bit by bit into the demonic dragon. After a while, Mon Quang's complexion visibly improved. Half an hour later, Duong Tran stepped out of the room. Everyone hurried forward to ask. Duong Tran smiled and said Mon Quang truly had good fortune, advising the family head to enter and see for himself. Everyone immediately rushed inside to check Mon Quang's condition. Mon Quang sensed that the soul poison in his body had been completely removed, feeling immense gratitude toward Duong Tran. Mon Tiu Kiu embraced her brother and sobbed. At last her family was safe. Mon Hoi invited Duong Tran outside to speak. expressing that he was the great benefactor of the Mon family. Chapter 238. During a meeting with the Mon family, the ancestor asked Duong Tran whether he had any plans in Dong Lam Prefecture City. Duong Tran replied that the strongest place in Dong Lam Prefecture City was likely the Martial Palace. The two brothers wished to broaden their horizons there. Though Duong Tran's talent was outstanding, he was still young. The Martial Palace examination was strict and required preparation. And since he was the Mon family's benefactor, if he needed support before the exam, just say so. Duong Tran frankly stated that short-term cultivation resources were not lacking. He only lacked a suitable place for secluded cultivation. Mon family was a great clan of Dong Lam Prefecture City. Surely they had a treasured ground arranged with a spirit-gathering formation to enhance true qi condensation. The ancestor proposed that Duong Tran cultivate at Thuen Hoa Garden. Mon Tiu Kiu immediately grew angry, questioning how Duong Tran could stay at Thuen Hoa Garden when even she had never been allowed. Hearing this, Duong Tran grew curious, wondering what was so special about Thuen Hoa Garden. Soon the three of Duong Tran arrived at Thuen Hoa Garden to see it firsthand. Duong Tran asked Mon Tran Than what made Thuen Hoa Garden different from other places. Mon Tran Than said he did not know the details, only that legend said a wondrous forbidden formation was arranged here. Those within could constantly feel their spiritual sense being tempered. Duong Tran understood and felt great interest, wishing to experience it personally. Seeing countless top-grade spirit stones inside, Duong Tran wondered how many there were in total. Mon Tran Than said these 100 top-grade spirit stones were prepared by the ancestor for his cultivation. Duong Tran happily called Vo Kaya and Sam Vu to collect the spirit stones and began preparing for cultivation. Duong Tran quickly adjusted his mindset and entered cultivation state. Spiritual sense was extremely stable, rapidly focusing. Duong Tran unleashed his full power, entering peak cultivation state. Mon Hoi observed from afar, inwardly shocked that Duong Tran was a four-element heavenly path master. Before long he broke through, the progress unbelievably simple. Clearly Duong Tran concealed an immense secret. This was also Mon Quang's opportunity. 3 days passed. Duong Tran stepped out of the cultivation space. Top-grade spirit stones were indeed effective. In just 3 days, his 4 great true qi reached the 9th level of 4 prefecture realm. Mon Tran Than asked whether Duong Tran had any further instructions. Duong Tran turned and asked what famous places were in Prefecture City. Mon Tran Than replied that the most renowned was the Tian Yun Ancient Tower. Duong Tran curiously asked what was special about Tian Yun Ancient Tower. Mon Tran Than said it was the only emperor relic of the entire Dong Lam Prefecture City. Duong Tran widened his eyes and asked which great emperor left this relic. Mon Tran Than answered that it was so ancient it could not be recorded, its origin unknown. The fame of Tian Yun Ancient Tower attracted not only locals, but also people from afar. Bin Lao appeared saying he had heard of it. Inside, besides rare treasures, one could also test fortune. The first to enter, if extremely fortunate, could obtain the Yang treasure of Tian Yun. Duong Tran was astonished, not expecting that testing fortune could even unlock a Yang treasure. The more he thought, the more curious he became. He must personally see it. Soon Tian Yun Ancient Tower stood before Duong Tran. He used a special hand seal to activate the mechanism to open the tower. With a whoosh, the ancient tower glowed and opened its inner door. Duong Tran went deeper inside, continuing to activate hidden mechanisms. This be the legendary Tian Yun Yang treasure. Suddenly Duong Tran condensed his spiritual sense and asked Vin Lao whether he sensed anything unusual. Vin Lao affirmed this was a dimensional space, without the original world, similar to a double space created by martial intent shadow concealment. Duong Tran was startled and asked whether using martial intent shadow concealment could enter this dimensional space. Vin Lao advised him not to risk it. This move could only be used where space was stable. Using it here could easily cause disorientation and eternal entrapment. After thinking, Duong Tran decided not to risk it and to open it directly. Inside the tower, light gradually spread across the chamber. Jade green sword slowly appeared before him. Vin Lao was extremely shocked, murmuring impossible, absolutely impossible. Duong Tran did not understand and asked what the sword truly was. Vin Lao explained it was the national treasure of the 3 swords, left by the nation god demon. Duong Tran half believed, guessing Tian Yun Ancient Tower was likely left by an extraterritorial powerhouse. Vin Lao grew excited, saying they had struck fortune. Duong Tran now had enough to condense Sword Heart. Chapter 239. Duong Tran asked Vin Lao how long condensing Sword Heart would take. Vin Lao appeared worried, advising that whatever he did should be done after leaving, best not here. Duong Tran opened another layer. Inside, dazzling light appeared as a treasure gradually manifested. Duong Tran was extremely excited. Could there be another treasure? Fortunately, before being teleported away, he had taken all treasures. As soon as he stepped out of the ancient tower, Duong Tran's excitement was unmistakable. Crowd immediately buzzed seeing someone exit, all curious what treasure Duong Tran obtained. Duong Tran drew the small sword in his hand, in extremely high spirits. Vin Lao reminded him to quickly store the treasure and leave. Duong Tran obeyed, immediately hiding the treasure and withdrawing swiftly. On the way, Duong Tran and Vin Lao discussed what that rare treasure truly was. Duong Tran opened the jade sword in his hand, unable to restrain his smile. Jade Dragon manifested, carrying an unfathomable, mysterious aura. The Jade Dragon let out a sharp roar, brimming with might. Its eyes were filled with divine power, emanating extreme strength. Duong Tran thought the primordial demonic dragon must be stabilized first. Fusing the sword essence was crucial, and absolutely could not err. Upon hearing this, the primordial demonic dragon actively fused, astonishing Duong Tran. Lao told Duong Tran this was a rare moment of enlightenment. He must seize it. Duong Tran unleashed Soaring Sky Sword intent, unexpectedly comprehending smoothly at this moment. A beam of sword light shot out. The comprehension process officially began, days and nights passing continuously. In the blink of an eye, 20 days quietly passed. Duong Tran successfully fused Ba Lang's sword intent, joyfully stroking the blade. He asked Vin Lao whether there was any treasure to help his spiritual sense break into sovereign realm. Vin Lao said it was a leaf of the Tian Yu Zai tree. Though it could help spiritual sense break sovereign realm, using it now would be wasteful. Whether to refine it was his decision. Duong Tran believed that breaking through to the Emperor realm was a crucial transformation. How could it be called a waste? Lao said Duong Tran did not understand enough. The heavenly wanderer purple tree was a supreme treasure of the chaotic void. Even an emperor-level powerhouse, whose divine sense had shattered, could use it to recover to the peak. Duong Tran widened his eyes, not expecting its value to be so terrifying. And Lao continued, this kind of consumable treasure only shows its value when used. If left unused, it is meaningless. Duong Tran realized he had been too obsessed with appearances. He immediately began the refinement process from the beginning. Spirit stones around him quickly cracked and shattered, turning into spiritual energy in an instant. A beam of radiant light burst forth, illuminating the entire space as spiritual energy overflowed. Duong Tran successfully broke through. His Emperor Realm divine sense officially formed. The pitch-black space, a brilliant golden sphere slowly appeared. Duong Tran laughed in delight. The leaves of the heavenly wanderer purple tree truly lived up to their reputation. His divine sense had reached the peak of the Emperor Realm. Without delaying any further, he immediately continued comprehending the Ba Lang sword intent. At the same time, someone outside had come seeking Duong Tran to discuss matters. Mon Tiu Kiu stood outside calling loudly, but Mon Tran Than said Duong Tran was in seclusion and could not be disturbed. She refused to listen and asked Tran Than whether he understood. If she was not allowed in, she would barge in herself. Mon Tran Than could only helplessly persuade her, hoping the young lady would not make things difficult. Mon Tiu Kiu erupted in anger, shouting that he dared to block her. Duong Tran spoke up at that moment, telling Tran Than to step aside and saying he had already come out of seclusion. Mon Tran Than was overjoyed, finally able to see him. Duong Tran looked at Mon Tiu Kiu with a smile and asked what urgent matter brought the little girl to find this young master. Chapter 240. Mon Tiu Kiu loudly declared that she had come to negotiate. Duong Tran appeared puzzled. There was no conflict between them, so what was there to negotiate? Mon Tiu Kiu angrily said not to look down on others. She was representing Kaka to discuss matters. Duong Tran sneered and said he and KK had no shared interests, so there was nothing to talk about. Mon Tiu Kiu exploded, saying the old ancestor had only spoken casually. Duong Tran should stop dreaming of becoming her brother's life master. If he wanted money, she would give 50,000 top-grade spirit stones. Duong Tran bluntly refused. That was Mon Hoi's promise. The words of an elder were worth 1,000 pieces of gold. This was not something a little girl could decide. Mon Tiu Kiu demanded that Duong Tran name his price to release her brother. Duong Tran offered 50 million top-grade spirit stones, which she immediately opposed, saying at most 500,000. At that moment, Mon Quang walked out from inside and called for Tiu Kiu. The moment she saw her brother, Tiu Kiu changed her expression and obediently called him brother. Mon Quang told his sister to stop causing trouble. The old ancestor was looking for her, and she should hurry over. Tiu Kiu did not hesitate and left at once after hearing her brother. Mon Quang solemnly thanked Duong Tran. Without him, his life would have been hard to keep, and he hoped his benefactor would generously overlook his young sister. Duong Tran said there was no need to be so polite. Calling him benefactor only created distance. In the future, just call him by name. Moan Kwang remembered the life-saving grace, but had also heard rumors that the old ancestor once promised that if Duong Tran saved him, then Duong Tran would become his life master. Duong Tran waved his hand and said it had only been a joke at the time. There was no need to take it seriously. Moan Kwang did not think it was a joke. A man of the Moan family meant what he said, and he asked whether Duong Tran looked down on him. Duong Tran believed this matter should be discussed later. They would wait to meet Moan Hoi and decide then. Moan Kwang agreed and said there was a celebration banquet at Tai Bok today to celebrate his revival and thank Duong Tran, inviting him to go along. Duong Tran nodded in agreement. Upon arriving at Tai Bok Pavilion, the desolate scene was completely unlike its elegant name. Duong Tran was half doubtful, wondering whether this was truly Tai Bok Pavilion. Moan Kwang pointed at the Tai Bok stele and said this place tested divine sense. To enter, one had to reach at least the sect realm, something he had forgotten to tell Duong Tran earlier. Duong Tran secretly felt fortunate that he had just broken through to the Emperor realm. Moan Kwang thought Duong Tran might have been frightened. His cultivation was only purple mansion, yet his divine sense was monstrous enough that the old ancestor's words were not exaggerated. Moan Kwang blamed himself for not arranging things properly. He had assumed his benefactor could certainly leave his name on the Tai Bok stele, yet still felt worried. Duong Tran stopped listening to the explanation and told Moan Kwang to demonstrate first. Moan Kwang said no more and directly displayed the technique to leave his name on the Tai Bok stele. A gigantic golden plaque appeared above the stone stele. Crowd around stirred, knowing the poison had been cured and Moan Kwang had returned to the path of a cultivator. His Emperor realm divine sense left them with only admiration. Everyone cheered joyfully, watching Moan Kwang regain his former bearing. Lam Fong let out a breath of relief, realizing his cousin had fully recovered and his divine sense had reached the mid-stage of the Emperor realm. For still 5 years until the Heavenly Gate battle. Many knew that if they did not break through to the Emperor realm, they would not dare participate. A young woman worried for her brother who wanted to join the Heavenly Gate battle. Moan Kwang nearly losing his life made her even more uneasy. But life and death were determined by heaven. Fortune was the key, and many Emperor realm cultivators still perished in every Heavenly Gate battle. Moan Kwang turned to Duong Tran and said it was his turn. Duong Tran activated Ba Lang, golden light erupting throughout the space. Ba Lang struck the stone stele several times before shooting straight into the sky. The golden plaque manifested, the name board blazing red with majesty. The surname Duong had never appeared in Than Fu. Perhaps he was an outsider. Duong Tran at the peak of the Emperor realm divine sense. No one had heard of him. Perhaps he came with Moan Kwang or was a heaven chosen of Truong Than Fu. Moan Kwang stared in shock, unable to understand how Duong Tran cultivated to improve so quickly. Duong Tran felt slightly embarrassed and said not to mention it. He had been lazy since childhood. After entering Hoa Mon Mountain, he was beaten and scolded for half a year. In the eyes of his senior brothers and sisters, he was the most useless one. Moan Kwang froze for a few seconds, then waved his hand, saying they should go attend the banquet. During the banquet, almost everyone's gaze was focused on Duong Tran. Lam Fong congratulated Moan Kwang on curing the strange poison, then curiously asked who had saved him. That person was the great benefactor of their Lam family. Moan Kwang answered frankly, it was Duong Tran. The entire table was stunned. It was Duong Tran again. At that moment, a cold voice sounded from outside, saying the useless member of the Moan family had finally awakened. Don Chan of the Don family stepped in, his golden hair striking and his expression stern and distant. He publicly challenged Moan Kwang on Duan Ku platform, saying that if he was still alive then in 3 months he should meet him there. Chapter 241, Moan Kwang looked at Don Chan and said that Cam Enhai's death hurt him more than anyone. She died to save him. If he wanted to kill then, he could make a move. Don Chan did not believe Moan Kwang's dejected appearance, believing that if not for him, Cam Nhai would not have died. Don Chan turned and left, clearly stating that in 3 months he would wait for Moan Kwang at Duan Ku platform. Moan Kwang collapsed into his chair, his face extremely unsightly. Lam Fong comforted him, telling him not to mind that madman. Now in the martial palace, no one dared provoke him. Moan Kwang sighed heavily, his heart filled with bitterness. Everyone offered a few words of consolation before taking their leave. Life and death battles were nothing rare. No sooner had they finished comforting him than they hurried away. Truly, aside from parents, few friends remained in times of hardship. Moan Kwang grew irritated and directly drove all those people out. The waiter brought all the roasted beef they had ordered to the table. Duong Tran smiled and said eating meat without wine took away much of the pleasure. Waiter introduced that Tai Bok Pavilion had more than 10 kinds of fine wine and asked which one he wished to drink. Duong Tran decisively ordered the 3 best wines. The waiter said the finest was Liat Dian, served only in small jars rather than large vats. Duong Tran felt that was too little and told him to bring 30 jars at once. The waiter confirmed whether it was truly 30 jars, and Mon Kwang reminded him that Liat Dian was very expensive. Duong Tran laughed and said he lacked nothing except money, so just bring it. Mon Kwang was startled, asking why he needed to be so extravagant. Duong Tran said they would drink to their heart's content today, taking it as a celebration for him to beat that arrogant Don Chan to death in 3 months. Lam Fong suddenly remembered an urgent matter and immediately asked to leave. Duong Tran was puzzled, not knowing what was wrong with Lam Fong. Mon Kwang was stunned. It seemed that today, even in their dreams, they would find it hard to leave Tai Bok Pavilion. After a while, the owner of Tai Bok Pavilion personally brought the wine and reminded them to remember to pay after drinking. Duong Tran trembled slightly as he asked Mon Kwang whether this wine was very expensive. Mon Kwang said each jar cost 2 million high-grade spirit stones, totaling 60 million, while the entire Mon family mine earned only 5 million a year. Duong Tran's eyes widened. It was expensive to this extent. Liat Dian was a product of Dong Yuang Dao Palace, refined from the essence blood of spirit god realm demon beasts and precious spiritual herbs. Once consumed, it strengthened the body, refined blood and qi, and nourished divine sense and soul power. Duong Tran began to entertain the idea of returning the goods. Mon Kwang shook his head. Once the wine was sold, it could not be returned. Duong Tran turned to ask Mon Kwang how many spirit stones he currently had. Mon Kwang answered with a headache, not even 10 million. Duong Tran no longer cared and said they should eat and drink first. At worst, they would not die. Duong Tran tilted his head back and took a large gulp of wine. The sensation of refining the wine was so intense that it could not be underestimated. It was indeed a rare and excellent wine. Mon Kwang curiously asked why Duong Tran's divine sense was so strong. Could it be that some old monster had possessed him? Duong Tran laughed loudly and said his martial talent was extraordinary. Even without cultivating divine sense, it would grow on its own. Mon Kwang grew angry and asked who he thought he was to boast like that. Did he believe he would not get punched? Duong Tran teased him, telling him to obediently be a follower. In the future, there would be food and drink for him without lacking a share. Mon Kwang grumbled that no matter what the future held, for now they should think of a way to leave Tai Bok Pavilion. Duong Tran winked and said it was a small matter, just leave it to him. Mon Kwang suddenly collapsed onto the table, completely drunk. Duong Tran sighed. He was drunk so quickly. The remaining wine could not be wasted. 2 million spirit stones per jar. He would take it back for Tiu Kayat to drink. At the door, the waiter asked Duong Tran if he had any further instructions. Duong Tran said to put it on credit. Mon Kwang was the young master of the Mon family and would certainly not default. Shop owner appeared and asked if he intended to skip the debt. Duong Tran recognized that the other party was in the spirit god realm. Duong Tran affirmed that he would definitely pay in full. The owner said the total was 60 million and 60,000 spirit stones. He could round it off, asking what Duong Tran thought. Duong Tran asked Vin Lao if there was anything valuable. Vin Lao told him to take this item out for payment. Duong Tran looked at the black stone before him. The owner exclaimed in shock, "Divine crystal. You actually have divine crystal." Chapter 242. Duong Tran curiously asked Vin Lao what divine crystal really was. Vin Lao explained it was a low-grade spirit crystal, spirit stones used by gods, born in the god realm. Since the lower realm had no such mineral veins, it was extremely rare. Shop owner asked Duong Tran how many divine crystals he had. Duong Tran asked Vin Lao how many top-grade spirit stones one low-grade spirit crystal could exchange for, and was told 10,000. Even in Koi Lin Tower, there were less than 100 million divine crystals stored. Duong Tran gaped, not expecting himself to be so rich. The owner asked again how many divine crystals Duong Tran currently had. Duong Tran instead asked how many divine crystals this meal required, his gaze imposing. The owner forced a smile and said this meal was on the house, then again asked about his number of divine crystals. Duong Tran broke into a cold sweat. 60 million top-grade spirit stones were insignificant. It seemed one divine crystal truly equaled 10,000. Duong Tran confirmed again how many top-grade spirit stones one divine crystal could be exchanged for. The owner thought Duong Tran naive. In the 9 provinces who would exchange divine crystals for spirit stones. Duong Tran asked directly, then exactly how much. The owner gave a specific figure. Duong Tran was surprised, not expecting the other party to understand the value so clearly. Duong Tran pretended to ponder and then said it must be at least double. He would not bargain further. Duong Tran took out 100 divine crystals, exchanging them for top-grade spirit stones. Divine crystals shone. Duong Tran officially struck it rich. The owner stared in astonishment, not expecting the quantity to be so large, and immediately decided to purchase them all. He said he currently did not have enough top-grade spirit stones. He would advance 300 million to Duong Tran first. The The remaining 1.7 billion would be discussed later. In exchange, he would transfer 50% of Tai Bok Pavilion's quota. If not agreed then, within 1 month he would gather enough to pay in full. Duong Tran felt dizzy listening. Before he knew it, the amount had jumped to 2 billion. Could it be that the other party intended to play tricks? Duong Tran quietly asked Vin Lao whether this owner intended to suppress the price. Vin Lao believed there was no need to worry. In this lower realm, although there were quite a few in the spirit god realm, there were no spirit crystal veins. So low-grade spirit crystals were extremely scarce. High prices were normal. Moreover, the other party had the identity of the owner of Tai Bok Pavilion. While Duong Tran had not yet left Dong Lam Prefecture City, this identity would add another layer of protection for him. Duong Tran thought for a moment and said he wanted the quota of Tai Bok Pavilion. The owner immediately laughed loudly and said in the future do not call him senior. His name was Don Engim Tong, just call him Sect Master. Duong Tran accepted the contract for 50% of Tai Bok Pavilion, instructing that it must absolutely not be lost. Duong Tran happily said he hoped for more care in the future. Returning to the Moan family, the atmosphere immediately became tense. Duong Tran sent Moan Kwang home, was thanked by him, and reminded again of the Life Master promise. Duong Tran only smiled and said he had simply been lucky. The old ancestor on this side flew into a rage, scolding Moan Kwang for daring to run to Tai Bok Pavilion to cause trouble. Moan Kwang was bewildered, completely not understanding where he had caused disaster. The old ancestor shouted that they owed 60 million at Tai Bok Pavilion. Without finishing payment, how could the two of them return? Moan Kwang replied that 60 million was only for a meal. He currently did not lack money. The old ancestor was so angry that he kicked him. Moan Kwang was kicked into the wall yet still laughed, saying they had struck it rich. The pavilion master Don gave 300 million. Was that not nearly 2 billion? The madam, upon hearing this, also thought her son had gone mad. Duong Tran confirmed that Moan Kwang's words were completely true. Moan Hoi felt that Duong Tran going along with this rebellious son had also gone mad. Don Engim Tong was famous for loving money. How could he be willing to give it? Duong Tran took out the contract and asked could it be that Don Engim Tong had taken the wrong medicine. Duong Tran explained clearly that he had sold 100 divine crystals to the other party, which was why it turned out this way. Moan Hoi was stunned. Divine crystals, what were those? Moan Kwang confirmed that because of the divine crystals, the pavilion master was delighted and even waived the service fee. Moan Hoi asked how many divine crystals Duong Tran still had, wanting to buy them all. Duong Tran said he only had 11 left, each worth 18 million. Moan Hoi, without another word, bought them all and regarded Duong Tran as a permanent honored guest. Returning to his room, Duong Tran began refining the pile of top-grade spirit stones. 3 days later, the 4 great true chi all reached the 5th level of the Purple Mansion realm. Only sufficient origin was needed to transform into true essence. He went outside to breathe, taking it as a bit of relaxation. Outside, Moan Kwang was already waiting, urging Duong Tran to hurry out. Duong Tran was informed that the Tianji Merchant Guild had arrived at Dong Lam Prefecture City. In a few days, there would be a grand auction. Duong Tran was surprised. Was not second senior sister from the Tianji family. Tianji Tower appeared magnificent and resplendent, incomparably white and bright. Moan Kwang introduced that one should not only look at the exterior, the interior space was extremely vast. In this eastern province, aside from Dong Yuangdao Palace, the Tianji family and the Ximen aristocratic family were the strongest, making Duong Tran unable to help Sayat's second senior sister's status. Inside there was a top-grade spirit stone random box counter, 1 stone per attempt, very attractive. Moan Kwang shook his head and said this was only to deceive people. Rarely were there good items. Duong Tran did not listen and still wanted to try his luck, asking how to play. The stall owner said that today one could only observe with the naked eye. Whether a treasure could be obtained depended entirely on luck. Duong Tran used the witch god left eye and selected the correct box. The stall owner was shocked because this box isolated all probing. Moan Kwang recognized it as Black Soul Flower, worth tens of thousands of top-grade spirit stones. Duong Tran smiled in satisfaction and continued strolling inside. Suddenly he stopped, making Moan Kwang ask in confusion what was wrong. Duong Tran was astonished. This place actually had something that made the primordial demonic dragon soul tremble. A gigantic stone cauldron appeared before his eyes. Moan Kwang said that was the blessing cauldron of Tianji Tower. Originally worthless, could it be a treasure? Though this thing had no value, it represented the face of Tianji Tower. Taking it away would be equivalent to slapping them in the face. Duong Tran felt regretful and could only leave together. Night fell and Duong Tran returned, borrowing a stone cauldron from second senior sister. 1 million spirit stones were exchanged for the old stone cauldron. The shadow escape martial intent circulated, and the stone cauldron was immediately taken away. Olap Fu appeared and shouted asking who dared to steal the stone cauldron. In the end, he only smiled and let it go. Using 1 million to exchange for an old stone was rather interesting. In the secret chamber of the Moan residence, Duong Tran began refining. Word of break resounded. Tens of thousands of heavenly hands manifested. Vin Lao and Duong Tran were both stunned when a stone appeared. He also did not know its origin, but felt it was not an ordinary object. Suddenly, something made contact with Duong Tran. The intense pain caused Duong Tran to scream. Vin Lao hurriedly told him to switch to the devouring martial soul, but Duong Tran had already fainted. Duong Tran slowly regained consciousness, light spreading around his body. Erupted with aura, feeling his bloodline continuing to evolve. Dawn gradually broke, a warm scene unfolding. Duong Tran's body felt heavy, his gaze turning hazy. A day later, his complexion grew even worse. Tiu Yo softly called out. In just a few days, he had completely changed. Duong Tran wondered whether he had become more handsome. Tiu Yo worriedly asked if he needed to use a disguised secret art. Going out like this might cause trouble. Duong Tran joked that being too handsome easily brought disaster. Crowding and trampling could even kill. Vin Lao was puzzled, but said there was a secret art that consumed true qi to conceal the face. It could only hide from cultivators below the divine Tao. Duong Tran agreed to learn it to ensure everyone's safety. Used his movement technique to take out an item. The black soul flower appeared in Duong Tran's hand. Duong Tran was stunned. What exactly was this thing? Vin Lao was startled and asked what he had seen. Duong Tran said that at times he saw a strange flower, at times a charred object, both like a flower and like coal. He described that it did not resemble a human yet was clearly a life form. Small in body, horns on its head, broken wings on its back, claws growing from its limbs. Lao said it was a black tree demon man. This thing would help Duong Tran's dark true qi and the black sword qi of Vo Kiat easily evolve into true essence. Duong Tran had not expected such a great gain, and curiously asked what treasure this truly was. Vin Lao said the black flower within the stone was the sole origin of the black demon tree man, containing pure dark origin. Duong Tran immediately went to find Tiu Kiat, growled and told him to come out at once. Tiu Kiat was still bewildered, asking what was so urgent. Duong Tran said he wanted to give him something good. Chapter 244. Duong Tran raised the black lotus flower for Tiu Kiat to see, asking whether he knew what was hidden within this black flower. Tiu Kiat was curious and told Duong Tran to stop beating around the bush. Inside was hidden a special soul bead. It was the dark true qi that Tiu Kiat had never heard of before. Duong Tran used the black demon dragon to absorb and guide that dark power. Suddenly, the black flower shattered. Only a few fragments remained floating. Duong Tran told Tiu Kiat not to stand there stunned. Quickly circulate his cultivation method to guide the dark origin into the purple mansion. This bead was enough for their 2 strands of dark true qi to evolve to the true essence level. Tiu Kiat immediately complied, both entering a state of cultivation. Tiu Kiat joyfully discovered that his soul power had broken through to the peak of the sect realm. A day later, Duong Tran's soul power also successfully entered the Emperor realm. Tiu Kiat was delighted. If Lin Hai knew, she would certainly be very happy. But it was unclear how Lin Hai and the others were now. Tiu Kiat suggested asking the Moan family old ancestor to speak up. Perhaps the great families of Lao Than would not dare make things difficult for Dong Zion cultivators. Duong Tran understood, but felt there was no need to trouble the old ancestor yet. After going out later, he would let Sam Vu go to Lao Than for protection. He told him not to think too much. The important matter now was to let the dark true qi transform into true essence. Duong Tran circulated his true qi and began the process of merging into true essence. Black sphere appeared, golden light radiating brilliantly outside. Duong Tran stepped into the true essence realm, astonished by the scene before him. Tiu Kiat's side, he also succeeded, and immediately informed Duong Tran. On such a joyful day, they should go to Tai Bok Pavilion for some extravagance. The jade water imprisoned beef. There was truly a delicacy of the mortal world. The two quickly headed to Tai Bok Pavilion to enjoy jade wine. Suddenly a shout rang out, "You two in front stop." Don Chan and his attendants walked over with sneers, believing these 2 outsiders treated Tai Bok Pavilion like a common tavern. Duong Tran looked at the familiar golden hair. It was the one who had demanded a life and death battle with Moan Kwang. Don Chan sneered in contempt. Even a lackey of Moan Kwang dared come here, quite bold. The attendant beside him snorted coldly, saying the Moan surname truly did not know their place. Don Chan waved his hand. Breaking their legs was fine. Keeping them alive was enough. Tiu Kiat asked to act personally. Duong Tran told him not to hold back lest he be looked down upon. Don Chan's attendant rushed forward to attack, arrogantly telling the two to hurry and die. With peak sect realm soul power and true qi already transformed into true essence, Tiu Kiat easily blocked a strike. In an instant, the opponent was shaken back, his face turning pale. Could not believe it. This strike was difficult even for a peak sect realm to block, yet it was resolved by a mere mansion realm. Tiu Kayat raised his brow. Now it was your turn. Punch shot out, striking straight at that arrogant face. Tiu Kayat returned to Duong Tran's side, saying it was handled. His cultivation was not even complete, yet he still won. Don Chan laughed with interest, deciding to personally step in to finish it. Duong Tran thought to himself that today he might gain another emperor slave. Don Engim Tong appeared and shouted for everyone to stop. Don Chan was stunned, not understanding why his second uncle was here. Only then did Duong Tran learn that Don Chan was Don Engim Tong's nephew. Perhaps he should add him to the unwelcome list. Don Engim Tong asked Duong Tran not to take offense, saying that once his true body emerged from seclusion, he would personally present a treasure. Don Chan could not believe it. His second uncle was a god, yet lowered himself to apologize to a mere brat. Duong Tran requested an origin treasure. Don Engim Tong immediately nodded in agreement. He turned to scold his nephew, telling him to follow and leave. Tiu Kayat was slightly worried. Duong Tran laughed loudly and said nothing would happen. They should continue drinking wine and eating meat. At the same time, Lin Nhi and Lin Hai appeared behind the teleportation gate. Lin Nhi excitedly said Dong Lam Prefecture was completely different. Even the air here smelled better. Lin Hai tapped her head and said that was because Chinese letter spiritual energy here was too abundant. She wondered how Duong Tran and Tiu Kayat were doing now, whether they had caused any commotion. The two decided to find them and create a surprise. Streets of Dong Lam Prefecture City were bustling, people coming and going endlessly. Duong Tran and Tiu Kayat were slightly drunk. The wine was good, but the beef was still inferior to the roasted meat of Hoa Mon Mountain. They could only make do while waiting for the day they caught a true dragon and asked fourth senior brother to roast it. Suddenly, the two bumped into someone. Mon Tiu Kiu was in a hurry and recognized Duong Tran before her. She forced a smile and asked Duong Tran to conveniently help her with something. Duong Tran curiously asked what it was and reminded her in advance that if it involved fighting, she should find Mon Quang. Tiu Kiu said she wanted to buy a pet but lacked spirit stones, asking Duong Tran to help for now, and she would repay later. Duong Tran laughed heartily. It was only a small pet and led her to buy one. At the beast market, a little girl and two drunkards began selecting pets. Tiu Kiu pointed and arrogantly said she wanted to buy that egg. The shop owner hurriedly brought the egg over and invited them to look. Tiu Kiu led them inside and pointed at a gigantic egg, saying she wanted this one. Duong Tran asked the owner what demon beast egg this was. The owner said it was a Yinglong egg. Duong Tran looked for a long time and still felt it did not resemble one, but Tiu Kiu liked it very much. Lao said it was a coiling dragon egg, its rank even higher than the Yinglong bloodline. The owner quoted a price of 1 million top-grade spirit stones, asking whether they would buy. Duong Tran decided to purchase it. It was only money. Tiu Kiu hugged Duong Tran, praising him as better than her own brother. Bin Lao asked whether Duong Tran truly intended to give the coiling dragon egg to Tiu Kiu. This really meant as a gift for the girl. Duong Tran said eating at someone else's home required returning courtesy. Moreover, Tiu Kiu had a trace of dragon bloodline that suited this egg. Bin Lao nodded, feeling that his master had matured. Returning to the Mon family, Mon Quang did not understand why Duong Tran was together with Tiu Kiu. Tiu Kiu did not answer. Duong Tran smiled and asked Mon Quang what he was blocking the door for. The old ancestor frankly told him that Duong Tran was about to participate in the Martial Palace Talent Selection Examination. The exam was close at hand, and he had come to pass on some experience to Duong Tran. Duong Tran was extremely delighted. Then many thanks. Mon Tiu Kiu for some reason kept calling him indifferent brother. Then she took her leave and departed first. Mon Kung also could not understand what was wrong with his sister today. 3 days later at the majestic Lam Mountain, peaks rose layer upon layer. Mon Kung introduced that this place was Mon Mountain, and also the location of the Martial Palace. Tiu Kiu declared that this time she would definitely pass the Martial Palace exam. Duong Tran also had to work hard to become her classmate. Lin Hai and Lin Nhi also arrived in time for the Martial Palace examination. Duong Tran and Tiu Kayat would certainly participate as well. Lin Hai teased whether Lin Nhi was hoping to see Tiu Kayat. Lin Nhi immediately flared up. "You rascal." Everyone wondered why the cutoff score had not yet been announced today, not knowing what the King Realm level would be. Last year someone was short by 3 points. Just thinking of it was infuriating. Duong Tran overheard and asked what the cutoff score was. Tiu Kiu immediately reproached him, wanting to enter the Martial Palace yet not even knowing this. Cutoff score was the score set by the Martial Palace. As long as candidates reached or exceeded it, they would be admitted and become new students. A representative of the Martial Palace appeared in midair. Jiam Thien Nguyen announced that at the end of the year the Martial Palace opened the examination to invigorate the martial path. He was the referee for this exam. Beside him was Engim Lak Sun, a Purple Mansion-level instructor of the Martial Palace, responsible for presiding over the Purple Mansion realm test. In addition, there was Min Ku in charge of the King-level assessment for this examination. Cutoff score for this session of the Martial Palace was announced as 175 points. Everyone was shocked. Why was it so high this year? Last year it was only 169. In 1 year it had increased by 6 points. The sharp rise in the cutoff score showed that the Martial Palace had obtained news that this batch contained quite a few true geniuses. Duong Tran wondered whether they were talking about him. Moan Kung only forced a smile. With his performance against Don Chan at Tai Bok Pavilion, he had already astonished many. The first test officially began for Purple Mansion realm students. First was the True Chi test. They only needed to unleash their full strength against the stone pillar ahead. All candidates immediately attacked the stone pillar with full force. The measured result was 70 True Chi points. Duong Tran asked Moan Kwang whether 70 points was too easy. Moan Kwang sighed. Not everyone was like him. That person might look ordinary, but his true chi had long reached King Realm level to achieve that result. Next was the Divine Sense test. The rule was the same. Pour all strength into attacking the stone pillar. The person used all his divine sense to strike the stone pillar, but the result was only 40 points, rather low. Lin Nhai, standing beside, wondered whether the grading was too strict. Lin Hai nodded and explained that the 4 categories combined had to reach 175 points to pass, even if true chi and divine sense were not bad. Soul power and martial heart were not realms every Purple Mansion cultivator could touch. Lin Engai watched with interest as that person began the soul power test. He poured all his soul power into a fierce strike against the stone pillar. The device immediately absorbed the soul power to conduct measurement. 37 points. This number was barely acceptable. Moan Kung shook his head and said that person was finished. Duong Tran did not understand. 175 points meant passing. He already had 147 points. Martial Heart only needed 28 points. Why call him finished? Moan Kung thought Duong Tran lacked experience. If it were him, he could condense a 2-star Martial Heart in the Purple Mansion. As for that person, getting 5 points later would already be lucky. The Martial Heart test began. The supervisor brought out a disc to see how long the candidate could endure. Raised the disc high and threw it straight into the air. Everyone narrowed their eyes at the strange light radiating from the disc. That person immediately collapsed to the ground, clearly unable to withstand it. After 3 breaths, the Martial Heart score was announced as 3 points. Total score was only 150. That person was carried down, not meeting the standard and directly eliminated. Next candidate. Duong Tran asked Moan Kung what the maximum score for the 4 categories was, and whether Martial Heart was the hardest. More or less, but it was also because Duong Tran was too outstanding. Although a few had strong martial hearts and high scores, generally Martial Heart was far harder to temper than True Chi, Divine Sense, or Soul Power. Each category had a maximum of 200 points, totaling 800, but in the Purple Mansion realm few exceeded 400, let alone 500. Kiu angrily scolded that he was truly trash, disgracing 9-fold Mansion realm cultivators. With only 150 points, he might as well smash his head against the pillar. Moan Kung advised his sister to calm down. This was no place for jokes. Kiu thought these people were all useless. When she took the stage later, should she conceal some of her strength? She feared revealing her results would cause others to cause trouble. Tiu Kayat burst into laughter, truly youthful arrogance. Kiu turned and asked what he was laughing at. Did he look down on her? Moan Kung told his sister there was no need to conceal. The examination was to widen gaps and rank people. Whoever led would gain an advantage in accumulating points. Hearing this, Tiu decided not to hold back. She would crush the people here and trample the rabble. Duong Tran asked whether this examination distributed credit points. Moan Kung said the 2 of them were monstrous talents. The Martial Palace was orthodox and its rules strict. It absolutely did not tolerate disorderly behavior. For new students, the examination was the easiest way to earn accumulated points. After entering the Martial Palace, everything required points, and they were very hard to earn. Suddenly the crowd cheered. A genius had appeared. Martial Heart score 65, total 215 points, smoothly passing. Tan Van Thien of the Tan family passed, still very young. Duong Tran found the youth quite interesting. He felt just like 4th senior brother. That was the prodigy Tan Van Thien of Tan Family City Flying Wings, renowned far and wide, cultivating 2 systems including the rare wind system. No wonder this year's cutoff rose. It was Tiu Kiu's turn to step onto the stage. She declared she would surpass the Tan youth, her aura extremely arrogant. Tiu Kiu laughed loudly and bowed to the examiner. The instructor signaled for her to begin at once. Tiu Kiu absorbed divine energy and launched her first attack. The true chi test result reached exactly 100 points. Everyone was astonished at the quality of her true chi. Only at 4th Mansion Realm she had already touched King Realm threshold, truly worthy of being Mon Kwang's sister. Is this the legendary monster? Tiu Kiu grew even happier at the praise. Lin Hai and Lin Nhi both widened their eyes. This girl was indeed formidable, worthy of the Martial Palace examination. A girl just over 10 years old caused a stir. They wondered whether they could pass, but Lin Hai, Tran and Lin Nhi from Hoamon Mountain would certainly have no problem. The Divine Sense test produced 80 points. The Soul Power test reached 50 points. When it came to the Martial Heart test, there were no points at all. Tiu Kiu was furious. What, 0 points for Martial Heart? Tiu Kiu's total score was 230, temporarily ranking first on the leaderboard. Tiu Kiu arrogantly said, "See, she said she would do it." Duong Tran smiled and said her position might only last a short while. The next to step up was Kim Vo Kiat. His true chi test began. Vo Kiat swung a sword straight at the stone pillar, swift as lightning. The examiner stared in shock. This score was truly unbelievable. After 247, the stone pillar was immediately enveloped by a dense layer of black chi. Everyone intently watched the stone pillar slowly turning within the heavy black aura. The examiner was startled. Could this be true essence? Such a grand examination, the measuring tool showed an unprecedented anomaly. Everyone discussed endlessly. This black color had never been seen before. Clearly something was wrong. If it truly malfunctioned, should those previously eliminated be allowed to retake? Lin Hai and Lin Nhi simultaneously looked toward Tiu Kiat. They had found him. Since Tiu Kiat appeared, Duong Tran must also be here. The True Essence Measuring Chamber stipulated that the maximum score for this category was 200 points. Tiu Kiu could not believe her eyes. Duong Tran actually achieved a perfect score from the very first part. Someone boldly asked Tiu Kiat where he came from. Tiu Kiat only answered with 3 words, Hoamon Mountain, standing proudly before the examiner. The examiner hesitated. He had never heard of Hoamon Mountain. Could it be some mysterious force in Dong Lam? Tiu Kiat summoned his longsword, preparing to enter the next test. In an instant, the sword tip struck straight into the next stone pillar. This was Divine Sense at peak Grandmaster Realm, only 1 step from entering the Emperor Realm, 150 points. Everyone was utterly stunned. A purple mansion cultivating Divine Sense to peak Sect Realm. If not seen with their own eyes, no one would dare believe it. This was too abnormal. The examiner once again asked about Tiu Kiat's identity. The name Kim Vo Kiat would likely resound across the world from now on. He believed that this youth must conceal a great secret. If he truly was a hidden family's heaven chosen, there must be a powerful guardian protecting him. Tiu Kiu was stunned. 200 plus 150. Tiu Kiat's score had already far surpassed hers. Duong Tran was about to turn and ask Mon Kung a question. That year when you participated in the examination, how many points did you score? Mon Kung replied, 367 points, also first place in that year's examination. Duong Tran was slightly surprised. 367 points was already first. That session seemed not very high. Then what was the highest record? Purple Mansion Realm record was around 490 points. The one who set it was now already a Spirit God Realm powerhouse. Duong Tran laughed. Only 490 points was too weak. Rest assured, Tiu Kiat should at least reach 600. Duong Tran turned to remind Tiu Kiat to just take 600 points. Tiu Kiat answered firmly that his brother could rest assured. Tiu Kiat quickly used his divine sense to strike straight at the next stone pillar. The stone pillar immediately emitted a faint blue light, the divine sense index soaring. The powerful rebound force made the surrounding space tremble. Everyone was stunned. Another peerless genius, breaking records in only 3 categories. Could it be that Tiu Kiat's soul power had also reached peak Sect Realm? The examiner nodded in praise. Tiu Kiat's performance was outstanding. The soul power test quickly stopped at 150 points. Tiu Kiu curiously asked what Tiu Kiat's martial heart was like, revealing a little. Duong Tran smiled politely and replied to just keep watching. She would know soon. Tiu Kiu pouted. If he would not say, then forget it. She did not believe Tiu Kiat could truly condense an emperor-level martial heart. Duong Tran thought to himself that perhaps that was indeed true. Mon Kung was startled. Could Duong Tran's younger brother truly have forged an emperor martial heart? Duong Tran said to wait and see. Tiu Kiat had never clearly spoken of his martial heart, but it was certainly not weak. Tiu Kiat officially entered the martial heart test state. Enduring as many strikes as possible corresponded to that many points. Tiu Kiat had clearly already broken the record. The light gradually dissipated. Tiu Kiat still stood calmly. 200 strikes, Vo Kiat voluntarily stopped, the martial heart test achieving a full 200 points. Today was a glorious day. Dong Lam Martial Palace welcomed a peerless heaven chosen, truly worth celebrating. Vo Kiat's martial heart reached Emperor level, a perfect 200 points. The palace master of Dong Lam Martial Palace personally appeared to meet the new genius. He laughed heartily and asked Tiu Kiat's identity, at the same time awarding an additional 1,000 credit points beyond the official reward. After entering the palace, he could go to the affairs hall to receive them. After speaking, the palace master gradually disappeared. Tiu Kiat respectfully saw off the palace master. The examiner congratulated Tiu Kiat. He was a rare genius in history and hoped he would not disappoint expectations. Tiu Kiat humbly replied that he was far inferior to his brother. That person was the true genius. The examiner asked in astonishment to bring that brother here. Tiu Kiat said KK had already arrived. He asked blankly who was that genius. From afar, Tiu Kiat raised his hand and pointed toward someone in the crowd. With such an ordinary-looking face, was he truly a genius? Chapter 248. Everyone recognized that person was Duong Tran. Lin Hai teased that once she saw Duong Tran, her gaze could not leave him. Quickly, it was Duong Tran's turn to test. Duong Tran stepped before the stone pillar and began the examination. The examiner looked at him. Was this Kim Vo Kiat's brother? If Vo Kiat was already defying heaven, then how terrifying would this one be? Duong Tran quickly gathered strength, his eyes full of excitement. His true essence was not only strong, but even more vigorous than Kim Vo Kiat's. The eye of divine sense appeared, radiating countless layers of color. Everyone was puzzled why he was so slow. It seemed he was simultaneously condensing attacks of true chi, divine sense, and even soul power. Could it be he wanted to test 3 categories at once? Duong Tran indeed did so, striking the stone pillars in one blow. The 3 stone pillars were attacked simultaneously. An unprecedented phenomenon instantly appeared. True essence, divine sense, and soul power all simultaneously reached Emperor realm. The examiner was so shocked he staggered. So this was the true genius. He hurriedly asked his age and name. Duong Tran introduced himself. At the end of this month, he would turn 24 years old. The examiner silently prayed for Dong Lam Martial Palace and urged Duong Tran to quickly test his martial heart. This was the most crucial gate. Strive hard, Duong Tran. Duong Tran considered that based on Tiu Kiat's performance, enduring 200 strikes was easy for him. Even 2,000 would not be difficult. Perhaps he should restrain himself a little. Duong Tran looked at the light, illuminating his martial heart. Time passed, and the surrounding atmosphere grew increasingly tense. 190 strikes. Could Duong Tran also be condensing an emperor-level martial heart? The light in the sky suddenly changed violently. 200 strikes appeared, truly defying heaven to the extreme. Duong Tran condensed an emperor martial heart. The test achieved 200 points. Total score a full 800. Everyone was stunned. Someone truly achieved a perfect score. This time it shook the entire field. The examiner was overjoyed. Dong Lam Martial Palace consecutively produced 2 heaven chosen. Truly a great joy. Everyone enthusiastically congratulated Dong Lam Martial Palace for consecutively welcoming 2 heaven chosen. A rare grand joy. Duong Tran felt exhilarated. Was this truly the orthodox martial palace of the human martial path? The palace master appeared. Duong Tran felt he looked somewhat familiar. He laughed loudly and said this youngster was even more outstanding than his younger brother. It seemed he must spend effort nurturing him again, then privately rewarded him with 2,000 credit points. Duong Tran respectfully expressed thanks. These 2,000 points were indeed enough for a long time. Dong Chan stood aside, furious to the point his face reddened, only feeling extremely displeased. That old man was truly biased, not sharing credit points with him but granting them to outsiders. The attendant comforted him that those 2 youths, even if monstrous in talent, were only Purple Mansion realm. Dong Chan, as a dignified emperor realm, would find it easy to cause them trouble. Dong Chan found this reasonable, already conceiving a way to deal with Duong Tran. Tiu Kiat looked at Duong Tran, unable to hide his admiration. His brother was truly formidable. Tiu Kiu suddenly hugged Duong Tran, startling him as he did not understand what she intended. Turned out she wanted to ask him for some credit points. After all, he was currently well supplied. The examiner laughed and praised Manhwa for teaching well. That little girl was truly bold, daring to tease a genius. Manhwa asked Yen Lao Gui whether he had long known something, telling him to speak quickly. Yen Lao scolded him as foolish. It was rare for the world to produce 1 monster, yet here were 2 at once. Dong Zion, Hoa Mon Mountain. Think carefully. Manhwa fell silent. Indeed, the master was from Hoa Mon Mountain. He suddenly trembled. Could Duong Tran and Kim Vo Kiat both be that person's disciples? Not only that master only casually guided others, while Duong Tran and Kim Vo Kiat were true direct disciples. Manhwa secretly felt fortunate that he had treated them well early on. and that Mon Kung and Tiu Kiu were close to the two. According to Yen Lao, Duong Tran had become Mon Quang's life master, while Kim Vo Kiat would be fully entrusted to him for cultivation guidance. Mon Hoi nodded. Everything would be arranged accordingly. Was the next to step out for testing. A beautiful young lady. Lin Hai appeared, her aura like a meteor tearing the sky, dazzlingly brilliant. She conducted the test, her hands circulating mysterious power like stars descending. Her true chi reached peak sect realm, only half a step from Emperor realm, scoring 150 points. Tiu Kiat and Duong Tran glanced over. That was Lin Hai. Their gazes met, emotions quietly spreading. Lin Hai's smile softened hearts. After 249, Tiu Kiat whispered to Duong Tran that he had seen Lin Nhai. Unexpectedly, Lin Hai and Lin Nhai had also come to Dong Lam, who knew where fourth senior brother and Sao Nhai were now. Lin Hai gently swept her divine sense into the stone pillar. Stone pillar quickly absorbed the transmitted divine sense. Her divine sense had clearly reached Emperor realm. Examiner could not help asking where she came from. Such strength was truly too powerful. Lin Hai answered without hesitation, Hoa Mon Mountain. Again Hoa Mon Mountain. Where exactly was that place? Today they had heard of it for the first time. It was likely a top hidden orthodoxy. Lin Engai ran to Tiu Kiat's side and happily hugged him tightly. Tiu Kiat was knocked backward and hurriedly told her not to use too much force. Duong Tran asked why Lin Nhai had also come to Dong Lam. She replied that this place was not bad and Duong Tran and Tiu Kiat were here, so she followed the master's guidance to come. Duong Tran was puzzled. What exactly was that old man planning? Duong Tran nodded. It seemed everyone would cultivate together at Vo Kung Dong Lam. Martial heart test reached 130 points, a total of 680 points. Another rare genius appeared. Though not as flamboyant as the previous two, it was still enough to astonish others, and all of them came from Hoa Mon's son. Lin Hai looked toward Duong Tran and softly called out to him. Duong Tran embraced her. At last the two of them were reunited. Elsewhere, Don Chan confidently believed he had grasped Duong Tran's weakness. At the Deacon Hall of the Martial Palace, Duong Tran and the other three slowly advanced toward the platform. From today onward, they officially became students of Vo Kung Dong Lam. In the examiner's hand was an identity token, which recorded identity and displayed accumulated points. In Vo Kung Dong Lam, whether mentor or student, everyone needed accumulated points. With enough points, one could exchange for anything. Of course, points were very difficult to earn. The examiner himself had only accumulated over 480 points, and behind him was the Deacon Hall where identity tokens and missions were received. Duong Tran happily thought that a mentor only had a little over 400 points while he already possessed 2,000. He was truly wealthy. Everyone quickly received their identity tokens. Lin Nhai obtained 380 points. Tiu Kiat possessed as many as 1,750 points, ready to lend them to Lin Nhai if needed. Duong Tran sighed that entering the sect was indeed the easiest opportunity to earn points. Duong Tran said he wanted to visit the sacred land Lin Ian to take a look, and asked about the others. Lin Hai and Lin Nhai also planned to stroll around. Tiu Kiat was not in a hurry, having reunited with his beloved wife after a long time. He only wished to stay by her side. Duong Tran nodded and laughed that they were too entangled in worldly affection. He would go to Lin Ian alone. The entrance to Lin Ian opened, a vast and mysterious teleportation gate. Someone claiming to be an overlord forced newcomers to kowtow. Those who refused were forbidden from entering. Bak Miu, the spirit entity of Lin Ian, rushed forward intending to attack Duong Tran. Duong Tran asked Vin Lao what this thing was. Vin Lao explained that Lin Ian was a closed spirit realm. Bak Miu was the spirit entity here, but it was nothing to worry about because the little demon restrained it. Duong Tran summoned the little demon, and the spirit cat immediately shrank back in fear. It did not know what the little demon was. It only felt greater terror the closer it drew. Duong Tran strode straight inside with imposing confidence. Vin Lao said these caves were the entrances to the cultivation grounds of Lin Ian. The green ones were already occupied. The white ones were still vacant. Duong Tran walked toward a white cave, hearing that this place aided cultivation and could help him break through to the martial king realm. He quickly stepped inside, and the cave entrance immediately turned green. Inside, a cool breeze blew gently. Spiritual energy was abundant, truly a treasured land for cultivation. Duong Tran asked Vin Lao which soul he should use to condense, and he immediately recommended the primordial demonic dragon martial soul. Duong Tran followed his advice, summoned the dragon soul and refined it. All conditions were ripe for condensation. Demonic dragon coiled around his body. Vin Lao said this was the crucial moment. The dragon's soul roared. Powerful currents of energy surged endlessly. Duong Tran calmly controlled the dragon's soul. The condensation process was about to be completed. At last, he completely absorbed the demonic dragon. The condensation succeeded. Duong Tran smiled in satisfaction. 3 days later, a brand new primordial demonic dragon martial soul emerged. Duong Tran left seclusion. After 250, Bin Lao was stunned. Could this be the legendary aura of divine path great power? The demonic dragon let out a resounding hiss. Its explosive breath carried immeasurable mighty power. The single shocking strike unleashed, the demonic dragon immediately spewed a preemptive attack. It truly was divine path great power. Only peak emperors or cultivators of the divine spirit realm could withstand it. Duong Tran still did not understand what divine path great power was. It was the unique might of divine spirit realm cultivators. The strike just now not only contained the demonic dragon martial soul, but also fused primal fire and the devouring sword martial soul, enough to sweep away most emperors. Duong Tran had not expected the power to be so terrifying. This good news must be told to Lin Hai and Tiu Kayat. Not long after Duong Tran left, Tiu Kayat stood outside waiting anxiously. Something major had happened. Duong Tran told Tiu Kayat to stay calm and speak slowly. Lin Hai and Lin Nhi had been captured by Don Chan and were threatened not to inform anyone else. Duong Tran's expression changed. This Don Chan dared to act like this. He immediately led the way there. Elsewhere, Lin Hai and Lin Nhi were bound together. Don Chan stood to one side waiting. Duong Tran and Tiu Kayat hurried over to the two of them. Upon seeing Duong Tran, Lin Hai immediately warned him not to come closer. It was too dangerous. Don Chan sneered and said that without arranging such a situation, how could he have invited Duong Tran here? Duong Tran did not want to hear more and told him to release them at once. Don Chan presented two choices. One was to leave the martial palace, hand over all accumulated points and kneel in apology. The other was a life and death battle with him in exchange for their freedom. Lin Hai anxiously said this was a true Emperor Realm expert and urged Duong Tran to retreat quickly. Duong Tran transmitted his thoughts to Tiu Kayat. When the two of them fought, he was to immediately take Lin Hai and Lin Nhi away. Tiu Kayat nodded in agreement. His hot blood boiled. Duong Tran said coldly that in that case they would fight a battle. Don Chan laughed confidently. Today he would show Duong Tran what a true emperor was. The spirit of the ancient demonic dragon appeared with overwhelming pressure, in an instant completely crushing Don Chan's momentum. Don Chan stood stunned, unable to comprehend what this bizarre aura truly was. To die beneath my Sky Shadow 1000 butterfly dance is the greatest honor of your life, Don Tran declared arrogantly. Amid the fierce clash, Duong Tran immediately told Tiu Kayat to take everyone and retreat. The two streams of energy collided violently, creating a powerful shockwave that made space tremble. Don Chan burned with fury and unwillingness. What kind of monstrous evil was this? Tiu Kayat rushed toward Lin Hai and Lin Nhi, swiftly rescuing them from danger. Don Chan's two attendants charged forward to block Tiu Kayat, shouting that they would kill. With only a light strike, Tiu Kayat sent both men flying like leaves swept away by the wind. Having said that, he immediately gathered the two beauties into his arms and quickly left the battlefield. On the other side, Don Chan could no longer withstand the terrifying assault of the ancient demonic dragon. That man stood frozen in disbelief. This absolutely could not happen. In the blink of an eye, the final attack caused him to completely vanish from the mortal world. Within the Tram Ma realm domain, a heavy and somber atmosphere enveloped everything. 7 emotions Demon Head Bai finally appeared. After a long search, the primordial fireworm had finally been discovered. Gigantic pitch black eye gradually materialized. Grandmaster Bai had at last found what he desired. Addressed by Grandmaster Bai as Tower Master, this was the primordial fire seed. The next step was simply to dispatch a great army to seize it. When the Tower Master vanished, all hope rested upon Grandmaster Bai's shoulders. At the Daidong Yuangdao Palace, the atmosphere showed no sign of change. Truly troublesome, that one was secretly gathering power. Ken Lao Kui asked Thiat Chuang whether he had also sensed the aura released by Dai Bai around the young master. Thiat Chuang blamed the other for unsealing too early, causing the young master to leave Dong Zion, and now trouble had arrived. Ken Lao Kui asked what Thiat Chuang was worried about. Dai Bai could not easily cross realms. Their task was to help the young master enter the Ko Mo Tu Lai, achieve complete fusion, both accelerate the growth of the primordial fireworm and entirely conceal its aura. If Nhi Dai were to be recklessly destroyed, how could the true body ever break through? If that truly happened, the old ghost would personally eliminate him. As for punishment, it could wait until they met the master. Ayat Chuang was unwilling. The 7-star demon head was meant to be a whetstone for the young master. If he intervened, what meaning would remain? The old ghost reassured him that unless Dai Bai was completely certain, he would absolutely not dare to act. Outside, a man stepped in and cursed the 2 fools within, asking whether the old beggar had come here merely to jest. In truth, he had come to clean up their mess and conveniently assess the young master's condition. Very quickly, the 3 of them used the 3 realms mirror to observe the young master's state. Duong Tran was holding his girl, appearing safe and sound. Now they would leave it for later. They even joked about what to eat soon. Lin Hai clung tightly to Duong Tran, afraid they might never meet again, and he blamed himself for arriving too late. Lin Hai quietly wiped away her tears, unwilling to let anyone see her weakness. Lin Engai burst into sobs. She had nearly lost her life. She threw herself into Tiu Kayat's arms and refused to let go. Lin Hai scolded her for being foolish, always like this, and ending up in tears again. Duong Tran solemnly promised Lin Hai that from now on he would always stay by her side. Lin Hai revealed a satisfied smile. The road ahead they would walk side by side. 4 of them watched the sunset descend together. The brutal battle came to a close, giving way to a moment of peace. The video also ends here. If you have watched until the end, do not forget to like and subscribe to the channel. Leave a comment to share your thoughts on the story. Goodbye and see you in the next videos.